Me, a slacking off young man, actually awakened a god-level scrap recycling system. Picking up a plastic bottle directly rewards me with an entire skyscraper in the city center. Got fired by a snobbish supervisor right at the beginning? I instantly revealed my identity as the landlord. He was so frightened that he immediately backed down. I beg for the unpaid wages to be issued. The peerless fierce beauty housekeeper greets with utmost reverence. Former colleague was dumbfounded. I thought I was set for life. Unexpected system warning, self-discarding and self-retrieving is considered cheating. And what kind of earth-shattering reward will the first piece of trash tomorrow yield? Chapter 1. The system descends from heaven. Ding, the king of scrap system is activating. By recycling scrap, the host can receive random rewards gifted by the system. Binding successful, your exclusive equipment is being dispatched. Please check for receipt. Am I fucking dreaming? Fang Yuan bolted upright from the small wooden bed in his rented room. 3 question marks popped into my head at the sound that just echoed in my ears. But what happened next instantly shattered his worldview. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? A filthy, yellowish white shirt missing 2 buttons, paired with jeans riddled with 18 holes. Under his feet were a pair of worn-out sneakers allowing 2 toes to chase after freedom. Not only that, but he had also somehow acquired a red and blue woven bag and a specialized trash-picking tool. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, Fang Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. Even after reading hundreds of gigabytes of Xuanhuan novels, he never imagined he would one day acquire a golden finger. Yet the tangible changes before his eyes continue to shake his thoughts. System? Ding, picking up trash will grant random rewards. Host, hurry up and take action. Time is life, time is money. Hearing the prompt sound in his ear, Fang Yuan immediately grinned and burst into laughter. Just thinking about all those powerful items rewarded by the system in the novel. His previously resigned and laid-back heart began to stir, and he swiftly pushed the door open and stepped out. Just as I stepped out, the phone in my pocket started ringing. Hey! Fang Yuan, where the hell have you been? You're still not at the company at this hour. Do you not want this job anymore? I'm telling you, if you're not here within 10 minutes, don't bother coming tomorrow. Hearing the supervisor's intimidating words, Fang Yuan was momentarily stunned. After all, I haven't experienced the system's recycling function yet, so who knows if it's reliable or not. I've got to keep my rice bowl secure first. Can we go tomorrow if not today? Don't come tomorrow or the day after. You're so kind, boss, giving me 2 days off. I'll come back the day after tomorrow then. Can't you fucking understand human language? You're fired, got it? Fang Yuan stared at the disconnected call, his face full of frustration. This is it. I thought collecting scraps was just a side gig, but now I've been forced into a desperate situation. Damn it, why think so much? Just go scavenge for scrap. Adopting the mentality that since he had nothing left to lose, he might as well go all out. Fang Yuan grabbed a sack and stormed toward the trash bins below the rental building. Xiaomei, who lived in the room next to his, happened to be heading out to buy groceries. She was first shocked by Fang Yuan's appearance, then gave him a contemptuous look. Humph, I always knew you were useless, but I never expected you'd end up scavenging trash. Glad I never gave you a chance back then. Though earning a modest salary of 3,000 yuan a month, Xiaomei, with her striking looks, had rather high standards. She often indulged in daydreams of someday landing a wealthy, handsome, and tall boyfriend. When Fang Yuan first moved in, he had pursued her for a while, but unfortunately, it was a case of unrequited love. Her heart remained untouched. Fang Yuan, looked down upon, didn't take it to heart, but extended its claw to aim at a plastic bottle in the trash can. Then he swung the woven bag, its opening expanding in the wind as the plastic bottle was tossed accurately inside. Ding! Congratulations on recycling 1 dirty plastic bottle. You have obtained ownership of the first floor of Xinghai Tower. Since this is your first time completing a recycling task, the system has specially rewarded you with a beginner's price adjustment benefit. Ding! Price adjustment calculation completed. The reward has been changed to full ownership of the 18-story Star C building. Hiss, this is absolutely insane. Fang Yuan stood frozen in place for a moment, seemingly unable to believe that the system could be this generous. The Xinghai office building is located in the city center, where land prices are sky high. And the most coincidental part is that his former company was actually renting space in the Xinghai office building. Every quarter, as he watched the finance department transfer hundreds of thousands in rent to the landlord of the Xinghai office building, Fang Yuan couldn't help but fantasize about one day living the decadent life of collecting rent without lifting a finger. Little did he expect his dream to come true so quickly. At that moment, a taxi pulled over by the roadside, and a lawyer wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. Hello, are you Mr. Fang Yuan? Who are you? Mr. Fang, I'm a lawyer from XX law firm. These are the transfer documents for the Star C building. Please sign here. After taking the pen and swiftly signing his name, the Star C building was officially transferred under Fang Yuan's ownership. A new contact named Star C Butler also appeared in his phone. After the lawyer left, he finally pinched himself hard. Ouch, that hurts, it hurts. Considering the prime location of Xinghai Tower, each square meter must be worth at least 100,000 yuan. With 18 floors this size, does that mean I'd become a billionaire? Fang Yuan leapt up in excitement, only to remember that despite owning billions in real estate, his bank card held merely a few spare coins. A sense of urgency swiftly descended. No way, as a top-tier landlord, having less than 8 to 10 million in the bank just isn't worthy of our current status. Having barely recovered, Fang Yuan gazed at the trash can with a glint of greed in his eyes. Ding, congratulations on recycling one dirty aluminum can, money plus 200. I tapped open my cracked phone screen to find a glaring new deposit notification from ICBC. The account balance increased from 5.1 yuan to 205.1 yuan. The system's exorbitant buyback price instantly startled Fang Yuan, but then he recalled how he'd just picked up a plastic bottle and hit the jackpot by winning an entire office building. It doesn't seem like accepting 200 yuan for recycling a soda can is anything unacceptable. Ding, congratulations on recycling a worn-out brass key and obtaining the latest flagship Huawei Mate 90 Pro. Amazing, this is the phone I've been dreaming about for so long but couldn't afford to buy. Squatting contentedly by the trash bin after transferring data from his old phone to the new one, Fang Yuan suddenly had a whimsical idea flash through his mind. If I throw away the junk and then pick it up again, wouldn't I still get the system's reward? Let's get to it. The old phone with its data swapped out was casually tossed into the trash bin by him. Then, using a clip, it was pinched and thrown into a woven bag. The system's notification sound indeed arrived right on schedule. Ding, congratulations on recycling one old phone, reward, money plus 1 million yuan 1 million. This works too, I'm really gonna strike it rich this time. But before Fang Yuan could celebrate, the system's notification tone rang out again. Ding, since the host's self-discarding and self-retrieving cheating behavior has been judged by the system as a violation, the recycling reward for the phone has been revoked, and no further recycling rewards can be obtained today. What the hell? Didn't expect it to be just a tentative move. The system daddy was so cruel as to outright strip him of all his reward opportunities for the day. Fang Yuan's face fell, but the thought of at least earning an office building and a new phone today made him feel somewhat better. Since we can't pick up trash today, might as well go for a stroll around Xinghai. The thought of appearing before the entire company as the landlord and utterly humiliating the supervisor thrilled him. Fang Yuan couldn't help trembling with excitement. Today, I'm absolutely going to put on the show of force. Chapter 2, The Ultimate Weapon of Mass Destruction. As he stepped out of the taxi, Fang Yuan with an overbearing aura transferred 100 yuan to the driver. Keep the change. The driver was utterly bewildered since when have trash pickers become so audacious? Standing before the towering Star C building, Fang Yuan, dressed in tattered clothes, stood in stark contrast to the office workers in suits and shirts bustling around him. Like a crow landing among phoenixes, it stood out conspicuously. Looking at the office building that belonged to him, Fang Yuan smiled with satisfaction and nodded. He didn't mind the strange looks from the white-collar workers at all. Not bad, not bad. If it weren't for you hard-working little bees, I wouldn't have had the chance to experience the joy of collecting rent. He chuckled and was just about to walk in. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the security booth nearby. Hey, where did this ragamuffin come from? Stop right there. The abrupt shout startled Fang Yuan, stirring a mischievous urge to show off in his heart. Just as he was thinking about how to subtly and accidentally reveal his identity as the landlord, then calmly walk away under the security guard's adoring gaze. A tremendous force pulled at his collar. The tall, burly security guard didn't even give him a chance to explain, directly dragging Fang Yuan outside. Hey man, let go. I'm the damn landlord. The security guard curled his lips into a cold smirk and sneered, heh, as if I don't know the landlord here, Boss Lou. If you're the landlord, then I must be his damn father. What audacity! How dare you try to make me an unwitting father? Piss off. Take one more step and I'll slap the shit out of you. After dragging Fang Yuan to the roadside greenbelt, the security guard tossed a warning over his shoulder before striding away. Just now, many people witnessed what happened, but they all looked at Fang Yuan as if he were a lunatic. A scholar would rather die than be humiliated. This left him trembling with rage. Instead of successfully showing off, he ended up being pinned to the ground by the security guard and had to endure the skeptical stares of all the onlookers. It's like slapping a size 42 shoe right across his face. You just wait. Fang Yuan shouted loudly, noticing the security guard showing signs of turning back and rushing toward him. He instantly bolted away, terrified that this clueless oaf might fail to recognize Mount Tai and beat him up. That'd be a massive loss of face. Taking out his phone and finding the administrator number for Xinghai Tower, Fang Yuan made the call. Unexpectedly, the person who answered the phone had an incredibly sweet and pleasant voice. In an instant, Fang Yuan's anger subsided considerably. At this moment, Zhang Yunxue had just sent out the landlord change notices to all the companies in the office building. Just about to take a sip of water and rest a bit. A contact labeled Fang Zone from New Star Ocean suddenly appeared on the phone screen. Hello? Hello, Mr. Fang, I'm Jiang Yunxue, the administrator of Star Ocean. How may I assist you? Xiao Jiang, is that you? Come over here quickly, I got kicked out by security. Upon hearing that the new boss had actually been kicked out by the security guard at the gate, Jiang Yunxue first froze for a moment before turning pale with shock. Director Fang, please wait a moment, I'm on my way right now. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yunxue didn't even have time to put on her coat before dashing out of the room in her high heels with quick, clacking steps. As the administrator of the entire building, she practically lived and worked at Xinghai. The previous landlord had even arranged a spacious suite for her as both a workspace and living quarters. After coming out of the building, Jiang Yunxue looked around but couldn't spot the new boss anywhere. The surroundings were completely empty, with only a scrap collector standing by the greenery nearby. He looks a bit dazed, judging by that expression. Jiang Yunxue shook her head, decisively dismissing the thoughts in her mind. Seeing their immediate superior, the security guard sitting in the pavilion quickly put on his hat and stepped out, worried that she might be there for a surprise inspection. Miss Jiang, what's the matter? Did you just stop the boss earlier? Because she had been running too fast, coupled with wearing a shirt. While Jiang Yunxue was breathing heavily, the top two buttons of her shirt were in precarious danger. The security guard quickly forced himself to look away. Has President Liu not come yet? Forget about Manager Liu, the landlord of Xinghai has just changed hands, it's now under Manager Fang's name. No wonder the people below hadn't heard this news yet. After all, Xinghai was a steady money tree. Who could have imagined it would suddenly be transferred away? Even she couldn't believe it when she received the notice. Think carefully now, if Director Fang gets angry, you might be out of a job by tomorrow. I wouldn't dare stand in the landlord's way. The security guard was about to explain when a sudden voice flashed through his mind. Ouch! Let go! I'm the landlord! He turned his head to look at Fang Yuan, who was squatting in the greenery holding a woven bag and occasionally glancing their way. Damn, that shifty-eyed guy might not have been bluffing after all. The thought of having grabbed Fang Yuan by the collar and dragged him out made the security guard's heart skip a beat. Jiang, Miss Jiang, I think I know who the new landlord is. At this moment, Fang Yuan was also growing impatient from waiting. Strange, why hasn't the person arrived yet? With this level of efficiency, he was already considering whether it was time to replace the administrator. But soon, a stunningly beautiful woman in professional attire, with an impressive figure and cascading long hair, walked toward him. So fierce, this definitely deserves at least 95 points. Fang Yuan swallowed hard, but then reminded himself that after all, he was now a man of some standing. You can't just mindlessly show a lecherous expression, or it'd be way too tacky. Hello, may I ask if you are President Fang? With strong suspicion in her heart, Jiang Yunxue walked up to Fang Yuan and spoke softly. As her vermilion lips parted slightly, waves of fragrance came surging forth. Fang Yuan fixed his gaze and instantly felt utterly empty. It was all just nonsense spouted by these so-called masters. Damn. This isn't just ordinary ferocity, it's absolutely world-class savagery. The reprimand that was on the tip of my tongue vanished in an instant. What, should be around a D+. Jiang Yunxue? Sorry, what did you just ask me? Fang Yuan suppressed the urge to dig a villa with his toes, maintaining a solemn and serious expression as he spoke. If I don't feel awkward, then it's everyone else who should. Excuse me, are you Fang Yuan, President Fang? Jiang Yunxue suppressed a laugh and repeated the words once more. Fang Yuan admitted frankly. Jiang Yunxue secretly took out her phone and compared it with the photo of the landlord inside. It is indeed me. So young yet already owns a building, never judged by appearances. She secretly criticized Fang Yuan's quirky outfit in her heart, thinking that maybe the security guard wasn't entirely to blame for this situation. Alright, actually it's nothing serious. Can I go in now? Of course, Director Fang, you must be joking, this is clearly your property. Seeing that Fang Yuan had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Jiang Yunxue also breathed a sigh of relief. The two walked into the office building. The security guard nervously wiped the cold sweat trickling from his forehead. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, damn, rich people really know how to have fun. Chapter 3, The Child is Teachable. Sitting in the elevator. Jiang Yunxue curiously observed Fang Yuan out of the corner of her eye. It must be said that at 5 feet 9 inches, with his sharply defined features, he looked quite handsome when silent. Not only is he handsome, but he's also rich. If only he could be my boyfriend. Thinking of all the stories circulating online about sugar mommies, Jiang Yunxue felt a flutter of excitement. Just then, the elevator reached the 11th floor. Haha, get ready for your judgment. Fang Yuan led the way, carrying a woven bag. The office, which had been quiet moments before, erupted into chaos. Holy crap, isn't that Fang Yuan? Did he get fired by the manager and snap from the shock? I bet he got fired, decided to scavenge for scraps, and just gave up on life. Hold on, everyone, watch what you say. We don't want to get dragged into this mess. Manager Zhang is the boss's nephew. Seeing his colleagues dodging his gaze like he was the plague, Fang Yuan nearly blurted out his true identity on the spot. Zhang Yunxue watched them with a peculiar look, wondering if she should step in and explain things for the new boss. That might leave a good impression. But seeing Fang Yuan himself remain silent, she suppressed the thought. If she hadn't misread the situation, the new boss was likely doing this on purpose. Meanwhile, several people recognized Zhang Yunxue as the building manager. Yet no one connected Fang Yuan to her, assuming he was here to discuss business with the company's owner. Suddenly, a heavy-set figure emerged from the manager's office. "What's all this noise? Get back to work immediately. Don't you want to keep your jobs?" Hearing this, the employees quickly lowered their heads and returned to their workstations, terrified of drawing the supervisor's scolding. These days, who wasn't burdened with debts big and small? Losing their jobs would mean being unable to support their wives and children. "Who's that?" "Oh, it's Fang Yuan. Look at you dressed like that. Have you switched careers to scavenging junk? If you're here begging me to take you back, forget it. And given your behavior today, you can kiss last month's paycheck goodbye. Go ahead and file for arbitration if you dare. I've got all the time in the world to play along." Manager Zhang shot Fang Yuan a cold, mocking glance. Not only did this corporate drone refuse to toe the line, but he had the nerve to show attitude. "Now you know better, huh?" Fang Yuan casually lit a Yushi cigarette he'd just bought on the street, smiling faintly at the supervisor. The spirit of arrogance within him was already burning fiercely. "That's right, bring it on. Trample me with your words. Show me no mercy, let the storm rage on. What? Can't you understand me? Since Miss Jiang is here, please call security to come up and kick this ragpicker out. His presence here is seriously damaging our company's image." Zhang Yunxue didn't respond. Instead, she took a couple of steps back, widening the distance between herself and Supervisor Zhang. "You want me to kick my own boss off his turf? Are you out of your mind?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He flung his large hand, tossing aside the woven bag. "Get out of the way, I'm about to show off." Thwack! A bright red property deed slammed into Manager Zhang's face. Supervisor Zhang instinctively opened his mouth to curse. But Fang Yuan shushed him. "Kid, calm down. I'm actually saving your ass here." Holy! Supervisor Zhang forced himself to suppress his rage as he flipped open the deed. The next second, he felt as if struck by lightning. Zhang Yunxue knew the boss had achieved his show-off goal. It was time for her to step in. "Allow me to introduce everyone to our new landlord of Star Sea Tower, Mr. Fang." Fang Yuan cleared his throat twice. Low-key one must always be low-key. "I intended to interact with everyone as an ordinary person, but it seems my reward was dismissal. Since that's the case, I'll lay my cards on the table. That's right. I am the landlord of Star Sea Tower and the person your company will be paying rent to every month from now on. Where's the applause?" After speaking, he surveyed the crowd frozen in place, nowhere near the enthusiastic reception he'd imagined. Only then did Supervisor Zhang snap back to reality. The property deed in his hand suddenly felt unbearably hot. Zhang Yunxue, as the administrator of Star Sea Tower, certainly wouldn't have come here just to play such a joke on them. If Uncle found out he'd caused such a huge mess, then. The thought sent a cold sweat running down Manager Zhang's back. "Mr. Fang, it's all a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding? It's crystal clear. You fired me and now you're trying to withhold my salary too." Supervisor Zhang sure knows how to make a statement. No. Just call me Zhang. I was just trying to lighten the mood with a joke earlier." Watching Manager Zhang shift from aloof superiority to fawning subservience in an instant, Fang Yuan felt a surge of secret satisfaction. Serves you right for acting like a jerk all the time, constantly demanding overtime and docking pay. Shaolin, hurry up and calculate and distribute all of Mr. Fang's wages immediately. Manager Zhang added emphatically, "And don't forget Mr. Fang's subsidies from last month. I recall it totaled around 50,000 yuan with all the extras. Include it all. I'll handle explaining it to the boss later." The rest of the office stared at Manager Zhang in confusion. They'd been working here for who knows how long and had never heard of any subsidies. Just as the accountant was about to speak up, Supervisor Zhang shot him a subtle, warning glance. Oh, got it, Supervisor. I'll take care of it right away." Fang Yuan smiled without comment. Did he look like someone short on a few $1,000? He glanced at the 205 in his phone. Well, whatever. He'd consider it compensation for making the trip. Supervisor Zhang chuckled. "Mr. Fang, this whole thing was just a misunderstanding. From now on, this company is your home. Come anytime you like, and your monthly salary will be paid as usual. Would you be free for dinner tonight? I've got a few bottles of liquor that VE been sitting for nearly 20 years. Worried they might be past their prime. Could you help me share the burden?" What a load of nonsense. Like your baijiu expires after 20 years. No thanks. I've got too much on my plate lately. Just seeing that fat bastard made his stomach churn. Ahem, don't forget about that salary thing. Rest assured, it'll be taken care of. After respectfully escorting Fang Yuan into the elevator, manager Zhang bowed and scraped. No sooner had he reached the lobby than his phone buzzed with a bank notification. Your card ending in 1688 received a deposit of 53,740 yuan from ICBC payroll at 10:22 on the 30th. Current balance, 53,945 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Fang Yuan felt a surge of joy. This was likely the fastest and largest sum he'd earned since starting work. Seems like manager Zhang might be a bit of a jerk normally, but his work ethic is commendable. A teachable moment. Seeing that there was nothing else to do for the moment, Fang Yuan sent Zhang Yunxue back. After all, having such a stunning beauty right in front of him was pure torture, all looks and no action. Take care, Mr. Feng. The security guard rushed out the moment he spotted Fang Yuan again, carrying his woven bag, and spun 360 degrees to salute him. Well done. Keep up the good work. Yes, Mr. Feng. Fang Yuan chuckled softly and strode out of Xinghai with a spring in his step. No luck scavenging trash today, but luckily I've got cash in my card. Time to spend some cash and contribute to the nation's economy. He partied hard until past midnight. When Fang Yuan staggered out of a KTV with several lip marks on his face, he suddenly marveled at how carefree life could be. But the price was a halved bank balance. The great cause remains unfinished, no time to slack off. Off to scavenge for scraps. The moment the clock struck 12, the system's punishment period ended. After finding a spot to change into his props, Fang Yuan instantly transformed into the scavenger killer. Chapter 4, Ferrari 488. The city glowed brightly under the midnight sky. Many young men and women, brimming with youthful energy, strolled hand in hand through the streets. Some were heading out for drinks, others were gathering to discuss life over a bottle of F. Fang Yuan walked among them, carrying a woven bag. He frequently drew strange looks. Young and able-bodied, yet instead of working in a factory, he's out scavenging for scraps. Doesn't he feel ashamed? Yeah, right. These days, plenty of young people are just deadbeat losers with no ambition. What future could a ragpicker have? Any girl who marries such a lazy bum will regret it sooner or later. If he's reduced to scavenging, no girl would ever look at him twice. Fang Yuan paid no heed to the gossip swirling around him. A billionaire like him wouldn't waste his time arguing with trolls. He'd be better off collecting more scraps. He walked over to a trash bin, rummaged through it, and stuffed a pair of worn gloves into his woven bag. Ding! Congratulations on recycling a pair of worn gloves. You have obtained a Ferrari 488 supercar valued at 5 million yuan. Equipped with a 3.9T engine, it delivers powerful performance, allowing the driver to fully enjoy the thrill of speed. Due to space limitations, the vehicle has been parked by the roadside by the system. Please follow the instructions to claim it. As the notification tone faded, a smart car key materialized in Fang Yuan's hand. It sent a row of letters spelling out the Ferrari emblem gleaming brightly. Whoa! I hit the jackpot. Talk about getting exactly what you wish for. Earlier today, he'd been lamenting how embarrassing it was for a billionaire like himself to rely solely on his own two legs for transportation. Little did he expect the system to be so considerate. Right off the bat, it had arranged a car for him. Now he had a house and a car. All he needed was a hefty bankroll and a precious treasure to guard his home, and his life would reach its peak. At that thought, Zhang Yunshua's fiery figure and blossom-like face instantly flashed through his mind. Oh, the guilt. Just then, a BMW rolled slowly past him. The window rolled down, and a bald man with a cigarette in his mouth leaned out. A long scar ran across his face, giving him a menacing appearance, like the murderers often featured in the news. The bald man unscrewed the cap of his drink bottle, spat into it, screwed the cap back on, and then shouted at Fang Yuan. Hey, you trash picker, thirsty? Here, take this drink. He tossed the bottle over. It clattered to the ground at Fang Yuan's feet. The heavily made-up young woman in the passenger seat of the BMW, covered in tattoos, wore a look of contempt. She seemed to relish watching her boyfriend toy with Fang Yuan. What's the matter? Drink up. I paid $20 for this. Bet you've never had anything this expensive in your life. Fang Yuan glanced down at the drink bottle at his feet, then turned to leave, refusing to engage. Damn it, you bastard, you better stop right there. Perhaps accustomed to bullying others, the bald man flew into a rage when a scrap collector ignored his demands. He yanked open the car door and lunged out. He grabbed Fang Yuan by the collar. His voice was menacing. Didn't you hear me talking to you? Fang Yuan's newly acquired Ferrari keys were hanging from his waist. Spotting them, the bald man snatched them from his belt and held them aloft triumphantly. Wow, a scrap collector driving a Ferrari, huh? Why don't you take a good look at your own face? Do you even have the fortune to own one? In this information-driven society, even if you couldn't afford one, few people were unaware of the legendary Ferrari. A crowd of passers-by gathered to watch the spectacle. Though unaware of the full story, this didn't stop the wise commentators from sharing their opinions. A middle-aged man carrying a briefcase shot Fang Yuan a contemptuous glance and remarked, "Prestige is earned, not faked." A young man with all his limbs intact refuses to work a regular job, chooses to pretend to be a junk collector, and then tries to fool people with a fake key? You're an embarrassment to your parents. Bro, do you know how much a Ferrari 488 series costs? A young man with a keen interest in cars sneered, "To put it bluntly, that's something you can only afford in your dreams." The crowd murmured and pointed fingers at Fang Yuan. Yet no one bothered to ask why the bald man was clinging to Fang Yuan, nor did anyone care to uncover the root cause of the incident. They were too busy venting their pent-up frustrations and negative emotions onto Fang Yuan without restraint. Watching the crowd speak with such conviction, Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. "Are you all out of your minds? Whether I can drive or not is none of your business. Yet you've got plenty of high and mighty lectures to dish out." Caught off guard by this retort, the righteous commenters couldn't hold back any longer. "Hey, young man, what's your problem? Aren't we saying all this for your own good?" "Exactly. It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin biting the hand that feeds you. No wonder you've ended up scavenging for scraps, you deserve it. Driving a Ferrari? If you could actually afford that car, I'd kneel down and apologize to you right now." Fang Yuan snatched the keys and turned toward the direction the system had pointed. "Since you're putting your faces right in front of me, don't blame me for being blunt." "Damn it! You think you can just run off?" The bald man cursed furiously and lunged forward, but before he could grab Fang Yuan's arm, suddenly, the headlights of a white supercar parked over 10 meters away began to flash. Immediately after, a deep, powerful roar echoed from the roadside. Fang Yuan tossed the car keys at the bald man. "Go. Smash that car for me." For someone destined to become a super-rich tycoon, a 488 seemed like nothing special. He gazed at the sleek, curvaceous white sports car not far away, and the prancing horse emblem on its hood. The bald man swallowed hard. You couldn't give him 100 guts and he wouldn't dare touch it. Besides, anyone who treated a supercar like a toy to be smashed at will couldn't be just anyone. The moment he stepped on the gas, he'd likely be dragged into an alley by a dozen black-clad bodyguards bursting out of nowhere. Even without bodyguards, he couldn't afford to pay for this car. The passers-by, who had been ready to lecture him, fell into an eerie silence. The bald man forced an awkward grin onto his face. "Haha, big brother, I was just messing with you earlier." Fang Yuan ignored him, opening the car door and tossing the woven bag onto the passenger seat. Then he turned to face the crowd, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. "If you're bored out of your minds, go find a jail cell to sit in. Stop whining and complaining all day long. You look down on people with your dog eyes." Caught in Fang Yuan's gaze, the middle-aged man quickly ducked back into the crowd. The young man who'd claimed he could only dream of driving a Ferrari had vanished long ago. Only a thin man flushed with shame, stammering, I didn't say anything just now." Watching the slap 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 of faces being smacked echo through the room, Fang Yuan couldn't help but inwardly sigh. He'd only intended to quietly pick up some junk, never expecting to get caught up in such a mess. But seeing how things had turned out, there was no way he could salvage anything in this area now. He'd have to find another spot. "Got a problem with that?" Fang Yuan glared at the bald man and snapped. "No, boss, nothing at all." Fang Yuan tossed out the remark before climbing into the car. With a roar of the engine, the car shot away under the envious stares of countless passers-by. The bald man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his face relaxing in relief. Seeing his girlfriend staring after the departing sports car with starry eyes, his face darkened with anger. "Damn it, everyone's gone. What the hell are you staring at? Get your ass in the car." The scolded young woman dared not utter a word, silently enduring the humiliation as she wiped away the layers of makeup falling from her face. The stunned onlookers were left behind, murmuring among themselves. Chapter 5, Elevating Our Souls. After leaving the night market, Fang Yuan arrived at a street that wasn't particularly bustling. He activated cleaning mode on several trash bins along the way. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one empty wine bottle. Earned plus 200 gold. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one adult product. Earned plus 5,000 coins. After emptying the last trash bin, Fang Yuan tallied tonight's haul. One Ferrari sports car, one bottle of Lai Mao liquor, savings. Holy crap, 120,000 yuan. Excluding the compensation from Supervisor Zhang earlier, he'd netted over 100,000 yuan in cash alone tonight. This was faster than robbing a bank. Work and rest in balance. There'll be plenty more chances to pick up cash later. First, grab something to eat, then continue tomorrow. Fang Yuan slung the woven bag over his shoulder and headed toward a nearby barbecue restaurant. Due to the shop's limited space, all the dining tables were set up outside. Some middle-aged men sat shirtless, drinking and playing rock-paper-scissors, while young, handsome guys brought their girlfriends out for a romantic evening. But Fang Yuan's gaze was quickly drawn to a certain spot. At the very edge of the barbecue stall, two young, beautiful women were seated. What surprised him most was that one of them was Jiang Yunxue, whom he had just met yesterday. Jiang Yunxue was now wearing a form-fitting tracksuit, her graceful figure impossible to conceal. Especially when viewed from the side, the fabric at the top of her neckline seemed to have mysteriously diminished. Gulp. Fang Yuan swallowed hard. His legs carried him over without his consent. Would you two ladies mind sharing a table? Jiang Yunxue was deep in conversation with her best friend when she suddenly noticed a scavenger had materialized before her. And his eyes kept darting upward, lingering just above her navel. She opened her mouth to scold him, but upon recognizing his face, the words vanished back into her throat. Ren Xianxian, sitting across from her, instantly grew displeased. Who the hell do you think you are, some trash collector, to have the nerve to hit on us? Who the hell are you? Get lost before I call someone. Ren Xianxian glared at Fang Yuan before speaking in a sharp tone. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yunxue stood up, pulled out a chair beside her, and said, "My apologies, Mr. Fang. My friend didn't recognize you. Please, have a seat." Mr. Fang? No way. What kind of boss goes out scavenging with a woven bag in the middle of the night? Well, thanks for that. Sorry about that, there just weren't any free tables nearby. Fang Yuan set the sack down at his feet and plopped down onto the chair. Wait, Xiao Shui. Ren Xianxian sprang up from her seat like a startled kitten. Who is he? Where did this ragpicker come from? Who told you to sit here? Ren Xianxian's commotion drew curious stares from nearby customers. After all, Fang Yuan's appearance was already shocking enough. And now he was sharing a table with two stunning beauties? It was enough to leave everyone utterly stunned. Jiang Yunxue quickly pulled her best friend back into her seat, then offered Fang Yuan an apologetic smile. Didn't I tell you I work at Starsea? He's our landlord there. Ren Xianxian was struck dumb upon hearing this. His clothes were already torn to shreds, but what on earth were those two toes peeking out of his dingy yellow sneakers? If she didn't know Jiang Yunxue never lied, she'd have thought her best friend had lost her mind. Then what about him? Ren Xianxian pointed at Fang Yuan's appearance, her eyes speaking volumes. This? Probably just a personal preference. Jiang Yunxue froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Fang Yuan spoke up. With global warming trends intensifying, as an individual with ideals and a sense of responsibility, I've dedicated myself to environmental protection and waste recycling efforts. What we pick up may be a piece of paper, but what we elevate is our very souls. He shook his head, his expression tinged with melancholy, yet the steadfast determination in his eyes was profoundly moving. These simple yet profound words instantly shook Ren Xianxian to her core. Her face flushed with shame. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Before she could finish, Fang Yuan sighed softly. It's all right. Who among us hasn't faced misunderstandings in life? Let bygones be bygones. Jiang Yunxue listened silently beside them, equally moved. Her expression practically screamed, "That's awesome." Fang Yuan's face remained calm. In truth, he began inwardly reflecting, had he taken his cool act a bit too far? Ahem, you two go ahead in order. I'll be right back after handling something at the station. After Fang Yuan picked up his woven bag and headed toward the store, Ren Xianxian leaned in, her face brimming with curiosity. Does your boss have some kind of official status? No idea. I've only known Mr. Fang for a short while. But when she saw Fang Yuan head straight for the restaurant's restroom, she suddenly understood his earlier remark. Even saying use the restroom sounds so refined and unworldly, it's just. Ren Xianxian left the word weirdo unsaid. A moment later. After finishing his business, Fang Yuan shook his hands and emerged from the restroom, spotting an empty wine bottle at his feet. He instinctively extended his tongs and swiftly retrieved the bottle. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one empty wine bottle. You have earned a 1-minute charm or a trial card. Why did the system give him this thing? Fang Yuan examined the card in his hand from all angles before decisively choosing to use it. It's only a minute anyway. Probably won't do much good. Keeping it would just waste space. After returning to his seat and sitting down, the two women's gazes suddenly shifted in an unsettling way. Jiang Yunxue gripped the chair beneath her with her slender, pale fingers, her heart racing with anxiety. What's wrong with me? Why does Mr. Fang look more and more handsome the longer I look at him? His face seemed ordinary enough, yet it radiated an indescribable charm. Ren Xianxian wasn't faring much better. Unlike Jiang Yunshue's restraint, she practically pressed her face against Fang Yuan's. Do you have a girlfriend? If you don't, maybe you could consider me? Fang Yuan? He genuinely hadn't expected the charm experience card from the system to be this potent. They'd barely met, yet she'd already asked such an intimate question. If something happened now, once the experience card wore off, the situation would be utterly mortifying. Before he could respond, a burly, muscular guy sitting at the next table suddenly stood up and stared at Fang Yuan. His eyes burned with such intensity it practically screamed, "I want you." Damn it, don't come over here. Watching the muscle-bound guy rise from his seat, clearly intent on forcing himself on someone, Fang Yuan found himself wishing for the first time that this charm experience card would just expire already. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you shy? Ren Xianxian, refusing to give up, leaned in and, catching Fang Yuan off guard, planted a loud smack on his cheek. Xianxian, you! Zhang Yunxue flushed crimson with anger, then retaliated by planting a kiss on Fang Yuan's left cheek. Oh no! You two brought this on yourselves. The burly guy across the way saw the girl he'd set his sights on being assaulted by two women. He immediately roared in fury. Ding! Experience time ended. Phew! Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Being taken advantage of by the beauties wasn't so bad, but who knew what would happen if that muscle-bound guy charged over? The muscle-bound guy shot him a puzzled look before sheepishly slumping back into his seat. His drinking buddy at the table was completely baffled. I'm not hungry anymore. You guys go ahead and eat. Ren Xianxian stared at the vivid red lip mark on Fang Yuan's right cheek. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, she grabbed her bag and bolted out the door. He clearly wasn't her type, so why had she suddenly felt so flustered just now? After Ren Xianxian left, the atmosphere at the table grew tense. Zhang Yunshua's face flushed crimson, her voice soft and sweet as she stammered, Mr. Fang, I didn't mean to do that just now. Ah, it's not your fault. If anyone's to blame, it's my damn charm. Fang Yuan sighed. Such self-indulgent words made Zhang Yunxue, who was still feeling a bit awkward, giggle softly. Just then, the dishes were served, easing the awkwardness between them considerably. After they finished eating, Fang Yuan said, It's so late. Why don't I drive you home? Zhang Yunxue gave a soft nod, her thoughts hidden within her mind. Chapter 6, How about we wash together? Gazing at the Ferrari sports car before her, Zhang Yunxue was startled at first, but quickly composed herself. Owning an entire 18-story building, living the life of a landlord at such a young age. Buying a sports car for transportation seemed perfectly natural for him. Once seated inside the sports car, the confined space made Zhang Yunxue feel her heartbeat steadily quicken. Roar! The wild roar of the sports car echoed through the air. Countless eyes filled with envy and longing turned toward them. What's wrong? Are you hot? Seeing Zhang Yunshue's fair face gradually flush, Fang Yuan assumed she was feeling the heat. And no. The next second, Fang Yuan leaned in close. The overwhelming masculine aura at such proximity made her body go limp, nearly causing her to let out a soft moan. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should take the initiative or wait for him to make the first move. This was way too fast. Though Fang Yuan was undeniably handsome, wealthy, and discreet, she wasn't the type to be careless. Yet if she let such a perfect boyfriend slip away, she might never find another like him. At that thought, Zhang Yunxue seemed to make up her mind, but just as she puckered her lips, the man's sharp reprimand made her freeze. Hey, don't move around. I'll help you fasten your seatbelt. Fang Yuan's expression darkened slightly. She'd been in the car for ages and still hadn't fastened her seatbelt. Even though he now had the system, he still had to be a law-abiding citizen. How could he violate traffic regulations? Zhang Yunxue froze for a moment before quickly grabbing the seatbelt and fastening it. But the blush on her face only deepened. Ah! I'm sorry, Mr. Fang. At that moment, she couldn't help but realize she'd been overthinking the entire situation. Seeing the indentation left by the seatbelt, Fang Yuan ultimately chose to forgive her with magnanimity. Sit up straight. Woo-woo. With a stomp on the gas pedal, the car shot forward like an arrow. Mr. Fang, you're going too fast. I can't handle this. Bear with it. It'll be over soon. After about 10 minutes, the car slowly pulled into the parking lot of Xinghai Tower under the awestruck gaze of the security guard on duty. When Zhang Yunxue stepped out, her heart was still racing. It was her first time riding in such a fast car, and she'd been so tense throughout the journey she'd nearly screamed. Mr. Fang, thank you for your trouble. Would you like to come to my room for a cup of tea? Zhang Yunxue spoke with a hint of caution, feeling a touch of disappointment as she recalled the awkwardness in the car earlier. Then again, he was a super rich tycoon who had undoubtedly seen countless beautiful women. Though she possessed considerable charm, she remained an ordinary person of humble origins. Two people from different worlds were destined to remain worlds apart. Just as she braced for rejection, Fang Yuan unexpectedly agreed without hesitation. A beautiful woman inviting you to her room for tea in the dead of night? Only a fool would refuse. Zhang Yunshue's room was located at the very end of the first floor of Star Sea. Upon pushing open the door, a sea of pink greeted her eyes, perfectly suited to a young girl's sensibilities. Wait, there was black, white, lace. Whoa! Seeing Fang Yuan staring straight at her intimate garments laid out on the bed, Zhang Yunxue flustered and rushed over to cover them with a quilt. She usually lived alone, so she didn't pay much attention to such details. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. What must he be thinking of me now? Zhang Yunxue watched Fang Yuan nervously, dreading any sign of displeasure on his face. But seeing the calm expression on his face, her heart relaxed. Mr. Fang, why are you hunched over? Did the barbecue earlier upset your stomach? That's when she suddenly noticed something off about him. I'm fine. Could you get me some tea to cool me down? Sitting on the soft pink sofa, both of them seemed a bit distracted. Mr. Fang, why don't you sit tight? I'll go take a shower. Being outside all day makes me feel sticky and uncomfortable. Zhang Yunxue stood up and said. Girls tend to be particular about cleanliness. That's perfectly understandable. Fang Yuan nodded. Seeing he had no immediate plans to leave, Zhang Yunxue's lips curved slightly as she turned away. The sound of rushing water filled the air. A curvaceous silhouette was reflected on the translucent bathroom door. Fang Yuan gulped down the tea in his hand in one go, letting out a long sigh. Ahmedba, eyes off the unseen. But just as he prepared to suppress his inner urges with sheer willpower, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Zhang Yunxue stood before him, completely unclothed. Staring at the unobscured beauty before him, Fang Yuan froze. Mr. Fang, shall we take a shower together? Everything seemed to flow naturally. Jade stove, ice cool mat, mandarin duck brocade. Outside the curtain, the sound of the water wheel. She lowered her brows, smiling in surprise. Willow shade, faint and misty, low-hanging hairpins, cicada-shaped, fall. We must stake our entire lives. Let today be filled with your joy. An hour later, Zhang Yunxue lay panting on the bed, utterly spent. Beneath her, plum blossoms bloomed, drawing all eyes. Fang Yuan chuckled softly, wiping away the lingering tears from her face. He had expected to repeat past mistakes, yet unexpectedly, he had blazed a trail through thorns to conquer a new city. Zhang Yunxue had truly given him an unexpected delight. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you. Fang Yuan held Zhang Yunxue's delicate body close, unable to resist planting several excited kisses on her face. Before obtaining the system, he never would have dared dream of one day uniting with a beauty like Zhang Yunxue. For an even brighter future, we must build our business into something big and strong. The next morning, after waking up, Zhang Yunxue clung tightly to Fang Yuan, her face flushed with shyness. Overnight, the girl had blossomed into a young woman, her allure enhanced by the newfound charm in her gaze. As the two walked hand in hand out of the Xinghai Building, many white-collar workers arriving for work felt as though they'd swallowed a fly. Holy crap, isn't that Miss Jiang? What's she doing with a bum? The sky is vast, but who knows my endless sorrow? Such a fine cabbage, ruined by a pig. Could it be I'm not handsome enough? Goddess. No. Hearing the men wailing and lamenting, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. What good is working for a living? In this game, it's all about aura. He casually reached out with his tongs, scooped up an empty milk carton that had just been tossed aside, and flicked it effortlessly into the open woven bag held by Zhang Yunxue. A notification tone instantly sounded. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one empty milk carton. You have earned plus 1 million coins. Holy crap, a critical hit right off the bat. Fang Yuan couldn't resist planting a kiss on Zhang Yunxue's little face. She was truly his little lucky charm. This scene instantly added insult to injury for the already wounded white-collar workers, who covered their faces and wept as they fled in disarray. There are so many people. 2 blushes spread across Zhang Yunxue's cheeks, but her smile held more sweetness than embarrassment. The two of them strolled leisurely down the street. Fang Yuan picked up litter with tongs while Zhang Yunxue opened the woven bag. This peculiar pair drew quite a few curious glances. Most of the looks were tinged with envy. How could a scrap collector possibly have a beauty by his side? These days, morals are really going downhill. Chapter 7, let me take a look. After walking and stopping intermittently for a while, as the sun climbed higher, the surrounding temperature steadily rose. Zhang Yunxue's brow glistened with beads of sweat. And recalled that she had only just transitioned from maidenhood to womanhood the night before, her body surely struggling to keep up. Fang Yuan promptly gathered up the woven bag and declared, enough picking. Let's go eat. Knowing he was concerned for her, Zhang Yunxue wanted to insist she wasn't tired. But she couldn't persuade Fang Yuan otherwise. The two drove the Ferrari all the way to a fairly well-known restaurant in Linchuan City. Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The large sign hung prominently in front of the restaurant, adorned with simple, traditional decor. The parking lot was filled with all kinds of luxury cars, but a sports car of Fang Yuan's caliber still stood out as top tier. As soon as they parked, several people immediately pulled out their phones to snap photos. When Zhang Yunxue stepped out of the car, many men couldn't help but nod in agreement. After all, a sports car paired with a beauty was nothing out of the ordinary. But when Fang Yuan emerged wearing ragged clothes and hole-ridden sneakers, pushing open the driver's door, everyone present stared wide-eyed. Am I seeing things? Is that punk carrying a woven sack? A bespectacled man gaped in disbelief. Hey, what's the big deal? Didn't you see that international brand in Shanghai holding a fashion show where they gave out keychains as freebies? And those things cost thousands, right? You guys just don't get the world of the wealthy. If a keychain can cost that much, I bet this guy's entire outfit is worth tens of thousands. Someone immediately offered this insightful explanation. If someone dressed like Fang Yuan walked down the street, no one would doubt he was a homeless person. But look at this. Ragged clothes plus sports car plus top-tier beauty equals the standard package for a second-generation rich kid. Makes perfect sense, right? Everyone present suddenly understood. Fang Yuan had long grown accustomed to others' peculiar stares. He took Jiang Yunshue's small hand and headed toward the restaurant. As they neared the entrance, Fang Yuan suddenly felt an urgent need to pee. Go ahead and find a seat to order first. I'll be right over after finishing up at the station. Jiang Yunshue nodded obediently and walked inside alone. But when Fang Yuan emerged from the restroom outside the restaurant and approached the entrance, he was stopped by the doorman. Sorry, sir, we have a rule, no entry without proper attire. What? The doorman glanced suggestively at the holes in his sneakers, the implication clear. My clothes might be a bit plain, but they're hardly disheveled, are they? Sir, this is the restaurant's policy. Please don't make things difficult for me, otherwise, our manager will dock my pay. Though he was convinced Fang Yuan was just trying to sneak in to scavenge, the doorman wasn't a mindless jerk. His refusal was phrased with careful tact. As a super-rich tycoon, what's the best way to shut someone up? Splashing cash, of course. Got a problem with that? I'll throw money at you until you do. Fang Yuan's face darkened. How much do you make a month? Why ask about my salary out of the blue? Are you planning to throw money at me? The doorman flashed a defiant glint in his eyes and replied coolly, my humble earnings? Just 5,000 yuan. For a fifth-tier city like Linchuan, that salary was actually quite decent. Many college graduates fresh out of school were still stuck in the 2,000 to 3,000 yuan subsistence stage. 5,000 yuan put him ahead of many. Show me your QR code. Sir, what exactly do you mean by that? Show it to me. Perhaps the sudden burst of intimidating presence startled the doorman. After a moment's hesitation, he obediently complied. Ding! Your payment has been processed, 50,000 yuan received. What? The doorman seemed to have heard something unbelievable and hurriedly opened his payment account to check. Sure enough, the 2-digit balance had skyrocketed to 5 digits. May I enter now? Fang Yuan asked calmly. Though still clad in his tattered attire, the doorman now perceived him as radiating the unmistakable aura of a wealthy tycoon. He bent his waist at a 180-degree angle and shouted, one VIP guest at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Excellent. You're a quick learner. The doorman's face lit up with delight. All thanks to my master's guidance. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction and strode into the restaurant. His unconventional attire immediately drew attention from many. But Fang Yuan couldn't care less. Glancing around, he soon spotted Jiang Yunshue waving at him from a nearby table. Yet no sooner had he sat down. Someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Hey, old classmate, isn't it? Fang Yuan turned his head in confusion. He saw a man standing behind him, his face covered in acne and wearing thick glasses perched on his nose. His mind raced and a familiar face quickly came to mind. It's me, Zhao Jijie. Don't you remember? We were classmates in high school. Oh. What's up? The reminder jolted Fang Yuan into recognition. No wonder he looked familiar, turns out he was a high school classmate. Zhao Jijie glanced at Jiang Yunshue sitting across from him, then took in Fang Yuan's outfit, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. We haven't kept in touch since graduating high school. Our class reunion just happened to be booked here today, and I didn't expect you to be here too. Why don't you join us over there? Fang Yuan had initially intended to decline. After all, he hadn't kept in touch with any of his high school classmates since graduation. But upon reflection, he realized that having more friends in this world couldn't hurt. Seeing Jiang Yunshue didn't object, he casually agreed. Old pal, where've you been making your fortune lately? That outfit's pretty novel. You're not actually scavenging for junk, are you? Jiang Yunshue noticed the woven bag Fang Yuan was carrying. Zhao Jijie asked with a laugh, trying to avoid the disdainful glances from other customers. Yeah, business has been tough lately. Scavenging's actually more lucrative. Wait, there's an empty bottle here, Moutai, no less. That should be worth something. As Fang Yuan walked along, he suddenly spotted a discarded Moutai bottle lying on the ground. If a regular beer bottle could fetch 1 million with good luck, wouldn't a Moutai be even more valuable? No way, he's really scavenging? Zhao Jijie's head was filled with question marks. He thought Fang Yuan was just messing around. After all, dining at Drunken Immortal Pavilion wasn't cheap. He figured even months of scavenging wouldn't cover a single meal, yet here was the guy actually doing something so embarrassing in public. Zhao Jijie shifted slightly to the side under the stares of onlookers, his face burning hot. Only Fang Yuan seemed utterly unfazed, bending down to pick up the Moutai bottle with the tongs. Jiang Yunshue deftly opened the mouth of the woven bag. Ding! Congratulations on recycling 1 Moutai bottle. You have obtained 100% equity in Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Fang Yuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He came for a meal and ended up acquiring the entire restaurant. Chapter 8. Meanwhile, the restaurant CEO, who was dining with Zhuxianlu's executives in a private room, suddenly received a call. What? Finally, someone's willing to buy it? 80 million, right? Got it. After hanging up, the other executives turned their gaze toward him. The Zhuxianlu CEO raised his wineglass, downed it in one gulp, and declared loudly, "Colleagues, to be honest, I'm quite reluctant to part with all of you. But I'm getting on in years now and just want to retire to enjoy my golden years. As for the new owner's details, I'll have Xiao Xie send them to the group chat shortly." Upon hearing the boss had sold the restaurant, unease spread across every executive's face. After all, none knew the new owner's temperament. Yet as subordinates, their only recourse was to accept it calmly. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and Jiang Yunxue followed Zhao Ziyuan into a large private room. It was already filled with men and women of similar age. Familiar faces filled the room at a glance. When Zhao Ziyuan led in a scavenger and a beauty, the entire room fell silent. They seemed eager to see what he was up to. Haha, let me introduce everyone. You should all remember my old classmate, Fang Yuan, right? And this is his girlfriend, Jiang Yunxue. Fang Yuan didn't miss a beat, smiling as he greeted the group of high school classmates in the private room. Long time no see. But his warm welcome didn't get the response he expected. Many of those present, now modestly well off, wore barely concealed looks of contempt and scorn upon seeing Fang Yuan's attire. Only when their gaze fell upon Jiang Yunxue did the expressions of the men present soften considerably. Well, since we're all old classmates, please take a seat. Seated at the head of the table was a young man with slicked back hair and an oily complexion. His name was Lu Xiaojie, the organizer of this gathering. His father was a fairly well-known entrepreneur in Linchuan City, worth over 100 million. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lu Xiaojie was the epitome of a second-generation rich kid. Many had come specifically for his connections. After all, everyone was making their way in Linchuan City, and each hoped to find an opportunity to latch onto a powerful connection. Mr. Lu has personally spoken up everyone, make room for Fang Yuan. A slight male classmate quickly chimed in. But the two seats they ended up clearing were a bit odd. One was right next to Lu Xiaojie, while the other was way across the room. What was the meaning behind this? Fang Yuan had been cheerfully looking forward to catching up with his old classmates, but now things seemed a bit off. Sit down, Fang Yuan. Why aren't you sitting? Zhao Ziyuan, catching Lu Xiaojie's subtle glance, quickly urged him. He then pretended to be friendly as he pushed Fang Yuan toward the distant seats. No need to go to all that trouble. I'll manage myself. Little did he know, Fang Yuan completely ignored him, grabbing two chairs from nearby and forcing his way into the space. Then he waved at Jiang Yunxue. Come on, sweetheart, sit here. A flash of irritation crossed Lu Xiaojie's face at the scene, but he couldn't afford to lose his temper in public. He could only swallow his displeasure. Since we're all old classmates, I won't stand on ceremony. Fang Yuan chuckled, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and plopped a large chicken drumstick into Jiang Yunshue's bowl. He grabbed another one with his hand. As he ate, he mused, old classmates really are the most considerate. They knew I hadn't eaten yet and saved a drumstick just for me. Damn it, what are you talking about? Clearly, everyone had been holding back their chopsticks to maintain appearances in front of Mr. Lu. Lu Xiaojie watched Fang Yuan devour his meal, his fist clenching tighter and tighter beneath the table. Yet his expression remained as approachable as ever. Ah, don't be so polite. Truth be told, seeing my old classmate end up like this makes me feel pretty guilty. How about I give you my contact info later? I can help you land a position at my dad's company. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Ziyuan eagerly chimed in with flattery. What a noble gesture, Mr. Lu. Even after making it big, you still remember us old classmates. Come on, everyone, let's raise a toast to Mr. Lu. The others chimed in with their own flattery. Fang Yuan, Mr. Lu is showing you favor by looking out for you. Why aren't you toasting him? Seeing Fang Yuan still seated, stuffing his face, someone immediately wore a look of displeasure. How can I toast when there's no more wine? Fang Yuan pointed to his empty glass. No problem, no problem. It's just liquor. Have the waitstaff bring 2 more bottles of Feitian Maotai. Lu Xiaojie deliberately waved his hand grandly to show off his generosity. He finished speaking and stole a glance at Jiang Yunxue. It had to be said, he was genuinely envious of Jiang Yunxue. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she also had a killer figure sitting right next to Fang Yuan. Damn it, how did that trash-picking bum even deserve such a stunning girlfriend? It was a complete waste of a beauty. Just then, Fang Yuan reached into the woven bag and rummaged around. He pulled out a bottle of yellowed labeled baijiu and placed it on the table. This stuff was actually a gift from the system when he was scavenging something called Lai Mao liquor, he thought. Fang Yuan had specifically checked the label produced in 1935. Only an aged liquor like this would pack a real punch. Forget about that flying heaven Maotai, that stuff's not my taste. Drink this instead. The moment he said this, it immediately drew mockery from the others. What's that supposed to mean? Do you even know how much a bottle of flying heaven Maotai costs? Exactly. Just look at that beat-up packaging. Who knows what backwater distillery churned this out? Take it down before you embarrass yourself. And what's this Lai Mao nonsense? Real Lai Mao is a high-end brand, it's never this ugly, let alone missing its packaging box entirely. Suddenly, a male classmate who was into studying famous liquors jumped up, pointing at the liquor in front of Fang Yuan and stammered. No, impossible. How could you have this bottle? Old Ma hurried over to Fang Yuan and asked respectfully, Mr. Fang, may I come closer to take a closer look at your bottle? Go ahead. Fang Yuan wasn't much of a drinker himself, so he didn't have much interest in the Lai Mao liquor on the table. Seeing the other man speak so politely, he didn't refuse. Lu Xiaojie, who had been coldly watching the scene unfold, saw Lao Ma actually address Fang Yuan as Mr. Fang and adopt a level of deference he had never shown him. An inexplicable rage surged within him. From the very beginning, this trash-picking scum had been outmaneuvering him at every turn. Not only had he disobeyed orders by refusing to hand over the beautiful woman beside him, but now he pulled out some cheap liquor that had stolen the entire table's attention. This was nothing short of slapping him in the face. Ha, old Ma, it's just a bottle of wine. If you like it, I'll send you a few bottles to drink whenever you want. Lu Xiaojie said, hoping to quickly gloss over this little incident. But to his surprise, old Ma first gave a bitter laugh, then looked at Lu Xiaojie with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Mr. Lu, no offense, but I doubt even your father could pull off a bottle like this. Do you know what you're saying? Lu Xiaojie snapped, his face darkening. Under normal circumstances, old Ma would have backed down immediately. But he happened to be a man who loved wine above all else. So he completely ignored Lu Xiaojie's threatening words. On September 1, 2011, a 1935 Lai Mao liquor identical to this bottle owned by Mr. Fang was auctioned off for an astronomical price, claiming the throne as the king of Xia Nation Baijiu. Only 6 bottles have ever been discovered nationwide, a peerless rarity of immense historical value. Do you know how much it sold for at auction? Old Ma's words instantly captured everyone's attention. He held up a single finger and spoke slowly. 10.7 million yuan. Chapter 9, the 10 million yuan Lai Mao liquor. The room erupted in shock. Holy, is that for real? Someone even let out a curse. Old Ma shook his head. That was the auction price over a decade ago. Today, it'd probably be even higher. Over 10 million? Holy. Slurp. So Mr. Fang has hidden depths after all. I'm impressed. Mr. Fang, is there a pendant missing from your leg? I knew at the moment Mr. Fang walked in he radiates charisma. A true heavyweight can't hide his aura. Damn, look at the keys hanging from Mr. Fang's waist, is that a Ferrari? A group of classmates who had been coldly indifferent moments ago suddenly swayed toward Fang Yuan like reeds in a fierce wind. Holy crap, he pulls out $1,000,000 bottles of liquor and drives a Ferrari? I couldn't even dream of that. Keep it low-key. Fang Yuan was also surprised that the bottle had fetched such a high price. For a moment, he even regretted it. If he'd known, he would have auctioned it off for some spending money instead of letting this bunch drink it. But seeing Lu Xiaojie's face darken to the color of charcoal, he suddenly felt at ease again. As long as the system remained, money would keep rolling in. Buddhas compete for a stick of incense, people live for a breath of air. Try to steal my business, and I'll beat you black and blue. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from the boss of Drunken Immortal Pavilion, requesting a meeting. Thinking that the sooner the better, Fang Yuan simply sent the private room name and ignored the rest. Ha. Never would have guessed there was such a hidden dragon among our old classmates. Today's been quite the eye-opener. Lu Xiaojie gritted his teeth, his voice low and menacing. His father's net worth barely scraped past 100 million yuan, and that included everything, real estate and all. A single bottle of rare, priceless liquor worth tens of millions? He couldn't possibly come up with that kind of money. But being publicly humiliated like this? That was a humiliation Lu Xiaojie simply couldn't swallow. Since Mr. Fang is so well connected, why don't you treat us to dinner tonight? What do you all say? The others had clearly sensed the tension between the two men and remained silent. What? If you can't afford it, let Zhao Jijie pay. He was the one who invited me here. Fang Yuan chuckled as he picked up his chopsticks to serve himself. He'd spotted Lu Xiaojie's ulterior motives toward Jiang Yunxue earlier, and now Zhao Jijie was deliberately feeding him ammunition. If he didn't push back now, it wouldn't fit his style of settling every grudge. Come on, don't just eat. Drink up. Fang Yuan casually twisted open the cap of the Lai Mao liquor and poured it into the cup with a gulp. Old Ma beside him watched with a look of sheer heartache. Fine liquor should be savored slowly, your approach is far too reckless. Damn it, that's money going down the drain. Fang Yuan raised his glass and took a swig. A wave of rich, mellow warmth instantly traveled from his throat to his stomach, then transformed into a fiery sensation that sent shivers down his spine. Not bad. Better than ergwotu. Hearing Fang Yuan's assessment, Old Ma nearly toppled backward in shock. Comparing a multi-million-dollar liquor to ergwotu? That's downright embarrassing. The others stared at the amber-hued liquid in Fang Yuan's glass, which shimmered like nectar, hesitating to speak. They desperately wanted to taste such an expensive liquor, but none dared to ask. Old Ma, right? Go pour everyone a taste of our nation's finest liquor. Right away, Mr. Fang. Old Ma, his heart racing, took the bottle with trembling hands and began pouring for everyone. Mr. Lu must drink fine wine regularly so he can skip this round. As for Zhao Jijie, he doesn't seem like much of a drinker either, no need to pour for either of them. Lu Xiaojie's face darkened. Never in his life had he endured such indignity. Furious and humiliated, he finally couldn't hold back. He slammed his fist on the table and pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting angrily. You bring out some cheap wine, who knows if it's even real? Ferrari? I've got several parked in my garage. What gives you the right to compare yourself to me? Let me tell you, the Lu family has been doing business in Linchuan City for years. Our connections aren't something a country bumpkin like you can match. Believe it or not, I could make you roll out of drunken immortal pavilion with just one phone call. Seeing the conflict erupt, the others were stunned. Fine, if you can kick me out today, your father will take my surname. Fang Yuan smiled warmly at Lu Xiaojie, then gently patted the slightly nervous Jiang Yinshua beside him. His brazen words instantly thickened the tension in the air. Fearing the situation would escalate, others tried to intervene, but Lu Xiaojie glared them down fiercely. You bunch of penniless losers. A bottle of wine makes you forget who your master is. If it weren't for me, you'd never have the means to eat at a place like this in your entire lives. Do you even realize one dish at Drunken Immortal Pavilion costs more than a month of your backbreaking labor? Recalling how everyone had fawned over Fang Yuan moments ago, Lu Xiaojie's rage only intensified. Yet those trampled underfoot and hurled insults had dared not utter a word. In that moment, they suddenly envied Fang Yuan. Life was too harsh. How could penniless, powerless nobodies dare talk back to a second-generation rich kid like Lu Xiaojie? The Lu family's influence in Linchuan City ran deep. A single word from them could cost these men their livelihoods. You just wait. Lu Xiaojie pulled out his phone and dialed the manager of Drunken Immortal Pavilion directly. That earlier boast hadn't been empty words. The Lu family's business interests spanned every sector, and they happened to have connections with the Zhuoxian Lu manager. Just then, a knock sounded at the door outside the private room. A man well past 50, yet dressed in luxurious attire, entered. His demeanor alone made it clear he was someone accustomed to a life of privilege and luxury. Behind him followed several executives from Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Upon seeing the elderly man, Lu Xiaojie immediately flashed a smug smile, quickly ending his call and stepping forward. Uncle Wang, what brings you here? I was just about to call you. And you are? The young man before him seemed vaguely familiar, but the aging CEO of Drunken Immortal Pavilion had a poor memory. I'm Lu Xiaojie, Lu Jun's son. You must have forgotten that my father brought me to dine with you last time. Oh, I remember now. Hold on a moment, I'm busy here. May I ask if Mr. Fang, who acquired Drunken Immortal Pavilion, is in this private room? What? Drunken Immortal Pavilion has been sold? Lu Xiaojie froze for a moment before instinctively asking. But the manager showed no intention of speaking to him, continuing to look around restlessly. Upon learning the Zhuoxian Lu boss had personally arrived, the people at the table scrambled to their feet in a fluster. Faced with such a high-ranking figure, no one could maintain their composure. Only Fang Yuan remained seated, calmly waving his chopsticks. The manager scanned the private room but found no one matching his mental image of Manager Fang. Strange. Could I have come to the wrong place? He pulled out his phone and dialed the number from the message. Seconds later, the phone rang. I made money. I don't even know how to spend it all. I'll buy a Nokia with my left hand and a Motorola with my right. As the ringtone played, all eyes in the room turned to Fang Yuan. Even the usually unflappable CEO of Drunken Immortal Pavilion was stunned. You're Mr. Fang? Chapter 10, Acquiring a Villa. Fang Yuan set down his chopsticks. He stood up and looked at Lu Xiaojie, whose face had turned deathly pale. What's wrong, Mr. Lu? Didn't you just tell me to get out? The seasoned owner of Drunken Immortal Pavilion knew instantly that something had transpired in the private room. Though Fang Yuan's attire was somewhat eccentric, the older generation valued nothing above capability. Appearance was secondary. Judging by looks alone was a cardinal sin in business. He shot Lu Xiaojie a cold glance and declared. The new owner of Drunken Immortal Pavilion is Mr. Fang. Who is so arrogant as to utter such words? Lu Jun was no slouch. He'd amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million by his 40s or 50s. Yet he'd bought the entire Drunken Immortal Pavilion without batting an eye, and the overly youthful-looking Fang Yuan. He must have even more terrifying and vast power behind him. Choosing which side to support was a no-brainer. I think old Lu's been so swamped with business lately he's lost his head. He hasn't even bothered to pay attention to his son's education. I'll have a serious talk with him about it later. Upon learning that Fang Yuan was the new owner of Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Lu Xiaojie was now in a panic. His father had previously mentioned that Drunken Immortal Pavilion was up for sale. But the asking price was nearly 50 million yuan. Even at the height of the Lu family's prosperity, they couldn't afford it. This meant that Fang Yuan, who could afford such a sum, possessed formidable strength that could not be underestimated. Watching the drunken Immortal Pavilion's CEO and Fang Yuan sitting together, laughing and chatting animatedly, completely ignoring him, coupled with the strange looks he kept catching from others, he felt so ashamed he wanted to sink into the ground. Furious, he pushed open the private room door and stormed out. "Hey, remember to settle the bill." Lu Xiaojie stumbled as he exited the private room, nearly falling to the floor. As he left drunken Immortal Pavilion, he saw the restaurant's senior management escorting Fang Yuan out with utmost respect. Following closely behind were the group of old classmates from the private room. Such an absurd scene left the doorman stationed at the entrance feeling uneasy. After all, he had accepted a bribe to let Fang Yuan enter earlier. This guy's reception skills need serious improvement. Fire him tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Fang. Judging people by appearances was bad enough, but now he'd learned to take bribes? Keeping him around would only invite trouble. As for those opportunistic classmates, Fang Yuan merely gave them a slight nod, showing no interest in deepening ties. He then drove off in his sports car as everyone watched him leave. The restaurant manager frowned as he approached the doorman and said coldly, "Go to accounting this afternoon. You're fired." Who the hell is he? How dare he just fire me like that? The doorman hadn't even processed the question yet. How could this junk collector just open his mouth and get me fired? Finding a job these days wasn't exactly easy. He's the new boss of our drunken Immortal Pavilion. Got it? The manager turned and walked away. The doorman was left standing there, slapping himself in disbelief, utterly flustered in the wind. Sitting in the car, she thought back to the scene in the private room. Jiang Yunxue felt a flicker of excitement, but it was quickly replaced by a pang of lowly self-doubt. I never imagined you were that wealthy buying such a famous restaurant just like that. 50 million. I've never seen that much money in my entire life. It's only 50 million. Follow this big shot, and I'll make sure you live in luxury. Such praise from a beauty instantly inflated Fang Yuan's vanity to bursting. Being rich is truly wonderful. Jiang Yunxue murmured to herself, her thoughts turning to worry. The gap between them was so vast. What would they do when it came time to meet each other's parents? By the way, where are we going now? That was indeed a problem. Fang Yuan frowned in thought, suddenly realizing he didn't even have a place to live yet. Thinking of the over $1 million in his card, he made up his mind instantly. Let's go buy a house. They set off immediately. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the upscale neighborhood of Linchuan City. Stepping out of the Ferrari, the security guard on duty dared not stop him. Fang Yuan simply walked toward the sales office, carrying his woven bag. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one useless cup. You have gained plus 100 cash. He didn't waste any time on the way, immediately approaching the two trash bins in front of the sales office and rummaging through them. This drew amused yet restrained expressions from several sales ladies. Who would believe someone driving a Ferrari worth millions was scavenging for trash? Money, 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 it's all money. Fang Yuan had never encountered such high-end villas before. In his mind, saving over $1 million for a down payment should be manageable. As for selling his own business to buy a villa? That hadn't crossed his mind. Anyway, with the rental income from Star Sea and the steady cash flow from drunken Immortal Pavilion, paying off a villa loan would be a breeze. He figured it was about right. Only then did Fang Yuan lead Jiang Yunxue into the sales building. But when he saw that the villas here were priced at no less than 50,000 yuan per square meter, Fang Yuan suddenly froze. Hold on, I'm going back to rummage through the trash bins. What's wrong? Jiang Yunxue was puzzled, though she never doubted Fang Yuan's ability to afford a villa. Come on, he was the super-rich second-generation heir to a downtown building and a top-tier restaurant. How could he possibly be intimidated by a mere villa? In her view, it was likely just one of Fang Yuan's little quirks at play. Still, she was curious how a super-rich tycoon could have such peculiar little quirks. Alright, I'll go with you to pick them up. Having grown up in a rural family, Jiang Yunxue didn't feel much aversion to such tasks. As a seasoned sales professional, she had honed a keen ability to read people's expressions. She caught Fang Yuan's obvious loss of confidence when he saw the price. She shot a disdainful glance at Fang Yuan rummaging through the trash bin and couldn't help but complain to a colleague beside her. Pfft, can't afford to rent a sports car, so he brings a girl along to show off. I bet he'll call someone to rent a villa next, then lie to that gold digger that he bought it. Typical guy tricks. Only gold diggers would be fooled by that nonsense. If it were her, she'd have slapped him and walked out long ago. But seeing Jiang Yunxue standing beside Fang Yuan in the sun, sweating from the heat, as a woman herself, she felt a pang of resentment. No way. I have to expose this fraud's true colors. Yuan, what are you doing? Mind your own business. Her colleague cautioned. In the sales department, they'd witnessed scenes like this too many times before. Better safe than sorry. Unaware that he had already been labeled a fraud, Fang Yuan continued rummaging through the trash bin. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one damaged toothpick box. You've earned plus 100 coins. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one worn tissue box. Earned plus 100 coins. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one stained flyer. You have obtained one Xinghai Villa. The property deed is being delivered by a professional lawyer. Please ensure you receive it. Wait. Just as Fang Yuan was about to head toward another trash bin, the system's notification sent a jolt through him. Holy crap, I actually picked up a villa? Meanwhile, Zhang Yunxue ignored the filth inside the bin, grabbing a small bottle and stuffing it into her woven bag. Ding! Since not retrieved by the host personally, this bottle's recycling is void. Seeing the patches of dirt and grime on Zhang Yunxue's delicate white hands, Fang Yuan felt a pang of concern. He immediately took his own shirt to wipe them clean. His tone carried a hint of reproach. I told you not to help. That trash bin is filthy, I can handle it myself. But Zhang Yunxue just beamed at him. There's no rule that says men work while women stand by. Women can hold up half the sky too. Don't underestimate me. Silly girl, how could I ever let you suffer hardship while you're with me? Fang Yuan gazed at Zhang Yunxue's radiant face and suddenly felt an overwhelming tenderness welling up inside him. Let's go home. Huh? But we haven't bought anything yet? Hee hee, just trust me and follow. Fang Yuan offered no explanation, simply taking Zhang Yunxue's hand and leading her inside. Yuan, who had been standing by the sales building listening intently to their movements, wore an expression that said, I knew it. Gritting her teeth as she watched Fang Yuan's retreating figure, she muttered. That beast really rented a villa to deceive people. I must find a way to expose his true colors. Chapter 11, A Fortune for a Smile. Wow! This is absolutely stunning. Fang Yuan led her all the way to a detached villa numbered 010. They then entered through a facial recognition system that had been somehow set up by the system. The villa had 3 stories. Built into the hillside, each level offered uniquely captivating views. Beyond the entrance gate lay a pebble-paved path flanked by stone benches. These benches held an array of intricately shaped bonsai and ornamental plants, creating a visually pleasing display. The courtyard's waterfront deck, swimming pool, and covered walkway blended together, creating an exotic lifestyle ambience. 2 massive pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes stand at the entrance, instantly elevating the villa's grandeur. Do you like it? If you do, we'll live here together from now on. Seeing Zhang Yunxue's face lit up with excitement, Fang Yuan smiled softly. 1,000 gold pieces for a smile from his beloved. Suddenly, all his hard work scavenging for scraps felt worthwhile. After touring the entire property, Zhang Yunxue still felt reluctant to leave. Unfortunately, the interior furnishings weren't ready yet, so they had to turn back for now. As they passed the sales office, Zhang Yunxue suddenly mentioned needing to run an errand at the office, leaving Fang Yuan to wait nearby. Bored, he wandered over to a nearby trash bin to continue rummaging. Suddenly, several luxury cars drove through the main gate. Through a lowered window, Fang Yuan clearly saw an elegantly poised woman seated in the back of the middle luxury sedan. A large pair of black aviator sunglasses and a mask obscured her face, but even from the side, one could sense she was quite attractive. When Kyer glanced at Fang Yuan crouched beside the trash bin and couldn't help but frown, muttering, who would have thought there'd be homeless people lurking around Xinghai Villa? All that praise about the security here seems a bit overrated. Her assistant, overhearing this, promptly pulled out her phone and called the villa's manager. Of course, none of this concerned Fang Yuan. No matter how good-looking someone was, scavenging trash was still trashy. With a flick of his tongs, a bottle clattered into the woven sack. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recycling 100 pieces of junk. Triggered a hidden system quest. Reward 10 Xinghai Villas. A hidden quest? This is insane. Just moments ago, he'd been fretting over how the wealthiest man in the world could afford a single villa. Now, the system had just handed him 10. His net worth skyrocketed several times over. Before long, the same lawyer in the black suit reappeared before him, holding a stack of documents. Mr. Fang, here are the property deeds and related documents for the 11 villas under your name. Please sign for them. Zhang Wei spoke with utmost respect. If the 18-story office building in Xinghai had left a deep impression on him last time, this time it was nothing short of a tidal wave of shock. So young and already owning so many properties, I wonder whose son of a powerful figure he is? Following the usual procedure, he signed and sealed the deal, tucking the 11 bright red property deeds into his pocket. Fang Yuan stood a little straighter. Mr. Fang, here is my business card. Should you ever require any assistance, feel free to call me directly. Before leaving, Zhang Wei handed over a business card with both hands. After all, it was worth cultivating connections with such a big boss. Carefully tucking the deeds into his belt, Fang Yuan idly scanned the sales office, still wondering why Zhang Yunxue hadn't emerged yet. Inside the sales office, Yuan pulled Zhang Yunxue to a computer. Trust me, this guy is definitely trying to pull a fast one on you. We see it all the time around here, guys renting fancy cars and villas to fool girls. Don't fall for it. Zhang Yunxue was still a bit dazed. She had just come out of the restroom when she bumped into Yuan, who was adamantly telling her that Fang Yuan was a con artist. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yunxue followed Yuan to see how she would expose Fang Yuan's true colors. This computer has our client data. If he really bought it, there should be proof on it. If there isn't, then he's definitely scamming you, right? Just wait and see. You'll thank me later and buy me a bubble tea. Yuan rubbed her hands together and typed Fang Yuan's name into the home buyer section. Just as she thought the truth was about to be revealed, the information that popped up on the computer screen made Yuan's mouth drop slightly. 1, 2, 3, all 11 villas? How is that possible? All 11 villas clearly displayed Fang Yuan's name and details, identical in every way. Zhang Yunxue giggled. You guessed right, sis. He really did deceive me. He had 11 villas but tricked me into thinking there was only one. Thanks for helping me expose his true colors. No, that's not what I meant. Alright, thank you for your concern. But I know my man well enough. No need for you to worry about it. Zhang Yunxue smiled faintly and turned to leave. From the moment she decided in her heart to be with Fang Yuan, whether he was rich or poor seemed to matter less. Besides, even without those villas, that single building in Xinghai would be enough to provide for him comfortably for a lifetime. Why resort to such a pathetic lie to deceive her? Watching the Ferrari's receding silhouette, Yuan still couldn't wrap her head around it. She murmured to herself, could I really have been wrong? But they had barely left when Kyer entered with 7 or 8 bodyguards in tow. The sales office manager had been waiting for some time. Greetings, Miss Wen. The sales manager was exceedingly courteous toward this top-tier superstar of Xiao Nation. After all, everyone knew that behind these celebrities stood influential figures to varying degrees, and offending them could spell trouble. Manager Xiao, we came specifically for Xinghai Villa's stringent security measures. Yet what we've witnessed upon entering seems rather misleading. How can scavenging vagrants still roam the villa grounds? We expect a reasonable explanation. Before Kyer could speak, her female assistant interjected. Scavenging vagrants? Are you kidding me? The sales manager looked utterly bewildered. Fortunately, Yuan leaned close and whispered the entire story into her ear. Upon learning that the homeless person mentioned by the assistant was actually the owner of Villa 11, her head began to buzz. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Assistant, but I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. The gentleman you saw is not a homeless person at all, but a distinguished guest of our group. He simply has some rather unique little quirks. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Xinghai Villa District belonged to Xinghai Group, a highly renowned real estate developer in Xiao Nation. The fact that he owned 11 villas under his name proved his power and wealth were beyond question. Thus, the sales manager automatically assumed Fang Yuan was a VIP guest of Xinghai Group, a perfectly reasonable interpretation. An honored guest of Xinghai Group? The female assistant, who had been rather aggressive moments ago, instantly wilted. After all, no matter how famous Kyer was, she was still just an entertainment star. Compared to a so-called major capitalist, the gap in their statuses was like heaven and earth. My apologies, we misunderstood. Kyer's crisp, pleasant voice instantly eased the slightly awkward atmosphere. In that case, could you please have manager Xiao reserve a villa for me? She'd been dealing with some troubles lately, so staying low-key in a small place like Linchuan City was her only option for now. But when the sales manager checked the unsold villa list, he froze. All 10 vacant villas had been registered under the name Fang Yuan. Moreover, the approval authority for the purchases originated from Xinghai Group headquarters. This indirectly indicated that this individual and the group definitely shared an extraordinary connection. But Kyer had also been introduced by a powerful figure, someone equally difficult to offend. After some hesitation, he decided to reveal the truth. That scrap collector, that guy is this wealthy? The female assistant was stunned too, but Xinghai Villa was currently the best accommodation they could find. Moving elsewhere might invite unnecessary trouble. Give me the gentleman's number. I'll contact him personally. As she reasoned, someone who bought so many villas at once couldn't possibly occupy them all. He likely saw the potential in the Xinghai Villa area and intended to buy them all to hold on to for a higher price. Having earned a considerable fortune in the entertainment industry over the years, adding a bit more to the price wouldn't be a big deal if the buyer was willing. Chapter 12, Free Gift. Fang Yuan was out shopping for furniture with Zhang Yunxue. Before they even reached halfway, an unfamiliar number popped up on his phone. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Fang, hello. This is Kyer. Kyer, who debuted as a powerhouse singer, had a melodious and enchanting voice. Hearing an unfamiliar woman's voice on the line, Zhang Yunshua's body tensed slightly, her captivating curves nearly obscuring the rearview mirror. Kyer? The name felt strangely familiar. She listened intently, her mind racing. I'm sorry, I don't recognize you. Did you dial the wrong number? Well, Mr. Fang, the reason I'm calling is to inquire about purchasing one of the Xinghai villas under your name. Seeing Fang Yuan about to hang up, Kyer hurriedly stated her purpose. I see. We'll discuss this later. I'm unavailable at the moment. With that, Fang Yuan hung up immediately. Only then did Jiang Yunxue suddenly recall that a female celebrity currently riding high in the domestic entertainment scene also went by the name Wen Kaier. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she also held a solid position in both the music and film industries, truly a powerhouse in her field. Several of her sisters were devoted fans of Wen Kaier. Could it be that coincidental? They arrived at a large shopping mall in the city. After spending nearly 800,000 yuan on an expensive furniture set, the two then went to a restaurant for a celebratory feast. By the time he dropped Jiang Yunxue off at Xinghai, it was already past 8 in the evening. Fang Yuan pulled out his phone and saw over a dozen missed calls had piled up. Damn, that woman hasn't been waiting this whole time, has she? Thinking he had nothing better to do, and since the furniture installation crew was about to arrive for the final push, Fang Yuan turned his car around and sped back toward the Xinghai Villa district. Just as he reached the gate, he happened to encounter a convoy leaving the compound. Wait, Sister Kaier, isn't that the junk collector from earlier today? The sharp-eyed female assistant quickly spotted Fang Yuan, who was sitting in the Ferrari, poking his head out to wave at the security guard. It's him? Wen Kaier's face was now flushed with anger. After all, she was a public figure, one of the top stars in the entertainment industry. He had promised to meet her later, yet she and her entourage had waited nearly hours in the villa district without a trace of Fang Yuan. He was putting on quite the airs. Turn the car around. But the female assistant still felt uneasy. After all, someone so young had amassed such immense wealth. He must have unparalleled backing. No matter how talented Wen Kaier was, she was still just an entertainment star, let alone a top-tier one. Even genuine domestic superstars needed capital and official protection to survive. Otherwise, once capital moves against them, no matter how famous they are, they'll be ruthlessly pushed into the abyss. This explains why so many celebrities grovel before the second generation of capital tycoons. Don't worry, I know my limits. Wen Kaier took a deep breath, wiping away all traces of her shame and anger. Her face radiated captivating charm. The moment Fang Yuan stepped out of the car, Wen Kaier followed with her entourage. Mr. Fang. He looked at the woman before him, slender, elegant, dressed in a black long dress. Fang Yuan silently appraised her. She was quite a looker, though the child might suffer a bit later on. Overall, she deserved a solid 90 points. Noticing his lecherous gaze, Wen Kaier flushed with anger and embarrassment. Capitalists are all scum. But outwardly, she kept her thoughts to herself. After all, within the entire Xinghai Villa complex, only Fang Yuan had vacant rooms available. And it was a villa he just purchased and never rented out before, undoubtedly the best choice for someone like her with a slight touch of cleanliness obsession. So you want to buy the villa? Yes. If Mr. Fang is willing to part with it, the price is negotiable. And I might not stay long. When I leave, if Mr. Fang doesn't mind, I'll buy it back from you at a low price. To Wen Kaier, such generous terms were irresistible. Paying to buy your house, living in it for a while, then selling it back to you at a discount, it was practically a windfall. Yet after a moment's consideration, Fang Yuan's expression turned conflicted. Just as he was about to agree to sell the villa, the system's alert suddenly sounded. Warning! Villa-type properties are residential assets granted by the system to the host. They cannot be transferred or sold to others for profit. Any such actions will result in severe penalties. Damn it! He'd just gotten banned for a day yesterday for recycling sheets. Who knew what kind of severe punishment the system was talking about? This completely dashed his hopes of selling the villa whenever he needed cash. He couldn't even rent it out. But how could he possibly live in 11 villas? Watching Fang Yuan's expression shift back and forth, Wen Kaier assumed he was about to make an outrageous demand. After all, the recent incident involving her had caused quite a stir, so such a demand would be understandable. Just as Wen Kaier was pondering how to negotiate a settlement, Fang Yuan's sudden remark left her stunned. It's just a mere villa. Forget the money, I can let you stay for free. This. Mr. Fang, did you just say free? Wen Kaier shot Fang Yuan a puzzled look before suddenly seeming to grasp something. Could this impetuous young man before her have taken a fancy to her? Wen Kaier was confident in her charm. After all, she'd once been voted the most beautiful goddess in an online poll. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hounded by that man, forcing her to temporarily retreat from the entertainment industry and hide away in this small city. The others present undoubtedly shared the same suspicion. None of them knew that Fang Yuan's heart was breaking at that very moment. You can stay in Villa 011. But don't damage any of the facilities inside, or I'll make you pay for the repairs. Fang Yuan gestured toward the villa next door. Mr. Fang, you're joking. Wen Kaier smiled brightly. Truthfully, she hadn't expected Fang Yuan to be so generous. Would someone who could just hand over a villa without even charging rent really care about such trifles? Who do you think I am, joking around? He thought she was a wealthy woman, but it turned out she was just trying to get something for nothing. Fang Yuan snapped impatiently, the rules are set. Any more fussing and I won't rent it out. Oh, so she wanted to play hard to get, did she? Wen Kaier thought she understood Fang Yuan's intentions, but having navigated the entertainment industry for years while remaining untouched, she certainly had her own tricks up her sleeve. Then thank you, Mr. Fang. How about I treat you to dinner later? In her mind, by extending the invitation herself, Fang Yuan, who clearly coveted her beauty, would surely accept gladly. But to her surprise, Fang Yuan merely waved his hand dismissively, his expression cold and aloof as he strode straight toward Villa 010. Dinner is out of the question. Just remember to follow the rules. Otherwise, you'll have to pay up. Rejected? Wen Kaier was momentarily stunned, but quickly conjured up a perfect explanation in her mind. Heh, so he's playing the long game to reel in a big catch. What an interesting fellow. Little did she know that Fang Yuan, inspired by her words, was already scheming how to exploit the villa's loopholes to fleece the system. Chapter 13, The Rich Sure Know How to Play. However, as Fang Yuan watched the villa's interior gradually take shape, he soon put the matter out of his mind for the time being. The next morning, when Kaier's assistant brought over an exquisitely prepared breakfast, Fang Yuan didn't hesitate, polishing it off in no time. Then he prepared to resume his grand mission of scavenging. Just as he stepped out the door with his woven bag, he happened to encounter Wen Kaier dressed in workout gear and heading out for her morning run. Her stunning figure couldn't hide the vibrant energy of youth beneath the form-fitting workout clothes. A few elderly residents were still doing morning exercises on the villa lawn. Their eyes, however, kept drifting toward Wen Kaier. Good morning, Mr. Fang. Morning. Fang Yuan responded, purely out of gratitude for today's breakfast. Before Wen Kaier could continue the conversation, he grabbed the woven bag and headed toward the trash bin in front of the neighbor's door. Heh, how long do you plan to keep up this pathetic charade? Wen Kaier didn't seem to mind. She was merely curious why someone as wealthy as Fang Yuan would have such a peculiar habit of scavenging for trash. As for his aloof departure after exchanging greetings without another word, she dismissed it as a deliberate ploy to pique her curiosity. Chasing after a girl like me won't be that easy. Wen Kaier smiled faintly, her steps light as she scampered off in the opposite direction. Good eating habits and exercise were her secrets to staying in shape. Rich people sure live in nice places, even their trash is better than what you find outside. Fang Yuan muttered to himself as he rummaged through the trash bin. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one condom wrapper. Money plus 100. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one pair of torn socks. Money plus 500. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one adult toy covered in semen. Money plus 1,000. Ding! Congratulations on recycling a maid outfit stained with. Money plus 500. Fang Yuan glanced up at the gate of Villa 09, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Hey! Who are you? Who gave you permission to rummage through the trash bins? The gate swung open. A plump, rosy-cheeked maid spotted the trash bin turned upside down. She rushed over in a panic, shoved the garbage bag back inside, then glared fiercely at Fang Yuan with her hands on her hips. The sudden stop, combined with the sharp raking, her upper body's momentum nearly sent Fang Yuan reeling as he struggled to steady the steering wheel. Eyes off! Fang Yuan lowered his gaze. Her smooth thighs, encased in black stockings, looked exceptionally tempting. No wonder. The male and female owners of this villa must drive one automatic and one manual car. Automatic transmissions are easy to drive but guzzle gas, while manual ones are fuel efficient but lack punch. Living like this year after year must cause no end of friction. What are you staring at, you filthy beggar? I asked where you came from. Perhaps it was because Fang Yuan's gaze was too peculiar, making the maid look a bit nervous. But then she seemed to realize someone was behind her. She pointed at Fang Yuan and snapped, "What are you staring at? Get lost before I call security." Fang Yuan had intended to turn and leave after all, trouble often brews at doorsteps. But who could swallow their pride when someone was yelling right in their face? How many dishes are in a meal? Who do you think you are to speak up? Fang Yuan hoisted the woven bag and shot back coldly. Compared to Wen Kaier, this woman seemed like she had a screw loose. Didn't she realize where she was? This wasn't some place that would just let a scavenger wander in. The maid froze, then erupted in fury. Perhaps hearing the commotion outside, a middle-aged man in dress pants and a shirt emerged from the villa. The shirt still bore creases, suggesting he'd just finished some physical activity. His expression was stern, radiating the aura of someone accustomed to authority. A flash of contempt flickered in his eyes when he saw Fang Yuan. "Young man, this is no place for you to cause trouble. Apologize to her immediately and leave. I may forgive your earlier actions. Mr. Zhang." Seeing the master come out to support her, the maid was instantly moved. The alluring charm radiating from her eyes stirred another wave of restlessness in Zhang Quan on the steps. But the thought of his nagging wife already awake at home forced him to suppress his desires. Though he was no longer the penniless youth who barely scraped by with his family's support, he still had to maintain the facade of a devoted husband. What if I say no? Fang Yuan was getting angry now. If she had spoken up earlier, they could have discussed it. But you come up here acting all high and mighty, like you're the emperor. Zhang Quan sneered coldly, holding up a single finger. Within a minute, believe it or not, I can have you thrown out. Fang Yuan leisurely took a drag from his Huangalu cigarette, leaning against a roadside ornamental tree with a faint smile. Then he flipped him off. I bet you can't. Whether it struck a nerve or not. Zhang Quan's face darkened instantly as he threatened, Kid, do you know what happens to those who cross me? Just then, when Kaya returned to the villa after finishing her morning run. Seeing Fang Yuan arguing with the others, she immediately walked over out of curiosity to see what was happening. Having just finished her workout, she was glistening with sweat, her hair slightly disheveled. Yet she appeared all the more radiant and captivating. As one of China's top-tier celebrities, when Kaya was recognized by many though not by slackers like Fang Yuan. Zhang Quan flashed what he considered a warm, approachable smile, about to step forward to greet this sweet-looking, charming actress. But what happened next left him dumbfounded. When Kaya walked up to the ragpicker and thoughtfully handed him a towel she had just used. She said, Mr. Fang, you're sweating. If you don't mind, you can use mine to wipe off. Do I have sweat on my face? Seeing Zhang Quan's face gradually contort into a grimace. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled, instantly understanding when Kaya's intent. This woman was deliberately doing this to vent his frustration. So, do you still want that towel? What did that question mean? Did he actually intend to take it back and treasure it? At this thought, two crimson clouds drifted across Wen Kaya's cheeks. Her voice tinged with bashfulness, she replied, No, I'll give it to Mr. Fang. Good. I, Fang, don't accept handouts. I won't take a single thread from the people. You're the one who said you didn't want it. Fang Yuan grabbed the clothespin, clipped it on, and flicked it away. The towel, still carrying the scent of the beauty, vanished instantly into the woven bag. Ding! Congratulations on recycling a towel in 90% new condition. You have obtained the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. Upon use, the system will prepare all dishes from the Manchu Han Imperial Feast for you. Holy, this towel is insane. Fang Yuan blurted out in shock. Trading a towel for a Manchu Han Imperial Feast? That was the ultimate bang for your buck. As Wen Kaya, she usually interacted with people of some standing. Who would ever swear in front of her? Especially those first three words Fang Yuan blurted out earlier, they made her cheeks flush like peach blossoms and her heart race wildly. Chapter 14, Reviewing the Old to Understand the New. Seeing Fang Yuan openly flirt with Wen Kaya right in front of him, Zhang Quan nearly exploded with rage. Just then, a patrol vehicle reserved for the villa's security guards appeared in the distance. Inside sat four burly security guards with menacing expressions. Xinghai Group's dominance in the high-end real estate sector, thriving among formidable competitors. Its success was never built on marketing gimmicks or empty promises. Rather, it was built on solid security capabilities and connections that reached the highest levels. It was said that the son of a provincial-level official once abused his family's influence to run rampant in one of Xinghai Group's villa developments. He even ordered guards to block the entrance, preventing residents from entering or leaving. The next day, he was found with both legs broken and dumped on the street. His father soon fell from power amid mounting evidence of wrongdoing. To this day, no one has revealed who was behind the provincial bigwig's downfall. Yet everyone knew the truth. From that day forward, no one dared cause trouble in any of Xinghai Group's villa communities. Excuse me, Mr. Zhang, what can I do for you? After several security guards arrived, Zhang Quan seemed to regain his confidence. Pointing at Fang Yuan with a condescending tone, he declared, This trash collector shows up at my door early in the morning looking for trouble. I expect Xinghai Property to handle this properly. After all, we residents value Xinghai's security capabilities. Now, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come in and cause trouble. If word gets out, it could damage Xinghai Group's reputation. As the four imposing security guards stood before him, Fang Yuan remained utterly unfazed, flicking his cigarette butt aside as he remarked nonchalantly, I think you'd better get your facts straight first. The security captain's voice turned cold. Brother, I hope you can give us a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, this situation will be difficult for everyone. Before he could finish recounting the incident, a woman in her 30s emerged from Villa 09. Perhaps from years of household chores, her skin appeared slightly rough and sallow. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered, and he immediately declared loudly, It's quite simple. I'm an expert specializing in environmental protection and waste recycling. So rummaging through trash bins is perfectly reasonable, right? This string of professional titles left everyone present bewildered. Only Wen Kaya, after a moment's pause, quickly caught on, a faint smile curling her lips. Fang Yuan continued, his expression unflappable, This morning, I found an open TT box in this trash bin, along with torn stockings, a maid outfit, and... What the hell are you talking about? Zhang Quan suddenly leapt to his feet and roared. I'm giving your security team 1 minute to get him out of here. If you don't, I'm calling your property management leadership right now to file a complaint. Mark my words, none of you will keep your jobs. However, the woman who had been watching from the doorway turned increasingly pale upon hearing what Fang Yuan had retrieved from the trash bin. The next second, something no one expected happened. The woman rushed forward, grabbed Zhang Quan by the collar, and cried out angrily, "Zhang Quan! You heartless, ungrateful bastard! I followed you when I was 18, and now you've gone and found someone new. Why? Back then, you were just a lowly worker who couldn't even scrape together 10,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. I had to steal money from my family to give you. You're heartless. I knew something was off between you two. When that vixen took her vacation, you went on a business trip instead. You wouldn't even spend our anniversary with me. Tell me, are you even human?" The woman ripped Zhang Quan's shirt off his body, revealing several fresh hickey marks on his chest obviously left just moments ago. This scene completely enraged Zhang Quan's wife. "You damn fox spirit, I'll fight you to the death." Overcome with grief and fury, the woman lunged forward, grabbing the maid by the hair. The two women wrestled violently. Realizing her cover was blown, the maid abandoned all pretense and screamed back. "You old hag! I'm young and beautiful, how am I not better than you? Brother Zhang and I are the real deal. You're the shameless one. Die. Just die. Bitch." Zhang Quan roared, "Stop it. All of you, stop it right now." As the commotion drew more onlookers, Zhang Quan's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Fang Yuan with fury, shouting, "Get him out of here now." The four security guards, seeing the situation escalate, felt a twinge of regret. They shouldn't have given this kid a chance to speak earlier. Now they were almost certainly going to get docked pay. "Are we going to carry you out, or are you leaving on your own? Where should I go? You tell me where." Two security guards closed in under their captain's command. "Hold on. Since I caused this mess, I think I owe you an explanation." Fang Yuan fumbled around inside the woven bag for a while. Then he pulled out a bright red notebook and handed it to the security captain. "Is this explanation satisfactory?" "What do you mean?" The security chief took the property deed with a skeptical look. Upon opening it, his expression turned stormy. Damn it, who would believe the owner of a multi-million-dollar mansion was out scavenging for junk? But it didn't end there. Fang Yuan chuckled and pulled out another property deed. After reading it, the security chief was utterly speechless. "What kind of nonsense is this? You're a billionaire tycoon pretending to be a scrap collector? Have you no shame?" "Sir, while you are indeed an owner here, but..." "Hold on, there's more." When the third property deed landed in his hands, the security chief nearly cracked. "There's more." After reviewing all 11 property deeds, the security chief's legs went weak. It was abundantly clear that this young man, who owned 11 Xinghai villas, was no ordinary figure he could afford to provoke. Just like back then, if that second-generation power broker hadn't pushed things too far, Xinghai Group wouldn't have intervened so decisively. Though the perpetrator had fallen from grace afterward. The group had several major projects halted for various reasons, a price they tacitly accepted as compensation. Damn it all to hell. Why does such rotten luck have to fall on me? Realizing he couldn't take this on, the security chief acted decisively. He carefully wiped down all the property deeds with his shirt, then respectfully returned them to Fang Yuan's hands. Then he waved his hand with a flourish, "Stand down." What did a lowly security chief have to do with it anyway? Better leave it for the supervisor to handle. A while later, the manager of Xinghai Property Management arrived late with two supervisors. They first greeted Fang Yuan before pulling the three brawling individuals apart. The final outcome was that the wife lost to the mistress, and the couple agreed to divorce. Zhang Quan couldn't bear to stay any longer. Rumor had it he sold the villa shortly after and moved elsewhere. Whether he truly couldn't bear to stay or feared retaliation after learning Fang Yuan was the big shot of Villa 11 remained unknown. Returning to the villa under the reverent gazes of the crowd, Fang Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Why should a couple whose hearts have drifted apart remain bound together? Only someone as kind-hearted as me would lend them a helping hand. He remembered his dinner plans with Jiang Yunxue tonight. He silently tapped open several bookmarked URL tabs on his phone. Reviewing the old to understand the new one must constantly revisit what teachers impart and apply it in practice to grasp its essence. Chapter 15, Keeping the Appointment. Around 5 in the evening, Fang Yuan followed the address Jiang Yunxue had given him. After driving for over half an hour, he arrived at a village near the outskirts of Linchuan City. Here, in front of a spacious 3-story Western-style villa, Jiang Yunxue waved her small hand energetically at Fang Yuan. The roar of the Ferrari's engine drew curious glances from nearby residents. Holy crap, a Ferrari sports car! A teenager of about 15 or 16 dashed out of the courtyard, eyes wide as he stared intently at Fang Yuan's sports car. Where is this? Fang Yuan stepped out of the car carrying a woven bag. His cooking gear was always with him. Jiang Yunxue seemed long accustomed to his attire, smiling as she explained, "Chanxian's place. You forgot that girl we had late-night snacks with last time?" At that, Fang Yuan suddenly remembered. "Oh, it's her. Come inside first. Chanxian's washing vegetables. You'll get to taste my cooking soon." Jiang Yunxue took Fang Yuan's hand and led him inside. Turning back, they saw Ren Xianxian's younger brother, Ren Xiuji, still standing motionless where he was. Sister Schwer, is this car your boyfriend's? Jiang Yunxue, sharp-witted, quickly discerned the longing in the young man's heart. But as a woman who knew her limits, she wouldn't do anything inappropriate. Instead, she turned to explain to Fang Yuan. This is Xianxian's younger brother, Ren Xiuji. His only hobby is cars. Fang Yuan, who had been fretting about arriving empty-handed, immediately slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Where's the tobacco and liquor store in this town? Why do you need a liquor and tobacco shop? After all, we're guests here. It wouldn't be proper to come empty-handed." Jiang Yunxue was about to speak again but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Ren Xiuji, standing nearby, was still unaware of the situation, but upon hearing Fang Yuan's question, he quickly replied, "Boss, I know where the liquor and tobacco shop is." Damn, he was already calling him boss after just meeting him. Fang Yuan knew full well the kid was trying to butter him up. He turned to Jiang Yunxue and said, "Alright, you go ahead inside. Xiao Ji and I will grab some things and be right back." "Alright, drive safely." Fang Yuan opened the car door and climbed in, calling out to Ren Xiuji, who was still standing there dumbfounded, "Get in the car and lead the way." "Wow. Thanks, boss." Ren Xiuji grinned like he'd just won the lottery, climbing into the passenger seat. His jaw dropped in awe the moment he saw the luxurious interior. "Boss, can I take a picture?" Ren Xiuji pulled out his phone and asked eagerly. "Go ahead, snap away." He struck a few poses he thought were cool, snapped away, and shared them on his social feed. Only then did he remember his mission to take Fang Yuan to the liquor and tobacco store. So cool. The roar of the engine roaring past his ears made Ren Xiuji feel like his soul was about to float away. Finally arriving at the nearest tobacco and liquor store, he reluctantly climbed out of the seat. "Boss, this is our town's liquor and tobacco store." Fang Yuan nodded. The store looked reasonably well stocked. Wait a minute. Before the two plastic bottles swept across the ground by the wind could vanish, Fang Yuan swiftly scooped them all into a woven bag with his tongs. This bizarre maneuver left Ren Xiuji utterly dumbfounded. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one empty bottle of iced black tea. You have earned plus 100 gold. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one empty green tea bottle. You have obtained the inheritance of a grandmaster of ancient martial arts from Xia Nation. Fang Yuan had expected only a few hundred yuan in profit but suddenly landed a critical hit. Xia Nation's martial arts had a long and distinguished history, but nowadays, what was commonly seen outside were mostly flashy, superficial moves. He never imagined his luck would be so incredible as to earn such an awesome reward. To put it plainly, the title Grandmaster alone signified a level of mastery beyond ordinary reach. Moments later, a profound, mystical sensation surged within him. Shadowy figures appeared before his eyes, endlessly practicing various techniques, wielding all 18 types of weapons in succession. Finally, all of it transformed into experience and poured into Fang Yuan's mind. Boom! When he regained his senses, he felt completely transformed, radiating a terrifying aura of sharpness from head to toe. "Boss, are you okay?" Ren Xiuji stammered, trembling. Standing beside Fang Yuan moments ago, he'd suddenly felt an inexplicable dread and pressure. It was as if the person beside him wasn't human at all, but a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. Fang Yuan's heart moved with his intent, and he reigned in the aura of a grandmaster of ancient martial arts. He chuckled softly, ruffling Ren Xiuji's hair. "Just remembered something fun. Come on, let's go shopping first." Just as the two were about to step into the tobacco and liquor shop, they noticed a young girl crouched before the door, holding up a wooden sign. She wore a backpack and looked slightly plump, but her face was deliberately smeared with something to make it appear dirty and disheveled. "Kindly passers-by, brothers and sisters, please have mercy on me. I haven't eaten in 3 days." Fang Yuan leaned close to her and said earnestly, "Damn, how did you pull that off? A begging girl? 3 days without food and you still have that much energy? I've got a ticket to a wilderness survival challenge, want to consider it? We'll split the prize money." "Kind soul, it's just how I was born. I've always had a loud voice. Please, have mercy. I'm truly starving." Fang Yuan sighed, pulled out his wallet, and casually grabbed a stack of bills. His face wore a look of deep sympathy. Such a young age and already out begging. How pitiful. Easy target. The beggar girl, upon seeing the cash, immediately clenched her teeth and banged her head 3 times on the ground before Fang Yuan. "Thank you. Thank you for your kindness. The gods will surely bless you." But the next second, Fang Yuan's actions left her utterly bewildered. "Hey, you over there, lady. Stop staring. Yeah, you." A middle-aged woman carrying 2 bamboo baskets of steamed buns on a shoulder pole happened to pass by. She hesitated, but then thought of all the unsold buns she still had. To scrape together her child's tuition for the next semester, she approached with a tentative hope. Fang Yuan shoved the money directly into her hands, at least 4,000 or 5,000 yuan, he estimated. "Is this enough to buy your buns?" The woman froze for a moment before her face lit up with joy. No problem at all. Thank you." Fang Yuan grabbed a steamed bun and handed it to the girl, speaking softly, "Here, eat up." "Like hell I will." But when she saw several others approaching, clutching bills ready to offer generous donations, her complaints vanished instantly, replaced by determination. She grabbed a bun and took a big bite. Under Fang Yuan's watchful gaze, the beggar girl devoured 4 or 5 large meat buns before finally giving in. Her eyes brimming with tears, she looked at Fang Yuan and pointed toward the crowd he was blocking behind him. "Kind sir, could you please make some room? Sis, if you're going to help someone, see it through. Rest assured, with me here, no one will dare take your buns." Fang Yuan stood resolutely in front of the beggar girl, glaring fiercely at those who tried to approach and offer money. Many turned and walked away, intimidated by his gaze, which resembled that of a madman. "Get lost. I'm not eating anymore." The beggar girl, pushed to her limit, finally snapped, hurling an angry curse before snatching her sign and storming off. "Hey, dumplings! You're dumplings!" Fang Yuan grabbed 2 buns and gave chase. "Go to hell, you lunatic!" The sight of this startled the beggar girl, and her short legs instantly turned into lightning-fast wheels. When Fang Yuan returned with a look of regret on his face, Ren Xiaoji was utterly convinced. The boss is truly the boss. That level of thinking beyond ordinary people is something I can only look up to. By the time he entered the tobacco and liquor store, Fang Yuan's expression had returned to its usual calm. Under Ren Xiaoji's admiring gaze, he calmly scanned a case of Flying Heaven Maotai and a pack of Huazi cigarettes. No sooner had they returned to the car than Jiang Yunxue called, urging them to hurry back. Chapter 16, Encountering the Black Dog. It was the height of June. The cool evening breeze carried the fragrance of flowers throughout the courtyard. Beneath the lush grapevine trellis, a feast of exquisite flavors and aromas had already been laid out on the table. After Fang Yuan set down the crate of wine, he opened the bottle and poured some for Rin Shanshan's father. "Haha, once you're here, treat it like your own home, no need to be formal. Sit down, please." Ren Dalan was a senior executive at a major multinational corporation, earning an annual salary of around 700,000 to 800,000 yuan. He frequently accompanied company leaders to various events and was no stranger to high society gatherings. Though Fang Yuan's attire struck him as a bit jarring, he maintained his composure, smiling as he welcomed them. Fang Yuan sat down beside Jiang Yunxue. Ren Shanshan, who had just brought out the last dish of fried prawns, glanced at him sheepishly. Then she smiled and said, "Don't be shy. My parents are actually very warm-hearted people. It's just ordinary home cooking, Mr. Fang, I hope you don't mind." After sitting down, Ren Shanshan addressed Fang Yuan. "Ahem, not at all, it's all the same, all the same." Ren Dalan didn't think much of it, dismissing it as playful banter between young people. But Ren Xiaoji, sitting nearby, couldn't keep quiet. He piped up, "Sis, my big brother isn't an outsider. He definitely wouldn't look down on it." "Your boss?" "Yeah, I've already sworn allegiance to Brother Fang as my leader. He even said he'd take me out in his Ferrari to show off whenever he's free. Oh my goodness, even eating can't shut you up." Fang Yuan's hand trembled, and the crab he'd been holding with his chopsticks slid right into Jiang Yunxue's bowl. Ren Dalan was slightly taken aback. This young man looked so fresh-faced, yet his family apparently had considerable assets. Being able to afford a Ferrari is a good thing. "Come on, little Fang, let's have a drink together. Uncle Ren, you flatter me. I'll toast to you." When others toasted him, he returned the favor. This was Fang Yuan's consistent principle in life. After a few rounds of toasts, the atmosphere at the table instantly livened up. Especially with Rin Xiaoji, that lively character, keeping everyone in stitches. Just then, Ren Dalan's phone rang. "Stay seated, everyone. I'll just take this call." A moment later, Ren Dalan returned to his seat, frowning. "Dad, what's wrong?" Being the older sister, she noticed the worry in her father's brow. Ren Shanshan couldn't help but ask. "Nothing. You two just eat. It's just business at the company." After eating a little, Ren Dalan left first. Half an hour later, after Jiang Yunxue and Ren Shanshan finished their chatter, Fang Yuan figured it was time to head back. But to his surprise, the two girls were discussing going to sing karaoke. Since they were all young and full of energy, Fang Yuan didn't object. In the end, Jiang Yunxue rode with Fang Yuan in his sports car. Ren Shanshan drove her dad's Audi S6L to join them. Ren Xiaoji had wanted to join them, but his sister had ruthlessly left him behind. Fang Yuan could do nothing to help him. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the city's largest Kanglan KTV. After parking, they headed toward the elevator in the underground garage. On the way, they bumped into two dark-skinned MO people behind them, laughing and roughhousing. They were speaking in a gibberish dialect from the Black Continent tribe that was impossible to understand. Their eyes kept darting around, leering at the two girls. Their lewdness and lustful intentions were utterly unmasked. When they entered the elevator, the two even deliberately pressed their bodies closer, startling Jiang Yunxue and Rin Shanshan into retreating behind Fang Yuan. "Hey, cuties, wanna hang out? Let's be friends." One of the tall Moors spoke in broken Xiao Mandarin, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "Disgusting. Ren Shanshan shot back, her eyebrows arching in indignation. Is this how you Xia people treat guests? Don't you know we're international students from abroad? The black man who'd been insulted retorted, refusing to back down. His eyes brimmed with an air of superiority. We're only bothering with you because we think you're worth our time. Do you have any idea how many women at school are dying to hook up with us MO guys? Damn it, you're just a piece of farm equipment, yet you've got this sense of superiority. This is Xia Nation. As the only man among the three, Fang Yuan snapped back angrily. He didn't like starting trouble, but he certainly wasn't afraid of it. Two MO people, faces twisted in rage, closed in, fists clenched. Fortunately, the elevator doors slid open at that moment. Chinese trash. After stepping out of the elevator, the two MO people flipped him the bird. Damn it! Fang Yuan clenched his fists, ready to charge forward, but Jiang Yunxue grabbed him tightly. Don't be impulsive. They outnumber us. Forget it. Don't stoop to their level. Ren Shanshan quickly chimed in with her own words of caution. These two MO people were tall and burly, and several more were converging on them from other parts of the hall. If it came to blows, Fang Yuan would definitely be at a disadvantage. Of course, this was because they had no idea Fang Yuan had inherited the legacy of an ancient martial arts grandmaster. Otherwise, they'd be mourning those two losers right now. What do we do now? They'd been happily planning to go out for a sing-along, only to run into this mess. Fang Yuan shrugged indifferently. Don't worry. I've got this. He walked up to the service counter. The other silent man followed suit. He addressed the front desk girl in broken Xia Mandarin. Give me the deluxe grand suite, the 5888-1. He shot Fang Yuan a smug look as he finished speaking. As international students, they received a substantial stipend each semester. This amount was several times greater than what most impoverished students in Xia Nation received, and it came with various additional benefits and subsidies. In Black Continent, 5,888 yuan was practically a fortune. Had they not stumbled upon the opportunity to study in Xia through sheer luck, they might not have saved that much even after picking cotton for years. Having endured poverty, these Marian students generally harbored a vindictive spending mentality. Fang Yuan chuckled. Competing over money? Give me the most expensive presidential suite. Certainly, sir. The minimum charge for the presidential suite is 58,888 yuan. Are you sure? Charge it. The Marrow Man, who had been smirking moments ago, turned ashen-faced upon hearing Fang Yuan had booked the presidential suite. The matter was temporarily settled. After all, the backstage boss of Kanglan KTV was quite powerful, and ordinary people wouldn't dare cause trouble here. 1 a.m. After finishing their songs and heading toward the underground parking garage, Fang Yuan abruptly halted in his tracks. Not far ahead, 7 or 8 silent men suddenly closed in on them. Clearly, after being humiliated earlier, these silent men weren't satisfied and had waited in the parking garage to seek revenge. You two stand behind me. Fang Yuan said calmly. His sharp gaze fixed on the silent men. Take him out. Later, drag those two women into the car and get them out of here. Xia women sure are pretty. We'll have some fun tonight. Just remember not to kill anyone. As long as we don't make a big scene, with our foreigner status, the Xia authorities can't do anything to us. The group of MO people chattered away in their dialect, their faces practically screaming with lust. Die, you yellow-skinned monkey. Two MO people charged forward with a quick run-up, their fists swinging down toward Fang Yuan's head. Chapter 17, Beating the Black Dog. Empowered by the strength of a grandmaster of ancient martial arts, Fang Yuan instantly executed the most optimal reaction. He took a half step back, narrowly evading the first silent man's punch. Then, his right hand transformed from a palm strike into a fist, striking the opponent's chest twice in rapid succession with blur-like speed. The crack of shattered ribs echoed crystal clear in the silent parking lot. Damn it! The other silent man's expression grew even more furious. But Fang Yuan leapt over a meter into the air, delivering a sweeping roundhouse kick that struck the man squarely in the neck. Had he not held back 70% of his strength, that strike alone would have snapped the man's neck clean off. Yet even with only 30% of his strength, it was more than the Ma man could withstand. His head jerked violently several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Two MO men charged forward, only to be swiftly taken down in mere seconds. Holy Xia Nation Kung Fu! What do we do now? This sudden, overwhelming blow left the remaining MO people utterly bewildered. They were a bunch of bullies who picked on the weak and feared the strong. Seeing the power Fang Yuan had just displayed, fear began to creep onto their faces. Charge! All together! I refuse to believe he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Urged on by their comrade, the remaining 6 black men roared and charged forward. By then, several passers-by had appeared in the parking lot, filming the scene with their phones. Zhang Qiandao was among them. As the young master of the Zhang group, he had never shown much interest in business affairs, instead devoting himself to traditional martial arts. Over the years, he had spent a fortune hiring so-called masters for private lessons and had traveled extensively across Xia's famous rivers and ancient sites, yet his progress remained minimal. when Fang Yuan knocked out those two black men earlier. His graceful movements and effortless footwork left Zhang Qian utterly captivated. Impressive. Absolutely stunning. This is the true martial arts of our Xia kingdom. Seeing the remaining MO men abandon martial ethics and attempt to gang up on the big shot, Zhang Qiandao was instantly enraged. As everyone knows, two fists can't fight four hands, especially when these silent men were all built like tanks. He barked at the 7 or 8 black-clad bodyguards behind him, "Get the hell up there and help. Damn it, this is Xia territory, how dare those dark-skinned bastards run wild." Hearing their young master's command, the bodyguards behind him all wore expressions of helpless resignation. They were all former Special Forces veterans. Dealing with these ordinary thugs should have been child's play. Yet the scene that unfolded next left everyone utterly stunned. Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh. He pulled out a trash picker from his pocket and walked straight toward the commotion. In his hands, the ordinary tongs became like a sword without a shadow. Combined with his elusive, unpredictable movements, the 6 black men couldn't even touch the hem of Fang Yuan's clothes. Smack! 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 A series of agonized screams mingled with the sound of the tongs striking flesh, rising and falling in waves. Get lost! With a graceful spinning back kick, Fang Yuan sent a swollen-faced near flying 5 meters away. The rest, of course, was predictable. After a brutal round of whipping the silent men, he finished them off with punches and kicks, knocking every last one to the ground. The entire ordeal lasted no more than a few minutes. Only Fang Yuan remained standing, his expression calm. The MO people around him lay groaning in pain, while one particularly cowardly one played dead, not moving at all. Holy, is this the martial arts of our Xia nation? Damn, that's insane. Taking on 8 black dogs single-handedly? Watching that made me feel like I could do it too. Damn, that was incredible. I saved the video, this is gonna go viral for sure. The onlookers shouted in unison, their gazes fixed on Fang Yuan with a mix of admiration and awe. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiandao's eyes glowed green, as if he'd found his true calling. Damn it, I've made up my mind, he's going to be my master. The black-clad bodyguards wore solemn, grim expressions. With their skills, taking on these silent men barehanded might be manageable 1-on-1 or 2-on-1. But against more, they'd be overwhelmed. Yet this unassuming young man before them seemed utterly effortless, as if he were beating up a bunch of kids. Then, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. The sound that once sent these MO people into panic now felt strangely comforting to them. 3 uniformed officers arrived to assess the situation, their brows furrowing. If this involved ordinary citizens, Fang Yuan would undoubtedly be considered acting in self-defense. The tricky part was that these MO people were international students. Damn it, you Chinese hit us. If this isn't resolved, I'll file a complaint with our embassy. That's right. He must apologize to us and pay compensation. After the officers arrived, the MO people, who had been wailing loudly moments before, suddenly seemed emboldened. They started playing the victim, positioning themselves as the aggrieved party, and constantly invoked their foreign status to pressure the officers on the scene. The lead officer reviewed the video footage provided by bystanders. After questioning Fang Yuan and Jian Yunxue, he had formed a rough judgment. But when it came time for the routine questioning of the MO people, they immediately started acting crazy and talking nonsense, dodging questions about the fact that they had initiated the fight. They avoided any mention of the fact that they had ganged up on Fang Yuan. While in Xia Nation, you must abide by Xia Nation's laws. This is not Black Continent, nor is it a place where you can act with impunity. This is your final chance to confess and receive leniency. The 3 officers fixed the MO people, who seemed utterly indifferent to the consequences, with stern gazes. Moments later, one officer pulled out his walkie-talkie and began calling for backup. Soon, over a dozen uniformed officers arrived at the scene. These troublemakers deliberately disrupted public order, suspected of provoking trouble and intentional assault. Take them all away. The MO people, who had been planning to make a scene, were stunned when their usual scare tactics failed. They could only obediently accept the handcuffs. Fang Yuan accompanied them to the police station to give his statement. When he finally emerged from the station after clarifying the facts, the 2 women finally let out a sigh of relief. Yet Fang Yuan's actions that day had truly shattered their preconceptions. Who would have thought this perpetually low-key man was secretly a martial arts master? Before they could even return to the parking lot to retrieve their car, a fair-skinned young man in a dress shirt suddenly approached them. Several black-clad bodyguards followed behind him. Looking for trouble? A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yuan's mind. But the other's actions left him stunned. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. This is the gift prepared for your initiation ceremony, a small token of our respect, please accept it. Zhang Qiandao knelt with a thud, then 2 black-clad bodyguards approached, carrying a large stack of cash. At a glance, it appeared to be at least 1,000,000 yuan in cash. Sorry, I don't have time. In the past, Fang Yuan wouldn't have been able to tear his eyes away from such a sum. But now, with the system at his disposal, a mere million or so was hardly worth his notice. He'd rather spend his time scavenging for junk than wasting it on apprentices. Watching Fang Yuan's departing figure, Zhang Xiandao felt not discouraged but increasingly energized. To regard money as dirt, that's the mark of a true sage beyond the mundane world. But I, Zhang Xiandao, will never give up. I've set my sights on this master. Seeing the young master consumed by obsession, the bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 18, The Damned Charm. It was now nearly 3 in the morning. Only a few stray cats and dogs remained on the streets, along with the barbecue stalls still bustling to make ends meet. How about we grab some barbecue and have a drink? After a day of turmoil, compounded by the incident in the parking lot, left the two women feeling mentally drained even now. Sure, Mr. Fang's on the tab tonight. Fang Yuan didn't object, readily taking on the task of covering the bill for their late-night snack. Hee, you're the big boss. If you don't pay, do you expect us two little ladies to foot the bill? Run Chanqian teased playfully. Soon, the car pulled up in front of the barbecue restaurant where they had first met. Since she'd been drinking, Zhang Yunxue was driving the Ferrari. As they stepped out, the combination of the beautiful woman and the luxury sports car instantly drew the attention of many onlookers. But when they saw a scruffy-looking guy in ragged clothes, lugging a woven bag, emerge from the passenger seat, the men present collectively felt a pang of heartache beyond words. Damn, these days people will resort to any bizarre tactic to latch onto a rich woman. Don't you feel even a shred of guilt, bro? Is playing the victim the new trend? I need to study this up. Why? One drives a Ferrari, the other an Audi. Both are rich women. I'm so jealous. Fang Yuan chuckled. How could any man not have a bit of vanity? But when ordering, seeing the table piled high with oysters, leeks, and poor kidneys, he couldn't help but gently press his hand to his waist. Eat more. Thank goodness you're here today. Zhang Yunxue blushed as she picked up an oyster and placed it in front of Fang Yuan. Ren Shanxian couldn't help but roll her eyes at her best friend. Hey, could you two tone it down with the PDA? You're disturbing me. We're not. Zhang Yunxue covered her face with embarrassment and laughed. Perhaps because of tonight's events, the bond between the three had grown noticeably stronger. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, Ren Shanxian suddenly gasped. Oh no! I rushed out so quickly I forgot my keys. It's so late now, and I don't want to wake my parents. What should I do? Fang Yuan, who had just been about to find a hotel with Zhang Yunxue to discuss life, heard this and immediately thought, oh no. Shanxian, why don't you come with us to get a room? We can figure something out for tonight. Ren Shanxian shot Fang Yuan a slightly embarrassed glance. Your guy just ate a ton of oysters and kidneys. Is it okay for me to sleep with you? It's fine. What could possibly happen? No, I do have a problem. Fang Yuan spoke insincerely. Embarrassed, Zhang Yunxue twisted his waist hard with her hand. But when her fingers touched the solid muscles that had formed on Fang Yuan's body after achieving Grandmaster status, her eyes lit up with a hint of mischief. What a captivating little vixen. Ah, but tonight is definitely a lost cause. Watching Zhang Yunxue being pulled into the next room by Ren Shanxian, Fang Yuan felt like crying. The next morning, when he woke up, a message from Zhang Yunxue appeared on his phone. Turns out the two girls had already made plans to go shopping together. After brushing his teeth and washing up with a sigh of resignation, Fang Yuan was just about to head out. A ringtone suddenly sounded from his pocket. Seeing the caller ID, Fang Yuan's expression turned complex. It was a mix of resentment, resignation, and bitterness. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Hello? Why are you calling me? Before he could finish, a furious middle-aged man's voice erupted from the phone. Answer me. Are you scavenging for scraps to survive in Linchuan City right now? Fang Yuan scoffed coldly. What I do is none of your damn business. The day you and that woman kicked me out, we severed all ties. If you have something to say, speak up. Otherwise, hang up. Fine, you little punk think you're all grown up now, huh? Let me tell you this, if you're going to scavenge for scraps, then get the hell out of here. Go die somewhere else and stop embarrassing me. If you've got the guts, don't ever come back to this family. Oh, and all 3 apartments are registered under your brother's name now. You're not getting a share. Finished? That's it? Fang Yuan pressed the hang-up button with a cold smile. He then immediately blocked his biological father, Fang Weigu's number. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner rage as he muttered to himself. A home without warmth isn't worth returning to. Fang Yuan trudged down the street, eyes vacant, a woven bag in hand, his mind a chaotic jumble of thoughts. As he walked, a suddenly appearing trash bin caught his eye. The trash inside had piled up so high it was spilling over. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a wave of clarity wash over him. I've got a house, a car, savings, and a campus beauty as my girlfriend. Every day I eat, drink, and pick through trash living like a god. Why dwell on such petty troubles? Hell yeah, let's do this. With his mind cleared, he felt a wave of lightness wash over him. Ding! Congratulations on recycling 1 empty cigarette pack. Money plus 1,000. Ding! Congratulations on recycling 1 damaged lighter. Money plus 200. Just as Fang Yuan was hard at work, a fashionably dressed woman in high heels appeared beside him out of nowhere. She held a live streaming camera in her hand. As an internet celebrity streamer, Lin Xiaoman loved nothing more than conducting street interviews tailored to her fans' preferences. She had originally planned to explore the food street today. But when she encountered Fang Yuan on the way, her live stream viewers suddenly started clamoring for her to interview Fang Yuan, the scrap collector. With no choice but to prioritize her fans' wishes, she suppressed her discomfort and approached Fang Yuan. "Hi there, I'm a streamer who specializes in interviewing interesting people on the street. Could I take a few minutes of your time?" "Sorry, I'm busy. Being hit on in broad daylight my damn charm," Fang Yuan muttered under his breath. But Lin Xiaoman was right beside him. She caught every word of his complaint. Hundreds of fans in the livestream went wild. "Damn, bro, you're just a junk collector, where'd you get the confidence? Pfft, shameless jerk, more narcissistic than me. Streamer, get out of here, this guy's clearly got something wrong with his head. Ha, am I the only one who thinks his comments are kinda funny?" Lin Xiaoman shot Fang Yuan a withering glare. "Are you kidding me? You're just a junk collector, what charm could you possibly have? I'm not blind, you know. I'd have to be crazy to find you attractive." "Heh, you say you're charming? Care to elaborate?" Lin Xiaoman smiled faintly, determined to make Fang Yuan suffer today. Fang Yuan lifted the hem of his shirt, revealing a Ferrari key fob. He sighed heavily. "My back's been killing me lately from picking up so much junk." "Bull. I bet you just brought that car key to show off. Also, take a look at my phone, is the screen acting up?" Fang Yuan accidentally opened his bank account, and the 7-figure balance instantly made Lin Xiaoman's eyes widen. The Ferrari key might be fake, but the bank balance couldn't be fabricated, right? She scrutinized Fang Yuan from head to toe. Who knew he was the legendary show-off? Lin Xiaoman gave him a thumbs up in admiration. "Damn, bro, you're seriously impressive. Keep it low-key, low-key." Fang Yuan chuckled and tightened his grip on the trash bag. Chapter 19, Real 5 pounds of crab, 3 pounds of lobster. So rich yet pretending to be a rag picker? Have you no shame? But that wasn't the end of it. Fang Yuan pulled out his phone and called the manager of Drunken Immortal Pavilion. "Hello? Right, get me the top-tier lobsters weighing 3 gene and the 5 gene crabs. I'll be over for dinner shortly. Make sure to reserve a private room. Oh, and get me a plate of that truffle stir-fry. Plus a bowl of caviar, I'll be eating that instead of rice. Yeah, and throw in a few of our signature dishes. That'll do for now." Drunken Immortal Pavilion? 3 pounds of lobster and 5 pounds of crab? Are you kidding me? Lin Xiaoman looked puzzled. It wasn't that she didn't believe him, but Fang Yuan's tone on the phone was just too casual. Drunken Immortal Pavilion? That was one of Lin City's notoriously high-end restaurants. Forget being a millionaire, even a multi-millionaire would barely be a minor player there. What gives you the right to act so cocky? Heh, believe it or not, it's up to you. Since the location wasn't far from Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Fang Yuan didn't bother driving. Instead, he carried the woven bag all the way, hunting along the way. The streamer can't back down, go expose his true colors. Goddess Xiaomin, didn't you hear him brag about owning a Ferrari? Who'd believe someone with a car would walk? Go expose him, and I'll send you a huge rocket right now. Count me in too. There are actually such shameless people in this world? We have to expose him. Go now, streamer. I'll ask my mom for money to send you gifts immediately. Seeing the fan count in the live stream room steadily climbing, Lin Xiaoman felt energized. Everyone, relax. Leave this to me. With nearly 4,000 viewers in the livestream now, not to mention anything else, she could easily pocket over 3,000 yuan from today's gift revenue share alone. That's cold, hard cash. Motivated by the prospect of profit, Lin Xiaoman snapped off the heel of her high-heeled shoe to avoid the hassle of walking later. After all, they were cheap shoes costing only a few dozen yuan. She wouldn't mind if they got ruined. But this scene deeply moved the fans watching the livestream. The streamer is so dedicated, truly spoiling her fans. Love it. Love it. Guys, hit that follow button. Holy crap, Lin Xiaoman never imagined her spontaneous act would bring such unexpected benefits. It seems heaven truly rewards those who strive for a better life. She carried her streaming equipment, following Fang Yuan the entire time. Watching him stop and start, occasionally pulling out his tongs to pick up scraps and stuff them into a woven bag. No way, he's actually scavenging? Seeing Fang Yuan's earnest demeanor as he collected trash, which didn't seem fake, a smile began to spread across Lin Xiaoman's face. She thought that if she could expose Fang Yuan's true colors later, it would surely spark another wave of heated discussion in the livestream chat. A dozen minutes later, Fang Yuan arrived at the entrance of Drunken Immortal Pavilion. It was the peak lunch hour. The parking lot was packed with luxury cars of every make and model. An ordinary person would likely lack the courage to even step inside. But Fang Yuan strode boldly toward the main entrance. Quick, quick, quick! Mr. Fang is here. Spotting Fang Yuan, the manager who had been waiting outside the restaurant rushed over to greet him. Mr. Fang, your private room and dishes are ready. Come, let me carry your things. No need, I can carry them myself. Seeing his superior insist, the restaurant manager dared not say another word. He lowered his head and began leading the way with a submissive expression. Lin Xiaoman, trailing behind, was instantly dumbfounded. They actually came out to greet us at the restaurant? Could it be that what that person said earlier was true? Fans in the livestream chat began commenting in the bullet screen. Who cares if it's true or not? Just let the streamer go inside and see for herself. Yeah, what's the streamer waiting for? Go on. But Lin Xiaoman was in a predicament. She was still carrying her live streaming equipment, and going in would definitely make her stand out like a sore thumb. Plus, sitting in the restaurant without ordering anything would be downright rude. But as everyone knew, Drunken Immortal Pavilion was notoriously expensive. Even though she'd already received 2 or 3,000 yuan in gift money, if she actually went in and spent that much, she'd be eating instant noodles for a month straight. Are you coming, streamer? If not, we're unfollowing you. What's the deal? Thought we'd get some drama, but the streamer's such a wimp. Come on, let's go. Unfollow. Wait, fine, I'll go, okay? Seeing the live chat about to erupt with unfollows, Lin Xiaoman decided to take the plunge. She jogged all the way to the restaurant entrance. She shouted at Fang Yuan's retreating back, "Honey, wait for me." Fans had assumed she was about to empty her wallet. But no one expected Lin Xiaoman to take such a risky gamble to save money. Calling him husband left everyone stunned. Holy crap, sis, are you out of your mind? Who the hell is your husband? Fang Yuan turned around to see it was the female streamer from earlier. Honey, wait for me. Lin Xiaoman didn't care about the consequences. She rushed over and wrapped her arm around Fang Yuan's. Her face wore a hint of plaintive sorrow. I'm sorry, honey. I'll never make you angry again. Please don't abandon me, okay? From now on, you can have as many mistresses as you want. As long as you stay by my side, I'll agree to anything. The hotel manager nearby shot Lin Xiaoman a slightly curious glance before quickly lowering his head, pretending he hadn't seen anything. He'd accidentally stumbled upon a major scandal involving the boss. Fang Yuan's face had turned pale. If Jiang Yunchue saw this, it would definitely cause a huge problem. In that moment, he felt a pang of guilt. He had clearly seen through her intentions to seduce him earlier. Why hadn't he nipped that damn crush in the bud? Now look at the mess this had caused. But he refused to take the blame for it. Hey, I'm warning you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Security. Brother, I'm sorry. Please don't kick me out. Just let me come in with you. Seeing Fang Yuan about to call for backup, Lin Xiaoman quickly leaned close to whisper in his ear, flashing him the live chat comments from her stream. Fang Yuan nearly laughed in anger. Had this streamer lost her mind? She actually had the nerve to target him for money. You want to come in with me, huh? Lin Xiaoman nodded obediently. Heh, it's not that you're not good enough, but we'll have to split the profits evenly. You're using me to generate clicks and traffic, it's only fair I get a share of the benefits, right? You're shameless. All this money was hard-earned, yet this guy had the nerve to demand a split. Fang Yuan chuckled. He didn't really care about the streaming profits anyway, he just found the whole thing amusing. If you don't agree, then I'm afraid I have no choice. With that, Fang Yuan withdrew his hand from her softness, the motion inevitably causing a bit of friction. Lin Xiaoman glared at Fang Yuan through gritted teeth, but the next second, she suddenly burst into laughter. Fine, whatever. Split it evenly? I'll agree to it. Haha, smart move. By the way, I should mention I actually have a girlfriend. There's no chance between us. You'd better give up on that idea sooner rather than later. Oomph. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he walked toward the private room he'd arranged earlier. Lin Xiaoman followed in, fuming. But when she saw the giant crab and the lobster with its claws and antennae dancing on the table, she froze in her tracks. Fans in the livestream room collectively gasped in awe at their phone screens. Chapter 20, Pack it all up. Besides the two eye-catching seafood giants, the table was also laden with an array of exquisite dishes. In the lavishly decorated private room, there was only one chair. Fang Yuan took it without hesitation. After taking a couple of bites from the overflowing bowl of caviar placed before him, he couldn't help but complain, this tastes fishy and salty. Swap it out for plain rice. The restaurant manager promptly took the caviar and instructed a waiting waiter to replace it. Gulp. Lin Xiaoman's tears nearly spilled from the corners of her mouth. Boss, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. I don't mind. Seeing the woman standing dumbstruck nearby, the restaurant manager was utterly baffled, but since Fang Yuan hadn't spoken, he dared not act on his own. After all, judging from their earlier exchange, their relationship seemed different from what he'd imagined. Snap. Two waiters specially helped remove the crab and shrimp shells, then placed the peeled meat before him. Not bad. The flavor is incredibly fresh. Fang Yuan chewed the succulent crab meat with relish, his face beaming with satisfaction. Get her a chair so she can sit down and eat with us. She is a partner, after all. Is this partnership legitimate? Yes, Mr. Fang. This is outrageous, leaving me waiting all this time before finally getting someone to bring a chair. Poof. What do you take me for, Lin Xiaoman? My pride and integrity absolutely forbid me from stooping to such a lowly act. 1 minute later. Wow, it's so big, so thick, and so delicious. I've never had crab meat this huge in my life. If you're not eating the caviar, can I have it? You don't mind that I've already eaten some, do you? Watching Lin Xiaoman wolf down her food like a starving ghost reincarnated, Fang Yuan instantly lost his appetite. Gulp gulp. Ha! After polishing off every last bit of caviar in her bowl, Lin Xiaoman let out a long sigh. She patted her slightly rounded belly with satisfaction. What was supposed to be a big reveal of a wealthy person's true colors had turned into a food livestream. This prompted a chorus of curses from the fans in the livestream chat. Host, you have no principles. How could you be bought off by a measly 5 pounds of crab, 3 pounds of lobster, and some caviar? How could you do this to us? Exactly. Slurp. That golden Peking duck leg looks so delicious. Holy crap, caviar for dinner? I wouldn't dare dream of that even sleeping on my 5-meter wide bed. Wah! This streamer is toxic. Seeing Fang Yuan's teasing expression, Lin Xiaoman sheepishly wiped her mouth. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Seeing Fang Yuan get up to leave, Lin Xiaoman hurriedly said, aren't you taking your share? Keep it for yourself. Life's tough, treasure every moment. In that moment, Lin Xiaoman suddenly felt that this mysterious, low-key tycoon seemed to radiate a unique charm. Not only is he rich, but he's also so humble and kind, he's practically my dream guy. Host, hurry up and ask for his contact info. Oh my gosh, if we could hook up with this rich guy, we'd all have to start calling her Sister Min from now on. Feeling the spark? Drifting alone in the city, Lin Xiaoman naturally yearned for the day she'd meet a man who could shield her from life's storms. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had already mentioned he had a girlfriend. She could only suppress the flutter in her heart as she watched Fang Yuan's figure gradually disappear. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoman blurted out, "Has this table settled the bill yet?" The restaurant manager shook his head and replied honestly, "I'm afraid not. The entire restaurant belonged to Fang Yuan. Why would he pay for his own meal? Unless the manager wanted to lose his job. But Lin Xiaoman didn't know that. Wah! I knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. Staring at the table laden with dishes, she felt as though she could hear her wallet weeping helplessly. How much is this? Well, based on regular pricing, it should be around 53,000. The restaurant manager didn't know Lin Xiaoman's background, so he quoted a rough estimate. 53,000? That's right. Since it's for Mr. Fang himself, we've used only the freshest ingredients. Could you put it on my tab? I forgot my wallet today. Lin Xiaoman blurted out, thick-skinned as ever. If she really had to pay that much, she might as well just kill herself. But to her surprise, the restaurant manager suddenly smiled. You're joking, lovely. The entire drunken immortal pavilion is owned by Mr. Fang. Since you're our Mr. Fang's guest, why would we ever ask a guest to pay? Upon hearing this news, Lin Xiaoman's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. She never imagined drunken immortal pavilion belonged to Fang Yuan. If she'd known, forget being the mistress, she might have even considered being the 5th or 6th mistress. Pack it up. Please wrap up all these dishes for me. Having lost her chance to be the mistress, she instantly channeled her grief and anger into motivation. She instructed the waiter to pack up all the leftovers, then strode out of the restaurant like a tough woman, lugging bags and boxes. At that moment, Fang Yuan was crouched in front of a convenience store. Seeing Lin Xiaoman's wild antics, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Just as he was pondering whether to go brag to his little buddy, a long-dormant QQ suddenly chimed with a message notification. Lone Wolf, are you there? Seeing the cheesy nickname, the image of a dead fatso instantly popped into Fang Yuan's mind. Handsome guy, what brings you to call upon this emperor? Lone Wolf, damn, you still know how to put on airs. Lone Wolf, I finally passed the civil service exam this year. It's been ages since our dorm buddies got together. Wanna meet up? Handsome guy, come to Linchuan. I'll make it happen. Lone Wolf, already booked the flights. Pick us up tonight when we land. Handsome guy. After stashing his phone, Fang Yuan popped into a clothing store and grabbed a random outfit. It wouldn't be polite to meet his 3 college roommates, whom he hadn't seen in ages, dressed in rags. He admired his reflection in the mirror, a sharp-suited, polished-shoed hunk. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Being handsome was undeniable, the damn charm of his, as always. But he couldn't exactly drive his Ferrari to the airport. For close friends, he always preferred genuine modesty. Ding! Congratulations on recycling 1 lead-free pencil. You have earned a Geely Grand. Due to space limitations, the vehicle has been parked by the system in a roadside spot. Please follow the instructions to collect it. Ask and you shall receive. Now I've got everything I need. Fang Yuan stowed the pliers and followed the system's directions to the Grand. He opened the trunk and tossed the woven bag and pliers inside. Getting in, he found it quite comfortable. After all, domestic car manufacturing technology had made significant strides in recent years, though it still lagged behind certain countries. They've successfully shed the label of being money-grabbing gas guzzlers with no redeeming qualities. Chapter 21, Long-Lost Friends Reunited. He sped along in his little geely. Over an hour later, Fang Yuan arrived at the airport. It should be about time. After waiting a few minutes at the arrivals gate, 3 familiar figures slowly came into view. Holy, you bastards! Ah, long time no see. A big, bespectacled guy rushed over first and gave Fang Yuan a bear hug. Hey, what's with the grab? You're trying to take advantage of me right after we meet? Fang Yuan chuckled and patted the man's shoulder. All these years later, you haven't changed a bit, kid. A young man with a crew cut, dressed in dress pants and a shirt, also laughed as he clapped hands with Fang Yuan. Lin Yi. Heard you and the fatso both got civil service jobs. Way to go. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Just a stable job to get by, really. If you ask me who's done best out of the 4 of us, it's gotta be young Master Su. Not only is he worth over 10 million at such a young age, but his dad even set up 2 companies for him to gain experience. This trip? Su Xiao covered the airfare first class, no less. Damn impressive. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked toward the last person walking in, a youth with a soft, feminine aura. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, he instinctively appraised his former classmate's appearance. Cheap clothes and a Geely car key dangling from his waist. Seems like this old classmate of mine isn't doing too well these days. Long time no see. Su Lianyun's expression was utterly unreadable, devoid of any joy one might expect at a long-awaited reunion. Fang Yuan didn't dwell on it. After all, back in the dorm days, their relationship had been nothing special. The 2 closest to him were Fatty and Lin Yi. Their visit had been a joint decision. As for why Su Lianyun had tagged along and even generously covered the flight costs, it was most likely an investment in Fatso and Lin Yi. These days, once you secured a government position, you became a civil servant. Plus, the 3 of them were now in the same city. He figured they might come in handy someday. So his lukewarm attitude toward Fang Yuan was understandable. That's just the nature of a businessman. Come on. Tonight, us brothers will have a proper drink together. Fang Yuan chuckled as he led the way. Spotting the Geely parked in the spot, the fat guy couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy, you even bought a car now? How flashy is that?" Yeah, most people are still drowning in debt right after graduation. You've already got a car sorted out? That's not exactly helping team spirit, Lin Yi chimed in with a hearty laugh. Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. What are you talking about? You 2 are both aiming for leadership positions. You won't be able to afford a car? As they got into the car, Su Lianyun silently fiddled with his phone, lost in thought. The 3 chatted animatedly all the way, freely sharing stories about life and their visions for the future. Back in the city center, Fang Yuan began agonizing over where to eat. Drunken Immortal Pavilion was his turf. Going there might tip his hand. Too fancy a restaurant or hotel wouldn't quite fit his current persona either. Just then, Su Lianyun, sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke up. How about this one? The atmosphere looks pretty good. Fang Yuan turned to look. It seemed his wish had come true. The place Su Lianyun pointed to was none other than Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Ahem, just us brothers here, no need to splurge. Any place will do. Just looking at the decor of Drunken Immortal Pavilion and the luxury cars parked out front, it was obvious the prices inside would be steep. Logically, as the host, he should be the one treating everyone. The fat man was considerate, not wanting to put Fang Yuan in an awkward position. A flicker of displeasure crossed Su Lianyun's eyes at the remark. He was a strong-willed man who disliked having his opinions challenged. Lin Yi opened his mouth but ultimately chose to remain silent. His family background was modest. He'd worked hard to secure a government position, and his assignment happened to be right in the heart of Su's family's business territory. He needed Su Lianyun's assistance in many areas, so it would be inappropriate to follow the fat guy's lead. No worries. This place is fine. Today, you don't have to worry about anything, just have fun. Fang Yuan didn't want to put his old buddy in an awkward position, so he steered the car right in. As a large restaurant, it naturally had dedicated VIP parking spaces inside. Without thinking much of it, he instinctively drove straight to the spot reserved for the general manager. The security guard in charge of parking frowned and walked straight over. Wow, driving a Geely and daring to hog the restaurant boss's spot? That's just brazen. Su Lianyun, who frequently frequented high-end establishments, was well aware of the restaurant's parking rules. Seeing Fang Yuan foolishly park in the VIP spot only deepened the contempt in his eyes. Hey, you can't Fang. The security guard, who had been fuming moments ago, quickly swallowed his words upon recognizing Fang Yuan sitting in the driver's seat. Oh, sorry about that. You were going to say it's not allowed, right? No. The security guard broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of nearly driving the owner away. Ever since the doorman at the restaurant was fired, The manager had gathered everyone for a special meeting. He displayed photos of Fang Yuan and his signature attire on the projector screen, making sure everyone recognized the boss. The fear was that some clueless employee might demand a toll from Fang Yuan again. "Look, bro, cut us some slack. We'll just grab a bite and be on our way." Fearing the guard might slip up, Fang Yuan quickly got out of the car and approached him, slipping a 100 yuan note into the guard's pocket. He whispered in the guard's ear, "Take the money and don't say a word. Remember, I'm just an ordinary customer now." The guard was a bit confused, but the boss's word was law. "Ahem, well then, park for a bit and get moving." The seasoned security guard wasn't stupid. After tossing out a polite excuse, he adopted a posture of looking left and right. His expression perfectly captured that of a low-level employee secretly exploiting his position for personal gain while fearing discovery by his superiors. Hearing their exchange, Su Lianyun froze in place. If circumstances permitted, he'd have charged over to grab the guard by the collar and demand, "This is the parking spot reserved for your restaurant's boss. Are you sure you can park here?" After Fang Yuan and the others walked inside, the security guard, having keenly grasped his superior's intent, immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie. He relayed this situation to his superiors. "Hello, I'd like to reserve a private room." "Certainly." The receptionist had already received instructions from above, so she handled it flawlessly. She treated Fang Yuan as an ordinary customer throughout the entire process. "Sir, your private room is Flowering Prosperity on the second floor. This way, please." The attendant bowed slightly, gesturing for them to follow. As they stepped into the elevator, the chubby guy sent Fang Yuan a message asking if he had enough cash. Fang Yuan chuckled and gave him a reassuring look. But the fat guy remained uneasy. He silently glanced at the 1,200 yuan balance on his phone. His expression turned utterly grim. Chapter 22, Price equals Truth. Order whatever you like. Don't hold back. Fang Yuan sat down and handed the menu to the fat guy. "Holy crap, this is ridiculously expensive." The fat man shuddered upon seeing the prices listed. Steamed golden lion's head meatballs, 888 yuan. 8 treasure tofu, 168 yuan. Shenlong cabbage, 388 yuan. Authentic premium Buddha jumps over the wall, 8,888 yuan. And he hadn't even reached the seafood page yet. Fatso's family was fairly well off, but the prices at Drunken Immortal Pavilion were truly beyond his imagination. He clicked his tongue. Old Lin, you order instead. My hands are shaking a bit." Linny gave a wry smile. "I've never been to such a high-end restaurant in my life. Maybe we should let young Master Su order instead." But Su Lianyun stood up and said, "It's fine. You two go ahead and order whatever you like. I'll step out to make a call." All eyes now turned to Fang Yuan. "Old Fang, you take the lead. There's only 4 of us, so no need to order too much. Just enough to eat." Fang Yuan glanced at the menu and found it acceptable. It featured signature dishes from all corners of the country. While the prices were a bit steep, the craftsmanship was undeniably authentic. After all, many businesspeople from other regions frequented the city, and being able to savor their hometown specialties in a foreign land. It felt familiar, and they took pride in seeing their hometown dishes served at the table, satisfying customers' appetites while also capturing their hearts. No wonder Drunken Immortal Pavilion did such brisk business. However, whenever he visited, aside from the dishes he specifically requested, the restaurant manager usually handled the rest of the order. So he doesn't really know which dishes are truly delicious. Forget it. Just bring me one of each of your top 20 most expensive dishes. Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered to choose. Expensive doesn't necessarily mean delicious, but there's always a reason behind the price. The moment the words left his mouth, the fat man jumped up. No. Don't be impulsive. He was joking, right? The cost of 20 dishes would probably leave Fang Yuan penniless. Exactly. This is just an old classmates reunion, no need for such extravagance. Let's just grab something simple. Linny, dreading the prospect of being stuck washing dishes afterward, quickly tried to dissuade him. It's settled. Relax, I've got the money. Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, signaling the waiter to leave. No amount of persuasion from the other two could change his mind. Damn, could it be that news of us both landing government jobs got to old Fang? That's why he's trying to prove himself and pulling this stunt. Fatso's face fell as he started fretting over how to break the news to his family and borrow some cash. Oh, and bring us another case of Feitian Maotai. Bro, you're ruthless. You're not leaving us any backup plan at all. We're done for. There's no way out this time. The thought of Fang Yuan driving around in his 100,000 yuan Emgrand sent a wave of despair washing over them. Just then, Su Lianyun returned after finishing his call. Seeing Su Lianyun, the fat guy made up his mind. If Fang Yuan really couldn't pay, he'd swallow his pride and beg for help. So, have you ordered everything? We're done. If there's anything else you fancy, just ask him to bring it over. As a guest from afar, even though Su Lianyun's attitude wasn't great, Fang Yuan didn't hold it against him. Could I borrow your car to pick someone up? Su Lianyun held out his hand. What's going on? Seeing the three of them looking over curiously, Su Lianyun couldn't hide the smug look on his face. Nothing much. Just an old college classmate of ours. Her name is Su Mimi. No idea how she found out I was coming, but she just called asking me to pick her up and hang out. Su Mimi? When he heard the name, Fang Yuan had almost no recollection. Back in college, all his father's money was managed by his stepmother. Beyond the token few hundred yuan she gave him each month. He basically had to work part-time jobs to make ends meet. He was exhausted half to death. Who had time to pay attention to such things? Damn, that's impressive. No wonder they call him young master. So he never lacks for women wherever he goes. Linny gave him a thumbs up, his face beaming with envy. Ha, it's not as complicated as you guys think. After all, we're not a good match. At most, we're just ordinary friends. The superiority in his tone was beyond words. Fine, if you don't mind, take my car. Fang Yuan handed over the keys without hesitation. Su Lianyun took the keys and chuckled. We're old classmates, what's there to be picky about? It's just that I've never driven anything under $500,000 before. Not sure if it'll feel weird or not. Damn it, he's even more pretentious than me. Fang Yuan felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. If it weren't for Fatso and Lin Yi, he'd slap that asshole right now. Never driven a car under $500,000? Who the hell does he think he's talking down to? Su Lianyun stepped out of the hotel and suddenly let out a cold laugh. Back in college, you were so full of yourself. How did you end up such a loser now? Ha! Compared to me, you'll always be nothing but a stinking rat in the sewer. If it weren't for wanting to befriend the fat guy and Lin Yi, he'd never have set foot in this dump. Back in college, Su Lianyun had been the class heartthrob thanks to his basketball skills and decent looks. But the girl he liked back then wasn't interested in him at all. Instead, she favored Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan and that girl never ended up together due to family circumstances, the incident deeply wounded Su Lianyun's already narrow-minded heart. As time passed, Su Lianyun's resentment toward Fang Yuan not only failed to diminish but only grew stronger. This time, he also intended to take the opportunity to thoroughly humiliate Fang Yuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately chosen such an expensive place as Drunken Immortal Pavilion for dinner, aiming to bleed Fang Yuan dry. The thought of Fang Yuan being unable to pay the bill filled Su Lianyun with quiet satisfaction. After opening the car door, he sat down in the driver's seat with utter disdain. Typical cheapskate, he muttered. Keeps a beat-up car looking brand new. Woo, woo. Su Lianyun stomped on the gas pedal in pure spite. The car sped down the street, deliberately running a red light along the way. Fang Yuan, who was sitting in the private room bragging with the fat guy, suddenly received a text message notification. He opened his phone to check. There was a notification about a vehicle violating traffic regulations by running a red light. Damn it, that bastard Su Lianyun actually ran a red light? Fang Yuan, who prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen, couldn't help but let the curse slip out. Calm down, old Fang, don't get worked up. He probably didn't mean it. Fatso quickly interjected, desperate to placate him. He was counting on Su to save the day later and feared Fang Yuan might act impulsively and offend his boss. Seeing their boss lose his temper, the two waiters waiting in the private room for instructions immediately lowered their heads, not daring to breathe a word. Only Lin Yi felt a pang of emotion. A high-end restaurant truly lived up to its name. Even the service staff displayed such high standards. They could even empathize with customers. Truly an eye-opening experience. Chapter 23. Turns out he's a scavenger. After a while, the car pulled up in front of a slightly worn apartment building. If Fang Yuan had been here, he would have recognized it immediately. This was precisely where he had rented a room back then. A woman in a bright red tight dress, two large gold hoops dangling from her ears, and a handbag in her hand stood by the roadside, looking around restlessly. Young Master Su. Upon spotting Su Lianyun, Su Mimi suppressed her excitement and swayed her hips as she approached. Back in school, Su Mimi had known Su Lianyun came from a well-off family, so she'd gone to great lengths through mutual friends to get his contact information. But seeing him drive a Geely, had his family fallen on hard times? As if sensing Su Mimi's thoughts, Su Lianyun replied with a sullen expression. Just arrived in Linchuan and borrowed someone's car. After driving sports cars all this time, this one feels a bit unfamiliar. Su Mimi's face immediately brightened with a smile upon hearing this. I knew it. A distinguished young master like you wouldn't be driving a Geely Grand. Heh, hop in. Tonight, I'll show you some real fun. Su Lianyun chuckled. Outwardly, Su Mimi was quite attractive, with skin maintained to a fair, jade-like smoothness. Paired with the socialite aura she deliberately cultivated, if one ignored her head-to-toe counterfeit designer labels, she actually gave off quite the air of a wealthy heiress. Then I'll be looking forward to it. They were birds of a feather, and Su Mimi knew exactly what Su Lianyun meant. Having finally snagged a chance to latch onto someone influential, she'd braced herself for a barrage of criticism the moment she stepped out. As the old saying goes, the goddess you desperately crave and dream about day and night is nothing more than a toy waiting to be favored in the eyes of the wealthy. That was the stark, naked reality. gazing at the exquisitely arranged dishes on the table. Fatso felt each one was a tiny knife stabbing into his heart. This crab roe fried rice costs 588 yuan per serving. You could buy dozens of regular fried rice dishes for that price. And this stir-fried foie gras? 1,288 yuan. Seeing the fat man's grim expression, Fang Yuan burst into laughter. He casually opened a bottle of Feitian Mao Tai and poured everyone a glass. Come on, come on. Today, you guys just eat your fill. Leave the rest to me. The chubby guy managed a faint smile. Here, raise your glasses. Let's toast to the reunion of our three brothers. But, aren't we waiting for Su Lianyun? Lin Yi hesitated before asking. Fang Yuan clinked his glass with the fat man, downed his drink in one gulp, then picked up his chopsticks, his actions answering Lin Yi's question. Who cares? First come, first served. Latecomers can eat later. Here, Fatso, this big crab claw's all yours. Hee hee, then I won't hold back. The fat man didn't bother with modesty, he was a glutton through and through. At this moment, nothing mattered more than eating. Watching Fang Yuan and the fat guy devouring jumbo shrimp and crab claws with gusto, Lin Yi could only raise his wine glass and drink alone, his chopsticks untouched. Just then, Su Lianyun drove back to the restaurant's parking lot. Seeing no available spots, he instinctively swerved into the restaurant's exclusive VIP parking area. But before the car had even come to a complete stop, a security guard who had just started his shift approached with a menacing glare. What are you doing? Can't you read? Don't you know this is our restaurant's exclusive VIP parking spot? Move your car immediately. After working at Drunken Immortal Pavilion for so long, million-dollar luxury cars seemed utterly ordinary to them. A mere Geelium Grand was hardly worth a second glance. Su Lianyun frowned, but quickly recalled Fang Yuan's approach from earlier. Confidently, he opened the car door, pulled out a 100 yuan bill, and held it close to the guard's face, whispering, "Bro, just grabbing a quick bite. I'll be back in no time." Unexpectedly, the security guard suddenly erupted in anger, pointing at him and shouting. What do you think you're doing? Trying to bribe me? Get lost. Get lost. You have 1 minute to move your car. Last time, the doorman at the restaurant got fired for taking bribes. This incident had become a cautionary tale circulated throughout the entire Drunken Immortal restaurant. No one dared to take bribes carelessly, fearing they might end up like the door attendant. Su Lianyun's foot had effectively stepped on the security guard's bottom line. What kind of attitude is that? Why was it okay to park earlier but not now? Are you leaving or not? If you don't move, I'll have to kick you out. As a second-generation heir, when had he ever been treated with such contempt? What's going on? Just then, Fang Yuan arrived downstairs to instruct the restaurant manager on some matters. Seeing Su Lianyun's car being blocked by security, a smirk appeared on his lips. Fang Yuan, you're just in time. Hurry up and find a spot to park your car. I'll go up first. Su Lianyun flung the keys aside with obvious disgust, dragging Su Mimi into the restaurant. Su Mimi looked at Fang Yuan with confusion, feeling a sense of familiarity. But her primary target was young Master Su. The fact that she had no recollection of him meant he wasn't her type. This car belongs to you? Fang Yuan shot the security guard a subtle glance, then resorted to his old trick, pulling out a 100 yuan bill and slipping it into the guard's hand. Do me a favor. Su Lianyun chuckled. He'd already tried that trick earlier and it didn't work. Aren't you just humiliating yourself? Yet the next second, the guard glanced around and accepted the money without hesitation. Ahem, just don't linger too long, or else if the boss spots you, I'll have some explaining to do. With that, he walked off on his own. Damn it! Su Lianyun, who had been waiting to see the spectacle, felt as if he'd been slapped repeatedly across the face. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fathom where he'd gone wrong. As they stepped into the elevator, Su Mimi couldn't help but ask, Su, was that your friend? Su Lianyun, seething with anger, kept his face composed. But inwardly cursed Su Mimi. Hadn't she seen Fang Yuan humiliate him just now? Why bring up that sore spot? But thinking of the long night ahead, he coldly replied. No. Just some sycophantic nobody. Back in the private room, Lin Yi stood up and helped prepare chairs and tableware for Su Lianyun and Su Mimi. The fat guy quickly put down his chopsticks and said, Young Master Su is back. Come, sit down quickly. Seeing the fat man dare to start eating without waiting for him, Su Lianyun's anger grew more evident. Even the fat man, slow as he was, sensed Su Lianyun's displeasure. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Fang Yuan pushed open the door and walked in. Everyone's here, so let's eat quickly before the food gets cold. Come on, Fatso, fill my cup. Let's drink. Fang Yuan plopped back into his seat with a casual air, completely ignoring Su Lianyun's sour expression. I'm eating your food and drinking your liquor, but I'm not spending your money. This table is on my tab anyway, why should I have to put up with your attitude? That'd be a joke. Hey, it's you? Su Mimi, who had been sizing up Fang Yuan the whole time, suddenly realized. Aren't you the one who used to scavenge junk downstairs at the rental building? The moment those words left her mouth, the entire room fell silent. Only Su Lianyun's face lit up with delight. So he's just a scrap collector. Chapter 24, The Agony of Money You Can't Spend. Su Lianyun burst out laughing as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. He burst out laughing. Wait, you're not joking, right? A scrap collector can afford this whole table of food? Originally, Su Mimi had only mentioned Fang Yuan scavenging as an offhand remark. But Su Lianyun seized it as an opportunity to vent his frustration. He steered the conversation straight toward that topic. Fang Yuan, what do you do for a living now? Scavenging for scraps. What was there to be ashamed of? Scavenging had earned him 11 villas, an office building, a restaurant, and 2 cars. Working for someone else? Not in this lifetime. Scavenging scraps is enough to get by. No way, old Fang, you really scavenge for scraps? Fatso was stunned. He'd thought it was just a joke, but when Fang Yuan went downstairs earlier, he remembered his precious woven bag and tongs were still in the car, so he brought them up with him just in case. And now, with Su Mimi confirming it, it was solid proof. Fang Yuan chuckled. What's wrong with picking up trash? It's just supporting myself. A while back, something happened, and the company decided to keep me on the payroll with my name on the roster. I still get paid every month, but I don't have to show up for work. So, with nothing else to do, I figured I'd pick up some junk to contribute to society. Getting paid without working, and contributing to humanity too. Ah, impressive. Looks like you've got some skills. Of course, no one believed that. Su Lianyun laughed so hard tears nearly streamed from his eyes. Impressed, he stormed into a private room at a fancy restaurant and ordered a table full of dishes, plus a case of Flying Heaven Moutai. He thought he'd finally made some money. But it turned out to be a junk collector. Fang Yuan smiled too, looking at Su Mimi, who'd just been dumped by some rich kid not long ago. If she hadn't spoken up, he wouldn't have recognized her at all. After all, this woman looked like a completely different person before and after makeup. So it's you. We really are destined to cross paths. Su Mimi snorted coldly. Who's destined to be with you? You've got no house, no savings, and your only car is a beat-up Imgrand. Do you even deserve a little fairy like me? Excuse me, but please don't assume we're close. We've only met a few times. Fearing Su Lianyun might misunderstand, Su Mimi quickly clarified. Heh, Mimi, don't say that. We're classmates after all. Scavenging isn't something to be ashamed of. I believe with your abilities, you'll definitely make something of yourself someday. At the very least, running a scrapyard would be more than enough for you. Su Lianyun said, raising his wine glass. It was meant as a playful jab. But unexpectedly, it struck a chord with Fang Yuan. Whoa. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Running a scrapyard would be a goldmine. Fang Yuan grew increasingly excited as he thought about it. System. If I collect junk at my recycling station, does that count? Ding. Sorry, scrap recycling stations are privately owned property, so they don't count. Fang Yuan didn't feel discouraged after receiving the system's reply. If private property doesn't count, that means anything unclaimed is fair game. Ding. Theoretically, yes. Seeing Fang Yuan fall silent, Su Lianyun thought he might be discouraged by what he'd said. The frustration he'd felt earlier in the parking garage vanished instantly. He smiled and proactively clinked glasses with the fat man and Lin Yi. He even offered Fang Yuan a feigned consolation. Come on, don't overthink it. As long as you're alive, you'll make it someday. If things get really tough, give me a call. My dad just started that new company, and they're still short on management. I'll hook you up with a position. Company executives are management. The security chief is also management. That's absolutely right. Su Lianyun felt an immense sense of relief. He had made up his mind. If Fang Yuan had the nerve to ask for help, that security captain position would be his for the taking. 3,500 a month was better than scavenging for scraps, after all. Enough talk, eat your food. Seeing Su Lianyun getting more and more out of hand, the fat guy couldn't help but step in to smooth things over. Exactly. Don't let the food get cold, this spread isn't cheap. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi chimed in. Just then, a knock sounded at the door outside the private room. Excuse me for interrupting, but all your dishes have been served. Here's the menu for your reference. A waiter placed the printed menu on the table. Su Mimi glanced at it curiously, then froze in shock. A meal costing 130,000 yuan? Are you kidding me? Holy crap, that's insane. Upon hearing this, the chubby guy quickly snatched the menu, his entire body trembling involuntarily. That's ridiculously expensive. Lin Yi frowned. If Fang Yuan couldn't pay the bill, everyone present would suffer the consequences. The thought that Fang Yuan had ordered all this himself. A tinge of resentment and bitterness welled up inside him. Resentment toward Fang Yuan for ignoring warnings and ordering such expensive dishes to appear generous, bitterness stemming from his own empty pockets. Su Lianyun ignored the fat man's glare and turned to laugh. Haha, didn't you hear what Fang Yuan just said? He's about to become the owner of a recycling station. What's a measly 100,000 yuan to him? A scrap collector could be that wealthy? Su Mimi found it utterly unbelievable, especially after noticing Su Lianyun seemed unimpressed with Fang Yuan. She even added fuel to the fire with a knowing tone. He's a man in his 20s. $1,000,000 in savings is the bare minimum for someone his age. Surely he can come up with that much? The fat guy shot Su Mimi a subtle glare. Don't you have any idea how much you earn in a month? Who the hell says men in their 20s need to be worth $1 million? Anyone spouting that nonsense is clearly brainwashed by Douyin. Ha? How do you know how much I have in my account? Fang Yuan shot Su Mimi a surprised look and flashed the balance on his newly opened phone account. 10, 100,000, 100,000. Bro, real bro, I'm your long-lost younger sibling. The fat guy, who had been looking worried moments ago, suddenly brightened up after seeing Fang Yuan's account balance. He then grabbed a wine glass and clung to him, insisting on toasting him. Holy crap, old Fang, you really don't show off your true worth. Lin Yi echoed loudly. The smile lingering on Su Mimi's face froze instantly. She swore she had only mentioned it casually. She never imagined Fang Yuan would actually pull out $1 million sum. Ha, Miss Su, are we really that close that we can share our bank account balances? Fang Yuan smiled faintly, turning the tables to rub salt in her wound. Just then, a knock sounded at the private room door. The restaurant manager entered with a smile and announced, "Good evening. In celebration of Drunken Immortal Pavilion's 8th anniversary today, we're holding a complimentary meal raffle. Congratulations to the Prosperity and Bloom private room, you've been selected as today's lucky winners. Additionally, as the lucky private room of our restaurant, we've prepared several signature dishes as a complimentary gift. Please enjoy your meal." Over 100,000 yuan just like that? Are you kidding me? For the first time in his life, Su Lianyun felt utterly defeated. Why did that damn bastard get all the perks? You old thief, couldn't you have been more discreet? Ugh, this sucks. It really sucks. I can't even spend my money when I want to. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Su Lianyun was so furious he nearly lost his temper and stormed out on the spot. But he wasn't one to be easily defeated. One plan failed, and another quickly took its place. Free meal? Great. Everyone can enjoy themselves more. To liven things up, how about I tell you a joke? Chapter 25, The Conflict Erupts. Fang Yuan shot Su Lianyun a slightly puzzled glance. After being so thoroughly humiliated just now, he suddenly wanted to tell a joke? Was he out of his mind? The fat man picked up his cup awkwardly and took a sip on his own. He seemed to be holding back laughter. His family was well off, and the region where he'd been assigned after passing the civil service exam had no ties to the Su family's businesses. So he didn't feel particularly intimidated by Su Lianyun. Laugh, you fat bastard. What the hell are you laughing at? Su Lianyun cursed fiercely in his mind, then shifted his gaze to Lin Yi. In the private room, only Su Mimi and Lin Yi were firmly under his control. Ahem, young Master Su has graciously shared a joke with us all. Why don't we give him a round of applause? After all, we're all old classmates and friends. Livening up the atmosphere is a good thing. After meeting Su Lianyun's gaze, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Yi's mind, but he quickly took up the conversation. Exactly. We're all looking forward to young Master Su's joke. It's bound to be a real treat. Su Mimi batted her alluring eyes, practically pressing herself against Su Lianyun. What a shameless flirt. Fatso shot Su Mimi a disdainful look but said nothing. As long as it wasn't directed at Fang Yuan, he couldn't be bothered to care. Ha, it's actually quite amusing. Su Lianyun picked up a cigarette and Su Mimi promptly handed him a lighter. A while back, I organized a reunion for my elementary school classmates. Luckily, they all showed up. They really gave me face. One of them happened to drive the same Geelium brand as Fang Yuan. When we arrived at the venue, I realized most of my classmates were doing quite well for themselves. Their cars were worth at least 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. That's when my Grand driving classmate started sweating buckets. And then? Fang Yuan didn't mind Su Lianyun's obvious attempt to put him in that position. After all, he had a Ferrari parked at home. A few words weren't enough to break his composure. Seeing Fang Yuan unmoved, Su Lianyun sneered coldly and continued. Honestly, the purchase tax on that Range Rover my family uses as a doghouse cost more than the entire Geelium Grand. And then, I accidentally blurted out what I was really thinking. Guess how he reacted? Lin Yi kept his head down, silent. He remained a blank slate. By that logic, he was practically worse than a dog. Clearly, Su Lianyun hadn't given his feelings a second thought when he said that. So what? If anyone said that to me, I'd just quit right then and there. Fatso detected the hostility in Su Lianyun's tone and couldn't help but snap back. Lushi, don't talk tough when you're not in my shoes. You can afford to be so carefree because your family has some savings. If you were in my classmate's position, you wouldn't be doing much better. This time, Su Lianyun didn't even use the fat guy's nickname, addressing him directly by his real name. The funniest part was what our elementary school class beauty said back then. She declared that anyone driving a beat-up Grand wasn't even worthy of tying her shoes. The next second, my classmate was in tears. A grown man at a class reunion bent over carefully wiping his tears. How ridiculous is that? Funny? Fang Yuan frowned. The more he listened, the more he felt Su Lianyun's idiocy bordered on psychological perversion. Using others' misfortune as fodder for jokes, what kind of person does that? So you see, for a man out in the world, a car is all about face. Just like my classmate driving that beat up him grand ended up making him the laughingstock of the whole gathering. Oh, right, Fang Yuan, I recall your car is an Imran too, isn't it? This kind of provocation was anything but subtle. But young men are hot-blooded creatures. Fang Yuan hadn't reacted much yet. Fatso was the first to slam his fist on the table. Damn it, Su. Today's supposed to be a happy gathering for the four of us in this dorm. Fang Yuan hasn't done anything to you all night, what the hell are you whining about? These words tore away the last shred of decency between Fang Yuan and Su Lianyun. You're flipping the table at me? Who do you think you are, you fat bastard? Let me tell you, I've had my eye on you for ages. Su Lianyun also stood up, pointing at the fatso and sneering. The boss hasn't said a word, and you're barking like a dog? I'm your father. The fat man didn't hold back, firing right back. Seeing the situation suddenly escalate like this, Linny felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. On one side stood his good brother, on the other the powerful patron he would need to rely on in the future. Caught between them, he found himself torn. With the fat guy charging ahead, Fang Yuan wasn't exactly the type to abandon his comrades. I rented this private room. If you don't want to eat, then get the hell out. Do you really think you're some national heartthrob like Wang Tsong that everyone should revolve around you? Su Lianyun laughed bitterly in anger. What could a scrap collector like you ever amount to? I live in a villa and drive luxury cars, things you could never even dream of in a lifetime. Lowlifes will always be lowlifes. Sitting with you lot makes me feel dirty. With that, he turned and walked away. His eyes darted cautiously back at the fat man clutching a bottle of liquor, who was already getting restless. Young Master Su, wait for me. Su Mini hurriedly grabbed her bag and followed. Linny was left standing there, unsure whether to walk away or stay seated. Sigh, why bother? He sighed deeply, his expression growing troubled. Linny, it seems the government recently approached our Su family about a project for joint development. You've just been assigned here, this is a great opportunity. As he stepped out of the private room, Su Lianyun left a meaningful remark. Lin Yi's body tensed at the words. Indeed, rumors had circulated within his organization days prior about a potential partnership with the Su family. But the deal hadn't been finalized yet. If he could secure this opportunity, it would undoubtedly earn him major credit in the future. Fang Yuan drained his glass. His eyes locked on Linny as he said, you know how tough my college days were. I'm grateful for the support you and Fatty have always given me. Linny, if you trust your brother, stick around and join me in this. No matter what, I won't let you down. The existence of the system was too sensitive a topic for Fang Yuan to broach directly. If Linny was willing to trust him, he couldn't guarantee everything, but at the very least, he could ensure Linny would never go hungry or thirsty again. Escaping poverty and achieving a moderately prosperous life would be absolutely within reach. Yet after a long internal struggle, Linny finally shook his head. I'm truly grateful, you've always treated me like a brother, but I really have no other choice. Following Su Lianyun meant being only half a person, yet he could obtain what he desired. But following Fang Yuan? Was he supposed to join him in scavenging for scraps? Faced with harsh reality, the last remnants of brotherhood seemed no match for life's relentless demands. Alright, I respect your choice. Fang Yuan didn't try to persuade him further, merely responding with a faint remark. Fatso opened his mouth to speak but stopped himself. But Lin Yi's family's circumstances and needs weren't something that could be resolved by mere words. After downing the last glass of liquor, Lin Yi gave a bitter smile and silently turned to leave the private room. Damn it! The fat man slumped dejectedly into his chair. He never imagined this long-awaited reunion would turn out like this. Fang Yuan patted the fat man on the shoulder. Come with me to scavenge for junk. Bro, what kind of mood are you in to go scavenging for junk? The fat man's eyes widened, but he was still dragged outside by Fang Yuan. Wait. That half-full case of Mao Tai isn't finished yet, pack it up to take with us. Pack what? Leave it there. Who'd dare embezzle the boss's liquor now? What the hell? As they stepped out of the private room, the fat guy suddenly felt like questioning the meaning of life. Chapter 26, The Golden 28 Bar. Once they reached the street, the fat man was still pressing Fang Yuan about what he just said. Wait, old Fang, what did you just say? The boss's liquor? What boss? You didn't happen to own that restaurant, did you? Fang Yuan felt utterly exasperated. He'd already explained it several times. But the fat guy refused to believe a word of it. Fine, I'll say it again. Yes, I own Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Not only that, but I also have 11 villas and an 18-story office building under my name. Is that clear now? The fat man counted on his fingers, repeating each word slowly. 1,000 words boiled down to 3. You're full of it. Whatever. Believe it or not. Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered to say more. Truth be told, he'd already considered it back in the private room. Since the system said he couldn't start a scrap recycling station himself, why couldn't he get someone else to do it? His initial candidates were the fat guy and Lin Yi. But now that Lin Yi had made his own choice, the only option left was the fat guy. Simply because Fatso had stood up for him in the private room and clashed with Su Lianyun, Fang Yuan had already made up his mind. Fatso, don't come ashore. Stay out on the waves with me. Fatso froze, momentarily confused by Fang Yuan's meaning. I'll invest in setting up a scrap recycling station for you. Monthly salary, 100,000 yuan. Comes with a sports car, villa, and all meals and lodging covered. How about it? Want to consider it? If business picks up, the salary will keep going up. The terms Fang Yuan offered were all within his means to deliver. But to Fatso, it sounded like some kind of fairy tale. No, wait, old Fang, you haven't lost your mind, have you? A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan plus a car and a villa? Are you sure you're hiring me to work, not asking me to be your godson? Get lost, get lost. Just tell me if you're in or out. The villa and sports car were already in place. As for the monthly salary? That was just 1 month's rent for him. I'm in. Absolutely in. The fat guy burst into excited laughter, then feigned coyness. As long as you're not pulling my leg, from this moment on, I'm yours. You can take me front or back, no problem. I'll go buy some lube right now. Fang Yuan shot him a withering glare. Cut it out. That's not my thing. Spotting a trash bin by the roadside, Fang Yuan swiftly pulled out his tongs. Holy crap, you really do scavenge trash? Ding. Congratulations on recycling one discarded plastic bottle. Earned plus 500 coins. Fang Yuan said as he opened the mouth of his woven bag. You don't know how expensive daily necessities are until you're the breadwinner. If I don't scavenge, are you going to support me? Fatso chuckled but inwardly dismissed Fang Yuan's earlier words as a joke. After over an hour of scavenging, he'd earned 180,000 yuan. Watching the dwindling crowd on the street, Fang Yuan decisively decided to head home. Upon arriving at the Xinghai Villa district, the fat man suddenly grew a bit nervous. Hey, old Fang, as brothers, I truly believe what you said earlier. But maybe we shouldn't go to that villa just yet. As the car entered the internal roads of Xinghai Villa, he had clearly seen the billboards lining the road. These villas, priced at tens of thousands per square meter, were nothing short of prime real estate. With just over $1 million in his account, old Fang could barely afford to buy a bathroom. Fang Yuan chuckled. His foot didn't lift from the accelerator, steering straight toward the gates of Xinghai Villa. The expression on the fat man's face didn't escape his notice. What comforted him, though, was that the fat man never once abandoned him out of fear of embarrassment. Fatso, damn it, at 70 miles per hour, try jumping out of the car for me. The villa gates loomed ahead, and 2 security guards were already stepping out. The fat man seemed resigned to his fate. He pondered what excuse he'd use to console his completely deranged buddy if the guards stopped them from entering. When they spotted the Grand, the guards' eyes sharpened to a fierce glare. This was Xinghai Villa, the famously exclusive enclave for Lin City's elite. Cars costing hundreds of thousands were considered low-end here. Let alone the Grand, a car of the common people's class. Stop. Welcome home, esteemed Xinghai resident. Xinghai Property Security Department safeguards your safety. Haha, Mr. Fang's got another new trick up his sleeve today. As Fang Yuan rolled down the window, the 2 security guards instantly adopted a deferential demeanor. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? The fat guy was dumbfounded. He'd assumed Fang Yuan was just going all out with the showboating. But who would have guessed the clown turned out to be himself? Judging by the guards' reactions, Fang Yuan wasn't just a regular at Xinghai Villa, he clearly held an extraordinary status. Hey, you there, Li, come with me. Fang Yuan said with a faint smile. The security guard who'd been called out looked like he'd won the lottery jackpot, his face lighting up with delight. Right away, Mr. Fang. Only after the security guard named Xiao Li got into the car did the chubby guy finally snap out of it. No way, you actually have a villa? What do you mean, really have a villa? Xiao Li shot the chubby guy a surprised look, thinking he must be some new acquaintance of Fang Yuan's. With the intention of currying favor with Fang Yuan, he chimed in, Mr. Fang doesn't just have a villa, he owns 11 of them. Everyone in the property management department at Xinghai Villas knows Mr. Fang. He's a bona fide tycoon. 11 villas? The fat guy pinched his thigh, feeling a sudden wave of numbness wash over him. Suddenly, the car came to a halt. Fang Yuan grabbed the tongs and woven bag and dashed toward the roadside trash bin. Little Li hurried forward and said, Mr. Fang, look, the cleaning crew hasn't touched a thing in this bin. It's all been saved for you. Waving the tongs, Fang Yuan chuckled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The security department really knows how to handle things. After receiving Fang Yuan's praise, Xiao Li's eyes crinkled with delight. The reason was simple. Ever since moving into Xinghai Villa, Fang Yuan had been trying to collect more junk. Following the principle of building relationships first, he'd given away all the premium cigarettes and liquor occasionally rewarded by the system to the security department staff. Here was a big boss who not only didn't put on airs but was also generous enough to share his cigarettes and liquor with a lowly security guard. This gesture alone was enough to earn Fang Yuan the goodwill of the entire security department. Thus, without even realizing it, Fang Yuan had won over the entire security department with nothing more than cigarettes and liquor. From the gatekeepers at the bottom to the team leaders and department heads at the top, he had them all in his pocket. At his request, he secured exclusive rights to all trash bins near his villa. Ding! Congratulations on recycling 1 blast cup. Earned plus 5,000 cash. Ding! Congratulations on recycling 1 fishy-smelling cucumber. Reward, 1 gold-plated bicycle. A bicycle made of gold? A flash of delight crossed Fang Yuan's face. Heaven truly rewards those who persevere. After picking up so much junk tonight, he finally got a critical hit. Chapter 27, The Newly Rich's Joyful Aura. He swept away all the remaining junk. Finding nothing particularly valuable, Fang Yuan didn't dwell on it. Getting his hands on a golden 28-inch bicycle tonight was already a stroke of incredible luck. Take this stuff and split it among the guys. You've all worked hard. Fang Yuan walked into the room, casually pulling out 2 packs of cigarettes and tossing them into Shaoli's arms. Oh, this. Mr. Fang, you're too kind. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Take them. I don't smoke anyway. Same deal tomorrow, keep an eye on the trash bins around here for me. No problem. Whatever you ask, we'll get it done. So rich yet loves scavenging for junk, unbelievable. After the security guard left, the chubby guy stared at the lavishly decorated living room before him, his eyes filled with utter shock. Holy, never thought I'd step foot in a villa worth tens of millions in my lifetime. In that moment, all doubts and uncertainties faded into insignificance. Because Fang Yuan had already tossed 11 bright red property deeds onto the table. His heart pounding, his hands trembling, he grabbed an apple and rushed over to hug Fang Yuan's leg. Honored to be recognized by my godfather. From this day forward, I pledge my loyalty to you, godfather. Fang Yuan felt goosebumps break out all over his body under the fat man's adoring gaze. Cut the crap. Are you going to do what we discussed today? Just say the word, and you can pick any one of the remaining 10 villas to live in. The sports car is in the garage, I'll have it ready for you tomorrow. Fang Yuan felt he'd shown enough sincerity. If the fat man still wasn't satisfied, there was nothing more he could do. Count me in. With just a word from my godfather, I charge headlong into a sea of fire or mountains of blades with my eyes closed. After witnessing the miracle of 11 property deeds appearing before his eyes, the nonsense about getting off the hook and shutting down his 18 ex-girlfriend's livestreams instantly vanished from the fat man's mind. All he wanted now was to follow his godfather and build a fortune together. Stop, stop, stop. Keep calling me godfather and I'll lose my temper. Act normal. Fang Yuan couldn't take the fatso's over-the-top enthusiasm anymore and immediately issued a warning. Son. After getting glared at, the fat guy finally snapped back to normal. Old Fang, never would have guessed you had it in you. If that jerk Su Lianyun found out, his nose would probably turn sideways from anger. Too bad about Linny, though. Deep down, the fatso still hoped Linny would join their ranks. Especially after witnessing Fang Yuan's true capabilities. He was utterly convinced old Fang was a man destined for greatness. Sharing blessings and bearing hardships together, especially with a brother who'd been through thick and thin for years. Fatso hoped all his brothers could rise up together. But Fang Yuan spoke slowly, people have different paths. To be honest, though the 3 of us got along well during college, people change once they enter society. Besides, he has his own path to walk. Following me might not necessarily be a good thing for him. While Fang Yuan currently appeared powerful, he truly was powerful. But his domain was currently confined to wealth, while Linny was pursuing the path of officialdom. The two couldn't be compared. The fat man nodded thoughtfully. In life, who hasn't missed a few opportunities to change their destiny? Yet if you were truly given a fresh start, perhaps what you see would change entirely. The path you choose, you must walk to the end, even if you have to crawl. Tomorrow I'll transfer $1,000,000 to you as startup capital. Opening a basic scrap recycling station shouldn't cost an arm and a leg. Fang Yuan had roughly calculated in his mind. 1 million was more than enough for now. Well aware of the system's quirks, he knew that while such loopholes weren't explicitly forbidden, but once he acted on it, corresponding restrictions would inevitably follow. His goal was to maximize profits before the system caught on. Even if he failed, it would only mean wasting $1 million. Compared to the grand mission of scrap collection, it was insignificant. No problem, old Fang. Leave it to me. I'll handle this scrap recycling business flawlessly and make you the city's top scrap recycling kingpin. Women adorn themselves for those who appreciate them, men would die for those who recognize their worth. Fatso was now brimming with ambition and determination. He vowed to carve out half the scrap recycling world for his good buddy. Seeing the fat man's fiery enthusiasm, Fang Yuan couldn't bring himself to dampen his spirits. His goal in running the scrapyard was to drive it into bankruptcy, not to build it into a powerhouse. If he told the truth now, the fat guy would probably turn around and walk out immediately. Ahem, confidence is good. Rest assured, I'll back you up fully behind the scenes. You're the man. The fat guy turned to look at Fang Yuan, deeply moved. Brother. The next morning after waking up, the fat guy eagerly grabbed the keys to the villa he'd chosen and headed out the front gate. Fang Yuan lay on the plush bed and casually transferred $1,000,000 to him. They were brothers, that much trust was only natural. Alright, the task's been assigned. Leave the rest of Fatty to handle. Fang Yuan yawned. Just then, Jiang Yunxue sent a message on his phone, asking him to go to Xinghai to verify this quarter's rent. Ugh, even collecting rent has to be such a hassle. Fang Yuan muttered under his breath before getting up to wash up. Looking around the empty villa room, he wondered if he should hire a few maids to liven things up. After all, Jiang Yunxue hadn't moved in yet, and living alone felt rather lonely. Maids. Fang Yuan suddenly chuckled to himself as if struck by an idea. As he stepped out, he remembered he'd just given the sports car keys to the fat guy. Standing before a gleaming gold 28-inch bicycle and a Geely sedan, Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before quickly frowning. Riding out on a bicycle made of gold? That's practically no different from a nouveau riche. Tacky. So tasteless. After all, he considered himself quite discerning in matters of aesthetics and taste. Riding a gold-plated bicycle out? That's not just flashy. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-a-ling. Fang Yuan flicked his bangs out of his eyes, occasionally ringing the bicycle's bell. As he rode out the villa gates, the security guard on duty wore an expression of pure envy and admiration. That's Mr. Fang for you, always living it up. A solid gold 28-inch bike? That's insane. Fang Yuan pressed a button with a delighted smile, then kicked off hard with his legs, soaring right over the Porsche parked in front of the gate. The hunk inside the Porsche nearly popped his eyes out of his head. Damn, gotta be this cocky? So what if you're rich? Heh, the world laughs at my madness, but I ring my bell and laugh at the heavens. The crisp, pleasant chime of the bell rang out. Fang Yuan, basking in the stunned stares of passers-by A, B, C, and D, activated his nouveau riche aura and sped forward, reveling in the breeze caressing his face. Meanwhile, inside the Star C office tower, a group of uninvited guests had arrived. Chapter 28, A Father in Name Only. What the hell are you doing? Fang Yuan is my son, so his things are mine. Mark my words, anyone who dares block me again will be fired by my son. Outside the management office of the Xinghai office building, a tall, burly middle-aged man wearing glasses who looked rather scholarly was blocking the doorway, bellowing. Beside him stood a heavily made-up woman in high heels. Two security guards reached out to block them from entering the management office. Jiang Yunxue stood between the two guards, her expression stern. I'm sorry, but this is Mr. Fang's property. We only recognize Mr. Fang. Demanding to inspect our Xinghai quarterly financial statements upon arrival is unreasonable. Even if you were Mr. Fang's father, it wouldn't be permitted. Fang Weigua, enraged by the refusal, pointed at Jiang Yunxue and shouted. I'm warning you one last time, get out of my way right now. Do you want to keep your job or not? Whether I keep my job is up to Mr. Fang. It's none of your business to dictate terms. Back when they were together, Fang Yuan had mentioned some family matters to her, so Jiang Yunxue was vaguely aware of Fang Weigua's situation. Not only had he abandoned his wife of many years for a mistress, flaunting his modest wealth, but he'd even neglected his own son to curry favor with the other woman. Now he had the nerve to show up acting like some grand old patriarch? It was laughable. Oof. I'd say he never intended to acknowledge you as his father. He quietly built up this massive business empire while constantly complaining about being broke. If we hadn't stumbled upon it by accident, who knows how long he'd have kept it hidden. We raised him with the best food and care, only to find he's a thankless bastard. We were blind to see it. We should have kicked him and his deadbeat mother out of this house years ago. Lu Wan spoke with a bitterly sarcastic tone. All three houses in the family had ended up in the hands of her biological son. When Fang Weigua mentioned that Fang Yuan was scavenging for scraps in the city, she even felt a secret thrill of satisfaction. But who could have imagined that someone returning to the village would claim Fang Yuan was the big boss behind Xinghai? The quarterly rent alone amounted to millions. Upon learning this, Lu Wan immediately began urging Fang Weigua to confront Fang Yuan. She hoped to reap some benefits from it. Upon arriving at Star C, after Fang Weigua revealed his identity, Jiang Yunxue politely invited them into the office for tea. But when they requested to review Star C's financial statements, they were refused. Fang Weigua flew into a rage on the spot, even threatening to resort to violence. Fortunately, nearby security guards arrived promptly and escorted the pair out. Hearing Fang Yuan being called a white-eyed wolf, Jiang Yunxue also grew furious. I don't know who the ingrate is, but how dare you, a mistress, meddle in other people's family affairs with such righteous indignation. This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Lu Wan. She screamed hysterically, you little, who are you calling a mistress? Jiang Yunxue glanced at her indifferently and said, "You're the shrew." Ugh, this is infuriating. Fang Weigua. I'm being bullied here, are you even going to do anything about it? Fang Weigua glared fiercely at Jiang Yunxue, but he didn't have the guts to actually lay a finger on her. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, who had just instructed security to keep an eye on his old school bicycle, slowly walked into the building. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, Jiang Yunxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fang Yuan. The first to speak was none other than Fang Weigua. Fang Yuan was also somewhat surprised, as he had made it perfectly clear during their last phone call. From that day forward, he had severed all ties with that family. Yet here Fang Weigua was, showing up at his doorstep with that woman. What is it? He couldn't be bothered to spare them a glance, striding straight over to Jiang Yunxue's side. Good, you're just in time. This woman was insulting your mother just now. Get her to pack her things and get out of here immediately. In Fang Weigua's eyes, no matter what, he was still his biological father. Even if his son resented his arrangements, it was merely a momentary outburst. After all, fathers and sons didn't hold grudges overnight. So when he spoke, Fang Weigua still carried his habitual air of commanding authority. Standing nearby, Luan spoke up, "Fang Yuan, I know you're not exactly thrilled to acknowledge me as your mother. But no matter what, we're family. We can discuss things behind closed doors, but we can't let our family lose face. Look at this girl, not only is she acting so arrogant, but she's blocking your father from entering. Where in the world would you find such an inconsiderate employee who dares to defy even her own boss's father? Who knows when she might start looking down on you too. Mr. Fang, it's not like that." Jiang Yunxue opened her mouth to explain, but Fang Yuan cut her off with a wave of his hand. He stood directly before Fang Weigua. His gaze fixed on this man who had abandoned his wife and child after acquiring modest wealth. He spoke calmly. "What do you want with me?" "Well, Xiao Yuan, your brother just got promoted this year, right? He's right in the middle of his career ascent. Now that you've become a boss and made your fortune, why not pull some money out of your pocket? It'll help pave the way for his future." "Oh, and then what?" "Even though you two brothers share different mothers, you both carry the Fang blood in your veins. Once your brother advances, he won't forget his older brother. I have another suggestion, why not hand over Xinghai's finances to your brother to manage together? With him handling the finances for you, you'll have more breathing room. Money is something you absolutely must never entrust to outsiders. What do you think?" "Ha!" Seeing Fang Weigua deliver this speech without batting an eyelid, Fang Yuan was tempted to say, impressive. Taking all the family assets was bad enough, but now he wanted to control his financial power too? The sound of his scheming could be heard all the way to Mars. "I don't think it's a good idea." Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Luan couldn't sit still any longer. She leaned in and said, "Fang Yuan, he's your own brother. Your family, how can you not help him? Besides, isn't this all for your own good? How about this, have him sell those 3 apartments under his name and hand the money over to me to manage? Would that work?" "You? What do you mean, what? Your husband, Fang Weigua, is quite capable. Why does he need to beg me? You beastly creature. I raised you all these years, and this is how you talk to me?" Fang Weigua raised his hand as if to strike. But Fang Yuan reached out and grabbed his forearm. "Schwerer, call the police. Tell them someone is deliberately causing trouble at our Xinghai Building, severely disrupting normal operations. You little bastard. Have you no shame?" Fang Weigua never imagined Fang Yuan would be so ruthless, threatening to call the police over a mere disagreement. "If I'm not acting like a human being, it's because you old bastard forced me to it. Try yelling at me again if you dare." Fang Yuan glared at the man, his face flushed crimson with rage, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Not only had he given all 3 apartments to that woman's son, but now he dared to try fleecing him too. Did he really think he was made of clay, incapable of retaliation? Chapter 29, Triggering the Hidden Quest. "Fang Yuan, I advise you not to push things too far," Luan said coldly. Originally, she'd come hoping to score some free perks. But now she'd left Fang Weigua feeling like he was being roasted over a fire, unable to move forward or back. Get lost. For this blatantly opportunistic woman who constantly skimmed off his tuition money, Fang Yuan owed her not a shred of goodwill. The fact that he'd managed to restrain himself from using every trick in the book to make her cry all the way home was already the height of his mercy. Seeing no opportunity to gain an advantage, Luan immediately backed down, but Fang Weigua kept his eyes fixed on Fang Yuan, as if meeting his son for the very first time. "Damn it, do you really intend to abandon this family?" He had never truly cared about Fang Yuan before, perhaps he once had. But after his second son was born, all that became history. Add to that Luan's constant whispering in his ear. In his eyes, Fang Yuan had become little more than a familiar stranger. Even upon learning he scavenged for scraps in the city, this son became nothing but a disgrace in his eyes. It wasn't until he discovered Fang Yuan's identity as the mastermind behind Star C that this son regained any value. Fang Weigua's eyes burned red, his aura terrifying. He was furious that Fang Yuan, now emboldened, dared to disregard his words. I'm giving you one last chance. Admit your mistake now and let your brother take charge of Star C's finances. If you agree, we can talk about anything. Otherwise, starting today, our father-son relationship is severed. You decide. Driven to desperation, Fang Weigua resorted to coercion. He forced Fang Yuan to make a choice. Yet the familial bond he clung to meant nothing to Fang Yuan. Impressive. Insulting me, huh? Fine. Then you're not leaving. Fang Yuan pulled out his phone with a calm expression and dialed the police. You little bastard, you dare. Fang Weigua broke out in a cold sweat when he realized Fang Yuan was serious. Let's go, let's go. We won't stoop to his level. Lu Wan was stunned too. Who could have imagined Fang Yuan would be so unyielding? Seeing the bargain slip away. Instead, they risked being invited in for a chat. She immediately grabbed Fang Weigua and fled the scene. Damn it, go ahead and keep causing trouble if you dare. Watching the two figures scramble away in disarray, Fang Yuan snorted coldly with disdain. They thought they could play the moral high ground card? As long as I have no morals, let's see what you can do about it. Zhang Yunxue, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh at Fang Yuan's sudden rowdy demeanor. Hee, never knew you had this side to you. Fang Yuan chuckled, you've seen both my good and bad sides. If you didn't catch it all tonight, we can study it together in more detail later. Put. You dirty rogue. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he strode into the office. Though he claimed to be auditing accounts, he spent the entire time lounging on the sofa with his feet up, sipping tea. Alright, let's leave it at that. Don't take life too seriously, close enough is good enough. He tossed the financial statements Zhang Yunxue handed him onto the desk, grabbed a nearby woven bag, and declared, come on, let's go scavenge for junk. Tonight I'll treat you to a full Manchu Han banquet. Remember to invite Rin Qianqian too. Seeing that Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered to continue reconciling the accounts, Zhang Yunxue could only roll her eyes and tease, what? Got your eye on my girl? Want me to set you up? Ahem, no way. You're more than enough for me. You men all think alike like I don't know that already. Fang Yuan grabbed the stubbornly defiant Zhang Yunxue by the chin and planted a fierce kiss on her lips, silencing Zhang Yunxue's impending nagging. Watching the woman with her cheeks flushed and eyes lowered in submission, Fang Yuan felt utterly satisfied inside. If you can't solve the problem, tackle it at its root. Done. The moment he stepped outside with the woven bag, Fang Yuan spotted his target. He opened the trunk of his car, grabbed the woven bag and tongs, and strode forward. Seeing the trash bin nearly overflowing with junk, his eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Hee, my little treasures, here I come. Zhang Yunxue took the woven bag as usual, watching Fang Yuan dance around the trash bin with his tongs, utterly delighted. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one damaged phone box. Earned plus 1,000 coins. Ding! Congratulations on recycling 2 damaged phone boxes. You have earned plus 20,000 coins. Ding! Congratulations on recycling a hard nail. Rewarded with a 50-person elite bodyguard team. Virtual construction of personnel underway via system. Please wait patiently for their arrival. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've successfully recycled 200 pieces of junk, triggering a hidden system quest. Reward, 10 world-class chefs. These personnel are being virtually constructed by the system. Please wait patiently for them to report. Ding! A pile of junk was swiftly stuffed into a woven bag by Fang Yuan, accompanied by the system's reward notifications ringing out one after another. Carefully reviewing the system prompts from earlier, besides the 550,000 income, he discovered 2 special rewards had unexpectedly appeared. One was a random reward he triggered, 50 super bodyguards. He knew nothing about the bodyguards outside, but since they were arranged by the system daddy and labeled as super bodyguards, they were bound to be top-notch. The other reward, a top-tier chef team, was obtained by completing a hidden quest involving 200 pieces of junk. Finally, this solved his problem of always having to either order takeout or go out to eat. What a jackpot! Fang Yuan danced excitedly, startling Zhang Yunxue into thinking he'd lost his mind. Mwah! Fang Yuan couldn't help but hug Zhang Yunxue and plant a smacking kiss on her. Baby, you're truly my little lucky charm. Zhang Yunxue was caught off guard again, completely bewildered. She hadn't done anything, she was just standing there. By the time the sun set, Fang Yuan's total earnings had soared past the 3 million mark. In high spirits, he decided to go all out today. These past 2 days, the fat man had been running around non-stop handling paperwork for the scrap recycling station, losing several pounds in the process. This was the perfect chance to help him regain his strength. Xia's culinary culture was profound and extensive. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast, in particular, is highly sophisticated. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast is divided into 6 banquets, each named after a famous grand banquet of the Qing court. It brings together renowned dishes from both Manchu and Han cuisines, featuring seasonal delicacies, seafood, and rare mountain treasures. The full banquet comprises 196 cold and hot dishes, 124 pastries and tea snacks, totaling 320 dishes. The entire banquet is served on a full set of pink and white porcelain longevity tableware, complemented by silverware, creating an atmosphere of opulence and grandeur. The dining environment is elegant and solemn. Renowned musicians performed ancient melodies throughout the banquet, upholding classical traditions with strict ceremonial decorum. Upon completion, guests could appreciate the profound artistry of Chinese cuisine, the deep roots of its culinary culture, and revel in the supreme essence of all creation. After closing the Baidu search results on his phone about the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, Fang Yuan chuckled softly. Arrange it. Chapter 30, Bodyguards in Place. Just as Fang Yuan brought Zhang Yunxue back to the villa for some romantic time together, washing away the day's fatigue while simultaneously sealing a multi-billion-dollar deal, a group of refugees clad in grey hemp garments and carrying pots, pans, and utensils appeared before the gates of Xinghai Villa. The security guard on duty was stunned. Xinghai Villa was a high-end, affluent neighborhood. Having this group of refugees crowding around would completely ruin the image. So a dozen security guards rushed out, shooing the disheveled refugees to the roadside. But that wasn't the end of it. Shortly after, a large group of tall, imposing bodyguards dressed in black and wearing Bluetooth earpieces surged in. Their expressions were cool and aloof. They looked exactly like the elite bodyguards described in novels. This is weird. What's going on? Manager Tiao had just finished a quick 1-minute session with his wife. He'd been hoping to wait a bit longer, channeling his mental energy for a second round to impress his wife. Instead, he was bombarded with calls from security, urgently summoning him back to the villa complex. Under his wife's disdainful gaze, Manager Tiao scrambled out the door in a fluster. The moment he reached the gate, he was stunned by the swarm of black-clad bodyguards. He had seen his share of high-stakes situations, especially working year-round in the affluent Xinghai Villa district. He'd seen bodyguards for super-rich tycoons and even high-ranking officials. Yet in terms of sheer presence, these black-clad figures were in a league of their own. They radiated a fierce, intimidating aura, tinged with an indescribable, chilling menace. "Gentlemen, who are you looking for?" Manager Tiao took a few quick steps back to stand behind Security Chief Wei before cautiously asking. But these black-clad bodyguards stood with their noses in the air, showing no intention of acknowledging him. Just then, Fang Yuan, alerted by the system notification that the security team and chef team had arrived, charged out of the villa gates on his old-school bicycle. Seeing the imposing, rigidly upright bodyguards standing before the gate, Fang Yuan was utterly stunned. Now that's what I call professionalism. What thrilled him most was that he could actually see all the information these bodyguards carried with them. Long E, Bodyguard Commander. Combat Power, 100 points for reference. Heavyweight boxing champion Mike Tyson has 71 points. Skills: Mastery of Firearms, Mastery of Fighter Jet Piloting, Mastery of Tank Piloting, Mastery of Hand-to-Hand Combat, Mastery of Reconnaissance Techniques. Loyalty, 100% host note, loyalty below 10% may trigger defection. That row of mastery skills instantly blinded Fang Yuan's eyes. Apart from Long Yi, every other bodyguard possessed combat strength above 80, and nearly all skills related to combat, reconnaissance, and security were mastered. In other words, from this moment onward, he had gained 50 humanoid monsters with superhuman combat prowess. Holy, any one of these bodyguards could kick the asses of the entire boxing world. The only threat he needed to guard against was someone like Maguabao, a master of the 5-strike whip. After all, one punch from him could leave you begging on your knees for mercy. Fang Yuan was so excited he jumped up and started pedaling his bicycle furiously. "Mr. Fang, danger! Don't come over here!" Manager Tiao turned and saw the gleaming bicycle, instantly recognizing it as Fang Yuan's mount. He shouted while directing all security guards to approach, fearing these wooden-looking men in black might suddenly lash out. If even a single hair on Fang Yuan's head were to be harmed, who knew what kind of trouble it would cause? "Stop! Stop! Calm down! These are all my people." Realizing Manager Tiao had mistaken his men, Fang Yuan quickly shouted. "What the hell? Mr. Fang, what do you mean?" Fang Yuan executed a smooth right leg flip off his bicycle. "Bodyguards. These are all bodyguards I hired." "Ah, I see." Hearing this, the manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon learning they were hired by Fang Yuan, he expressed full understanding. Truly a big shot, even his bodyguards are different from everyone else's. "Good day, boss." Upon seeing Fang Yuan, all the black-clad bodyguards bowed in unison. The thunderous sound shook the earth, startling Lao Tiao so badly his legs buckled and he nearly collapsed to the ground. "Boss, we're here too." At some point, the 10 refugees carrying pots, pans, and woven bags had pushed their way to the front. This, a top-tier chef team? Fang Yuan rubbed his eyes, utterly unable to believe that this group of people who looked like refugees were actually the elite chefs produced by the system. A Xing, head chef. Culinary skill, 100 points for reference. The culinary skill of Zhou Xingxing, the world's culinary peak master, is 87. Skills, mastery of all cuisines. Loyalty 100% host note, loyalty below May 10th trigger defection. The remaining chefs were similarly impressive, though their culinary skill scores were slightly lower, each hovering around the 90-point mark. We're set. We're set. With the world's most badass team of chefs, I can finally say goodbye to takeout. But this scruffy appearance doesn't quite cut it. Compared to the bodyguard team, it's just too shabby. Ah, Xing. What are your orders, boss? No sooner had Fang Yuan finished speaking than a punk youth with a tuft of yellow bangs swept across his forehead stepped forward from the ranks. There's 200,000 in this card. The pin is 888888. Take them to get changed, then come report back to me. Try to look presentable. Got it, boss. The rest of you, come inside with me now. Suddenly having 50 extra bodyguards meant the villa would barely fit them all if it weren't spacious enough. The only upside was that the system-generated super bodyguards required absolutely no food. That saved a considerable expense. But a new problem arose. With more bodyguards, what about transportation? He only had 3 vehicles left. The Ferrari had been loaned to the fat guy for his startup venture. That left him with just a Geely Grand and a 28-inch bicycle. After glancing at his bank account balance, Fang Yuan made a sweeping gesture. Bye. With an hour or two before dinner, Fang Yuan led his entourage straight to the Linchuan Wuling dealership. This one's 100,000 yuan, right? Fine. Get me 20 of this model. Remember, all black. The store manager stared at the young man surrounded by dozens of black-clad bodyguards, then glanced at the Wuling Mini EV compact SUV, a model specifically designed for female customers. The store manager even wondered if he'd misheard. But securing a 2 million yuan order was enough to put a smile on his face. Yes, yes. I'll immediately arrange for staff to prepare the vehicles. Fang Yuan swiped his card without hesitation. Originally, his scrap collecting card still held over 2 million yuan. After swiping away such a huge sum, Fang Yuan instantly felt like he'd been transported back to the pre-liberation era overnight. But when he imagined the scene of a dozen vehicles escorting him wherever he went in the future, he instantly felt the money was well spent. Once you get the right cars, your status instantly elevates. Fang Yuan chuckled to himself. He figured he could at least count himself as a semi-successful person now. And later, the lavish banquet would surely dazzle the eyes of the fat guy. Chapter 31, Reincarnation is a technical skill. The city lights began to glow. Yet Villa Xinghai, Unit 010, was ablaze with light. 20 stern-faced bodyguards stood guard at the entrance. A large banquet table stood in the spacious courtyard. Fang Yuan sat firmly in the seat of honor, with Jiang Yunshu seated beside him. Long Yi stood behind them, responsible for Fang Yuan's close protection. Originally, Fang Yuan had intended to invite Wen Kaier over as well. After all, she was his neighbor. But upon learning she had suddenly stepped out on urgent business, he let it go. So, shall we begin? Fang Yuan had planned to start dinner promptly at 7 p.m., but Rin Shanshan's last-minute announcement that a close friend would also join them caused a slight delay. Old Fang, you're really treating me to a full Manchu Han banquet? Fatso looked at Fang Yuan with eager anticipation. The setup was quite grand, but he dared not imagine a full Manchu Han imperial feast. Fang Yuan lit a cigarette and said leisurely, I'm bored and have nothing better to do, so why waste my breath? Just dig in when we start. Don't hold back. Alright, Mr. Fang, you're the man. Hearing this, the fat guy chuckled. Now, whenever he thought back to his decision to stick around and work with Fang Yuan, he felt it was incredibly wise. When his family found out he planned to stay in Linchuan and open a scrap recycling station, they were vehemently opposed. Why give up a stable job to collect junk? That's just plain foolish. But when the fat guy flashed the million yuan startup fund Fang Yuan had wired him, his family fell silent. All they could manage in the end were 3 words, do your best. For the fat guy, who'd always yearned to prove himself to his family, the feeling of triumph was indescribable. It was just a shame Linny hadn't stood his ground, but everyone had their own path in life, there was nothing to be done about it. Oh, and I'll transfer this month's salary to you early. Fang Yuan suddenly said, lest he get too busy later and forget about it. After all, the fat guy was his brother, paying him early or late made no difference. No way, boss. I haven't even started working yet and I'm getting paid? Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. Just say whether you want it or not. Hell yeah. Heh, free money? No way I'd pass that up. Fang Yuan fiddled with his phone. Soon, Fatso's phone buzzed with a text notification. Your card ending in 8284 received a transfer of 110,000 yuan from ICBC at 10:22 on the 30th. Current balance, 123,000 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. The fat guy stared at the newly credited information, nearly jumping up and down with excitement. Holy, I've only ever dreamed of making 100 grand a month. Fang Daddy, I love you to death. Get lost, get lost. Don't get any ideas, I'm a married man. Fang Yuan shot the fat guy a disgusted look. With that physique, he couldn't even get into a zero. Ha, but old Fang, did you accidentally overpay? How come you transferred me an extra 10,000? The fat guy thought Fang Yuan had made a mistake and hurriedly pointed it out. Bro, we can't be unclear about this money. That 10,000 is for your own meal expenses. 10,000 a month, do with it as you please. 10,000 a month for meals? Damn, rich people's world is just insane. Fatso muttered under his breath, then snapped a screenshot of the transfer and posted it to his social feed. This time I bet the girls won't hesitate to make the first move. No sooner had he posted than his message list started buzzing non-stop. Joe Jellowan, fat bro, struck it rich? Can I borrow 10 grand for an emergency? Fatso, no way. Go hit up Wabe yourself. Joe Jellowan, Wabe has to be paid back. Fatso, get lost. Joe Ruinfa, bro, family member's sick and I need cash ASAP. Lend me 20k? I'll pay you back tomorrow. Fat guy, I don't have it either. Cover it for me first, but remember to pay me back tomorrow. Joe Ruinfa? Watching Fatty tirelessly tease borrowers with his messages, Fang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Men really do get cocky once they have money. Outside the gates of Xinghai Villa, Ren Shanshan was stopped by the security guard at the gate while driving her dad's Audi. Only after Fang Yuan made a phone call and she underwent a detailed registration process was she finally permitted entry. Tan Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't hide her envy. This is truly Linsuan's most exclusive neighborhood. I never imagined even getting through the gate would be this difficult. Yeah, the cheapest villas here start at tens of millions. It's not something people like us could ever afford. Speaking of which, Xiao Shui is so lucky to have found such a super rich second-generation heir. In Rin Shanshan's mind, the only way Fang Yuan could afford a villa in a place like this at such a young age. It was absolutely impossible without family backing. Besides, she'd seen Fang Yuan twice before, and each time he was carrying a woven bag and tongs, scavenging for junk everywhere. He seemed to do nothing all day, giving off zero vibe of a hard-working entrepreneur. Choosing your birth is a skill. If you didn't learn it in your last life, forget about it in this one. Hearing Rin Shanshan's words, a flicker of displeasure crossed Tan Lin's eyes. Your family circumstances are already decent enough. Unlike mine, my parents aren't capable, and now they're dragging me down to suffer with them. Ren Shanshan detected the resentment in Tan Lin's words and immediately laughed it off, changing the subject. Gazing out the car window at the serene, elegant surroundings, Tan Lin's inner longing grew ever more intense. In truth, she and Rin Shanshan were merely ordinary colleagues. But when she overheard Rin Shanshan mention plans to dine at Xinghai Villa that evening, she'd gone to great lengths to persuade Rin Shanshan to bring her along. Upon truly witnessing the opulence of the affluent neighborhood, she momentarily found herself speaking insincerely. No way, they even have bodyguards. Arriving at Villa 010. Seeing the rows of black-clad bodyguards standing at attention along the driveway, Ren Shanshan's perception of Fang Yuan's extravagance instantly skyrocketed several notches. Qian. Zhang Yunxue, who had been waiting, spotted Rin Shanshan's car and hurried out. After having the bodyguards park the car, the three women chatted and laughed as they walked into the courtyard. Holy cow, Xue, is your man this rich? She'd only heard rumors that Fang Yuan owned an entire building in Xinghai, but never imagined he also had a villa in Xinghai. Ha, not at all. I only found out myself not too long ago. By the way, who might this be? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is my colleague Tan Lin, and this is Zhang Yunxue, my best friend. Tan Lin gave Zhang Yunxue a quick once-over before smiling and extending her hand. Hi, Xiao Shui. If you don't mind, you can just call me Lin. Hi. If you're Qian's friend, then you're my friend too. Let's all hang out together more often when we have time. Zhang Yunxue shook hands with Tan Lin and smiled. Perhaps drawn by the sound of a girl's silver bell laughter, the chubby guy turned his head to look over. His gaze darted between Rin Shanshan and Tan Lin, finally settling on Tan Lin. She wore a black evening gown, her face adorned with subtle makeup that was alluring without being garish, accentuating her curvaceous figure. No other reason was needed that mature, sophisticated aura alone was enough to captivate the fat guy. Fang Yuan glanced over too, though he felt his own ragged outfit was far more appealing. Once all three women were seated, Fang Yuan silently activated his imperial banquet card. Everyone's here. Let's eat. Chapter 32, Manchu Han Imperial Feast. A few minutes later. One by one, maids dressed in hanfu entered from outside. Each carried exquisitely crafted porcelain tableware. In the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, every piece of tableware originated from designated kills in Jingdajun. A single set could fetch an astronomical price. Ting tong ting. A maid in hanfu carried an ancient zither to a nearby seat and began to play. The lingering resonance and subtle, drawn-out notes beneath her fingers sometimes resembled human speech, capable of dialogue, and at other times mirrored the shifting moods of the heart ethereal and ever-changing. This added an inexplicable atmosphere to the banquet. Next, an array of delicacies was presented for the guests to sample one by one. Holy crap, this is way too fancy. When the maid brought the pastries to the fat man, his voice trembled as he spoke. Wow! This is amazing. Ren Shanshan squealed, pulling out her phone to start recording a video. Being a tomboy at heart and surrounded by friends, she didn't bother with formalities. Fang Yuan chuckled, snapped a photo, and tossed it onto his social feed with the caption, "Manchuhan Imperial Feast, not like I've never had it before." He gave himself full marks for pulling off that act. Sitting next to Rin Shanshan, Tan Lin couldn't resist pulling out her phone to document her low-key meal. "Bring on the main dishes." Fang Yuan filled his glass to the brim, then waved his hand dramatically. The dishes that followed were a whole different story. Each dish showcased intricate craftsmanship, with ingredients meticulously selected from the finest available, sometimes down to a specific cut or layer. Precision in knife work and cooking technique was rigorously controlled, achieving an unparalleled level of perfection. Each dish that arrived seemed like a masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship. Fatso was now eating with grease dripping from his mouth, completely disregarding his appearance. "Damn, bird's nest chicken soup. That broth smells so damn good, I could gulp it down." "Fatso, mind your manners with all these people around." Fang Yuan gave a helpless smile. But as the Fatso lifted his bowl and took a sip, he asked with a puzzled look, "Dim sum? What dim sum?" Well, no hope for him. Even though they'd only sampled a few dishes that caught their interest, by the time they'd gone through all 108 courses, the group was completely stuffed. Fang Yuan sprawled sprawlingly across his chair, leaning back with no regard for his appearance, letting out a satisfied sigh. Truly, Xia Nation's culinary culture was rich and time-honored. Now that they were full, what should they do next? Seeing the three women chatting happily together, Fang Yuan decided to use the excuse of dieting to drag the fat guy out to scavenge for junk. Over 2 million yuan had been spent today alone, leaving his pockets embarrassingly empty now. "Boss, you're not serious, are we really going scavenging?" Fatso's face fell. He hadn't even managed to get Tan Lin's contact info earlier. Besides, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, shouldn't he be taking a nice hot shower and lying in bed doing nothing? Why was he suddenly out scavenging for junk? Young people need to learn to work hard. Indulgence and extravagance are no good. Fatso, your mindset is slipping dangerously. Fang Yuan chuckled and soon led the fat guy to a trash bin by the roadside near the villa. "Congratulations on recycling one pair of worn-out leather shoes. Money plus 500. Congratulations. You have recycled a glass wine bottle one. Money plus 200. Occasional passers-by would occasionally shoot them disdainful glances, just like when Fang Yuan first started scavenging for scraps. But by now, he'd long since developed a thick skin. What good is pride? Can you eat it? Tonight's haul was pretty decent. In just under an hour, he'd already earned nearly 30,000 in rewards. Just as he was considering wrapping up for the night and continuing his efforts tomorrow after buying a house, a small booklet in the corner suddenly caught Fang Yuan's attention. The moment the clip opened, its contents were revealed. Recovered one lost future tech manual, obtained one random real-world future tech item, super new energy tractor. Due to space limitations, the vehicle has been parked by the roadside by the system. Host, please collect it yourself according to the instructions. A tractor? Fang Yuan rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't hallucinating. But a damn new energy tractor equipped with future tech? It just seemed a bit off. What truly stunned him, however, was the system's informational description. Dongfeng Tractor, the latest generation of agricultural technology from 3033. Scales mountains and plows fields with ease. 0-100 km/h acceleration in 0.01 seconds, top speed 1000 km/h roaring engine delivers powerful performance. Fully automatic wind energy replenishment eliminates the hassle of gas station queues. 0.01 seconds to 100 km/h? Are they driving this tractor like a rocket? And it's wind-powered. After reading the tractor's detailed specifications, Fang Yuan's worldview was on the verge of collapse. In the early 18th century, a violent storm swept across England and France, destroying 400 windmills, 800 houses, 100 churches, over 400 sailing ships, injuring thousands, and uprooting 250,000 trees. Regarding the uprooting alone, the wind unleashed 10 million horsepower equivalent to 7.5 million kilowatts. 1 horsepower equals 0.75 kilowatts in mere seconds. Estimates suggest the Earth's exploitable wind energy resources amount to approximately 10 billion kilowatts, nearly 10 times the world's total hydropower generation. The energy derived from burning coal worldwide annually amounts to only 1/3 of the energy provided by wind in a single year. Currently, Xia Nation is placing increasing emphasis on wind energy research. But building such a mind-boggling machine? Pure fantasy. Fang Yuan reckoned that if he donated this tractor to the state, he could easily land an academy membership. Meanwhile, not far away, in a parking spot, a massive beast covered in black paint drew countless passers-by to stop and stare. The panoramic sunroof allowed passengers to gaze at the stars anytime and breathe in the fresh scent of grass. Its exterior was sleek and distinctive, while the interior boasted luxurious, spacious comfort. Excellent interior lighting and the absence of a pillars obstructing the view significantly enhanced safety performance. Fang Yuan carried the heavy, oversized car key and strode confidently toward the tractor. He bent down, inserted the key into the ignition, and gave it a vigorous twist. Thump 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 thump. Woo woo, roar roar roar. The ferocious roar startled all the onlookers. Damn, that's insane. Fang Yuan listened to the deep roar emanating from the engine, instantly energized. This was the kind of car a real man should drive. Holy crap, is that a tractor? Mom, tractors are so cool. I want to drive one when I grow up. That exhaust note totally shoves Lamborghinis and D-buggies into the dirt. Dude, how much is this thing? I'll buy it. The wealthy tycoon couldn't contain his excitement and blurted out the price. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Sorry, it's not for sale. As the crowd grew larger, he quickly urged the still-dazed fat guy to sit on the tractor. He shifted into low gear, pulled the clutch, and the engine roared to life. Fang Yuan gently pressed the accelerator and the black beast slowly rolled onto the main road. Looking at the wide, empty road ahead, he suddenly felt the urge to test whether the system's claim of a 0-100 km/h acceleration was true or not. The moment he pressed the accelerator deeper, a mechanical voice rang out beside Fang Yuan. Overtaking mode activated. A thin, transparent glass panel instantly descended over the previously empty front end, perfectly blocking the oncoming wind. Then, a powerful surge of acceleration hit him. The surrounding scenery blurred into a haze. Before he could react, the tractor transformed into a black whirlwind, appearing at the bend at the end of the road in the blink of an eye. Beep beep beep. Warning, curve ahead. Autonomous driving mode activated for you. Fang Yuan's foot lifted off the accelerator and the tractor's speed rapidly decreased as the front end smoothly turned into the curve. Ah, Mom. I want to go home. I want to go home. The fat guy waved his arms frantically, his face drained of color. Holy crap, that was intense. Seeing the wall mere inches away, Fang Yuan's hands began to tremble slightly. If it weren't for the advanced technology in this tractor, he'd probably be 6 feet under today. This thing isn't meant for humans to drive. Better turn it over to the government. After clambering down from the vehicle with legs like jelly, Fang Yuan's resolve hardened. Chapter 33, Surrendering the Tractor. Linchuan City Public Security Bureau. Hello, I have a tractor I'd like to surrender to the state. Sir, malicious occupation of public resources is subject to legal liability. Please don't joke around. I'm not joking. This tractor accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in 0.01 seconds and runs on wind power. If you don't believe me, send someone over now to check it out. Beep beep beep. Staring at the disconnected call, Fang Yuan fell silent. Damn it. All I wanted was to contribute to the country. Why is it so damn hard? After frowning and pondering for a while, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Right. Everything needs proof. Why not just send them a video? He wasted no time. After driving the tractor to a secluded stretch of road, Fang Yuan had the fat guy raise his hand, holding the phone steady in recording mode. Little did he know, footage of his tractor street racing earlier had already been uploaded online by passers-by. The moment it went live, it instantly drew a flood of angry comments from netizens. Sexy green hat, damn, this must be photoshopped. What tractor? I'd believe it was a rocket if you said so. World-class trash, as we all know, videos can't be faked, so I'll just ignore the OP's little 77. Old flower of the motherland, please refrain from spreading such ethereal nonsense. Respect science, respect reality. Thank you. Wang, your neighbor next door, if this isn't a prank video, I'll eat my own. Moral shattered, do you even know what that speed means? It'd blow your brains out. Anyone who believes this is a moron. Rich lady and welfare recipient both lost. OP, I beg you, be a decent human being. At first, no one was willing to believe it. But as bystanders who witnessed the tractor speeding firsthand started sharing videos from every angle and speaking up, the internet exploded. At a research institute in Beijing, Zhao Jun had just put down his work and was about to pick up his phone for some entertainment. But the moment he opened the app, he found the trending topics completely dominated by tractor news. Super tractor spotted in Linchuan City, Nanyun Province 0-100 km/h acceleration reportedly 0.001 seconds. Ever seen a tractor that races like a rocket? The fastest acceleration ever recorded, 0.000001 seconds to 100 km/h. The fastest speed ever recorded appears in Linchuan, dare to argue? Zhao Jun frowned as he glanced at the headlines. These days, the internet will fabricate anything to grab clicks, utter nonsense. But despite his complaints, curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked through. The opening scene showed an ordinary-looking black tractor. Its exterior design held nothing remarkable. Soon, Fang Yuan appeared in the video, performing routine tasks from cranking the engine to climbing aboard. But when that terrifying engine roar erupted, Zhao Jun couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. It's just a tractor. What's so strange about a loud engine? Just as he was about to swipe past the video, Fang Yuan suddenly slammed the accelerator. Before Zhao Jun could react, the tractor in the video vanished into the distance like a runaway black rat. Is this the pinnacle of human technology today? As a professional, Zhao Jun found it utterly laughable. The video editors should put some effort into it. Who'd believe something so exaggerated? Yet as he saw more and more people stepping forward to testify in the comments section, Zhao Jun's inner doubts began to waver. Impossible. There's no way such speed could be achieved, at least not by humans. Just then, a person claiming to be the tractor's owner appeared and uploaded a speed test video to the platform. In the video, Fang Yuan clearly demonstrated the tractor's performance. The only thing he deliberately concealed was the fact that the tractor was powered by wind energy. He was well aware of the terrifying implications that replacing fuel with wind power would bring. If he revealed this truth, extremists from other nations would likely rush to find him in an instant. They'd either try to abduct him to extract the tractor's secrets or simply eliminate him outright. After watching the video, Zhao Jun was already convinced for the most part. Regardless of anything else, the acceleration alone utterly outclassed every other vehicle in the world. In no time, numerous automakers flooded the comments section declaring their intent to collaborate with Fang Yuan. But he paid them no mind whatsoever, instead openly declaring his intention to hand it over to the state. Netizens flooded the comments with reactions like, "You're an idiot for not cashing in on this." Exactly. What good is having the most powerful engine if it just encourages reckless racing on public roads? Better to partner with automakers and cash in while you can. Safety should be the priority when driving. This acceleration is too extreme. Who'd dare drive it if it ever hit the market? All flash and no substance, only the engine has any research value. Zhao Jun watched the video over and over, frame by frame, until he was finally convinced it was real. After the initial excitement, he quickly regained his composure. This won't do. The secrets hidden within this engine are far too significant. We must report this immediately and lock down the information. Such terrifying acceleration is beyond what a conventional engine could withstand. The technological sophistication inside is extraordinary. Mastering this manufacturing technology would be immensely beneficial to the nation. His excitement mounting, Zhao Jun immediately pulled out his phone and dialed his superior's number. The call connected. Zhao Jun rapidly relayed the entire situation. After the research institute director on the other end repeatedly confirmed Zhao Jun wasn't joking, he immediately responded, "All right, I'll contact the director right away. You should first verify the vehicle owner's identity with the relevant authorities." After hanging up, Zhao Jun dialed the security department of the research institute. As the most prestigious research institute in the entire nation, its authority far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine. Within minutes, Fang Yuan's complete personal information was transmitted to the computer. Simultaneously, all online content related to Fang Yuan and the tractor was swiftly purged. What's going on? Why was my video taken down? Staring at the notification popping up on his phone, Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. The fat guy sat in the driver's seat, excitedly fiddling with the controls. It wasn't that he'd lost his mind, it was simply that Fang Yuan's 0-100 km/h acceleration had left him utterly stunned. Holy crap, that tractor's faster than a rocket. I never dreamed it could be this insane. Where the hell did you get this thing? Would you believe me if I said it fell from the sky? Not knowing how to explain the tractor's origin, Fang Yuan could only brush it off with a casual remark. Right now, I'd even believe you if you said it came from aliens, heh. Old Fang, can you teach me how to drive this thing for a couple laps? No way. This thing's too wild for you to handle. Fang Yuan flatly refused the chubby guy's request. Otherwise, if he got too excited and revved up the engine, there'd be no way to piece his bones back together if something went wrong. Forget it. Since no one wants it, might as well take it back as a collector's item. After several failed attempts to upload the video, Fang Yuan gave up. He revved the tractor all the way back to the villa. The thunderous roar made the security guards at Yunhai's gates think thunder was rolling in from the sky. Chapter 34, Major Moves. Fortunately, the residents of Xinghai Villa were generally well-mannered. At most, they might grumble inwardly about some reckless kid revving a sports car late at night. By this time, when Kair, who had just returned from running an errand, had finished showering, beneath the thin bath towel, her exquisite figure was faintly visible. She walked to the window and watched Fang Yuan drive the tractor into the villa, her eyes filled with astonishment. This is a tractor? Yesterday's vintage bicycle was one thing, but today Fang Yuan had pulled out a tractor? It genuinely took her aback. When Kair suddenly felt hesitant. Logically speaking, she owed Fang Yuan such a huge favor, yet she hadn't even treated him to a meal or anything. Both in terms of courtesy and reason, it felt a bit inappropriate. After a moment of indecision, she scurried downstairs to the kitchen in her pink slippers. Inside, an auntie in her 30s was preparing a late-night snack. Due to her work, when Kair occasionally needed to stay up late researching acting techniques, late-night snacks were naturally indispensable. After all, at her level, it was no longer enough to rely solely on her stunning looks to win fans' admiration. To become an evergreen tree in the entertainment industry, one's own talent and depth were often the most important assets. Aunt May, you should go home and rest early. I'll handle this. Oh, but that wouldn't do, Miss One. Aunt May thought perhaps her cooking didn't suit Wen Kai's taste, and she felt momentarily flustered. Competition was fierce across all industries these days, not to mention that Wen Kai's monthly salary far exceeded the standard market rate. If she were dismissed due to her employer's dissatisfaction, she would undoubtedly blame herself. Noticing Aunt May's worry, Wen Kai smiled softly. Aunt May, it's not what you think. I just suddenly felt like doing it myself. Don't worry. After hearing Wen Kai's explanation, Aunt May's heart finally settled. Then I'll stay by your side as your assistant. Inside the Kyoto Research Institute, 7 or 8 top experts in machinery and equipment research gathered together. After repeated viewings and thorough discussions, the group unanimously decided that this technology must be firmly secured within the nation's grasp. Lu Jiming, the solemn-faced director of the Research Institute, stated, "As we all know, our nation currently lags far behind foreign countries in cutting-edge engine manufacturing technology. The emergence of this tractor presents us with a golden opportunity to surpass foreign technology. I have already reported the specifics to higher authorities. Given the critical importance of this matter, we must depart for Linchuan City tonight. Thanks to Zhao Jun, we discovered this treasure in time. Prepare to accompany me on the special flight. I intend to witness this miracle with my own eyes." Catching the director's gaze, Zhao Jun promptly responded, "Yes, director." After the brief meeting concluded, escorted by a squad of fully armed soldiers, the two boarded a military aircraft bound for Linchuan City. Meanwhile, official agencies in Linchuan City had already received notification from higher authorities. The head of Linchuan sat in his office, joined by several other high-ranking city officials. "Gentlemen, I have just conveyed the full contents of the higher-ups directive to all of you. Director Lu from the Capital Research Institute is personally leading this mission. We must ensure the safety of the target and strictly adhere to confidentiality protocols. Effective immediately, all communication devices are to be surrendered. Additionally, deploy W Police Unit to Xinghai Villa Complex without delay. We will proceed to receive the expert team first." "Yes, sir. Yes." The minds of the municipal officials were now filled with questions. But the Kyoto Research Institute was the highest-level scientific institution in all of Xia Nation. Director Lu Jiming held an official rank equivalent to vice-ministerial level. Even provincial governors addressed him respectfully as Old Lu. Needless to say, they were merely a municipal-level unit. At the command of the big shot from Linchuan City, 10 military vehicles carrying nearly 200 personnel from the nearby W police force were dispatched overnight, with over 20 police cars clearing the way ahead. Upon reaching the gates of the Xinghai Villa compound, the security guards on duty were stunned into silence, immediately phoning Xinghai Group's executives. "Open the gates." A W police commander in uniform, bearing 2 bars and 4 stars, issued the order without hesitation, commanding the guards to open the gates immediately. He then led his men to the villa where Fang Yuan resided, deploying a team to conduct security patrols. Such a commotion naturally didn't go unnoticed by the other residents of the villa complex. Zhang Qiandao was one of them. Ever since witnessing Fang Yuan's martial arts prowess last time, he couldn't stop thinking about it. He'd also come across the tractor's 0-100 km/h acceleration video. He immediately recognized Fang Yuan as the martial arts master who had beaten up several MO people in the parking lot that night. He excitedly tagged Fang Yuan in the comments section below, but unfortunately, the video was taken down before Fang Yuan could even see it. It made his head ache with frustration. Zhang Qiandao tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, only to be woken up by the noise not long after. Who the hell is making noise this late at night? Zhang Qiandao stormed to the window, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but the next second, he quickly pulled his head back. Holy crap, what unlucky bastard broke the rules? Out front, a villa was bathed in flashing red and blue lights, illuminating half the sky. Beside it, soldiers armed with rifles patrolled back and forth on guard. Meanwhile, Wen Kai, who had just finished preparing a late-night snack and was heading over to thank Fang Yuan properly, was stopped by several soldiers the moment she stepped outside. Despite the fact that the person carrying the snacks was a stunning beauty, the soldiers showed no hesitation. "Sorry, there's an urgent operation underway here. Please return to your room immediately and cooperate with our work." As she watched several men in officer uniforms enter Fang Yuan's villa, Wen Kai's expression suddenly turned grave. Owning so many properties at such a young age was nearly impossible for a normal person. Moreover, after observing him over the past few days, she noticed that aside from scavenging for junk and occasionally going out, Fang Yuan always seemed idle, hardly the behavior of a successful businessman. Could he be secretly involved in some shady business? How else could he have amassed such staggering wealth? Now that the truth had come to light, it had caused such a huge scene. The thought that she was still living in the house Fang Yuan had given her made her worry that she might be implicated in the fallout. Wen Kai couldn't help but feel anxious. In the entertainment industry, no one dared to casually touch anything tainted by the underworld. Even though nothing had ever happened between her and Fang Yuan, online rumors were no laughing matter. "It's over." Wen Kai cast a strange glance at Fang Yuan's villa before trudging back, her spirit broken. She had only come seeking refuge, never expecting to get caught up in such a huge mess. Chapter 35, The Spirit of Selfless Dedication. Welcome, Director Liu, to our city of Linchuan. At the military airport, the city's top official led a large contingent of municipal personnel to greet him. Let's skip the pleasantries and proceed now. Director Liu, being a researcher at heart, had little interest in the formalities of officialdom. Thus, after disembarking, he went straight to the point. A convoy of vehicles departed from the outskirts, heading toward Xinghai Villa. The three women watched Fang Yuan park the tractor, their faces all showing expressions of shock. They'd only gone out for a short walk, how could he suddenly return driving a tractor? Especially seeing the lawn, now exposed and muddy where the tractor had driven over it, made Jiang Yunshua's heart ache. But before they could figure out what was going on, dozens of armed soldiers suddenly appeared before the villa gates. Fatso shuddered. Could it be that someone had called the police after they'd been revving engines on the street earlier? But surely they wouldn't come armed like this over that? From the time the email was sent until now, has the other party made any demands? Seated in the car, Chief Liu asked Zhao Jun. After all, something this important could easily fetch over 100 million yuan, maybe even more if they partnered with an automaker. Yet in the video, Fang Yuan stated he intended to hand it over to the state without compensation. In this materialistic age, pure patriotic conviction seemed unable to withstand the test of money. Director, it appears the other party truly hasn't made any demands. It's a completely free donation to the state. Zhao Jun recalled the video's content carefully before speaking decisively. Honestly, he deeply admired people like Fang Yuan. Who could guarantee they'd resist the temptation of money if they were in his shoes? To hand over something of such incalculable value to the nation without seeking anything in return. This isn't just a model socialist successor, this is a true sage. Xiao Zhao, if you had such a groundbreaking technological achievement in your hands, would you hand it over to the state without compensation like he did? Director Liu, moved by the moment, asked directly. Cut the empty rhetoric and tell me what you truly think. Director. Zhao Jun hesitated before finally speaking slowly. If I were the owner of this tractor, I'd probably choose to partner with a local automaker, get a huge payout, and live comfortably for the rest of my life. There was no denying it, this was the most genuine thought in the hearts of modern people. Back in the early days after Xia Nation's liberation, everyone could live for their beliefs, for a lofty and supreme purpose. But now, this is an era where money reigns supreme. As the ancients said, laugh at the poor, not the courtesan. That saying seems to ring true. Ah, that's precisely why I couldn't believe it at first. Lu Xining sighed. Though he was getting on in years, he could still understand the feelings of the young. From the video, Fang Yuan appeared to be just over 20. To possess such cutting-edge technology yet still be willing to hand it over to the state without compensation. Such young people were truly precious. If we truly achieve something significant here, I plan to nominate him for the first prize in science and technology progress of Xia Nation. What do you think? Director Liu paused briefly before speaking. The acceleration technology in this tractor's engine far surpasses our current technological capabilities. Nominating him for this award is well deserved. Director, I support your decision. Zhao Jun wasn't a pushover either. If it truly matched what Fang Yuan claimed in the video, the first prize for scientific and technological progress would be more than sufficient. Director Liu nodded. May all the youth of our Xia Nation emulate his example, fearless of the idle chatter of the pessimistic. If everyone could possess such a spirit of selfless dedication, sooner or later our nation will stand at the pinnacle of Blue Star. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, the convoy soon arrived at the entrance of Xinghai Villa. The gates were now fully secured by police soldiers. All vehicles were restricted from entering or exiting. The head of Lin City's Xinghai group had previously called to report the situation to higher-ups, to see if an exception could be made, given that many prominent homeowners frequently left early and returned late. Now that access was prohibited, a long line of vehicles had formed near the gates. Some individuals began leveraging their connections to pressure municipal authorities. But when the top official of Linchuan City appeared, all the callers fell silent. A middle-aged man in his 40s, driving a Rolls-Royce, stared at the gate with an irritated expression. After all, he had managed to sneak out without his wife knowing. He had planned to spend a joyful day at the villa he'd bought for his mistress, only to find the gate suddenly sealed off. After contacting his connections higher up, and seeing the top official of Linchuan City whom he had met several times before appear, he instinctively relied on his confidence and intended to walk straight up to strike up a conversation with the official who had just stepped out of the car. But before he could get close, he was stopped by the security detail accompanying the official. The man immediately shouted angrily, "Do you know who I am? I know you're top official. How dare you block my way? Do you want to lose your job?" In the past, such a statement would likely have prompted someone to engage him in conversation. This time, however, the security detail accompanying the official consisted entirely of personnel dispatched from the provincial level. Had Linsuan not been so remote from provincial headquarters, those bigwigs would likely have already arrived on the scene. This time, he had hit a brick wall. The black-clad guard replied expressionlessly, "I don't care who you are or who you know. Step back immediately." The middle-aged man had just returned after drinking a bit, and he was accustomed to being fawned over by his subordinates. He paid no heed to the guard's warning. Instead, he tried to leverage his connection with the city's top official, stepping forward to shove the guard aside. "You, Chow. Dare to block me, and I'll have you killed tomorrow." At that moment, the top official of Linchuan City, who had already stepped out of the car, heard the commotion and turned his gaze toward the scene. He recognized the middle-aged man. They'd crossed paths a few times regarding development projects in certain areas of Linchuan City. But seeing the man audaciously attempt to confront the security guard, the leader's face turned green. These were provincial-level officials. "If you don't want to make it in this world, I still do. Who's causing trouble?" Just then, Director Liu, who had heard the commotion, stepped out of his vehicle. This time, the top official of Linchuan City didn't even have the strength to speak. Anyone obstructing a national official on an emergency mission will be charged with treason. Arrest him. Though Director Liu was usually immersed in research, his decisiveness was undeniable, especially given his deputy ministerial status. At his command, the man who had been about to speak with the city's top official was immediately seized by two guards and shoved into the rear vehicle. Awaiting him was trial and punishment at the national level. This display instantly dampened the spirits of the villa owners who had been stirring with restless intent. Treason wasn't a charge anyone dared to utter lightly. Yet this mysterious stranger who had suddenly appeared had uttered it without hesitation. What was most terrifying was that the top official of Linchuan City stood right before them, yet dared not utter a word. This alone proved the stranger's status was far from ordinary. Even a provincial-level bigwig might be powerless here. Chief Lu's subsequent words only reinforced this point. All present are to be detained. No one leaves until further notice. Chapter 36, A Major Hall. When Chief Lu blew his top, no one present dared utter a word. Even the top official of Linchuan City appeared visibly shaken. He had assumed scientists were all mild-mannered, easygoing types, but who knew he'd come out swinging like that? Take that reckless middle-aged man from earlier, for instance. If he hadn't had the sense to back off, Director Liu would likely have arrested him too. "Let's go." The entire group got out of the car and walked. As Director Liu put it, this was a sign of respect for patriotic citizens. Fang Yuan, still confused by the fat man's antics, had just stepped out of the garage when he spotted several officers being blocked by bodyguards. Remember, these black-clad bodyguards were created by the system itself. Without Fang Yuan's orders, not even the King of Heaven himself could enter this villa. What's going on? Fang Yuan paused for a moment but quickly motioned for the bodyguards to step aside. Judging by their demeanor, they didn't seem hostile, and besides, this was Xia Nation. He hadn't done anything wrong, so there was no need to be afraid. However, after the guards parted, the first to step inside was a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and black dress pants, with a hint of gray at his temples. "You must be Mr. Fang. My name is Lu Yuanming, director of the Capital Research Institute." Director Liu, who had been as cold as ice moments ago, suddenly broke into an exceptionally warm smile upon seeing Fang Yuan. He strode forward and grasped his hand firmly. "Mr. Fang, you truly are a man of great integrity. To voluntarily surrender such a precious item to the state, I thank you on behalf of the organization and the people for your selfless contribution." The Capital Research Institute. Fang Yuan quickly snapped back to his senses. Could he be referring to his tractor? He hadn't expected even the director of the Research Institute to come personally. Hello. Compared to old Lu, my small contribution is nothing. You are the true pillars of our nation, Xia." Mr. Fang, you're too kind. May I ask where that tractor is now?" Watching the humble and courteous Fang Yuan, Director Liu was thoroughly impressed. But beyond the social niceties, his primary concern remained the tractor featured in the video. A 0.01 second 0-100 km h acceleration time on a tractor? That was nothing short of a miracle. "It's in the garage. Please follow me, old Lu." Knowing the purpose of the visit, Fang Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, the adage that ordinary people shouldn't cross paths with the authorities had been passed down for thousands of years. When the garage door opened and the massive, jet black beast came into view, Chief Lu couldn't contain his excitement, shedding all traces of his usual scientific reserve as he paced back and forth in front of the tractor, examining it intently. As the saying goes, amateurs look for spectacle, while experts look for substance. His position as director of the Capital Research Institute was earned through ironclad expertise. His expertise in mechanical engineering was nothing short of extraordinary. After a thorough examination, Director Liu couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Impressive. Truly impressive. The level of craftsmanship in the bodywork alone is far beyond what we could achieve. The design within the engine is nothing short of ingenious. Calling it a groundbreaking creation would be no exaggeration." Yet a faint disappointment lingered in Director Liu's heart. Based on his findings, the tractor's terrifying acceleration stemmed from the engine and the extreme hardness of its body components. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Its sole value lay in the materials themselves, which warranted research investment a slight deviation from his initial expectations. Just then, Fang Yuan approached quietly and whispered, "Old Lu, this tractor holds one final, greatest secret." Secret? Ahem. Fang Yuan cleared his throat lightly, clearly concerned that too many people were present and fearing the information might leak. Without a moment's hesitation, Director Lu ordered the others to step outside the garage. Only Zhao Jun remained. Young Zhao is also part of our research institute, and he just happened to be the one who recommended your video. If it weren't for his timely reminder, we wouldn't have been able to get to Linchuan so quickly. The implication was clear to those in the know. Zhao Jun's contribution made him a prime candidate for future cultivation. In that case, I'll be blunt with you both. Regarding matters related to wind energy, so Fang Yuan had to be cautious. Actually, the greatest value of this tractor isn't in its engine or other components, but in the energy source it uses. Not gasoline or diesel? Director Lu, a true research heavyweight, instantly grasped that a significant secret must lie hidden within. Exactly. This vehicle runs on wind power and autonomously harnesses kinetic energy during operation to continuously supply itself with power. Blown away. Completely blown away. After hearing Fang Yuan's explanation, he was first stunned speechless, then plunged into wild excitement. You're telling the truth? As true as pearls. Half an hour passed. When Director Lu reappeared outside the garage, his expression had returned to normal. Notify state security. Immediately send personnel to seal off the entire Xinghai Villa compound and request reinforcements from the nearest military units. No one knew what Fang Yuan had discussed with Director Lu in the garage during that brief half hour. The top official of Linchuan City felt uneasy. What on earth is going on that even state security and the military have been mobilized? Throughout the entire operation, he remained utterly baffled. Director Lu remained silent, and other informed parties were equally tight-lipped. For the first time, he felt utterly stifled in his role as the city's top official. Shortly after, a dozen identical black vehicles arrived at Xinghai Villa. Regardless of who they were. From the top executives of major conglomerates down to the security personnel at Xinghai Villa, everyone was made to sign the highest-level confidentiality agreements. They were required to delete all video and text records of tonight's events and cooperate with state security for indefinite surveillance and monitoring. Before the machinery of the state, all the fancy tricks were utterly useless. Under strict oversight, several executives with questionable backgrounds were directly exposed. They didn't even get a chance to appeal or hire a lawyer. The next moment, state security agents hauled them away in vehicles. Subsequently, the military deployed nearly 1,000 soldiers to cover the tractor completely with black tarps before transporting it directly to a military-exclusive airfield. Mr. Fang, due to the significant implications of this matter, we must ensure your safety. This incident will most likely not be made public. We hope you understand. Before parting, Director Lu politely addressed Fang Yuan. Renewable energy sources like wind power and solar photovoltaics have long been fiercely researched by nations worldwide. Fang Yuan's tractor could instantly propel Xiao Nation at least 2 decades ahead of the global standard in wind energy research. Such a crucial invention, if leaked, could potentially put Fang Yuan at a disadvantage. Haha, no problem. After all, I'm a low-key kind of guy. Being able to contribute to his country was also something he hoped for. Though his wealth earned through the system was concealed via legitimate channels. But big trees attract the wind. If he grew too powerful without any backing, things could get messy. With this incident as leverage, regardless of other factors, anyone who dared to use official power against him would be like lighting a lantern in the toilet purely looking for trouble. Rest assured, once I return to the capital, I will petition the higher-ups for the honors you deserve. The nation and its people will forever remember your contributions. Director Lu smiled and waved to Fang Yuan. If you ever visit the capital, I'll take you on a tour of the Research Institute. Thank you, Senior Lu. Fang Yuan waved his farewell. Once the convoy had departed, the top official of Linchuan City hurried over to offer Fang Yuan warm condolences. Though he remained unclear about the full circumstances behind tonight's events. But since old Lu had been so courteous to Fang Yuan, this man demanded special attention. After finally seeing off the top official of Linchuan City who seemed ready to burn incense and swear brotherhood with him, Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his villa. Although the system's reward had been given away, the intangible gains he had reaped this time far exceeded millions or tens of millions. As long as he didn't commit any major acts harmful to the state, it was effectively like receiving a golden ticket granting immunity from punishment. Chapter 37, Tan Lin's Thoughts. Fang Yuan, are you alright? Zhang Yunxue, filled with concern, hurried over to ask. When the soldiers with loaded rifles appeared earlier, she had genuinely been terrified. Just handling a minor issue. Nothing to worry about. Though the group was a bit dazed, as long as everyone was safe and sound, everything else could be discussed later. That's a relief. I thought you'd gotten into trouble, causing such a commotion. Ren Shanshan patted her plump chest, her face still flushed with lingering fear. The trembling curve immediately caught the fat man's attention. Noticing this, Ren Shanshan shot the chubby guy a fierce glare. Hey, what are you looking at? Ahem, no, I was just admiring the view over there. Startled, the fat guy scrambled to explain. Following the fat guy's gaze, there sat Tan Lin in her chair. Due to the slight slit in her evening gown, when seated, it revealed snow-white skin all the way up to her thigh. Seeing this, Ren Shanshan rolled her eyes at him. You pervert. Tan Lin, whose glimpse of skin had just been revealed, chuckled softly, showing no sign of embarrassment or annoyance. As Jiang Yunxue and Ren Shanshan walked hand in hand to the restroom, her alluring eyes kept drifting toward Fang Yuan, sometimes deliberately, sometimes seemingly by accident. Then, whenever their eyes met, she'd lower her head like a startled fawn, her cheeks flushing a bashful pink. The sight sent the chubby guy's heart fluttering with desire. Only Fang Yuan remained as steady as an old dog, not giving her a second glance. How old are you, playing these childish flirting games? Do you really think I'm stupid? Just then, Ren Shanshan and Jiang Yunxue returned. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected was bound to happen. Ren Shanshan held 2 bottles of white liquor, who knows where she'd gotten them, and raised an eyebrow at Fang Yuan. Didn't get enough that night? How about we have another round today? Drinking again? How are you guys going to get home if you get drunk? Fang Yuan asked. What's the matter? You're the esteemed young master Fang. Surely your villa in Building 11 of Yunhai can accommodate 2 young ladies for one night? Ren Shanshan was a girl with an insatiable curiosity. Earlier, while sneaking off to the bathroom, she even blabbed about how many properties Fang Yuan owned now. No way. Sorry for scaring you tonight. But if we're drinking, we need some snacks. It's too late to cook now, I'll just order takeout. 10, 11 villas in Yunhai? Tan Lin couldn't help but clench her 2 long, snow-white legs together upon hearing this. Judging from the earlier situation, this young man before her wasn't just talented and accomplished, his background was also no small matter. She had been struggling to find an opportunity to get closer to Fang Yuan, and Ren Shanshan's suggestion struck a chord with her. Once they drank, the alcohol might loosen tongues. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow, Wanru's clothes could end up on her. I have no objections. Tomorrow happens to be my day off. Tan Lin decisively backed Ren Shanshan's suggestion. Well, if Lin's okay with it, I am too. Fatso chuckled. As the saying goes, alcohol gives cowards courage. If Tan Lin didn't drink, he'd never get a chance to bond with her. Alright, let's do it. Fang Yuan was in a good mood today anyway. He pulled out his phone and ordered a few rounds of grilled skewers, perfect for light drinking. Back in the day, ordering takeout meant counting every penny. Now I'm losing touch with numbers. Before long, the delivery arrived at the villa's front gate. Fatso volunteered to fetch the order, and while he was gone, Fang Yuan opened the restaurant's review page. He'd frequented this place before. The food was decent, though a bit pricey. Thinking about how he'd likely bid farewell to takeout once he had his own team of gold medal chefs, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Then, with a few taps, he typed out a review, treating it as a farewell to the shop. Anonymous user, this place used to serve amazing food, the familiar flavors I loved. But life isn't always smooth sailing, so here's a bad review. Shop reply, what the hell? Ding. Congratulations, merchant. You've received a 1,000 yuan tip from a user. Shop reply, thanks, boss. I'll be back. Reading the shop owner's reply, he couldn't help but sigh softly. As expected, a charismatic man like me can leave a bad review without affecting the merchant's fondness for me in the slightest. Jiang Yunxue peered over curiously and couldn't help but giggle at Fang Yuan's sly maneuver. This is clearly using money to get what you want, isn't it? Soon, the chubby delivery guy hurried back with the takeout. Tonight, Ren Shanshan was unusually fierce, downing glass after glass of baijiu. The fat guy was the first to pass out. As the bodyguards dragged him away, he still fumbled for his phone to add Tan Lin's contact info. This made Ren Shanshan burst into laughter. Soon, by the time 2 bottles of baijiu were empty, Ren Shanshan was already slurring incoherently. Tan Lin's face was flushed crimson, her eyes glistening. She fluttered one seductive glance after another at Fang Yuan. Fortunately, Jiang Yunxue was busy tending to Ren Shanshan and didn't notice, otherwise, trouble would have been inevitable. Let's call it a night here. The other villas aren't finished yet, so you can stay in the guest rooms for now. Fang Yuan instructed the bodyguards to come and pack things up, then helped Ren Shanshan into the villa alongside Jiang Yunxue. Tan Lily swayed her voluptuous figure as she followed closely behind. She never dreamed she'd one day live in such a luxurious villa. Tan Lin fixed her gaze on Fang Yuan walking ahead, already scheming how to ensnare this man. Inside the villa, of course, there was no opportunity. Besides, as a newcomer, she didn't have the nerve to make a move in front of Jiang Yunxue. The next morning, when she woke up, Tan Lin rose early, primped and preened, and gazed out at the view from the guest room balcony. Her resolve to conquer Fang Yuan and rise to prominence grew ever stronger. Just then, a figure caught her attention. There was Fang Yuan, heading out early in the morning with a woven bag in hand, seemingly off to who knows where. The opportunity has arrived. Tan Lin checked herself in the mirror, satisfied with her appearance, and hurried downstairs. It was only around 6:30 in the morning. Ren Xianxian, who had gotten completely wasted yesterday, was still fast asleep, and Jiang Yunxue, who hadn't exactly held back either, was snoring away. This was the perfect moment for her to act. Stepping out the front gate, Tan Lin quickly spotted Fang Yuan fiddling with a trash can. Four bodyguards stood nearby. Tan Lin cautiously approached, but was halted by the bodyguards' sharp glances. "Hey there!" Fang Yuan, who had been busy rummaging through the trash, froze. It felt like someone was greeting him. He turned his head. There stood Tan Lin, her face flushed with shyness, waving her small hand at him. "Good morning, brother Fang Yuan." "Good morning. Why are you up so early instead of sleeping?" Since she was Ren Xianxian's friend, Fang Yuan politely asked. This could work. Tan Lin flashed a faint smile, then batted her eyelashes like a snake spirit, desperately trying to project a youthful, lively image. Fang Yuan couldn't help but wonder. That girl was blinking like crazy all night too. Could she have some kind of problem? "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" Since it was their first meeting, Tan Lin took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Working in environmental recycling." "Really? I love that kind of work too. Contributing to the environment is my biggest dream." "Oh, so you like picking up trash too?" Fang Yuan shot her a playful glance. "What's wrong with that?" He treated scavenging as a career precisely because he had the system daddy backing him up. But this girl actually considered scavenging her ideal? She must have a screw loose. "In that case, you can start by rummaging through the trash bin for me." Fang Yuan didn't hesitate. Free labor was free labor even if Tan Lin had ulterior motives, it didn't matter. After all, this big shot was destined to be a man she could never have. Tan Lin had no idea her little scheme had been seen through. To make a good impression, she rolled up her sleeves and walked over to the trash bin, forcing down her disgust. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. For the life of a wealthy wife, this lady's going all in. Chapter 38, Aston Martin. Phew. Brother Fang Yuan, are you satisfied? Not bad. Come on, change positions. Here, that thing can be recycled too. Quick, take it out. Oh, okay. Tan Lin stared at the sticky mess in her hands, feeling so wrong she could cry. She'd been hoping for a romantic morning rendezvous. Who knew she'd run into a lunatic who'd rather scavenge for junk than enjoy a decent life? What was even worse was that Fang Yuan stood there without a care in the world, directing her to use her delicate, pale hands to rummage through the filthy trash bin. But if she gave up now, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Helplessly, Tan Lin clenched her lips and plunged her hand deeper into the trash bin. Watching Tan Lin bend over, revealing her curvaceous silhouette, Fang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how truly stunning her figure was. If it weren't for Jiang Yunxue emptying him out last night after getting tipsy, he might have actually lost control. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one rubber toy. Earned plus 1,000 coins. Not bad, still passable. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one paper cigarette box. Earned plus 300 coins. Tan Lin worked diligently to sort through the junk. Fang Yuan leisurely used the tongs to toss items into the woven bag. Congratulations! You've recycled one defective porcelain bowl. Money plus 500. Earned 800,000 in just 1 hour. This is taking off. This fortune was nearly equivalent to what an ordinary person would save after over a decade of hard work. Before he could fully savor the moment, the bodyguard he'd sent to buy water returned, holding a bottle of Nyo. "Boss, you've been working hard. Here, have a drink to quench your thirst." Tan Lin shot Long Yi a reproachful glance. This was outrageous. She was the one working the hardest, yet she didn't even get a chance to buy water. Fang Yuan didn't hesitate, taking it and gulping it down in big swallows. After finishing, he casually tossed the empty bottle into the woven bag. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one empty Nyo bottle. You have obtained one globally limited edition Aston Martin 177 supercar. Due to terrain restrictions, this reward has been parked in your garage. Damn, you're my lucky charm. Fang Yuan suddenly shouted excitedly, startling Tan Lin, who was about to drop her load and run. He looked down and noticed an exquisitely luxurious crystal wristwatch had appeared on his left hand. This watch was the ignition key for the Aston Martin 177, undeniably high-tech. Forget it, I'm done here. Well aware of the system's quirks, Fang Yuan knew there'd be no further gains. He decided to lead his team back to the villa. Tan Lin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing they wouldn't have to rummage through trash bins anymore. Recalling the humiliation she'd endured that morning, she silently vowed never to accompany this insensitive jerk again. Even her faint hopes of climbing the social ladder had been crushed by Fang Yuan. If she really followed Fang Yuan, she might not even get to enjoy the lavish life of a wealthy wife before he drove her to a complete mental breakdown. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Yunxue and Ren Xianxian had just finished washing up and were enjoying a lavish breakfast prepared by a top chef in the spacious dining room. As usual, Ren Shanshan was stuffing her face without a care for her image. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. I've never had such a delicious breakfast before. Though it was merely the simplest breakfast spread, once crafted by the hands of a top chef. The ingredients themselves became almost secondary. Especially these specially made Xiaolong Bao. One bite released a burst of savory broth, filling the air with an intense aroma. The texture was wonderfully chewy, intertwined with the savory, juicy flavor. Even though she was already stuffed, Ren Shanshan couldn't resist her craving and stuffed another one into her mouth. Slow down, don't choke. Jiang Yunxue tapped Ren Shanshan's greedy little head, both amused and exasperated. The thought of herself struggling to scavenge scraps outside while the two women feasted in the kitchen made Tan Lin's face darken. Tan Lin's expression darkened instantly. But she quickly suppressed her resentment and walked over as if nothing had happened. Hey, Lin, where did you go this morning? I didn't see you when I woke up. What could she say? How could she explain? Could she possibly admit that she tried to hook up with a rich guy only to end up being sent out to pick up trash all day? Tan Lin gave an awkward smile. Luckily, Ren Shanshan, with her thick skin, didn't seem to notice. She waved Tan Lin over to sit down and eat breakfast. At that moment, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from the garage. Fang Yuan sat in the luxurious driver's seat. Feeling the powerful roar emanating from the engine, he nearly beamed with delight. The Aston Martin 177, limited to just 77 units worldwide, carried a price tag of around 47 million renminbi domestically. Crucially, only 5 were allocated to the entire Xia nation. It wasn't merely a matter of money, it was a symbol of status and prestige. Impressive. With a light press of the accelerator, the super luxury limited edition sports car glided out of the garage. The bodyguards, mere tools of the system, felt nothing. But the 3 women who emerged from the dining room upon hearing the sound were instantly captivated by the supercar's allure. Holy crap, what kind of car is this? Ren Shanshan exclaimed excitedly, her eyes brimming with desire as she gazed at the Aston Martin 177. Xiao Shui, I'm suddenly a little jealous of you. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Yunxue knew Ren Shanshan was joking, so she didn't take it to heart. But this car really is stunning. Only Tan Lin, standing behind them, couldn't hide the shock on her face. Her voice trembled as she stammered, This is the Aston Martin 177 limited edition sports car. Just the price alone is over 45 million. Ren Shanshan covered her mouth in disbelief. No way, that expensive? It's not just about the price. This is a limited edition model. Without the right connections, even money can't buy it. The moment Tan Lin saw this sports car, her long-dormant desire to suck up to someone reignited, reaching a fever pitch. She hadn't done anything yet, but just gazing at the sleek, elegant lines radiating pure luxury, she felt an urgent need to change her pants right then and there. Over 40 million? Holy crap! Xiao Shui, ask your husband if he needs another accessory on his leg. If it comes down to it, I'll be the mistress. Not just you, I'd be happy to be the 5th or 6th mistress. Tan Lin pressed her thighs together and rubbed them lightly, finally calming some of her inner turmoil. But just then, Fang Yuan received a call from Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The smile that had lit up his face moments earlier at the news of the limited edition sports car vanished instantly, replaced by anger. You two keep chatting. I've got to step out for a bit. After informing Jiang Yunxue, Fang Yuan stomped on the gas pedal, tearing out of the villa. Long Yi, accompanied by 20 bodyguards, revved up the Wuling Mini and swiftly followed. Damn it! Who dares shut down my restaurant for no reason? I'll see who has the guts to do this. Chapter 39, Fang Zhang. Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Manager Lu Yanmin stood anxiously explaining something to several uniformed law enforcement officers. We'll notify you of the specifics later. For now, the restaurant is prohibited from operating. Is that clear? The young man in charge sneered coldly. Judging by his features, this man bore a faint resemblance to Fang Yuan. That's it. Pack it up. Fang Zhang waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage further. But just then, a supremely luxurious supercar in stark white blocked the entrance to Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Surrounded by bodyguards, Fang Yuan strode over with a piercing expression. What's going on? Though Fang Yuan appeared youthful and seemingly harmless, the 20-plus intimidating bodyguards surrounding him compelled everyone to take him seriously. Seeing the boss come over personally, the restaurant manager finally regained some confidence. To acquire such a large restaurant without batting an eye, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to have no powerful backers. Mr. Fang, just as we were preparing to open this morning, these people claiming to be from the administration bureau suddenly showed up. They said there was a problem with our restaurant and ordered it sealed pending investigation. The manager quickly summarized the situation. From the looks of it, the young man leading the group seemed to harbor significant hostility toward Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Are you the owner of this restaurant? Fang Zhang stepped forward fearlessly, locking eyes with Fang Yuan. He had little fondness for this brother he'd never met before. especially after hearing his mother, Luan, vent to him upon returning home about how Fang Yuan had publicly humiliated him. Fang Zhang was instantly enraged. He immediately used his authority to investigate every detail about Fang Yuan. What he discovered left him utterly stunned. The actual owner of Star Sea Tower, the mastermind behind Drunken Immortal Pavilion, and the owner of 11 Xinghai Villas, his name was linked to over 20 vehicles. This included a Ferrari 488 sports car and 20 Wuling minis. Calling him a super wealthy tycoon was no exaggeration. Yet the very next day, Fang Zhang resolutely led his men to seal off Drunken Immortal Pavilion. You think you're rich? But no matter how rich you are, do you really dare defy the authorities? After graduating from university, Fang Zhang joined the administration bureau. Leveraging his advanced degree and adept, smooth interpersonal skills, in less than 3 years, he rose from a lowly clerk to deputy section chief. His superiors held him in high regard. No matter how wealthy Fang Yuan was, he remained just an ordinary businessman. With any flimsy excuse, Fang Zhang could crush him. His real confidence came from having the authorities backing him. Besides, who would believe a young man in his 20s could amass such immense wealth in such a short time? Who would believe there was no foul play involved? Fang Yuan studied Fang Zhang, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet no matter how hard he searched his memory, he couldn't find any trace of Fang Zhang. But right now, forget about that. Sealing off his restaurant for no reason was reason enough to blacklist him. So you're the one who ordered the restaurant sealed? Fang Zhang raised an eyebrow. Correct. I suspect your Drunken Immortal restaurant has issues with non-compliant operations and lacks hygiene standards during production and business activities. Therefore, I ordered its closure, mandated suspension of operations for rectification, and required retraining of your staff. Any objections? Do you have evidence? Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Fang Zhang burst into laughter. Evidence? Of course we have it. But you'll have to wait until we return and verify everything thoroughly. Just sit tight and await our notification. The results might come in a couple of days, or maybe a couple of years. Who knows? Asking for evidence? You must be joking. Only a naive fool would ask such a question. Fang Yuan finally caught on this guy was deliberately looking for trouble. Far from anger, a playful smile spread across his face. Because on his way to the restaurant, he'd received a call from the top official in Linchuan City. The research value of wind-powered tractors had been confirmed, and the higher-ups were overjoyed. They'd even dispatched someone specifically to confer a secret commendation upon him. Rumor had it the visitor held considerable rank, apparently some big shot from the provincial level. The top official of Linchuan City had already rushed ahead to await them. But Fang Zhang had to show up right then like an old man hanging himself, just asking for trouble. Since there's no evidence, why not just remove the seal first? Otherwise, this will only make things awkward for everyone involved. Fang Yuan suggested, adhering to his principle of resolving matters peacefully whenever possible to avoid offending the authorities. After all, dealing with the higher-ups was one thing, but the lower-level officials were a different story. Moreover, the administration held absolute power over their business premises. To put it bluntly, they could make or break them. Thus, he resolved to smooth things over. But Fang Zhang saw it differently. Cut the nonsense. As long as I'm here today, this restaurant won't open. By now, he couldn't be bothered with excuses. Yeah, I'm out to get you. So what? Think you're special? Fang Yuan said indifferently. What did you just say? Insulting an officer is obstruction of justice, kid. You've got some nerve. Fang Zhang wasted no words, immediately slapping that label on him. Inside, he smirked coldly. Truly, heaven offers a path, but you refuse to take it. Hell has no gate, yet you walk right in. He'd been struggling to find a reason to lock Fang Yuan up for a proper lesson, and now the man had handed him the perfect excuse. Call the police immediately. I suspect the owner of Drunken Immortal Pavilion is involved in shady business practices. This was getting serious. The restaurant manager and other staff were frantic with worry. But Fang Yuan remained utterly composed. Mr. Fang, you should contact your people behind the scenes quickly. These bureau agents aren't easy to deal with. Seeing Fang Yuan delaying making the call for backup, Lu Yanmin urgently urged him. Having seen these kinds of shady dealings before, he knew full well. Official authorities couldn't care less about your status as a restaurant owner. To resolve this matter, unless you could mobilize connections of equal weight, today would inevitably end in conflict. And with Fang Yuan having just cursed out the leader, things were only going to get messy. What's the rush? They're here. Fang Yuan turned toward the entrance of Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Several black military-plated vehicles were parked by the roadside. Leading the way was the top official of Linchuan City. He moved swiftly to a government vehicle with license plate Nanji 00001. He personally opened the door. Stepping out was an elderly man with white hair and beard. It's been a while since I last visited. Lin City has developed quite nicely over the years. That's all thanks to the wise decisions and leadership from above. I wouldn't dare take credit for it. Alright. Let's attend to the matter at hand first. The emergence of such a capable individual in Linchuan City is a source of pride for our entire southern province. Accompanied by several attendants, the two men strode toward the drunken immortal pavilion. Fang Zhang, who had been so arrogant moments ago, was now completely dumbfounded. How could that man, whom he often saw on television, suddenly appear here? Chapter 40, Nan Province G00001. Ha! What's going on here? The moment they entered drunken immortal pavilion, the elder noticed the bizarre scene inside. The top official of Linchuan City frowned deeply. Before coming, he had specifically told Fang Yuan to find a quiet, discreet place. This was to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After all, Magistrate Yuan was the very soul of the entire southern province. There could be no room for error. At the time, Fang Yuan had decided to make the trip and chose drunken immortal pavilion as the meeting place. But now that he was here, there were so many people around. This was sheer nonsense. Brother Fang, what's going on here? As the top official in Linchuan City, he was a seasoned veteran of the bureaucratic arena. He didn't lose his temper immediately. Instead, he approached Fang Yuan and inquired. Seeing the city leader acting so friendly with Fang Yuan, Fang Zhang's face turned green. Ahem. Sorry, old buddy. I was just wondering myself. Early this morning, the administration bureau suddenly showed up and sealed off my restaurant. They even said they'd be investigating for 2 or 3 years. What can I do? Instead of offering a direct explanation, Fang Yuan deflected the blame onto the administration bureau. When the top official of Linchuan City saw the seal on the restaurant's door, he was furious. Just moments ago, Fang Yuan had made a significant contribution to the nation, even catching the attention of several high-ranking officials. Today, Minister Wang himself came to present the award. You picked this moment to screw me over? Does your bureau want to get itself shut down? Who did this? Explain exactly what happened. The city's top official glared at Fang Zhang and his team with grim expression, his face practically screaming, I am furious, and the consequences will be severe. Mayor, this. What this? I'm asking you what the hell happened. Fang Yuan stood calmly by, watching the spectacle unfold with a smug grin. I told you to handle this properly. You had to push me to pull out the dragon-slaying sword before you realized how to spell mistake. Fang Zhang's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word for what felt like an eternity. He'd thought it was just a simple act of revenge. Now it was over. If the higher-ups at the administration find out about this, no matter how outstanding his performance has been, no one would dare vouch for him. You're an embarrassment. Get out of here now. Tell Qin Chuan to wait for me at the city office. Qin Chuan was the head of the Linchuan City Administration Bureau. By specifically calling him over, this incident won't be easily swept under the rug. Hearing this, Fang Zhang pulled the seal off with a long face and slunk away from drunken immortal pavilion. My deepest apologies, Brother Fang. I will personally ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution to this matter. Had it not been for Magistrate Wang's presence, the city's top official would have been itching to tear a few people apart. Fang Yuan waved dismissively. Haha, no problem at all. Manager Liu, hurry up and open the door. Oh, yes. The restaurant manager still hadn't processed what had just happened. He'd been worrying for nothing. Turns out his boss didn't lift a finger until now, and when he did, he pulled out a city-level big shot. Now that was a powerful ally. Your Excellency Wang, please. The top official of Linchuan City walked over to the elderly man with a smile and spoke respectfully. But Lord Wang merely gave him a warm, smiling glance. Just moments ago, I was praising your capable management. But now it seems Lin City needs a thorough overhaul. You're absolutely right, Minister Wang. I'll immediately convene a meeting with them upon returning. At this point, what else could he do but nod? The city's top official resolved that the first target for rectification upon his return would be the administration bureau. If not for this bunch of bastards, none of today's troubles would have arisen. In the spacious private room, only Magistrate Wang, the top official of Linchuan City, and Fang Yuan remained. Lord Wang cut straight to the chase. Well, let's skip the pleasantries. I've been sent here by higher-ups specifically to present you with an honor. I'm sure old Liu has already informed you this is a matter of great importance that cannot be made public. So, I'm afraid you'll have to endure a little inconvenience for now. I trust Brother Fang has no objections? No objections. At this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Having the provincial leader personally bestow an honor, the sense of prestige was undeniable. Excellent. Our nation needs young people like you. Should any difficulties or issues arise in Linchuan in the future, go straight to Xiaosu. If Xiaosu can't resolve it, come to me or even old Liu. These words carried far greater weight. Fang Yuan couldn't hide the joy on his face. Thank you for the organization's concern. Excellent. This time, the higher-ups have entrusted me to present you with 3 honorary awards. The first is the Xia Nation's highest science and technology award. This award recognizes scientists and engineers who have achieved major breakthroughs at the forefront of contemporary science and technology, made outstanding contributions to scientific and technological development, or generated significant economic or social benefits through scientific innovation, the commercialization of scientific achievements, or the industrialization of high tech. The National Supreme Science and Technology Award is conferred on no more than 2 individuals annually. Originally, this year's quota was already filled, but the higher-ups specially added an extra slot for you. This is unprecedented and represents the highest possible honor. Congratulations! Fang Yuan's face lit up with surprise. The prestige of this award goes without saying. For any family to produce such an awardee, it would be no exaggeration to say their ancestral graves would be exploding with pride. Thank you. Minister Wang smiled faintly. Hold your excitement, there's more to come. The second award is the Xia Nation Natural Science Prize. This prize is also part of the Xia Nation Science and Technology Awards, given to citizens who have made significant scientific discoveries. The National Natural Science Prize is not awarded to organizations, only individuals can receive it. Another unexpected delight. The top official of Linchuan City, standing nearby, was stunned. All along, he had only known that on that night, Director Liu from the Capital Research Institute had come with his team to retrieve a large piece of equipment. State security and military forces were mobilized, but no one knew what exactly it was. Yet now, Fang Yuan had received 2 awards. For an ordinary person, receiving even one would be a blessing accumulated over 8 lifetimes, yet he had secured both at once. And there was still one final award yet to be announced. The third is the Xia Nation Technical Invention Award, specifically granted to Xia Nation citizens who have made significant technological inventions in products, processes, materials, or systems through the application of scientific and technological knowledge. This award can also only be received by an individual. Here, these are the certificates of honor and medals. Remember to keep them safe. After speaking, Minister Wang opened the briefcase he had been carrying and retrieved 3 crimson certificates edged in gold thread, along with 3 heavy medals of honor. Fang Yuan accepted them with both hands, his face flushing with excitement. These 3 awards, imbued with sacred significance, brought him more joy than anything else. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of national pride welled up within him. At this moment, 1,000 words could not express even a fraction of what he felt. Haha, calm down. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Our Xia Nation is still on the path to revival. You young people must hone your skills diligently and strive to make even greater contributions to the nation. After the honors were bestowed, Lord Wang did not forget to offer encouragement to Fang Yuan. Yes, sir. I will complete the mission. Fang Yuan chuckled softly, raising his fist and declaring loudly. Alright, now that the mission is complete, I'll be heading back. There's still much to attend to. Sir, would you care to stay for a meal? The top official of Linchuan City quickly interjected. But Magistrate Wang waved him off. Meals can wait, but business cannot be delayed. That's all for now. Oh, and once I'm back, I'll have the provincial government send a supervisory team down to assist you with the rectification efforts. Ah. What ah? Carry out the order. Yes, sir. Seeing the top official of Linchuan City scolded into submission, Fang Yuan nearly burst out laughing. After watching the convoy disappear into the distance, the restaurant manager couldn't help but whisper, Mr. Fang, who was that old man earlier? Why was the city boss so polite to him? Well, one's the city boss, the other's the provincial boss. You tell me, should he be polite or not? The provincial. Governor Wang. Good to know. Keep it quiet. I'm off now. Fang Yuan waved his hand and turned to leave with his bodyguards, leaving manager Liu once again frozen in utter bewilderment. Mr. Fang isn't just a big shot, he's got legs of steel. Chapter 41, Fang Zhang's Dismissal. Lincheng City Administration Bureau. Director Qin, who had just finished his tasks, hadn't even had time to take a sip of water. He was summoned to the mayor's office. Upon arrival, he was immediately subjected to a tirade from the city leader, who then tossed him a document ordering cooperation with provincial and municipal inspection teams to overhaul the administration bureau. This was absolutely devastating. Everyone knew that whenever the inspection teams arrived, trouble was bound to follow. Before he left, the city boss issued a warning. If you ever mess with Drunken Immortal Pavilion again, I'll be the first to skin you alive. For a city-level boss to personally use the word old man like that, you could imagine just how furious he was. The more Qin Bureau thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He summoned Fang Zhang and several officers who had accompanied him to seal off Drunken Immortal Pavilion that day to his office, his face dark. According to the morning duty log, Fang Zhang was the team leader who had led the operation at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. He had always held a favorable impression of this highly educated, sharp young man. His impression of him had always been quite favorable. But unless he got to the bottom of this and addressed the root cause, he himself would be the one to suffer the consequences. Qin Bureau swept his piercing gaze over the group before coldly demanding. Speak. Tell me everything that happened after you arrived at Drunken Immortal Pavilion today. Fang Zhang's legs trembled slightly. The matter he'd gotten involved in could be either trivial or serious. The worst part was that the city's top boss had happened to witness it. Otherwise, there might have been room for maneuver. But judging by Qin Chuan's ashen expression, severe punishment awaited him. Chief Qin, here's what happened. Fang Zhang hesitated for a moment before steeled himself to recount the entire incident truthfully. After all, within the official system, there were plenty of people waiting to take his place at any moment. Even among these team members who had followed him for years, each harbored their own ambitions. If Fang Zhang concealed the truth, it was only a matter of time before a snitch report landed on Qin Chuan's desk. The owner of Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Fang Yuan? Qin Chuan carefully recalled the name, but it didn't ring a bell. But if he were just an ordinary businessman, the city boss wouldn't have specifically warned him before leaving. After deep consideration, Qin Chuan called an old classmate who worked at a provincial ministry. The contact, however, was extremely reticent about Fang Yuan's details, only hinting vaguely that his connections reached the highest levels of power. After hanging up, Qin Chuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He cursed inwardly. Do you even know what kind of connections the owner of Drunken Immortal Pavilion has? That's someone the provincial boss himself went to meet in person. Instead of focusing on proper business, you've been causing trouble day and night. Now provincial and municipal inspection teams are about to descend on our bureau. Who's going to tell me how to handle this mess now? He glared at Fang Zhang angrily. How blind had he been to promote such a troublemaker? Oomph. Qin Chuan snorted coldly and rose to leave the office. The other team members followed him out, leaving Fang Zhang standing there, his face ashen and expression blank. Fang Zhang had no recollection of how he made it home. Fang Weiguo and Lu Wan had prepared a feast, waiting for their son to return and celebrate his promotion. Speaking of which, it was worth mentioning. The day before yesterday was actually the day Fang Zhang received his promotion, but due to both parents' work commitments, the celebration had been postponed. So they planned to make up for it today. Yet as he gazed at the lavish spread before him, Fang Zhang felt only growing irritation. Just moments ago, as he left the office, a new transfer order had arrived. Due to a work error, he was stripped of his position as captain of the management bureau and reassigned to a dead-end post. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would never regain a position at the center of power. And all of this was thanks to his own mother, Lu Wan. Had Lu Wan not poured out her grievances to him, painting Fang Yuan in such a ruthless light, he wouldn't have acted impulsively out of protective instinct. What gnawed at him most was this. What exactly gave Fang Yuan the authority to command such widespread fear? Son, you must be tired after a long day. Sit down quickly. I made your favorite kung pao chicken for you today. Lu Wan chattered away, completely oblivious to the sorrow and anger etched on Fang Zhang's face. Son, tonight Dad will have a few drinks with you properly. Here's to your bright future. Fang Weiguo laughed heartily as he picked up a bottle of baijiu. Compared to his heartless eldest son, his younger son now held his affection. Not only had he graduated from a top-tier university, but he'd also been promoted to a full section chief position at such a young age. Across the entire city of Linchuan, Fang Zhang stood out as truly exceptional. How could his father not be thrilled? But Fang Zhang's next words instantly silenced the couple. You two eat. I've no appetite. And besides, I was just dismissed from my post today. There's no need for a celebratory banquet. Seeing her beloved son looking utterly devastated, Lu Wan was immediately horrified. Son, what on earth happened? What's going on? It's all because of you two. Perhaps recalling the humiliation he'd suffered at Fang Yuan's hands today, coupled with the rage of losing his future prospects, Fang Zhang's eyes suddenly turned red as he roared at the top of his lungs. Do you even know who that Fang Yuan is? It's because I crossed him that I got demoted. Now I'm stuck in some dead-end position. My entire future is ruined. Fang Yuan. Fang Weiguo froze for a moment before turning to look at Lu Wan. From childhood onward, Fang Yuan had never mentioned anything about him to his youngest son. This meant Lu Wan must have let it slip. Son, listen to your mother. Listen to my ass. It's too late for excuses. Fang Zhang roared, then stormed into his room and slammed the door shut. From the living room came the faint sound of Lu Wan's self-reproachful sobs. Fang Weiguo's face turned ashen. He threw on his coat and headed outside. Fang Weiguo, where are you going? Without turning back, he replied, I'm going to ask that little bastard what the hell he did to his own brother. Yet at that moment, Fang Yuan couldn't even spare a thought for his scrap-picking business. The reason was simple. Jiang Yunxue's parents wanted to meet their future son-in-law. Just half an hour earlier. While Jiang Yunxue was chatting with her parents on the phone, she accidentally let slip about Fang Yuan. This prompted a barrage of questions from her parents. With no other choice, she had to lay everything out. However, she managed to conceal the fact that she had transitioned from a young girl to a young wife, as her family had always maintained strict upbringing standards. If she were to reveal that, it might leave a bad impression of Fang Yuan with her parents. Out of excessive concern, her parents worried she might have been deceived by someone unscrupulous, so they insisted on meeting Fang Yuan. Left with no choice, she sought out the man himself and explained the situation. To her surprise, Fang Yuan reacted with even greater enthusiasm than she had. He'd even started thinking about what to bring as a gift for his first visit to meet her parents. What should I bring as a gift for my first visit to meet your parents? How about a whole car? Or maybe some cigarettes and alcohol? Wait, does your dad smoke or drink? What should I wear tomorrow? One question after another left Jiang Yunxue completely flustered. It's your first time after all. Better to be on the safe side. Though Fang Yuan usually acted a bit carefree, he showed no sign of messing around at this crucial moment. You go ahead and sleep. I'll go out for a stroll. Fang Yuan, brimming with excitement, grew more and more energized. Taking advantage of his lack of sleepiness, he grabbed the woven bag and headed straight out. Jiang Yunxue giggled quietly behind him. Chapter 42, Meeting the In-Laws. He claimed he intended to stand up for his son. But when Fang Weigua hailed a cab and arrived at the imposing gates of Yunhai Villa, he was instantly sobered. Damn it, how the hell does he get to live in such an expensive villa? He hesitated, feeling a bit intimidated. But turning back now would make him look like a complete coward. Even his son had been humiliated, yet he, the father, couldn't even muster a protest. Fang Weigua felt like a duck being forced up a tree stuck between a rock and a hard place. Just then, the security guard on duty noticed a stranger lingering nearby. It just so happened that the shift was being covered by Captain Away. He muttered under his breath, sneaking around late at night like that, could it be someone trying to steal from our Yunhai Villa? He aimed his powerful flashlight directly at the figure without hesitation. Hey, what are you doing here? Fang Weigua, exposed by the flashlight, began to tremble slightly. Something's wrong here. Away rushed over with 2 security guards in tow. It's a misunderstanding. I'm here looking for someone. Startled by the commotion, Fang Weigua hurriedly shouted. Away, towering at 6 feet tall, looked down at Fang Weigua with a scrutinizing gaze. Ha? Looking for someone? Who exactly? Seeing Fang Weigua's timid demeanor, Away sneered coldly. I'm looking for Fang Yuan. With no other choice, Fang Weigua gritted his teeth and blurted out Fang Yuan's name. Looking for Mr. Fang? Away gave him a puzzled look. But to be cautious, he decided to call Fang Yuan first to confirm. Just then, several figures emerged from the gate. It was Fang Yuan himself, swaying as he walked out carrying a woven bag, followed by 4 super bodyguards. Ha! When Fang Yuan saw Fang Weigua being blocked by Away, he inwardly cursed his luck. How could he run into someone he didn't want to see the moment he stepped outside? Perhaps thinking of the injustice his son had suffered, Fang Weigua found unexpected courage. Pointing an accusing finger at Fang Yuan, he shouted angrily, Fang Yuan, you beast. Before he could finish, the 4 bodyguards fixed him with piercing stares. The intimidating aura made Fang Weigua dare not utter another word. You, why did you do this to your brother? If not for you, Zheng'er wouldn't have been stripped of his position. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Fang Yuan froze for a moment before quickly connecting the dots to today's raid on Fengzui Xianlu. No wonder the leader looked familiar, turns out he was his own half-brother. He chuckled coldly. You're right, I did it. So what? Seeing Fang Yuan's nonchalant attitude only fueled Fang Weigua's rage. How could you do this to your own brother? You ungrateful son. Ungrateful son. So what? Fang Yuan lit a cigarette and grinned at Fang Weigua. Damn you. I should have kicked you and that filthy woman out of the Fang family long ago. Raising you, this ungrateful bastard, was the biggest mistake of my life. Fang Weigua's chest heaved with rage as he pointed at Fang Yuan, hurling insults. I don't need to explain myself to you. I suggest you go back and ask your precious son what the hell is going on. Ask what? This is all your fault. Seeing Fang Yuan didn't retort, Fang Weigua grew bolder. He even stepped closer, ready to grab Fang Yuan by the collar and demand a harsh explanation for his actions. A cold gleam flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Take him down. Long Yi moved with lightning speed, using a simple joint lock to firmly restrain Fang Weigua. Let me make this clear, today is the last time. If there's a next time, don't even think about keeping your son's job. Fang Yuan knew that dealing with shameless individuals like Fang Weigua demanded no courtesy whatsoever. And his greatest weakness was none other than Fang Zhang. Sure enough, the moment this point was raised, panic flashed across Fang Weigua's face. No! How dare you! A cold gleam flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes as he said in a frosty tone, go ahead and try. My patience has its limits. Leaving Fang Weigua slumped on the ground like a dead dog, Fang Yuan walked toward the villa with his bodyguards, not even glancing back. What had started as a cheerful outing to scavenge for scraps had now left him utterly devoid of any mood. By the next day, Fang Yuan had already cast aside all the troublesome matters involving Fang Weigua's family. Early in the morning, he had Long Yi lead a group to purchase some premium cigarettes and liquor. Originally, they had planned to grab a casual meal out. But coincidentally, the Jiang family was preparing to host a gathering, so the venue was changed to Jiang Yunxue's home. Fang Yuan, you won't be scared, will you? Jiang Yunxue asked cautiously. After all, meeting his parents and all the aunts and uncles together was a whole different level. What's there to be afraid of? Fang Yuan chuckled. Money is a man's backbone. If he were a penniless kid with barely a few coins to his name, he'd naturally feel a bit inferior. But with all those properties under his name and driving a super limited edition luxury car, he could hold his own with anyone. Besides, he'd brought along his favorite cigarettes and liquor. How could the other person give him a hard time? That's good. I'm so nervous. Bringing my boyfriend home for the first time is so embarrassing. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Fang Yuan smiled as he took Jiang Yunshua's small hand, driving his Aston Martin slowly out of the villa. 1 hour later. The car arrived in Wen County, adjacent to Linchuan City. Though the two cities were not far apart. Compared to the highly developed Linchuan City, Wen County could only be described as barely escaping poverty. Due to a lack of resources and modern factories, most young people in Wen County chose to seek work elsewhere. The streets were filled almost exclusively with elderly residents and middle-aged individuals who had no choice but to stay behind. Our family circumstances aren't great. I hope you don't mind. After returning to her hometown, Jiang Yunxue suddenly felt inexplicably sensitive and insecure, fearing Fang Yuan might look down on her. Silly girl, what are you thinking? What I value about you isn't your family's wealth. Besides, even if your family were rich, could they possibly be richer than me? Fang Yuan burst into laughter, earning him a rolling eye from Jiang Yunxue. Logically, he was right, but who comforted someone like that? Soon, guided by Jiang Yunxue, the car pulled up beside a spacious two-story building. On the concrete patch in front of the house, 7 or 8 middle-aged women sat washing vegetables and chatting away. Fang Yuan was bold as brass, but Jiang Yunxue suddenly grew a bit shy. Come on. It's your family's place, what are you afraid of? It's not that, there are just too many people. But now that they were at the doorstep, there was no reason not to go inside. Under Fang Yuan's tugging, Jiang Yunshue's face flushed crimson as she stepped inside. The group of ants washing vegetables outside immediately turned to look. Oh my, isn't this Shui? Bringing her boyfriend home. My goodness. It's been a year since I last saw you, Shui, and now you've even found yourself a boyfriend. Not bad. The young man looks quite sharp. Bringing your boyfriend home today, are you planning to get married? Have you set a date yet? Listening to her aunt's teasing, Jiang Shui's ears burned with embarrassment. Oh, auntie, I'm not talking to you anymore. She pouted playfully, then grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and hurried into the house, leaving behind waves of teasing laughter trailing behind them. Chapter 43, Are you teaching me how to do things? Upon entering the living room, they found several of Jiang Yunshue's relatives already seated inside. Men of all ages were present. Among them was a young man dressed in a suit and shirt, his hair slicked back with mousse until it gleamed. His eyes suddenly flashed with excitement when he spotted Jiang Yunxue. But when he noticed an unfamiliar man holding Jiang Yunshue's small hand, a torrent of rage surged from his heart. He had returned to China specifically to declare his feelings to Jiang Yunxue. They had been childhood sweethearts, and until now, Wang Liang had always believed Jiang Yunxue was destined to be his woman. But now, Swear, it's been ages. To maintain his composure, Wang Liang refrained from confronting her angrily. Instead, he greeted Jiang Yunxue gently. Wang Liang. It's been ages. Why have you returned from abroad? Seeing her childhood friend, Jiang Yunxue was genuinely pleased. After all, they had been quite close as children, though their connection had gradually faded after Wang Liang left for overseas studies. I came back just for you. Wang Liang desperately wanted to voice his feelings, but the sight of their tightly clasped hands made the words stick in his throat. Ahem. Jiang Yunshue's father, seated on the wooden sofa, cleared his throat twice. Uncles and elders are present. Mind your manners. Hearing her father's blunt remark, Jiang Yunxue quickly withdrew her hand from Fang Yuan's grasp as if she'd been electrocuted. Hello, uncle. Fang Yuan chuckled, unfazed. After all, it was only natural for girls to be a bit shy. Mr. Zhang's attitude wasn't exactly warm, but it was passable. After all, raising his precious daughter for over 20 years, only to see her about to be swept off her feet by someone else, he'd be a fool to feel anything but uneasy. Since you're here, take a seat and have some tea. Father Jiang poured a cup of tea and handed it to Fang Yuan, then silently appraised him. Xiao Shui mentioned you before. You look sharp, young man. Where do you work now? Well, I'm currently self-employed in environmental protection and waste recycling. Fang Yuan paused, deciding to phrase it delicately. Calling himself a junk collector outright might be too much for them to stomach. This string of terms left everyone baffled. What's this about environmental, recycling and reuse? You wouldn't happen to be a scrap collector, would you? Whoa, someone's sharp. Fang Yuan followed the voice and saw Wang Liang wearing a gentle smile. Scavenging? Hearing this, Father Jiang immediately frowned. Though his daughter hadn't explicitly stated it over the phone, she'd implied that Fang Yuan was a promising young man with a successful career. And now he turns out to be a scrap collector? Haha, to be honest, I recently partnered with a friend to open a scrap recycling station. So this brother isn't exactly wrong about that. Even if he collected junk, he was still a small-time boss. Father Zhang finally relaxed his frown upon hearing this. He looked at Fang Yuan and said, "Young people aren't afraid of hard work. Keep pushing yourself, and once you buy a house and a car, life will only get more stable." Fang Yuan smiled and nodded. After all, whatever his father-in-law said went. Besides, mentioning that he owned 11 villas and 2 sports cars would be downright rude. "Uncle, I brought you a special gift. I hope you like it." Seeing he hadn't managed to put Fang Yuan in his place, Wang Liang promptly produced 2 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes. The Wuliangye logo gleamed on the boxes. Father Zhang laughed heartily. "You're already here, my boy, no need for gifts. That's too much courtesy." Wang Liang smiled faintly. "My dad said you don't have many hobbies, but you do enjoy a drink. This liquor should suit you perfectly. It's not overly expensive, just 2 or 3,000 yuan a bottle, but it should be decent enough." "Whoa, that expensive? Look at you talking like that, man. We're all just ordinary folks. Usually, anything over a few hundred is considered good wine, let alone 2 or 3,000. But Wang Liang said generously, "You and my dad are good friends. Xiao Shui and I grew up together since childhood. This bottle of wine is nothing. If you like it, I can bring you a few more bottles next time." Fang Yuan shot Wang Liang a glance. He thought this guy was Zhang Yunshua's cousin or something, but turns out he's a love rival. No wonder that girl had been giving him such strange looks earlier. The older gentleman seated nearby murmured their approval at Wang Liang. Little Liang knows his manners. You can't show up empty-handed when visiting someone's home. That's just rude. A balding man with a square jaw spoke up. He then shot Fang Yuan a pointed glance. All right. They're young people after all, no need to be so particular." Fortunately, Zhang's father finally spoke up on Fang Yuan's behalf for his daughter's sake. But seeing them compared like this, he couldn't help but form an opinion of Fang Yuan. "You youngster plucked the cabbage I painstakingly cultivated, then showed up at my doorstep without even bringing a token gift. That's a bit much. But just because Mr. Zhang didn't say anything didn't mean others didn't have opinions. Zhang Chengfeng currently held a leadership position at a certain unit in Wen County. He was arguably the most influential figure representing the Zhang family in public circles. So whenever the Zhang family had matters to attend to, they would invite him over to lend his authority and presence. Wang Liang was well aware of this. That's why he specifically sought out Zhang Chengfeng before arriving and presented him with a pack of Huazi cigarettes. Of course, he didn't hide his little scheme regarding Zhang Yunxue. The purpose of the cigarettes was to get Zhang Chengfeng to put in a good word for him. Zhang Chengfeng cleared his throat twice before speaking. That's not quite how it works. This is, after all, the first visit. Proper etiquette must be observed. Otherwise, regardless of anything else, word might get out that the Zhang family's daughter isn't worth much. "Young man, seeing as you're still young, it's not too much for an uncle to offer some advice." Damn, he really was a seasoned bureaucrat. He immediately took the moral high ground and began lambasting Fang Yuan. And what's worse, his words were impossible to refute. His words not only rebuked Fang Yuan but also made Father Zhang's face turn slightly grim. Not at all. It's only right," Fang Yuan said with a smile. Longy had been sent to run an errand, and judging by the time, he should be arriving soon. Zhang Chengfeng nodded, though inwardly, he felt a newfound disdain for Fang Yuan. "In that case, why don't you go prepare some things first? Cost aside, it needs to look presentable on the surface." "Yeah, you're right." Fang Yuan agreed repeatedly, yet his butt seemed glued to the seat, showing no intention of moving. Zhang Chengfeng frowned. Is this kid mentally challenged? Didn't he hear me tell him to go buy things? "Fang Yuan, didn't you hear what Uncle Feng said?" Perhaps wanting to embarrass Fang Yuan, Wang Liang couldn't resist chiming in. "I heard you perfectly well. If you heard, why aren't you going already? Are you telling me what to do? If you're going to be a love rival, act like one, stop jumping around like a monkey." Seeing the guy's ill intent, Fang Yuan shot back with a sharp retort. Wang Liang's beady eyes nearly popped out of his head in fury. Zhang Chengfeng glared at Fang Yuan just as he was about to speak. A dozen black-clad bodyguards carrying boxes suddenly appeared outside the door. Chapter 44, Love Rival. As everyone's gaze shifted toward the entrance, a question immediately arose in their minds. Everyone present bore the surname Jiang, with the sole exception being Wang Liang. Wait, could it be? Fang Yuan rose leisurely, offering an apologetic smile to Father Jiang. "The car was too cramped on the way here, so I had the gifts delivered later. I never imagined it would cause misunderstanding among the uncles. My sincere apologies." "Heh, no worries. It shows you meant well." Father Jiang suddenly broke into a hearty laugh. However, this sudden turn of events seemed to please everyone except him. Take Zhang Chengfeng, who had been speaking so eloquently moments ago, and Wang Liang, who felt a twinge of pain on his face. "Didn't you just accuse me of lacking manners? My apologies, but my sincerity far outweighs your 2 bottles of wine. Just looking at those dozen or so boxes showed Fang Yuan's sincerity. A lot of gifts doesn't necessarily mean the sentiment is genuine. Maybe they're all just cheap knockoffs. At this point, Wang Liang could no longer suppress his fury at having his prize snatched away and began openly targeting Fang Yuan. Oof. This kid won't see reason until he's forced to. Open the boxes and let the uncles take a look. Fang Yuan waved his hand decisively. Yes, Mr. Fang. Long Yi instructed the bodyguards to set all the boxes down. There were 18 boxes in total. The first 5 boxes were opened, revealing nothing but Flying Heaven Maotai inside. Holy crap, 30 bottles of Flying Heaven Maotai? That's way over the limit. A single bottle of Flying Heaven Maotai retails for at least 2,200 yuan. 30 bottles? That's over 60,000. These few boxes of liquor alone made Wang Liang's earlier words sound utterly ridiculous. Fang Yuan chuckled, don't worry, there's more. Long opened the 6th box, revealing tea leaves inside. Judging by the packaging, they appeared quite ordinary. But what he said next stunned the entire room. This box contains authentic Wui Oolong tea, harvested from century-old tea trees in Wui Mountain. Each kilogram retails for 6,500 yuan. There's only 1 kilogram here, and I secured it through advance ordering. Mr. Fang, you're not joking, are you? By this point, some people were already shifting uncomfortably in their seats. So this tiny bit of tea is worth over 300,000 yuan? Who'd be foolish enough to spend that much on tea to drink? What do you know? Wealthy people don't bat an eye at such trifles. Forget 300,000 yuan. When I visited a construction site with a big boss recently, the tea he drank was nearly this price. Exactly. But this is still outrageously expensive. If it were me, I'd never splurge like that. Saving it to buy a house or a car would be so much smarter. Watching the Zhang family members chatter away, Fang Yuan merely smiled. After all, those who could afford such expensive tea truly didn't care about the money. Those who couldn't afford it were wasting their breath. There are still 12 boxes left? At this point, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Given Fang Yuan's extravagant spending, the next 12 boxes were bound to be extraordinary. Looking at Zhang Chengfeng and Wang Liang, their faces ashen, Fang Yuan could only think, what goes around comes around. Another 6 boxes were opened simultaneously, revealing an array of high-end women's shoes. The final 5 boxes contained an assortment of handbags and clothing. Each handbag carried a minimum price tag of 5,000 yuan, and the clothing items were similarly priced. Just then, Zhang Yunxue emerged, curious to see what gifts Fang Yuan had brought. Though the cigarettes, alcohol, and tea displayed earlier were far more expensive, they held little emotional resonance for her. Yet a woman's nature craves beauty. When these shoes, bags, and clothes appeared, each style distinct yet exquisitely crafted. Her eyes brimmed with happiness. 12 large boxes in total, with a combined value exceeding 500,000 yuan. Do you like them? Fang Yuan walked over to Zhang Yunxue and asked softly. I love them. But this is just too expensive. Zhang Yunxue's eyes sparkled with excitement, her joy and delight evident. Yet part of her felt heartbroken that Fang Yuan had spent so much money on this gift. As long as you like it, none of that matters. It was rare to hear such heartfelt words from Fang Yuan. Zhang Yunxue blushed so fiercely her head nearly buried itself in the ditch. You two lovebirds, damn it! Seeing his childhood sweetheart so easily bought off by Fang Yuan, Wang Liang's expression twisted into a hideous grimace. 50,000 yuan wasn't beyond his means, but ultimately, Zhang Yunxue was merely his best backup option. Not worth spending so much money on. You've brought such expensive gifts on your very first visit, this is far too much. No, we simply can't accept them. Mr. Jiang, who had been sullen moments ago, immediately broke into a smile upon witnessing Fang Yuan's lavish generosity. He wasn't greedy for money, he simply hoped his daughter could find a good family. Fang Yuan's actions were ample proof of his feelings for Zhang Yunxue. While inwardly satisfied, he also felt a sense of vindication. A future son-in-law arriving and lavishly presenting a gift of 500,000 yuan would rank among the most generous gestures in all of Wen County. Especially since it happened in front of Zhang Chengfeng, the so-called head of the Zhang family. Fang Yuan's gesture had certainly earned him immense face. One truly can't judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought young brother Fang, so young, would be so generous with his spending? Zhang Chengfeng offered a forced compliment, his face betraying his inner fury. In the past, whenever he spoke, everyone would give him their utmost respect. Little did he expect Fang Yuan to have hidden such a card up his sleeve. Now, nearly every word he'd spoken moments ago had become a laughingstock. What about etiquette? Were these 18 boxes enough? Wang Liang pulled out 2 or 3 bottles of liquor, and it didn't even amount to a tenth of what he offered. Congratulations. Well then, this young nephew will take his leave. There are matters at home that require my attention. Being the youngest, Wang Liang was the first to lose his composure and stand up. Why the sudden rush to leave? Why not stay a little longer? Zhang's father wasn't stupid, he could clearly see Wang Liang's feelings for his daughter. But a daughter grows up and leaves her father's control. He never intended to interfere in her romantic affairs. Now that Jiang Yunxue had found someone she cared for, he hoped the matter could end here. Otherwise, it might end up damaging the harmony between old friends. Brother Liang, I'm truly sorry. If this doesn't work out, let's arrange another dinner together next time. Jiang Yunxue said apologetically. Fine. Wang Liang gave a perfunctory smile before turning away with a cold expression. As he stepped out of the Jiang residence's gate, his resentment vanished instantly at the sight of the row of Mini Cooper S models and the Aston Martin parked at the very front. Luxury cars of this caliber were rare even across the entire southern province, let alone in the small county of Wen, where they were practically unheard of. Apart from Fang Yuan, who had just presented gifts worth hundreds of thousands, he couldn't fathom who else could arrive here driving such extravagant vehicles. Damn! Recalling how he'd just exchanged barbs with Fang Yuan moments ago, cold sweat instantly beaded on Wang Liang's forehead. How many ordinary people could possibly drive a supercar like this? Time to get out of here. Chapter 45, Uncle's Call. The rest of the matter was straightforward. For the sake of that $500,000 yuan favor, every member of the Jiang family treated Fang Yuan with the utmost courtesy. Flattery was the order of the day. When it came time to sit down at the table, everyone politely invited old man Jiang to take his seat first. After all, they now had such an accomplished son-in-law. The Jiang family was bound to rise to great heights in the future. This small place of Wen County certainly wouldn't be able to hold them back. Better to curry favor now while they could. Who knew if such an opportunity would ever come again? This only fueled Jiang Chengfeng's growing fury. What infuriated him most was that after Father Jiang took his seat, the second person invited to sit was Fang Yuan. No need for such formality, everyone. Come. I'll open a whole carton of cigarettes and give each of you uncles a pack first. If you run out, help yourselves later. Fang Yuan said with a smile after taking his seat. And don't forget the liquor. Today, everyone just focus on drinking and having a good time. Every gesture radiated the aura of a nouveau riche. And everyone was exactly the type to fall for that. Mr. Fang is truly generous. Xiao Shui will live in luxury following you. Hey, no offense, but I've always seen Xiao Shui as destined for wealth and privilege and you guys didn't believe me. What are you talking about? I was the one who said it. Ha, look at you all. Don't embarrass Mr. Feng. Hey, brother Feng, sit down already. Why are you standing there? Only after everyone had sat down did they notice Jiang Chengfeng still standing there like a fool. Damn it! At that moment, Jiang Chengfeng wanted nothing more than to curse out loud. Realizing his spotlight had vanished, he snorted coldly and sat down on his own. Soon, dish after dish of visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious food was served. Come on, everyone, dig in. Father Jiang called out. He picked up a large chicken drumstick and placed it in Fang Yuan's bowl. My sincere apologies for the modest offerings. This is all we can provide at home. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Facing Fang Yuan, who casually handed over hundreds of thousands as a gift, he could no longer simply view him as his daughter's boyfriend. Outside this home, he might not even have the privilege to sit at the same table as Fang Yuan. Though Mr. Jiang hadn't seen much of the world, he understood things perfectly well. Uncle, you're too kind. Please eat. Reciprocity and courtesy. Fang Yuan picked up a chicken drumstick and placed it in Mr. Jiang's bowl. The two shared a smile, and the previous sense of distance between them instantly melted away. Jiang Yunxue, meanwhile, sat at another table with several aunts. Beside her sat Jiang Yunshue's mother, a gentle woman of few words whose features bore a faint resemblance to her daughter's. Jiang Yunshue's mother had few concerns beyond her daughter's happiness. As for the other aunts and relatives, they occasionally engaged in some gossip. By the end of the meal, all the guests were in high spirits except for Jiang Chengfeng. But the old man proved resilient, downing an entire bottle of Mao Tai by himself. After the meal, Jiang Yunxue, having been away from home for so long, decided to stay at her family residence for a few days. Fang Yuan, supported by his bodyguards, made his way back to the car. Seeing the ultra-luxurious supercar, the crowd erupted in another wave of admiration. As expected of Mr. Fang, even his car is this stunning. Isn't this the sports car we often see in videos? It's not a Ferrari or an Alfa Romeo. What brand is it? Someone asked in confusion. You guys don't know Aston Martin? I recognize this car. Third brother, is this brand a luxury car? The man who had loudly claimed to recognize it said, of course it is. It's a supercar, just not mass-produced. I don't know the exact model, but it's worth at least several million. Wow, I'll probably never get to ride in one of those in my lifetime. John's father stood nearby, inwardly gasping. If asked to spend several million on a car, he'd surely hesitate. Mr. Fang, how much did this car actually cost? Fang Yuan had intended to keep a low profile, but when he saw the equally curious look in Mr. Zhang's eyes, he held up 4 fingers and chuckled awkwardly. Not bad, just over 40 million. Holy cow, how much? John's father, who had always appeared relatively composed and steady, felt his legs go weak. If not for someone supporting him, he would have collapsed right there. His indifference to wealth didn't mean he was unaware of just how astronomical 40 million was. Holy crap, over 40 million? I've never seen that much money in my entire life. Jiang Chengfeng froze. At first, he'd thought Fang Yuan was just bragging. But then he thought, why would such a big boss joke about something like this? So, young man, what exactly do you do? Jiang Chengfeng was utterly stunned by the figure Fang Yuan had just dropped, and the irritation he'd been harboring vanished completely. He even addressed him as, my dear nephew. Fang Yuan looked at Jiang Chengfeng's wide eyes and chuckled, scavenging for junk. Blow. Keep bragging. If he'd started this earlier, some might have believed him. But now? Only a fool would believe it. Thinking Fang Yuan didn't want to reveal more, the others didn't press the issue. Watching the convoy's silhouette fade into the distance, they finally caught on. It seemed their old Zhang family was truly about to hatch a golden phoenix this time. Upon returning to the Xinghai villa, Fang Yuan lay down and slept like the dead. After all, the system's random rewards didn't include the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Even with his enhanced master physique, excessive drinking proved too much to handle. After drinking the chef's prepared hangover soup, he finally felt somewhat better. He glanced at his phone and saw 2 unfamiliar missed calls. Who called me? Fang Yuan pressed the redial button. After a few rings, a man's voice came through the receiver. Hello, is this Xiao Yuan? Who is this? Fang Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the voice, but couldn't quite place it. It's your uncle. Your mother is at Linchuan City People's Hospital. She's not doing well. She wants to see you one last time before she goes. If you can make it, please come right away. Hearing this, a vague, almost indistinct figure flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. Yes, 15 years ago, after their divorce. His mother, Su Linghua, had vanished without a trace. For over a decade, she hadn't once returned to see him. Not to mention phone calls or anything like that. While he resented Fang Weiguo for failing as a father, the very concept of a mother had long faded from Fang Yuan's memory. If not for this phone call, he might never have remembered that his biological mother was still alive in this world. Xiao Yuan, your mother had no choice but to leave back then. I know you must feel hurt, but she is still your biological mother. Fang Yuan responded with a single syllable before hanging up, his entire being going numb as he sat motionless on the bed. Chapter 46, Severing All Ties. Lincheng City People's Hospital. On the pristine hospital bed, a woman with a haggard face gazed hopefully at the man standing nearby, talking on the phone. What did he say? Su Ming sighed and put down his phone. Well, I can't say for sure if he'll come. After all, this child hasn't seen you in over a decade. Suddenly calling with news like this, maybe he just can't accept it right away. Tears welled up in Su Linghua's eyes as she lay in the hospital bed. I'm the one who wronged him, but I can explain everything. Su Ming shook his head. Sis, why can't you understand? When you divorced Fang Weiguo, you had your reasons, but the child was innocent. And then you disappeared for over a decade, not even keeping in touch with us. That's just unacceptable. The worst part is that when Dad passed away, you didn't even come home. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that you're my only family left in this world, I wouldn't be here today. Faced with her younger brother's reproach, Su Linghua felt like crying but had no tears left. But it was too late for words now. Just then, a doctor in a white coat entered the ward. Su Linghua, your hospitalization and treatment costs have now far exceeded the standards for deferred payment. I advise you to find a solution quickly. If the fees remain unpaid by tomorrow, we will have to arrange for your discharge. Hearing this, Su Ming's expression softened slightly. Unfortunately, making money was hard these days, while spending it flowed like water. And he had an entire family to support behind him. Faced with Su Linghua's exorbitant medical bills, he felt utterly helpless. Doctor, could you please extend the grace period a little longer? We'll do our utmost to find a solution. However, the doctor, who had long been accustomed to witnessing all manner of hardship in the hospital environment, shook his head. I'm sorry. While I sympathize with your situation, I must follow hospital regulations. Today is the final day. You need to act quickly. Moreover, the patient's condition is not looking good. If we don't proceed with surgery soon, he might not even make it through the next 2 weeks. After the doctor left, Su Ming, standing by the hospital bed, suddenly fell silent. The surgery and other miscellaneous expenses totaled 1.5 million yuan. But there was no way he could come up with that kind of money. At that moment, Fang Yuan arrived at the hospital room following the address Su Ming had given him. Yet he hesitated, unable to bring himself to push open the door. How should I present myself to her? Neither ecstatic joy nor tears welled up in his heart. Not even a trace of bewilderment or helplessness. Instead, he felt a detached indifference, as if facing a stranger. Enough. Overthinking only breeds more trouble. Fang Yuan took a deep breath before slowly pushing open the door. The first thing he saw was Su Linghua, lying in the hospital bed, looking utterly haggard. It had been over a decade since they last met. Yet when Su Linghua reappeared before him, Fang Yuan recognized her instantly. Xiao Yuan. At the sight of Fang Yuan, a sudden spark of light ignited in Su Linghua's previously dull eyes. Ignoring her frail body, she struggled to sit up. Sis, don't get excited. Don't get excited. Su Ming, standing nearby, quickly held her back. Yet he couldn't stop the tears welling up in Su Linghua's eyes from streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, Fang Yuan felt a sharp pang in his nose, and the emotions welling up inside him nearly overwhelmed him. Yet recalling the injustices he'd endured over the years, he took a deep breath and suppressed the turmoil within. What do you want with me? His detached tone made Su Linghua's face flush with shame. The child she had carried for 10 months now felt like a stranger. It must be said that this is a profoundly tragic irony. Xiao Yuan, do you still hate Mom? Hate? Not really. After all, I don't feel anything anymore. Fang Yuan shook his head. After over a decade of no contact, I no longer harbor any expectations. If you have something to say, speak now. If not, I'll be on my way. Hearing these words, Su Ming, as his uncle, felt deeply troubled. When his father passed away and Su Linghua didn't return, he too had felt resentment and blame. But in the end, he couldn't sever the sibling bond between them. I know these years with your father must have been tough, but she is still your mother. But before he could finish, Fang Yuan cut him off coldly. Those who preach magnanimity? Keep your distance from them on rainy days. You might just get struck by lightning. You're not me. You haven't lived through what I've endured. You have no right to speak the word forgiveness on my behalf. So what if he's my uncle? He's just a stranger who holds that title. How can you speak like this, child? Even if your mother did wrong, setting aside reality, doesn't she deserve some gratitude for what she did for you? Poof. Fang Yuan laughed. I'll ask one last time. If you have something to say, speak now. If not, let's just leave it at that. He'd rather spend his time scavenging for scraps than waste it on empty chatter. Su Linghua hadn't expected Fang Yuan to be so cold-hearted. In her mind, upon seeing her, Fang Yuan would at the very least burst into tears of emotion. At the very least, he'd show some concern, asking about her illness and health. But none of that happened. Watching the two of them in silence, Fang Yuan turned and walked away. Wait. Su Ming finally couldn't hold back. Yesterday, I called Fang Weigui to ask him for money for your mother's surgery, but he showed no regard for our past marital bond. But in the end, he gave me your phone number, saying you're now a billionaire tycoon. I had no choice but to reach out to you. Please, for the sake of her being your birth mother, save her. After all that, it still came down to money. 2 million yuan, 1.5 million for the surgery and recovery, and the remaining $500,000 to give my sister a foundation to rebuild her life. Seeing that Fang Yuan remained unmoved by the bond of birth, Su Ming finally laid bare the purpose of his visit. Xiao Yuan, Mom truly doesn't want to die. Please save me. Facing death, Su Linghua shed all pretense. Tears and snot streaming down her face, she recounted the hardships and suffering of her years drifting alone in the world. She tried to win her son's sympathy. Yet she never once considered what kind of life Fang Yuan had led during all the years she had been gone. What kind of life Fang Yuan had actually been living. 2 million. Yes, just 2 million will be enough. After that, whether you choose to acknowledge her as your mother or not, we won't bother you again. Su Ming gritted his teeth. Consider it the price to sever the blood ties between her and you. Hearing this, Fang Yuan felt a chill run through her heart. If Su Linghua truly harbored remorse and sought his acceptance as her son, Fang Yuan wouldn't stand by and watch her die, even if he didn't wish to acknowledge her. But since this familial bond had been reduced to a price tag, there was no point in continuing. Fine. Take these 2 million and get out of my life. As Fang Yuan's figure vanished from the doorway, Su Linghua wept uncontrollably as she stared at the additional 2 million yuan in her account balance. Chapter 47, Apprenticeship Part 1. 2 days later. Fatso called to say the scrapyard was fully prepared, just waiting to open. Got it. The recycling station was located near the city in a small factory. The previous owner had gone bankrupt due to poor management, and the place had lain abandoned for a while over rental disputes. After hiring someone to clear it out with a bulldozer, a large area was quickly cleared for piling up junk and scrap. Fatso, when we start buying, raise all prices by 50%. My only request is this: I don't care about profit, just get us enough junk. Fatso froze upon hearing Fang Yuan's words. Wasn't the whole point of collecting scrap to make money? If they followed Fang Yuan's plan, this scrapyard would be nothing more than working for free. Wait, did I hear that right, old Fang? Fang Yuan sighed and nodded. Exactly. Truthfully, I've always held a noble ideal of benefiting all humanity. Money is something you can't take with you when you die. Why not use it to contribute more to society? Do you understand me? By paying higher prices for scrap, we can make life easier for the scavengers and contribute to environmental protection. That's the original purpose behind starting this recycling station. But that's all cold, hard cash. Fatso desperately wanted to retort, I don't get it. Fine, just get the job done first. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Alright, you're the boss. Whatever you say goes. But old Fang, honestly, your ideals are a bit unrealistic. Why don't we change them? Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Don't try to talk me out of it. I'm just this selfless, noble person. For the sake of all humanity, I'm willing to quietly give off light and heat. Impressive. Fatso gave him a thumbs up, his face radiating admiration. This kid's got potential. Zhang Group. As a renowned enterprise group across the entire southern province, with interests spanning countless industries, Zhang Dao, the man who built this vast commercial empire, couldn't help but sigh deeply. Dad, I've made up my mind I absolutely must apprentice under him. Recalling Fang Yuan's formidable display of power in the parking lot, Zhang Qiandao was overcome with excitement. Especially after witnessing Fang Yuan being treated with such official courtesy at Xinghai Village just days prior. A super-skilled master living in obscurity, only to be discovered by the authorities. A melodramatic tale of countless honors offered to persuade him to emerge from seclusion, only to be rejected, automatically formed in his mind. Zhang Qiandao was lost in his own imagined world. He completely missed the look of utter defeat on his father's face. Damn it! I said no means no. Starting today, you're to stay at the company every single moment and learn business management. Your old man spent half his life building this empire for you, and now you're spouting nonsense day in and day out. Just you wait till we get back, I'll teach you a lesson. No. I will walk my own path. To hear the truth in the morning is to be ready to die by evening. Had he not witnessed Fang Yuan's divine prowess that day, he might have abandoned his martial arts aspirations altogether. But Fang Yuan had used his own hands to fulfill Zhang Qiandao's martial dream. Knowing his son's stubborn nature, Zhang Daodao could only settle for the next best thing. Fine. I won't stop you from practicing martial arts, but you must first leave an heir for the Zhang family. I'll arrange a matchmaking session for you immediately. If the main account fails, I'll train the alt. But Zhang Qiandao flatly rejected this proposal. In this materialistic age, finding true love isn't so easy. I refuse this arranged marriage. Did a donkey kick you in the head or something? Zhang Dao was so furious he immediately prepared to teach this rebellious son a lesson. Seeing the kindly expression on his old father's face, Zhang Qiandao teleported away in a flash, adopting a defiant stance. Even if you beat me to death today, it won't change my resolve to find true love. Dad, your simple-minded era is long gone. Stop thinking that forcing two people together to marry and have kids will make a good life. Nonsense. We had that too back in our day. If you don't mind the age gap, I'll find you one right now. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. You damn well stop right there. Watching the pandemonium in the chairman's office, passing employees covered their mouths and giggled. Stop right there. Ha, ha. If I were just 10 or 20 years younger, I'd have you dead, you little brat. Zhang Dao huffed and puffed, arms akimbo, his voice thick with fury. Seeing his son's stubborn expression, so reminiscent of his own youth, he sighed helplessly. Back then, he'd risen from an obscure nobody to his current position through sheer determination. What had driven him? Nothing but that fearless spirit, that refusal to bow to tradition or prejudice. Who would have thought he'd father a son? The business acumen hadn't been passed down, but this stubborn mule of a personality had stuck. Learning martial arts? These days, where could you find any real skills to learn? It's all just flashy moves. After a moment of silence, Zhang Dao spoke up. Fine, I won't force you. But you better be clear about this, you're the only heir of the Zhang family. If you stubbornly refuse to learn company management, then your old man has no reason to keep pushing. Dad, what do you mean by that? Seeing the sudden sadness in his father's voice, Zhang Qiandao couldn't help but ask. Poof. Who do you think I've been working myself to death for all these years? For this family and for you, of course. Since you have no intention of inheriting this business, then just give up completely. I don't want to run the company anymore. Go chase your martial arts dreams if you must. After toiling my entire life, I never imagined I'd ultimately lose to my own son. I, Zhang Dao, am truly a tragic figure. Dad. Seeing his father suddenly play the ultimate emotional card, Zhang Qiandao was indeed hooked. A wave of deep shame washed over his face as his body trembled, as if he were repenting for his own thoughtlessness. For the sake of some elusive dream, he was about to break his father's heart and dash his hopes. But the next moment, Zhang Qiandao seemed to suddenly muster his courage. His gaze fixed firmly on his father as he declared loudly, Dad, if you stop working, how will I ever afford sports cars and mansions? You absolutely must hold on, you can't just give up on yourself like this. Perseverance and resilience are the hallmarks of a man. You always told me to grit my teeth and endure all hardships, didn't you? Holy, raising a dragon? Zhang Dao's expression froze. He turned and pulled out the ultimate symbol of paternal love, a pack of 7 Wolves cigarettes. Soon, the office echoed with wails and cries for help. Chapter 48, Apprenticeship Part 2. Half an hour later. Father and son finally reached an agreement. Zhang Dao agreed to let his son seek a master, but only on the condition that he wouldn't neglect learning company management. Knowing this was his father's absolute bottom line, Zhang Qiandao quickly nodded in agreement. They then gathered their belongings, prepared some simple gifts, and headed to Xinghai Villa. As soon as they entered the gate, they spotted Fang Yuan rummaging through a trash bin nearby. "Dad, it's him." Zhang Qiandao rushed over in a panic. Before Fang Yuan could react, Zhang Qiandao dropped to his knees with a thud. "Master, I wish to apprentice under you and learn martial arts." This sudden initiation ceremony left Fang Yuan completely dumbfounded. He did recognize the young man before him. Back at the parking lot when he'd beaten up those MO men. The kid had called over a few bodyguards to try and intervene, so Fang Yuan actually had a decent impression of him. But the martial arts mastery he'd inherited from the system was a crash course version. Forget about whether he'd take him as a disciple. Even if he were asked, he wouldn't know how to teach anyone. Besides, he wasn't exactly looking for something to do with his hands tied behind his back. Why would he need a disciple? "Boss, this is my initiation gift." Zhang Qiandao wasted no words, immediately instructing his bodyguards carrying the gifts to present them. "And here's a card with 5 million yuan my payment for your tutelage. What do you think?" Damn, how blunt and direct. Fang Yuan's lips twitched. Despite having this system at his disposal, expenses had piled up considerably lately. Plus, the rules prohibited him from selling property or assets. After spending 2 million yesterday to resolve his lingering obsession, Fang Yuan now had only a few tens of thousands left. And that was only because his bodyguard and chef didn't require salaries, otherwise, he'd be pawning his pants right now. Well, about that. System, can bodyguards teach martial arts? Ding. System-produced items are guaranteed premium quality. All super bodyguards possess the ability to teach and impart knowledge. Host, you may rest assured. With the system's assurance, that settled it. His finances were a bit tight lately, and the fat guy's recycling bin hadn't started collecting junk yet. This disciple practically begging to be taken on shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, he could just dump him on Long Yi or another bodyguard to train. Just then, Zhang Dao walked over. He had no idea when his son had secretly stashed away a bank card loaded with 5 million yuan. But now, offering money before even seeing what the guy could do? That was just plain stupid. Besides, demanding 5 million yuan just to teach martial arts? Even the most renowned so-called martial arts masters internationally wouldn't dare ask for such a sum when taking on a disciple. "I am Zhang Dao. May I ask your name, young friend?" "Fang Yuan." "Ah, brother Fang. To be perfectly honest, my son wishes to apprentice under you. As his father, I have no objection, but..." Zhang Dao trailed off as if he hadn't quite finished his thought. Fang Yuan chuckled. He hadn't agreed to anything yet. Truth be told, setting aside the system's influence, his room held 3 solid national honorary medals. With connections that reached straight to the highest authorities, forget about a mere 5 million. Even 50 million would have people begging on their knees for him to accept it. Because they weren't just seeking a master, they were after connections and influence. Zhang Dao laughed heartily. "I'm a businessman myself, so I've always valued practicality and profit. Since my son wishes to apprentice under you, if you don't mind, young man, could you show us a bit of your real skill? That way, this old man can rest easy. If you can convince me beyond doubt, I'll gladly add another 5 million to the initiation fee." First, he subtly expressed his demands, then sweetened the deal with a generous bonus. Truly the cunning old fox of the business world. His words were smooth as silk, ensuring his son wouldn't be swindled while sparing Fang Yuan any discomfort. And Zhang Dao, once he spoke, didn't mince words. He went straight for an extra 5 million. The total now stood at 10 million. This was wealth most people dared not dream of in a lifetime. What qualifications did Fang Yuan have to even consider taking such a sum? Fang Yuan wasn't stupid. He quickly grasped the meaning behind Zhang Qian's words. It was nothing more than an attempt to make him back down. He remained silent, instead plucking a rhombic leaf from a nearby ornamental shrub. With a light flick of his wrist, the martial master's chi surged through the leaf. Whoosh! The sound echoed, but the leaf vanished without a trace. What? Fang Yuan chuckled softly and strode forward. The others followed closely behind. When they reached a large tree 100 paces away, Zhang Qiandao was utterly stunned. The leaf Fang Yuan had been holding moments ago was now embedded deep into the wood, with only a small portion still visible. A soft leaf could achieve something like this? How is that possible? Not just him. Even Zhang Qiandao, who had always believed Fang Yuan to be an unparalleled master, was left speechless. Holy crap, that's insane. I gotta learn this. At that moment, the 2 elite bodyguards standing beside Zhang Dao shot him skeptical glances. It wasn't that they didn't want to believe it was simply too unbelievable. How could a leaf so soft and delicate pierce a tree trunk intact from 100 meters away? One of the elite soldiers muttered defiantly, "Bro, your skills are just too outlandish. If you're up for it, let's exchange a few moves." Zhang Dao smiled faintly without responding, clearly eager to test Fang Yuan's mettle. "Heh, no need for that. All 8 of you come at me together." Fang Yuan cracked his neck. It had been a while since he'd had a good stretch. Beating up some amateurs while raking in 10 million? Plus the satisfaction of shutting them up? That's a pretty sweet deal. The arrogant words instantly darkened the faces of the two elite soldier bodyguards. While they weren't particularly skilled in hand-to-hand combat, they were, after all, veterans of special forces. Handling 3 or 5 ordinary opponents was no challenge at all. More importantly, over the years, Chinese martial arts had become synonymous with flashy but ineffective techniques in most people's minds. So they simply refused to believe Fang Yuan could take on 2 of them alone. No need. 1 is enough. With that, the slightly darker-skinned bodyguard lunged forward, his fist the size of a sandbag smashing straight toward Fang Yuan's chest. But the next second, he flew through the air. A clear footprint, size 10, was left on his black suit. Fast. It was astonishingly fast. The onlookers could only catch a fleeting afterimage of Fang Yuan's foot as it left the ground. Altogether, the elite bodyguard who took the kick staggered back several steps before steadying himself and bellowing the command. The other bodyguards brought by Zhang Dao exchanged glances, then charged forward in perfect unison. Just as Long Yi and the others were about to intervene, Fang Yuan stopped them with a single glance. Ha! Come on then! His formidable martial arts mastery made this group of elite bodyguards seem like nothing more than adults beating up 3-year-old children in his eyes. Within minutes, Fang Yuan brushed the dust off his sleeve and smiled at Zhang Dao, whose composure had clearly shattered. Not bad. Your bodyguards are decent enough they can take a beating. Surveying the bodyguards sprawled across the floor, Zhang Dao felt a wave of shock wash over him. Master Fang, your martial arts are truly awe-inspiring. Old Zheng here is thoroughly impressed. This card holds 15 million. Consider the extra 5 million my way of apologizing to you, Master Fang. True to his nature as a man of great ambition, after witnessing Fang Yuan's terrifying prowess, Zhang Dao, ever the pragmatist, added another 5 million without hesitation. Such prowess bordered on the supernatural, rivaling the legendary masters of martial arts novels. While illness and suffering were one concern, these tycoons valued their personal safety above all else. To befriend a martial arts master like Fang Yuan? Old Zhang could smile in his sleep just thinking about it. Chapter 49, Apprenticeship Part 3. As for Zhang Qiandao, needless to say, at this very moment, he was utterly captivated by Fang Yuan. Master, please accept this humble disciple's bow. You fool! What younger brother? Its disciple. Zhang Daodao snapped at his son in exasperation. But Fang Yuan's next words left both of them stunned. Hold on, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Even if I were to take on a disciple, he wouldn't be bowing to me. Though 15 million yuan was no small sum, it meant little to Fang Yuan. At most, it meant picking up scraps for a few extra days. Spending that time teaching an apprentice would be like throwing away a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. What exactly are you implying, Master Fang? Could it be that his earlier doubts had caused Fang Yuan to harbor resentment? Knowing that only seeing it with his own eyes would convince Zhang Dao, Fang Yuan gave Long Yi a meaningful glance. Long Yi walked over to a streetlight. Taking a deep breath, he swung his fist. A sharp whistling sound filled the air. Thud! A deep, indented fist mark appeared on the lampost's hard surface. A flesh and blood body striking steel. This move left Zhang Dao speechless. Want to learn? Fang Yuan smiled warmly at Zhang Qiandao, who was frozen in shock. Yes. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. This time, no prompting was needed. Zhang Qiandao promptly knelt at Long Yi's feet. When it comes to martial arts combat, he surpasses me 100-fold. For that 15 million, Fang Yuan didn't mind praising Long Yi a bit more after all, the money would end up in his pocket anyway. Brother Fang, where did you hire these bodyguards? Zhang Dao couldn't help but ask. Having such formidable bodyguards by his side would undoubtedly enhance his personal security. And from earlier until now, he'd already scrutinized Fang Yuan's bodyguards several times over. Whether it was Long Yi who had just intervened or the others patrolling the villa's security perimeter, each carried an indescribable aura. At a glance, it was clear none of them were ordinary men. He suspected that even one of them could easily outmatch the bodyguards he had hired. To say he wasn't tempted would be impossible. You're eyeing my bodyguards? Fang Yuan chuckled. Sorry, but I really can't disclose that. Zhang Dao, undeterred by the refusal, laughed heartily. Understandable, understandable. Since the matter is settled, I shan't keep you longer. My son has a stubborn streak, please bear with him, Master Long. Although Zhang Qiandao had formerly apprenticed under Master Long Yi, Zhang Dao made no mention of the gifts he had previously sent. He could clearly see it. Long Yi was utterly loyal to Fang Yuan. The fact that someone so capable would willingly stay by his side as a mere bodyguard spoke volumes about his unique personal magnetism. Besides, someone who could afford to live in Xinghai Villa certainly wasn't short on a mere 10 million or so. He simply needed to leave the gifts behind. Fang Yuan would naturally handle them later. If money created a rift between them, he might even have a chance to lure Long Yi to switch allegiances. After smoothly passing the task of instructing Zhang Qiandao to Long Yi, Fang Yuan continued sweeping through the area with his woven bag in hand. Just as he approached the trash bins by the Xinghai Villa entrance, A respectful voice drifted out from the guardhouse. "Oh, Mr. Fang, you're out again doing your part for the environment. Thank you for your hard work. Here, have some water." Manager Tiao from property management rushed over with a bottle of water, thoughtfully unscrewing the cap for Fang Yuan. "Oh, it's you, Manager Tiao. Not too busy?" "Ha, not too busy, thanks for asking, Mr. Fang." Being addressed by a big shot like Fang Yuan made Manager Tiao feel incredibly pleased. Fang Yuan gulped down several big mouthfuls. He tossed the bottle into a woven bag. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one mineral water bottle. You've won a steakhouse at 56 Xinghai Street, Linchuan City. What a pleasant surprise. A broad smile spread across Fang Yuan's face. Xinghai Street was practically the commercial heart of the city. A storefront there was worth at least several million yuan. He'd hit the jackpot. In high spirits, Fang Yuan looked at Manager Tiao, thinking he should say something to build rapport. After all, the man had just secured him a steakhouse. Building rapport would make it easier to invite the property management crew out for a meal sometime. "By the way, Manager Tiao, your surname is quite uncommon, isn't it?" Fang Yuan remarked, glancing at the name tag on Manager Tiao's chest. Manager Tiao chuckled softly. Back in the day, he'd been teased endlessly because of his name. Even in school, classmates would occasionally use it to mock him, giving him nicknames. After all these years, he'd long since learned to let it go. "Tiao Go, my dad named me that. But he wasn't much educated himself. He dropped out after 3rd grade to farm because we had so many siblings. The meaning behind the name was for me to be methodical, diligent, and meticulous in everything I do." Fang Yuan nodded. Seemed reasonable enough. If blame must be placed, it was on the ambiguous pronunciation of the character Go. "Hey, to be honest, there's a little story behind my name. According to our family's old tradition, naming a newborn was a serious matter. When my father stepped out of the house, whatever child he saw first would become the baby's name. When my brother was born, my dad saw a Dongfeng truck outside, so he named him Tiao Dongfeng. Then when it came to naming me..." He chuckled. What did he see? Fang Yuan suddenly grew curious too. "Originally, my dad had 3 chopsticks arranged in a character ready, planning to name me Tiao Chuan. But then a stray mutt suddenly appeared, so my childhood nickname became Togu. Later, my dad couldn't stand my mom's crying, fussing, and threatening to hang herself. Plus, Togu really wasn't a nice name, so he finally let me change it." Impressive. Fang Yuan silently gave Manager Tiao's old man a mental thumbs up. It was clear that old Father Tiao was a man of taste. After a few more casual words, Fang Yuan emptied all the recyclable junk from the trash bin, netting another 200,000 yuan. Combined with the funds in Zhang Dao's card, he was now firmly a big boss with over 10 million yuan in his account. After wrapping up the conversation, he had someone buy 10 packs of Dahua cigarettes and toss them to Manager Tiao as a token of thanks for the team's support over the past period. Upon returning home, Fang Yuan immediately drove his M-Grand out, intending to inspect his newly acquired steakhouse. "Heh, a new storefront means new income. As the boss, it's not unreasonable for me to make an incognito visit, right? After all, this steakhouse, like the drunken immortal pavilion, was a golden goose that laid eggs, something he couldn't afford to take lightly." Chapter 50, I urge you to be kind. 6:20 p.m. It was the time when many people were preparing to head out for dinner. As the busiest shopping hub, Xinghai Street was packed with a dense crowd of pedestrians. At the most popular steakhouse, customers were equally plentiful. "Business is booming, huh?" Fang Yuan stepped into the one-cut steakhouse and chuckled with satisfaction. All this was cold, hard cash. "Hello, how many guests?" "Just one person." "Oh, and bring me your signature steak." Business was good, and everything else could be worked out. Since he was feeling a bit peckish, Fang Yuan decided to order a steak and sample the flavor. It would also test the restaurant's service and culinary standards. Sitting across from him was a young man in white attire, wearing glasses. He was slender, fair-skinned, and radiated an air of superiority typical of the social elite. He didn't even bother to glance at the waiter when ordering. "This one, and this one of each, please. Remember, my steak should be medium rare. Also, next time you take orders, watch your tone. You must proactively greet customers and use respectful titles. Got it? That's all. Go now." The waiter, taken aback by the rebuke, turned away in confusion and left with the menu. The young man in white muttered under his breath, "You can tell he's a bumpkin. No manners whatsoever." Fang Yuan smiled silently at the remark, but inwardly rolled his eyes at the young man in white. The restaurant was so busy right now the server didn't have time to fuss over etiquette with you. Besides, it was just a minor issue about a title. If you want high-end service, why not just go to a Michelin-starred restaurant? What's with this class snobbery here? The manager of One Cut Steakhouse was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. His name was Niu Tao. Not long ago, he had suddenly received news that the steakhouse was getting a new owner. But that didn't bother Niu Tao much. He'd work for anyone as long as the pay was right. The waiter who had just been scolded couldn't help but vent a few complaints after returning to the kitchen. Little did she know, the listener was all ears. The others didn't know the steakhouse had changed hands, but Niu Tao was well aware. He immediately wondered if the new owner had just taken over and was trying to stir up trouble. By the way, I have an announcement, our one-cut steakhouse has a new owner. Make sure you all focus on your core duties during your shifts these next few days. Don't give the new boss any reason to find fault with you, otherwise, I won't be able to pull any strings for you. Yes, manager. Got it. The others responded in unison, though their primary concern wasn't who the new owner was. Rather, they were wondering if the change in management would bring any new changes to their benefits and compensation. As a fellow worker, Niu Tao understood his staff's mindset. After delivering the routine announcement, he walked to the food preparation counter. I'll handle the steak order for table 12. As shall we mentioned earlier, this person is likely the new boss coming to inspect our operations. We absolutely cannot mess this up. He spoke while taking a fresh steak, reminding the two chefs beside him who specialized in steak preparation. To cook steak perfectly, the internal temperature is crucial. Take this sirloin steak I'm holding, it contains a certain amount of marbling, with a ring of white connective tissue around the outer edge. Overall, it has exceptional chewiness and firm texture, offering a satisfying bite. This cut absolutely mustn't be overcooked. A medium rare to medium well doneness best showcases its flavor. But achieving medium rare is a real test of a chef's eye and heat control. This new owner went straight for medium rare, he's clearly a connoisseur. Niu Tao explained as he worked, striving to deliver his absolute best. Soon, a perfectly cooked medium rare steak emerged from the grill, pink at its core, crispy on the outside, and tender within. Here's another order for a well-done steak. Zhang, you're new here, remember to learn from the two chefs. Guess the customer who ordered well done doesn't know much about this stuff. Take it and practice. Thanks, boss. A few minutes later. Both steaks were served simultaneously. The steaks looked decent enough on the surface, but when Fang Yuan took a bite, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. What the hell? This is the quality we serve when business is this good? Some parts were overly salty, while others were completely flavorless. How could anyone eat this? After several bites, Fang Yuan finally concluded it wasn't his taste buds playing tricks, the steak was simply poorly prepared. It's passable. The texture is acceptable, but it's not as authentic as what I've had abroad. The young man in white took a bite with his knife and fork, his face lighting up with pleasure. Though the way he closed his eyes and swayed his head was a bit over the top. After receiving the young man's approval, Niu Tao flattered him with a smile, as long as the guest is satisfied. But I hope you'll keep learning from those foreign chefs. After all, serving customers is the very purpose of running this place. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'll organize a meeting for everyone to learn more as soon as I get back. Seeing his words earn the steakhouse manager's approval, the young man in white felt quite pleased. But when he spotted Fang Yuan tearing into his steak with his bare hands, the smile froze on his face. He doesn't even know how to use a knife and fork, and he's eating so rudely. Where did this bumpkin come from? Fang Yuan had just set down his steak, and immediately met the young man in white's undisguised look of contempt. Wait, is this steakhouse even yours? Who are you to tell people how to eat? The young man in white glanced at the steak on Fang Yuan's plate, his disdain deepening. Ordering steak well done? What a country bumpkin. Damn it, this is beyond the pale. Put. I've eaten well done steak before, but this is the first time I've seen a dog that's well done from the get-go. This remark instantly ignited the young man's fury. He abruptly stood up, pointing at Fang Yuan. What did you just say? Have the guts to say it again. Fang Yuan chuckled. So what if I was talking about you? You. The young man in white trembled with rage. Niu Tao, standing nearby, grew impatient at the sight. The new boss had just arrived to inspect the shop when this incident erupted. If the blame came down the line, who could take it? Niu Tao walked sternly up to Fang Yuan. I'm sorry, sir, but your current behavior is severely disrupting our business operations. We must ask you to leave immediately. As for this table's bill, I can personally waive it entirely. What about him? Him? Niu Tao hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing duty over reason. I think this customer has a valid point. Our steakhouse doesn't welcome guests with such poor manners. Please leave. Kicked out on my own turf? Fang Yuan sneered coldly. Is this how you handle disputes between customers in your establishment? Chapter 51, Uncle Jiang Yunxue. Fang Yuan picked up the badly cooked steak. I haven't even asked how you cooked this steak yet. Niu Tao cut a piece with a knife, his face cold, and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he quickly understood. The presentation was decent, but the flavor left much to be desired. However, considering this steak was specifically ordered for Zhang to practice on, his expectations weren't too high. He just hadn't expected Fang Yuan to bring it up. My apologies. Under these circumstances, I can waive your entire bill. However, our steakhouse does not welcome guests with such poor manners. It was just a steak after all, the raw materials weren't worth much. Compared to offending the new owner, this cost was negligible. Fang Yuan laughed heartily at this. Great. Looks like I really did come to the right place. What do you mean? For some reason, Niu Tao suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Fang Yuan smiled. Once a person loses their inner convictions and principles, they inevitably become a menace. As the manager, your culinary skills may be exceptional, but your character falls short of the role. The steakhouse was merely a cherry on top for him at this point. He could live without it, and he could let go of its ability to generate wealth for him. You're fired. Fang Yuan stated calmly. What did you say? Niu Tao froze, seemingly unable to process it. Then he whipped his head around to the white-clad youth who had been boasting moments ago. You're the new boss, right? Catching Niu Tao's glare, the white-clad youth stammered, what boss? I was just giving you some suggestions because your service needs improvement. I'm outta here. Realizing things were going south, the young man hurriedly paid the bill and fled the scene, leaving Niu Tao standing there, his face drained of color. In the steakhouse workgroup chat, the new boss, who hadn't posted anything since taking office, suddenly issued a notice. General Manager Fang, Store Manager Niu Tao was being dismissed effective immediately due to personal issues. This simple message sent the entire steakhouse into an uproar. Everyone knew Niu Tao had been the manager for over a decade, serving as the backbone of the entire restaurant. Many customers even came specifically for his culinary skills. Now the new boss had just taken over and was already undermining the mainstay? Wasn't this just stirring up trouble? Niu Tao stared at the message on his phone, his expression shifting from panic to a speechless grimace. Do you know what you're doing? Without me, this steakhouse will definitely go under. By the end, Niu Tao's voice had nearly turned into a roar. He'd been here for so long. Deep down, he had always believed that the steakhouse's current success was entirely due to his efforts. The owner could be replaced, but could the chef be replaced? Especially one who could single-handedly keep the entire steakhouse afloat. Watching the furious Niu Tao, Fang Yuan chuckled coldly, then you won't need to trouble yourself any further. Pack your things and get out. When the young man in white learned that the person he'd just confronted was the steakhouse's owner, the young man in white lost some of his fiery edge. He muttered a few words under his breath before hurriedly paying the bill and fleeing the steakhouse. After Niu Tao stormed out in fury, the staff held their breath in fear, uncertain about the steakhouse's future. These days, every restaurant owner knows to treat their head chef like royalty. Yet this new owner had fired the restaurant's star chef the moment he arrived. I understand a young person's eagerness to improve, Fang Yuan said, but if something like today happens again serving a mess like that to a customer, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. Fang Yuan shot a glance at the flustered Zhang, yet he didn't impose any punishment. After all, the order had come from Niu Tao. He wasn't that heartless, he was willing to give Xiao Zhang another chance. Xiao Zhang nodded nervously, cold sweat beating on his temples. Finding a decent job outside now was as hard as climbing to the moon. If he got fired, his only option might be factory work. The pay at a factory was nowhere near what he earned at the steakhouse. As for the new store manager, Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to temporarily reassign one of the chefs from his family's kitchen. As a top-tier chef team produced by the system, every member was an expert in preparing all kinds of ingredients. A simple steak is no challenge at all. The original steakhouse staff had been a bit worried about the impact on business. However, the newly appointed manager immediately silenced all doubts with his first move. The steaks prepared by this seemingly unremarkable new manager not only looked absolutely stunning, instantly whetting the appetite of anyone who saw them, but in terms of flavor, they utterly outclassed Niu Tao's creations by a mile. Business at the steakhouse suddenly exploded. What used to be 2 days' worth of inventory was completely sold out overnight. This pattern repeated night after night. After handling matters at the steakhouse, Fang Yuan was still pondering where to go next to earn his fortune through hard work. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. Hello, Xiao Shui? What's up? Fang Yuan, my uncle's arriving at the airport tonight. Dad said if it's convenient, we should go pick him up. No problem. After hanging up, Fang Yuan drove to Xinghai to pick up Zhang Yunxue. Even though the villa was now fully renovated, Zhang Yunxue still felt a bit self-conscious. She insisted they couldn't live together until they were officially engaged. Whenever Fang Yuan teased her about how she'd mustered the courage to invite him to bathe together that night, Zhang Yunxue would blush and playfully punch him with her tiny fists. Then she'd add, I must have been bewitched. The sports car is great, but it only seats 2. Looks like it's time to buy another vehicle. With tens of millions in his pocket, Fang Yuan's tone had grown considerably more confident. As for the car, it just needs to get the job done. Zhang Yunxue said with a smile. By the way, who exactly is this uncle of yours? After all, since she was going to pick someone up, it was always good to know more about the other person. When mentioning her uncle, a hint of pride flashed across Zhang Yunshue's face. My uncle? He was a top student back in school. Later, he got into the Beijing Film Academy. He was the first college graduate our entire Wen County ever produced. He went abroad to pursue his career, and now it's been over 20 years. I hear he's made a fortune overseas. Now that he's getting older, he wants to come back home to enjoy his retirement. Oh, and when I called him, he said he'd buy me a car when he gets back. Even though she had never actually met her uncle, Jiang Yunxue still felt an immense warmth in her heart, for this was the unbreakable bond of blood and family ties. However, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel a slight sneer at this. After all, he knew full well that Jiang Yunxue's family had never been well off. If her uncle was so capable, why hadn't he stepped in sooner to help his own older brother? But seeing Jiang Yunxue in such high spirits, Fang Yuan didn't want to rain on her parade. After all, with him by her side now, he had taken full responsibility for this woman's future. He recalled the last time he'd come to pick her up at the airport, it had been Linny and the others. Wondered how that kid was doing now after returning with Su Lianyun. Shaking his head, he banished the thoughts to the far reaches of his mind. Spotting the trash bin outside the arrivals area, Fang Yuan's professional instinct kicked in again. You wouldn't be thinking of? Jiang Yunxue considered herself quite understanding of Fang Yuan's motivation for scavenging trash. His environmental consciousness lent him an extra spark of humanity. But this was an airport pickup. Haha, just do what you're supposed to do. Why bother with what others think? Fang Yuan dished out a dose of motivational talk. Jiang Yunxue immediately responded with an "oh," then obediently helped him open the mouth of the woven bag. Not bad, you're a quick learner. Fang Yuan chuckled. The future daughter-in-law training plan seemed promising. Chapter 52, Red Flag L5. Through the airplane window. Jiang Aimin strained to compare the present scene of prosperity with the image of his hometown etched in his memory from years ago. But alas, the pace of development in Xia Nation today was simply too rapid. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't overlay the image of the city he left behind with the current skyline of towering buildings. All this stirred profound emotion within the 50-something Jiang Aimin. Sigh, the changes are so immense, I hardly recognize it anymore. Over the years, Xia Nation has truly created a miracle, transforming from a poor and backward developing country into a world power. Today, Xia holds immense weight on the international stage. The roar of this eastern lion sent tremors through nations across the globe. Thinking of his eldest brother, whom he hadn't seen in years, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Aimin's face. After all these years apart, I wonder how my eldest brother is doing now. Hearing this, his son Jiang He, sitting beside him, immediately interjected, "Dad, why did we give up our life and career abroad to return to Xia? I hear the job market here isn't great, low wages and scrupulous bosses, and that 996 blessing nonsense. I'm a bit worried." Jiang He had just graduated last year from a prestigious university in the US with a master's degree. While job competition abroad was intense, it was generally manageable, nothing like the relentless internal competition back home. This had cultivated a relaxed work ethic in him, making him worry he wouldn't adapt to life back home. Hearing his son's complaints, Jiang Aimin frowned and said sternly, "A real man shouldn't be so timid. The tougher the challenge, the more you should rise to meet it. A truly strong person stands tall no matter the circumstances. Remember, true gold fears no fire." Jiang He turned his head away after the lecture, but inwardly he rolled his eyes. Easy for you to say, true gold fears no fire, but what if they're wielding aqua regia? What are you talking about, kid? Nothing. Dad, you're absolutely right. Glancing at the time on her phone, Jiang Yunshue's eyes betrayed a hint of impatience. It wasn't because Jiang Aimin had promised to buy her a car. Truth be told, if she asked now, Fang Yuan could easily arrange it. After all, the family certainly had the means. Her excitement stemmed purely from her deep longing for her family. Soon, an elderly man with graying temples emerged, clad in a trench coat. Following behind him was a young man wearing glasses, pushing 2 suitcases. "Dad, didn't you say my cousin was coming to pick us up?" Jiang Aimin took a deep breath. Over 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He didn't have many memories of his eldest brother's daughter either, having only seen her in photos on a screen. Just then, a clear voice rang out. "Uncle." Jiang Aimin looked over. He soon spotted a graceful young woman in a white dress. You're Xiaoxue?" After more than 20 years apart, Jiang Aimin was deeply moved to see his relative again. Jiang He also spotted his little cousin. Indeed, she truly carries the bloodline of our Jiang family. She's absolutely beautiful. But soon, both sensed something was off. Why did my eldest brother's daughter? Why was my beautiful little cousin? Is scavenging for scraps? I never imagined my eldest brother had been living such a hard life all these years, so hard that even his daughter had to go out scavenging for scraps. A flash of shame and pity flickered in Jiang Aimin's eyes. Then his gaze shifted to Fang Yuan. For a young, beautiful girl to willingly follow a man scavenging for scraps in public, just how much devotion must that entail? Dad, how could Uncle let my cousin follow such a good-for-nothing man? Though it was their first meeting, Jiang He had already come to regard Jiang Yunxue as family from the bottom of his heart. Seeing his cousin reduced to scavenging for scraps to survive, Jiang He's fury was palpable. "Uncle." After the initial excitement of seeing a relative, Jiang Yunxue suddenly felt a bit nervous. Her emotions churned in a complex whirlwind. "Child, you've suffered these past years." Jiang Aimin gently patted Jiang Yunshue's shoulder, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Don't worry, Uncle. This time I'm back, I'll make sure you all live well again. It's okay, uncle. We're doing fine. You don't need to worry. Zhang Yunxue replied with a smile. We're scavenging for scraps now, how could things be fine? Oh, right, uncle, brother, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Fang Yuan. Hello? Fang Yuan pulled the tongs out of the trash bin and tossed the Yushi cigarette pack they were holding into the woven bag. Perhaps because the trash can was damp, or maybe he'd pulled too hard. The water clinging to the cigarette pack splashed onto Zhang Yunshue's pristine white dress. The speckled stains looked quite unsightly against the white fabric. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one worn cigarette pack. You have obtained a Xia Nation Red Flag L5 Private Custom Edition vehicle. Due to terrain restrictions and the host's current inability to drive while split form, this reward has been parked in your private villa garage. Well, just what I needed. When I came over, I thought the M-Grand wasn't quite up to par, but sports cars are too cramped. I was planning to buy a larger 5-seater sedan. And then this popped up. And it's the Hongqi L5, the official state limousine for hosting VIP leaders in Xia Nation. The civilian version retails around 5 million yuan, not particularly eye-popping compared to many luxury cars. But the significance of the Hongqi L5 is extraordinary. It's not something you can buy just because you have the money. Not only must one pass through layers of official vetting, but one must also possess a certain level of social status and standing. Of course, given Fang Yuan's current collection of national medals, presenting any single one would suffice. The most challenging aspect lies in the customization process. This vehicle cannot be ordered directly from a dealership. Instead, Hongqi specifically invites you to its production facility to customize your own Hongqi L5. Yet many who meet the purchasing criteria ultimately miss out on this ultra-luxury sedan, symbolizing honor due to scheduling conflicts. I hit the jackpot this time. Seeing Fang Yuan standing there grinning like an idiot after shifting the blame onto his cousin, Zhang He's anger flared instantly. Fang Yuan, let's go. Take uncle and the others back first. Oh, I almost forgot. Being poor is one thing, but his brain seems to be a bit slow too. Cousin, how could you be so foolish? Zhang He inwardly groaned. With Zhang Yunshue's looks, she'd have no trouble finding someone anywhere. Why did she have to fall for a trash-picking little cutie like that? Zhang didn't say anything, but he felt a bit uneasy inside. He resolved to have a serious talk with his elder brother about this matter when they met. Such a fine daughter, she absolutely couldn't be allowed to fall like this. Chapter 53, Farewell, Brother. When he saw Fang Yuan's vehicle, Zhang He couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Just by its appearance, this car couldn't possibly cost more than 200,000 yuan. It might even be borrowed. This sight only solidified Zhang conviction. His little niece deserved so much better. Following a man like this would bring nothing but endless hardship in the future, no happiness whatsoever. I've already sent someone to pick up Xiao Shui's parents. Why don't we head to the restaurant first? It'll be a proper welcome dinner for uncle. Zhang Yunxue had no objections. Sitting in the back seat, Zhang nodded. His impression of Fang Yuan had improved slightly. When it came to social etiquette, this young man didn't seem so bad after all. But when they followed Fang Yuan, who was carrying a woven bag, into Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Zhang He, being young himself, suddenly felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. He couldn't help but feel a bit of contempt for Fang Yuan. Choosing such an expensive restaurant, he can't possibly expect us to foot the bill, can he? Zhang, however, remained silent. After all, he'd made the effort to come back, and he didn't want a petty matter like this to sour the mood. Still, his opinion of Fang Yuan dropped a few notches. Xiao Shui, you take your uncle upstairs first. It's still the Flowering Prosperity private room. Okay. Zhang Yunxue didn't ask what Fang Yuan intended to do, she just nodded obediently. Fang Yuan walked outside the restaurant with his phone in hand. Reading the message from the fat guy nearly made him laugh in frustration. Turns out the guy had been bored out of his mind at the scrapyard yesterday and decided to try some online dating nonsense. The outcome was predictable. Where could you find such easy pickings nowadays? Most were just scruffy guys using voice changers to call you little brother through the screen. Old phone, I got totally scammed out of 2,999 yuan by this chick. Am I a sucker or what? Nope, sweetie. You're not that gullible. Fang Yuan rubbed salt into the fat guy's wound without hesitation. So how's the scrap recycling business going? Back to business, that was what really mattered to him. At the mention of it, the fat guy who was directing two workers to constantly haul junk to designated spots at the scrapyard couldn't stop complaining. Don't even get me started. Since we offer the highest prices around, all the rag pickers are bringing their junk to us now. Other collection stations saw this and started raising their prices too. At this rate, the funds you provided won't last long. Fang Yuan had made it crystal clear earlier. No matter what, the scrapyard's purchase prices had to exceed market rates, which had led to intense competition within the industry. Many loss-making stations had already started grumbling and leaving the group chat. And while the million yuan funding he'd provided Fatso earlier sounded substantial, it wouldn't last long in the real world. Fang Yuan chuckled, just go ahead and buy with confidence. I'll come by again in a while. He lacked nothing now, so he wasn't in a rush to fleece this batch of suckers. To snag a bargain, you had to plan meticulously after all, the system wasn't some cute little thing. Once you exploit a loophole, it'll inevitably get patched up later. This was a one-time deal. While Fang Yuan lingered outside the restaurant chatting with the fat guy, waiting for Zhang Yunshua's parents to arrive. Inside the flowering prosperity private room, Zhang Imin stared at the pre-ordered menu on the table, a peculiar look on his face. There was no other reason. Expensive. Way too expensive. With just one word from Fang Yuan, Manager Lu naturally knew how to handle things. Every single signature dish from Drunken Immortal Pavilion was ordered. The final bill for the dishes alone reached 180,000 yuan, not including the case of Mao Tai that had just been brought over. Nearly 200,000 yuan for one meal? Zhang He stared wide-eyed at the menu the waiter placed on the table. Even as returnees from overseas, they'd never indulged in such an extravagant feast. That much? Zhang Yunxue knew Fang Yuan was the owner of Drunken Immortal Pavilion, so she was only slightly surprised before her face softened with gratitude. After all, he was hosting her family. That Fang Yuan was willing to splurge like this proved this man truly held her dear. Wait, this meal cost nearly 200,000 yuan. Seeing Zhang Yunxue not only show no shock or anger but instead look touched, Zhang He's worldview shattered completely. Such a huge sum that kid probably couldn't afford it. In the end, they'd have to foot the bill. The thought left Zhang He feeling utterly miserable. It was true that Zhang Imin had earned a considerable fortune abroad over the years. But his total assets amounted to just over 10 million yuan. Returning home, he needed a place to settle down. On the way, he did some research. In Linsuan City, average housing prices hovered above 7 or 8,000 yuan per square meter. Despite being a small 4th or 5th tier city, property prices had skyrocketed. Wen County was slightly cheaper, but prices still hovered around 5,000 yuan per square meter. After considering his son's circumstances and future prospects, Zhang Imin ultimately decided to settle in Linchuan City. But under these circumstances, just buying a decent-sized apartment would cost several million. Spending 200,000 on a single meal felt like a knife twisting in his gut, making him want to strangle Fang Yuan. Xiao Shui, have you two bought a house yet? Zhang Imin couldn't help asking, what are Xiao Fang's plans for the future? How's his family situation? Zhang Yunxue paused. Buying a house wasn't necessary, after all Fang Yuan alone owned 11 villas in Yunhai. As for future plans, given Fang Yuan's personality, he'd probably spend his days picking up trash to contribute to environmental protection, then live it up eating and drinking to his heart's content. After all, she didn't know exactly how wealthy her husband was. Anyway, Fang Yuan had once said that as long as he didn't start a business, his money would be enough for the two of them to live on for the rest of their lives. We haven't bought a house yet. He doesn't work, and I support his passion for scavenging. As for the future, we'll take it one step at a time. I don't know much about his parents, but from what I understand, Fang Yuan and his parents aren't on good terms right now. They don't have much contact. The memory of Fang Weigu's last visit to Xinghai, where he caused such a scene, was still vivid. Just thinking about it made her feel a little scared. As for Fang Yuan's birth mother, she had never met her either. After hearing Zhang Yunshue's words, Zhang Imin frowned deeply. This Fang Yuan was nothing short of a complete social misfit. How could he possibly get by scavenging for scraps his whole life? No sense of responsibility, no ambition, and now his parents kicked him out for giving up on life. Zhang He, sitting nearby, instantly conjured up a flurry of speculations about Fang Yuan. Ahem, young Fang still has room for improvement, I suppose. Zhang Imin pondered for a while before finally offering a diplomatic remark. What more improvement? He had a house, a villa, a sports car, a large office building, and a restaurant, all visible assets she could account for. As for whether Fang Yuan had other assets, Zhang Yunxue suspected he most likely did. With these credentials alone, he had already surpassed 99% of the entire nation. What more could one possibly demand? Maybe it's because my uncle returned from abroad, so his standards are a bit higher. After pondering for a while, that was the only conclusion she could reach. Just then, Zhang Yunshue's parents finally arrived, late as usual. The moment they opened the private room door and stepped inside, Zhang Imin, seated at the table, rose with a trembling body. Big brother. The bond between brothers brought tears to the eyes of the two men, both well past 50. Chapter 54, not bad. As they sat down to eat, the brothers reminisced about their childhood while sharing their reflections. The atmosphere at the table remained fairly harmonious. Fang Yuan kept clinking glasses with Zhang He. After all, the older generation's topics were too profound for him to interject easily, whereas chatting with someone closer to his own age like Zhang He was much more comfortable. Soon, Zhang He, already tipsy, slung his arm around Fang Yuan's shoulder and boasted loudly, "No offense, but right after I graduated, I was making 5,000 or 6,000 M per month overseas. That's a pretty sweet deal, right?" Impressive, impressive. Converted to RMB, that was over 30,000 yuan a month, quite substantial for a recent graduate. Look, you can't realistically spend your whole life scavenging for scrap. Even if you did it for decades, you might still not afford a house. You need to find a proper job and work hard. Look at us after returning to China, we're moving into a whole villa soon. It'll cost millions, no doubt. You should come visit sometime. Young people need a little pressure. Once you see that villa, you might just have an epiphany. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm taking your advice to heart. Fang Yuan accepted the advice with sincere humility, prompting Jiang Yunxue, who knew his true nature, to chuckle inwardly. The more her cousin talked now, the more painful it would be for him when he truly understood Fang Yuan. Perhaps because he saw the younger generation chatting happily together, he hadn't noticed this side. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yimin tentatively addressed his eldest brother. Brother, what are your thoughts regarding Shue's marriage? What's the matter? Father Jiang was also puzzled by the sudden shift in topic. Ah, brother, I know you've worked tirelessly for the family all these years and haven't seen much of the world. To be honest, I suggest you give Xiao Shui and Fang Yuan's marriage serious consideration. Marriage isn't child's play. Even if the two young people love each other deeply, love must ultimately rest on a foundation of reality. A marriage without a foundation in practical realities will inevitably be fraught with conflicts and hardships down the road. Things could become very difficult to resolve. Father Jiang froze, clearly puzzled by his younger brother's meaning. Ah, never mind. We'll talk more about this when we get back later. Given that the person concerned was present, Jiang Yimin chose to leave it at that. After the meal and drinks, it was soon time to settle the bill. When Jiang's father picked up the bill, his hand trembled violently, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. 198,652 yuan? This. Hearing his uncle's words, Jiang Yi, who had been feeling a bit tipsy, sobered up instantly. Noticing his arm still draped over Fang Yuan's shoulder, he silently cursed himself for nearly being fooled by this kid. That's outrageously expensive. Jiang's father shot Fang Yuan a complicated look. Just how wealthy was this future son-in-law of his? Not only had he gifted hundreds of thousands on their first meeting, now, he'd spent nearly 200,000 yuan entertaining Jiang Yimin without batting an eye. It was just like that movie about the richest man in Xihong City. Xia Zhu didn't care about money, but every moment Wang Tuoyu moved her required it. Similarly, Jiang's parents found themselves warming up to Fang Yuan more and more. Xiao He. Fearing an awkward moment, Jiang Yimin signaled Jiang He with her eyes to settle the bill. Though somewhat reluctant, Jiang He understood the importance of the bigger picture. Suppressing his inner resentment, he rose and headed toward the exit. Come on, since you two seniors made the trip to Linsuan, why not drop by my place? Since they were all family now anyway, Fang Yuan felt no need for secrecy and directly invited Jiang's parents to his villa. He figured this was a good chance to put their minds at ease to show them he wouldn't betray Jiang Yinshue's trust. By the time Fang Yuan and the others reached the restaurant parking lot, Jiang Yi remained at the restaurant front desk, staring at the menu. Just glancing at the exorbitant prices of the dishes made him grind his teeth in frustration. Kid, you're ruthless. Just then, the receptionist at the front desk compared the private room number and promptly handed the menu back with a respectful bow. Sir, you must be joking. The Flowering Prosperity private room was reserved by our CEO, Mr. Fang. There's no need for you to pay. What do you mean, no need to pay? Yes, the entire restaurant belongs to our CEO. There's no way he'd pay for his own meal. As Jiang Yi stepped outside, his mind was still reeling. Seeing Fang Yuan instructing a black-clad bodyguard to retrieve the Emgrand from the parking spot, he blurted out, Fang Yuan, is this restaurant yours? Since the man was also Jiang Yinshue's cousin, there was no need to hide anything. Fang Yuan nodded honestly. It's okay. If you like it, come often. I'll have the restaurant get you a premium membership card. Although the restaurant was his business, he couldn't just let anyone come in for free meals. Otherwise, it would inevitably impact the restaurant's management. However, offering discounts to cover costs was perfectly acceptable. He admitted it. Some people appeared to be mere ragpickers on the surface, yet secretly ran grand restaurants behind the scenes. Jiang He was a bit stunned. However, Jiang Yimin had already followed his older brother into the small mini specially provided by Fang Yuan for the bodyguards, so he hadn't overheard their conversation at all. Seeing the bodyguard in the driver's seat wearing a black suit, he assumed this was one of Fang Yuan's friends. The Mini's configuration wasn't particularly high-end, it was just an ordinary civilian car. Jiang Yimin, standing at 5 feet 9 inches, looked a bit cramped inside. It really is true that people attract friends of their own caliber. Big brother is being foolish. He shook his head, no longer holding much hope for Fang Yuan's so-called downtown apartment. He figured it would be nothing more than a cramped studio flat, probably tucked away in some obscure corner. But when a Geely Emgrand in their black Mini pulled up before the gates of Xinghai Villa, Jiang Yimin couldn't help but ask, young man, have we come to the wrong place? It was the first time Jiang's parents had ever visited such an upscale villa community, and they too began to feel uneasy. To elevate the prestige of its villas, Xinghai Villa naturally spared no expense on exterior features like the main gate. The towering, arched circular gate alone commanded an imposing presence, flanked by an array of intricate sculptures. The security guards stationed at the gate were all burly and alert. They radiated an aura that screamed, "No poor people allowed." Little did they know what lay ahead. They immediately sprinted to the gate, snapped to attention, and saluted with utmost respect. "Welcome home, President Fang." The perfectly synchronized voices left Zhang He, sitting inside the Embrand, utterly dumbfounded. "You guys have worked hard. Later, have Manager Tiao bring some premium cigarettes and liquor from my place to share with everyone." Fang Yuan rolled down the window and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang is awesome." The security guards on duty immediately lit up with delight. Compared to the other big bosses at Xinghai Villa, Fang Yuan was undoubtedly the most approachable and kind-hearted toward them. Not only did he carry none of the airs of the wealthy, but he also occasionally brought them cigarettes and alcohol. Over time, their respect for Fang Yuan only deepened. "Mr. Fang, do you actually live here?" Zhang He, witnessing this scene, unconsciously changed his form of address. "Yeah, it's decent enough." Glancing at the promotional poster for Xinghai Villa District, which listed prices in the tens of thousands per square meter, Zhang He suddenly felt like crying. Chapter 55, The Fat Guy's Heartbreak. Even as a returnee from overseas, there were still levels of society he couldn't access. Take standing in Fang Yuan's sprawling villa courtyard, for instance. Zhang was rendered speechless. "Young Fang, this villa must have cost a fortune, right?" "Not bad, not bad. Just a few tens of millions." And this car?" Seeing Zhang pointing at the Aston Martin 177 and Hongqi L5 parked outside Fang Yuan's garage, along with the dozen or so Mini Cooper security vehicles lined up behind them. He scratched his head awkwardly. He truly wasn't trying to flaunt his wealth. It was purely because many bodyguards were temporarily idle, so Fang Yuan had them occasionally arrange for someone to give the vehicles a simple wipe-down and maintenance during their downtime. When Zhang and the others arrived, they happened to catch the bodyguards performing maintenance on the vehicles. "Just transportation, they're all just commuter cars." Zhang was speechless upon hearing this. He might be getting older, but he wasn't senile yet. Especially the Aston Martin and Hongqi L5, he'd often spotted such top-tier sports cars abroad. So he certainly wouldn't fail to recognize them. And that Hongqi L5? As the official state-level limousine, its fame was no less than these luxury sports cars. You can't judge a book by its cover. Zhang sighed, retracting all the contempt he'd previously held for Fang Yuan. This wasn't about him lacking ambition, there simply wasn't much room left for him to grow. For a young man in his 20s to amass such wealth through sheer self-made effort, it was beyond anyone's wildest dreams. As for Zhang He, well, he was still reeling from the shock. Especially when he recalled bragging about his monthly salary to Fang Yuan in the private room just moments ago. Now he was so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole with his toes and bury himself. When Zhang Yunxue accidentally let slip that Fang Yuan owned 10 other villas, Zhang was utterly speechless. Father Zhang, however, kept grinning. Online, everyone mocks the nouveau riche, but in reality, everyone wants to be one. If you haven't made it yourself, having a nouveau riche son-in-law is still incredibly prestigious. The most practical benefit? During holidays or when you need help. Having a capable friend or relative is absolutely crucial. After dinner prepared personally by head chef Ah Xing, Fang Yuan specially booked a hotel for them and arranged for bodyguards to escort them all the way there. Recalling today's dreamlike extravagance, Zhang He excitedly posted a daily update to his friends back in the States that very night. He received a flood of likes and envious comments. But that's beside the point. Because when the villa suddenly felt empty, Fang Yuan found himself feeling a bit lonely. Zhang Yunxue didn't feel comfortable staying because her parents had come over, so now he was alone in the villa. Along with dozens of stern-faced bodyguards and chefs. Boring as hell. Fang Yuan grabbed a woven bag and headed out, beginning to scour the trash bins throughout the villa complex. Passing by Zhang Qiandao's villa, he happened to see Long Yi teaching him some martial arts techniques. It had to be said that although Zhang Qiandao was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he possessed an almost obsessive dedication to martial arts training. No matter how grueling or exhausting the training, as long as Long Yi suggested it, he would grit his teeth and persevere through it all. Watching this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. If this kid had been born in ancient times, he'd likely have become a top-tier martial artist. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one pair of silk stockings damaged by forceful tearing. You have gained plus 500 gold. Ding! Congratulations on recycling a pair of black stockings damaged by forceful tearing. You have gained plus 1,500 gold. Society, growing stronger with age. Standing by the trash bin outside the home of a wealthy, 60-something recluse, Fang Yuan silently sighed at the system's notifications. He and Zhang Yunxue had been dating for a while now. He realized he'd never seen her wear stockings before. Maybe he should try that sometime. Thinking of Zhang Yunxue's smooth, slender legs, Fang Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. just as he was killing time and loneliness by scavenging for scraps. The chubby guy guarding the scrapyard alone suddenly received a friend request from an unfamiliar beauty. Lemon not sour, hey handsome, wanna get to know each other? Seeing that familiar opening line, the fat guy was so furious steam practically shot out of his ears. Damn it! Just got scammed out of 2,999 yesterday, and now they're targeting me like I'm the only one left to fleece. Lone wolf, no way, get lost. Tan Lin, lounging on her bed in a breezy outfit with her long legs stretched out, froze upon seeing the fat guy's reply. Judging by the gathering that day, a guy like the fatso was the type who was super easy to flirt with just a hint and he'd naturally become a backup option. When a beautiful woman makes the first move, shouldn't he be over the moon? Why did he tell her to get lost after just one sentence? Lemon not sour? Sorry, message failed to send. You are not yet the other party's WeChat friend. Please add them as a friend before resending. Seeing the red notification flash on the screen, Tan Lin was so furious she nearly smashed her phone. But the thought of her dream of becoming a wealthy wife made her swallow her anger and add the chubby guy again. After returning home that day, she grew angrier the more she thought about it. She'd gone out for a perfectly normal dinner hoping to chat up a rich guy, only to end up being dragged around rummaging through trash bins for ages. But once she calmed down, she realized she'd targeted the wrong person. Fang Yuan already had Jiang Yinchua by his side, a stunning beauty whose looks and figure slightly outshone her own. She'd never stand a chance. But as the saying goes, only the wealthy can befriend the wealthy. Since Fatso and Fang Yuan were such good friends, his family background couldn't be too shabby either. Especially the way Fatso looked at her that night, he practically had "I wanna chase you" written all over his face. So she dug out the contact info the fat guy had left her that day and added him as a friend. But she never expected to hit a wall right after adding him. Seeing the friend request notification pop up again, Fatso cursed under his breath and sent a message. Lone wolf, damn it, will you ever stop? I don't like women, get lost. But Lemon not sour sent over an image instead. The image showed a pair of smooth, snow-white legs. Both the shape and length were exactly what the fat guy had always fantasized about. Damn it, I'm not falling for this. Like some random internet photo could make Fatso here. Before he could finish, a video clip was sent over. The person in the video was none other than Tan Lin, wearing pajamas. Through the dim light, her graceful curves were faintly visible. Heh, you were the one who asked for my contact info that day. Now that we're connected, this is how you treat me? Just as I thought, a man's words are worthless. Fine, I'll just chalk it up to mistaking you for someone else. Holy crap, it's the goddess. Seeing Tan Lin instantly energized the fat guy. Lone wolf, it's all a misunderstanding, goddess. But when he tried to send the message, he discovered he'd been blocked and deleted. Early the next morning, Fang Yuan was still half asleep. Suddenly, he got a call from the fat guy. The moment he pressed answer, a wail like a ghost's howl erupted from the other end. Old Fang, I've been dumped. Chapter 56, The Unscrupulous Old Lady. When he saw the fat guy at the scrapyard, Fatso, sporting a pair of panda eyes, stubbornly kept sending friend requests. But clearly, he got no response. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, the fat guy tearfully recounted the whole breakup drama. Seriously, is it really that dramatic? Even though Fang Yuan already considered his own thought process pretty unconventional. Compared to the fat guy's brain where adding a friend could turn into a heartbreak, he still felt slightly outmatched. Old Fang, what should I do now? Can you help me out? Get that guy to set up a date with my goddess so I can clear things up with her face to face? Love-struck suck-ups really are pathetic. Fang Yuan grumbled a bit, but no matter what, they were good brothers, it wouldn't be right to refuse. Especially seeing the trash pile up in the recycle bin. Fatso deserved all the credit. But Tan Lin was a pure gold digger through and through. If he really set them up, Fatso might end up getting hurt even worse. Fatso, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't think this girl's right for you. How about I help you find someone else? No, I've decided she's the one for me this lifetime. Even if she's only after your money? It doesn't matter. Impressive. Seeing how serious Fatso was, Fang Yuan immediately called Jiang Yinchue. He asked her to have Ren Xianxian bring Tan Lin out for dinner that evening. One Cut Steakhouse. Fang Yuan arrived early with the fat guy and Jiang Yinchue. After ordering, Ren Xianxian and Tan Lin walked into the restaurant right behind them. Spotting Fang Yuan sitting at the table, glancing around restlessly, Tan Lin's eyes flashed with a mix of awkwardness and irritation. Why is this guy here too? The incident with the trash bin was still fresh in her mind. Here we are. Jiang Yinchue waved her small hand. How did you suddenly get the urge for steak? But this place does have pretty good steak, I've been here once before. Ren Xianxian sat down casually and immediately started chattering away with Jiang Yinchue. Tan Lin wore a white blouse today, tied at the sides to reveal milky white skin. She paired it with a miniskirt and black high heels. Paired with black stockings between her two beautiful legs, she looked incredibly sexy. The chubby guy sheepishly wiped his mouth, his eyes brimming with delight. But Tan Lin didn't acknowledge him at all. After politely greeting Fang Yuan, she sat silently to the side, not even glancing at the fat guy. Faced with this difficult start, Fang Yuan had a plan ready. He silently retrieved the Ferrari 488 key from the fat guy's pocket, then pretended to accidentally drop it on the floor. The keys slid along the floor with momentum, landing precisely at Tan Lin's feet. "Fatso, you dropped your car keys." "Ha!" The fat guy felt his pocket. The keys were indeed gone. Just as he bent down to pick them up, Ren Shanshan glared at him. "What are you doing? Checking out Lin's super short skirt today? Trying to be a creep?" No, I didn't mean to." Fang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Even if you gave the fat guy 100 guts, he wouldn't dare act like a pervert. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be a virgin after all these years. "It's okay, I'll help you pick it up," Tan Lin offered, bending slightly to reach for the car keys at her feet. But the moment she recognized the emblem on the keys, her slender frame suddenly stiffened. "Ferrari? My apologies, I'll manage." Tan Lin calmly handed the keys back to the chubby guy, her expression suddenly less icy. "Just saying thank you is that easy? Yesterday, someone..." Seeing Tan Lin's slightly proud and coy expression, the chubby guy immediately became flustered and stammered, "Well, goddess, I'll do anything you want, as long as you forgive me." In his nervousness, he even blurted out the word goddess. "What a wimp!" Fang Yuan shot the fat guy a disappointed look. He, really? Then I won't hold back." Tan Lin seemed amused by the chubby guy's clumsy demeanor, covering her mouth with her hand as she said, then I'll punish you by making you take me out to clear my head later. I've been feeling a bit irritable lately." "Sure thing. Whatever makes you happy, goddess, I'm all in." The chubby guy nodded frantically with excitement. This was the first time the goddess had ever invited him out. Ren Shanshan shot the pair a suspicious look, about to speak, but Fang Yuan silenced her with a glance. In the fat guy's current state, he probably wouldn't listen to anything she said. Better to just let him run with it until the bubble bursts. Time would be the best medicine for healing that wound. Fang Yuan didn't mind either way. After all, with him around, the fat guy would have a hard time ending up destitute. After finishing the steak prepared by Fang Yuan's personal chef, amidst Ren Shanshan's enthusiastic exclamations of how delicious it was, the three of them left early, leaving the space to the fat guy and Tan Lin. "Sigh, seeing all of you in couples, I really do envy you," Ren Shanshan declared with a look of utter despair. Fang Yuan burst out laughing. "Well, Xiao Shui's cousin just returned from abroad recently. He seems like a decent guy. Why not have her set you up and make him your future-in-law?" You little Shui. You've got such great connections and you kept it from me? Spill the beans now." The two girls bickered playfully for a while before Jiang Yunxue finally threw up her hands in surrender. After obtaining Jiang Yi's consent, she gave Ren Shanshan his contact information. "Now that's more like it. Alright, you two go explore. I'm heading home first." Last time she stayed out overnight, her parents nagged her for ages. She wasn't about to repeat that mistake. Fang Yuan didn't drive. Instead, he walked slowly down the street with Jiang Yunxue. Ding! Congratulations on recycling one lighter. Money plus 100. The quality of this junk has really gone downhill lately. Fang Yuan muttered under his breath. The two of them had been collecting items all along the way, drawing strange looks from passers-by. Along the way, they encountered a drunken local big shot who loudly demanded Fang Yuan hand over Jiang Yunxue. When his advances were rejected, the fool flew into a rage and threw a punch. After getting thoroughly beaten to his satisfaction, he finally shut his mouth. Just 3 more items to go. Fang Yuan silently counted the number of junk items needed to trigger the hidden quest. Spotting a nearby trash bin already stuffed to the brim, his eyes lit up. When it came to rewards, hidden quests offered the most explosive benefits. Looking over his most valuable possessions, nearly all had been obtained through hidden quests. But as he approached the trash bin, before Fang Yuan could swing the tongs in his hand, an old woman carrying a woven bag rushed over in a hurry. She blocked his path. "You're young and able-bodied, yet you're competing with an old woman like me for scraps? Have some shame." Her gaze fixed on Fang Yuan as if he were her sworn enemy. "Fine, if I can't beat her, I can at least avoid her." Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave with Jiang Yunxue. After all, he wasn't short on time. But who would have guessed that the old woman, who seemed so easily intimidated, would suddenly dart her eyes toward the woven bag in Fang Yuan's hand? Perhaps to maintain its deceptive appearance, whenever Fang Yuan picked up junk, the system-provided woven bag would morph to match the size and shape of whatever he picked up, projecting illusory contours and textures. This was precisely why Fang Yuan had dared to boldly ask Jiang Yunxue to hold the bag for him. Suddenly, the old woman grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and shrieked at the top of her lungs. "This is outrageous! These two are trying to steal the junk I've painstakingly collected as an old woman. Someone help! Help! They're robbing me! Holy!" Fang Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 57, Wings of Steel. In broad daylight, I'll see who's bold enough to do this. Stealing a 70-year-old woman's hard-earned scraps in broad daylight? How shameless. Drop that bag of junk and apologize to the old lady right now. As the old woman's voice rang out, a crowd of concerned citizens immediately gathered around, leaving Fang Yuan feeling both amused and exasperated. He looked at the old woman, who was wearing a faintly smug smile, and said, "Hey, ma'am, don't go around falsely accusing people." Hearing this, the old woman wailed even louder. "Everyone, judge for yourselves. He actually accuses this old woman of making false accusations. This bag of junk might not be worth much to you young people, but to an old woman like me, it's my hope for survival. Call the police. Quick, call the police." While trying to win sympathy, the old woman was actually yelling at passers-by to call the police. From the perspective of onlookers, the old woman who could boldly utter the words "call the police," her status as a victim was undeniable. This ability to turn the tables instantly made Fang Yuan laugh in anger. Just then, a burly middle-aged couple pushed their way into the scene. The man grabbed Fang Yuan by the collar and roared, "Damn it! Do you think it's easy for my old mother to go out scavenging at her age? You actually stole from an old woman? You're not leaving here today until this is settled." The woman helped the elderly woman to her feet while cursing Fang Yuan for his despicable behavior. "That's right. You're not leaving until you give us a proper explanation for this." Fang Yuan frowned. Truthfully, when the man had grabbed his collar earlier, he'd almost been ready to fight back. A mere ordinary burly man was nothing but a piece of cake for him. But seeing the smug, scheming smiles in the couple's eyes, Fang Yuan decided he couldn't just give them a simple lesson. Otherwise, getting charged with mutual assault would be a bit of a hassle. "In that case, I'll call the police." Fang Yuan chuckled and reached for his phone to dial the emergency number. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly lunged forward, snatched the phone from his hand, and snarled, "Call the cops my ass. Pay up first." They were a professional scam gang all along. The old woman collecting scraps was just a cover. If passers-by accidentally bumped into the old woman, it would become their excuse for extortion. Fang Yuan had simply been unlucky enough to be the one who bumped into her. Seeing the other party about to call the police, they couldn't possibly agree to that. Lu Nang looked at Fang Yuan with a smug grin. "Kid, don't try any tricks. You're paying up today, whether you like it or not." But unbeknownst to them, a kind-hearted bystander had already dialed 911. When the flashing red and blue lights appeared in the distance, a flicker of panic crossed Lu Nang's face. "Damn it! Which nosy bastard called the cops?" Soon, two uniformed police officers arrived at the scene. Fang Yuan recounted the incident, pointing to his torn shirt, a result of Lu Nang's excessive force, and stated, "Officer, that's the situation. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage anytime. Also, this shirt cost me 50,000 yuan, and now it's ruined. I demand full compensation at the original price." The two officers exchanged surprised glances at Fang Yuan. Wearing a shirt worth tens of thousands of yuan while scavenging for junk? That was absurd. Before the officers could respond, Lu Nang roared, "What the hell are you talking about? That piece of junk shirt is worth 50 grand? I don't buy it. This is just a tie shirt. How could it possibly cost that much?" His partner Gao Tsuehua also panicked. If it really cost that much, they'd have to fork over all the money they'd made from staged accidents lately. "Expensive?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "Not just tens of thousands, there were shirts costing hundreds of thousands or even millions." After presenting all his electronic purchase receipts, the two officers confirmed the shirt's price was accurate. Meanwhile, surveillance footage from the station proved Fang Yuan had been framed. By now, the truth was crystal clear. "I don't have the money. Not even if you beat me to death. Go ahead and arrest me if you think you can." Seeing Lu Nang adopt such a brazen attitude, the two officers couldn't help but laugh. Intentional damage to property exceeding 5,000 yuan meets the threshold for criminal sentencing up to 3 years in prison. It will also leave a criminal record affecting your direct relatives for 3 generations. I advise you to think carefully before speaking. No sooner had the words left their mouths, Gao Tsuehua suddenly grabbed Lu Nang and slapped him hard several times. As she struck him, she wailed and cursed, "You old fool. If you dare leave a criminal record that affects my son, I'll never forgive you. I told you time and again not to chase after cheap deals, but you wouldn't listen. I'm telling you now, if you get arrested and go to jail, I'll remarry in a heartbeat." Just moments ago, she'd been egging Lu Nang on during his extortion of Fang Yuan. Now, seeing the situation turn sour, she scrambled to play the sympathy card. "Young man, please, I beg you. Forgive us this once. Let bygones be bygones. It's just that my mother's getting old and her mind isn't what it used to be. We didn't mean any harm. We're apologizing right now. Here, take these 5,000 yuan. Consider it payment for the misunderstanding, okay?" Gao Tsuehua grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and gave it a firm squeeze. "If you're still unhappy, I'll give you my contact number. You can come find me privately later, and you can do whatever you want then." Watching Gao Tsuehua subtly bat her eyelashes at him, Fang Yuan instantly broke out in goosebumps. Forget everything else, that barrel waist alone was intimidating enough. Who could resist? Not a penny less. You handle it yourselves. Letting them off now might just mean the next victim would appear soon enough. And when that happened, not everyone would have the guts to stand up to them. Most ordinary people would prefer to avoid trouble, willing to take a loss and pay up to get it over with. Lu Ning opened his mouth to curse, but Gao Cuihua shot him a glare that silenced him. The police were standing right there. If he got any more out of hand, things might not be so easily resolved later. When he saw his wife hand over 50,000 yuan to Fang Yuan with her own hands, Lu Ning regretted it bitterly. Once the matter was settled and the police had left, he glared at Fang Yuan with murderous intent. Fine, kid, you've got guts. Seeing the old woman still slumped on the ground, his rage boiled over. If that old hag hadn't picked the wrong target, they wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. Still sitting there? Get your ass back home. Don't even think about eating tonight. Bystanders watching the scene couldn't help but sigh in dismay. Especially those who had initially brazenly demanded Fang Yuan apologize. They'd long since fled in shame. The world is going to hell. Fang Yuan shook his head. At their age, still resorting to scams. Sympathy aside, they deserved no pity. Because the people they swindled were innocent. After this incident, Fang Yuan hurriedly collected 3 pieces of junk to claim his system reward before heading back with Jiang Yunxue. To his delight, the reward for this hidden quest was nothing short of insane. The prize was a pair of steel wings. Chapter 58, The Banquet of Hongmen. Slurp. This is insane. After tending to the beauty and putting her to bed, Fang Yuan chuckled foolishly as he stepped into the courtyard. Gazing at the information description of the steel wings obtained after completing his 300th hidden mission, his excitement grew with every glance. Steel wings, a military single-soldier technology product from the Xia nation in the year 3389. Powered purely by wind energy, its maximum speed can be intelligently adjusted according to the host's needs, but must not exceed the Blue Star Alliance's stipulated limit of Mach 10 per hour. A long list of features followed. Flight was merely the foundation. Forged from futuristic alloys, the steel wings enabled long-range attacks while also providing defense against armor-piercing projectile-level damage. When not in use, they automatically retract into a steel wristwatch attached to the wearer's hand. A mere mental command instantly arms it, a technological feat bordering on the fantastical. Even Fang Yuan found it hard to believe. Who'd have thought I'd get to experience the damn feeling of flying someday? This was true free flight, completely different from riding in airplanes or rockets. Who hasn't dreamed of soaring freely through the skies? Since ancient times, humanity has harbored an inexplicable yearning for the heavens. Fang Yuan mentally commanded the watch like steel wings. Silently. His wrist felt suddenly empty, while behind him, a pair of gleaming steel wings had abruptly materialized. Fully spread, they spanned nearly 2 meters. Future tech is seriously awesome. Fang Yuan gently tested the wings behind him, and the dust on the ground was swiftly swept up and carried far away. There was no awkwardness whatsoever, the wings moved as naturally as his own arms. Alright, let's do this. With a mix of nervousness and excitement, Fang Yuan gave his steel wings a powerful flap. His entire body shot upward in an instant, soaring toward the star-studded sky. Woohoo! Under the cover of night, Fang Yuan soared over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The scenery below grew smaller and smaller. In the silent, breathtaking night sky, Fang Yuan darted forward, soared upward, and plunged downward, reveling in the exhilaration of flight. Thrilling! Absolutely thrilling! Suppressing humanity's innate fear of heights, Fang Yuan burst into laughter. This wave carried him straight through until 6 a.m. The pale dawn light began to glow, and lights started flickering on in the villas. After calming his excitement, Fang Yuan shot toward the villa's courtyard. With a flick of his thoughts, the steel wings on his back retracted, transforming back into a sleek watch resting quietly on his wrist. Gurgle. Only then did Master Fang, who had been busy all night, realize he'd pulled an all-nighter. He instructed the chef to bring over a simple breakfast. After devouring a hearty meal, Fang Yuan leisurely returned to his room, took a shower, then crawled into bed. Holding Jiang Yunshue's soft form close, he slowly drifted off to sleep. When he awoke again, the sun was already nearing the horizon. Jiang Yunxue had left the luxurious bed at some unknown hour. Fang Yuan rose, stretched lazily, and headed downstairs for a light snack. At that moment, 3 messages appeared on his phone. The first was from the fat guy. Apparently, after driving out in his Ferrari that night, he had accompanied Tan Lin on a night out. In the end, the goddess had agreed to give him a chance to pursue her. The messages arrived sporadically from around 3 a.m. until about 4 a.m. This clearly showed just how excited the fat guy was at the time. Actually, being a suck-up isn't so bad. You get to call the shot slick when you feel like it, and skip it for a few days when you don't. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with his own incisive self-assessment. The second message was from Jiang Yunxue, saying she was heading to Xinghai first and reminding him to eat properly after waking up. You're such a sweetheart. Fang Yuan chuckled to himself, but the third message caught him off guard. It was none other than Su Linghua, his biological mother whom he'd met at the hospital last time. The message itself was simple. First, she thanked him for putting aside past grievances and agreeing to pay for her surgery. Finally, she mentioned that after the successful surgery, she had come to recognize her own mistakes. She felt she and Fang Weiguo had wronged him, so the two of them decided to invite Fang Yuan out for a meal. Perhaps fearing rejection, Su Linghua added that after this meal, she would be leaving Linchuan for good, never to disturb anyone's life again. Fang Yuan remained silent for a moment before finally replying with a single word, "All right." Lingyan Pavilion. Perched atop Xian Peak, the highest point in Linchuan City. As a renowned scenic spot in Linchuan, Xianyan Peak naturally drew numerous restaurants and inns to its vicinity. Lingyan Pavilion was one such establishment. Leveraging its connections, Lingyan Pavilion secured a prime location atop Xian Peak. Here, visitors can not only savor delicious food while taking in the breathtaking scenery, but also take in the entire panorama of Linchuan City, making Lingyan Pavilion consistently bustling year-round. In a private room perched near the cliff edge, sat four people, Fang Weiguo with Lu Wan and Fang Zhang, who had grown increasingly haggard since his dismissal. The remaining person was Su Linghua, sitting alone. The couple, who hadn't seen each other in years, both looked grim. Especially when Su Linghua and Lu Wan locked eyes, the tension in the private room thickened. "You're one lucky. Getting that serious illness and still not dying. Ha! If anyone should die first, it's you, you shameless mistress." Su Linghua sneered coldly. After recovering from her successful surgery and several days of recuperation, her complexion had improved significantly. Compared to a heartless, ungrateful like you, being the mistress is nothing. You just played the victim to pocket $500,000, and now you can't wait to get your hands on your son's inheritance. Enough! Seeing the two women on the verge of losing control, Fang Weiguo shouted loudly. "We're not here today to fight. Once the matter is settled, we'll each go our separate ways. What's there to argue about?" He glanced at Fang Zhang. "Are you both ready?" At this, a flash of boundless resentment suddenly flickered in Fang Zhang's gloomy eyes. In a voice thick with bitterness, he replied, "Rest assured. Today, I'll make sure he never comes back alive." After being dismissed from his position last time, he endured scornful looks at work and his once promising career vanished. The worst blow came just 2 days ago when a document suddenly arrived from above, announcing plans to build a public restroom. His boss claimed he had nothing to do at the office anyway, so he was reassigned to manage the public restroom, a blatant humiliation. Watching his son grow gaunt day by day, Fang Weiguo could no longer contain himself. He blamed Fang Yuan for everything. Coincidentally, Su Linghua had just been discharged from the hospital. Somehow, the two had managed to connect and ultimately devise today's plan. He stared at the viewing platform outside the private room, its floorboards visibly loose. A sinister grin spread across Fang Weiguo's face. "Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for making all that money yet failing to repay kindness, and ruining my son's future in the process." As the setting sun sank below the horizon, Fang Yuan finally arrived outside Lingyan Pavilion. Chapter 59, Ruthless Heart. Upon entering the private room, he saw both Fang Zhang and Lu Wan present. Fang Yuan knew immediately this banquet held no goodwill. Contrary to his expectations of cold sarcasm and deliberate provocation. The moment he saw Fang Yuan, Fang Weiguo enthusiastically stood up and said, "Little Yuan, you're here. Please sit down. Everything that happened before was all a misunderstanding. After all, we're family. There's no need to let things escalate to the point of no return." Fang Yuan chuckled dryly. Just looking at Fang Zhang's gaze, which seemed ready to devour him, made it clear that Fang Weiguo's words were nothing but hot air. "Xiao Yuan, sit here with me." Su Linghua also offered him a seat. The warm smile and gentle demeanor on her face felt somewhat unfamiliar. "Never mind, I'd rather sit by myself." Fang Yuan chose a seat near the viewing platform, making no attempt to sit close to either group. "Since we're eating, let's order quickly. I have things to attend to after we finish." Watching Fang Yuan's behavior, Fang Weiguo finally made up his mind. "I've given you your chance. Since you refuse to recognize kindness, don't blame me for being a tiger that devours its own cub." Once Fang Yuan was eliminated, all the vast fortunes under his name would become theirs, and the idyllic life they'd imagined would finally come to pass. Luxury cars and villas, all would be theirs. Under the weight of immense financial gain, blood ties had been utterly consumed by greed and desire. Throughout history, emperors have slaughtered fathers, sons, and siblings to seize power, all to satisfy their own greed. Little did Fang Yuan imagine that two individuals living in an enlightened society could harbor such ruthless hearts. As plate after plate of exquisite dishes was served, Fang Zhang took the rare initiative to open a bottle of wine and poured Fang Yuan a full glass. "Brother, this drink is my apology for what happened earlier. It was my fault for being so inconsiderate as a younger brother. Please forgive me for my shortcomings. I'll drink mine down, you take your time." After downing the cup, a flush spread across Fang Zhang's face. As if something had suddenly occurred to him, the gloom that had long shrouded his heart gradually lifted. Fang Yuan responded, emptying his own cup. "Ha, that's the spirit. One must learn to look forward. As the old saying goes, bones may break, but blood ties remain. You two brothers shouldn't harbor resentment toward each other. Truthfully, back then, there were many misunderstandings between me and your mother too. Being able to sit here today and put the past behind us is better than anything else. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his face radiating contentment as he downed the rest of his wine. Fang Yuan, however, paid little attention to his words, letting them pass like wind through his ears. If you truly possessed such a broad-minded spirit, this family wouldn't have ended up in this state. Here, Xiao Yuan, eat your food. Su Linghua picked up her chopsticks and served him food, her expression filled with both guilt and affection for her son. If one ignored the true purpose of this banquet, it appeared quite harmonious. Hee, eat more. Luan offered a forced smile, her eyes darting toward Fang Yuan. By the way, Xiao Yuan, could you step aside with me for a moment? I need to discuss something with you regarding Jiang Yunshua's parents. Long before planning this move, he had already gathered considerable information about Fang Yuan. Using Jiang Yunshua's parents as a starting point was undoubtedly the most effective way to capture Fang Yuan's attention. Sure enough. Upon hearing Jiang Yunshua's name, Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Without further hesitation, he followed Fang Yuan toward the viewing platform of the private box. But the moment his foot touched the wooden viewing platform, a sudden cracking sound echoed beneath his feet. The rotten planks snapped apart. Fang Yuan's body plummeted through the gap. Xiao Yuan. Su Linghua screamed, then rushed out of the private room to call for help. However, Lingyan Pavilion clung precariously to the cliff face, with a sheer drop of hundreds of meters below. How could anyone survive such a fall? Upon learning of such a catastrophic incident, the manager of Lingyan Pavilion immediately called the police. He's my son. You must save him. Fang Yuan wept bitterly, his face etched with the profound grief of a parent burying their child. Su Linghua was equally distraught. Brother! The brother I finally found after so many years. Fang Zhang knelt on the ground, voicing his concern for his brother. The pain of losing a loved one prompted everyone present to offer words of comfort. But the police station that received the report suddenly erupted into chaos. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, the chief of the Linchuan City Police Department urgently ordered confirmation of Fang Yuan's identity. When he saw the information provided by the caller matched perfectly with the file of Fang Yuan, who had recently been designated a priority protection target, the chief's face instantly drained of color. This is bad. We're in deep trouble now. Quickly! Dispatch emergency rescue teams immediately. At all costs, bring back the person alive or retrieve the body. Meanwhile, the top official of Linchuan City was convening a meeting. Suddenly, the conference room door was violently pushed open. The Secretary General rushed in, looking tense and clutching a report. The city leader's expression darkened, quickly realizing something must have gone wrong. Otherwise, the person wouldn't have chosen to barge in during his meeting. Sir, something's happened to Fang Yuan. What did you say? Hearing those two familiar words, the city leader's expression instantly turned grim. While dining at Lingyan Pavilion, Fang Yuan accidentally stepped through a rotted wooden plank on the private room's viewing platform and fell off a cliff. His whereabouts are currently unknown. The top official of Linchuan City, the head of the Linchuan City Police Bureau, and numerous other officials. Within an hour of Fang Yuan's accident, they had all rushed to Lingyan Pavilion. Investigate. Check the surveillance footage immediately. And find out who's responsible for maintaining the viewing platform in that private room. Get them here right now. Initially, it seemed like a simple accident. But now it was clear the person who had fallen off the cliff had a background far beyond ordinary. When he heard the city's top official calling to report the situation to provincial authorities and that a large military and police force was heading to the cliff space for a search, Lingyan's CEO's legs went weak. He did have some connections, but it all depended on who they were. With the matter now escalated directly to provincial and ministerial levels, the Lingyan Pavilion's CEO knew full well he'd landed himself in deep trouble. The rage and terror surging within him nearly knocked the wind out of him, threatening to end his life right then and there. While police interrogated Fang Yuan and others about the incident's details, Fang Yuan, who had fallen from the observation deck, activated his iron wings mid-air. But instead of rushing back to settle accounts with Fang Yuan, he felt a twisted sense of amusement, wanting to coldly observe how events unfolded. They say even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but it seems human nature is far more vicious than I imagined. Fang Yuan murmured, severing the last shred of familial bond he felt toward Fang Yuan and Su Linghua. Unexpectedly, whispers suddenly echoed from the gloomy depths of the cliff space. He concealed himself behind a protruding cliff face. He watched with keen interest as 3 men and 1 woman unexpectedly appeared at the cliff space. Chapter 60, Rescue. The 3 men and 1 woman were chatting about how life wasn't worth living. Each was writing a farewell letter to their loved ones with a pen. I heard sleeping pills make it painless. I hope when we leave this world, we can still show its best side. Living in this world is just too exhausting. After writing their final words on the paper, the oldest man pulled several bottles of sleeping pills from his pocket and distributed them to the other 3. seeking release, seeking death, to escape this filthy world. Luan, the eldest among the four, was also the initiator of this suicide pact. Born in the countryside, he had endured hardship since childhood. After dropping out of junior high at 15, he began navigating the harsh realities of society. Later, he met the woman he loved, and soon they entered the hall of marriage. Unfortunately, his wife, unable to endure their poverty, eventually left him for another man. Devastated, Luan never recovered. Compounded by a year of hard work ending with his unscrupulous boss absconding with the money, the double blow finally drove him to contemplate leaving this world. Xiao Pang and Xiao Zhang were his co-workers, each facing their own pressures from different aspects of life. After a night of heavy drinking, the three decided to die together. Tingting, the only girl among the four, learned of their plan online and volunteered to join them. Unlike the others, Tingting had always been cheerful, the life of the party to her family and friends. Yet only she knew that beneath the cheerful exterior lay a depression she had never shared with anyone. Is everything decided? Luan looked at his three companions and asked one last time. Xiao Pang and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances. Yeah, this world is hell. We won't be coming back next time. Being human is unbearable. The greatest torment is wanting to die but being unable to. I've made up my mind. Perhaps influenced by the others' resolve, Tingting, who had been wavering, finally twisted open the bottle of sleeping pills with determination. Once we're dead, we won't affect anyone anymore. Hearing their radical words, Fang Yuan suddenly snapped to attention. So this trio of men and one woman had come to this forgotten corner of the world to seek death? It sounded absurd, but he'd recently learned about online chat groups dedicated to arranging group suicides. He just never imagined he'd stumble upon one so conveniently. Fang Yuan's expression turned peculiar. I don't want to die, yet some people insist on pushing me toward it. You all could very well live on, yet you choose death instead. It's utterly absurd. But standing by and watching four young lives walk toward death wasn't Fang Yuan's style either. Without a second thought, he shouted, "You fools! Think about it after you're gone. Your mother will reheat your meals over and over. Your father will chain smoke outside the window, one cigarette after another. It won't affect others, but it will affect your family, the people who love you deeply." The sudden outburst sent a chill through all four of them. Fang Yuan no longer concealed his form. Retracting his steel wings, he slowly materialized before the group. Who are you? Luan stared at Fang Yuan with intense wariness. His suicide plan had reached its final stage, yet who could have anticipated this unexpected intruder? Daddy. Mommy. Wah. Perhaps hearing Fang Yuan's earlier words, Tingting, whose resolve to die had always been the most fragile, was the first to break down. She crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Indeed, life itself was no easy feat unless driven to utter desperation. No one would consider death as a solution. But could death truly erase everything? This world is riddled with flaws. Some struggle desperately just to survive. Ask yourselves honestly, have you truly reached a point where all hope is lost? Fang Yuan's heart was filled with bitter sorrow and indignation. All four were still so young. Better to live a miserable life than die a noble death. What choice do I have? I don't want to die either, but I can't face my family now. Luan roared, tears streaming down his face despite his best efforts. A man barely over 30, he couldn't hold back his tears. My wife ran off. My son has leukemia and lies in the hospital, cared for only by my parents. I've borrowed every penny I could, but it's nowhere near enough for the surgery. I see no hope left in this life. Tell me what to do. Tell me. Our boss took advantage of our lack of education, used our IDs to take out hundreds of thousands in loans, then absconded with the money over half a year ago. We've had no word since. Every day we face violent debt collectors harassing us, they even target our families. Without the money, we can't show our faces back home. These bottles of sleeping pills were bought with money we pooled together. Can you even imagine how this feels? Brother, please just leave. Pretend you never saw any of this. We truly don't want to live anymore. Watching the three of them weep, heads in hands, Fang Yuan's thoughts churned with complexity. Damn it, it's just money. I'll take care of it for you. Had he not stumbled into this trap today, tomorrow's news might well report the loss of 4 young lives. But since he'd seen it, Fang Yuan couldn't just walk away. You. Cut the crap. How much does your son's treatment cost? 400,000 yuan. How much do you two owe in loans? Principal and interest combined total 320,000. Fang Yuan instructed the three to open their respective bank accounts. Ding. You have transferred 450,000 yuan via mobile interbank transfer to account ending in 3236 at Credit Union. Current account balance, 17.03 million yuan. Ding, you have transferred. Current account balance, 16.91 million. Ding, you have transferred. Current account balance, 16.7 million. Staring at the balances displayed on their phones, Luan and the other two froze in shock. What about you? What trouble did you run into? Fang Yuan walked up to the last girl and studied her carefully. I just got dumped. Fang Yuan could somewhat understand three grown men, but to be so foolish as to contemplate death over someone who doesn't love you? That's just brain dead. Do you have any money on you? No, I just started working not long ago. I don't have any money on me. Open your payment code. Ah. Ding. 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your WeChat wallet. If you're really feeling down, go to a KTV and book a few male models. Don't do anything stupid. Fang Yuan knew how to comfort a girl after a breakup, but money was his ultimate weapon. He refused to believe anyone could wallow in despair day after day when they had the means to eat well, drink well, and have fun. That's it. I'm leaving now. Remember, no matter what hardships you face in the future, you must grit your teeth and keep living. Before the four could react, Fang Yuan walked out along the path they trampled. Rescuing someone at the cliff's edge was just a minor interlude. Who knew if Fang Weigua and the others would be scared out of their wits when they saw him again? Chapter 61, Inspiration. Seeing that even the top official of Linchuan City had personally intervened, Fang Weigua finally realized the situation had escalated beyond control. But there was no turning back now. Besides, Fang Yuan's accident could easily be blamed on Lingyan's pavilion. After a routine interrogation, no one suspected them. After all, the idea that biological parents would harm their own child was simply too horrifying to contemplate. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunxue and the fat man, having received the notification, hurried over. All the way there, Zhang Yunxue wept like a broken record, her eyes swollen and red. Fatty forced himself to stay calm as he began asking the investigating officer for details. That's the situation. I'm truly sorry. Falling nearly 200 meters off a cliff meant death was all but certain. The only thing left for them to do was recover Fang Yuan's body. No, it can't be. Zhang Yunxue still couldn't believe that the man she loved had suddenly been torn from her world. Ah, sister-in-law, grief must be contained. Rest assured, I'll take good care of you in my brother's stead. Upon seeing the strikingly beautiful Zhang Yunxue, Fang Zheng suddenly felt compelled to step forward and speak softly. The sorrow etched on his face seemed entirely genuine. The fat man, gritting his teeth against the pain, stood in front of Zhang Yunxue, his eyes fixed on Fang Zheng with suspicion. Who are you? Fang Yuan is my half-brother. My name is Fang Zheng. You must be a close friend of my brother's, right? Blocked from view, Fang Zheng's eyes flashed with venom. But the thought that all of Fang Yuan's assets would soon fall into his hands made this minor inconvenience seem insignificant. Regarding my brother's estate matters, someone will be sent to handle them. If you need any assistance, feel free to come find me anytime. With that parting remark, Fang Zheng offered a slightly apologetic smile before turning to leave. The fat man's face darkened with anger. I suspect Fang Yuan's death was no accident. Besides, what kind of brother would think about dividing the inheritance before even finding the body? No way. I'll get justice for my brother. Zhang Yunxue wiped the tears from her eyes and declared, unless his body is placed before me, I will never stop believing he's still alive. The top official of Linchuan City listened solemnly as his subordinates periodically reported on the search progress. Though he too believed Fang Yuan's case was merely an accident. But the urgent message just received from the capital made it clear this matter was of the utmost importance and demanded a thorough investigation. Therefore, he made an immediate decision to take the responsible personnel from Lingyan Pavilion, along with Fang Weigua and his entire entourage, directly to the police station for rigorous interrogation. The wind-powered tractor Fang Yuan had previously contributed had, in a sense, propelled Xia Nation's entire wind energy research technology forward by nearly decades, if not centuries. The loss of such a brilliant talent had already sent shockwaves through Xia's highest echelons. Don't panic. Once we're at the station, remember what we agreed on, everything was an accident. Seeing the situation spiral beyond expectations, Fang Weigua calmly whispered to the other three, just stick to the story that it was an accident. There are surveillance cameras at the observation deck, but as long as we don't mention them, no one will be able to uncover the truth. If they could just get through this, a world of opportunity awaited them along with a fortune so vast it would last them a lifetime. By around 4 p.m., the search and rescue team had combed every inch of the cliff's base. Yet Fang Yuan remained nowhere to be found. It wasn't until they encountered Luan and the others that news of Fang Yuan's survival was confirmed. To fall from such a height completely unprepared and survive unscathed, am I dreaming? After personally meeting with Luan and his team and confirming they showed no signs of deception, his mind was flooded with questions. But the crucial question remained, if Fang Yuan was unharmed, why hadn't he shown up until now? These fried chicken drumsticks are pretty tasty. I'll make some more tonight for a late-night snack. And these braised pork knuckles are perfect for pairing with drinks later. While everyone else was gathered at Lingyan Pavilion searching for Fang Yuan's whereabouts, he had already quietly returned to the villa. After having Xing prepare a feast, he'd already enjoyed several cups of wine. Of course, he wasn't just there to eat. He was plotting how to frame Fang Weigua, Su Linghua, and the others. Now that the mask had been torn off, they'd even gone so far as to try to kill him. What bull about morality and righteousness no longer applied to that couple? The only way was an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The problem was, nothing had actually happened to him. How could he frame them for attempted murder? It must be said that Fang Yuan was clever, even knowing how to exploit a flaw in Lineage Pavilion's observation deck to set a trap. Yet no matter how ingenious the criminal method, it couldn't conceal every trace. The real challenge lay in explaining how he could have survived a fall from the viewing platform unscathed. Fang Yuan frowned, deep in thought for a long while. A sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. Right. Batman is a perfect example. The protagonist of Batman, armed with extraordinary talent, sought out martial arts masters across various fields. He leveraged immense wealth to create high-tech gear for fighting crime. By day he's a wealthy heir, by night he becomes the Dark Knight, Batman. He himself was, after all, a minor tycoon sitting on billions in assets. It made perfect sense for him to indulge in some high-tech gear purely out of personal preference. Add to that the combat prowess inherited from a martial arts grandmaster, and calling me another version of Batman wouldn't be far off. With this cover story, if he ever came across futuristic tech gadgets in the future, handing them over to the state would have a legitimate justification. Even if I stumble upon something utterly outlandish like nuclear fusion technology or super nanochips, I'm serving the nation. They can't exactly keep tabs on me just for that, right? Fang Yuan chuckled. He then used his phone to post a high-paying casting call online. Right, it was impossible to conjure up a bunch of super scientists now. So instead, he'd hire professional actors. He'd spend some money to set up a small research lab as long as it looked convincing on the surface. Then have someone write a short script about the Super Research Institute online. Everything would be set. Prepare the supplies before the troops move. Set up the lab first. Lacking reliable personnel nearby, Fang Yuan had no choice but to call Manager Tiao from the property management office over. Regardless of other matters, Fang Yuan genuinely admired Manager Tiao's work ethic. Not only was he efficient, but he was also discreet. No need to worry about him leaking information. Within minutes, Manager Tiao arrived at Fang Yuan's villa, panting heavily. After hearing Fang Yuan's request, he immediately agreed. Regardless of what the big shot planned to do with that movie-style lab, getting this favor done meant earning a free favor. Haha, just wait and see the show. Chapter 62, Heading to the Capital. Fang Yuan, still plotting his revenge, remained unaware. Because of his situation, Zhang Yunxue was on the verge of tears. No sign of life, no trace of death. With Luan and the other three as witnesses, the top official of Linchuan City had no choice but to reluctantly accept the fact that Fang Yuan was still alive. As for what exactly had transpired, only Fang Yuan himself could provide a clear explanation. But where was he now? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Yunxue, who had been crouching nearby, suddenly let out a shriek. The reason was simple. At that very moment, her phone had received a message from Fang Yuan. It basically said he was fine and not to worry. Zhang Yunxue dialed Fang Yuan's number with trembling hands. Soon enough, a familiar voice answered. Learning that the top official of Linchuan City had personally mobilized a large rescue force, Fang Yuan felt a small pang of emotion. It's a long story, but the cliff fall wasn't an accident, it was deliberate. There was no time to ponder how Fang Yuan had narrowly escaped death. But the mere attempt to murder a genius who had made top-tier scientific contributions to Xi'an Nation was undoubtedly an unforgivable crime. Rest assured, we will investigate this matter thoroughly to the very end. The top official of Linchuan City declared with unwavering resolve. Damn it, plenty of bigwigs in the capital held this patriotic young man, Fang Yuan, in high regard. An accident and premeditated murder were two entirely different matters. If something truly happened to him, I'd be dragged down with him. At this thought, the city's top official broke out in a cold sweat behind the scenes, his face turning grim. He immediately dispatched elite officers from the city's criminal investigation team to examine the scene in the private room and the small viewing platform. Their examination revealed traces of deliberate damage on the shattered wooden panels. When Zhang Yunxue and the fat man hurried back to the villa, they found Fang Yuan still serving himself food and sipping wine. In that instant, all her fear and sorrow washed away like a receding tide. Zhang Yunxue sobbed as she rushed forward and threw her arms around Fang Yuan in a fierce embrace. Cough cough. Xiao Shui, ease up, ease up. I can't breathe. Feeling the soft warmth against his face, Fang Yuan murmured, pain mingled with pleasure. Woo woo. I thought you. He gently patted her back to comfort her. It's okay, everything's fine now. Look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Old Fang, you really scared the life out of us. Fatso said with a reproachful look. Ha, it's a long story. After finally calming Zhang Yunshue's tears, Fang Yuan slowly recounted the entire incident. After hearing it, the fat man was the first to slam his fist on the table and curse, damn it. How could parents in this world be like that? To get their hands on their child's inheritance, they'd stoop to something like this. How could they do this? Zhang Yunshue's face flushed crimson with anger. Fang Zhang had been dismissed because he brought it upon himself. Yet instead of making his son reflect on his actions, the father came looking for trouble. When that failed, they exploited their familial bond to devise such a vicious scheme. The most infuriating part was his biological mother, Su Linghua. She had abandoned her son for over a decade, only to return the moment she fell gravely ill, demanding money from Fang Yuan for treatment. Yet after the surgery, she colluded with Fang Weigui to orchestrate this scheme. Calling her heartless and cruel would be an understatement. She could even harm the child she carried for 10 months. Rest assured, I won't show mercy this time. They will get what they deserve. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with icy resolve. He was no saint, incapable of such foolish acts as repaying hatred with kindness. Especially since Fang Weigui and his cohorts had come for his life this time. After ensuring Zhang Yunxue could rest properly for the time being, Fang Yuan immediately called Director Liu at the Capital Research Institute. This time, he intended to reveal the existence of the Iron Wings. Otherwise, his miraculous escape from the cliff would be too implausible to explain without a plausible excuse. Revealing Steel Wings also laid the groundwork for future developments. He was gambling betting on their attitude toward him. If the reaction from Xia Nation's high command deviated from his expectations, Fang Yuan would flee at any cost. With the system in hand, the world was his oyster. He was willing to make his due contribution to his homeland and people provided he could maintain sufficient freedom. Kyoto. Though it was now late at night, Director Liu's heart still pounded with excitement. Director, what's going on? Zhao Jun yawned. Since the trip to Linchuan last time, he had been reassigned to work under Director Liu. He was now officially designated as a key personnel for cultivation. So when he received the director's call, he rushed over from home without a moment's hesitation. But as soon as they met, Director Liu told him to get in the car. They drove to a sparsely populated reservoir near the capital. Surrounded by utter silence. And the eager, expectant look in Director Liu's eyes, Zhao Jun suddenly shivered, feeling a chill run down his spine. No way. Fortunately, Director Liu broke the increasingly tense atmosphere as soon as he spoke. But the more he listened, the more uneasy he felt. You mean someone has developed a pair of ultra-intelligent steel wings that can not only fly but also perform long-range attacks, evade all radar detection, and reach speeds of Mach 10? Director Liu exclaimed excitedly, exactly. Do you realize what this means? If we can mass-produce such individual combat gear, the entire military strength of our Xia nation will be elevated to an unimaginable level. Zhao Jun froze for a moment. Suddenly, he felt an urge to ask the director if he'd been watching too many sci-fi movies. Wasn't this kind of thing only supposed to exist in human imagination? If such a thing truly existed in reality, its impact and utility wouldn't be any less significant than Fang Yuan's earlier contribution, the wind-powered tractor. Wind-powered technology could benefit human society, representing the technological force needed for great development. But the steel wings the director just mentioned could be deployed militarily, comprehensively enhancing a nation's military strength. A certain renowned leader once said, in international relations, dignity rests upon the edge of the sword, and truth lies only within the range of the cannon. Only by elevating a nation's military strength can it command genuine confidence and influence in the global arena. Such weaponry, capable of arming individual soldiers and revolutionizing military combat effectiveness, holds immense significance. But is this even possible? Zhao Jun's mind was filled with enormous question marks. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe it was simply too mind-boggling. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was soaring at breakneck speed beyond the stratosphere. Inside the cockpit of a passenger jet currently in flight. The captain stared at a humanoid creature smoking and puffing smoke between the clouds in the distance, unable to resist rubbing his eyes. Ward, what the hell is that? But by the time he grabbed his binoculars, the dark speck had vanished from sight. Just my imagination. Must be from lack of sleep. Guess I can't stay up late reading novels anymore. About an hour and a half later, Fang Yuan had already covered over 10,000 kilometers and was entering the vicinity of Kyoto. This was the most exhilarating flight he'd ever experienced. However, midway through, he nearly collided head-on with a commercial airliner, scaring him so badly he lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. After slightly reducing his speed, Fang Yuan continued navigating toward the coordinates provided by Director Liu. Chapter 63, Comparisons are the Thief of Joy. On the dam of a reservoir in Kyoto. Zhao Jun had been enduring mosquito bites for over an hour, feeling utterly miserable. But seeing the director, wrapped tightly in his trench coat, standing motionless, he swallowed his complaints. Hey, Zhao, heard you bought a new car recently? Perhaps after too long a silence, Chief Liu suddenly asked. Ahem, Chief, how did you know? It's nothing special, just an Accord. Before he could finish, Chief Liu shot him a disapproving look. Those who aren't of our own kind have different hearts. We should support domestic. No, Chief, you've got it wrong. I bought an Accord and an Audi. You bought two cars at once? Hee, it's a hybrid of the Accord and Audi the Yachty. Seeing Chief Liu suddenly fall silent again, Zhao Jun felt a twinge of unease. He'd only cracked that lame joke to lighten the heavy mood. Hope it wasn't too dry. Just then, Director Liu, who had been standing motionless, suddenly began gesticulating wildly like a possessed man. It's coming. It's coming. What was coming? Zhao Jun followed Lu's gaze. Holy. He hadn't seen it until now, but the sight instantly terrified him to the core. Amidst the gray, murky sky, a humanoid creature with a pair of massive wings suddenly appeared, flapping its wings as it steadily closed in on them. As Fang Yuan dove downward at breakneck speed, he abruptly halted before the two men hovering mere half a centimeter above the ground using the power of his steel wings. This dashing, futuristic sci-fi entrance left both of them utterly stunned. Fang. Brother Fang, have you ascended? Zhao Jun blurted out the question out of the blue, nearly making Fang Yuan burst out laughing. But it was understandable. After all, when he first obtained the steel wings, his reaction hadn't been much better than Zhao Jun's. Gazing at the steel wings gracefully shaped, their feathers shimmering with a dark brown luster, Director Lu's body trembled slightly. Good. 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 You've truly brought me another huge surprise. The repeated exclamations of good spoke volumes about his current state of excitement. Fang Yuan wasted no time, demonstrating every capability of the steel wings in detail before both men. The impact of such a revolutionary technological achievement would undoubtedly be immense. Yet this wasn't the purpose of Fang Yuan's journey. Instead, he would soon reveal his true intentions. You mean you have your own research team? Both the tractor from last time and this pair of steel wings were developed by you? Yes, though the steel wings are still in the development phase. Once I refine them, I'll submit them to the state. My main purpose in coming here is to discuss this with the authorities in advance. Super tech equipment like the steel wings is being secretly researched by nations worldwide. Yet tangible results remain scarce. Now you claim a casually assembled research team has actually built one. Director Lu felt inexplicably shaken. Yet to have such an outstanding research team hidden away in the civilian sector seemed like an enormous waste. He couldn't help but try earnestly to persuade Fang Yuan to bring his team into the national research program. Yet Fang Yuan silenced Director Lu with just a few words. In my lab, all research funding requires no approval. From a few million to billions or even tens of billions, as long as there's an idea, we boldly invest in research. Even if there are losses, there's no need to worry. Can you guarantee such freedom once you join the national team? Fang Yuan deliberately avoided exaggerating figures like 10 or 100 billion yuan, aiming to dissuade Director Lu from pursuing the matter further. Sure enough, after a moment's consideration, Director Lu let the matter drop. Having navigated the system for so many years, no one understood its intricacies better than he did. The greatest benefit of joining the national team was having a powerful backer. But it also inevitably constrained one's wildest, most unconventional ideas. Suppose you have a concept or idea and need funding for research. Sorry, but first you must prepare a detailed proposal and write up all the specifics into a formal document. This process often consumed vast amounts of time and energy, not to mention the subsequent meetings, reviews, and various bureaucratic procedures. The government can't just spend taxpayers' money on every research project, especially when many plans lack feasibility. Approving projects indiscriminately would inevitably lead to wasteful expenditure of resources, finances, and manpower. Private entities, however, don't face such complications. As Fang Yuan would put it, if you have an idea, just go for it. Money is no object. The cost of trial and error is high, but the vast majority of cutting-edge scientific equipment is developed by large private conglomerates or corporations. Because they're betting on that very luck. Well, if you're unwilling, there's nothing to be done. But I'd like to visit sometime. Would that be possible? Seeing Director Lu abandon his attempt to recruit him into the research team, Fang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly wouldn't refuse such a minor request. After all, hadn't he hired actors to build the research lab precisely to keep things under wraps? Whenever you're available, sir. But as I mentioned earlier, I'd appreciate it if you could convey to the higher-ups that compared to fame and fortune, I value being undisturbed above all else. In that case, return for now and await my decision. I'll give you an answer by tomorrow. For such a young man of unwavering conviction and profound patriotism, the higher-ups would surely devise a reasonable solution. Then I'm truly grateful. Watching Fang Yuan spread his wings and ascend, his figure gradually fading into the night sky, Zhao Jun's gaping mouth finally closed. As the capital of Xiao Nation, the capital is densely packed with surveillance equipment and radar systems. Yet the pair of steel wings he developed managed to pass through them as if they weren't there. It's terrifying. Director Lu frowned at the remark. Zhao Jun was right. Beyond overt conflicts, nations also engaged in covert operations like assassinations. Statistics revealed that the leader with the highest number of assassination attempts was President Castro of a certain nation, with a staggering 638 attempts. The second-ranked president had faced 57 attempts, both being heads of small nations. Yet ranking third was Ross, a neighbor of Xia. As the president of a nation ranked among the world's top 3 in military strength, President Jingpu had faced around 50 assassination attempts. If a top-tier assassin obtained equipment like steel wings that evades detection radar, it could easily lead to catastrophe. Fortunately, Fang Yuan is one of us, a Xia citizen and an unwavering patriot. Director Lu's frown eased at this thought. Fang Yuan wasn't some naive idealist. He understood exactly what such equipment signified. But his choice to be completely open and honest with him proved he remained steadfastly on Xia's side. Such a loyal comrade, such an outstanding young man of Xia, was the true hope for the nation and its people. Glancing once more at Zhao Jun beside him, still looking slightly dazed, Director Lu shook his head helplessly. Comparing people to people, one can only lose. Chapter 64, Guilty Conscience. After rushing back to Linchuan City overnight, seeing that it was already too late, Fang Yuan did not rush to deal with matters concerning Fang Weiguo and the others. Instead, he sent a text message to the top official of Lin City and then slept soundly. Upon waking, he found Jiang Yunxue had appeared in the villa at some point. She was in the kitchen preparing a heartfelt breakfast for him. With a chef here, there's no need for you to tire yourself out. Fang Yuan wrapped his arms around Jiang Yunshue's slender waist from behind and whispered softly in her ear. Jiang Yunshue's ears flushed crimson. In a soft, sweet voice, she replied, "Actually, I wanted you to taste my cooking. Otherwise, what if people say you married a vase? Haha, a trophy wife it is. You can't put a price on my happiness. Get out of here and stop messing around. It'll be ready soon." Unable to tolerate Fang Yuan's shamelessness any longer, Jiang Yunxue pushed him out of the kitchen. The faint fragrance wafting from her hair sent his thoughts racing. Unfortunately, it wasn't time to tire the beauty just yet. After finishing the breakfast Jiang Yunxue had prepared, Fang Yuan drove his Hongqi armored vehicle straight to the gates of the Linchuan City Police Bureau. The moment they spotted the Hongqi L5, the officers on duty at the gate immediately stood at attention and saluted. The police chief had been waiting outside all along. After a night of intensive interrogation, combined with fingerprints and other clues obtained from the small viewing platform at Lingyan Pavilion, they had essentially concluded this was a deliberate accident. As for how Fang Yuan had survived, no one knew, nor did anyone wish to delve deeper. Because that morning, a secret directive had been issued directly from the capital. Fang Yuan was appointed honorary deputy director of the Capital Research Institute. Though the position held no real authority, the title alone granted him status equivalent to a deputy minister-level official in Xia Nation. No other agencies or personnel came afterward to question Fang Yuan about the incident. He surmised that Director Lu must have formally reached an agreement with higher-ups. With this arrangement, whatever he submitted or any incidents that arose henceforth would have official backing. His status shot up overnight. "Welcome, welcome, Deputy Director Fang." The police chief greeted him warmly the moment he entered. "You're too kind." Fang Yuan nodded modestly with a smile. Aware of the purpose of Fang Yuan's visit, the chief cut straight to the point. "Based on the clues you provided, we sent personnel to conduct a thorough investigation of the scene. We can now confirm this incident was deliberately orchestrated." As he said this, the chief glanced at Fang Yuan's expression. After all, the notion of biological parents conspiring to murder their own son for inheritance was truly shocking. He worried Fang Yuan might struggle to accept it. But Fang Yuan appeared remarkably composed on the surface, for deep down, he already knew the truth. Following last night's interrogation, Lu Wan was the first to confess, admitting to the criminal conspiracy orchestrated by Fang Weiguo and Su Linghua to stage this accident. This held no surprise for Fang Yuan. Lu Wan had never been particularly bold, and she hadn't been directly involved in this incident at most, she was an accomplice. However, Fang Weiguo, Su Linghua, and Fang Zhang shared the same subjective mental state as those who commit murder with intent. They foresaw that their actions would deprive another person of life and either desired or acquiesced to this outcome. Therefore, they would be charged with attempted murder. The maximum penalty for intentional homicide is death, life imprisonment, or fixed-term imprisonment of 10 years or more. For less serious circumstances, the punishment is fixed-term imprisonment of 3 to 10 years. Therefore, even if Lu Wan is only an accomplice, she will still face at least 1 or 2 years in prison. This is because their target was Fang Yuan, and the judge will certainly consider his special status when determining the sentence. Moreover, Fang Zhang has only recently confessed, leaving only Fang Weiguo and Su Linghua still resisting arrest. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression betraying no emotion. Inside the detention cell, Fang Weiguo, having gone without sleep all night, had bloodshot eyes. He appeared utterly agitated. He kept shouting, "I'm innocent. It was all an accident. You're breaking the law. Let me out immediately, or I'll sue every last one of you in court." When he was brought to the police station last night for questioning, he had assumed it was just a routine formality. Once back home, all they had to do was wait for news of Fang Yuan's death. Then they could claim the massive fortune and live the life of wealthy playboys. But who knew this ordeal would drag on until the next day? It wasn't until his phone and wallet were confiscated and he was transferred to a cell with iron bars that Fang Weiguo began to feel uneasy. What followed was intense interrogation by the police. Impossible, impossible. It was an accident. All of it was an accident. Fang Weiguo muttered under his breath, his mood sinking to an all-time low. What worried him even more was whether the other three had also been subjected to the same intense interrogation by the police. Just then, the door swung open. A person he never could have imagined walked in. "Ghost! There's a ghost!" The moment Fang Weigua saw Fang Yuan, he let out a piercing scream. Terrified, he collapsed backward onto the floor. You're dead. Fang Yuan chuckled darkly, his eyes fixed intently on Fang Weigua. Yes, you killed me with your own hands. Now I've come back to exact my revenge. No, you can't be dead. How could you still be alive? Fang Weigua, whose face had been deathly pale, suddenly bellowed upon seeing Fang Yuan's shadow on the floor. Seeing that he hadn't intimidated Fang Weigua, Fang Yuan lost interest in playing alone. After all, the evidence was irrefutable now. The charge of intentional homicide alone would keep him busy in prison until the sewing machine ran dry. Ha, disappointed I'm not dead? Don't worry, something even more disappointing is coming your way. Lu Wan and Fang Zhang have already confessed. What awaits your son is a long, hard life behind bars. Fang Yuan sneered coldly, rubbing salt into the old bastard's wounds without mercy. Sure enough, the mention of Fang Zhang. Fang Weigua, who had stubbornly clung to his silence, suddenly broke down. You little bastard, you think you can trick me into talking? No way. That incident was an accident. Without evidence, you can only detain me for 24 hours. Oh, so you know the law now? Fine, then you can wait around for it. Fang Yuan smiled silently, turned, and walked away. Behind him came a torrent of Fang Weigua's frenzied curses and invectives. When the next door opened, he saw Lu Wan, hair disheveled, looking like a madwoman. Ghost. Her initial reaction mirrored Fang Weigua's exactly. If you've done nothing wrong, you shouldn't fear ghosts knocking at midnight. What are you afraid of? Fang Yuan leaned his head toward the iron bars. Terrified, Lu Wan let out a piercing scream, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted instantly. Society, so easily scared. Fang Yuan shook his head and turned to leave. Chapter 65, The System's Sixth Element. Fear, confusion, and regret. These emotions swirled relentlessly within Fang Zhang's heart. He could have had a bright future ahead of him had it not been for his mother, Lu Wan's words. He wouldn't have been foolish enough to confront Fang Yuan directly, only to lose his position and ultimately descend into a path of reckless crime. When Fang Yuan approached him, Fang Zhang finally lifted his head, his realization coming too late. After a night of interrogation, this young man, who bore a certain resemblance to himself, was now etched with weariness and fear. Hey, you really are my good little brother. Seeing Fang Zhang's pitiful state, Fang Yuan felt not a shred of pity. Had he not just received the system's reward of ultra-futuristic technology, Fang Zhang would likely be squandering his inheritance right now. Living a life of extravagant luxury. Meanwhile, he would be lying in the funeral home, sent to the crematorium amidst the sobs of Jiang Yunxua, the fat man, and the others. Big brother, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. I'm still young, I don't want to go to prison. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, Fang Zhang immediately threw himself forward, pleading loudly. He knew clearly that the only way to escape legal punishment was to beg for Fang Yuan's forgiveness. I'll do anything you ask. Just don't send me to prison. I'll give you anything, houses, anything. Ha! Fang Yuan nearly gave him a cold glance before turning to head to the next room. That's right, he'd come over just for kicks, to rub salt in this poor bastard's wounds. Now that his purpose was served, he'd leave promptly. Better to avoid any unpleasant remarks once the man came to his senses. Watching Fang Yuan walk away without a second glance, Fang Zhangrun was dumbfounded. What the hell? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Damn it, I just wanted to pad out a few hundred words for some screen time, was that so hard? Regrets? Fang Yuan spoke slowly as he looked at Su Linghua sitting quietly in the detention cell. But the next second, Su Linghua suddenly glared at him with hatred. I don't regret it. What I regret is not killing you, you bastard, right then and there. It's Fang Weigua. You and your father ruined everything I had. Why? Why does Fang Weigua get to live comfortably with that shameless mistress after hurting me, while I'm left wandering aimlessly, enduring everyone's scorn and ridicule? And you, if it weren't for you, my mother would never have married him. Things wouldn't have escalated to this point. I hate you all. I hate every single one of you. Su Linghua screamed hysterically. Fang Yuan frowned deeply at her words. Seeing Su Linghua completely lost in her own dark world, there was no point in further discussion. It was best to await the judgment of the law. In that case, forget it. Good luck to you. Fang Yuan turned to leave. Su Linghua's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Wait. You can't leave. I'm your mother, your biological mother. Save me. Save me. Just moments ago, she'd been defiantly challenging heaven and earth, vowing to cut down every faithless soul in the world. Now the tone had shifted completely. It must be said, Su Linghua was a woman of remarkable fickleness. Child, I promise you if you rescue me, I'll leave far, far away. I'll take the 500,000 you gave me and never return. Fang Yuan almost forgot. The surgery and miscellaneous expenses had only totaled a little over 1 million yuan, but he generously transferred 2 million yuan outright. And what did that 2 million get him? A scheme that nearly cost him his life. How utterly ironic. Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh. Fine. Next lifetime, then. He'd already played the fool once, no need to be stupid enough to do it again. Though the venomous snake hadn't struck this time, who could say if next time it wouldn't simply lie in wait in the shade, waiting for the corpse to rot? Days later, the court convened for a public hearing on the case. All four received their just punishment. But Fang Yuan had no intention of dwelling on this matter. For he was now preparing to reap his rewards. Through the premium scrap acquisition strategy he had devised earlier. In a short span of time, the fat man's scrapyard had amassed a large customer base. Now the entire yard was overflowing with junk, reaching the point where it had to be dealt with. Harvest time. Surrounded by nothing but junk as far as the eye could see, Fang Yuan's excitement began to surge. Recycling all this junk. The rewards alone would make him soar. Provided the system's righteous fist doesn't come crashing down. What? You're abandoning this recycling station? Old Fang, this is the scrap recycling station we worked so hard to set up. How can we just abandon it like that? After Fang Yuan told him to shut down the recycling station, the fat guy suddenly felt a bit dazed. Closing the station was one thing, but what about his position as station manager? No job equals no pay. Fang Yuan smiled, patted the fat guy on the shoulder, then pulled a work badge from his pocket and handed it over. Don't worry, I've already secured your next move. Starting today, you're the building manager for Xinghai. Your salary and benefits remain unchanged. Here's 10,000 yuan. You've worked hard these past few days. Go relax tonight. Fang Yuan casually transferred 10,000 yuan to the fat guy as a hardship allowance. Got it. I'll follow your lead, Mr. Fang. The fat guy grinned as he took the badge, then sped off in the Ferrari 488 Fang Yuan had provided, not looking back once. Honestly, if it weren't for the money, what young person would want to spend all day at a scrapyard? Weren't the beauties on the streets far more appealing? Surveying the piles of junk, Fang Yuan pulled his own woven bag from the trunk of the honchi, flung it into the wind, and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, riches are within reach. After arranging 20 black-clad bodyguards to guard the entrance, Fang Yuan eagerly dove into the mountains of junk, unleashing his inner passion. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling rusty rebar. You have earned plus 1,000 cash. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling a rusty axe. Earned plus 500 coins. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling a worn cardboard box. You have obtained 1 pair of stainless steel gloves. A series of system notifications chimed in rapid succession. In just a few short minutes, his net income had already surpassed nearly 500,000. It was faster than robbing a bank. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling a worn-out shoe. You have gained immunity to all poisons. Damn, my luck's on fire. After receiving the special reward, Fang Yuan grew even more exhilarated. With the assistance of iron wings, every large piece of junk was instantly cut up and tossed into the woven bag. Combined with his martial arts master's lightning-fast hands, in less than 3 hours, the mountain of junk that had piled up was completely cleared. Gazing at the 11-digit sum in his account, along with the dozen-plus ultra-futuristic tech gadgets and various attribute-enhancing rewards he'd just acquired, Fang Yuan felt utterly euphoric, convinced he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Even the sweat dripping from his body seemed to shimmer with brilliance. But the next second, the system's merciless notification sounded. Ding! Host detected engaging in profiteering to amass system wealth. This constitutes severe cheating. Host account balance is hereby cleared, all special rewards from this session are automatically reclaimed, and the recovery function is disabled for 7 days as punishment. Chapter 66 Old Tales of the Mountain Village. Fang Yuan froze in place, stunned as if struck by lightning. All his hard work over the past half day had gone down the drain. Damn it! Didn't you say this kind of operation was allowed? Fang Yuan could no longer contain his grief and shouted in protest. Ding! The system only stated such actions were permitted, not that no penalties would follow. This ruling is fair, just, and reasonable. Protest invalid. Fattening the lamb before slaughtering it, burning bridges after crossing them, cutting off the fuel from beneath the pot, your ruthless system. This time, I'll make you regret messing with me. Warning! Host's heart rate and eye movements detected as abnormal. Immediately control your emotions, or the system will detonate on the spot. Damn it! Fang Yuan's face, which had been twisted with rage, instantly softened into an incredibly gentle smile. Haha, messing with me is like kicking a block of tofu. Alrighty, I'll get myself under control right now. Ding! Host has made a wise decision. System has resumed normal operation. That was a heartless move. Fang Yuan nearly burst into tears on the spot, turning tail and leaving this place of heartbreak with his bodyguards. The egg in his bank account silently mocked his attempt to exploit a loophole. This was the last straw. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. The more he backed down, the more he felt cheated. Fine. You want me to scavenge for scraps? I'm done with this. Fang Yuan cursed under his breath as he tossed a crumpled soda can into a woven bag. Glancing at his bank account, now swollen back to 6 figures, He resolved to protest the system through his actions. What? Go on a trip? Jiang Yunxue couldn't help but ask when she saw Fang Yuan didn't seem to be joking. That's right. We're leaving today. While we're still young, I want to accompany you to see the sights of this world. Fang Yuan said affectionately. As for the real reason that he was so fed up with the system he planned to go on strike for a few days, he had no intention of confessing that. Sure enough, Jiang Yunxue silently imagined a whole series of romantic scenarios in her mind, then sank into a deep state of self-admiration. Since this outing involved a long journey of nearly 20 kilometers, Fang Yuan hadn't planned to bring much with him. He could contact his bodyguards if anything was needed later. Gazing at the small mountain village on the outskirts of Linchuan City, Jiang Yunxue suddenly felt a bit disillusioned with life. What happened to the spontaneous trip? What about exploring the ends of the earth and enjoying the scenic beauty of fragrant hills? It's been a long time since I've been here. Fang Yuan gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar little mountain village, and the work stress brought on by scavenging was instantly swept away. Noticing Jiang Yunxue's questioning gaze, Fang Yuan whispered softly, 15 years ago, there was a time when Feng Weigua beat me so badly that I thought about running away from home. It happened to be winter then. How could a 7 or 8-year-old boy survive alone outside? Wandering, starving and freezing. Just as I was about to give in, a stranger took me to his home and temporarily took me in. Life with that old man was tough, and the food was simple, but it was the happiest time I've had in over 20 years. The little streams, the dragonflies, and the wild greens growing thick on the field ridges. As he spoke, Fang Yuan was suddenly overcome by an indescribable melancholy. 15 years have passed since then, and everything has changed beyond recognition. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you before, but I'll always be by your side from now on. Women are inherently emotional creatures. Sensing the melancholy concealed beneath Fang Yuan's seemingly light-hearted tone, Jiang Yunxue clung tightly to his arm and said, "Having you is wonderful." Fang Yuan replied at just the right moment, though inside, he was already beaming with joy. Truth be told, he'd just made it all up. But it wasn't entirely false. After being falsely accused of stealing money and beaten severely, Fang Yuan had indeed chosen to run away from home. But before a full day had passed, hunger had left him dizzy and disoriented. Driven by desperation, he spotted a lone old hen and swiftly dispatched it. Before he could even eat the roasted chicken, though, he was caught by the chicken's owner, an old man. Seeing the child's plight, the old man spared him a harsher punishment and instead made him work on the farm for several days to pay off his debt. Fortunately, the old man wasn't a bad soul. He provided food and shelter during the work, helping Fang Yuan survive the hardest period. Unfortunately, later on, Feng Weigua, whether out of a sudden pang of conscience or not, decided to call the police. After the officers took Fang Yuan home, he was beaten severely once more. Realizing that running away from home was futile, he gave up on returning to find the old man. Years later, when he returned to the small mountain village, he learned that the kind old man who had taken him in had passed away. In recent years, the government has vigorously promoted infrastructure projects, believing that building roads is the key to prosperity. Even this remote mountain village was now crisscrossed with cement roads. Driving his Hongqi car along the road, Fang Yuan soon arrived at the old man's house, guided by his memories. Years had passed. The thatched cottage of old had undergone a dramatic transformation. It had become a flat-roofed house built of red bricks and cement. Long time no see. Fang Yuan parked the car and walked up to the house. Unlike the days of forcing himself on that young girl, his return now carried an air of superiority. This wasn't because Fang Yuan had changed, but because he was now wealthy even after the system had drained his entire bank account. But the 11 villas in Yunhai, along with Xinghai and Zuixinlo, were his true sources of confidence. Fang Yuan once read this passage: in reality, when a man has 10 million, he dares to confront anyone, stops pandering to those he dislikes, even giving them the cold shoulder. He no longer cringes or keeps his head down in front of elders, developing his own convictions. He ignores others' opinions, loses interest in making friends, distances himself from tedious people and matters, and no longer suffers from depression or insomnia. Rough words, but true. This description applies to 99% of men. The Hongqi car had just appeared when it quickly drew the attention of the people inside the house. Jian Guoxing set down his ledger, densely filled with entries, and hobbled outside on his stiff legs to investigate. He saw the luxurious Hongqi L5 parked by the roadside. And the pensive Fang Yuan alongside the fair-skinned, beautiful Jiang Yunxue. He could guess these two youngsters were probably from the city. But what business could they possibly have in this dilapidated little mountain village? Spotting Jian Guoxing, Fang Yuan approached with a smile and asked, "Uncle, is this Grandpa Jian's house?" "Yes, it is." Jian Guoxing paused in surprise. He was only in his early 50s, so the young man must be referring to his long-deceased father. Could it be that his family had relatives from the city? That's the place. Haha, would it be okay if we came in for a moment? After receiving the affirmative response, Fang Yuan gave his memory a solid 99 out of 100. After all, the entire mountain village only had one family surnamed Jian, that old man's household. Finding them wouldn't be difficult. Chapter 67, The Ends of the Earth. perhaps sensing there was little of value in their bare-walled home to attract unwanted attention. After a moment's hesitation, Jian Guoxing agreed to Fang Yuan's request. Since my father passed away, few visitors come to our humble abode besides a few relatives. My home is rather modest. I hope you won't laugh at its simplicity. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, unconcerned. Due to the room's poor natural lighting, the interior was somewhat dim. Still, one could make out some aged furniture, already gnawed by termites. Though sparse, everything was neatly arranged. In the cramped kitchen, a slender figure could be seen crouched before the stove, stoking the fire. Though her face was obscured, the ponytail tied behind her head suggested she was a girl of 12 or 13. Without proper ventilation, smoke filled the kitchen, stinging my eyes so badly I could barely keep them open. Xinghai, we have guests at home. Add more rice for lunch. Upon hearing Jian Guoxing's words, the small figure turned her head, hesitating to speak. Perhaps due to prolonged malnutrition, the girl appeared frail. Yet her features were delicate and pretty. She walked over to the rice bin in the corner and lifted the lid. It was completely empty. Dad, we're out of rice. You said you'd buy some yesterday, but you haven't gone yet. We had stewed sweet potatoes for lunch. Jian Guoxing froze for a moment, then offered an awkward smile. My mind's gone to seed. I nearly forgot. The thing is, no one's been leaving the village these past few days, and my legs aren't what they used to be. Without someone to bring some back for me, there's nothing I can do. Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, it's fine. Stewed sweet potatoes it is. No need to apologize. No sooner had he spoken. Jian Shaokai walked over and lifted the lid off the stove. There, plainly visible, were only 2 medium-sized sweet potatoes. Dad, we're out of sweet potatoes. These are the last 2 we have left. Fang Yuan's smile froze instantly. Good grief, she hadn't left him any backup at all. Seeing this, Jian Guoxing quickly scolded, you silly girl. If we're out, why didn't you go dig up a few more from the field? What kind of manners is it to have guests over and have nothing to offer? But saying that only made Jian Shaotsai's little face fill with hurt. But there aren't any sweet potatoes left in our field. A couple days ago, Uncle Ba said we still owed him a year's worth of money, so he dug up all the sweet potatoes from our field to settle the debt. This. Jian Guoxing froze, a bitter smile curling his lips. Then forget it. Let him have them. These 2 sweet potatoes are for our guests. We won't eat them. Jian Shaotsai's eyes reddened. Their home had no rice or grain left, and now even the only sweet potatoes they could rely on had been dug up to settle debts. Now even the last 2 sweet potatoes had to be given away. What would become of father and daughter? Dad, I'm so hungry too. I want something to eat. But the words died on her lips. Her parents had taught her from childhood that it was better to suffer a loss herself than to let others endure hardship. Silently, she crouched down and added a few more sticks of firewood to the stove. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her small hands, calloused from years of labor, trembled. Zhang Yunxue could barely hold back her tears. Though her family wasn't wealthy, they were nowhere near as destitute as the Jian Guoxing household, who often didn't know where their next meal would come from. It's okay, we're not hungry. You're too kind, uncle. Keep these sweet potatoes for yourselves. Recalling his own brief stay with an elderly man years ago, Fang Yuan felt a pang of discomfort. He stepped outside and pulled out his phone. He called Long Yi. 2 or 3 hours later. Just as the 4 of them were politely declining one another at the table, staring blankly at the 2 long cold sweet potatoes, a dozen black minicars suddenly pulled up on the road in front of the Jian family's gate. One by one, black-clad bodyguards carried in rice, oil, and various ingredients. What is this? After directing the bodyguards to unload the supplies, Fang Yuan pointed to an old hen cowering in a corner of the courtyard, startled by the commotion. Uncle, I've been craving roast chicken. Would you trade me one of these for your old hen? Jian Guoxing's body trembled. He knew instantly he'd encountered someone important. He hurriedly waved his hands. You're speaking too highly of yourself. It's just an old hen from my own farm, it's not worth much. If you ever want to eat it, just let me know anytime. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Then I won't hesitate to take you up on that. The roasted chicken he'd missed out on all those years ago was finally within his grasp. Just before boarding the bus for the return trip, Fang Yuan held the old hen still clucking away in one hand while presenting a large envelope to Jian Guoxing with the other. No, I can't accept this. Jian Guoxing protested repeatedly. The roomful of daily necessities brought by the bodyguards alone was already more than he deserved. The contents of this large envelope were something he absolutely could not accept. To remain true to one's principles and integrity in the face of such a vast sum was truly rare in today's society. Fang Yuan pressed the envelope into his hand, then ruffled Jian Shaotsai's little head. An adult can survive without money, but this little girl can't. Consider it a token of my brotherly affection, please take it. Clutching the bulging envelope, Jian Guoxing couldn't hold back the tears welling in his eyes. For generations, the Jian family had upheld their ancestral creed of kindness toward others, yet their lives had grown increasingly difficult. Who could have imagined? The virtuous deeds his father had cultivated years ago would finally bear fruit 15 years later. As the caravan departed the small mountain village, father and daughter stood rooted to the spot, watching the convoy's silhouette fade into the distance. Ah, that feels much better now. Fang Yuan drove on, feeling an immense sense of ease and joy wash over him. He later made special arrangements for someone to come and completely renovate and refurbish the house for the father and daughter. It was a way to resolve a lingering regret from years past. Jiang Yunxue gazed at Fang Yuan's profile, illuminated by the sunlight and radiating an even brighter glow, her heart brimming with sweetness. This was the man she was determined to entrust her life to, no matter what. Yet as the car veered off in an unexpected direction, she couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we going back?" Fang Yuan flicked his fringe aside and smiled. "I promised to take you to the ends of the earth. How could I go back on my word?" "Hold on tight, the veteran driver is about to depart." The roar of the engine erupted. A fierce wind swept over them in an instant. Poof. As a real man, Fang Yuan, how could I ever compromise with the system daddy? No way. Fang Yuan clutched the flight ticket from Linchuan to Nanhai province, inwardly sneering. Whether it was his inner pride at play, or if it was the system daddy's 7-day ban and privilege recovery that forced him to go out and kill time, that remained unknown. As the plane slowly taxied down the runway, Fang Yuan couldn't help but shout aloud. To the ends of the earth. Here comes this Fang guy. Chapter 68, Creating Enemies Out of Thin Air. Though situated in the south, Nanhai province lacked the distinct seasonal cycles of spring blossoms and drizzling rain. Year-round summer and evergreen foliage were its eternal themes. Walking beneath the azure sky and turquoise sea, the sun-kissed sand instantly transformed Jiang Yunxue into a little girl, skipping and jumping with pure delight. This marked the 7th day since he and Jiang Yunxue had arrived in Nanhai province. In these 7 days, the two had explored nearly every corner of the province. Having fun? Fang Yuan, lounging on a beach chair with his legs crossed, asked Jiang Yunxue, who was grinning like a fool while holding a handful of sand. Happy? I've never been this happy before. Glad you are. We should start getting ready to head back. Now that the Cold War with his system dad was over, Fang Yuan decided to be magnanimous and forgive it. After all, couples make up after a fight, and his friendship with system daddy was as solid as steel. What did a little disagreement matter? Ding. Host, you have no shame. Facing the system's sudden taunt, Fang Yuan chuckled. My dear system, daddy always loves you. Before leaving, Fang Yuan casually tossed some stunning photos from his trip with Jiang Yunxue into his social feed, captioning them with "If you love her to the ends of the earth." The first to notice and reply was Fatty. Lone Wolf, bro, delete this one, man. I don't care, but one of my friends might be sweating buckets over it, not me, of course. I've always been cool with it. As an outsider looking in, it doesn't really get to me. I just want to spare my buddy some embarrassment, he's kinda cringing. Still, I'd suggest deleting it. But hey, it's up to you. I'm fine either way. Just feel bad for my friend. Not like I'm easily embarrassed myself. Handsome guy replies, cold sweat emoji. But besides the fat guy, another unfamiliar friend chimed in with criticism too. Whiskey with dog, humph, just going on a trip and bragging about it on moments? Clearly someone with zero class or substance, only knows how to eat, drink, and party. That vibe of resentment toward the wealthy is practically oozing off the screen. Fang Yuan saw it was an unlabeled stranger, some random sewer rat crawling out of nowhere. But if he didn't respond to the mockery, wouldn't that make him look like a total loser? Handsome guy, yeah, you're spot on, bro. Feels so good. Exactly this feeling, exposing everything I try to hide. Like dragging rats and cockroaches crawling in the shadows out into the sunlight. My dignity's been shredded. Thought I hit it well, but now everything you said hit the nail on the head. Feels amazing from shock to rage to utter helplessness. In real life, I'm a rat, a beggar in the crowd, a black sheep, a troublemaker, a total failure. Keep going. I'm loving this feeling. After speaking, Fang Yuan casually posted a screenshot of his recent $1 million bank balance. Lone Wolf, boss, you're awesome. 666. Whiskey with dog, totally broke my defenses. Heh, it feels great to have a stranger break my defenses so easily. Fang Yuan burst into laughter. Damn it. In a dark, cramped rental apartment, Zhang Shidong cursed furiously. Hell, does having money make you so great? Jiang Yunxue, you. After all these years of loving you, you have the nerve to cheat on me, openly traveling with another man. You betrayed my heart, you deserve to die. Nanhai province. You two bastards won't get away with this. He and Jiang Yunxue had been high school classmates. Compared to Jiang Yunxue, who had blossomed into a graceful beauty with stellar grades back then, Zhang Shidong was an ordinary student, plain to the point of being unremarkable. His reclusive nature made him an outsider among his peers. Like the other male students, he harbored various feelings for the sunny, cheerful, and sweet-looking Jiang Yunxue. Unfortunately, Jiang Yunxue was entirely focused on her studies back then, with no thoughts of early romance. Compounded by his own appearance issues, Zhang Shidong kept these feelings buried deep within him. That is, until after graduation when he entered the workforce. After graduation and entering the workforce, he took up smoking, drinking, and gambling, even getting into fights that landed him in detention. In a daze, a series of Jiang Yunshue's selfies suddenly caught Zhang Shidong's attention again. Driven by a desire to reclaim his love, he began closely monitoring her daily activities, even going so far as to find out her current job and address through other means. However, not long after, the fat man took over as manager of Star Sea Tower. Following Fang Yuan's cliff fall incident, Zhang Yunxue abandoned all restraint and moved into Xinghai Villa. This left Zhang Shidong's investigation completely without a trace. But that day, as he scrolled through Zhang Yunxue's social feed as usual, he unexpectedly discovered a series of vacation photos posted by his former colleague, Fang Yuan. The woman in the photos, behaving intimately with Fang Yuan, was none other than Zhang Yunxue, the woman Zhang Shidong had secretly admired for years but could never find. Zhang Shidong nearly lost his mind on the spot. Fang Yuan, how dare you? In his memory, although he hadn't spent much time with Fang Yuan, he had a rough idea of their family backgrounds. He was already a pitiful figure, no money, no connections, not even a complete family. Yet now, this man was holding his goddess in his arms. How could he possibly tolerate this? Just then, the landlord called, demanding he pay last month's rent immediately. With his rage boiling over, Zhang Shidong took it out on the landlord, unleashing a torrent of profanities that spanned 18 generations of his ancestors. Half an hour later. Get out! The landlord flung Zhang Shidong's luggage onto the street and slammed the front door shut. Under the curious stares of passers-by, Zhang Shidong's fragile pride shattered once more. Fang Yuan, Zhang Yunxue, you forced my hand. After frantically withdrawing his last 1,000 yuan online, Zhang Shidong hailed a cab and raced straight to the airport. But by then, Fang Yuan had already boarded a flight back to Linchuan City with Zhang Yunxue. Fresh off the plane, Zhang Shidong sat in a taxi hurtling toward the ends of the earth, desperate to vent his rage. He opened his social feed. Seeing Zhang Yunshue's post announcing her arrival home and plans to hit up a hotpot restaurant, he froze instantly. Driver, please turn around and head back to the airport. No problem, but the fare is now 200 yuan. Please settle the bill first before we head back to the airport. Damn it, how can it be so expensive? After buying the plane ticket, he only had a little over 100 yuan left. You're not planning to ride for free, are you? The burly veteran driver in front turned around and glared, demanding angrily. A few minutes later, the driver searched Zhang Shidong and took every last cent from his pocket. Then, spitting out a curse of bad luck, he drove off without a second glance. Left standing by the roadside in the middle of nowhere, Zhang Shidong, his face bruised and swollen, felt like crying but couldn't. Chapter 69, Are you going to do anything about it? After finishing the hotpot, Fang Yuan brought Zhang Yunxue back to the villa. Then he stepped outside alone, carrying a woven bag. Before heading back, he made a point to call manager Tiao and instruct him to leave all the trash in the villa untouched. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one worn-out bottle. You have earned plus 500 coins. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one pair of torn stockings. You have earned plus 1,000 coins. Rich folks sure do play with extravagance. Fang Yuan mused. In the Yunhai Villa district, the most common trash you'd find were stockings and all sorts of interesting toys. But upon reflection, it seemed quite natural. After all, once people have money, they naturally seek enjoyment. Beyond eating, drinking, and partying, finding entertainment was an essential part of life. Soon, the villa complex was populated almost exclusively by the wealthy or the powerful. Everyone was open and uninhibited with each other, free from worries about being snitched on or anything like that. So it was only natural that things happened more frequently. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recovering a bloodstained leather whip. You have obtained one ultra-future forensic detection device. This device features super intelligent detection capabilities, able to deduce criminal clues from the slightest evidence. A critical hit? But after much thought, this item seemed pretty useless to him, someone who just wanted to chill and enjoy life. If given to a detective, it would likely spawn a new legend in law enforcement. Just as Fang Yuan was lamenting the system's overly random rewards. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him. Who are you? Fang Yuan turned his head at the sound. A man of about 50, with a sleazy expression and a large black mole beside his eyebrow, was staring intently at him. Beep beep, criminal detection device connecting to Blue Star database, retrieving backup data. Beep beep, hosts recently recovered bloodstained whip detected DNA belonging to Li Jingjing female, 21, resident of Unit 16, XX City, XX Province, Xia Nation. Searching records. Beep beep, a missing person report was filed yesterday in XX City matching Li Jingjing's details. Host, continue investigation to gather additional clues. Beep beep, Luquan male, 46 matches a suspect on Linsuan City's wanted list from 5 years ago. Crimes committed, forcible rape 2 females, rape followed by murder 1 female. Specific criminal details as follows. The criminal record not only detailed Lu Quan's specific actions at the time but also laid out the entire criminal process with crystal clarity. Fang Yuan frowned as he finished reading the details, his mind filled with the urge to eliminate this scum on the spot. What puzzled him was how such a monster hadn't ended up in prison but instead continued living freely outside. Noticing Fang Yuan staring intently at him, Lu Quan instantly flew into a rage. For just a moment, he felt as if Fang Yuan had seen through the darkest depths of his soul, a realization that filled him with rage and shame. After spending a fortune at the KTV last night, he had lured a hostess to the basement of his villa in Xinghai. After venting his animalistic desires, he brutally tortured and killed her. What the hell is it to you? Fang Yuan shot him a cold glance before pulling out his phone and dialing the police hotline. Hello, Linsuan City Public Security Bureau? Yes, I suspect a homicide here at Xinghai Villa. Please send officers immediately. What homicide? I asked who the hell you're talking to. Seeing Fang Yuan call the police, Lu Quan suddenly couldn't sit still. He had just finished off that last night, and today he was heading out to pull strings and smooth things over. He was well versed in handling such situations. With money and connections working in his favor, he'd managed to walk away unscathed nearly every time, making his crimes vanish without a trace. This had fostered a delusion that he was above the law. So even knowing how strict the law was nowadays, Lu Quan couldn't suppress the urge deep inside him. But he never expected to run into a scavenger the moment he stepped outside. What unsettled him even more was that the man immediately pulled out his phone and started dialing the police without a word. Hang up. Quick, hang up. Are you crazy? Lu Quan roared as he lunged forward to snatch Fang Yuan's phone. But in the next instant, everything went blurry before his eyes and his outstretched hand was seized in a death grip. Ow. 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 Let go. Fang Yuan chuckled. Who would have thought scavenging for junk would land him face to face with a murderer? You killed Li Jingjing, didn't you? You piece of scum. Did you really think no one knew about the shady deals you were pulling behind the scenes? Fang Yuan sneered as he uttered the name of the KTV hostess. Cold sweat dripped continuously from Lu Quan's temples. Who are you? Just a concerned citizen. Money. I have plenty of money. If you're willing to keep this quiet, I'll pay whatever you ask. Name your price. 5 million? 10 million? Is that acceptable? Realizing his crimes had been exposed, Lu Quan immediately resorted to bribery. Throwing change at a beggar? Fang Yuan chuckled darkly, tightening his grip on Lu Quan's wrist. Ah, no, 50 million. I'll give you 50 million. Lu Quan screamed. Not enough. 100 million, kid. That's more money than you'll ever make in your lifetime. Don't be so greedy. Still not enough? You bastard. But when he met Fang Yuan's icy stare, Lu Quan immediately backed down. 500 million, that's the absolute most I'll pay. Go ahead and call the cops if you want. I've got connections up there. You might end up with not a single penny. Fang Yuan chuckled. I said it's not enough. Is 500 million a lot? Yes, it is. Enough to make countless people abandon their principles. But Lu Quan's misfortune was that he'd stumbled upon a man who simply wasn't interested in money. A mere 500 million? Scavenging through trash would eventually yield that much. But the women cruelly hurt by Lu Quan? They'd never get a second chance. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, Lu Quan suddenly grew cold. His voice dripped with venom as he said, Brother, we've got no beef. No need to go this far. 500 million, just pretend nothing happened, and I'll transfer it to you right now. In this world, justice alone won't put delicacies on your table. Let me tell you this, the top official in Linchuan City is my brother-in-law. Reporting this won't do you any good. Take the 500 million, and we can be friends. What do you say? Oh, so the top official in Linchuan City is your brother-in-law? Seeing Fang Yuan's slight hesitation, Lu Quan's confidence surged. That's right. I don't know how you found out about this, but the choice is yours. Take the 500 million and walk away, or fight me to the bitter end. Fang Yuan frowned. Does your brother-in-law know about these heinous deeds you're pulling behind his back? Lu Quan remained silent, his face cold. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare tell his sister's husband, a man who despised evil, about such matters. One word, yes or no? Fang Yuan chuckled, pulling out his phone to call the top official of Linchuan City. The call connected. Your brother-in-law has committed murder. Are you going to handle it? Chapter 70, Surrender. Are you going to handle it? Hearing the voice on the line, the top official of Linchuan City froze on the spot. He knew full well what kind of person his brother-in-law was. But he couldn't do anything about his wife being a brother-obsessed woman. She had even secretly used her status as the mayor's wife to contact government officials behind his back on multiple occasions. He had caught her and reprimanded her on the spot multiple times. The couple had argued countless times over this younger brother-in-law. Fortunately, he'd heard the younger brother had changed significantly in recent years. He's now the CEO of a publicly listed company, with over $1 billion in assets under his control. The younger brother-in-law's redemption. This has finally eased the tensions within the family considerably. But he never imagined he'd suddenly receive such a call. And the caller was none other than Fang Yuan. Wait, what's going on? Forget it. I'm heading over there now. After hanging up, the top official of Linchuan City stormed out of his office with a grim expression. By the time he arrived at the scene, 3 police cars were already parked outside Lu Quan's villa. Officers dispatched from headquarters were taking statements from Fang Yuan and Lu Quan. Several detectives had also entered the villa to begin their investigation, but so far, they had found nothing. Upon seeing the city's top official arrive, Lu Quan's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law, I'm here. The top official of Linchuan City shot him a fierce glare before striding over to Fang Yuan in 2-step-at-a-time haste. Brother Fang, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Fang Yuan remained silent, silently examining the simulated homicide scene generated by the forensic detection device. Before the police arrived, he had dragged Lu Quan around the entire villa, collecting sufficient fingerprints and other clues before returning outside. The simulator then began intelligently deducing possibilities based on the gathered clues. As for misunderstandings, I think we should wait to hear the police report first. Even though he was already certain of the outcome, Fang Yuan still saw no need to steal the spotlight provided the police actually uncovered something. A carefree life of eating, drinking, and enjoying himself was what he truly desired. Solving crimes and playing detective held little interest for him. The police chief in charge of the scene stepped forward and saluted the top official of Linchuan City, then shot Fang Yuan a puzzled glance. Well then, what's the situation? The top official of Linchuan City sighed. Reporting to the leadership, we've thoroughly searched the entire villa and found no unusual clues. If a murder had truly occurred inside the villa, as Fang Yuan claimed, then some evidence would inevitably have been left behind at the scene. Yet the police had found nothing. And that blood-stained whip had long been retrieved by the system. The situation seemed to have reached an impasse in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? Trying to frame me? You picked the wrong guy, kid. I'm not done with you yet. Upon hearing the chief's words, Lu Quan immediately perked up. He shot Fang Yuan a smug look, his eyes brimming with provocation. But since Fang Yuan had dared to call the top official of Linchuan City, he wouldn't act without certainty. Looks like you won't believe it until you see it for yourself. Fang Yuan sneered coldly. If there's no evidence at this scene, then let's just go check the other one. Without waiting for anyone to react, he strode straight into the villa. What does he mean by that? The police chief who had just reported the situation was momentarily bewildered. Go check it out. The relaxed expression on the face of Linchuan City's top official turned stern once more. Frankly, Fang Yuan gave him no impression of joking at all. This young man had become deputy director of the Capital Research Institute at such a young age, and seemed to harbor numerous secrets. He had always harbored a sense of apprehension. Tell me the truth, did you kill someone or not? Before stepping forward, he turned to Lu Quan once more and demanded sternly. No. Brother-in-law, you have to believe me. I did some shady stuff back then, but I changed my ways now. How can you doubt me just because some greenhorn says so? Lu Quan protested loudly, his face etched with the expression of a wronged man. Good. Otherwise, if something really happened, it wouldn't be a matter of whether I wanted to protect you, it would be that I wouldn't have the power to do so. In terms of status and rank, 10 of him wouldn't equal Fang Yuan, let alone the fact that Fang Yuan was now a figure of immense importance to the capital authorities. If Fang Yuan truly had evidence of Lu Quan's crimes, no one could withstand the fallout. Brother-in-law, you're joking, right? In this little corner of Linchuan City, aren't you the biggest shot around? The police chief beside him cleared his throat twice, pretending not to hear a word. The city's top official turned with a stern expression and followed Fang Yuan's lead. He'd completely given up on this brother-in-law who was more likely to cause trouble than get anything done. Upon entering the villa, following the clues provided by the detector, he systematically checked each suspected hidden door switch location. Seeing Fang Yuan's peculiar actions, the police chief suddenly understood. So this young man suspected the villa might conceal a secret room, but how could that be possible? Reality wasn't fiction. Constructing a secret room in a place like Xinghai Villa was no simple feat. Setting aside whether the property management would even permit it, the construction noise alone would be impossible to conceal from neighbors. You've been reading too many suspense novels, young man. Little did he know that when Fang Yuan entered his study in the villa and reached for a nude female sculpture displayed on a cabinet, Lu Chuanming's face turned pale. Damn it! These are my personal collection pieces, priceless treasures. If you touch my stuff without evidence, I'll sue you until you're bankrupt. Beep beep, detecting abnormal target heart rate. Oh? Amidst the beeping of the forensic detector and Lu Quan's despairing gaze, Fang Yuan chuckled softly as he lifted the female sculpture in his hands. The statue lifted effortlessly, without a single ripple in the surrounding area. You're dead meat. I'll sue you until you're ruined. Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Yuan followed the detector's guidance and pressed a protruding part of the sculpture. The tall bookcase on the left side of the study silently slid apart to reveal a concealed entrance. The moment the passage appeared, a thick, pungent smell of blood hit them like a wave. It's over. Lu Quan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the floor. Meanwhile, the expression on the face of Linchuan City's top official had turned grim. Just judging by his brother-in-law's reaction, he knew something was seriously wrong. There really is a secret room. Even the veteran police chief, with decades of criminal investigation experience, was stunned by the scene. But how did they know? As puzzled gazes turned toward him, Fang Yuan calmly dialed Lu's number. New invention. Hand it over. Before long, provincial authorities dispatched military and police forces to the scene. Along with receiving the forensic detection device, they also took Lu Quan back, a man who had confessed to his crimes without hesitation. It truly proved the words of Lin City's top official. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene, he simply lacked the authority to do so. A single phone call from the provincial authorities summoned reinforcements. He couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. After such an incident, he had no face to stay and waste time with Fang Yuan. Given the crimes Lu Quan had committed, he was definitely going down for a long haul. The only question was whether his life was tough enough to endure it. His overprotective wife would surely raise hell once she found out. Before the storm hit, he had to rush back to quell it. What goes around comes around. Heaven spares no one. Fang Yuan sighed to himself before silently picking up the woven bag and resuming his trash bin sweep. But not long after, his phone suddenly rang. It was the property manager calling. Mr. Fong, there's someone named Zhang Shidong at the gate claiming to be your friend. Chapter 71, The Professional Second Generation. Fang Yuan frowned and pondered for a while. Finally, a vague memory surfaced. But back when they were at that company full of big shots, they hadn't really interacted much. Why was he suddenly showing up at his doorstep? Whatever. Might as well go see what's up. He was in a good mood after dealing with that scumbag earlier. Fang Yuan returned to the villa, grabbed his old-school bicycle, and figured he might as well take it out for a spin to get some exercise. Hurry up! Why aren't they here yet? Zhang Shidong, who'd been forced to call every distant relative he knew and scrape together 1,000 yuan to fly back. He raced straight to the Xinghai Villa district. Seeing Fang Yuan living in such a luxurious villa, his sense of injustice grew stronger by the second. His expression twisted into a grimace. Why the hell do I have to slave away at a dead-end job just to barely scrape by each month, while you get to live in this luxurious villa, seducing my goddess and living a shameless life? I'm so damn jealous. Zhang Shidong cursed furiously in his mind. Seeing a stranger suddenly appear before the gate, his face shifting between gnashing teeth and an eerie grin. Manager Tiao silently instructed the two security guards on duty to prepare their riot shields and batons. Ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling. Fang Yuan pedaled leisurely toward the gate on his old-fashioned bicycle. Manager Tiao finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Fang Yuan. Mr. Fang. Manager Tiao greeted him with an enthusiastic smile. After the last Research Institute construction project, there was a significant surplus of funds, all of which Fang Yuan had ultimately tipped to him. How could he not be delighted in the presence of his benefactor? Fang Yuan, you ing bastard. Seeing the man who had stolen his love appear, Zhang Shidong couldn't contain his emotions any longer and roared. Fang Yuan? In his memory, they weren't even close acquaintances. How could Zhang Shidong react as if he'd seen his sworn enemy the moment they met? I ask you, is Zhang Yunxue with you right now? Why was Zhang Yunxue being dragged into this out of nowhere? You sought me out just to ask about this? He was utterly baffled. They weren't even close. Why would this guy suddenly show up at Xinghai Villa looking for him? And to start right off with such personal questions. It doesn't matter if you deny it. I have proof right here. Damn it, how could you be with her? Don't you know she's the woman I've secretly loved for 5 years? Zhang Shidong instantly twisted his face into a mask of agony. Clenching and unclenching his fists, he threw his head back and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Ah! She's my woman, forever and always. Get away from her this instant. Are you ing crazy, coming here to throw a fit? Fang Yuan stared at Zhang Shidong as if he were mentally challenged. Could this guy be one of those online monsters who deliberately disgust others just to feel self-righteous? The thought nearly made him laugh in anger. Anything else? If not, I'm outta here. Every minute spent talking to this moron was a waste of his life. Yet he still underestimated Zhang Shidong's obsession with Zhang Yunxue. You bastard, you can't leave. If you dare to walk out of here, I'll die right here today. Zhang Shidong produced a fruit knife from somewhere and pressed it against his own throat. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? I'm not sick. I'm perfectly fine. You must give me an explanation today, or I'll die right here and make you regret it for the rest of your life. Fang Yuan paused, then gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. With logic like yours, it's a shame you're not on a science show. That said, dealing with this thorny situation was proving rather headache-inducing. Just as Fang Yuan hesitated over whether to have Zhang Yunxue come out and see what kind of idiot this was, Zhang Xiandao, who had just returned from training outside with Long Yi, happened to pass by. Boss Fang, what's going on? After the previous incident, Zhang Xiandao now held the deepest respect for Fang Yuan, second only to his own master, Long Yi. That single technique of throwing leaves into trees had left him in awe for a long time. Moreover, thanks to Fang Yuan's guidance, after training under Long Yi for so many days, he had finally achieved some modest accomplishments in martial arts. These past few days, Long Yi had specifically taken him out for various dojo challenges and real combat, earning them quite a reputation in Linchuan City. Upon unexpectedly encountering Zhang Qiandao, Fang Yuan suddenly had an idea. This kid had lived the life of a second-generation rich kid for so many years. Who knows, he might have experience dealing with this kind of situation. Why not ask him? Sure enough, upon hearing that this 5 feet 10 inches, sleazy-looking fool actually dared to covet his own sister-in-law, Zhang Qiandao raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't worry, Boss Fang. Leave this to me. Coming over to pick a fight under the guise of a crush? I can tell this guy's no good." Zhang Qiandao sauntered over to Zhang Shidong, towering over him as he spoke. "You pancake seller, you're the one looking for trouble? As the old saying goes, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. You, don't come any closer. Take another step and I'll die right here." Seeing Zhang Qiandao's arrogant demeanor, Zhang Shidong nervously took 2 steps back. Then, clutching the fruit knife in his hand, he held himself hostage as a threat. "Go ahead, die. If you've got the guts, I'll even admire you as a real man." Zhang Qiandao walked over and delivered a hard slap across Zhang Shidong's face. Smack! The loud crack echoed as 5 bright red fingerprints instantly became visible. Zhang Shidong staggered backward several steps, landing heavily on the ground. "You shameless bastard. Get out of here now, or I'll make sure you're carried out later. Get lost." Zhang Qiandao raised his leg as if to kick. Terrified, Zhang Shidong's fruit knife slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. He shot Zhang Qiandao a terrified glance, then bolted without uttering a word. Even as he fled, he kept turning back to curse something under his breath. Enraged, Zhang Qiandao prepared to chase after him and teach him a lesson. Fang Yuan, fearing trouble, quickly pulled him back. "That's it?" Fang Yuan was genuinely surprised, having expected it would take more persuasion. Yet Zhang Qiandao's seemingly crude, unreasonable approach had effortlessly dismissed Zhang Shidong, the very man moments ago who'd vowed to die for love without regret. "Haha, Boss Fang, I know people well. They say biting dogs don't bark. Cowards like him are all bark and no bite. If he dares come back, just give me a call if you don't want to dirty your hands. Let me show you how I'll deal with him." Fang Yuan nodded. "That's what you call professionalism." With that, the matter seemed to have concluded satisfactorily. But unexpectedly, every move Zhang Qiandao had made moments ago had been captured by a paparazzo specializing in digging up dirt on the wealthy. He and watched the footage he'd captured, grinning smugly. "This is a goldmine." The headline will read, "Migrant worker threatens suicide over unpaid wages, only to be brutally beaten by unscrupulous boss." This news is bound to go viral. Especially since it happened right in front of the gates of Xinghai Villa, that notoriously wealthy neighborhood. That'll give us even more room to work with. With perfect timing, location, and audience engagement, all he needed to do was refine and edit the footage. Once he got that going, viral would be inevitable. Chapter 72, The Conflict Erupts. A few days later. A story about a rich kid brutally beating migrant workers demanding unpaid wages began circulating wildly online. In today's society, the wealth gap is often tied to class divisions. Not to mention, the reporter deliberately highlighted the stark contrast between wealth and poverty as the focal point of the conflict. Therefore, upon recognizing the assailant as Zhang Qiandao, the young master of the Zhang group, countless netizens, unaware of the full story, erupted in anger and launched a fierce attack against the Zhang group. They even dug up all sorts of unsavory details about the Zhang family out of thin air. Zhang Dao, who was still in a meeting at the group headquarters, immediately checked online after receiving the report from his secretary. But by then, the news had fermented over time and been maliciously manipulated by certain parties. The situation had begun spiraling out of control. Amidst the furious outcry of netizens, Linchuan city authorities took the incident extremely seriously. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiandao, still sleeping soundly in his villa, was suddenly roused by a knock on the door. A few minutes later, looking completely bewildered, he was escorted back to the police station by several uniformed officers. Only then did he vaguely realize that things seemed to have escalated. It all began a few days earlier. After filming the video, he pondered whether the footage had enough explosive impact. So he secretly followed Zhang Shidong, eventually intercepting him and asking if he wanted revenge. Zhang Shidong, already seething with frustration, needed no further persuasion. The two hit it off instantly. He then began gathering information on Zhang Qiandao while simultaneously organizing online troll armies. In today's big data era, coupled with the fact that Zhang Qiandao had long been groomed by his father as the group's heir apparent, forcing him to attend numerous high-profile public events. Therefore, finding his basic information wasn't difficult. But Fang Yuan, whom Zhang Shidong desperately wanted to get back at, remained completely untraceable. Thus, the pair temporarily abandoned their pursuit and redirected their efforts toward Zhang Xiandao. First, they uploaded edited videos online, then aggressively purchased traffic to promote them. They then deployed their pre-hired online trolls to manipulate the narrative. In less than a few days, this wave of condemnation against Zhang Dao had spread across the entire internet. At this moment, Zhang Shidong logged onto the platform as an innocent victim, going live to play the victim and sell his misery. Before long, his personal account gained nearly 3 million followers. Inside the hotel's luxurious presidential suite, Zhang Shidong and He Danian clinked glasses in celebration. Brother Dian, you really know how to get things done. Not only did we get back at that kid, but we also gained millions of new followers. We're going to be rich. He Danian downed his glass in one gulp and chuckled. Donzi, this is just the beginning. We're only getting started. This traffic surge is fleeting. We must seize the moment to maximize our impact. If we capitalize on this, we'll be set for life. As a third-rate media reporter, He Danian knew full well how short netizens' attention spans were. Once the hype died down, this whole thing would get buried in the vast ocean of internet information. That's why he had to seize the moment and make the biggest splash possible. Not only would it bring in a hefty fee for riding the trend, but it would also boost his platform's live streaming account. Later on, whether he used it for product promotions, selling goods outright, or even packaging it up to sell as a whole, it would rake in a fortune. It was a win-win deal. As for the truth of the matter? Who cares? After Zhang Xiandao was taken away, Fang Yuan also saw the widely circulated video on his phone. Long Yi, who had witnessed Zhang Xiandao's arrest, approached Fang Yuan to explain the situation. This is getting complicated. He frowned. Regardless of how He Danian and Zhang Shidong ended up entangled in this mess, evidence of Zhang Qiandao's assault was irrefutable. If not handled promptly, he could likely face several years behind bars. Both professionally and personally, Zhang Qiandao had acted because of him. Fang Yuan couldn't just stand by and do nothing. No rush. I'll check with the police first. The immediate priority was to confirm Zhang Qiandao's situation. Fang Yuan grabbed the woven bag and headed out. Upon arriving at the police station, his request to see Zhang Daodao was denied. The station chief looked apologetic. Brother Fang, it's not that we won't grant you this favor. It's just that we're in the middle of a crackdown right now, and the impact of this incident is too severe. Zhang Xiandao has already been handed over to the inspection team sent from above. There's nothing I can do about it. This was far more complicated than he'd anticipated. Is there any way you could make an exception? The police chief hesitated for a moment but shook his head firmly. I'm afraid it's impossible, Brother Fang. Please don't put me in a difficult position. Fang Yuan certainly had connections and influence, but ultimately, the Capital Research Institute was just a research organization. No matter how high its standing, it held no real authority. The inspection team dispatched from above, however, wielded the imperial sword of authority, empowered to act first and report later. If he dared to show leniency, and the inspection team later found evidence of misconduct, he could be immediately stripped of his position. After weighing the consequences, he dared not extend this favor. Seeing it was futile, Fang Yuan didn't press further. Instead, he walked outside the police station gates and called Director Liu. At that moment, Chief Liu was gathered with a group of middle-aged men inside the research institute. They stared at the forensic detection devices on the table, shock spreading across each of their faces. Ha ha ha. If we can mass-produce this thing, every cop will have one. Wouldn't that make us all super detectives? The speaker was the head of the entire Xia Nation Police Department. Upon learning of the device's miraculous capabilities, he had immediately rushed to the Kyoto Research Institute with a group of senior police officials. After several experiments, everyone was utterly captivated by the device's capabilities. What stunned them even more was that the device bypassed Xia Nation's internet database security to extract all stored case data and in the process, scooped up case records from over 200 countries worldwide, any data preserved online. The data included sensitive information on identities and classified cases. This alone was enough to send chills down everyone's spine. If we could fully master such technological capabilities, wouldn't it mean that from now on, the database defenses of any country would be as good as useless against us? This is terrifying. What kind of monster is that Deputy Director Fang? This is unacceptable. I strongly demand that higher-ups bring Deputy Director Fang to the capital immediately. Leaving him at large is far too dangerous. The bigwigs who had risen to their current positions undoubtedly prioritized national interests over personal connections. They were acutely aware of the immense value Fang Yuan now held. The technological capabilities he wielded were more terrifying than a human nuclear bomb. Director Liu, who had just finished his call, overheard the murmurs. He was startled. Chapter 73, The Online Keyboard Warrior. No, absolutely not. I firmly oppose this proposal. Director Liu immediately shouted. You don't understand Fang Yuan. Using this approach won't win him over, it could push him to our opposition instead. It's not worth the cost. Hearing this, one of the senior police officials grew solemn. Chief Lu, I know Fang Yuan is from your Beijing Research Institute. But the scope and implications of his current situation are terrifying. If we let him operate alone out there, who will shoulder the responsibility if something goes wrong? After pondering, the senior police officer added, human nature is inherently fickle. I don't deny his current loyalty to the state, but what if one day he truly chooses to oppose our nation? The consequences would be catastrophic. I urge Director Lu to prioritize the greater good. Little did they know Director Lu had no intention of yielding. You still don't grasp my point. Put yourselves in his shoes. If you possessed such advanced technology, would you really be manipulated by mere worldly forces? What you can conceive, he certainly can too. Let me be frank with you here, Fang Yuan is backed by immense technological power, far surpassing our current capabilities. If you truly force such a figure into hostility through coercive means, I guarantee every one of you will regret today's decision. These words weren't empty threats. Recalling the steel wings Fang Yuan had displayed last time. That alone made it impossible for even the police department's elite special forces to bring Fang Yuan to Kyoto without a fight. The outcome would be either mutual destruction or Fang Yuan escaping to ultimately turn against his homeland. He desired neither outcome. Hearing Chief Lu's solemn vow, the police department's high-ranking officials who had been quite vocal moments ago fell instantly silent. Then what should we do? Someone voiced the question. Fang Yuan must be won over at all costs. At the very least, he must not be allowed to harbor resentment toward the nation. Otherwise, should Fang Yuan ever turn against the state, the consequences would be nothing short of catastrophic. The immediate priority was figuring out how to firmly bind him to this ship of war. Right. That kid just called me, this is our chance. Director Lu was so excited he nearly forgot what Fang Yuan had told him. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's request, the police chief immediately decided, what kind of nonsense is this? Besides, it was that Dong fellow who started the trouble in the first place. Call the inspection team right now and have them release him. No, I'll make this call myself. The inspection team visiting Linchuan happened to be dispatched by the police department. After the chief made his call, Zhang Xiandao, who had been pacing anxiously in the interrogation room, was escorted out by the officers the very next moment. Brother Fang, I've taken care of things for you. But mark my words, I owe the higher-ups a huge favor over this. You'd better keep pushing forward with your research and come up with something new. That way, I'll have something solid to report back to them. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan also received a message from Chief Lu. Got it, thanks a lot, Brother Lu. Little did he know that his case had nearly caused an uproar at the Research Institute. Still, he was undoubtedly indebted. He'd have to work hard to salvage scraps and develop something worthwhile to submit to the state, only then could he repay Director Lu's kindness. The Linchuan Police Bureau chief, who had been waiting outside after Fang Yuan hung up, was puzzled. But deep down, he was almost certain Fang Yuan couldn't possibly intervene in this matter. Matters involving the state were far beyond the control of a mere deputy director of a research institute. Little did he know that money could make the devil grind the millstone. What Fang Yuan offered wasn't money, but technological capabilities worth 1,000 or 10,000 times more. The higher-ups weren't so foolish as to alienate a valuable asset like Fang Yuan over a mere slap. Big Brother Fang. Emerging from the building, Zhang Qiandao immediately spotted Fang Yuan waiting outside. Impressive. I knew following the boss was the right move. Zhang Qiandao felt utterly triumphant inside. Rescuing someone from the inspection team? Just the rumor alone would make the second-generation big shots in the circle drop their jaws in shock. How is that possible? The police chief looked equally bewildered. A single phone call had prompted the inspection team to release the detainee immediately. What kind of background did this deputy chief Fang have? Fang Yuan smiled faintly. No need for pleasantries. This whole incident started because of me anyway. I'll treat you to dinner when we get back. Sure thing. Zhang Xiandao readily agreed, then pulled out his phone to call his father, Zhang Dao. Damn it. When he was first brought in, he knew the punishment for slapping someone wouldn't be too severe, but Zhang Dao still gave him a thorough scolding. This time, the old man would surely have nothing to say. After getting him released, Fang Yuan politely greeted the inspection team members and the police chief before escorting Zhang Dao back to Xinghai Villa. He still owed Chief Lu a favor. Whether it was for money or to repay that debt, he couldn't neglect his scrap-picking work. Fang Yuan rode his old-school bicycle all the way to the neighborhood. He locked his bicycle with a padlock. In broad daylight, he wasn't worried about it being stolen. In reality, who would dare believe this was a bicycle made entirely of pure gold? People would just assume it was some fake thing Fang Yuan had cobbled together to show off. After securing his bike, Fang Yuan hoisted a woven bag and began his scavenging rounds. It must be said that the street was rich in junk resources. Every few steps yielded something worthwhile. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one old radio. Earned plus 500 cash. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling an old broken basin. Earned plus 500 cash. Heh, a little bonus. Listening to the system's constant notifications of money flowing into his pocket, Fang Yuan's mouth was practically twisted into a grin. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one damaged keyboard. You have gained 50 elite keyboard warriors. What the heck is this? Fang Yuan paused his actions to check the system notification that had just popped up. Cyber elite keyboard warriors, specializing in online trolling for 100 years, possessing superhuman typing speed, and mastering every tactic for online attacks. Professional keyboard warriors can even dig up hidden dirt on targets for targeted strikes. Know your enemy and yourself, and you'll never be defeated. Keyboard warriors at your service. This keyboard warrior is already deployed. No need for the host to worry. Simply provide basic target information and they will automatically launch attacks. Whoa! Fang Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. In this information age, no one understood the power of online rumors better than him. Especially those uncultured keyboard warriors and toxic online trolls, they caused no end of harm. Several tragic deaths had occurred recently, innocent souls who couldn't withstand the relentless online abuse and chose to end their lives. Words could be as deadly as swords, killing silently. Just think of how Zhuge Liang once drove Zhou Yu to his death with mere words. The power of language is undeniable. Fang Yuan suddenly realized who was behind the whole incident of Zhang Qindao assaulting someone. Turn their own tactics against them. I'll make you taste the power of the keyboard. Chapter 74, The Price of Love. Some unknown place. Inside a dimly lit house. 50 computers of unknown models were arranged in 5 rows. Before each computer sat a man clad in a black trench coat. Unit 1, targets identified, He Danian, resident of Linchuan City, Xia Nation. Zhang Shidong, resident of Linchuan City, Xia Nation. Unit 2, retrieving target information from global databases. Complete. Target data being transmitted. Unit 3, data prepared. Initiating anonymous login to global social media platforms. Unit 4, Keyboard Warrior 4, logging in. Keyboard Warrior Commander, codename Hound, commence full-scale attack. Suddenly, the entire room filled with the deafening clatter of keyboards. Just as He Danian pondered how to further incite public conflict. Suddenly, a large number of organized and disciplined keyboard warriors emerged online. They began relentlessly spreading scandalous rumors about himself and Zhang Shidong across major domestic platforms. Even incidents from his first year as a paparazzo surfaced, like when he secretly photographed a 50-year-old neighbor and blackmailed her into playing cards, only to be overpowered by the frustrated woman until he passed out and ended up in the hospital. Various other explosive scandals followed. Paired with scathing, cutting commentary, both their names shot straight into the top 10 of the trending charts. The most astonishing part? This viral surge wasn't artificially inflated by traffic manipulation. It was entirely driven by netizens' relentless engagement. Someone's targeting me. Cold sweat instantly broke out on He Danian's temples. Such a swift and organized attack was definitely not something ordinary people could pull off. Behind the scenes lurked another terrifying army of paid commenters. Moreover, in steering public sentiment and manipulating the narrative, this army of trolls proved even more sophisticated. Without any direct verbal attacks, they spread various posts and humorous videos, all pointing their arrows at the two individuals. In less than an hour, Zhang Qindao's story was buried, leaving only relentless verbal assaults against both him and Zhang Shidong. Especially after the revelation that Zhang Shidong was actually a stalker with disturbing tendencies and allegedly threatened others in a mental breakdown, leading to his harsh punishment. Many onlookers who felt emotionally deceived grew increasingly furious. Big Brother Nian, what's going on? Why are my followers dropping like flies? Zhang Shidong, who had been blissfully dreaming of reaching the pinnacle of life through live streaming sales, suddenly received termination notices from several brands that had previously agreed to endorsement deals. He frantically checked his account. The avalanche-like plunge in his follower count left him pale as a sheet. Whoa, that's intense. Whoa, playing cards with an auntie only to get beaten and sent to the hospital? That's some serious bad luck, man. Zhang Xiandao, who was leisurely lying in bed scrolling through videos, boasted to his dad about his boss's prowess. He soon saw the dirt on He Danian and Zhang Shidong being exposed left and right. The more he watched, the more excited he became, even forgetting his plan to confront the two. But he didn't need to lift a finger. As the incident's impact grew, the Linchuan police tracked down the two men still freaking out in their hotel room. Given that their previous actions involved fabricating and spreading rumors, they had committed the crimes of provoking trouble and spreading false information. Both were arrested. Not only did they lose their jobs, but their reputations were utterly ruined. Moreover, they ran into the supervisory team's crackdown, truly a case of karma coming full circle, where rumor mongers inevitably pay the price. When news broke that He Danian and Zhang Shidong had been arrested, the once boisterous army of keyboard warriors suddenly vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan also saw the news about He Danian and Zhang Shidong on his phone. The efficiency of the keyboard warrior team was beyond his expectations. What had been such a thorny issue had taken a complete reversal in the blink of an eye. It seemed effortless, but had he not just received the keyboard warrior reward from the system? In this internet age where anyone could stir up trouble with just a few words, it could have easily escalated into a major problem. Dusk was already settling in. Fang Yuan stretched lazily as he walked downstairs, then instructed the kitchen staff to begin preparing tonight's dinner. First, it was to thank Zhang Qiandao for his generous assistance. Second, it was to celebrate the fat guy finally winning over the girl he liked. A few days earlier, after the fat guy had approached Fang Yuan again to advance a month's salary, he and Tan Lin had finally gotten together naturally. "Honey, do you think this necklace looks good on me?" Inside Lu Xiaofu Gold Shop, Tan Lin held an 8,888 gold necklace up to her ample cleavage for comparison. The male customers around them nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. Slurp. "It looks great. You look good in anything, goddess." The chubby guy wiped the drool from his mouth and swiftly pulled out his phone to pay. Ding. "Your account balance is insufficient to complete the payment." The chubby guy froze for a moment before remembering the 100,000 yuan advance he'd just borrowed from Fang Yuan had already been spent last night celebrating Tan Lin's birthday. To make the goddess happy, he'd ordered several bottles of wine costing over 10,000 yuan each, plus various other expenses. Now, his card held less than 200 yuan. This rate of spending was something he'd never even dared imagine before. "Honey, are you ready? We still need to go to Xinghai Villa for dinner. Hurry up, okay?" Seeing the teller's expression grow increasingly peculiar, the chubby man quickly said with an embarrassed look, "Hold on, I need to take this call. I'll be right back." Stepping outside the jewelry store, the fat man immediately called Fang Yuan. "Hey, old Fang, I'm helping my goddess pick out a necklace. We're still short 8,888 yuan. Can you lend me some cash to cover it?" After hearing the fat guy's words, Fang Yuan started cursing inwardly. This woman must be a money pit. Even if you threw 100,000 yuan into the water, it'd still make a splash. He just transferred money to the fat guy yesterday, and now it was gone. Suddenly, he regretted not being more ruthless in cutting off the fat guy's hopes earlier. If it were any ordinary friend, Fang Yuan would have hung up immediately. But remembering all the little things the fat guy did for him back in college, his heart softened and he couldn't refuse. But this couldn't go on forever. He'd have to find a chance to lay it all out with the fat guy. "Thanks, old Fang." After receiving the money, the fat guy hurried back to buy the item. "Honey, that one looks pretty nice too." After glancing at another necklace priced at 18,888, the fat guy's mouth twitched. He quickly claimed Fang Yuan was already calling him, then reluctantly led Tan Lin out of the jewelry store. After using his last 200 yuan to fill up the sports car's tank, he was now dirt poor. The thought of his promise to Tan Lin to dine on hairy crabs at a fancy hotel tomorrow wiped the smile from his face, the same smile that had lit up when he finally held the goddess's hand. Chapter 75, The Allure of 200,000. Even though it wasn't his first time here, Zhang He still felt deeply moved. Damn it, I'm a legitimate returnee from overseas, yet I feel like an old country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. No way. We're Xiao Shui's backbone. As a top-tier university graduate and academic star, I have to stand tall and not let anyone look down on me. He muttered to himself. But when he saw the imposing black-clad bodyguards standing at the entrance, Zhang He obediently ducked his head back. Ahem. "Hello, everyone." Yet the bodyguards remained expressionless, staring at him. Just as Zhang He was about to say something to ease the tense atmosphere, Zhang Yunxue, who was arranging tables and chairs on the lawn in the courtyard, spotted him. "Brother, you're here. Come on in." Oh. Hearing his cousin's call, Zhang He slipped away from the 2 rows of bodyguards as if granted a reprieve. "By the way, where's Fang Yuan?" He glanced around, not spotting Fang Yuan anywhere, and asked. Zhang Yunxue, who had just finished laying the tablecloth, replied without looking up, "Well, he said dinner hasn't officially started yet, so he went out to pick up some junk first." Weird. Ha. I never imagined my brother-in-law, being so wealthy, would have such a hobby. Zhang He couldn't quite wrap his head around Fang Yuan's behavior. In the end, he could only chalk it up to the eccentricities of the wealthy. By the trash bin, Fang Yuan stuffed scraps into a woven bag while holding a cigarette between his teeth. You don't know how expensive daily necessities are until you run a household. The revolution isn't over yet, comrades, we must keep striving. Watching his account balance gradually replenish, he saw it was about to break the million yuan mark. Fang Yuan's hollow heart seemed to find solace. Money truly is a man's backbone, that saying couldn't be more accurate. After clearing out all the nearby trash bins, he returned to the villa with a satisfied smile. Ren Xianxian had already arrived ahead of schedule. She sat at the table with Zhang Yunxue, each holding a cup of milk tea, chattering away about something. Meanwhile, Zhang He kept stealing glances at Ren Xianxian. It was obvious the guy was smitten. To be honest, Ren Xianxian wasn't bad looking, but her tomboyish personality and the fact that she held ace trump card often made Fang Yuan overlook the fact that she was actually quite beautiful. But intellectual types like Zhang He were drawn to that particular charm. After so many years abroad, he clearly preferred Ren Xianxian's lively and open personality. though his hesitant, timid demeanor was genuinely amusing. Just then, the roar of a sports car echoed through the air. The fat guy finally arrived late with Tan Lin. "Hey, everyone's here. Quickly park the car and come over to get ready to eat." Fang Yuan chuckled and instructed the chef to start serving the dishes. As the fat guy parked the car in the garage, Tan Lin spotted the Aston Martin and Hongqi L5 inside and couldn't help but be dazzled. "Those two cars are really quite nice. You and Fang Yuan are good friends, right? Why don't we swap with him for a drive later? How about that Hongqi? Swapping a Ferrari sports car for a Hongqi wouldn't be a bad deal, right?" Wanting to save face in front of the goddess, the fat guy never mentioned that this Ferrari 488 actually belonged to Fang Yuan. "No need. The Ferrari is perfectly fine." Seeing the fat guy hesitate, Tan Lin immediately pulled out her ultimate move. She grabbed his hand and began shaking it in a coquettish manner. The overwhelming sensation in that instant made the fat guy cry out in agony. "Oh dear, honey, this is a Ferrari, you know. What's wrong with swapping it for a Hongqi? How much could a Hongqi possibly be worth? He'd actually be making a profit on the deal." He really was lacking in experience. The fat guy thought about it and realized she had a point. After all, given his relationship with old Fong, one car seemed like no big deal. Plus, his head was still spinning from being dazzled by Tan Lin. He agreed on the spot, planning to mention it to Fang Yuan later. Seeing the fat guy and Tan Lin walking hand in hand from the garage, Ren Shanqian and Jiang Yunxue looked utterly shocked, never expecting these two to end up together. As for Jiang He, he showed no surprise. He wasn't close with the fat guy, but seeing someone pull up in a Ferrari sports car, he assumed it was some rich kid friend of Fang Yuan's. A wealthy guy finding a tall, attractive girlfriend seemed perfectly normal. "Way to go, Fatso. Didn't expect you'd snag my coworker so fast." Ren Shanqian gave him a thumbs up and teased. "Hee, can't help it, my charm's just too strong," Fatso said modestly. Fang Yuan chuckled. "Yeah, how could the charm that makes men spend 200,000 just for holding hands not work?" Perhaps sensing she'd finally found a powerful second-generation patron, Tan Lin stood in the grand villa with newfound confidence. Her gaze barely lingered on Fang Yuan anymore. "Honey, it's always such a bother to have them over. Next time, why don't we invite them to your villa for dinner? It'd be nice to meet your parents too." Perhaps to emphasize her presence, Tan Lin blurted out the words as if possessed. "Ahem, next time, next time. Old Fang, save me." Fatso shot Fang Yuan a desperate pleading look. "You got yourself into this mess by trying to show off with a gold digger. Now you know better, huh?" Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly, but he didn't want to embarrass the fat guy either, so he helped him brush it off. Come on. We'll talk about dinner at Fatso's place later. Let's eat first." Soon, one after another, dishes bursting with color, aroma, and flavors so mouth-watering just to look at were brought to the table. Crafted by a master chef. Even a seemingly simple dish like stir-fried Chinese cabbage exuded an enticing aroma. "Fang Yuan, did you hire all these chefs from 7-star hotels?" Ren Shanqian said, gnawing on a large chicken drumstick. "Delicious. So delicious. I've never tasted anything this good before." Take a guess." Fang Yuan chuckled heartily, then poured a glass of wine for both the fat guy and Jiang He. "Tonight we're drinking white liquor. If you really can't drive, just crash here for the night, we've got plenty of rooms." After a round of toasts, once the table was cleared of all dishes, the group sat leisurely in the courtyard sipping tea. "Phew. I'm stuffed. That was so satisfying. Can I come over for free meals every day from now on?" Ren Shanqian patted her slightly rounded belly without a care for her appearance, looking at her best friend with eager anticipation. She'd polished off more than half the dishes tonight. Fang Yuan genuinely couldn't figure it out. This girl looked so thin and frail, yet she could eat like a horse. "Sure, as long as you're willing, you can come every day." Jiang Yunxue smiled faintly, having been worried about how boring it would be living alone in the big villa after leaving her job at Starsea. "Here, if you like staying over, move into the villa next door to the one next door. That one's mine too." Fang Yuan casually pointed to the villa next to Wen Kai's. "Ha? Who lives next door to you? I don't think I've ever seen them before." At that mention, Fang Yuan paused. He hadn't seen Wen Kai in quite some time, but the woman was indeed loyal. Although Fang Yuan had no intention of collecting rent from her, she faithfully transferred 100,000 yuan to him every month without fail. "Oh, I don't know her very well either. Just seen her a few times. Seems like she's a celebrity or something." "A celebrity? Quick, tell me her name." At this mention, Ren Shanqian perked up instantly. But that was purely because of a woman's innate curiosity for gossip. After all, she only really liked a handful of domestic celebrities. "Do you know Wen Kai? Holy crap." The moment Fang Yuan finished speaking, Ren Shanqian jumped up in excitement. "She's my idol. My absolute idol." Chapter 76, Playing the Victim. Is she really that excited? Seeing Ren Shanqian so excited, Fang Yuan was a bit baffled. He didn't really grasp the concept of idol worship. If he had to name a few idols, they'd be the living legends who received the highest honorary medals during last year's National Day celebrations. Why would Wen Kaier be in Lin Chuan? Didn't she say she was preparing to shoot a new movie? As a renowned domestic actress, Wen Kaier had amassed countless fans with her stunning looks, graceful figure, and solid acting skills. Combined with her natural gift for conversation, she was deeply admired by many. Tan Lin couldn't help but interject, I heard some wealthy young master pursued her unsuccessfully, then turned his love into hatred and got people in the industry to ostracize her. The details are unclear, but after the story broke, Wen Kaier announced she was temporarily leaving the entertainment world. Who would have thought she'd be here? So that's how it was. Fang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. No wonder she seemed visibly upset when he first met her. He'd assumed it was because he'd kept her waiting too long, but it turned out she'd been targeted by someone. No way, no way. I'm definitely coming back tomorrow. Just to be clear, it's absolutely not for the food, I just want to meet my idol. Ren Chanqian declared excitedly. Fang Yuan shook his head in exasperation. Of course, he hadn't mentioned that he was Wen Kaier's landlord. After all, he'd already made it clear he had nothing to do with that woman. If Jiang Yunxue ever found out he'd given the villa to another woman for free, especially one whose figure and looks could be described as devastatingly beautiful, she might wake up in a foul mood one morning and decide to have him executed. Of course, Jiang Yunxue had previously fallen prey to that common female habit of snooping through phones. But thanks to one of Fang Yuan's habits, she never discovered it. Regularly clearing all chat logs and browsing history from your phone, ensuring you're a man fit for the grave every night before sleep, that's a good habit every man should cultivate. Fang Yuan silently gave himself a mental pat on the back for his wisdom. After sitting for a while, the three women somehow drifted over to gossip about celebrities. Zhang He, jealous of Ren Chanqian, followed them over like a cat, leaving Fang Yuan and the fat guy sitting there puffing away. Once they were sure no one was around, Fatso suddenly spoke up, hesitantly, Old Fang, could you advance me next month's salary again? I'm completely broke. I know this is a bit much to ask, but I finally got closer to my dream girl, and Fang Yuan, who had originally intended to lay everything out bluntly, instantly changed his mind upon seeing the fat guy's pathetic demeanor. Fine, I'll advance you next month's pay. But honestly, how long can you keep this up? You can hide it for a while, but can you hide it forever? Fang Yuan understood perfectly well. Tan Lin only agreed to be with the fat guy now purely for the money. The day she discovered the fat guy wasn't some rich heir after all, a woman like her would dump him without a second thought. I know all that, but... The fat guy paused, then lowered his head and fell silent. Someone who could pass the civil service exam and secure a stable job couldn't possibly be unaware of such a superficial issue. He'd just been deluding himself all along. After all, he'd only met Tan Lin a few times before foolishly setting his heart on her. I've transferred the money to you. Think it over carefully. Fang Yuan patted the fat guy on the shoulder, sighed, and stood up to leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay seated, it was that the smile tugging at his lips was becoming impossible to hide. Playing the role of the old dad for the first time felt absolutely exhilarating. Dad's told you everything he needed to. If you still can't get it together, there's nothing more I can do. After Fang Yuan left, the fat guy opened his phone with a despondent look. The screen displayed Fang Yuan's recent transfer details along with a message. 15,000. This extra 5,000 is a brotherly favor. Think it over carefully. Old Fang. The fat guy suddenly choked up. Lately, he'd been so busy groveling at Tan Lin's feet that this seemed like the first time anyone had genuinely cared about him. When the meeting ended, Tan Lin eagerly asked, Honey, did he agree to swap cars with you? What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing the silent fatso, Tan Lin suddenly grew pensive. Had she been too eager, making him uncomfortable? She quickly softened her tone. Honey, is something bothering you? Lin, if I weren't some so-called rich kid, would you still like me? The chubby guy hesitated for a moment, still trying to find a reason to comfort himself. Why ask that all of a sudden? Tan Lin looked at the expectation on the chubby guy's face, suddenly losing her smile as she replied flatly. No. So that's how it is? The fat man's mood seemed to plummet to the depths of despair in an instant. If I weren't pretty, would you still like me? Tan Lin countered. I know Fang Yuan must have said something to you. Yes, I'm a very pragmatic woman, but does that prove I'm truly wrong? You rich kids have never experienced what it's like to be truly poor. You can dislike money, but you can't live without it. Because sometimes, it really can change a person's fate. Do you understand? 5 years ago, when my mom was kicked out of the hospital because we couldn't afford the medical bills and my dad was helplessly calling everyone he knew for help, that's when I swore to myself that I could go without anything else in this life, but I absolutely had to have money. Because with money, you don't have to beg others for help, and my mom wouldn't have to suffer because she couldn't afford treatment. As she spoke, her shoulders suddenly trembled slightly, and tears began to fall one by one. The sight tore at the fat man's heart. The lingering disappointment in his heart was replaced by tenderness. He pulled Tan Lin into his arms. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. A few days later. Fang Yuan didn't know if the fat guy had come to terms with it. But he was genuinely heartbroken. Because the fat guy called him again, hoping Fang Yuan could lend him a villa to stay in for now. The reason? Tan Lin's parents were coming to visit in a couple of days to see how their daughter was doing. That's it? Fang Yuan looked utterly helpless. The 150,000 yuan he'd just transferred to the fat guy not long ago had been spent on taking Tan Lin sightseeing everywhere. Add to that buying a mountain of clothes, shoes, and handbags, and now there was barely anything left. Damn it. Didn't she say her family had always struggled financially, that her mom couldn't afford treatment and got kicked out of the hospital? You'd think a girl like that would know the value of thrift and frugality. How could 150,000 yuan be nearly gone in just a few days? Is she playing around? This time, Fang Yuan was genuinely furious. Part of it was frustration with the fatso for being such a disappointment, and part was anger directed at Tan Lin. Damn it, she really thinks I'm some kind of sucker. But now the real problem was how to fix this mess. Originally, he'd hoped the fatso would come to his senses on his own. But Tan Lin was playing too high a game. She'd managed to intimidate the fatso with her pitiful act, and the poor guy was so blinded by his own stupidity. Now he couldn't get through to him at all. If this kept up, he and the fatso would inevitably fall out over Tan Lin. Got it. Fang Yuan frowned, deep in thought, until a plan suddenly popped into his head. Chapter 77, The Bankruptcy Plan. If force won't work, maybe a softer approach will. Fang Yuan analyzed the situation carefully. Tan Lin was with the fat man for his money, and his primary source of income was currently himself. If he ran out of money, wouldn't the fat man be left with nowhere to turn? Bankruptcy. Exactly. All he needed to do was create a scenario where he went bankrupt. Then when he couldn't borrow money, the fat man couldn't blame him. Rather than coldly rejecting him face to face and risking a rift over such a trivial matter, staging a bankruptcy scenario would be far more tactful. Besides, he's been bored lately, doing nothing but scavenging and eating and drinking. Playing a little game when bored was a way to pass the time. Besides, he genuinely considered the fat man a brother, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Fatso, your old man's gone to great lengths for you this time. Don't blame me, okay? Fang Yuan chuckled, casually lighting a cigarette. In the living room, Fatty pleaded earnestly. That's the situation, old Fang. Help me out one more time. I'm finally meeting my parents, I don't want it all to come crashing down. Fang Yuan patted the fat guy on the shoulder and declared loudly, Don't worry. You're my brother. If I don't help you, who will? Leave this to me. Old Fang, you're just too good to me. The fat guy was so moved he could barely speak. Now everything was set. He had the sports car. He had the villa. All he needed now was to get his parents over to keep up appearances, and everything would fall into place. As for what came next, having a wealthy brother like old Fang was more than enough. Just then, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, radiating authority, suddenly walked in from outside the villa. Upon seeing the visitor, Fang Yuan, who had been utterly composed moments before, instantly paled. He rushed forward to close the gate. But two black-clad bodyguards suddenly appeared and shoved him back. Brother Fang, today is the very last day of the contract. When exactly are you going to give me those 20 billion? Zhang Dao sneered coldly. He addressed Fang Yuan in a condescending tone. Exactly. If you're going to put on a show, you have to bring the real deal. And the choice of actor was obvious. Zhang Dao, the natural-born CEO of a super conglomerate, was the perfect fit. Upon learning that Fang Yuan needed assistance, Zhang Dao agreed without hesitation. The incident where his son was detained by the inspection team, only for Fang Yuan to secure his release with a single phone call, still sent shivers down his spine. Such unparalleled influence made him dream of clinging to Fang Yuan's coattails. Now that a rare opportunity had presented itself, one that played right into his strengths in the business battlefield, he had to seize it firmly. Mr. Zhang, please give me a little more time. I genuinely can't come up with that much money right now. Fang Yuan stood frozen in place, his expression awkward and flustered. It's like just bragging to your friends, only to get brutally humiliated the very next second. Old Fang, what's going on? 20 billion? Fatso was startled by Zhang Dao's words. He had no idea when Fang Yuan had racked up such a massive debt. Business matters. Fang Yuan sighed. Business is business. You either win or lose. No one can always come out on top in the marketplace. Zhang Dao laughed heartily, then added coolly, Don't blame this old brother for being ruthless. These days, lightning strikes the truly filial, and wealth favors the ruthless. I'm giving you half a day. If you still can't repay, I'll gladly take everything, the villa, the cars, the lot of it. Xinghai Villa should fetch a decent price when sold, at least recouping some losses. Additionally, I've already sent people to take over Xinghai and your other companies with legal documents. I'm just here to inform you. I expect to see you moved out of here by tomorrow. With that, Zhang Dao strode out of the villa with his bodyguards, his arrogance palpable. leaving Fang Yuan utterly devastated. Xinghai too. Old Fang, what the hell is going on? Fatso looked at Fang Yuan anxiously. Who is he? How could he afford to lend you that much money? Zhang Dao, the CEO of Zhang Group. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and forced a strained smile. Sorry, Fatso. I was the one who kept you in Linchuan back then, but now I'm in deep water myself. I might have to break my promise to you. 20 billion yuan. Looking at Fang Yuan, who seemed to have aged decades in an instant, Fatso felt an indescribable sadness welling up inside him. Why say that? We're brothers. Besides, you've given me hundreds of thousands over the past few months. It's me who couldn't help you when you needed it most. If anyone's to blame, it's me. He looked at Fang Yuan, speaking each word deliberately. Before long, Fang Yuan gathered all his bodyguards and chefs, announced his bankruptcy, and gave each of them a severance payment. As he watched the grand villa gradually grow quiet and empty, Fang Yuan's eyes began to redden. Damn it, I'm getting too into this act. What do I do? The next day, the fat man received notice that Star C had been taken over and that he had been relieved of his duties as floor manager. He called Fang Yuan to inquire about the situation. He had already moved out of Xinghai Villa and was searching for a suitable place to rent with Zhang Yunxue. Don't overthink it, old Feng. As long as people are alive, there's always hope. Try to stay positive. He offered a word of comfort to Fang Yuan. The fat man hung up the phone. Hey, we're taking this car too. A young man sneered coldly, grabbed the keys to Fang Yuan's Ferrari 488, got in, stomped on the gas, and roared away. The fat man stood rooted to the spot, watching the sports car's silhouette fade into the distance. His mood instantly plummeted into utter despair. The villa's gone, the car's gone, the money's gone. What am I gonna do when Lin's parents come tomorrow? He stood dumbstruck, muttering to himself. Inside the private room at Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Fang Yuan was feasting and drinking with Zhang Yinxue, Ren Shanshan, and Zhang Yi, who had insisted on joining them. Not a trace of sadness over his bankruptcy showed on his face. Haha, just wait and see the show tomorrow. Hope the fat guy can be a little tougher then. Fang Yuan had come up with this plan out of sheer desperation. However, after Zhang Yunxue and Ren Shanshan learned the full story, they both unconditionally sided with him. If you ask me, I shouldn't have let my guard down and brought her to your place for dinner. Now look, you dodged the bullet, but the fat guy got set up instead. Ren Shanshan mumbled with her mouth full of delicious food. Forget it. What's done is done. But guess what state the fat guy is in now? Here, take a look. Fang Yuan opened the video sent back by actor number 1, the one he'd assigned to retrieve the Ferrari. The sight of the fat guy's expression, tearful yet resigned, tinged with a faint sadness, sent both girls into fits of laughter. With things having come to this, it was all up to the fat guy's fate tomorrow. Chapter 78, The Fat Guy's Heartbreak. After the feast, Ren Shanshan suddenly pointed at a wine bottle on the floor and said with a hint of regret, "This bottle is actually quite pretty. Can it be used for anything after we finish the wine?" At that moment, Zhang He finally found his chance to shine. He cleared his throat lightly and said, "It can hold a galaxy, be filled with love, or carry your dreams. Screw the cap back on and toss it into the ocean. Years later, someone might pick it up and quietly recount the hopes you once buried deep within your heart." Pretty damn nice. Both his choice of words and the way he painted a picture of beauty were spot on. Zhang He gave himself full marks for pulling off that act. Just as he waited to see Ren Shanshan's look of amazement, Fang Yuan pulled out a clip, tossed the bottle into a woven bag, and shot Zhang He a puzzled look. "What the hell were you babbling about just now, Zhang He?" After packing up all the luggage brought from Starsea, then he found a cheap hotel where he could scrape by for the night for just $50. The fat guy, who never smoked, suddenly bought a pack of cigarettes and sat on the bed, chain smoking one after another. The ceiling of the closed room was shrouded in a haze of smoke. In just over a dozen hours, he went from brimming with anticipation to feeling utterly lost and terrified. The fat man couldn't even begin to describe how he felt. Even now, he still hadn't dared to tell Tan Lin the truth directly. He feared that once spoken, what awaited him would be a cold, final goodbye. A few minutes later, Tan Lin's call rang again. This time, the fat guy hesitated for a moment, but he still gritted his teeth and pressed the answer button. Avoiding the issue wouldn't solve anything. He had finally resolved to lay everything bare. "Hello, dear? Why didn't you answer? My parents are arriving tomorrow. Have you booked the hotel yet?" In a high-end residential complex in Linchuan City, Tan Lin had just finished showing off the clothes and jewelry Fatso bought her a few days ago to her besties when she called him again, urging him to book the hotel ASAP. Finding such a wealthy second-generation heir who doted on her and catered to her every whim, though his looks fell short of her standards, she was quite satisfied with him in every other way. Now that several of her friends knew she'd hooked up with a rich kid, they were all calling her for advice. It finally satisfied her inner vanity. As for her parents, she'd just need to come up with a small excuse later and have them play along with the lie she concocted a few days ago. As for whether she felt guilty for deceiving the fat guy, Sorry, not a chance. As long as she secured this rich kid, the rest of her life would be smooth sailing. After all, living realistically is no big deal. After waiting for ages with no response from the fat guy, Tan Lin suddenly sensed something was off. Hey, are you even listening? Lin, remember what I told you that day? What? The truth is, I'm not some rich kid at all. That sports car was actually lent to me by Fang Yuan. But now he's bankrupt, owed the CEO of Zheng Group 20 billion yuan. His villa and cars were all seized as collateral. The Ferrari's gone too. All I have left is a few hundred yuan. Listening to the deep voice of the chubby guy, the first thought that flashed through Tan Lin's mind was impossible. Honey, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you trying to test whether I'm truly sincere? This joke isn't funny at all. The fat man flicked the cigarette butt from his lips onto the ground with a trembling hand and crushed it underfoot like a sinner awaiting redemption. He recounted the entire story, including borrowing 2 months' salary from Fang Yuan. He didn't hide anything: the birthday celebrations, the luxury handbags, the gold jewelry. That's how it is. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pretended to be a rich kid to deceive you. But I couldn't control myself. I love you too much, Lin. Please forgive me. Listening to the humble tone on the other end of the line, Tan Lin's expression suddenly turned cold. She had actually believed she'd snagged a wealthy husband, only to discover it was all a lie. She had schemed so carefully to climb the social ladder, only to encounter a fraud. The rage boiling within her at that moment was unimaginable. The memory of being held by that fat man in the garage made her feel utterly sick. You lied to me. Why did you deceive my feelings? You fat bastard, get lost. After the phone call was ruthlessly hung up, the fat man's hand finally fell limply to his side. Surprised? A little, perhaps. After all, they'd spent quite some time together. Even raising a dog could foster some affection. Yet Tan Lin's ruthless rejection left him stunned. Never mind. We were never meant to be. The fat man took a deep breath and stepped out the door. This time, his steps felt unusually resolute. That's right, the luxury goods and jewelry he'd bought for Tan Lin were worth at least 70 or 80,000 yuan. He intended to reclaim and return every single item, then transfer them to Fang Yuan. Even if it was but a drop in the bucket, it would ease his mind somewhat. 2 hours later, Tan Lin, her face twisted in fury, flung a briefcase right outside the door. Spit! You pathetic loser! I must have been blind to ever get involved with someone like you. Look at your fat, greasy face, like I'd ever care about your stuff. Get lost. Take your junk and get as far away as possible. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. The fat man had finally seen this woman's true colors. When he'd come to her door earlier, he'd intended to explain that he was there to help his best friend through a tough time. But the moment Tan Lin heard he wanted to return the jewelry and luxury goods she'd given him to pay off debts, she flew into a rage and told him to get lost. Finally, when the fat man raised his phone and dialed 110, Tan Lin had no choice but to compromise. But from that moment on, their relationship was officially over. Not long after, when Fang Yuan saw the 80,000 yuan fatso had transferred to him and heard his explanation of where the money came from, he froze in place. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged through him. Fang Yuan didn't know whether the decision he'd made this time was right or wrong. Without this plan, the fat man would have happily welcomed Tan Lin's family tomorrow. After demonstrating his substantial financial resources, everything would have fallen into place naturally. With a little more support from him, everything would have been perfectly resolved. But now, things had escalated to this point. No, that woman is an insatiable wolf. I'm saving my brother from the jaws of hell. Fang Yuan slapped his forehead, realizing he'd nearly lost his way. The fat man's happiness with Tan Lin had always been an illusion. If not for him stepping in, the relationship would have ended long ago. Rather than letting his good brother sink deeper and suffer even greater wounds, better to cut the knot clean and settle this matter now, sparing future headaches. Who cares about all that? At least it's finally resolved. Fang Yuan nodded. After asking the fat guy where he was staying now, he ordered a pile of barbecue and planned to head over to cheer up his good buddy. After all that blow, if the fat guy got the wrong idea, he'd be the one to blame. But when he arrived at the hotel, he realized he'd completely overthought it. The fatso was chatting away happily with a pretty young receptionist at the hotel, showing no signs of a broken heart whatsoever. Damn it, I'm not dreaming, am I? Chapter 79, Regular Customer. Though he had no idea how the fat guy had managed to move on from his heartbreak, Fang Yuan felt genuinely relieved. All those comforting words he'd searched for online hadn't been needed after all. He'd assumed the matter would just blow over. But who knew that just moments after getting back to his room and having a drink, Fatso's emotions suddenly collapsed and he started frantically calling Tan Lin over and over. The outcome was predictable. Listening to the persistent dial tone coming from the receiver, Fatso's eyes welled up with tears. Well, now you know what she's really like. No need to dwell on it. There are plenty of fish in the sea, why fixate on just one? Fang Yuan downed the rest of his drink in one gulp, then clapped his hands and stood up. I won't take your money. It's not like I need it. Take it and go relax. Honestly, a woman who costs 200 grand is pretty much the same as one who costs 20 bucks once the lights are out. Remember, a real man born under heaven doesn't let petty romantic entanglements drive him to despair. He could swear these words were nothing but drunken ramblings. The next day, he saw the fat man at the police station. After paying the fine and signing a pledge, Fatso trailed behind Fang Yuan with his head hanging low. What else could he do? It was just too humiliating. His first attempt to bring warmth to a lonely, ragged young lady ended with the police bursting through the door and catching him red-handed before he could even take off his clothes. Luckily, he hadn't started anything yet, and since it was his first offense, he was released after a simple lecture. Ha ha. As they walked, Fang Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Old Fang, are you laughing at me? Hearing the fat guy's resentful voice, Fang Yuan quickly waved his hands. No. I just suddenly remembered something happy. I wonder how Lin Lin is doing now. Is she still holding a grudge against me? Why bring that up out of the blue? Fang Yuan shot the fat guy a helpless look, deciding to impart a bit of life wisdom. Take my advice, bro. Some people's hearts are made of rubber. The more you rub them, the harder they get. Honestly, making money is what really matters. That metaphor sounds a bit off to me. As long as it works. The fat guy pulled out a pack of black and white cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Fang Yuan. Ha? You're smoking too now? Fang Yuan glanced at the fat guy with mild surprise. This guy had never touched cigarettes before. The fat guy sighed. Bro, I'm not smoking cigarettes, I'm smoking loneliness. Before he could finish, he suddenly froze. Since things had happened rather hastily, Fang Yuan had simply driven over in the Aston Martin 77. Old Fang, didn't you use that sports car to settle your debts? Well, a couple days ago I bought a lottery ticket for 10 bucks. Guess what? I won. I scooped up the entire 2 billion yuan jackpot. Now my debts are cleared, and I just got my house and car back. Winning the lottery? You must have gone to Beijing and kidnapped the director or something. Though he suspected Fang Yuan was pulling his leg, the fat guy had no proof. Alright, let me take you somewhere different. It'll help shake off the bad luck. Before the fat guy could ask more questions, Fang Yuan sped straight to a buffet restaurant with an upscale decor. Seafood buffet. Welcome. As soon as they reached the entrance, two gracefully dressed hostesses in cheongsams greeted them with gentle smiles. Hey, hello. Fatso chuckled awkwardly in reply. Fang Yuan's eye twitched. He tugged at the woven bag on his back. Bringing this thing along seemed a bit embarrassing. He hadn't realized that his ragged outfit provided by the system, paired with that woven bag, didn't exactly make for a great look either. These days, even without the rags, the woven bag alone could collect items. Yet Fang Yuan still occasionally enjoyed this understated, luxurious, and meaningful look. Only by staying true to his original aspirations could he remain steadfast in his mission. As the surrounding customers kept shooting him strange glances, the fat man suddenly felt a bit awkward. Old Fang, isn't this place a bit too upscale? I just feel uncomfortable all over. Fang Yuan shot him a withering look. You're the guy who splurged 100 grand on someone's birthday, yet you're backing down over an 888 yuan buffet? Relax. Just treat this place like home. Grab whatever you want to eat. With his divine gear making everyone avoid him, Fang Yuan charged through the crowd with the fat guy, quickly piling his plate high with delicious food. But no sooner had they sat down than the fat guy suddenly felt dizzy. Before he could even take a bite of the crab leg, he collapsed onto the table with a thud. Fang Yuan froze for a second. He jumped to his feet and bellowed, "This food is poisoned." The surrounding diners dropped their bowls and chopsticks in fright, their horrified gazes turning toward them. But just as he finished shouting, the fat man slowly opened his eyes. Just hit a low blood sugar spell, felt a bit dizzy. Old Fang, why are you standing there? You okay? Holy. A few minutes later. Amidst the crowd's laughter and the buffet manager's disdainful glances, Fang Yuan resentfully helped the fat guy out of the cafeteria. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep eating, he'd just suffered a major social embarrassment. He was a man of some standing. How could he keep sitting there, scratching his villa with his feet as if nothing had happened? Fine, I'll just grab something back home. After rushing to a nearby pharmacy to get the fat guy a large bottle of glucose, Fang Yuan resignedly drove back to the villa. There wasn't much more to say about what followed. After eating his fill, the fat guy returned to Star C to resume his duties as building manager. Fang Yuan, bored out of his mind, took Jiang Yunxue shopping for a few new outfits. In 2 days, one of Jiang Yunxue's relatives was marrying off their daughter. As the prospective son-in-law, Fang Yuan naturally had to accompany them at the very least. It would help him earn some brownie points. What do you think of this one? Do you like it? Jiang Yunxue stood before Fang Yuan, her soft, silky hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, beautifully framing her snow-white collarbone. The pure white floral dress was gently smoothed by the breeze, ironing out every wrinkle. Paired with Zhang Yunshue's pure and sweet aura, it gave off an aura of sanctity. It looks great. Really nice. Fang Yuan glanced at the pair of crystal clear feet that the skirt couldn't fully conceal, swallowing hard as he praised her. Shameless. Noticing his gaze, Zhang Yunshue shot him a disapproving look. Miss, this dress truly compliments your elegance. We're currently running a special promotion originally priced at $38.88, it's now just $3,168 after discount. That's quite a savings. The sales clerk beside her offered a genuine compliment. But upon catching sight of Fang Yuan's battle-damaged beggar's outfit, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, a flower planted in cow dung. He looked so ragged, he probably couldn't afford such an expensive dress. What a waste of such a gorgeous woman. Whoa, that's so expensive. Forget it. I could buy so many things with over 3,000 yuan. Startled by the price, Zhang Yunshue hurriedly reached to put the dress back. Fang Yuan reached out to stop her, saying, "It's fine. If you like it, buy it. We can afford it." The salesperson chuckled upon seeing the toes peeking out from Fang Yuan's sneakers. "Wrap up everything my wife touched earlier. I'll pay by card." "Right away, sir." As Fang Yuan led Zhang Yunshue out, the clerk stood at the door bowing to see them off, a silly grin still plastered on his face. "Take your time, sir. Remember to come back often." Chapter 80, Sky High Compensation. After buying clothes, jewelry was a must. As they passed by a Gucci men's clothing store, Zhang Yunshue suddenly stopped in her tracks for some reason. She tightened her small hand, which Fang Yuan was holding tightly, then looked up and said, "You've bought me so many things. Let me buy you a set too." Looking into Zhang Yunshue's clear, transparent eyes, Fang Yuan felt a sudden pang of emotion. This sense of being cared for and cherished felt like going 3 years without a massage, then suddenly marrying a masseuse's wife who arranged an entire night of pampering. Sure, but don't get anything too expensive. After all, I'm the type who looks good in anything, it's all about the aura. Zhang Yunshue giggled softly. As the two entered the store, the sales staff inside didn't look down on Fang Yuan because of his appearance. Nowadays, with society's progress, people's overall quality keeps improving. Scenes reminiscent of those cheesy old novels were practically unheard of. When Zhang Yunshue helped Fang Yuan pick out a more casual outfit, the salesperson enthusiastically invited him to try it on. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction as he admired his reflection in the mirror, a tall, well-built figure with handsome features. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. If only he could swap these sneakers for a pair of leather shoes. Let's add a pair of shoes. After selecting a pair of leather shoes that caught his eye, the total cost for the entire outfit came to 5,888 yuan. Zhang Yunshue's small hands trembled slightly as she paid. Holy crap, this is so expensive. I've never bought clothes this pricey before. Fang Yuan burst out laughing. Feeling the pinch? Let me handle it. But Zhang Yunshue stubbornly shook her head. After buying the clothes and picking out a few pieces of jewelry for Zhang Yunshue, the two headed back to the villa along the same route. Along the way, they encountered a procession of wedding cars. Out of respect and goodwill, Fang Yuan obediently fell in behind the convoy. Many people noticed the sports car trailing behind the procession and excitedly pulled out their phones to take pictures. Even the bride and groom inside the wedding car were drawn to the commotion. Suddenly, a group of middle-aged women appeared ahead, blocking the road. "Hand out some red envelopes. Let us share in the good fortune." That's right, that's right. How could you pass by a wedding procession without giving some red envelopes? On such a joyous occasion, encountering people blocking the road demanding red envelopes, the groom had no choice but to get out, hand over a few red envelopes and some wedding candies, and finally get them off his back. But these ladies clearly weren't so easily satisfied. After stopping the wedding car, they immediately reached out to the next vehicle in the procession. This infuriated several hot-headed young men, who nearly came to blows. But these ladies weren't pushovers either. "Go ahead, hit me. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll bleed you dry today, leave you with nothing left to wear." A fiery-tempered woman plopped down on the ground, screaming hysterically. The groom had no choice but to step in again as peacemaker, stuffing more red envelopes into their hands. Finally, the wedding procession drove past. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, the women's eyes turned green with envy. Driving such a fancy car, he must be loaded. Noticing the women's predatory stares, Fang Yuan immediately sensed trouble. Red envelopes. No red envelopes, no passing. Hold on, I'm not part of the wedding procession. You're blocking me, this is extortion, you know? Fang Yuan rolled down the window, trying to reason with them. But he had underestimated the bond between these ladies and red envelopes. Seeing Fang Yuan stubbornly refusing to pay, she suddenly yanked the sports car's rearview mirror right off. Fang Yuan? Talk is cheap, but resorting to violence is unacceptable. Seeing the mirror dangling limply from the car, Fang Yuan felt a pang of heartache. Just then, a passerby shouted, "You dare extort money from an Aston Martin owner? Snapping off their mirror? You couldn't afford to pay for that even if you sold everything you own." The woman who'd snapped the mirror stood with her hands on her hips, shouting back, "What's the big deal? It's just a little mirror. Who are you trying to scare?" The passerby who'd been rebuked said nothing, merely chuckling as he continued watching the spectacle. "Since you started this madness, don't blame me for being ruthless." Fang Yuan dialed the police with a grim expression. Soon, a police car arrived at the scene. Perhaps seeing the police, the group of women began to show signs of fear. It was too late for excuses now, especially for the woman who had just ripped off the rearview mirror. Her face was deathly pale. Yet she still stuck out her neck defiantly, as if daring them to do something about it. "It's just a cheap little mirror. I'll pay him 100 or 2 to fix it, fine? Calling the cops over something like this? Young people these days have such petty minds. 100 or 2? Fang Yuan nearly laughed out loud at the ignorant woman's words. When the two officers saw the broken rearview mirror hanging from the sports car, their expressions suddenly turned serious. Just then, the insurance company's account manager hurriedly arrived at the scene. After reporting the damage to the overseas manufacturer, the estimated repair cost came in at a staggering 1.28 million yuan. An officer approached the woman and explained, "Ma'am, your actions now constitute the crime of intentional damage to property. The amount of loss is exceptionally large, meeting the criteria for criminal sentencing. You should contact your children immediately to handle this." Upon hearing the insurance manager mention the astronomical figure of 1.28 million, the elderly woman let out a startled cry and fainted on the spot. Fang Yuan shook his head, showing no intention of helping her up. In this information age, how could someone be so ignorant? The last time someone did this, tearing Lu Nang's clothes, cost him 50,000 yuan. This woman's destructive power clearly far exceeded Lu Nang's. When the woman's two sons received the call and rushed to the scene, they nearly fainted on the spot upon hearing they'd have to pay 1.28 million. "Sir, we're so sorry. It was my mother's fault. Please be magnanimous and let us off. 1.28 million is far too much, we can't possibly afford it." If they really had to pay that amount, they'd likely lose everything they owned. It could even tear their families apart. Seeing their elderly mother lying nearby, the two sons were furious. But she was still their mother, they couldn't just abandon her. Fang Yuan frowned deep in thought for a long while. He decided he still needed to teach the old woman a profound lesson. Even if he chose not to pursue it now, he'd have to wait a few days. Otherwise, too much leniency too soon might not teach her a lasting lesson. "You handle this matter for now. I'll send a lawyer to follow up later." After long, he arrived in his Hongqi L5 from the villa. Fang Yuan and Jiang Yinxue transferred their belongings to the Hongqi sedan before driving off, leaving the stunned crowd behind. "Whoa! That's a big shot." The two police officers sucked in a sharp breath, then turned their gaze to the elderly woman still lying on the ground feigning death, their expressions growing increasingly stern. Chapter 81, 2 nanometers lithography machine. Tomorrow he would depart for Jiang Yunshue's cousin's wedding. So, with some time left in the evening, Fang Yuan planned to revisit his overtime routine. After all, he still owed Director Liu of the Kyoto Research Institute a favor. With his junk collection count nearing the 400 mark, he hoped the hidden quest would reward him with something worthwhile. Tonight's goal, 500 junk items for the hidden quest. That's right, he planned to break through the 500 junk barrier in one go, giving his little stash a nice boost. Carrying a woven bag and riding his old bicycle, Fang Yuan first swept through the trash bins scattered around the villa. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling 17 Wolves Pants X packaging box. Earned plus 1,000 coins. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling 1 broken toy. Earned plus 200 coins. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recycling 400 pieces of junk. Triggered a hidden system quest. Reward, 10 2 nanometers lithography machines. Note, due to space constraints, the system has placed the lithography machines in the garage of your Villa 015. Holy crap! Fang Yuan, rummaging through the trash bin, suddenly bellowed. Inside the villa, a certain group CEO, happily playing with his mistress, flung open the curtains and cursed angrily. "Who the hell is yelling outside this late at night? Have some manners." "Exactly. What the hell are you doing up at this hour?" "Security." "Where's security?" Residents from neighboring villas emerged to join the commotion, and soon the entire neighborhood centered around Fang Yuan echoed with a chorus of angry voices. But Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered with bickering with this bunch of jerks right now. As everyone knows, a lithography machine is an extremely precise instrument, with over 100,000 components. Even the car parts we're familiar with don't exceed 7,000 components. Moreover, no country in the world can independently produce them. In the manufacturing and production of lithography machines, Xia Nation has always lagged far behind. During a certain international trade war, the United States effectively stifled Xia Nation's semiconductor chip development with a single decree. The root cause lies in Xia's inability to master advanced lithography machines. Now, with the system awarding these 10 2 nanometers lithography machines, they could completely dominate the global market. How could Fang Yuan not be thrilled? Director Lu, still immersed in wind turbine engine research with his team, was engrossed in discussion with others. Suddenly, the phone held by his assistant began to vibrate. "Director, you have an incoming call." "Hang up. Can't you see I'm busy?" Director Lu said without turning his head, still holding the documents in his hand. "Oh, the caller is someone named Fang Yuan." The assistant reminded him and was about to hang up. Suddenly, Director Lu, who had been seated, stood up and turned his head. "Wait, who did you say was calling?" The assistant jumped, thinking he'd made a mistake. "Fang Yuan? Give me the phone." Director Lu snatched the phone and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Chief Lu, is this a good time to talk? What's with all the secrecy, kid? I'm at the station. If you need something, just say it. There's no one else here." "Ahem. I have 10 2nm lithography machines here. Interested?" "What? Say that again." Fang Yuan dug his finger into his ear and held the phone farther away. Director Lu's shout had nearly deafened him. "I said, interested in 2nm lithography machines?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Director Lu's anxious, trembling voice came through the receiver. "You stay right where you are, kid. Guard those treasures and don't let them go anywhere. I'm reporting this to headquarters immediately." The call ended shortly after. Inside the Central South Conference Room in Beijing, one by one, solemn-faced dignitaries in military overcoats entered in orderly fashion. An elderly man in a gray Zhongshan suit, his hair and beard entirely white, was the last to take his seat at the head of the table. "Comrades, I'll be brief. Just now, Comrade Lu from the Kyoto Research Institute called to report that their deputy director Fang has developed 10 2nm lithography machines. This is of critical importance, so I've gathered you all here to hear your perspectives." The moment he finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the assembled leaders instantly became a kaleidoscope of emotions. Is this true?" The man in the Zhongshan suit nodded. "Xiao Lu wouldn't joke about something like this. Besides, the call came directly to me, it's definitely not a hoax. This is fantastic. Finally, our nation can hold its head high. Damn it, we've endured their arrogance for decades. How is it that we've never heard of this top-tier talent capable of building a 2nm lithography machine? For this achievement alone, I'd wholeheartedly support awarding him this year's highest science and technology prize." Seeing the crowd's excitement, the elder smiled and said, "You shouldn't be unfamiliar with Deputy Director Fang. He was the one who voluntarily handed over the wind energy engine to the state last time. And the forensic detection device." The police chief instantly realized they were referring to Fang Yuan. Last time, they had even planned to forcibly bring this young man back to the capital, but Director Lu had persuaded them otherwise. Exactly, it's him. He already received the highest science and technology award last time. Yet now he's made such immense and outstanding contributions to our nation. What honor do you think we should bestow upon him? The old man appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was beaming with joy. Just a few years ago, Xia Nation, unable to independently develop advanced lithography machines, had spent a staggering $120 million to order a 7nm lithography machine from abroad. Yet, even that machine hadn't been delivered after 5 years. When pressed by Xiao's representatives, the supplier responded with a single phrase, "If you want it, you'll just have to wait patiently." One can imagine how infuriating this was. Yet Xiao's leaders couldn't even vent their anger, forced instead to placate the supplier with polite words. "Now that Xia Nation has independently developed a 2nm lithography machine, what exactly is your 7nm machine even worth?" While the bigwigs were debating in the conference room what honor to bestow upon Fang Yuan, suddenly, all the lights in the provincial government offices of Nanyun province came on. 10 police cars led the way with sirens blaring, with Nanji 00001 in the center, followed by a convoy of military vehicles. Fully armed soldiers filled the vehicles, while 4 armed helicopters provided comprehensive aerial escort overhead. Just as the top official of Lin City drifted off to sleep, his private phone by the pillow rang abruptly. It was a call from the provincial minister himself. He dressed quickly while gathering his thoughts. Ever since his brother-in-law's incident, the household had been in constant turmoil. Glancing at his wife, who was tearfully flipping through photos of her younger brother on her phone, he sighed silently. If not for his wife's relentless indulgence, Lu Quan wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Now that the evidence was irrefutable, everything would be settled once the court handed down its verdict. All he could do was pray his wife wasn't foolish enough to go looking for trouble with Fang Yuan. At that moment, Fang Yuan remained unaware of the seismic shockwaves he had unleashed. After hanging up, he dismissed old Lu's words and continued rummaging through the trash bin at his leisure. Little did he know that Ma de Bellow, whose mood had been spoiled by the interruption, was far from pleased. As the chairman of a publicly listed conglomerate worth over 20 billion, he was a respected big shot wherever he went. Yet here he was, ignored by someone. Adding to his frustration, the 30-second skirmish had cost him face in front of his mistress. Fuming, Ma de Bellow grabbed a baseball bat and stormed out of the villa, chasing after the direction Fang Yuan had left. Chapter 82, Handing out a Major General Rank. Damn it, you stop right there. It must be said that Ma de Bello, standing over 180 centimeters tall, though middle-aged, and had developed a thick layer of fat from years of drinking and socializing, he still looked quite intimidating. You talking to me? Fang Yuan tossed a bottle into a woven sack, then tilted his head to look at Ma de Bello. That flippant attitude instantly reignited the rage boiling inside Ma de Bello, transforming it into a volcano ready to erupt. Fine, you're pretty cocky, aren't you? Daring to tilt your head like that when talking to me. You clearly don't give a damn about me, huh? Hearing this, Fang Yuan instantly wore an innocent expression. He swore he hadn't done it on purpose. He'd simply been so excited about getting the photolithography machine reward while scavenging that he'd accidentally twisted his neck. What's up? Fang Yuan blinked, unsure why this burly guy had come over in the middle of the night wielding a baseball bat. Could he be here to beat me up? Unlikely, unless he'd lost his mind. But reality often defies expectations. Ma de Bello had only intended to scare Fang Yuan a little to vent his frustration. After all, anyone living in Xinghai Villa was either wealthy or influential. Having navigated the business world for years, he certainly wouldn't make the mistake of judging by appearances. But Fang Yuan's words had completely shattered Ma de Bello's last shred of reason. You! Get the hell out of here! Before Ma de Bello could flex his muscles, a deafening crash erupted behind him. Bang! What are you doing? Drop the stick! Hands behind your head, get down on the ground. Hurry up! Deputy Chief Fang is here. The top official of Linchuan City charged ahead, followed by over 100 fully armed police officers. The warning blank had been fired by the police chief himself. As soon as they entered the villa compound, they spotted someone attempting to assault Fang Yuan, fearing for his safety. Without a second thought, the police chief pulled the trigger. The sudden gunshot sent Ma de Bello into a panic, his body shaking violently until his pants were soaked. Immediately, 4 or 5 officers rushed forward, roughly twisting his arms behind his back and pinning him down. Whoa, it's a misunderstanding. I'm Ma de Bello, chairman of Tianbao Energy. Ma de Bello wailed while desperately revealing his identity, terrified he might get shot if he wasn't careful. Who cares about your Tianbao or whatever? You dare wield a stick to hurt people in broad daylight? You don't want to live anymore. Brother Fang, are you okay? Let me see if you're hurt anywhere. The top officials of Linchuan City and the police chief immediately surrounded Fang Yuan, showering him with concern while occasionally shooting fierce glances at the stunned Ma de Bello. Even Ma de Bello, as dim-witted as he was, now realized he was in deep trouble. He crouched on the ground, head bowed, not daring to breathe a word. Who could have imagined that the kid howling like a ghost in the dead of night, wandering around with a woven sack, actually had such powerful connections? Many who had witnessed Ma de Bello's pitiful state through their windows sucked in a sharp breath before swiftly drawing their curtains, pretending they hadn't seen a thing. Not long after, the roar of helicopters filled the air above Xinghai Villa. Squad after squad of fully armed soldiers sprinted forward, completely sealing off the entire Xinghai Villa complex. Holy, I must have offended the gods. At the sight of this commotion, Ma de Bello's eyes rolled back and he fainted instantly. All non-essential personnel must immediately close doors and windows. Do not leave your premises without authorization. All units maintain radio silence. Military personnel carried out jamming devices, activating them to block all communication equipment and networks within a 10-kilometer radius. Nearby residents were utterly bewildered. They had no idea that Fang Yuan's tinkering with the lithography machine had cut them off from the outside world. Employees still working overtime at nearby companies grumbled loudly, then rushed home to report to their bosses. But when these company executives called to inquire, or even reported it to the police, the only response they received was, "Cooperate with the investigation." The provincial minister hurried over to Fang Yuan, his face lit with an eager smile as he grasped his hand. Brother Fang, you've made quite a name for yourself again. The higher-ups couldn't come personally due to time constraints, so they specifically sent me to handle this matter. You're too kind. It's simply my duty. Fang Yuan felt both flattered and a bit overwhelmed by such warm greetings from a provincial leader. But upon reflecting on the significance and impact of the 2 nanometers lithography machine's emergence, it all seemed to make sense. When they saw those 10 precious machines casually dumped into the garage, the provincial and ministerial leaders' eyes twitched. If the old scientists ever saw this, they'd surely be furious. These weren't mere pieces of equipment, they were monumental steps in Xia Nation's technological advancement. From inspection to storage, the process was swift and efficient. After dispatching heavy machinery to the site and carefully loading the 10 lithography machines onto trucks, the provincial and ministerial leaders didn't even have time for much small talk. They hurriedly escorted the equipment to a nearby military camp. Such valuable cargo would never travel via ordinary passenger routes. From the Xinghai Villa district onwards, military and police vehicles led the way, with the entire route sealed off and under strict security. Only after the equipment was handed over to high-ranking military personnel did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. The next step was to transport these lithography machines back to the capital via military transport aircraft. seeing Fang Yuan sitting on the villa lawn eating a late-night snack after his bath. The top official of Linchuan City couldn't fathom how this young man had managed to pull it off. In less than half a year, he had already caught the attention of high-ranking officials in the capital 3 times. Had Fang Yuan chosen the official career path, his rank might now far surpass his own. Almost forgot. He was now the deputy director of the capital's research institute, and in terms of administrative rank, he was indeed above him at the municipal level. Young Fang, we won't disturb you further if there's nothing else. Just remember to give me a call ahead of time if any issues arise. This constant barrage of surprises is really starting to wear me down. The top official of Linchuan City offered a wry smile before departing. Ahem. It was sudden. Next time, I promise. After all, he was the local official. Fang Yuan responded politely with a smile. Not long after the villa compound returned to calm, a call from the capital rang directly on Fang Yuan's phone. The gist was gratitude for his immense contributions to Xia Nation's technological advancement, followed by a reward unanimously approved by the higher-ups after deliberation. First was a cash reward of 1 billion yuan, a paltry sum compared to the value of 10 nanolithography machines. Additionally, they inquired if he had any requests. Scratching the back of his head, Fang Yuan suddenly recalled a pretentious urban novel he'd read before. He casually asked, "Hey, could you give me a promotion to brigadier general?" The Kyoto staff member handling the call froze for a moment. "You've got some nerve." But then he recalled the wind-powered engine and forensic detection device Fang Yuan had previously submitted, plus the lithography machine he'd just delivered. These achievements were nothing short of monumental. Moreover, if he could develop such advanced technology now, who could guarantee he wouldn't come up with something like nuclear fusion later? But such a monumental decision had to be made by higher-ups personally. Chapter 83, Attending the Wedding Banquet. The next morning, Jiang Yunxue slipped into a floral dress as soon as she woke up. After applying light makeup, she personally cooked breakfast for Fang Yuan. Though she had witnessed the events at the villa complex the previous night. But since Fang Yuan had been outside at the time, and the villa housing the lithography machine was quite a distance away, she remained unaware that her man had once again made a name for himself. Fang Yuan, who had spent the night dreaming of being a major general, was groggily roused from sleep. His first words were, "Guard. Where's my Italian cannon?" "What?" Jiang Yunxue jumped in surprise. "Ahem, nothing. I was just half asleep." Fang Yuan glanced at his phone, no reply yet. It seemed the results wouldn't come back so quickly. After washing up and finishing breakfast, Fang Yuan suddenly asked, "By the way, what's the financial situation like for your cousin and her husband?" "Why bring that up now? My cousin's family is okay, I guess. They're pretty average. But I heard her husband's family is pretty well off. Both his parents are corporate executives, making over $1 million a year each. About the same as Qianxian's family." In that case, we really should get a new car." "What kind of car?" Fang Yuan chuckled without elaborating. After changing clothes and grabbing his beloved woven bag, the two drove the Hongqi L5 all the way to Rin Shanshan's house. Jolted awake by the phone call early in the morning, Rin Shanshan stumbled out of her room in a pink nightgown, still half asleep. "Here, take the keys. But seriously, you're a big shot going to a wedding. Why insist on driving my beat-up little A6 instead of your sports car?" Jiang Yunxue was also a bit confused. Fang Yuan tossed the Hongqi L5 keys over as he explained, "You just wouldn't understand. We're attending a wedding today, not trying to show off. Arriving in such a fancy car would make us stick out like a sore thumb. 100,000 yuan A6 is just right. If you want to fit in with others, you have to present yourself as being on the same level." Ren Shanshan took the Hongqi keys, then wiped her mouth while staring at the Hongqi L5, its imposing, luxurious presence radiating unmistakable prestige. "Nonsense. Didn't you drive your sports car to Xiaoshua's house last time? That was to save face for my father-in-law. How could the two be the same?" Fang Yuan explained with a laugh. Ren Shanshan nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite. "By the way, would it be okay if I took your car out for a spin later?" Fang Yuan waved it off. "No big deal, as long as you don't drag it off to sell it. Even though what you said makes sense, I only caught the first part." Ren Shanshan burst into laughter, causing her nightgown to billow dramatically. Fang Yuan's eyes widened at the sight. "Shanshan, you didn't put on your underwear this morning." Jiang Yunxue shot Fang Yuan a look that was both exasperated and amused. "Oh my, you rascal." Ren Shanshan gasped, hastily covering her chest with her hands. Little did she know that this pressure only made the contours more pronounced. Her face flushed crimson as she bolted toward her room, her rounded curve swaying slightly behind her, a truly captivating sight. "Nice view? Ahem. Pretty perky and round, but I didn't look closely. Oomph. Hey, Xiaoshue, I'm sorry." On the way back, Fang Yuan's mouth went dry countless times before he finally managed to placate Jiang Yunxue. Not long after she finished reapplying her makeup, the two arrived in the northern district of Linchuan City. According to Jiang Yunxue, her cousin's family had moved out of Wen County long ago. They'd been running a small business within Linchuan City all along. Though the two families lived quite far apart, they still kept in regular contact. The wedding was being held at a hotel. After parking the car, Fang Yuan followed Zhang Yunxue into the banquet hall. The room was already filled with numerous relatives and friends from both sides. Little Fang is here. As soon as they entered, Zhang's father waved at Fang Yuan with a smile. Hello, uncle. Fang Yuan chuckled as he sat down, pulling out a pack of Huazi cigarettes he'd prepared earlier and began distributing them to the other relatives at the table. Regardless of whether they'd met before or knew each other, they were all men. Once the cigarettes were distributed, bonds formed instantly. Zhang Yunxue greeted her parents before heading over to where the bride was getting ready. Hey, was that your daughter just now? At the table, a commanding middle-aged man eyed Zhang Yunxue several times before asking Zhang's father. Haha, that's my daughter. She came along to join the festivities since her cousin is getting married. Dong Ming nodded. He thought to himself that the girls in the Zhang family seemed to be quite pretty. Now that the eldest son was married, there was still a second son in the family. If the opportunity arose, he could try to matchmake. Come, Xiaofeng, let me introduce you. This is the groom's father. You can call him Uncle Dong. Fang Yuan greeted him with a smile. Dong Ming maintained his dignified demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. He had already inquired with his son earlier. Most of the bride's relatives were ordinary folk, hardly worth mentioning compared to a successful man like himself who earned millions annually. Being overly enthusiastic would only make him look out of place. Fang Yuan nearly chuckled at Dong Ming's attitude, not taking it to heart. This is my daughter's boyfriend, Fang Yuan. Dong Ming's train of thought was abruptly interrupted. He scrutinized Fang Yuan carefully. His clothes were Gucci, a decent brand, but judging by the fabric and style, they couldn't have been too expensive. His demeanor was ordinary, lacking any real presence. Mainly because the system had come too quickly, leaving his aura underdeveloped. Judging from his years of experience reading people, the other party was likely just a young man with a bit of money. Heh, young Fang's got some luck on him, finding such a fine girl. You'd better treasure her well from now on. Dong Ming smiled faintly, then shifted the conversation. By the way, what line of work are you in now? How's the pay? Finding a job isn't easy for young people these days. If you can't land a great one, that's understandable, but settling for mediocrity. Well, your Uncle Dong happens to be a director at a publicly traded internet company. If you're facing any career hurdles, feel free to share. I'll help you analyze the situation. With just a few words, he highlighted his extensive experience and social standing. It also skillfully steered the conversation. Old foxes really know how to talk. On the surface, it seemed harmless enough, but in reality, it was a deliberate attempt to coax Fang Yuan into revealing his profession. Then, using his seniority, he could offer thoughtful critiques, effectively taking control of the conversation. After all, Fang Yuan didn't look old, and even if he worked at a decent company, he was likely just a low-level employee at best. As a director at a publicly listed company, he certainly had every right to offer his perspective. Uncle Dong, you're too kind. I've always been dedicated to environmental protection and waste recycling and reuse. Nothing special to talk about. Fang Yuan chuckled. But Dong Ming wasn't giving up. From the very first glance, he'd set his sights on Zhang Yunxue, his potential daughter-in-law. If he could use this chance to undermine Fang Yuan, then work through Zhang's father to give his son an opportunity to get involved, wouldn't that be a win? It sounded a bit far-fetched, but in a big forest, you find all kinds of birds. Stealing someone else's son for his own? If Fang Yuan ever found out, he'd probably give him a thumbs up for his wild imagination. Well, you can't talk about the job, but the salary and benefits should be decent, right? From what you've said, it sounds like a pretty specialized field. Well, seeing the awkward expression on Fang Yuan's face, Dong Ming's lips curled slightly. Sure enough, it must not pay much, which is why he's hesitant to mention it. Little did he know Fang Yuan was torn inside. The groom's father seemed to have some grievance against him. If he told the truth, might this old man have a heart attack from the shock? Chapter 84, Iron Egg. Fortunately, the master of ceremonies invited the groom's father to take his seat at the head table. This finally put an end to the rather unpleasant topic. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunxue, who was chatting with her cousin Hu Yin in the dressing room. As they chatted, the conversation suddenly turned to the matter of Zhang Yunxue finding a boyfriend. Looking at her little cousin, who had blossomed into someone even more beautiful than herself, Hu Yin felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Shua, don't take this the wrong way, but you really shouldn't trust what men say these days. They're so good at sweet-talking girls. Don't worry, cousin. I already have a boyfriend. My parents have met him, and he's a good guy. Zhang Yunxue hadn't mentioned Fang Yuan before, so Hu Yin was unaware. Upon hearing that Zhang Yunxue had found a boyfriend, a flicker of displeasure crossed Hu Yan's eyes. Earlier, her husband's younger brother had seen Zhang Yunxue's photos, and she and her husband had discussed keeping things within the family by introducing her to her future brother-in-law. Now that she suddenly had a boyfriend, Hu Yan felt at a loss about how to explain this to her husband. After all, given her family background, marrying into the Dong family was already considered a step up. Before the marriage was even finalized, she naturally wanted to leave a favorable impression on her future in-laws. If she could smoothly introduce her pretty little cousin to her future brother-in-law, it would give her extra points when she joined the Dong family. Xiaoxue, what's your boyfriend like? What does he do? Is his income decent? Hearing her cousin's sudden barrage of questions, Jiang Yunxue assumed it was just sisterly concern. But since Fang Yuan had warned her to keep a low profile before coming, she could only give vague answers. No way. You're still young and don't understand how treacherous society can be. Listen to your cousin, you won't go wrong. I'm only looking out for you. This guy's unreliable. You should break up with him ASAP. Cousin, I'm not a child anymore. I know my own limits. Stop worrying so much. No sooner had Jiang Yunxue finished speaking than Hu Yan's expression turned stern. I think you've been charmed by that guy. Remember, a man's words are as slippery as a snake's tongue. Only our family truly cares about you. After you break up with him, your cousin will introduce you to a good match. I promise you won't suffer. Seeing Hu Yan's relentless attempt to brainwash her, Jiang Yunxue couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Besides, it wasn't Fang Yuan climbing the social ladder by marrying her. Sometimes she felt she wasn't worthy of him. At such a young age, he was already worth billions. His luxury cars and mansions could each make an ordinary person strive for several lifetimes. Meeting Fang Yuan felt like she'd burned incense for 8 lifetimes. But Jiang Yunxue didn't think it was worth arguing with Hu Yan over these things. She'd known her cousin's personality since childhood. Though not a bad person at heart, she did have a fierce competitive streak. Alright, cousin, hurry up and get ready. It'll be your turn on stage soon. I'm going out to sit with mom and dad. Sensing Hu Yan was about to launch into another tirade, Jiang Yunxue tossed over one last sentence before leaving the dressing room. Oh, you little brat. Seeing Jiang Yunxue completely ignore her, Hu Yan felt thoroughly annoyed. When she returned to the wedding banquet hall, Fang Yuan was smoking and shooting the breeze with John's father. By the way, young Feng, when do you two plan to get engaged? As a father, his greatest concern was his daughter's happiness. As the old saying goes, money corrupts men. While that saying might be a bit absolute, it held true for most men. The Jiang parents had always been worried, especially about a young man like Fang Yuan, wealthy, youthful, and quite handsome. Would he truly be willing to let a woman tie him down for life? So when Father Jiang uttered those words today, his heart was filled with trepidation. Ah! Fang Yuan froze for a moment before breaking into a delighted smile. You both agree? He had assumed he'd have to pass some messy test before Mr. Jiang would give his daughter's hand in marriage. But now it seemed things weren't quite like that at all. Right away. As long as uncle and aunt don't object, I'm ready for the engagement anytime. Life's 4 greatest joys: sweet rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and passing the imperial examinations. Passing the imperial exams was out of the question, but he was already quite accomplished in his own right. Adding a wedding night to that would be perfect. Just then, Jiang Yunxue returned and overheard her father and Fang Yuan's conversation. Her cheeks flushed bright red with embarrassment. Dad, what are you talking about? It sounds like you're saying your daughter is unwanted. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. The frustration he'd felt moments ago from being humiliated by Dong Ming now dissolved into a quiet satisfaction. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Father Zhang's heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled. Since neither of you objects, your mother and I will handle setting the engagement date. Alright, we'll leave everything to you. Zhang's father waved his hand decisively, sealing the matter. Jiang Yunxue blinked, about to say something, but seeing Fang Yuan's smug expression, she couldn't help but laugh along. Most of the guests at the table were relatives of the Jiang family, and upon hearing the happy news, they offered congratulations and well wishes. Meanwhile, Dong Ming, seated at the head table not far away. He frowned deeply at the scene. He still felt a bit uneasy about failing to put Fang Yuan in his place earlier. Just then, several slouching youths entered the banquet hall. Among them was his second son, Dong Haoren. That good-for-nothing brat. Fury surged through him, and he was about to stride over to reprimand him. But when he spotted the young man leading the group, the anger on Dong Ming's face instantly melted into eagerness and flattery. Young Master Zhang, it is truly an honor for our Dong family to have you grace us with your presence. Please, come and take a seat. Zhang Xiandao gave a faint nod, his expression impassive. To be honest, he didn't think much of Dong Haoren, this younger brother. But since the guy was actually pretty good at playing the game, he didn't mind coming over to show his support. Far from being offended by Zhang Xiandao's aloof expression, Dong Ming only smiled more obsequiously. Don't be fooled by Zhang Xiandao always playing the role of the younger brother. But that depended entirely on who he was dealing with. Apart from Fang Yuan and his master Long Yi, young Master Zhang commanded formidable prestige in the outside world. The Zhang Group was a bona fide billion-dollar publicly listed company, and Zhang Qiandao was its young master. Dong Ming was merely a director at some small company that did business with the Zhang Group. How could he dare show disrespect to this young master? They weren't even on the same level. The fact that Zhang Xiandao attended his son's wedding was something Dong Ming could brag about to others. Young Master Zhang, this way, please. Dong Ming led the way with a slight bow, while the wedding guests murmured among themselves, wondering just what kind of big shot this young man really was. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, Taidan, what are you doing here? Zhang Qiandao's slender frame trembled before his eyes narrowed sharply as he whipped his head around. What nerve! I'll be damned if I don't see who dares call this young master by his nickname. Chapter 85, The Wedding Banquet. Dong Ming was also startled by this sudden turn of events, cold sweat pouring down his back. He glared furiously at Fang Yuan. That brat again. Ever since learning Fang Yuan was Jiang Yunshua's boyfriend, he'd been seething. Now the eldest son of the Zhang group had personally come. And this brat had to show up and cause trouble again. Regardless of who Taidan was yelling at, shouting like that at this moment was nothing short of embarrassing young Master Zhang. But before Dong Ming could utter a word of reprimand, Zhang Qiandao suddenly seemed pumped up, rushing excitedly toward Fang Yuan. Dong Ming felt a sudden pang of panic. Today was his son's wedding day, any trouble would reflect badly on him. But the one about to act was young Master Zhang of the Zhang group. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare step in to stop him. Dong Ming shot Fang Yuan a bitter glance. If that kid hadn't opened his mouth and spouted nonsense, young Master Zhang wouldn't have gotten so furious. After a moment's hesitation, thinking of his son's lifelong happiness, he steeled himself and stepped forward. Young Master Zhang, please calm down. Could you do me this favor? Zhang Xiandao stared at him with a look reserved for the mentally challenged. What the hell do you want from me? Get out of my way if you have nothing to do. Don't delay me from finding my boss. Your boss? Seeing Dong Ming still standing there like a fool, Zhang Xiandao impatiently shoved him aside. Then he grinned as he leaned in close to Fang Yuan. Hey, sis-in-law, Boss Fang, what brings you two here? What? Can't I come? Heh, don't say that. Of course you can. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Truth be told, attending his girlfriend's relative's wedding was rather dull. But spotting a familiar face lifted his spirits. Zhang Xiandao didn't hesitate either, grabbing a chair and plopping down right beside Fang Yuan. Let me introduce you, this is my future father-in-law. Hello, uncle. I'm Zhang Qiandao. You can just call me Little Zhang, or if that's too formal, you can call me Iron Egg like Brother Fang does. It sounds much more friendly. Zhang's father was a bit flustered by Zhang Qiandao's enthusiasm. He knew the Dong family was incredibly wealthy. Yet just moments ago, Dong Ming had practically groveled at Zhang Qiandao's feet. Clearly, this man was someone important. Then again, recalling the grand entrance Fang Yuan made on his first visit, it made perfect sense for him to have such an impressive sidekick. Hello. Gazing up at the formidable young Master Zhang. In an instant, he transformed into a harmless little lamb before the young man. Dong Ming was utterly stunned, cold sweat breaking out on his back without him even realizing it. Just moments ago, sitting with Fang Yuan, he had been spouting off arrogantly, putting on airs as an elder and successful man, trying to lecture Fang Yuan. But now he was here to apologize. Never mind the embarrassment of his own actions, the real question was whether Fang Yuan would even accept his apology. During business dinners with the company president, some of the second-generation playboys he encountered had fiery tempers. They seemed easygoing on the surface. But if you ever crossed them, it wasn't something you could smooth over with a few words. No, I need to approach this through the in-laws. Dong Ming wasn't stupid. He immediately grasped the crucial point. Jiang Yunshua was Fang Yuan's girlfriend. Seeing that Zhang Qiandao and Fang Yuan showed no intention of acknowledging him, he cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment, then walked over to the main table and began chatting up his in-laws, who seemed a bit stiff. Perhaps seeing Dong Ming's unusually warm demeanor for the first time, the Hu couple felt both flattered and overwhelmed. For a moment, it felt like a dream. After all, when the two families had first met, Dong Ming had carried himself with an air of superiority, barely acknowledging them with nods and grunts, never treating them as equals. Knowing their daughter marrying into the Dong family was already a step up for them, the Hus dared not say much. Seeing Dong Ming's change now, they could only attribute it to today being a joyous occasion that had softened their father-in-law's attitude. The wedding proceedings unfolded as scheduled. When it came time for the parents to address the guests, Dong Ming took the microphone, delivered some polite formalities, then suddenly raised his voice. On this joyous occasion of my son's wedding, first I wish to thank my in-laws for raising such an exceptional daughter-in-law for me, Dong Ming. My gratitude is profound. Second, I would like to formally introduce two distinguished guests present today. One is young Master Zhang of the Zhang group. We are deeply honored and humbled that young Master Zhang has graced us with his presence today. Watching Dong Ming's obsequious expression, Zhang Qiandao muttered under his breath. But considering today was the joyous occasion of old Fang's wife's relative, he graciously stood up and waved his hand. Zhang Group. Could it be the Zhang Group from our very own Linchuan city? The Dong family must be incredibly influential to have even this figure personally attend and show support. Whispers rippled through the other guests below the stage. Who knew the Dong family had such connections? Maybe we should consider moving old Dong out of his current position after this. As one of the star enterprises in Linchuan City and indeed the entire Nanyuan province, the Zhang Group's name was naturally well known. Particularly among Dongming Company's senior executives, upon learning of Zhang Qiandao's presence, some had already begun scheming about opportunities to climb the corporate ladder by aligning with the Dong family and the young master of the Zhang Group. Next, allow me to introduce another distinguished guest, our very own Fang Yuan, young Master Fang. Me too? Fang Yuan sat in his chair puffing on a cigarette when Dongming suddenly called out his name. For a moment, he didn't register it. Ahem, you flatter me. I'm just a nobody. Facing the crowd's gaze, Fang Yuan could only rise reluctantly and utter those words. Compared to the renowned Zhang Group, Fang Yuan had virtually no name recognition in the business world. And no wonder. After all, the technologies he submitted consistently shook the highest echelons of the capital. To protect Fang Yuan, the Xia nation not only classified his personal files as top secret, but also prohibited any media or online outlets from reporting on him without authorization. Though unfamiliar with his name, the others recognized that someone seated at the same table as Zhang Qiandao was clearly no ordinary person. Thus, they all graciously offered applause. Once all the wedding proceedings concluded, Dongming led his son and Hu Yan to Fang Yuan's table first, raising his cup. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Thank you, young Master Fang and young Master Zhang, for gracing my son's wedding with your presence. It is truly an honor for the Dong family. I'll drink first to show my respect." No need to be so formal. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Truthfully, he hadn't given the earlier incident a second thought. It simply wasn't worth it. Come, Mr. Fang, allow me to offer you a toast personally. I'll finish mine first, then you may proceed at your leisure. We're family now. Let's keep in touch. Dongming poured another glass of baijiu and downed it in one gulp. Fang Yuan raised his glass in acknowledgement. Emptying it signaled the matter was settled. After the wedding, the call he'd been anxiously awaiting from the capital finally came through. Chapter 86, The Commissioning Ceremony. Given the gravity of the matter regarding Fang Yuan's request for the rank of Major General, the bigwigs in the capital deliberated for an entire day. Ultimately, the top leader made the final decision personally. One who has made such immense contributions to the nation and its people must not be allowed to feel disheartened. Special talents who have achieved the miraculous must be granted exceptional treatment and rewards. With these words, the matter was settled. However, due to Fang Yuan's unique circumstances, the rank conferment ceremony would still not be held publicly. Nevertheless, after thorough consideration, the higher-ups decided to have Fang Yuan attend a rank conferment ceremony at the provincial military region. First, the rank of Major General carries its own special significance. Second, a certain level of pomp and circumstance was deemed necessary. After all, young people are at an age where they crave recognition. After the wedding concluded, suppressing his inner excitement, Fang Yuan first escorted Jiang Yunxue back to Yunhai Villa. 5 military vehicles with special license plates were waiting outside. The accompanying brigade-level officers felt the most complex emotions throughout the journey. After all, such a young major general was unprecedented in the history of the Xia kingdom. It could be said he had pioneered a new chapter in history. As they passed through the gate guarded by sentries and arrived at the promotion ceremony site, the provincial and ministerial leaders, along with the top brass of the Nanyuan Provincial Military District, had been waiting for quite some time. In accordance with the confidentiality principle mandated by higher authorities, the provincial and ministerial leaders refrained from detailing Fang Yuan's background. Everyone understood the significance. This seemingly ordinary young man, aside from his good looks, must have made extraordinary contributions beyond imagination. Only such achievements could persuade the capital's elite to override objections and bestow upon Fang Yuan this supreme honor, one that would make his ancestors' graves tremble. Before the ceremony commenced, Fang Yuan changed into a smart green military uniform. The audience below was filled with junior officers and soldiers. When the man hailed as Xia Nation's youngest major general appeared, many faces betrayed shock, followed by deep envy. Damn, a major general in his 20s? Did he go blow up the Japanese shrine? Or maybe he blew up that crooked tower in the States? Whoa! A major general this young? If provincial and ministerial leaders hadn't mobilized, who'd believe it? A group of soldiers chatted excitedly. Meanwhile, many warrant officers and company-level officers were filled with admiration. After all, in these times of peace, attaining the rank of Major General requires decades of hard-earned experience. Being called general is the ultimate dream for countless young men in the barracks. The person conferring the rank was the commander of the Nanyuan Provincial Military District. After the provincial commander delivered a brief speech and clarified that this appointment had been personally issued by the nation's top leader, not a single voice of doubt remained among the audience. Congratulations, Major General Fang Yuan. The provincial military district commander stood before Fang Yuan, affixing the gold-braided one-star shoulder insignia to his uniform. He then attached the qualification badge with a gold star emblem on its base, signifying the rank of deputy commander of a major military region. From this moment onward, in terms of rank, Fang Yuan now enjoyed provincial ministerial level treatment. He was but a few steps away from becoming a provincial governor. However, given that this major general held no real power or position, many aspects could not be compared. Though lacking real authority, Fang Yuan held immense influence in the eyes of the capital's elite status far beyond that of an ordinary major general. Just as Fang Yuan was heading to the provincial military district for his rank conferment ceremony, Jiang Yunxue, who had just returned to the villa, received a call from her father. "Xiao Shui, come back as soon as you can. Your aunt hasn't been well lately. It seems her time is near. Let's go see her together. Oh, and if Fang Yuan is free, bring him along too." After hanging up, Jiang Yunxue was still reeling from the news. However, Fang Yuan had mentioned before leaving that he might not return anytime soon. So she could only reach out to Long Yi and have him arrange for a bodyguard to drive her home. By the time she arrived home, Jiang He and his father, Jiang Imin, were already there. Seeing Jiang Yunxue alone, Jiang He asked curiously, "Hey, why didn't Fang Yuan come? He had something urgent come up and might not be able to make it for now." Jiang Imin nodded. Fang Yuan is a big boss after all. He has a lot of daily work to handle and certainly doesn't have as much free time as we do. "Hey, kid, how's that job search going? If it really doesn't work out, ask Xiaoxue to check with Fang Yuan and see if he can arrange a suitable job for you to start with." Hearing this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but frown. "Dad, it's not that I don't want to look. There just aren't many suitable jobs around here, and the pay is so low. It's way beyond what I expected. Ahem, our little sister hasn't even married yet, and you, as a relative, are already rushing to bother them. Won't people look down on us in the future?" No, I'll try harder." Jiang Yunxue giggled. The big boss was the real deal. But she'd never seen Fang Yuan focus on anything serious. He spent his days either eating and drinking or lugging a woven bag around to collect scrap. Though she was curious where his income came from, as a woman, Jiang Yunxue believed she shouldn't pry too deeply into his affairs. As long as they were happy together and had enough to get by, that was enough. Jiang Yunxue's aunt lived in the neighboring county town, which wasn't too far away. After seeing Jiang Yunxue always accompanied by bodyguards when she went out, many relatives who had come along couldn't help but remark that she had found a good match. After visiting her aunt, who lay bedridden and looking haggard, the family sat around the table chatting. Li Wei, the son of Jiang Yunxue's aunt, was around 30 years old this year, already married, and by family hierarchy, Jiang Yunxue's cousin. As they chatted, the meal was served. Li Wei mentioned he had a few bottles of fine liquor he wanted to share with everyone. Jiang Yunxue hadn't planned to drink, as she wasn't much of a drinker. But she couldn't resist Li Wei's persistent urging, and since her parents didn't object, she joined in for a glass. Throughout the meal, everyone kept passing cups and glasses around. Li Wei specifically sought out Jiang Yunxue several times to drink with her. Sitting nearby, her cousin-in-law He Wei kept her feelings hidden, but inside she was seething with anger. She smiled and said, "Xiao Shui, I hear you have a boyfriend now, right? When you're out in the world, you must be careful how you handle relationships with other men. Even with family members, you need to maintain boundaries." She then shot a subtle glance in Li Wei's direction. "Hee, don't worry, cousin-in-law. I know." Jiang Yunxue replied nonchalantly. But as soon as they returned home, He Wei suddenly slammed her chopsticks down on the table and pointed an accusing finger at Li Wei. "What do you think you're doing? Is it really necessary to act so affectionate with your cousin in front of me? And you even invited her to drink and chat. Don't forget your cousins." Li Wei, caught off guard by the scolding, was momentarily stunned. He had invited Jiang Yunxue to drink and chat purely because they'd always gotten along well since childhood. Plus, they hadn't seen each other in quite a while, so he'd been a bit more enthusiastic to avoid making his cousin feel awkward. How did this turn into something sleazy and suggestive in He Wei's eyes? "Are you out of your mind? What could possibly happen between us? You know damn well what's going on. I'm already exhausted from taking care of your bedridden mother day and night. Don't you have any conscience left?" Unbelievable. Li Wei snapped back irritably, and the outcome was predictable. After the heated argument, He Wei stormed back to her room in a rage. When Jiang Yunxue returned to Xinghai Villa, she pulled out her phone to call Fang Yuan and ask when he'd be back. She suddenly noticed someone had tagged her in the Happy Family group chat. Chapter 87, Then I'll Just Scare You. After reading He Wei's message in the group chat, Jiang Yunxue was utterly speechless. But it didn't end there. Because moments later, He Wei called her directly, demanding she stick to her principles and never get involved with Li Wei again. "I expect you to watch your own step and maintain proper boundaries with relatives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh." Before Jiang Yunxue could even begin to explain, He Wei hung up the phone. Meanwhile, the group chat erupted into chaos. Seeing their daughter slandered like this, Jiang Yunxue's parents immediately spoke up in defense. Yet He Wei kept twisting facts and making baseless accusations, leaving the Jiang parents both furious and helpless. Finally, even Jiang Imin and Jiang He, father and son, couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, He Wei, you're really going too far here. Xiao Shue's boyfriend is incredibly outstanding. It's not like she's trying to steal men from you. Besides, Li Wei is actually Xiao Shue's cousin. You're just overthinking things. Jiang He stepped in to speak up for fairness. But soon, he too found himself added to Li Wei's list of targets. Outstanding? How outstanding could he be? He just found out our family is getting over 3 million in compensation from the demolition, so he's scrambling to cozy up to his cousin for some benefits. Do you really think I don't know what she's up to? Anyway, I'll say it right here today, no way. You're all family, aren't you? Teaming up to bully me, the outsider who married into this family? Fine. Everyone has relatives. Just you wait. With that, He Wei immediately exited the group chat. That afternoon, when Fang Yuan returned home, he noticed Jiang Yunshue's eyes were slightly red and swollen. After persistent questioning, she finally revealed how her cousin-in-law had slandered her. What a freak! Beyond that, Fang Yuan couldn't find words to describe He Wei. But standing by while his woman was bullied without lifting a finger? He knew he couldn't do that. Let's go. We're going to demand an explanation from them right now. I refuse to believe a fist can beat a thigh. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and headed toward the garage to get the car. But Jiang Yunshue stopped him. Forget it. There's no point arguing with people like that. Besides, my aunt isn't in good health right now. If we make a big deal out of this, I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. Jiang Yunshue sighed. Being falsely accused out of nowhere would upset anyone. But the thought of her aunt still battling serious illness weighed heavily on her conscience. Besides, no matter how much He Wei stirred up trouble, the truth wouldn't change. Yet the events that followed proved she had underestimated He Wei's intelligence and vindictiveness. The next morning, Jiang Yunshue was jolted awake by her father's call. By the time Fang Yuan drove Jiang Yunshue to Wen County, a Mercedes-Benz was parked in front of the Jiang residence. The faint sound of a man scolding echoed from inside the house. Upon entering, Jiang Yunshue's sister-in-law was standing with a middle-aged man in a suit, loudly addressing the second eldest son of the Jiang family. I don't care what the circumstances are. If you don't give us a proper explanation today, we'll file a lawsuit against you immediately and take this to court. It's bad enough that a cousin didn't uphold her principles and seduced her cousin. But you parents actually ganged up to bully my sister? Let me tell you, you're already suspected of interfering in someone else's family affairs. That's a serious violation of the law. Now tell me, who's going to take responsibility for this? If you can't come up with an answer, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Mr. Jiang, an honest, hard-working man his entire life, had never faced such a confrontation. For a moment, he was rendered speechless by the middle-aged man's barrage. Oh, come on, is this never going to end? Fang Yuan sneered coldly. Big talk indeed. Taking it to court? Who are you trying to intimidate? Upon seeing their daughter and future son-in-law appear, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang suddenly found their backbone. Who are you? The middle-aged man frowned and glared at Fang Yuan. Beside him, He Wei pointed excitedly at Jiang Yunshue and exclaimed, Brother, it's this scheming vixen. She's Li Wei's cousin. So it was you. You deliberately disrupted someone else's family, yet you have the nerve to show your face in front of my sister? Well, how do you propose we handle this? He Liang scrutinized Jiang Yunshue closely, a hint of lechery flashing in his eyes. My sister has suffered severe emotional distress because of you. If this isn't handled properly, we'll see each other in court. I'm a lawyer at Linchuan Law Firm. I know the law better than you do. If you don't want this to escalate, apologize to my sister immediately. And the minimum compensation must not be less than 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan? Hearing that figure, the second elder of the Jiang family froze. What nonsense are you spouting? She clearly provoked this herself. Jiang Yunshue retorted furiously. Heh, young lady, don't push it too far. This 100,000 yuan is already a generous offer considering we're family. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't be so easily dismissed. Besides, I'm recording everything. Everything you just said will be used as evidence in court. He Liang smiled faintly. When dealing with ordinary people who weren't well versed in the law, he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. You've now defamed my sister with clear evidence. I advise you to think carefully before speaking. This is extortion. Fraud. Jiang Yunshue was utterly enraged by He Liang's shamelessness. Fang Yuan stepped in front of her and said calmly, not a single penny. And I'll insult you right now, you're a complete moron. Want to sue me? Go ahead. Get lost. I'll be waiting. He Liang's face twisted into a hideous grimace. The whole 100,000 yuan thing was just a scare tactic for the Jiang family elders. But fine. This idiot, who knew where he came from, dared to insult him to his face even though he knew he was a lawyer. This was practically handing him a golden opportunity. He pointed at Fang Yuan with fury, sneering coldly, fine. You've got guts. See you in court. Brother! Seeing that today's visit hadn't forced the Jiang family to bow their heads in apology, Wei felt a surge of resentment. Don't worry, sis. In a few days, they'll be begging you on their knees. Let's go. Liang silently resolved to leverage his expertise this time. At the very least, he'd make the entire Jiang family's lives a living hell. Until this stunningly beautiful young woman came to settle things privately with him. Where do you think you're going? Fang Yuan asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Ha! Don't tell me you're trying to restrict our freedom of movement, young man? This is a society governed by law. I beg you, don't scare me. Liang roared with laughter, his eyes flashing with contempt and disdain. Fang Yuan smiled too. Then I'll scare you. Half an hour later. 3 black sedans suddenly appeared. 7 or 8 law enforcement officers dressed in black approached Liang and presented their credentials. Excuse us, we are law enforcement officers from the Linchuan City National Security Branch. You are currently suspected of plotting to assassinate a key military leader of the Xia Nation. Please accompany us to the branch for investigation. Staring at the gleaming credentials and handcuffs, Liang's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 88, Forgiveness. After being roughed up by state security, the once arrogant Liang was completely finished. It was only after Wei received a tearful call from his wife that he rushed to Xinghai Villa to seek Fang Yuan's forgiveness. In the aftermath, Liang was fired from his law firm over the incident. After being released from state security, Wei was also brought by Wei to personally apologize. After witnessing Fang Yuan's background in the villa, she now wouldn't dare utter a single word against Jiang Yunxue, even if given 100 chances. Cut 2. Inside the Linchuan City Detention Center. The elderly woman who had led the mob blocking the wedding car and snapped off Fang Yuan's rearview mirror now bitterly regretted her actions. Son, you must beg them on my behalf. I'm too old for prison. 1.28 million yuan, that amount had already reached the threshold for sentencing. Even the lawyer they hired shook his head in dismay upon hearing the figure. Watching their elderly mother suffer this ordeal, the 2 sons felt both resentful toward her tendency to grab small bargains that led to big losses and deeply distressed. The only option now is to get the other party to agree to insurance settlement, then we can compensate them privately. After the incident, they had gone to Xinghai Villa based on information provided by the police, but were stopped at the gate by security and denied entry. The eldest son, Wang Zhaoqin, gritted his teeth. We'll wait there. Even if we have to kneel, we'll beg for his forgiveness. They were all men in their 40s who didn't care about saving face. But now, they had no other options. To rescue their mother, they had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. The supervising officer beside them sighed. The 2 sons were certainly devoted, but their parents, unfortunately, lacked the wisdom to read the situation. Most crucially, their knowledge had narrowed their perspective. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so foolish as to break off the rearview mirror of a limited edition sports car worth tens of millions. They say heeding advice is better than eating your fill. Had the old lady heeded that bystander's advice back then, this situation could have been avoided. Hey, you 2 again? Get moving, don't block the residence entrance. Spotting the 2 who'd come seeking leniency from Mr. Fang that day, the security guard on duty rushed out and shouted. Sir, we really need to see Mr. Fang about something important. Please, just let us through. Wang Zhaoqin knew he was the one in need of favors now, so even his tone sounded extremely humble. Though embarrassed, younger brother Wang Zhaoguan knew saving their mother came first. He reluctantly chimed in, Big brother, we'll just stand over here. We promise not to interfere with your work. After speaking, he stepped forward and slipped a pack of Huazi cigarettes into the security guard's hand. Perhaps sensing that these 2 grown men genuinely had urgent business, the security guard scrutinized them carefully before pushing the offered pack of cigarettes back. Fine, then. But you 2 stand back and don't block the residents coming and going. No need for the cigarettes. The 2 brothers thanked him profusely and moved a good distance away. From morning until dusk, they hadn't taken a single sip of water, just staring intently at the vehicles coming and going. Finally, just as the brothers felt today was hopeless and were about to give up, Fang Yuan, who had slipped out of the villa carrying 2 woven bags to take advantage of the cooler temperatures, had just reached the front gate. The brothers instantly surged forward in excitement. Halt! What do you think you're doing? The 2 security guards on duty suddenly rushed out and blocked them. Wang Zhaoqin shouted, Mr. Fang, please give my mother one more chance. Fang Yuan, who had been humming a tune while counting his afternoon's haul of junk, paused abruptly. It seemed someone was calling his name. He turned his head and instantly recognized the 2 as the sons of the old lady who had snapped his rearview mirror that day. Ha! Why are you guys here? The security guard who had been offered a cigarette earlier spoke up, Mr. Fang, you know these 2? They've been waiting here since this morning, saying they had urgent business with you. They haven't had a single sip of water all day. I thought they were troublemakers from somewhere. Far from getting angry, the brothers shot the security guard a look of gratitude. Though the words seemed dismissive, they actually spoke volumes in their favor. Fang Yuan hadn't expected these 2 men to go to such lengths for his mother. Perhaps touched by their devotion, he said softly, "Come inside with me and have some water first." "Sure, thank you, Mr. Fang." Following Fang Yuan back to the villa, the brothers felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority as they passed by the exquisitely decorated, luxurious homes surrounding them. They even walked with heads bowed low, as if a single extra glance might be an act of sacrilege against this place. Fang Yuan, walking ahead, kept observing their reactions out of the corner of his eye. Seeing this, he silently sighed, his anger toward the woman dissipating by more than half. As they entered the villa, the eldest son, Wang Zhaoqin, suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud and pleaded, "Mr. Fang, you are a magnanimous man. I beg you, please spare my mother. My brother and I have scraped together 300,000 yuan. We can write you an IOU. We will repay the remaining 980,000 yuan to you gradually." My mother acted in a moment of confusion. But now she is old and would suffer terribly if she had to go to prison. As her children, we simply cannot bear to see that happen. The younger son, Wang Zhaoyuan, knelt down beside him. "Get up immediately. What are you doing?" Fang Yuan paused in surprise before rushing forward to help them up. But the brothers refused to budge, only gazing at him with pleading eyes. "Mr. Fang, we're not trying to morally blackmail you, we're truly at our wits' end," Wang Zhaoyuan added by way of explanation. At this point, what else could be said? "Fine. Under these circumstances, I'll only take 100,000 yuan from you. The rest is forgiven." He wasn't letting them off scot-free because Fang Yuan refused to play the role of some saintly martyr. At the same time, this 100,000 yuan served as a profound lesson for the old lady: forgive where forgiveness is possible. Hearing this, the two brothers burst into tears of joy. When they came, they had braced themselves for rejection, resigned to living out their days branded as unfilial sons. Now, with the situation turning around, they were truly overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Fang. We'll never forget your kindness." Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. I'll have my lawyer come over this afternoon to handle this matter." After the brothers transferred the money, Fang Yuan called attorney Zhang, the same lawyer who had initially helped him secure his Xinghai residence and villa documents, and requested his assistance. Naturally, attorney Zhang readily agreed to the wealthy client's request. Just then, Jiang Yunxue received a call from a former Xinghai employee. They mentioned that the fat man had been acting strangely lately and had just left the house wearing ragged clothes. They wondered if something might have happened. Fang Yuan had been planning to work overtime that night to scavenge for scraps, but upon hearing his good friend was in trouble, he immediately drove to Xinghai. But upon arriving, he couldn't find Zhang Dao anywhere. After a thorough search, he finally spotted the fat man being held at gunpoint by security guards in front of a bank counter. Chapter 89, Brothers. "Fatso, what the hell got into you?" Fang Yuan jumped out of the car and shouted as he approached. The two bank security guards, seeing someone recognize this crazed individual, immediately motioned for Fang Yuan to come over and take him away. "No, I'm not leaving. I want to withdraw 3,000 yuan, and they can't even give it to me. How can you run a bank without money? That can't be right. How could they refuse a withdrawal?" Fang Yuan muttered to himself, suddenly realizing things might not be that simple. Sure enough, the bank guard's next words confirmed his suspicion. One guard stared at the fat man like he was mentally unstable. "We've already told you your account balance is only 3 yuan. How can you possibly withdraw 3,000? That makes no sense." To everyone's surprise, the fat man retorted with righteous indignation, "Is this bank card even from your bank?" The guard paused before replying, "Yes." "Then shouldn't I come to your bank to withdraw money?" "Ha! That actually made sense. Then why won't you give me my money when I come to withdraw it? Why are you kicking me out?" "Hey, hold on, are you out of your mind? Didn't you get that there's no money in your account?" The security guard suddenly lost his temper. "How the hell do you run a bank with no money?" Fang Yuan, standing nearby, froze in shock. "Fatso, you're really pushing it here." Sorry. My buddy's been not quite right lately. I'll take him away right now." Fang Yuan gave an awkward smile, poked the fat guy's head, then dragged the still ranting man into the car with a sour expression. Once inside the car, the fat guy was still grumbling indignantly about how the bank had tricked him. Fang Yuan scrutinized the fat guy from head to toe. He wore a yellow and white shirt that looked like it hadn't been washed in 3 years, with a woven bag tied around his waist. His jeans were torn in over a dozen places, and he wore a pair of worn-out sneakers that looked like they'd been salvaged from some trash bin. Damn, the more he looked at this outfit, the more familiar it seemed. "Fatso, you're really okay?" The fat guy casually swept his bangs off his forehead, his expression solemn as he replied, "Old Fang, I know what you're wondering. But let me tell you straight, not only am I not crazy, I found the secret to reaching the top. Look, this is what I earned today." He plunged his hand into the woven bag, rummaging vigorously before pulling out a thick wad of loose change, 5s and 1s everywhere, even a few crisp red bills. "I've figured it out. Hard work is useless. Just refuse mental exhaustion and go nuts whenever something happens." Well, he really has lost his mind. Fang Yuan couldn't quite figure out what was going on with the fat guy, so he just had the drunken immortal pavilion prepare a feast. As the old saying goes, nothing troubles you once the alcohol kicks in. One glass isn't enough? Then down a whole bottle. Once you're drunk, nothing matters anymore. Sure enough, after a few rounds of drinks, the fatso finally wailed out his true feelings. Old Fang, you know what? Sometimes I really envy you. So young, yet already accomplished villas, luxury cars, savings, you've got it all. But me? I'm just a parasite living off your emotions. And in the end, I can't even keep the person I love. Am I a complete failure? If I'm a failure anyway, I might as well embrace it fully, go mad and forget everything. Fatty's face flushed as he downed several more shots. If Fang Yuan hadn't grabbed him when things got out of hand, he'd have nearly finished the entire bottle of 53 proof baijiu. Honestly, haven't you forgotten Tanlin yet? Fang Yuan couldn't help but ask. Yes. I want to forget her too. I know you guys only made me break up with her because you care about me. But old Fang, I'm a piece of a loser. I know I'm just a toy she plays with, yet I still can't bring myself to give up. The fat man covered his eyes in anguish, pouring out all the pent-up frustration and longing he'd felt since parting ways with Tanlin. Sigh. You're a damn unrepentant suck-up. Fang Yuan patted the fat man's shoulder in consolation. After a moment's hesitation, perhaps his appetite disturbed by the fat man's wailing, Fang Yuan abruptly stood up. It's just a woman. Fine, Godfather will show you the ropes today. What? The fat guy lifted his tear-streaked, puffy face and looked at Fang Yuan in confusion. He soon found out exactly what kind of eye-opening experience Fang Yuan had in mind. Kanglin KTV 888 Presidential Suite. Fang Yuan pointed at the 2 rows of beauties standing before them and declared grandly, take whichever one you like. If one isn't enough, take 2. Surrounded by girls in miniskirts, their white thighs exposed, each with her own unique figure and beauty. The pain in the fat man's heart, caused by his heartbreak, was instantly pressed into the heel button. He stammered, Fang, you misunderstand. I didn't mean it like that. Got it. You, and the one with the big waves, stay. It wasn't until around midnight that the 2 men finally stumbled out of the KTV, leaning on each other's shoulders. The atmosphere had grown so heated that Fang Yuan's face bore several lipstick marks. As for the fat guy, well, needless to say, when the tip of 10,000 yuan per person was handed out, the fat guy nearly gasped for breath. The avalanche had come too fast. You had to admit, Fang Yuan understood him. By the next day, the fat guy was back to normal, as he put it. Love my ass. She didn't come looking for me until I was driving a Ferrari and had 100 grand in my account. Love my ass. Happiness is way more important than that bull. Relieved that his good buddy had finally seen the light, Fang Yuan waved his hand generously and transferred another 100,000 yuan to the fat guy, telling him to relax and enjoy himself these few days. During this time, Jiang Yunxue curiously asked why Fang Yuan was so forgiving toward the fat guy. Not only did he casually gift him a sports car, but he also sent him money every few days, seemingly never holding any grudges against the fat guy. But when Fang Yuan sighed and recounted one incident, all her doubts vanished. Freshman year, I ran out of money for food once. When I called home, Fang Weiguo told me to fend for myself. It was the fat guy who went out scavenging with me to sell junk for cash. Since we barely scraped together enough, we'd eat one meal and go hungry the next. Later, seeing how skinny I'd gotten barely human anymore, he gave me all his living expenses. He even joked he wanted to lose weight. Back then, I thought he was serious. It wasn't until I caught him secretly scavenging leftover steamed buns behind the cafeteria from hunger that I realized after giving me his money, he'd survived 3 days on nothing but water. Now that I can afford it, I'll never let my good brother go hungry again. After hearing this, Jiang Yunxue felt both heartbroken for Fang Yuan's difficult past and gained a whole new perspective on the fat guy. Fatso might have many flaws, but regardless of others' opinions, in Fang Yuan's eyes, he was genuinely a person who cared deeply for him. Chapter 90, Capturing a Major General. Just after counseling the fat man, who had become a monster due to emotional depression, the next day brought more troublesome news. The reason was that when Fang Yuan went out scavenging for junk, seeking convenience, he had carelessly locked his old bicycle to a street lamp pole. When he returned triumphantly with hundreds of thousands in scrap, his bike had vanished without a trace. Fang Yuan squatted on the ground, lighting a cigarette to calm himself. Just what kind of idiot did this? The solid gold bicycle weighed about 30 Jin 150 pounds. Based on current gold prices, it was worth at least 7 million yuan. Stealing this thing would guarantee a life sentence. When Fang Yuan reported the theft, the police dispatcher thought he was joking. After all, who in their right mind would ride around on a solid gold bicycle, let alone casually lock such a priceless treasure to a street post? However, due to the caller's insistence, they dispatched 2 officers from the nearby police station to investigate. Jiang Zhengyang, driving the patrol car, grumbled, "Man, you really see it all these days. Someone actually called to report his solid gold 28-inch bicycle stolen. I suspect he might be deliberately messing with us." Not long ago, some guy reported his wife had been kidnapped by criminals, mobilizing our entire station. Turns out she'd snuck out in the middle of the night to have an affair. Left me completely dumbfounded. Truly, in a big forest, you find all kinds of situations. Heh, Yang, you're a veteran cop, you've seen it all. Don't get so worked up. My advice is, once you get there, check this guy's ID first. Make sure he's not some escapee from a mental hospital. Last time we responded to a call, we ran into one claiming to be the director of some hospital. He was dressed the part, but the guy was walking down the street with a hammer and screwdriver, saying he was going to set people's bones. Turned out he was a mental patient when we brought him in. This guy might be a bit off too. Hearing his colleague's words, Zhang Zhengyang nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning quite sound. Huh, is this the guy? Upon arriving at the reported location, based on the caller's description provided by dispatch, both officers immediately focused their attention on Fang Yuan. In his 20s, wearing tattered clothes and carrying a woven bag. Exchanging a glance, they were ready to pull out their phones and call the Linchuan City Mental Hospital. Hello, we're officers from the Songming Precinct of Lin City Police Department. Did you place the emergency call? Yes, it was me. Fang Yuan quickly stood up and explained the situation. Well, I was just scavenging along this street earlier, and when I came back, I found my old school bicycle stolen. That bike was made of pure gold, worth at least several million yuan. Please do your best to help me find it. Are you certain your bicycle is made of solid gold? Absolutely. Otherwise, why would I be so anxious to report it? Zhang Zhengyang sized up Fang Yuan and was pretty much convinced. This guy's a total nutcase. Who in their right mind would go scavenging for junk with a solid gold bicycle in hand? Who would believe that? Alright, this involves a substantial amount of money. You'll need to come with us to make a statement first. Confronting a mentally unstable person head-on wasn't wise. Zhang Zhengyang planned to coax him back to the station first. Wait, shouldn't you be helping me review the surveillance footage to catch the culprit? The more Fang Yuan looked at them, the more he felt their gaze was off. Could they really be mistaking him for a lunatic? He asked uncertainly, do I look like a lunatic? Not like it, he is. But both officers had professional training and wouldn't do anything to provoke the patient. Zhang Zhengyang spoke sternly, comrade, you've misunderstood. We're taking you back to the station purely to assist with the investigation. Please don't doubt our professionalism. Half convinced, Fang Yuan followed them to the police car. Yet the moment he sat in the back seat, the officer behind him immediately produced handcuffs and secured Fang Yuan to a steel pipe inside the vehicle. Is this also to assist with the investigation? No, we're worried you might lose your balance if we drive too fast. We don't want you bumping your head or getting hurt. Damn it, they were treating him like a fool. Fang Yuan finally snapped out of his daze. These two hadn't believed a word he'd said. I'm not crazy. He pulled his military ID out of his pocket with his free right hand and slammed it onto the seat. Stop the car immediately. I'm a major general in the Xia Nation military. Did you arrest the wrong person? What the hell? A major general? The officer in the back seat opened the ID and burst out laughing. Ha! Brother Yang, this ID looks legit, even has an embossed seal. Faking a police report is bad enough, but now you've added impersonating a military officer to your charges. Man, you really don't get it, do you? Knowing no one would believe him now, Fang Yuan sat with a grim expression. His phone had been confiscated the moment he got in the car, so even if he wanted to contact someone for help, it was impossible. With his martial arts mastery and steel wings, breaking free from the handcuffs would take mere seconds, but it was truly unnecessary. Songming Police Station, Chief's Office. What? We brought back a major general? After Zhang Zhengyang chuckled and recounted the details of the recent police operation, Chief Lu Kongsheng instantly sensed something was amiss. After all, this was the information age. The days of people casually carrying fake military IDs to impersonate soldiers and swindle others were long gone. However, based on the feedback, it was possible that someone with mental illness could have pulled off such a stunt. Still, to be cautious, he decided to go see for himself. Noticing the chief's uneasy expression, Zhang Zhengyang remarked, Chief, this guy looked fake from the get-go. I mean, what major general goes scavenging for junk on the streets? That's true, but since this involves the military, it's better to be cautious. Soon, the two found Fang Yuan in the interrogation room, idly picking at his fingernails. Lu Kongsheng sized up Fang Yuan. His heart finally settled a bit. The man was only in his early 20s, he'd never heard of such a young brigadier general in all of Xia Nation. If there were, he'd likely have made headlines across all major news outlets. Not to mention, Fang Yuan didn't possess the slightest trace of that iron-blooded military aura. If anything, he looked more like a street thug. Hello, I'm Lu Kongsheng, chief of the Songming Police Station. Regardless of whether he was or not, Lu Kongsheng politely introduced himself, adhering to the principle that it was better to be safe than sorry. Finally, the real authority had arrived. Fang Yuan looked up at Lu Kongsheng and said, Have you verified my identity? Can you release me now? Jiang Zhengyang was about to speak up, wondering where Fang Yuan got the nerve. But Lu Kangsheng stared at the military ID in his hand, growing increasingly alarmed. He himself had been a military officer before transitioning to civilian life. He possessed an instinctive familiarity with military IDs. Fang Yuan's credentials showed no signs of forgery whatsoever. More crucially, the information and formatting were entirely accurate. My apologies, please wait a moment. After stepping out of the interrogation room, cold sweat suddenly broke out on Lu Kangsheng's back. Chief, are you okay? No, I'm not fine. Lu Kangsheng shot a bewildered look at Jiang Zhengyang and snapped, have Zhao look up this guy's personal info immediately. If they'd really brought back a major general, he'd be famous for sure this time. Chapter 91, Commander, good day. Logically, such a clear-cut case shouldn't require such hassle. But when Jiang Zhengyang saw the director's expression turn serious, he immediately sensed trouble brewing. Yes, sir. I'll go immediately. By the time Jiang Zhengyang rushed to the household registration office, Lu Kangsheng brought in a cup of tea for Fang Yuan. As they chatted casually, Lu Kangsheng also grew a bit confused. The documents didn't appear forged, yet through their conversation, he carefully noted that Fang Yuan seemed to know little about military life. He was even completely unaware of officer evaluation procedures, a glaring contradiction. Inside the household registration inquiry room, when they entered the ID number and name Fang Yuan had provided, the screen immediately displayed a message stating insufficient permissions for the query. Holy crap, did I really bring back a brigadier general? Jiang Zhengyang's hands trembled slightly and he nearly blacked out. After cautiously returning to the interrogation room to report the situation to Lu Kangsheng, the station chief, was equally troubled. This is trouble. Fang Yuan, with his superhuman hearing, had caught every word Jiang Zhengyang had just spoken. What's wrong, Chief Lu? Is my information confirmed? Lu Kangsheng was momentarily speechless. Please hold on a moment. Due to our limited authority, we need to escalate this to headquarters. Just a moment, please wait. He wiped the cold sweat trickling down his temple before stepping outside to call his former superior at the Linchuan City Bureau. The senior leader at the municipal bureau was also taken aback when Lu Kangsheng called. What's gotten into you, old Lu? You've got the nerve to arrest a major general? But after Lu Kangsheng truthfully explained Fang Yuan's situation, the municipal bureau leader also fell into deep thought. A 20-something major general not stationed with his troops but scavenging trash on the streets, could you believe it? But adopting a cautious approach, better safe than sorry. He directly contacted the military units in Linchuan City. The response? No such person exists. Come on, the military presence in Linchuan City was only a battalion-level unit. How could they possibly have Fang Yuan's information? Compounded by deliberate concealment from the capital authorities, Fang Yuan's records were now accessible only to the provincial military command and the central government. Virtually no one else had the clearance to look him up. After receiving the response from the Linchuan military unit, the municipal bureau leader not only failed to relax but furrowed his brow even deeper. There was only one possible explanation for this situation. Fang Yuan's rank of major general carried extremely high confidentiality clearance, making his records inaccessible to ordinary personnel. Grasping at straws, he gritted his teeth and dialed the provincial military district. What? You say your subordinate police station arrested a major general named Fang Yuan? Upon hearing the details, the operator at the provincial military command immediately connected the call to a high-level military hotline. Not long after, a call from the provincial military command's high-ranking officials reached the Linchuan City military unit directly. The order was simple: dispatch troops immediately to the Songming police station to retrieve the individual. As for the Lin City Municipal Bureau, well, that goes without saying. First, several leaders were severely reprimanded by the military district. Then, unable to contain their anger, the municipal bureau called Lu Kangsheng and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Well done, you little rascal. You've really made me proud. Arresting a major general. Now the entire bureau is buzzing about how you're the fine soldier I trained. Mark my words, if you don't handle this properly, just wait until I get my hands on you. The old leader slammed the phone down in a rage. Lu Kangsheng's expression was priceless. Glancing at Jiang Zhengyang, who stood cautiously silent nearby, his anger suddenly flared. Smack! Lu Kangsheng delivered a hard slap to Jiang Zhengyang's back of the head, pointing at him so furiously he could barely get his words out. You little brat. You're going to get me killed this time. Jiang Zhengyang replied with a mournful expression. Chief, I really didn't know. What kind of big shot is so low-key? I'll deal with you later. Lu Kangsheng snapped angrily. But no matter what, a solution had to be found. As for pushing Jiang Zhengyang out to take the fall, that hadn't crossed his mind. After all, he was his own man. When his people messed up, he, as the boss, had to take the fall. If it got too hot to handle, he'd just have to swallow his pride and ask his old superior for help. The guy couldn't just abandon him, right? The moment he entered the door, Lu Kangxing snapped to attention with a sharp click, then stood at attention and saluted Fang Yuan with proper military precision. "Commander, good day. Have you explained everything clearly?" Fang Yuan observed Lu Kangxing's solemn expression and surmised that the provincial military district must have called. "Hehe, everything's been explained, Commander. I'm truly sorry. This whole thing was a misunderstanding. I'm here to apologize on their behalf. If you want to hit or yell at someone, take it out on me. I promise not to fight back or talk back." Wow, he's got the mindset and responsibility of a real leader. Fang Yuan chuckled, making Lu Kangxing feel uneasy. After sitting down for a cup of tea, he wasn't particularly angry. The most urgent matter now was to get his bicycle back. Otherwise, who knew if that clueless thief would drag his precious bike off to the scrapyard to sell it? A moment later, 5 large trucks with red license plates suddenly pulled up outside the police station. Fully armed soldiers leaped from the vehicles, their menacing presence palpable as they surrounded the entire Songming police station, rifles at the ready. The leading officer, a major with 2 bars and 1 star, spoke sternly, "You have 1 minute to hand over Commander Fang." Holy crap, what's going on? The station officers were instantly stunned. How could things go from normal to being surrounded like this? Zhang Zhengyang, who was being punished by facing the wall, quickly ducked his head upon seeing the menacing soldiers. "Comrades, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." Lu Kangxing jogged out of the station, shouting at the top of his lungs. Fang Yuan followed leisurely behind. "Protect the commander." The major barked, and a dozen soldiers immediately rushed forward to shield Fang Yuan. Facing dozens of black muzzles, even Lu Kangxing felt his legs go weak. Fortunately, his military background kicked in, allowing him to hold his composure and avoid embarrassment. Misunderstanding. Complete misunderstanding. This is like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. About my old bicycle. Fang Yuan had calmed down by now and couldn't be bothered to make a fuss. Escalating the situation and creating hostility between both sides would be detrimental, and surely the higher-ups wouldn't want that either. Got it. I'll have someone retrieve the surveillance footage immediately. As for how a mere brigadier general like Fang Yuan managed to scrape together enough cash for a solid gold 28-inch bicycle, no need to ask. What truly stunned everyone was seeing such a young general, far more astonishing than the bicycle worth millions. After ordering the troops to withdraw first, Fang Yuan sat in his office awaiting updates, while Zhang Zhengyang, whom he de-apprehended, and another officer exchanged uneasy glances. They knew deep down that if a major general like themselves were arrested by 2 lowly officers for being mentally unstable, this incident would never end. But Fang Yuan clearly hadn't mentioned how he intended to deal with them, so the two could only play the role of wooden statues for the time being. Soon, after reviewing nearby surveillance footage, the police quickly identified the suspect. Watching the footage of a ragged teenager, roughly 15 or 16 years old, Fang Yuan couldn't help but frown. Chapter 92, The Two of Us. Scrapyard. Tan Shua's face fell with disappointment upon hearing the scrapyard owner's offer. "Boss, this bike might be entirely gold-plated. That offer is way too low. $200 is barely more than scrap iron. How about you up the offer?" The scrapyard owner chuckled. "Young man, if it weren't for you being a regular customer, I wouldn't even consider 200. Honestly, 100 would be too much for me. Gold-plated? Who in their right mind would gold-plate a bicycle? It's probably just paint or something. I'd have to scrub it clean after taking it in. So, are you selling it or not? If not, you can take it back right now." Tan Shu eyed the owner's shrewd expression and knew he'd gotten the short end of the stick. But since the bike was stolen, he couldn't sell it openly. The scrapyard owner here often took in goods of dubious origin under the table. It was the only place he could offload stolen goods. $10. Add another 10 and I'll sell it. Tan Shu gritted his teeth and said. He had no choice. If he couldn't sell it, he and his younger brother wouldn't have money for food tomorrow. Better to take the loss than risk not selling it at all. Not a penny more. If you want to sell it, hurry up. The scrapyard owner lit a cigarette and grinned at the teenager. If he refused, no other recycling station within miles would take these items obtained through questionable means. So he was certain the boy would cave. Sure enough, upon hearing the owner refuse to raise the price, Tan Shu finally swallowed his anger and took the 200 yuan before leaving. After buying a carton of pure milk and a few bags of snacks from the supermarket, as he passed a bakery filled with the enticing aroma of cakes, Tan Shu swallowed hard. But glancing at the mere 100-odd yuan left in his pocket, he shook his head and walked straight past. Not far from the Linchuan City waste recycling station stood a makeshift shack cobbled together from torn plastic sheeting and newspapers. Tan Shu walked over excitedly, carrying the milk and snacks. Soon, a young boy inside the shack heard the commotion and poked his head out. He looked to be about 7 years old. "Brother!" the boy exclaimed happily upon seeing Tan Shu. "Look what I brought you." Tan Shu held up the milk and snacks in his hands, his face beaming with satisfaction. "Why milk again?" "I don't like milk, big brother." Tan Shu's eyes widened at his younger brother's words. How can you not drink it? Without nutrients, you won't grow strong. If you stay skinny, you'll just get bullied wherever you go. Compared to his naive younger brother, who had yet to experience the harsh realities of the world, Tanshu, who had been living on the streets since he was 10, understood the law of the jungle all too well. In his early days on the streets, his frail build made him a constant target for bullying. Fists flying were a daily occurrence. Having learned from his own experiences, he was determined not to let his brother repeat the same mistakes. Just as the brothers lay on the wooden floorboards of the shabby hut, sharing snacks and laughing together, the scrap dealer beamed at the gleaming gold bicycle before him. Damn, even the spray paint job looks too real. It looks just like gold. Old Lou, nearing 60, had once been notorious around these parts as a street hustler. Not only was he lazy and greedy, but he was also a full-fledged gambler. Years ago, his gambling had driven his wife and children away. He had driven away his wife and children. After losing everything in his old age, Old Lou had no choice but to scavenge for scraps on the streets to survive. Later, he got a bright idea and started a scrap recycling business, buying low and selling high. Over the past few years, he'd finally started to see some success. Damn it, if this thing is real gold, I'll be rich. Recalling his carefree youth when he'd squandered money everywhere, Old Lou couldn't help but feel tempted. But the idea that someone would use real gold to make a bicycle? He dared not even entertain it. At least it looks the part. I can keep it to show off later. Just then, a man in his early 40s appeared outside the recycling station. This man was Lou Air, a distant relative of Old Lou's. He now worked at a gold shop and often dropped by Old Lou's place to shoot the breeze and drink tea when he had nothing better to do. The moment he entered, his gaze was immediately drawn to the gold bicycle Old Lou was leaning against. Lou Air, you're here. Come on in, sit down. I just got some duck gizzards and kidneys this morning. We'll grab a bag of peanuts and have a few drinks later. Haha, no rush, no rush. Hey, old buddy, where'd you get this thing? Looks pretty badass. Lou Air walked closer, gave the bicycle a thorough look, and ran his hands over it. He immediately understood. But he knew Old Lou's background all too well. For a gambling addict like him, if he really owned a gold bicycle, he'd probably have sold it long ago to fund his wild lifestyle. The most likely scenario was that he'd acquired it as stolen goods from someone else. But a bike like this was worth at least a few million yuan. Even if they cut out 10 of Old Lou's kidneys, he still couldn't afford it. Could it be even Old Lou misjudged its worth? Lou Air pondered silently. Sure enough, Old Lou's next words confirmed his suspicion. Well, I got it from some kid. It looks nice, but I bet it's just spray painted. Still, you gotta admit, the craftsmanship is top notch. You can't even spot any flaws in the paint job. I reckon the owner must have shelled out a pretty penny to get it done. Seeing Old Lou growing increasingly eager to take the bike for inspection, Lou Air quickly interjected, "Come on, who'd be dumb enough to use real gold for a bike? Even if they did, most people wouldn't recognize it. From my years working in a jewelry store, this thing's probably just brass with a gold plating. Still, you're not losing out. It's probably worth a few thousand yuan." Really? I could actually make a few thousand? Ha, I was just saying. It could even be spray painted for all we know. Don't count on it being real gold. Lao Lu nodded. You're right. If it were real gold, I'd eat 10 pounds upside down. Alright, let's go inside and have a drink. Winter's coming soon. We need something warm to drink. Fearing Lou Air would keep prying, Lou Air quickly changed the subject. While drinking, Lou Air kept probing with his words and soon figured out the origin of this golden bicycle. Once Old Lou was feeling a bit tipsy, Lou Air suddenly offered to buy the bicycle for 2,000 yuan. Wait, what do you mean, Lou Air? Old Lou instantly grew wary at this. Oh, come on, what's there to deceive you about? Do you really think this thing is made of gold? Honestly, I've worked in a gold shop for so long that I just like shiny gold stuff. 2,000 yuan for a collector's item isn't bad. If you don't agree, forget I said anything. Really? Old Lou gave Lou Air a skeptical look. Fine, forget I said anything. Keep it for yourself. Lou Air wasn't stupid either. He decisively employed a tactic of feigning retreat to advance his position. Sure enough, Old Lou was instantly taken in. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "No way. 2,000 it is. I'm just an old man. What good is this thing to me besides looking at it? I'll sell it to you right now for 2,000. After all, we're family, right? No, I don't even want it now." Lou Air chuckled, his expression unconcerned. This left Old Lou flustered. After much persuasion, he finally appealed to their brotherly bond to seal the deal. After paying on the spot, Lou Air made up an excuse about needing to attend to matters at the shop. He hopped on his old bicycle and sped away from the recycling station, afraid Old Lou might change his mind. Watching his good buddy stand up and pedal away, Old Lou scratched his head, sensing something was off. Meanwhile, with the cooperation of the Linchuan City Police Department, Tanshu's whereabouts were quickly pinpointed. Chapter 93, Tanshu's Arrest. Bro, I think I hear something outside? As the sky began to darken around 6 p.m., the little boy suddenly set down his milk carton and perked up his ears. Someone? Tan Shu cautiously pulled a wooden stick from the corner of the sleeping platform and peered out carefully. The next second, he burst out of the shack, not forgetting to turn back and instruct the stunned boy still frozen in place. Stay put. I'm the thief. They won't harm you. Freeze. Police. Stop right there. The officers who had already surrounded the area instantly swarmed forward. Tan Shu had spent years drifting from place to place, so his physique was naturally solid. But he was no match for the well-trained officers. He hadn't gotten far before an officer pinned him to the ground. Huff. You're a tough little bastard, running pretty fast. The others quickly followed suit. They searched the dilapidated shack while questioning the boy about his origins. Tan Shu was taken directly back to the police station for questioning. Chief, we've caught the bike thief. Lu Kangsheng, who had been closely monitoring the case, rushed to the office to report the news to Fang Yuan as soon as he received it. Has the bike been recovered? Well. Lu Kangsheng shook his head. The kid kept ranting about some brotherhood code and every man for himself. He refused to reveal where the bike went. But rest assured, sir. We've traced the route he took after stealing the bike. With thorough investigation, we should locate the stolen property soon. Who still talks about martial arts ethics these days? Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. I'll go take a look. Yes, sir. Led by Lu Kangsheng, Fang Yuan soon arrived at the dedicated interrogation room of the Linchuan City Police Bureau. Inside sat a disheveled teenager, his face smeared with dirt traces from struggling as he was pinned to the ground by officers during his escape. Facing the stern tones of the two officers, the youth stubbornly kept his head bowed, refusing to utter a word. Meanwhile, the young boy brought back from the scene was now in another room undergoing identity verification and information cross-checking. Seeing new people enter, Tan Shu replied without lifting his head, "Don't bother asking. I won't say a word. It was just a bicycle. You can't possibly put me in jail for that." Having spent years on the streets, he had long figured out how the law worked. At worst, they'd lock him up for a day or two as a lesson, nothing serious. Fang Yuan chuckled at his words. The kid wasn't stupid, but this time, his calculations might be off. Young man, I'm the owner of that bicycle. If you cooperate with us now to resolve this properly, you might still have a chance to reduce your punishment. Otherwise, the consequences won't be as simple as you imagine. It was certainly pitiful that this child had been wandering the streets at such a young age. But did those whose belongings he stole deserve to suffer? Not long ago, Fang Yuan had seen an incident online. A 70-year-old man's grandson was critically ill in the hospital. The old man had begged every neighbor to scrape together the medical fees. But upon arriving at the hospital, he discovered the entire sum had been stolen. The old man collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. That silent, heartbreaking scene of his silent accusation against the thief has stayed with him ever since. Being broke is no excuse to disregard basic human decency and morality. If you commit a crime, you must face the consequences. Seeing Tan Shu remained unmoved, Fang Yuan chuckled coldly. Do you know how much that vintage bicycle is worth? A conservative estimate puts it at 7 million yuan. It's made entirely of pure gold. Otherwise, the police wouldn't have gone to such lengths to review surveillance footage and track you down. Now, I'm giving you one last chance to come clean. Don't think being a minor means the law can't touch you. Anyone over 16 is criminally liable. Is that clear? Fang Yuan's words struck Tan Shu like a sledgehammer. He'd dropped out before finishing middle school, and his meager understanding of the law came from hearsay. How could he possibly grasp such intricate details? No, impossible. How could you just casually lock a bicycle made of gold on the roadside? You must be lying to me. Tan Shu felt a wave of panic wash over him, though he desperately resisted acknowledging the truth. But Fang Yuan's words left him with no room to argue. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But I hope you seize this chance. Otherwise, once the police trace the bike's whereabouts, your only chance to lessen your liability will be gone. Besides, even if not for yourself, don't you care about your brother? At the mention of the young boy, a flicker of emotion finally crossed Tan Shu's otherwise immature face. This has nothing to do with my brother. I'm the one who committed the crime of theft. Don't make things difficult for him. Lu Kangsheng, standing nearby, interjected, your brother is still young. Even if he broke the law, the court would likely give him a lenient sentence. Focus on yourself first. You're so young and already setting such a bad example for your brother. Everyone expected Tan Shu to fall silent, but the moment Lu Kangsheng finished speaking, the teenager's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he roared, my brother knows nothing about this. I did it all. I won't let you slander him. Yet after the roar, his raised head slumped back down, utterly defeated. 5 years ago, when my parents divorced, no one wanted me. The court eventually awarded custody to my father, but soon after, he kicked me out. From that moment, I swore silently that I'd rather die on the streets than return to that home. I barely survived by stealing, scavenging, and eating others' leftovers. Then, one day I met Xian, who had a similar background. My heart softened, and I took him in. He genuinely looked up to me as his older brother. But because we were both minors, no one would hire us for any job. To survive, I had no choice but to steal. But I did all of that alone. I never once let him get involved in anything illegal. Brother! Just then, a female officer entered, leading a wailing little boy. Seeing his brother in handcuffs, the boy threw himself at him. What a big bro! It's all my fault. I'll never eat snacks again. Please, let my brother go. Seeing his younger brother shattered Tan Shu's defenses and resolve in an instant. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. I sold your bike to old Lu, the scrap collector on Yulong Road. I don't want the chance for a reduced sentence. All I ask is that you help take care of my little brother. He's so young he couldn't possibly survive out there on his own. This boy, who had wandered for 5 long years, endured beatings and verbal abuse, and even fought dogs for scraps without shedding a single tear. Before the only family he had left, he finally laid everything bare and chose to confess. Fang Yuan walked out of the room thoughtfully, saying nothing. Lu Kongqing couldn't fathom the boss's intentions, so he immediately dispatched men to Yulong Road to apprehend old Lu. Some people live as if they've exhausted every ounce of strength, yet everything they do is tinged with sorrow. Returning to his office, Fang Yuan suddenly sighed. The scene he had just witnessed made him reconsider how to handle Tan Shu's situation. Chapter 94, Housekeeper and Maid. Meanwhile, when old Lu finally woke up from his drunken stupor, he found himself in a police station. This terrifying scene sobered him up instantly. Wait, officer, why did you arrest me? As he spoke, old Lu frantically racked his brain, reviewing everything he'd done recently, yet couldn't find an answer. Could it be that my late-night mahjong session with the owner's wife from the neighboring parlor got exposed, and her husband called the cops? But that should be a civil matter, right? Why was he being held at the police station? Lu Kuan-gue, you know exactly what you've done. Remember that old bicycle you bought today? Hearing it was just about a bicycle, old Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Still, he feigned ignorance. A 28-inch bicycle? I've never seen it. You must have the wrong guy. Until they produced evidence, old Lu refused to admit anything. He figured it was just a minor bicycle incident, probably someone filed a report, which is why the police got involved. As long as he stuck to his story, maybe it would blow over. But Lu Kongqing, sitting across from him, let out a cold laugh. Never seen one? Do you know Tan Shu? What? Tan Shu. Old Lu froze, his mind already piecing things together. Damn it, that little bastard actually dared to sell me out. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remember. That kid did sell me a bicycle today. But I run a scrapyard, buying a bike isn't illegal, is it? Besides, a bicycle is only worth a few $100. If need be, I'll just compensate you for it. The 2,000 yuan Lu Er had given him at noon was still warm in his pocket. Even if he had to cough up a few hundred, he'd still come out ahead. But old Lu had already silently sworn that once he got out, he'd find a few thugs to teach Tan Shu a proper lesson. He'd run his recycling station for so long, who dared mess with him? Getting screwed over by some punk really rubbed him the wrong way. But Lu Kongqing's next words left old Lu speechless. Compensate? How the hell are you supposed to compensate for a 7 million yuan bicycle? Tell me the truth, where did you put that bike? Or did you already sell it to a pawnshop? What 7 million? Old Lu's brain froze upon hearing that astronomical figure. You must know that old 28-inch bicycle was made of pure gold. I heard you bought it for 200 yuan. Talk about hitting the jackpot. No sooner had he finished speaking than old Lu turned pale and began shouting his innocence. Sir, I really didn't profit. If I'd known that bike was worth 7 million, not even 100 guts would have made me take it. I'm innocent. I swear I'm innocent. Oh, and that bike was bought by Lu Er. I'm reporting him. That guy works at a gold shop. He must have recognized it and bought it from me. Another person involved? But back to the story. After Lu Er pedaled away from old Lu's place, he rushed home, dismantled a handlebar from the bike using his homemade tools, and took it to the shop for testing. What he found shocked him. The gold's purity far exceeded any comparable items on the market, meaning its value far surpassed his earlier estimate of over 7 million yuan. As the king of metals, gold is one of the few metals with outstanding chemical, physical, and electronic properties. Its applications are incredibly broad, spanning electronics, telecommunications, aerospace, chemical engineering, medicine, and countless everyday consumer goods. Its unparalleled stability, unmatched by other metals, is precisely why gold has endured as a universal currency to this day. The higher the purity of gold, the greater its value. Based on his conservative calculations, if the entire bicycle were made of such high-purity gold, selling it for tens of millions wouldn't be a problem. I'm rich. I'm really rich. With a trembling hand and an excited heart, Lu Er snatched the tested gold bar when no one was looking and dashed home. Seeing her husband's hurried demeanor, Lu Er's wife couldn't help but ask, "Why are you acting so sneaky? What are you up to?" "None of your damn business." Lu Er snorted coldly and slammed the door shut. Starting today, I'm a millionaire. Sooner or later, I'll divorce this old hag and find myself an 18-year-old beauty. Lost in fantasies of future delights, Luer clicked a link on his phone, opening a video of a fair-skinned, seductively smiling young woman. A minute later, several crumpled tissues appeared in the room's trash can. That feels better. But selling such a massive solid gold bicycle would prove challenging. After pondering for a moment, Luer grabbed his tools and dismantled the old-school bicycle into dozens of pieces in just a few swift strokes. He had already figured out the next steps. First, he'd quickly sell the gold. With the cash in hand, he'd immediately buy a plane ticket to Vietnam, then take a boat from Cambodia to Thailand. After that, he'd find a quiet place to settle down. Getting old and always thinking about women isn't good. It's time to switch things up. I hear there are some devils over there who look prettier than women. Wonder if they're any good. A sinister grin spread across Luer's face as he prepared to carry the bag of gold out to execute his plan. But the moment he stepped outside, 2 police officers blocked his path. Fang Yuan stared at the dismantled bicycle, his expression complex. In the end, with police assistance, he found a gold shop and tearfully accepted 15 million yuan. His savings had finally surpassed 10 million again. The subsequent outcome saw Luer and old Lu sent to prison. Luer received a 15-year sentence, while old Lu got 3 years for his involvement. As the mastermind behind the entire crime, Tan Shu should have received a harsher sentence. But Fang Yuan ultimately chose to write him a letter of forgiveness. Combined with Tan Shu's willingness to confess during interrogation and the judge's consideration of the juvenile law, Tan Shu was ultimately sentenced to 5 years in prison. The young boy, who had relied on Tan Shu for a long time, was eventually returned to his mother by the police. The matter seemed to have reached a conclusion. But when he returned to the villa and saw the untended lawn and neglected housekeeping, Fang Yuan suddenly realized. Looks like hiring a butler and maid is now essential. He had been preoccupied with it earlier, but later, with so many things happening, he had completely forgotten about it. One phone call later. Soon, Manager Tiao arrived at the villa with 10 prospective butlers of varying genders and ages. Mr. Fang, these 10 individuals are all candidates applying for the butler position. Please take a look and see if any are suitable. Fang Yuan flipped through the personal resumes Manager Tiao handed him. No doubt about it, anyone daring to apply for a butler position at Xinghai Villa had impressive credentials on paper. Among them were PhDs and masters. After much deliberation, Fang Yuan's gaze finally settled on a girl with a T-shaped face, larger shaped features, and glasses. Chapter 95, The Intern Butler. Graduated from Kyoto University? Impressive. Mr. Fang, you flatter me. Compared to a successful person like you, I'm nothing special. Watching this handsome, refined young man flatter him, Fang Yuan suddenly felt like he'd transformed into one of those old landlords from the past. Alright, it'll be the 2 of you. 1 month probationary period. During probation, monthly salary of 50,000 yuan plus 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. 8 days off per month. Any questions? Li Yanfang, the girl with the piercing eyes, lit up with delight at the news. As a graduate of another nationally renowned key university and specifically its research institute, Li Yanfang held the highest academic credentials among all applicants. She specialized in landscape design. Therefore, she wasn't particularly surprised to be selected. The look she gave Xie Feng carried a hint of disdain. She was a graduate student, while he was just an ordinary recent graduate. How could he possibly compete? Mei-chem, I have no objections. Xie Feng nodded with a smile beside her, replying, I'll follow Mr. Feng's arrangements. Judging by their choice of words and demeanor, Xie Feng clearly held the upper hand. However, Fang Yuan paid little attention to such details. After all, he only needed an ordinary butler. Whoever performed satisfactorily after a month would stay. Alright, go find Long Yi first. He'll arrange accommodations for you. Once the maids and cleaners arrive for interviews tomorrow, you can begin your duties. With that, Fang Yuan waved his hand and turned back into the room. The 2 young people exchanged glances. Li Yanfang's bright eyes sparkled with defiance and a refusal to back down. Xie Feng merely offered her a friendly smile before walking over to the group of bodyguards standing nearby. He politely inquired where they could find Long Yi. He didn't look down on these bodyguards just because he was an intern butler. They were new hires, and judging by what Fang Yuan had said earlier, they likely served only as ordinary butlers managing the villa's affairs. These bodyguards, however, radiated formidable presence and were responsible for Fang Yuan's security at all times. In his mind, these 2 trainee butlers were clearly less important than the bodyguards. To establish themselves here, they needed to make a good impression on the boss and also connect with those around him. Li Yanfang hesitated for a moment before hurrying to catch up, though it was clear she'd already fallen behind from the start. Watching their reactions through the second-floor window, Fang Yuan silently marveled at how valuable emotional intelligence truly was in the real world. At dinner, Zhang Yunxue was formally introduced to the 2. Good evening, madam. My name is Xie Feng. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Xie Feng bowed respectfully to Zhang Yunxue as he spoke. This left Zhang Yunxue, who had never experienced such a scene before, feeling a bit awkward. Li Yanfang, however, reacted more slowly. Seeing Zhang Yunxue, who appeared to be around her own age, she too wanted to follow Xiefeng's lead and offer greetings. But just as the words reached her lips, a wave of intense embarrassment washed over her, silencing her. Choosing the most useless thing face over money is hardly a wise decision. Fang Yuan shook his head slightly before beginning his meal. After dinner was finished, back in her room, Li Yanfang finally felt regret. No way. Tomorrow I have to make a good impression. I can't lose to Xiefeng. After giving herself a pep talk, Li Yanfang pulled out her phone to share the joy of landing the job with her friends and family. Then, at her boyfriend's urging, she logged into the latest popular game. Meanwhile, Xiefeng, having finished his meal, had already made several rounds through every accessible area of the villa. As he walked, he scribbled notes in the notebook he carried. He seemed to be planning subsequent management and staffing arrangements. The next day, Fang Yuan had initially planned to hire 20 maids and cleaners, but due to the exceptionally generous compensation package, the number of applicants skyrocketed to 60, and that was after Manager Tiao had already done the initial screening. Beyond the cleaning staff, every single maid candidate held at least a bachelor's degree. Given the current tough job market, many young women were actively seeking new career paths. Fang Yuan swallowed hard as he surveyed the sea of black and white stockings before him. Zhang Yunshue's expression turned slightly feral. This wasn't selecting maids, it was selecting concubines. Noticing Zhang Yunshue's expression, Fang Yuan cleared his throat awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. I didn't pick these maids. Manager Tiao recommended them all. If you don't like them, just forget it. Sure enough, after Fang Yuan said that, Zhang Yunxue didn't force him to replace them. She merely chuckled and returned to her room, out of sight, out of mind. Watching the beauty's retreating figure, Fang Yuan chuckled to himself before pulling out his phone and transferring 30,000 yuan to Manager Tiao. The guys have been working hard lately. Take this for a meal and a few drinks. Next, the two intern butlers proceeded to select their own teams. Fang Yuan divided the villa into 2 zones for them to manage independently, granting each a quota of 10 staff members to allocate according to their assigned area. Li Yanfang, who had been handed significant personnel authority on her first day, couldn't help but smile. She began picking and choosing among the maids and cleaners who came to apply, as if selecting goods, completely ignoring the frowns on some of the applicants' faces. Xiefeng, however, meticulously reviewed every special skill and qualification listed on the applicants' resumes. He then compared them to the needs of his assigned area, approaching his preferred candidates to discuss and understand their qualifications. By the time Li Yanfang finished her selections, Xiefeng had barely made it through 10% of the applicants. Looks like I've finally gotten one back on her. After making her selections, Fang Yuan gave them a quick glance. Li Yanfang selected 5 cleaners and 5 maids based on her assumptions. Xiefeng, however, was different. He selected 8 maids in total, adding 2 cleaners at the end. Fang Yuan gave a slight nod but offered no further comment. The results would become clear after the 1-month probation period. Once the villa's management team began to take shape, Fang Yuan took Zhang Yunxue with him as they headed out to check on the little boy who had been sent back earlier. Tan Shu taking responsibility for his actions was only right. But at the time, Fang Yuan had promised to take care of the little boy, a commitment he had made himself. The 2 obligations were not mutually exclusive. Upon hearing about this incident along the way, Zhang Yunxue felt a pang of sadness. They're both pitiful children. Perhaps he isn't a good person, but as an older brother, Tan Shu did his best. Fang Yuan spoke from the heart. Life never offers a second chance. Mistakes are mistakes. No matter how pitiful he may be, he must ultimately pay for his errors. It was a rather philosophical remark. But after hearing it, Zhang Yunxue suddenly turned away in a huff, presenting her back to him. Those 2 kids are already pitiful enough. How could you say that? Fang Yuan, I. Chapter 96, Painter Lin Gaojie. How to put it. When Fang Yuan brought Zhang Yunxue to the address provided by the police station, a chatty old woman rattled off a long speech before finally informing them that the boy's parents had sold this dilapidated mud brick house to someone else. They'd packed up their entire family and left their hometown, supposedly to find work in another city. Not finding the boy left Fang Yuan feeling a little disappointed. He could only hope that when the child grew up, he might still remember having once had an older brother. If he forgot, well, that was fine too. For many emotions shift with the passage of time, and there's no need to cling forever to the past. As for who gave, who gained, and who ultimately bore the pain alone, what significance did it hold for mere passers-by on life's journey? On the way back, Fang Yuan spontaneously decided to organize a meal with the fat guy, Ren Qianqian, and Zhang Yi. After all, they were all young people getting together for some lively fun wouldn't hurt. Honestly, beyond the improved quality of life, having money didn't seem to bring any particularly special feeling. At least, that's how Fang Yuan felt. He ate, drank, and when bored, went out for strolls. Free from career worries, Fang Yuan decided to embrace laziness and become a big, lazy fish. The dinner was set at a 5-star hotel in Linchuan. Heard the specialty dishes there were decent, so after getting tired of Zhuxianlu's fare, Fang Yuan decided to switch things up. Shilin Hotel. The name certainly sounded grand, though the two hostesses standing at the entrance in their cheongsams. With winter approaching, he wondered if they were cold. Fang Yuan considered approaching to offer a word of concern, but upon catching Jiang Yunshue's glance, he immediately felt it would be inappropriate to disturb their work. Pretty, huh? Wanna touch them? Xiao Shui, don't get the wrong idea. Honestly, I'm kind of blind when it comes to legs. I can't tell if they're attractive or not. Oof. Jiang Yunxue chuckled softly, rolling her eyes cutely as she spoke. Walking behind her, Fang Yuan muttered to himself, how come this girl's getting bolder and bolder lately? Could it be because their relationship has been heating up? Thinking about the potentially hefty expense he might have to cover later, Fang Yuan instinctively tightened his grip on the pair of chopsticks in his hand. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one pair of unused chopsticks. You have earned plus 200 coins. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one milk carton. Earned plus 500 coins. After fiddling with the trash bin in front of the hotel for a while, Fang Yuan quickly caught the attention of the security guard. Excuse me, sir. We don't allow, scavenging here. Please mind your behavior to avoid disturbing other guests. Oh. Fang Yuan chuckled, stowed away his tongs, and headed toward Jiang Yunxue. The security guard who had spoken to him hesitated for a moment, perhaps recalling the novel he'd read last night about a wealthy person pretending to be poor to take advantage of others. In the end, he chose not to stop Fang Yuan. Reality wasn't a joke. If the guy genuinely couldn't afford to pay, someone else would handle it. It wasn't worth a single security guard's time to get involved. Not long after entering the private room, the fat guy was the first to arrive. Noticing the faint smile playing on the fat man's face, Fang Yuan couldn't resist teasing him. What's got you so cheerful lately? Did you find a girlfriend? To his surprise, the fat guy replied in a tone dripping with resentment, Old Fang, don't say things like that. I've seen through love and plan to live out my days alone. Fang Yuan burst out laughing. Perhaps because Fang Yuan had mentioned their past in the car earlier, Jiang Yunxue also smiled and struck up a conversation with the fat guy. The private room was filled with a warm, harmonious atmosphere. The second to arrive was Rin Shanshan. This little foodie was always enthusiastic whenever it involved eating. The two girls instantly gravitated toward each other upon meeting, swapping tales about the little annoyances of daily life. Finally, Jiang Yi arrived late, but trailing behind him was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who looked refined and scholarly. Sorry, I'm late. This is my classmate from abroad, he just got back too. Excuse me for interrupting. My name is Lin Gaojie. I'm Jiang Yi's classmate and good friend. Currently, I'm a painter. A painter? That's a rare profession these days. Fang Yuan couldn't help but glance at Lin Gaojie a few times. I imagine many people would be curious about such a high-end profession. Feeling the collective admiration, Lin Gaojie offered a modest smile. Heh, I wouldn't dare call myself a painter. I'm just pursuing this path out of pure passion and ideals. Stop being so modest. Everyone knows you're back to run for a seat on the Lin City Artists Association Committee. Soon we'll have to address you as Teacher Lin when we meet. Don't forget your old buddy then, okay? Jiang Yi laughed heartily, then pulled his good buddy down to sit. While he couldn't speak for Lin Gaojie's wealth, when it came to the painter's integrity, it was undeniably something that earned Jiang Yi's utmost respect. Impressive. Fang Yuan secretly gave Jiang Yunxue a thumbs up under the table. He hadn't expected Jiang Yi to know such a renowned artist. It was perfect timing, as he'd been feeling the villa's large walls looked a bit bare, as if something was missing. Now that he thought about it, adding a few high-end murals would be the perfect finishing touch. And since Lin Gaojie had the credentials to run for the Lin City Artists Association Committee, he must have some serious skills. Remembering the golden rule of getting favors done, make sure the drinks flow freely. Fang Yuan immediately called over the waiter. Bring us a case of Fei Tian Maotai first. He'd tasted this liquor a few times before and found it quite palatable. Observing Fang Yuan's nouveau riche-like demeanor, Lin Gaojie, seated in his chair, furrowed his brow slightly. Barking orders at a server like that in front of others is rather rude. In his view, all work was equal, no job was inherently superior or inferior. Even if the other person was a server, one should still speak politely. Being treated like that would likely leave anyone feeling displeased. Lin Gaojie thought to himself, though it was wishful thinking. But the dedicated waitress for the private room beamed with delight. According to hotel policy, she received a commission on any alcohol consumed in the private room she was assigned to. Fang Yuan had just ordered a case of Flying Heaven Maotai, which meant she stood to earn nearly 2,000 yuan in commission, equivalent to half a month's salary. Right away, sir. I'll bring your wine immediately. Watching the waitress curtsy and depart with evident delight, Lin Gaojie sighed. A few pieces of silver can make people willingly bow their heads. Where can I find gentlemen like myself, who refuse to bow to wealth and riches? Fang Yuan, however, knew nothing of such literary sentiments. He was only concerned with whether the giant crab coming out soon would be plump enough. Come on, everyone, dig in. I hear this place's signature dishes are pretty decent. Let's get the drinks and snacks flowing, it'll make for easier conversation later. Chapter 97, Brother Jie's Integrity. After casually breaking off a large crab claw for Jiang Yunxue, Fang Yuan also handed one to Lin Gaojie, refilling his glass with liquor as he did so. Sorry, I don't drink. Lin Gaojie politely declined Fang Yuan's offer with a faint smile. What could a man of integrity like me possibly have in common with a nouveau riche like you? Unfazed by Lin Gaojie's dismissive tone, Fang Yuan pressed on, my 1,000-square-meter villa could use some decoration. Since you're an artist, could you help me out with a few paintings? Don't worry about payment, we're all in this together. I won't shortchange you. Lin Gaojie's expression turned solemn as he replied, this isn't about money. I think you should find someone else. I'm just a simple painter who doesn't place much value on money. Ah, this is the kind of painter I was truly looking for. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Don't get me wrong, brother. I just happen to admire your work. How about 50,000 yuan per piece? Sorry, I said it's not about that. 100,000? This. Lin Gaojie swallowed the refusal he'd been about to voice. But he had just claimed he wasn't interested in money, accepting now would ruin his image. But 100,000 for a painting did sound tempting. No. I'm an artist. I have my own integrity and principles. How could money compare to my dignity? Seeing Lin Gaojie remained unmoved, Fang Yuan felt even greater admiration for the man's dedication to art and his noble spirit that treated money as worthless. He shook his head slowly and said, I always thought most people lived and died for money, just like me. I never imagined I'd meet someone like Brother Lin. I'm truly impressed. Is he giving up already? Lin Gaojie suddenly felt a pang of regret and disappointment. Though he too had studied abroad, the money for his education had mostly been scraped together by his family. All to support his elusive dream of becoming a painter. Now, being nominated for the Lin City Artists Association committee election was a small achievement. But the money he earned was indeed meager. Returning home, he claimed it was to participate in the committee election. The truth was his family could no longer afford his expensive overseas studies. He still owed hundreds of thousands of yuan in unpaid debts. Yet Lin Gaojie prided himself on his artistic integrity, refusing to engage in any business he deemed a betrayal of his art. That was why he had just turned down Fang Yuan. But when he saw that Fang Yuan didn't seem inclined to raise his offer further, Lin Gaojie immediately began to regret his decision. Fang Yuan, since Jia isn't interested, let's drop it. I have another friend who also studies painting. He's not as talented as Jia, but his skills are still quite good. He's done murals and such for many companies in Linchuan City before. I recall he just finished a batch of murals for that place you recently opened. What was it called? Drunken Immortal Pavilion, I think? If you're satisfied with his work, I can put in a good word for him. That's fine too. Fang Yuan didn't really care either way. He had no interest in art himself, he was just thinking Jiang Yunxue might like it. Besides, such a large villa would feel rather monotonous without some additional decoration. As Jiang he pulled out his phone to contact another friend. Lin Gaojie instantly regretted his decision so much he could have kicked himself. He could only console himself internally. Paying such a high price for a painting meant there probably weren't many more like it to be painted. Selling his integrity for a few tens of thousands of yuan was completely unprofitable. At that moment, Fang Yuan spoke up. Oh, and remember to tell your friend that the price is 50,000 yuan per painting. See if he's willing to accept it. Since it wasn't a powerhouse like Lin Gaojie making the offer, 100,000 yuan per painting was indeed a bit steep. Fang Yuan had considerable savings now, but his expenses were equally substantial. He'd even hired a butler and maids, all of it pure silver, gone in a flash. After the call connected. When Jiang Yi's friend learned that a wealthy patron wanted to commission his paintings at 50,000 per piece, he agreed without a second thought. Holy! The highest I've ever gotten for a painting is 30,000 yuan. Thank you so much. Next time we get a chance, no, right now. Just tell me where you want to grab a bite, bro, and I'll set it up immediately. Another time. I'm actually having dinner with the boss you mentioned right now. We'll grab a bite together when we have time. After the other guy hung up, thanking him profusely, Jiang Yi said, alright, that's settled. But for that villa of yours, my friend estimates it'll take at least 10 paintings to finish. That's 500,000 yuan. What a big spender. But then Fang Yuan replied with a puzzled look, no, who said 10? To be precise, it should be 55. This time, it was Jiang Yi's turn to be dumbfounded. What do you mean? Jiang Yunxue laughed at her cousin's bewildered expression. Bro, Fang Yuan doesn't just own one villa in Yunhai. Besides the one we live in, there are 10 more sitting empty. Holy crap, that's insane. Everyone present except the fat guy and Rin Shanshan, who already knew Fang Yuan's background, was instantly dumbfounded. 55 plots. That's 2.75 million? Fang Yuan chuckled, picked up his wineglass, and downed it in one gulp. Art, after all, can't be measured by money. But 55 paintings seems a bit much. I wonder if your friend can handle it. After all, mural painting is the most time-consuming endeavor. Finishing the entire project would likely take at least 3 to 5 months, and that's a conservative estimate. Jia, are you okay? Seeing Lin Gaojia suddenly looking dazed and lost, Zhang Yi quickly asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Gaojia abruptly grabbed the wineglass in front of him, stood up, and addressed Fang Yuan. To be honest, when I saw Brother Fang today, I suddenly felt like we were old friends. Here, I'll finish this bottle first. Hey, wait a minute, aren't you supposed to be unable to drink? Fang Yuan hurriedly tried to dissuade him. No, I absolutely must drink today. It's truly rare to meet someone like Brother Fang. I'll have another glass to liven things up for everyone. With that, Lin Gaojia downed another glass without hesitation. Whoa. So I'm actually such a charismatic guy? How come I never noticed before? Fang Yuan chuckled heartily, lifting his glass in response. It's a rare honor to receive such high praise from a noble soul like Brother Lin. My sincere thanks. By the way, Brother Fang, I see that building those 11 villas alone is taking you far too long. If you don't mind, I could come along and lend a hand. Ha? Brother Lin, you've changed your mind? Lin Gaojia's willingness to speak up genuinely pleased Fang Yuan. Zhang Yi, sitting beside him, felt a bit conflicted. Brother Jia, where'd your principles and integrity gone? Brother Fang's matters are my matters. Rest assured, I'll handle this for you perfectly. But I already promised Zhang Yi's friend. Fang Yuan wore a troubled expression. No problem. Didn't we just talk about one villa? How about this, if it's okay with you, I'll take half the responsibility with him. Plus, I can handle some design improvements for his paintings. I guarantee the mural quality will be absolutely top-notch. Oh, thank you so much. As for the price. Same price. Fang Yuan chuckled and raised his glass, accepting Lin Gaojia's proposal. Paying the same price, not only would the quality of the artwork improve, but he'd also get a free supervisor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The banquet concluded with all guests in high spirits. But soon enough, a headache-inducing matter surfaced. When Kaier suddenly sent him a message, inviting him to dinner that evening. Chapter 98, When Kaier's Invitation. Inside Xinghai Villa. When Kaier was now as restless as an ant on a hot pan. She never imagined that even after temporarily stepping back from the entertainment industry to avoid the storm, the other party still wouldn't give up, actually tracking her down to Linchuan City. In the living room, a young man dressed elegantly, with features leaning toward the androgynous, sat cross-legged on the sofa. His gaze roamed freely over Wen Kaier's body. Standing opposite him, Wen Kaier was both ashamed and furious. Manhwa, what will it take for you to leave me alone? I've told you I don't feel anything for you. Why do you keep pressuring me? Facing Wen Kaier's accusation, Manhwa's lips twisted into a devilishly charming smile, reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Kaier, it's not that I don't want to let you go, it's that you refuse to let go of me. What pains me most is that you actually fled to this backwater town to avoid me. It's been quite the hunt. I advise you to come back with me quietly. Otherwise, things won't end well. By the way, this villa seems to be rented, doesn't it? I wonder if the owner is willing to risk offending me by letting you stay here any longer. You, shameless. Faced with Ma Huayun's blatant threats, Wen Kaier's anger flared. But the moment she recalled the Ma family's influence, her resolve crumbled. The Ma family was the colossus of China's internet industry, with tentacles reaching into countless sectors. Last year's Xia Nation wealth rankings saw Ma Huayun's father, Ma Bagua, top the list with a fortune of 881.6 billion yuan. As the sole heir to the entire Ma family business empire, Ma Huayun was undoubtedly the crown prince. To be noticed by someone like him, Wen Kaier couldn't tell if it was a blessing or a curse. I like your spirit. But no one has ever refused me anything I've wanted since I was a child, so you'd better think this through carefully. Women? Young Master Ma certainly had no shortage of them. His relentless pursuit of Wen Kaier stemmed purely from the thrill of chasing prey. With a mere wave of his hand, women willing to throw themselves at him could form a line stretching from Xia Nation all the way to the Eiffel Tower. Don't even think about it. I already have a boyfriend. Give up on that idea. Wen Kaier blurted out in her agitation. Ma Huayun's expression darkened upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled. You're still too green. Trolling tactics won't work on me. You'll find out soon enough if it is. My boyfriend isn't just young and promising, he's also gentle and considerate, a world better than a scumbag like you who toys with girls only to leave them with some so-called emotional healing fee. You dare insult me. Ma Huayun shot to his feet, his eyes flashing with fury as he glared at Wen Kaier. He'd been holding back since the very beginning. Countless women flocked to him, young Master Ma. What was she, a mere entertainment industry starlet? Nothing more than a toy in the eyes of capital. And yet she dared to speak insolently to her master. With the mask now torn away, Wen Kaier stared back at Ma Huayun without flinching. Don't forget where we are, Xinghai Villa. Damn it, you shameless. Ma Huayun's expression flickered between anger and restraint as he fought the urge to walk over and slap the woman. Though the Ma family wielded considerable power, the mastermind behind Xinghai Villa was no pushover either. If his father, Ma Bagua, found out he'd offended Xinghai Villa over a woman, he'd be sure to get a thorough dressing down. Fine. You've got guts. I'll wait right here to see if your so-called boyfriend has the balls to show up. With that, Ma Huayun signaled to his bodyguard. Soon, the villa's entrance was blocked by the security detail he'd brought along. Wen Kaier gritted her teeth and retreated back to her room. But the moment the door closed behind her, she collapsed onto the bed, nearly drained of all strength. The boyfriend was just an excuse I made up. What should I do now? She knew Ma Huayun's methods all too well. Her successful escape from the entertainment industry back then was partly because she was somewhat of a public figure, making him hesitate to act aggressively. Second, Wen Kaier's own vigilance had allowed her to dodge numerous traps set for her at Ma Huayun's behest. Had she been a fresh-faced rookie, she might have fallen victim to one long ago. With a heavy heart, Wen Kaier messaged several veteran industry figures she knew. But upon learning he was Ma Bagua's only son, the heir apparent of the Ma Group, they all politely declined her plea for help, instead advising her not to fight a losing battle. They're all cut from the same cloth. Filled with shame and anger, Wen Kaier slammed her phone onto the bed. But then, unexpectedly, a name appeared on the screen. Fang Yuan. Recalling the several major incidents at Xinghai Villa where Fang Yuan had always emerged unscathed, and his seemingly ambiguous relationship with the authorities, a glimmer of hope suddenly flickered in Wen Kaier's eyes. After finishing dinner and accompanying Jian Yunxue on a stroll around the neighborhood, as dusk began to fall, Fang Yuan suddenly recalled Wen Kaier's invitation. He hadn't intended to go after all, he was now a married man, and being seen together could invite gossip. But Wen Kaier sent a flurry of messages, insisting he express his gratitude for her generosity in offering him a place to stay. After hesitating, Fang Yuan decided to go for a simple meal. He had previously considered asking Wen Kaier to find more wealthy celebrities to rent rooms, hoping to earn some extra pocket money. This seemed like a good opportunity to broach the subject. After transferring 100,000 yuan to Rin Shanshan and Jian Yunxue for dinner and shopping that evening, Fang Yuan drove back alone to Xinghai Villa. He then strolled leisurely toward Wen Kaier's villa, carrying a woven bag. Wen Kaier, who had been standing by the window, her eyes straining with anticipation, rushed straight downstairs the moment she spotted Fang Yuan. "I'm afraid you can't leave just yet, Miss One." Two bodyguards standing at the door reached out to block her. "Didn't you want to see my boyfriend? He's here now." Wen Kaier looked calmly at Ma Huayun, who sat leisurely on the sofa, seemingly flirting with some female internet celebrity. "Oh? You actually dared to show up?" Ma Huayun's lips twisted into a smirk as he signaled the bodyguards to step aside. Upon seeing Wen Kaier, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel a little moved. After just a few days apart, it seemed like this girl's figure had only gotten better. Especially today, when Kaier seemed to have put on a bit of makeup, making her look even more beautiful. Before he could even greet her, Wen Kaier suddenly stepped forward and wrapped her arm around his. Feeling the weight on his arm, Fang Yuan inwardly groaned. He couldn't believe he'd walked right into a trap today. "Mr. Fang, please help me. Just pretend to be my boyfriend just this once, just this once." Whoa, this plot twist felt all too familiar. But Fang Yuan soon realized he'd overthought it. Because Ma Huayun stood right at the villa entrance, his eyes fixed on Fang Yuan's arm, now wrapped in Wen Kaier's embrace, with a look that could devour him alive. Gritting his teeth, he spoke slowly. "Kid, you know you're playing with fire, right?" Chapter 99, The Richest Man's Son. Wait, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? He'd come over for a perfectly normal dinner, yet suddenly this old six guy appeared, snarling and baring his teeth. Fang Yuan glanced at Wen Kaier, completely baffled by her intentions. "Mr. Fang." Given the circumstances, Wen Kaier could only whisper a brief summary of the situation. She didn't conceal Ma Huayun's identity either. "So you're saying this crooked-mouthed war god is Ma Bagua, the richest man in Xia Nation? He's been hounding you relentlessly, forcing you to hide here with me. Now that he's come looking for you, you're using me as a shield?" Knowing this action bordered on ingratitude, Wen Kaier could only offer a bitter smile. If there had been any other way, she would never have dragged Fang Yuan into this mess. Yet faced with a colossus like the Ma family, what could a lone, powerless woman do? She had no choice but to take a gamble. After hearing Fang Yuan's words, Wen Kaier knew she had won her gamble. Because when he learned she was the heiress of the Ma family, Fang Yuan didn't immediately show the same fear as everyone else. Instead, he had the composure to press her for answers. This proved Fang Yuan held no fear of the power behind Ma Huayun. "Mr. Fang, I'm so sorry. I was truly forced into this. Someone as kind and handsome as you wouldn't abandon me now, would you? At worst, once this is over, I'll gather a few girlfriends to accompany you to the hot springs." "Hot springs?" Fang Yuan instantly flew into a rage. "What the hell do you take me for, saying something like that?" "Ahem. I absolutely detest bullies who exploit their family's wealth to oppress innocent women. This won't happen again. Seeing Fang Yuan agree, Wenkai nearly burst into tears of joy. She'd only tried her luck on a whim, never expecting fate to favor her at the crucial moment. Hey, kid! I'm talking to you. Do you even know who I am? Seeing Fang Yuan not only ignore him but continue whispering sweet nothings into Wenkai's ear, Ma Huayun's nose nearly twisted with rage. Fang Yuan looked up at the fair-skinned young man before him, not bad-looking, perhaps only a few points less attractive than himself. He couldn't help but marvel that children of the wealthy truly never lacked in looks. But since this was an act, he had to play it convincingly, otherwise, how could he make others believe? Fang Yuan silently muttered to himself, what a sin. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Then he extended his large hand and pretended to pat Wenkai's pert behind, though he didn't actually touch her. Yet from the front, the perspective looked different. And who do you think you are? Damn it! Seeing Fang Yuan make a move on the woman he had his eye on, Ma Huayun felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. Wenkai's expression froze instantly. She never imagined the seemingly proper Fang Yuan would make such a move toward her. Though there was no direct contact, a woman's instinctive intuition made her heart race with tension. Realizing that getting rid of Ma Huayun was the immediate priority, she could only suppress her inner turmoil with a flushed expression. She pressed her body close to Fang Yuan, adopting a helpless, clinging posture. Very well. You've successfully pissed me off. To ordinary people, Xinghai Villa was a gathering place for the wealthy elite. But to someone like Ma Huayun, a villa worth tens of millions was no different from an ordinary residential complex. The truly elite tycoons at the pinnacle of wealth often lived in secluded retreats. Why would they stoop to sharing space with the crowd? In his eyes, Fang Yuan was likely just another ordinary second-generation heir a world apart from himself. As Ma Huayun spoke, the 20-plus bodyguards he brought instantly closed in. Wenkai's face paled slightly at the sight, yet she continued to stare defiantly at Ma Huayun. Fang Yuan's skill gave him the courage to act. For a martial arts master like him, sweeping aside over 20 bodyguards was a piece of cake. But she was just a woman, such a scene was bound to overwhelm her. To hold her ground without trembling or retreating was already remarkably commendable. Heh, outnumbered, huh? He was a man with over 10 million in savings, after all. Getting handsy would only diminish his worth. Less than a minute passed. 50 black-clad bodyguards, their faces cold and fierce, began entering the villa grounds. Who are you? Who let you in? As part of Ma Huayun's security detail, these 20-plus bodyguards were all highly skilled combat specialists. But just as the two guards blocking the entrance moved to intervene, a blurred shadow streaked past. The two bodyguards Ma Huayun had brought let out muffled groans as they flew backward, crashing to the ground and unable to rise for a long while. The black-clad bodyguard who had struck remained utterly composed, as if nothing had happened. In that instant, Ma Huayun's bodyguards reacted as if facing a formidable enemy, retreating in unison to shield him. Is that all? Fang Yuan chuckled, his expression dripping with contempt as he looked at Ma Huayun. He wouldn't claim to be the best in the world, but his bodyguard team was undoubtedly among the most elite and formidable. Not only were they masters of every martial art under the sun, but they were also deeply versed in every assassination and security tactic imaginable. They could wield guns and operate artillery, pilot aircraft and command aircraft carriers. Who else could match that? Even if you gathered every elite soldier from every army in the world, they wouldn't fear a single one in one-on-one combat. Ma Huayun's face twisted into a look of utter defeat. He truly hadn't expected such a formidable figure to be hiding in Linchuan City. His own security team had been handpicked by his father from thousands of candidates, truly the cream of the crop. Each bodyguard commanded an annual salary of at least $1 million. Yet what just unfolded felt like a muscle-bound adult beating up a kindergarten kid, a complete humiliation. Fine, you've got guts. Defeat was no big deal. As the son of the wealthiest man in the country, Ma Huayun had grown up immersed in his father's world, mastering countless ways to manipulate people. If physical force didn't work, then he'd resort to legal action. Sure enough, when Ma Huayun revealed his identity and claimed he was under violent threat, Lu Kongsheng, who had been sitting in his office writing a self-criticism for a previous incident, immediately jumped to his feet. If the son of the nation's wealthiest man encountered trouble within his jurisdiction, the repercussions would be severe. Quickly! Assemble all personnel immediately! On the way, Lu Kongsheng suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. Scratching the back of his head, he muttered to himself, damn! Could this possibly be connected to that big shot? If that were the case, forget the son of the richest man, even his father would get a couple of slaps across the face. With a heavy heart, he arrived at Xinghai Villa. Seeing that Ma Huayun had reported the incident occurring next door to Fang Yuan, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the moment he stepped inside, a familiar figure turned around and grinned at him. Well, Chief Lu, we meet again. Chapter 100, take him away. If anyone dreaded encountering Fang Yuan right now, Lu Kongsheng was definitely one of them. He'd been thoroughly berated by his former superior over the last incident, and things had only just calmed down. Now the son of the richest man in town had come to pick a fight with this big shot. Don't call me deputy chief, just use my name. Fang Yuan chuckled. If it were a couple of greenhorns, it might be different, but Lu Kongqing knew exactly what Fang Yuan was capable of. Looks like Ma Huayun's carefully laid plans were about to come to nothing. Lu Kongqing didn't even glance at Ma Huayun. He walked straight up to Fang Yuan, stood at attention, and saluted formally. Lu Kongqing reporting for duty, Commander. No need to be so formal. What a coincidence to meet again like this. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, Ma Huayun was utterly dumbfounded. Palm? What palm? Fang Yuan ignored Ma Huayun, who was glaring at them, and simply recounted the sequence of events. When Kyer, standing nearby, added supplementary details. After hearing all this, Lu Kongqing had a pretty good idea of what was going on. It was nothing more than the son of the richest man failing to win over a female celebrity, now showing up at her doorstep trying to intimidate her with his influence only to run into Fang Yuan. You're the chief of Songming Police Station? Ma Huayun noticed Fang Yuan and Lu Kongqing clearly knew each other, and his brow furrowed slightly. But his identity had already been revealed over the phone, so the other party should be well aware of the consequences of crossing him. Yes. You're the one who called the police, right? Lu Kongqing felt a surge of irritation at the slight disdain in Ma Huayun's tone. So what if he's the richest man? I'm still a police chief. Just because you're loaded, does that mean you can ride roughshod over the state? Look at that Major General Fang, now that's the real deal. He snapped, what's the deal here? I made it crystal clear to your people when I called the police this guy deliberately incited his bodyguard to attack my men. Are you going to handle this or not? Let me tell you, if you dare to abuse your power, I'll make sure you're front page news tomorrow. Lu Kongqing shot Ma Huayun a look that said, look at this little cutie. Your dad may be loaded, but this time you've hit a brick wall. He was tempted to watch Ma Huayun make a fool of himself, but remembering the other was the son of the richest man in the country, he realized escalating this situation would be bad for his own reputation. So Lu Kongqing decided to smooth things over. Otherwise, if things got messy, it might cause some minor trouble for General Fang, though it would only be a little trouble. Ahem, Mr. Ma, if you have a moment, please step this way. Major General Fang had always kept a low profile, clearly unwilling to reveal his identity publicly. As a seasoned veteran who'd spent years navigating official circles, Lu Kongqing wasn't foolish enough to reveal Fang Yuan's identity outright. The best approach was to privately give this Mr. Ma a gentle nudge, lest he accidentally offend a big shot and drag his own father down with him. A major general in his 20s? That absolutely meant he was connected to the bigwigs in the capital. Ma Huayun's father, no matter how influential, was still just a businessman. How could he possibly dare to confront Fang Yuan head-on? His intentions had been well-meaning, but unbeknownst to him, in Ma Huayun's eyes. It became a matter of him knowing Fang Yuan, and after Fang realized his mistake, he wanted to settle things privately with him. Ha! As the son of the head of the Ma Group, Xia Nation's internet giant and wealthiest family, would I give face to some petty chief? Ignoring Lu Kongqing's warning glances, Ma Huayun coldly snapped, no need. Say what you have to say right here and now. I'll give you 5 minutes to handle this. Otherwise, one phone call from me, and every one of you will be splashed across the front pages. Hearing the young Master Ma's ruthless words, Lu Kongqing felt utterly helpless. All of Fang Yuan's files were classified at the highest level of secrecy. The state was scrambling to keep them hidden. And now this kid dares to step forward and expose them? Mr. Ma, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Some matters are difficult to discuss here. Perhaps you'd like to step aside with me? Before Lu Kongqing could finish, Ma Huayun pulled out his phone and started calling for backup. His Ma family's internet companies were spread across the nation. Calling for reinforcements was a matter of minutes. Seeing that Ma Huayun refused to heed his advice and instead insisted on escalating the situation, Lu Kongqing was utterly speechless. I'm trying to save your ass here, you know. And you're getting cocky on me. Fine, you're the one who knows how to call people, huh? Fang Yuan smiled back, pulling his phone from his pocket to call the top official in Linchuan City. Lu Kongqing saw this and knew it was trouble. The last incident hadn't fully blown over yet. If he kept stirring up trouble, his position would be in serious jeopardy. In desperation, he had to choose one over the other. Sir, give me 1 minute. I'll handle this immediately. There was no time for further deliberation. Lu Kongqing's face darkened as he ordered the officers below him, take him back to the station. He had given this Mr. Ma repeated warnings, yet the man not only ignored them but now threatened to strip old Lu of his position. This was the last straw. You got the wrong guy, damn it. I'm Ma Huayun. My father is Ma Baogua. Don't you know Ma Baogua? As an officer reached for handcuffs to secure his wrists behind his back, Ma Huayun looked utterly bewildered, as if witnessing some fantastical tale. Lu Kongqing replied coldly, I know who you are, and I know your father is the wealthiest man in Xia. But you are currently suspected of disturbing public order. Any further discussion will have to wait until the station. Take him away. Watching Ma Huayun get handcuffed, his bodyguards were all stunned. Usually, no matter how high-ranking the official, they would show Manhwa some deference. Yet now, a mere station chief dared to restrain their young master. Call my father immediately. Manhwa bellowed as he was about to be loaded into the police car. Commander, I apologize for the trouble. Leave this matter to me. Lu Kangsheng saluted before addressing Fang Yuan. All right. Just handle it impartially based on the facts. If any issues arise, call me directly. Fang Yuan patted Lu Kangsheng's shoulder approvingly. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Lu Kangsheng saluted again, his voice trembling with emotion. This connection was established. With Fang Yuan backing him up on this matter, he wouldn't hesitate to stand his ground against anyone, not just Ma Baoguo, but even if higher-ups came knocking. Sure enough. No sooner had he returned to the station than several lawyers from the Ma Group's legal department were waiting for him. And present was a leader from the municipal bureau. This man was Xiong Hui, whose rank was several levels higher than Lu Kangsheng's. His first words were an order for Lu Kangsheng to release the suspect immediately. Lu Kangsheng, you must be out of your mind. How dare you arrest someone without thoroughly investigating the facts? Release him this instant. Manhwa sneered coldly, inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is hard. You must apologize to me, or I won't leave so easily. Yet Lu Kangsheng's response caught everyone off guard. Fine. Since you refuse to leave, take a seat inside first. Go, throw this kid into the interrogation room and follow protocol for questioning. Manhwa, you're suspected of provoking trouble, threatening others through soft violence, and infringing upon the victim's personal freedom. That's all for now. Remember, you must thoroughly interrogate him on every detail. Yes, Chief. Chapter 101, Getting Carried Away. Xiong Hui narrowed his eyes, instantly sensing something was amiss. Lu Kangsheng wasn't some pushover. He knew exactly what locking up Manhwa meant. Especially since he was present at the scene, yet Lu Kangsheng showed him no leniency whatsoever. There was definitely more to this than met the eye. As an equally seasoned official, a flash of embarrassment and irritation crossed Xiong Hui's face. He briefly explained the situation to several lawyers from the Ma Group, then instructed them to proceed with standard procedural exchanges and applications. He immediately called the municipal bureau to inquire about the situation. Meanwhile, Wen Kaier, witnessing Manhwa being taken away immediately after reporting the incident, was utterly shocked. Do they know Manhwa identity? And why did he call you commander? This was the son of the richest man in the city. He ended up getting himself arrested after calling the police. No one would believe such a story if it got out. What identity? Could it be greater than the authorities? Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Commander is just a nickname of mine. We happen to know each other. Fang Yuan didn't place much trust in Wen Kaier, who had used him. Though he'd just taken advantage of her, she tricked him first. Now that the matter was resolved, they were even. But he'd never been fond of calculating women. Perhaps there'd be no need for further contact after this. That's all for now. With that, Fang Yuan didn't give Wen Kaier a chance to speak further, leading Long Yi and the others away without delay. Given the current situation, the bodyguards brought by Manhwa wouldn't stick around to make fools of themselves. With the crisis averted, there was no reason for them to linger. Wen Kaier, sharp-witted as she was, quickly realized Fang Yuan must harbor resentment toward her. But it was too late for words now. If only I had met you sooner. Wen Kaier murmured to herself as she watched the receding figure disappear from the villa's entrance. This feeling of being protected was something she had never experienced in her years in the entertainment industry. Yet so many things in this world never unfold according to the script you envisioned, especially when you were already running late. What? My son's been arrested? In the tallest commercial tower in the heart of Magic City. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit, radiating the aura of a high-ranking executive. After hanging up the phone, his expression darkened. Ma Baoguo had spent over 30 years building his business empire since venturing into entrepreneurship in his 20s. Unfortunately, despite having been married 3 times, he had only one son, Manhwa, who had just been sent to the detention center by Fang Yuan. After achieving success in his career, Ma Baoguo cherished his only son above all else. He couldn't even bring himself to scold him on ordinary days. In fact, to cultivate his son's business acumen, he lavishly invested 5 small fortunes when the boy turned 18, funding his son's first company as a learning experience. This astronomical sum, unimaginable for most people in a lifetime, was merely a wealth game for Manhwa. This clearly demonstrated Ma Baoguo's indulgence toward his son. Despite his son's somewhat disappointing performance over the years, none of it mattered to Ma Baoguo. After all, with the wealth he'd accumulated, his son could live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. But he never could have imagined. Just days ago, his son had mentioned going out to clear his head, only for news to suddenly surface that he'd been arrested. Immediately look up information on Lu Kangsheng from the Songming police station in Linchuan City. After placing a call to his personal assistant, Ma Baoguo sat in his luxurious office chair, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He was now the undisputed wealthiest man in Xia Nation, with internet businesses spanning the country. Even his annual investments and tax contributions were no small sum. If it were merely a charge of disturbing the peace, the authorities wouldn't dare continue harassing his son without considering his influence. Moreover, he had immediately contacted official personnel in Lin City upon learning of the incident. Yet the outcome defied everyone's expectations. Not only did Chief Liu, the officer who made the arrest, disregard his superior's orders, he also showed utter disregard for the face of Xia Nation's wealthiest man. First, he could be a complete fool. But clearly, someone who had risen to such a position would never fail to grasp such a basic calculation of interests. If that was the case, only one possibility remained. His son must have offended someone with immense influence, someone backing the chief from behind the scenes, which explained the chief's actions. After contemplating the worst-case scenario, Ma Baoguo paused in thought before beginning to call several influential figures he knew. Lu Kangjian, you've got water in your brain or something? How dare you arrest anyone you please? The facts are crystal clear. Young Master Ma is innocent in this matter. Release him now, or I'll have you packing your bags and out the door tomorrow. Sorry, I don't care whose son Ma Huayun is. I arrest whoever is guilty. Even if it costs me my job, I don't care. Release him immediately. I'm ordering you in the name of the Municipal Bureau. Sorry, but until the case is fully investigated, he stays in custody. Lu Kangjian, have you grown wings? You dare hang up on a Municipal Bureau leader's call? What exactly are you trying to pull? From the moment the arrest began until now, a mere half-hour had passed. Lu Kangjian had received no fewer than a dozen calls from high-ranking officials above him. Wiping away cold sweat, he forced his voice to sound resolute and unwavering until the call from his former superior came through. At that moment, he was utterly overwhelmed. Senior leader, this matter isn't as straightforward as you imagine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have held my ground this long. No sooner had he finished speaking than the phone erupted with the old superior's furious tirade. What do you mean think? Do you even know who you arrested? You're driving me crazy. Last time I covered for you, and now I'm getting yelled at by my superiors at my age. You better think this through, kid. If something goes wrong this time, I won't be able to protect you. What if it's connected to that person? Who? That Fang Major General. Lu Kangsheng, sensing his former superior's fury, finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. There was a long pause on the other end before a single sentence came through. You handle it yourself. I'll cover for you with the pressure from above for now. Hearing this, Lu Kangsheng felt an instant surge of courage welling up inside him. Understood. Rest assured, sir. I will stand firm on principle. Do your best. Follow that one. You've got a bright future ahead of you, kid. The call ended. Soon after, the call from the city bureau chief came in. Lu Kangsheng crossed his legs casually, his expression relaxed, and hung up without even looking at the screen. He felt as if he were floating on air. Chapter 102, The Richest Man's Troubles. As Ma Baoguo began to exert his influence, even the higher-ups in Nanyun province were stirred into turmoil. Yet no matter who tried, calls to Lu Kangsheng were either flatly refused or simply ignored. Most interestingly, after the top official of Linchuan City called to inquire about the situation, it wasn't long before the city's officials went quiet, each seemingly having received some kind of message. 3 a.m. The autumn wind outside the window had begun to carry a chill. Ma Baoguo paced back and forth in his office. As fewer and fewer people returned his calls, their attitudes shifted from initial enthusiasm to cold indifference. His keen intuition told him that this time, his son Ma Huayun had definitely crossed someone he couldn't afford to offend. Fang Yuan, who exactly are you? Indeed, after expending such immense effort and connections, all he knew was that his son had been arrested because of this man. Beyond that, no one dared mention any further details about Fang Yuan. After finishing a cigarette, Ma Baoguo pressed a button on the desk. Soon, a female secretary dressed in black stockings, with an attractive face and figure, entered the room. Mr. Ma? Instruct Xiao Wang to prepare for takeoff. I'll board shortly. Destination, Linsuan City, Nanyun Province. Yes, sir. Late at night, at Ma Baoguo's private estate, a Boeing 767-33A private jet began its slow ascent into the night sky. Seated in the modified luxury lounge, Ma Baoguo downed a glass of baijiu in one gulp. The heated liquor burned from his throat deep into his lungs, clearing his jumbled thoughts considerably. Sir, your health recently makes alcohol inadvisable. Please take care. The accompanying physician beside him promptly cautioned. Ma Baoguo set down his glass and nodded. Suddenly, he turned to look at a middle-aged man seated beside him, dressed in a black robe and wearing a solemn expression. Sikong, do you think I've been too lenient with Huayun these past years? Sikongjin was nominally Ma Baoguo's chief bodyguard. In truth, their bond ran deeper than that of brothers. When Ma Baoguo first ventured into society as a teenager, he was once cornered in an alley and beaten by a gang of thugs. Fortunately, he encountered Sikongjin, who had just descended from his mountain monastery. Using his master's signature technique, the lightning 5-strike whip, he sent the thugs fleeing in panic. From that day on, an unbreakable bond formed between them. As Ma Baoguo's business grew, Xinghai willingly remained in the shadows, protecting him from numerous assassination attempts sent by rivals. Fearing his own circumstances might hinder Ma Huayun's path, he remained unmarried and childless well into his 50s. Ma Baoguo tried to persuade him many times, but Xinghai always refused. A family would mean another weakness, another tie that binds. I couldn't keep traveling with you from place to place. These simple words struck a deep chord within Ma Baoguo. To find one true friend in life, what more could one ask for? Thus, all employees at Ma Jiaji knew. Within the group, Ma Baoguo's word was law. Yet beneath him, the one who wielded equal authority was not his only son, Ma Huayun. Instead, it was the chief bodyguard who frequently accompanied Ma Baoguo to various events, often clad in a black robe. Even Ma Huayun felt a twinge of fear when he saw Xinghai. Because if he made a mistake, his father might not necessarily punish him, but Uncle Xinghai would truly come down hard. When Ma Huayun was young, he once made the head of a subsidiary branch company kneel on the ground dressed as a horse for his amusement. When Ma Baoguo found out, he merely gave him a stern scolding. But Xinghai personally dragged him to that branch office and publicly whipped him mercilessly in front of everyone. Ma Huayun, beaten to a pulp, spent nearly a week in the hospital before recovering. Employees across the group mistakenly believed this punishment came at Ma Baoguo's behest, sparking widespread admiration for loyalty to a leader. This incident united all employees of the Ma Group, which was then facing a development bottleneck, fostering a new vitality. What Ma Huayun hadn't anticipated was that when he complained to his father, who had always doted on him, demanding that this audacious bodyguard be dismissed, his father, who had never laid a hand on him before. Instead, his father, who had never laid a hand on him before, flushed with anger and slapped him twice across the face. From that day forward, he had one more person to fear and respect. Xinghai watched the once spirited young man transform into the gray-haired elder brother he was now, his brow furrowed with worry for his children. He paused, then spoke softly. Jade uncarved cannot become a fine artifact. A person unpolished remains unfit for great tasks. This incident is not entirely without merit. Hearing this, Ma Baoguo's worries dissipated considerably. With his 100 billion yuan fortune, even if his son was a useless lump of mud, he could wrap him in steel and prop Ma Huayun up against the wall. Just as he was about to express admiration that his old comrade had finally evolved from fighting to contemplating life's deeper truths, Xinghai's next words made him swallow his words back down. But mistakes demand consequences. That brat has grown so audacious he dares break the law. When we get back, I'll whip him 50 times to teach him a lesson. Right. Forget I said anything. Ignoring the accompanying doctor's disapproving gaze, Ma Baoguo poured himself another cup of baijiu and downed it in one gulp. After several hours of flight, the plane finally touched down on the tarmac of Linchuan City. The sky was just beginning to lighten. But Ma Baoguo didn't go straight to see Fang Yuan. Instead, he visited each of the acquaintances he had called earlier. Though the matters hadn't been resolved, Ma Baoguo did not neglect the necessary courtesies. Investing time and resources to nurture worthwhile relationships was one reason he maintained enduring success in the fiercely competitive business world. Sure enough, after making the rounds, Ma Baoguo obtained some useful leads from a high-ranking official in Linchuan City. After all, the commotion caused by Fang Yuan's previous actions had been too significant, despite the information blockade imposed from above. But the situation had still been uncovered by many with keen interest. 3 incidents that shook the capital, military helicopters deployed, suspected youngest major general in history. Ma Baoguo had arrived with a relatively optimistic outlook. After all, he was no stranger to storms and tempests. Ordinary matters rarely ruffled his feathers. But when Fang Yuan's actual circumstances were laid out before him, even Ma Baoguo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. No wonder that Director Liu dared to arrest people without hesitation, even disregarding higher-ups' face. It was because this Major General Fang stood behind him. This was trouble. To think that even the wealthiest man in Xia Nation found him troublesome. If Fang Yuan knew, he might not even consider it an honor. A Major General in his early 20s? Unheard of. It seems this man's background far exceeds our imagination. Ma Baoguo sighed. Under normal circumstances, encountering someone like Fang Yuan would have prompted him to shower them with every conceivable courtesy. Even if he couldn't establish a connection, he would have chosen to keep his distance at all costs, never risking antagonizing such a figure. But this time, the matter at hand left him no room to avoid it. Let's meet him first and see. He was a true businessman, firmly believing that any matter in the world could be properly resolved through mutual interests. Perhaps this incident might even turn out to be an opportunity. Every cloud has a silver lining. Given the fame of this Fang Major General for shaking the capital 3 times, it was worth Ma Baoguo going to investigate. Chapter 103, Gifting Trash. When Ma Baoguo and his entourage arrived at Xinghai Villa, Manager Tiao was already waiting at the gate with several executives from the group headquarters. Though real estate differs from ordinary retail industries, numerous connections exist between them. Upon learning that the head of the Ma Group had personally arrived at the Xinghai Villa district in Linchuan City, the CEO of Xinghai Group first made a polite phone call before sending someone to greet them. However, after gaining a general understanding of Ma Baogua's purpose, the Xinghai Group CEO subtly conveyed several points over the phone. While the details varied slightly, they all boiled down to one message. The owner of Villa 010 possessed connections reaching to the highest echelons, a figure not to be trifled with lightly. Ah, very well. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Yun. I will personally visit Xinghai Group headquarters when I have the opportunity. After hanging up, a hint of worry crept into Ma Baogua's brow. Yet his expression remained unshakably composed. At their level, maintaining composure in any situation had become second nature. Upon seeing Ma Baogua, Xinghai Group's executives hurried forward with smiles, addressing him respectfully. Welcome, Mr. Ma, to our city of Linchuan. Please forgive our failure to greet you properly at the gates. Ha, the brothers at Xinghai Group are too kind. This visit might actually cause some trouble for everyone. Please accept these small tokens of appreciation. After Ma Baogua finished speaking, his accompanying assistants and bodyguards retrieved exquisitely packaged gifts from the motorcade and distributed them to everyone present. Even the security guards present each received a gift, showing no discrimination despite their roles. This gesture instantly earned Manager Tiao and others a great deal of goodwill toward Ma Baogua. Gifts personally delivered by the head of the Ma Group regardless of their value were something subordinates could brag about for ages. A senior representative from Xinghai Group, the highest-ranking attendee, expressed gratitude on behalf of the group before speaking. By the way, Mr. Ma, regarding your visit, our CEO has already given instructions. The person here most familiar with the matter would be Manager Tiao from our property management department. Ma Baogua's heart leapt with delight upon hearing this, knowing his gift had reached the right person. He had previously speculated that since Major General Fang had chosen to stay at the Xinghai Villa, he might have some connection to Xinghai Group. He hadn't expected to actually encounter one. Oh? May I ask who Manager Tiao is? Xiao Tiao? Xiao Tiao? The security guard standing behind Manager Tiao nudged his superior and whispered, Manager, Mr. Ma is looking for you. What? Me? Manager Tiao froze, then quickly responded. Come on, have a chat with Mr. Ma. Ma Baogua approached with a warm smile, extending his hand. So this is Manager Tiao. You truly have an outstanding appearance and presence. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. The moment those words left his lips, Manager Tiao nearly collapsed from sheer shock. Being praised face to face by the wealthiest man in Xia Nation was an immense honor. Not at all, not at all. You flatter me, Mr. Ma. Manager Tiao looked both flattered and overwhelmed, quickly extending both hands to grasp Ma Baogua's. No need for formalities, Manager Tiao. If you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Ma. But that's impossible. Manager Tiao couldn't help but pinch his own belly fat discreetly. Calling the wealthiest man in Xia Nation brother? He couldn't believe this was real. Ma Baogua patted Manager Tiao on the shoulder and chuckled, What's the matter? You wouldn't deny your old buddy this small favor, would you? No, Mr. Ma, I just... Hey, stop calling me Mr. Ma. Call me Brother Ma. Seeing Ma Baogua's tone turn serious, Manager Tiao quickly and cautiously changed his address, Brother Ma? That's more like it. In those few seconds, Manager Tiao's mind raced through his entire life. Could it be that I wasn't my parents' biological child? That I was actually Brother Ma's long-lost younger brother? After learning the truth, Brother Ma tracked me down to Linchuan. But fearing that suddenly having a biological brother might spark family feuds, and to ensure the stability of his business empire, he could only acknowledge me this way. That's right, the story of how I spent 20 years as a property manager only to discover I'm the billionaire's younger brother. Just as Manager Tiao couldn't contain his excitement about his future life of luxury and prepared to embrace his long-lost brother, Ma Baogua lowered his voice in perfect coordination. Brother Tiao, I hear you're quite familiar with Fang Yuan. Do you know what kind of hobbies Mr. Fang usually has? I've come here hoping to ask him for a favor. If this matter is resolved, your older brother won't forget your contribution. Right, that's right, bro. I'm your... What? You mean Mr. Fang? Ma Baogua shot a puzzled glance at Manager Tiao, who seemed unusually animated, unsure what the first half of his sentence meant. Yeah, Mr. Fang. Sitting nearby, Xinghai noticed something seemed off about Manager Tiao and shifted his body slightly forward. What the hell? My dream of being the richest guy's little brother? Manager Tiao felt like he'd plummeted from heaven to hell. So the tycoon was after Mr. Fang all along. He'd been daydreaming the whole time. Recalling the enigmatic Mr. Fang, Manager Tiao quickly regained his composure. Oh. Well, I'm actually on pretty good terms with Mr. Fang. Xinghai relaxed his clenched fists upon seeing this. Mr. Fang, he doesn't really have any particular hobbies. If I had to say, his favorite thing to do is pick up trash. Scavenging junk? Are you kidding me? Ma Baogua felt a surge of embarrassment and anger upon hearing this, convinced Manager Tiao was deliberately mocking him. A full-fledged Major General actually enjoys scavenging? Absolutely ridiculous. Mr. Ma, every word is true. If you don't believe me, ask our security and cleaning staff. Mr. Fang specifically instructed us to save all the junk from nearby trash bins for him to collect. If you ever need Mr. Fang's help, I can't speak for other gifts, but he'd absolutely love receiving junk. Ma Baoguo turned to the group of security guards and cleaners standing behind him. One by one, they nodded like chicks pecking at grain, confirming Manager Tiao's account. He reconsidered Manager Tiao probably wouldn't dare deceive him. The real question was, when it came to money, cigarettes, alcohol, or even people, he could deliver a truckload to Fang Yuan without batting an eye. But junk? Was he supposed to dump a pile of junk at Fang Yuan's doorstep and tell him, "This is my son's apology gift"? The mere thought of that scene made him hesitate. At the very least, if anyone dared to dump a pile of junk at his doorstep, Ma Baoguo would make sure the gift-bearer paid dearly the very next day. Sorry, but honestly, I've never heard of anyone actually liking to collect junk before. No worries, Brother Ma. When we first met Mr. Fang, we couldn't believe it either. If you're still skeptical, shall I demonstrate it for you personally? Ma Baoguo pondered for a moment before readily agreeing. At least the junk deliverer wasn't him. If that Fang guy really got angry later, he'd have a solid excuse to deflect blame. His real worry was that Fang Yuan might be just as enthusiastic about scavenging junk as Manager Tiao claimed, then he'd be in real trouble. After dismissing the crowd, Manager Tiao, carrying a sack full of junk, walked straight to the gate of Fang Yuan's villa. In full view of a dozen black-clad bodyguards, he dumped the entire contents of the sack, bottles, jars, and assorted junk onto the ground before striding away with the sack in hand. Strangely, despite dumping the junk right at the villa's entrance, none of the guards on duty stepped forward to stop him. This scene utterly stunned Ma Baoguo, who had been observing everything through binoculars from a distance. Chapter 104, Forced Overtime. Not long after, Xia Feng, who had risen early to supervise the cleaning staff and maids, discovered the debris in front of the villa's main gate. He didn't bother questioning the on-duty bodyguards, as after spending time with them, he had come to understand their personalities. Essentially, they paid no heed to anyone except Fang Yuan. He couldn't fathom where Mr. Fang had found such a uniquely eccentric group of bodyguards. "Mr. Fang, someone dumped a pile of junk in front of our villa. It looks like it's from Manager Tiao of the property management." Having just brushed his teeth and changed into casual clothes, Fang Yuan responded with surprise, "Huh? Old Tiao's been surprisingly considerate lately, bringing me stuff first thing in the morning." He'd recently realized rummaging through trash bins himself was rather inefficient. So yesterday, he'd specifically sent Manager Tiao a message, asking him to have his security and cleaning staff collect the junk and dump it in front of his own door. He hadn't expected Manager Tiao to act so swiftly. "No problem. From now on, you don't need to bother with the junk left at the door. I'll handle it myself." "Yes, Mr. Fang." Xia Feng nodded and withdrew. He didn't understand why his boss enjoyed scavenging for junk. But as a competent subordinate, his job was simply to fulfill his duties. As for his boss's preferences, respect was all that was required. As Fang Yuan began collecting the debris in front of the building with a woven bag and tongs, Ma Baoguo finally got his first glimpse of Fang Yuan's true appearance. Watching the young major general in his 20s meticulously collect the discarded items, he couldn't help but sigh. Today has been quite an eye-opener. Brother Tiao, you've done a splendid job. This has been a tremendous help to me. Manager Tiao, standing nearby, quickly chimed in with a smile. "It's my honor to serve Mr. Ma. You're too kind." "Ah, Brother Tiao, you're really wasting your talents as a property manager. I'll speak to your boss Yun later and see about moving you up." "Oh my, thank you so much, Mr. Ma." Manager Tiao's face lit up with delight. As for any mention of Brother Ma or similar titles the moment the dream of being the richest man's younger brother shattered, he dared not bring it up again. As the saying goes, when your boss is polite to you, never take it to heart. If you mistake their courtesy for entitlement, you'll be packing your bags and out the door tomorrow no matter which foot you step in with. He was just a lowly property manager. Who was he to call such a big shot Brother Ma? Better to stay content as a tool, skimming a few small perks along the way. After witnessing firsthand that the scrap selling scheme worked, Ma Baoguo immediately dispatched his staff to bulk buy various beverages from nearby supermarkets. Using the Ma Group's name, he organized a free beverage giveaway on the condition that empty bottles be returned afterward. This ensured nothing went to waste. This way, he avoided the stigma of resource waste while earning public praise and collecting bottles to gift to Fang Yuan. While Ma Baoguo was executing his gifting scheme, Fang Yuan was engrossed in a sudden notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recycling 500 pieces of junk. This has triggered a hidden system quest, rewarding you with one ultra-futuristic transformable vehicle. Due to current terrain restrictions, this vehicle has been automatically placed in your garage. Ha! I completed a hidden quest? After tidying up the last bits of junk, Fang Yuan headed toward the garage with eager anticipation. Upon entering, he immediately noticed a sleek silver sedan parked behind his Hongqi L5. This is a transformable vehicle manufactured by China's Yue Group in 3035. Through shapeshifting, it effortlessly fulfills integrated land, sea, and air transportation needs. We look forward to your highly satisfied review. Simple description, profound implications. Whoa! This is a Transformers vehicle, right? Fang Yuan froze for a moment before instantly recalling a blockbuster sci-fi film. Upon entering the vehicle, an overwhelming sense of futuristic technology immediately enveloped him. First was the fully automated intelligence system requiring no manual controls. Beyond that lay its ability to simulate three distinct forms. The first was the sedan mode he was currently seeing, the second a sleek silver super speedboat. What excited Fang Yuan most was the final transformation effect. A vehicle resembling an armed helicopter abruptly appeared on the virtual 3D screen. With this thing, driving over mountains and through valleys will be a breeze from now on, no more traffic jams. Moreover, companies around the world were already researching transformable vehicles, with some initial successes. Compared to the more surreal iron wings, this type of transforming vehicle was far more acceptable to the public. If he dared to openly display the iron wings, he'd likely face harassment and threats from enemy spies the very next day. Just as he was engrossed in exploring the new vehicle's various functions, Xia Feng, who had just finished his tour and returned to the entrance, stared dumbfounded at the mountain of bottles blocking the gate. You guys aren't doing anything about this? Observing the bodyguards standing calmly on either side of the entrance, he almost suspected they were statues. The bottles brought over by Manager Tiao earlier were manageable, at least there weren't too many. But now even the villa's main gate was blocked? What kind of mess was this? And judging by the condition of these bottles, they were clearly brought here immediately after being emptied. This was definitely intentional. Li Yanfang, who had just finished her cleaning duties and was organizing the maids for a work review, shot him a smug glance. Oof. So what if you accidentally hired enough cleaning staff? Now see how you handle this mess. When selecting staff earlier, she hadn't considered the specific needs of the areas she'd be managing. So when she later discovered she needed to clean most of the indoor structures, the number of maids was clearly insufficient. The cleaning ladies, however, specialized more in outdoor work. With no other option, she had to assign some cleaners to temporarily fill the maid roles. In contrast, Xia Feng had long since mapped out every corner of the villa in his mind. Upon learning that his assigned areas were mostly outdoor spaces like lawns and pools, he selected as many cleaning staff as possible. His initial work efficiency and results far surpassed Li Yanfang's. This unconsciously stirred feelings of jealousy in Li Yanfang, who had always considered herself highly educated and capable. Now, seeing the pile of junk dumped at the front gate, she instinctively began to gloat. What's going on? Someone dumped a pile of bottles at the front gate again? After hearing Xia Feng's words, Fang Yuan suddenly clenched his jaw. What kind of situation was this? Even someone of his status still had to deal with overtime? It was simply outrageous. Chapter 105, A Misunderstanding. Angry as he was, he couldn't very well refuse the money delivered right to his doorstep. With no other choice, Fang Yuan grabbed the fried dough sticks prepared by the chefs in one hand and the woven bag in the other, beginning to pick up the money. Ding! Detected irregular source of currently collected items. First warning issued. Again? Fang Yuan frowned. Earlier, when he picked up the trash the manager tossed, the system hadn't popped up. Now, a warning prompt suddenly appeared. Recalling his previous temporary access suspension due to, Fang Yuan promptly halted his actions. As luck would have it, after seeing Fang Yuan emerge carrying a woven bag, Ma Baogua sensed the moment had arrived and hurried straight to the villa entrance. Mr. Fang, I'm Ma Baogua. I've come specifically to apologize on behalf of my son. I heard you have a particular fondness for collecting these bottles and jars. I wonder if you'll be pleased with this gift. Ma Baogua smiled faintly as he gestured toward the mountain of bottles blocking most of the villa's entrance. All this junk, you threw it away? Wow. Fang Yuan was just considering calling Manager Tiao to ask what was going on when the mastermind behind it all actually showed up. It's true I enjoy collecting junk, but the key is that this junk has to be accepted by the system daddy. No wonder the system popped up a warning earlier. Turns out this pile of junk was deliberately delivered right to my doorstep. This was much like when he had the fat guy set up a scrap recycling station before. But exploiting system loopholes isn't that easy. Keep pushing it, and you might get permanently banned. Game over. But Ma Baogua had no clue about these intricate rules. He continued smiling as he said, That's right, I had these specially prepared for you. Money and alcohol are too vulgar. I figured someone of your stature wouldn't appreciate them. So I asked Manager Tiao, and he mentioned you have a particular fondness for recycling items. I thought I'd cater to your interests. I hope you're satisfied. Satisfied? I'm absolutely thrilled. Seeing the scene unfold, numerous beverage bottles still unsealed, dripping water onto the clean pavement and attracting a swarm of ants. Fang Yuan nearly exploded with rage. As for Ma Baogua's purpose in coming, he already knew it well, nothing more than trying to bail his son out. Upon hearing it was Manager Tiao's instruction, Fang Yuan pulled out his phone with a dark expression and made a call, ordering Manager Tiao to immediately dispatch the property management staff to clean up all this mess. On the other end, manager Tiao, still dreaming of a promotion, jumped up from the property office the moment he detected the faint edge of anger in Fang Yuan's voice. He quickly rounded up a large group of cleaning ladies and rushed straight to Villa 010. Damn it, I've really screwed up trying to kiss up this time. Regardless of why Fang Yuan suddenly lost interest in scavenging, the idea had been his suggestion to Ma Baoguo. Now that trouble had erupted, he'd be the one to suffer the consequences. When manager Tiao arrived in a hurry with her crew, Ma Baoguo's face clearly showed displeasure. After all, he was an internet tycoon worth hundreds of billions. Yet here he was, personally showing up at your door to apologize to a youngster only to be shut out. This sense of contempt filled him with rage. Were it not for Fang Yuan's mysterious background, he would have already erupted in a tirade. If this is about your son, I suggest you go to the police station to understand the situation first. A father is to blame for his son's misdeeds. If you don't discipline him, there are plenty of others who will. Fang Yuan had no time to waste on an old fox like Ma Baoguo. He tossed out the words and turned to leave. Young man, I advise you to be more humble. Even with connections reaching the heavens, unexpected events can strike anyone at any time. Xinghai, standing beside Ma Baoguo, snorted coldly. His words carried a threat. Fang Yuan halted, slowly turning to face him. Are you threatening me? In an instant, the imposing aura of a martial arts grandmaster surged from him. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, forming an invisible pressure that fell directly upon Xinghai. Xinghai took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with shock and awe. This legendary martial technique of overwhelming one with sheer force in all his decades of life, he had only ever felt it once before, when accompanying his master to visit a centenarian martial arts grandmaster during his apprenticeship. Who are you? He stared wide-eyed, his voice trembling with disbelief. But Fang Yuan said nothing and turned to leave. Wait. Who are you? Xinghai rushed forward to intercept Fang Yuan, demanding to know his origins. But in the next instant, a figure flashed before him. No trespassing. Long Yi spoke indifferently, a terrifying aura surging forth. You dare block my path? Xinghai, already agitated, snorted coldly before striking out with a palm strike. He'd seen plenty of bodyguards before, but these men possessed no genuine martial arts skills. They relied on brute strength and technological tricks. Against a true martial arts master like himself, confronting them head-on was like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Xinghai was brimming with confidence, certain a single strike would subdue his opponent. To his surprise, Long Yi's lips curved into a faint smile as his body suddenly soared into the air. Multiple leg blurs streaked through the air. In less than a second, Xinghai was struck 5 times. He grunted, stumbling backwards several meters before finally dissipating all the force from Long Yi's legs. Xinghai, are you okay? Ma Baoguo's face paled as he rushed to Xinghai's side, asking urgently. Xinghai coughed lightly, brushing away the footprints on his chest with his hand. Cough. I'm fine. This guy is a real expert. Bull. Long Yi, the bodyguard captain produced by System Daddy, capable of taking on 7 or 8 Tysons at full strength, would he be messing around with you? Fang Yuan, who had heard the commotion, silently rolled his eyes. Seeing Xinghai pushed back, the other bodyguards following behind rushed forward. But Fang Yuan's elite bodyguards weren't pushovers either. They closed in, eyes gleaming with intent. The most terrifying aspect was how the aura of all 50 bodyguards coalesced into one overwhelming force. The sheer pressure alone nearly suffocated Ma Baoguo and his men. This man cannot be fought head-on. Xinghai whispered, his face pale. Judging by their aura, every single bodyguard present possessed martial arts prowess that was almost on par with his own. Forcing a confrontation would surely end badly. Ma, will remember today's events. Seeing negotiations fail, Ma Baoguo shot Fang Yuan a piercing glance before leading his men away without delay. As for manager Tiao, who had brought his crew to clean up the mess, he was utterly stunned. He'd thought his chance had finally come, only to find himself in this predicament. He could already imagine how headquarters would deal with him upon his return. Mr. Fang, it's all a misunderstanding. Chapter 106, Moxibustion? Back at the hotel. Ma Baoguo instructed Xinghai to go to the hospital for a checkup first. Then, staring at the information about Fang Yuan he obtained through personal channels on his phone. Unconsciously, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He admitted his approach today had been overly reckless. Had he proceeded more cautiously, there might still have been room for reconciliation. But now, it was too late for words. Damn it! A mere property manager dares to pull a fast one on me. Recalling the scene from that morning when manager Tiao had pounded his chest and guaranteed everything, Ma Baoguo nearly choked on his own anger. If it weren't for that man, he wouldn't have made such a humiliating mistake that caused the negotiations to collapse. But dealing with this small fry could wait. The immediate priority was to confirm his son's condition. Minutes later, he specifically arranged for the lawyer who had visited manhwa at the station to return to the hotel. He reported the entire sequence of events to him. Mr. Ma, that's the gist of it. The biggest problem now is that since Fang Yuan hasn't budged, Chief Lu is adamant about not releasing him. After hearing the lawyer's report, Ma Baoguo's face darkened as he growled under his breath. Fool! How could I have fathered such an idiotic son? As the son of the richest man in the country, what kind of woman should he be looking for? He only needs to wave his hand, and there would be plenty lining up to compete for his attention. Why must he stubbornly fixate on just one tree? Despite his inner fury, he quickly regained his composure. Have you found any information on that woman? Mr. Ma, we've identified her. Wen Kaier, a female star under Binghua Film and Television Company. She recently announced a temporary withdrawal from the entertainment industry to avoid the young master's pursuit. We didn't expect her to appear here in Linchuan. Here is all her personal information. The lawyer, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, handed another set of documents to Ma Baoguo. After flipping through a few pages, Ma Baoguo found nothing of value. Call her. I need to speak with her personally. Wen Kaier received Ma Baoguo's call. A flicker of unease crossed Wen Kaier's eyes. After all, she wasn't Fang Yuan. Facing such a legendary figure in the business world, it would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. After identifying himself, Ma Baoguo cut straight to the chase. If you agree to drop the lawsuit, I'll have 100 million transferred to your account immediately. I can give you everything, honor, status, you name it. Furthermore, I can guarantee that once Huayun is released, they won't continue to harass you. After all, you've witnessed the capabilities of that Fang Major General. I, Ma Baoguo, am a businessman. There's no need for me to antagonize someone of his caliber. So you can rest assured. I need some time to think it over. Xian Wenkai didn't feel particularly tempted by the offer. What she truly couldn't bear was leaving the stage that rightfully belonged to her. It wasn't just her passion for the craft, she also didn't want to let down the fans who had always supported her. Now that Ma Baoguo was offering such terms, anyone in their right mind would find it hard to refuse. Yet everyone knew the real reason Ma Huayun had been arrested. Wen Kaier could choose to forgive Ma Huayun and take the blame for him, but doing so would undoubtedly be a betrayal of Yuan Fang. Well then, please consider this quickly, Miss Wan. I hope to receive your response tonight. You're a smart person, you should know what to do. Ma Baoguo added with a smile before hanging up. The choice now rested in Wen Kaier's hands. After pressing her forehead in deep thought for a long while, she decided it would be best to consult Fang Yuan first. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was out scavenging for junk with Zhang Yunxue. My dad called today and said he's arranging an engagement ceremony for us in a couple of days. Have you thought about what you want to say then? Zhang Yunxue opened the bag's mouth and looked at Fang Yuan with an expectant gaze. Say what? Fang Yuan leaned close to the trash bin, scanning its contents carefully before precisely plucking a bottle with his tongs and tossing it into the bag. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one beverage bottle. Earned plus 200 coins. Hey, I'm talking about something serious here. It's an engagement ceremony, after all. Don't you have anything special you want to say to me? Zhang Yunxue stamped her foot playfully. As their relationship grew closer, she began to show more of her girlish nature around Fang Yuan. I saw this romantic line online once, plastic fell on the wooden floor, and I said I love you. Could you say something like that to me then? What does plastic falling on a wooden board have to do with I love you? The two don't even connect. It makes no logical sense at all. Does loving someone require logic or reasons? Zhang Yunxue glared at Fang Yuan, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. No, but it should at least sound like something a normal person would say. If it has to be like that, I can do it too. Fang Yuan shook his head. Poop landing in the toilet, the splashing water droplets resembling the sunlight that showered us that summer, how about that? Who uses crap like that for a love confession? Zhang Yunxue rolled her eyes. Fang Yuan chuckled, teased her a bit more, then returned to the noble task of scavenging. It was late autumn, and the night air was pleasantly cool. They were near a small plaza by Fang Yuan Steakhouse, packed with people out for an evening stroll. Part-time promoters were handing out flyers to passers-by. Why not step inside for a taste? We're brand new and offering a special deal, 50% off any purchase over 100 yuan. Sir, would you like to try moxibustion? Fang Yuan, who was holding Zhang Yunxue's hand and heading toward the next trash bin, was suddenly stopped by a leaflet distributing girl. Whoa! With such open attitudes these days, how can I possibly answer you in front of all these people? Fang Yuan paused, then lowered his voice slightly. Long? The flyer girl froze, then instantly realized Fang Yuan hadn't understood her at all. Seriously? The flyer girl stuck out her pink little tongue and licked her lips, her expression brimming with eager anticipation. The next second, Zhang Yunxue grabbed Fang Yuan by the ear and dragged him away. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Schwer, listen to me. I swear I didn't mean it, do you believe me? What do you mean, not on purpose? Zhang Yunxue froze for a moment. That sounded odd. It took her a while to catch on Fang Yuan had been teasing her all along. The two bickered playfully while scavenging for junk. Around 10 o'clock at night, they grabbed a late-night snack before heading back to the villa. Not long after they arrived, Fang Yuan heard a commotion. Then Li Yanfang's shrill voice suddenly rang out, "If you can handle it, go ahead. If you can't, plenty of others are waiting to take your place." Chapter 107, Reining in Her Temper. In the room assigned to the housekeeper, a female cleaning staff member, around 40 years old, was quietly explaining something to Li Yanfang. "Housekeeper Li, my son is sick in the hospital and no one is taking care of him. Could I please take a day off? Time off?" Li Yanfang looked at the humble cleaning lady with not a trace of sympathy in her eyes. She replied coldly, "We're already short-staffed at the villa. If you take leave, what if others also need time off? Since you're being paid, do your job properly. You can leave if you wish, but once you go, don't expect to return." These past few days, the shortage of professional maids had caused her cleaning efficiency to consistently lag behind Xiafeng's when maintaining the villa's interior hygiene. This had left Li Yanfang seething inwardly. But my son. That's your son, not mine. I have no obligation to consider things from your perspective. I'll say it again, if you can handle it, do it. If you can't, there are plenty of others lining up to take your place. Seeing her leave request was hopeless, the cleaning lady's eyes instantly turned red. This job was hard-won, and as she grew older, many companies wouldn't even consider middle-aged people like her with limited education. Quitting this job might mean facing an endless period of unemployment. Without income, relying solely on her husband's odd jobs, even basic living expenses would become a major problem. But her son was alone in the hospital, and her husband couldn't get there in time. She was suddenly caught in a confusing dilemma. Just then, Xiafeng's voice came from outside the door. "Go see your child if he's sick. If it's truly impossible, I'll temporarily reassign a maid to cover her duties tomorrow. Then you can pay that maid's daily wage to her. Does that work for you?" "Mr. Xia, I agree. Not just 1 day, but 2 days if needed." "Thank you so much." Seeing Xiafeng suddenly appear at the door and proactively offer to resolve her predicament, the cleaning lady immediately bowed deeply in gratitude, her words overflowing with thanks. "No need to thank me. We all work hard to make a living. If I can lend a hand, I'm happy to do so." Xiafeng hurried forward to steady the cleaning lady, speaking softly. Coming from a poor family himself, he often felt a deep connection with these cleaning ladies. Seeing her own subordinate bowing and thanking her rival, Li Yanfang's anger flared uncontrollably. She coldly demanded, "Xiafeng, aren't you overstepping? These are my people, and I'll handle them myself. It's none of your business to play the good guy here." Facing Li Yanfang's accusation, Xiafeng merely smiled faintly. "I understand work competition might cause you to hold some bias against me. But remember, Mr. Fang hired us to solve problems, not create them. Since we're here, let's focus on working together to manage the villa effectively. Any issues can be brought up for collective resolution. What do you think? Cooperate? Don't forget we're competitors. When the time comes, either you'll be gone or I will. What's there to cooperate about? This matter is settled. You have no right to interfere with my decisions. If you want to take leave, go complain to Mr. Fang now and get me fired." Li Yanfang spoke these words with unwavering confidence. As a master's graduate from a top-tier university, she was highly sought after anywhere in the job market. In her view, if Fang Yuan actually chose to fire her and keep an undergraduate, that would be sheer blindness. Just as the situation reached an impasse, Fang Yuan, who had been listening in from afar with his exceptional hearing, chuckled softly. A high degree only proved her success at taking exams, but the crucible of society demanded more than just a diploma to get by. Besides, he needed a butler who could manage the villa's affairs, not just a tool who excelled at exams. "Enough. You can pack your things and leave now." Fang Yuan slowly walked up to the three of them and addressed Li Yanfang. "Mr. Fang, what are you doing here?" Li Yanfang's expression darkened at the sudden appearance of Fang Yuan. "This is my villa. I don't need anyone's permission to be here. I approved your leave. Money is important, but you should know very well which is more important, money or your child." Li Yanfang tried to say something more, but Fang Yuan had no patience for her excuses. "That's all. From now on, Xiafeng will oversee all villa management duties. Additionally, bring 10 more intern housekeepers tomorrow for training. I have further arrangements planned." "Yes, thank you, Mr. Fang." Xiafeng had expected another round of trials, so he was pleasantly surprised to be promoted so easily. If he hadn't stepped in to defend that cleaning lady out of sympathy, his chance at a permanent position might not have come so quickly. "You'll regret missing out on me." Feeling humiliated, Li Yanfang snorted coldly, gathered her things, and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Not much skill, but plenty of attitude. Fang Yuan watched Li Yanfang walk away without a backward glance, silently remarking to himself that with her temperament, she was bound to suffer losses in the future. After leaving Xinghai Villa, Li Yanfang promptly calculated the wages owed to her and sent Fang Yuan several regulations regarding labor law stipulations for employee salary settlements. Fang Yuan nearly laughed in frustration at the message on his phone. Fortunately, he had instructed attorney Zhang to sign labor contracts with Li Yanfang and the others long ago. Otherwise, this would have inevitably led to more trouble. After transferring the full amount owed to Li Yanfang's card, their business was settled. Oomph. Like I ever wanted to be your damn housekeeper. With my education, I could find a decent job anywhere. After arriving home, Li Yanfang kept complaining to her friends and classmates about all the downsides of her former housekeeper job. The next day, after submitting her resume to several major companies, she quickly received interview invitations. After all, Li Yanfang's academic credentials were quite impressive. She selected the company offering the most appealing compensation package and headed to the interview. But when the interview went well, the actual salary offer came as a shock. A base salary of only 7,000 yuan a month and no weekends off? Are you kidding me? I'm a master's graduate from a top-tier university. The interviewer frowned and replied, precisely because we carefully weighed the factors, we decided to offer you a starting salary of 7K. While it's true you hold a master's degree from a prestigious university, you lack substantial work experience, and your major doesn't align well with our company's direction. This compensation is already quite competitive. We will adjust your salary based on your performance in the future. We hope you'll give this careful consideration. Before the interviewer could finish, Li Yanfang stormed out in indignation. Yet after interviewing at 4 or 5 more companies, the offers only grew lower. In desperation, she mustered the courage to return to the very first company she'd interviewed with. But this time, she was turned away at the door. As she anxiously scrolled through her job application results, Li Yanfang suddenly found herself longing for her days at Xinghai Villa. If only I'd known society would be this harsh back then. But there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Missed opportunities can never be reclaimed. If you knew society was tough, why didn't you rein in your temper? I'm not your dad, why should I put up with you? Seeing Li Yanfang's sudden message about wanting to return to work, Fang Yuan muttered under his breath before blocking her. Chapter 108, The Keyboard Warrior Squad. Around 10:30 p.m. Fang Yuan suddenly received a call from one Kaier. Those were his exact words. I mainly wanted to ask your opinion. If you agree to forgive him, I won't take a single cent of that money. I'll transfer it all to your account as a token of gratitude for your help. After hearing Wen Kaier's words, Fang Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. He'd already felt like he'd reached the pinnacle of life with over 10 million in his account, yet here was someone willing to throw down 100 million without hesitation just to get their son out of trouble. Hell yeah! Turning down money handed to you on a silver platter would invite divine retribution. As for maintaining some image of a big shot? He was just a deadbeat, what did he have to lose? Sure enough, after Wen Kaier subtly conveyed Fang Yuan's willingness to release the hostage, within mere minutes, 100 million yuan appeared in her account. Though the sum was undeniably tempting, Wen Kaier wasn't foolish enough to pocket it. Instead, she immediately transferred the money back to Fang Yuan. Staring at the 9-digit balance on his phone, Fang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. But that thrill quickly gave way to a nagging question: does this constitute abuse of power? Problems needed solving, and if he couldn't solve them, he'd ask. Driven by his relentless spirit, Fang Yuan called the top official of Linchuan City directly. Upon seeing Fang Yuan's name flash on the screen, the top official of Linchuan City, who was busy with work, immediately put down the documents in his hands and chose to answer. Truth be told, his feelings toward Fang Yuan were rather complicated. After all, his brother-in-law was facing imminent trial, likely to end up eating peanuts in prison, a fate delivered personally by Fang Yuan. Lately, he had barely returned home, dreading the sight of his wife weeping herself to sleep night after night. Fang, my friend, it's been ages. Ask me anything you want. Huh, what? 100 million? Before long, the provincial boss's phone rang too. About Fang Yuan? What's going on? You're saying Xiaogua's richest man, Ma Baogua's son, was sent to the station by Fang Yuan, and now he wants to buy leniency with 100 million? What the hell is that kid up to? Alright, I'll look into it. Call me back. After hanging up, the provincial boss couldn't help but rub his temples. Ever since meeting Fang Yuan, not a single incident had left him unfazed. The 3 previous incidents that shocked the capital were bad enough, but now look, he'd even managed to take down the son of Xia's wealthiest man. But regardless, Fang Yuan remained a key protection target designated by higher-ups. They couldn't just let this kid go down the wrong path. 100 million yuan. This is no joke. Considering Fang Yuan was still young, his character hadn't been tempered by much hardship. At such a young age, he'd already become Xia Nation's youngest major general, bound to be filled with that youthful arrogance unique to his generation. If he caused major trouble, it would be difficult to explain to the higher-ups later. While it was undeniable that Fang Yuan had the backing of the Xia government, in today's society, business figures also held significant influence. After careful consideration, the provincial leader decided to personally intervene and resolve the matter. Lincheng City, Ma House Smart Hotel. Invested and constructed by the Ma family group. Seated in the conference office on the top floor of the 12th level, Ma Baogua handled group affairs on his computer while silently awaiting a response from the law firm. You're still too young. To think you'd dare take money like this. When the time comes, I have 100 ways to ruin your reputation, Fang Yuan. Ma Baoguo's face twisted into a vicious grimace. Since ascending to the pinnacle of Xia Nation's wealth rankings, he had never been so thoroughly humiliated in front of anyone. After consulting with several top-tier lawyers hired by the group upon his return, they unanimously decided to use unconventional means to bring Fang Yuan down. Just think about it. The youngest major general in Xia Nation, abusing his authority to frame the son of the nation's wealthiest man and extort 100 million yuan for personal gain. That headline alone would grab headlines. Leveraging the Ma family's influence in the internet sphere to amplify the scandal would create such a firestorm that even if the state tried to protect Fang Yuan, it would face immense backlash. This decision, too, was the result of careful deliberation. First, he couldn't stomach the humiliation of being publicly ignored by Fang Yuan last time. Second, since enmity had already been forged, he was determined to find a way to bring the other man down. Fang Yuan's youth surpassed his expectations. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, once the man had fully spread his wings, he could pose a tremendous threat to the Ma family. You may have connections and backing, but I, Ma Baoguo, am no pushover. Do you really think the Xia government would dare to pit itself against me, a top-tier businessman who commands half of Xia's internet market? His confidence to bear his fangs at Fang Yuan stemmed from his colossal internet empire and hundreds of billions in capital. Excellent. Have someone draft the articles immediately. When Huayun emerges, upload them across all major online platforms without delay. Strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. I'll harness the power of online public opinion to deliver a fatal blow, leaving no time for higher-ups to react. Watching his subordinates pull out their laptops and spring into action, Ma Baoguo's lips curled into a confident smile. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's call had already reached Lu Kongsheng. About half an hour later, Ma Huayun, his once reckless demeanor replaced by a haggard look, finally stepped back out into the blue sky. Young master, you've been through so much. The Ma family's lawyers and others, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed forward to offer their concern and warmth. They then made a video call to Ma Baoguo to confirm his safety. Dad. The moment he saw his father again, the pent-up resentment and anger in Ma Huayun's heart instantly welled up into tears. Dad, I've never been through hell like this before. You have to. Enough. There are too many people around. Let's go home and talk. Ma Baoguo glanced at his disheveled son, a flash of anger crossing his face. After ending the video call, he asked coldly, is everything ready? Mr. Ma, all materials are ready. Platform traffic diversion is ready. Online trolls are ready. Negotiations with major media outlets for front-page coverage are complete. As each report came in, Ma Baoguo's smile grew wider and wider. Excellent. I'll see whether your so-called background as Xia Nation's youngest major general holds more weight, or if my surging public sentiment numbering in the tens of millions proves superior. Initiate the plan. At Ma Baoguo's command, subordinates responsible for uploading content simultaneously pressed the send buttons on their computers. The moment information about Fang Yuan surfaced online. In a dimly lit room in an unknown location, a faint blue glow suddenly flickered. One after another, blue lights began to illuminate the room. Warning! Warning! Malicious online information targeting the boss detected. Immediately activate emergency protocol. Connecting to the global internet database. Malicious information upload location identified. Initiating big data analysis. Target locked. Ma Baoguo, chairman of the Ma Group. Collecting target's personal information. Decrypting target's internet-related data. Penetrating target's confidential data cloud storage. Compiling compromising materials. Black material compilation and distribution to all squad members complete. Unit 2 is logging into the platform. Unit 3 is logging in. Unit 4. All personnel ready, full-scale operation commence. Chapter 109, National Pest. Outside the drunken immortal pavilion, the atmosphere was filled with festive cheer. Hurry up, hurry up. Everyone move faster. Hang that lantern higher, yes, and arrange the flower baskets neatly. The restaurant manager was practically running around like a chicken with its head cut off, directing staff in preparations for tomorrow's engagement ceremony for CEO Fang. Everyone, give it your all. Mr. Fang said that if tomorrow's ceremony goes smoothly, our bonuses will be doubled this month. Plus, he's treating us all to a feast later, lobster and crab, all you can eat. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Damn, Mr. Fang just took over this place not long ago, and this is already the second time he's handing out perks. Everyone, buckle down and don't let him down. As the saying goes, money talks. The engagement decorations, originally estimated to take half a day to complete. The venue was successfully completed in just 3 hours thanks to everyone's hard work. Fang Yuan happened to drive over early to inspect the engagement site. Excellent. I'm very satisfied. Everyone worked hard today. Have the kitchen staff prepare the ingredients. I'll treat everyone to a meal. With 100 million in his pocket, Fang Yuan was feeling quite generous. Amidst waves of cheers, the drunken immortal pavilion hung up a temporary closure sign as the group waited inside for the banquet to begin. This, Mr. Ma. Ma Baogua's hand-picked confidant tasked with smearing Fang Yuan's reputation had started with brimming confidence, only to now sweat profusely. In just a few short hours, his mental state had been nearly shattered by the sudden online onslaught of keyboard warriors. Compared to Ma Baogua's early rise through violent means, his abandonment of his first wife, and the massive transfer of Ma Group assets overseas. No matter how they deleted posts or manipulated traffic, the negative stories about Ma Baogua kept surfacing relentlessly. Even banning his name as a restricted keyword proved futile. If Ma Baogua was blocked, they'd use Niu Baogua or Ji Baogua, any variation that clearly pointed to him when mentioning the Ma Group. What was even stranger was that their carefully crafted smear campaign against Fang Yuan vanished the moment it hit the internet. Now, all netizens were frantically devouring the gossip. Ma Baogua had fallen from his internet legend pedestal, branded with all sorts of derogatory labels. Internet giants competing with the Ma Group began kicking him while he was down. Particularly alarming to the capital's authorities was Ma Baogua's scheme to transfer massive assets overseas through investments and acquisitions. Smack! The head of the capital's Ministry of Finance abruptly stood up, slamming his fist on the table in fury. Damn it! Our routine oversight had already uncovered some irrational and abnormal investment activities by the Ma Group. But I never imagined Ma Baogua would dare to pull off such a massive scheme. 120 billion yuan. This is undermining the very foundations of our Xia nation. Taking on debt to fund projects, using funds our nation lent to enterprises for overseas investments, that's fundamentally wrong. Strictly speaking, it's embezzlement, not asset transfer. Issue directives immediately to relevant oversight departments. Conduct a comprehensive financial audit of the Ma Group. The foreign exchange reserves our predecessors painstakingly built up bit by bit must not be destroyed by this unscrupulous businessman. While the Ma Group teetered on the brink of collapse, Ma Baogua remained oblivious, resting in the presidential suite awaiting good news. Having barely slept in the past 2 days, he had deliberately silenced his phone. It wasn't until government forces flooded into Ma Group's enterprises, launching a thorough investigation, and masses of citizens flooded online platforms with reports and petitions demanding official sanctions against the conglomerate. His loyal confidants and senior executives finally buckled under the pressure, frantically dumping their holdings in Ma Group shares. Ironically, by the time every piece of evidence exposing the group's illegal activities was uncovered, and the authorities formally issued an arrest warrant for Ma Baogua, he was finally roused by 2 officers bursting through his door. "Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am?" Seeing the law enforcement officers suddenly invade his home, Ma Baogua's first thought was that Fang Yuan had used his connections to retaliate against him. We certainly know who you are, Ma Baogua. As a citizen of Xia Nation, you've grown to your current position with the nation's support. Not only have you failed to give back, but you've also attempted to undermine our nation's foreign exchange foundation and incite social unrest. This time, you're finished. What nonsense are you spouting? Take him away." The leader of the inspection team didn't even bother listening to Ma Baogua's protests, immediately having him removed from the hotel. In the car, Ma Baogua stared at the numerous new messages on his phone. His face grew paler with each one. Things had reached this point. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he was absolutely finished. But he had been so careful, so discreet. How had it all suddenly been exposed? A name suddenly came to Ma Baogua's mind. He grabbed his phone and dialed the number of his confidant in charge of the smear campaign against Fang Yuan. The first call was immediately hung up. Ma Baogua's expression darkened as he dialed a second time. This time the call connected, but his confidant was busy boarding a boat to flee. Thinking that if it weren't for Ma Baogua's single-minded desire to avenge his stupid son, they wouldn't have ended up as fugitives on the run. Rage surged through him, and he cursed. "Old man Ma, can you stop calling me? It's all because of your ing son messing with the wrong people. Stop calling. I'm busy fleeing now, got no time for your bull." With that, the confidant hung up and tossed the phone into the sea. By the time Ma Baogua tried calling back, the line was dead. So it was. I was right after all. The moment his aide mentioned his son, it clicked. Who else could be responsible for the collapse of the Ma family business empire besides Fang Yuan? His hands fell limply to the ground, leaving only a long, weary sigh. If only Fang Yuan knew Ma Baogua was blaming him for the collapse of his own conglomerate, he'd surely curse him out. "You shameless capitalist. If you truly cared about the country and its people from the bottom of your heart, instead of selfishly plundering the nation's coffers to line your own pockets, would you have ended up in this sorry state?" Of course, Fang Yuan, currently dining with employees at the restaurant, knew nothing of the Ma Group's affairs. He remained utterly unaware even of the plot nearly targeting him. With recent troubles piling up and the online keyboard warrior team being a system-assigned task he hadn't even met, it naturally slipped his mind he'd likely forgotten about those keyboard warriors long ago. Right now, he was being enthusiastically invited onto the stage by his employees, following the standard routine for company gatherings. First up, the leader's speech. Chapter 110, no worries, just keep working. Standing on the specially constructed stage with a microphone in hand, looking down at the dozens of drunken immortal restaurant employees below, Fang Yuan felt the authority of leadership for the first time. Ahem, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll keep my remarks brief. The restaurant manager led the applause. Welcome, Mr. Fang, to give us your guidance. Soon, the dining hall erupted in enthusiastic clapping. Many employees watched Fang Yuan with eyes full of curiosity. Since taking over Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he had rarely appeared before the staff. Even now, some had never seen him in person. Moreover, Fang Yuan was exceptionally young in his early 20s yet managing a restaurant worth tens of millions. He must be either a wealthy heir or an exceptionally lucky upstart. Judging by his mannerisms and habits, however, the young boss clearly leaned toward the latter. Regardless, a boss was a boss, and no one could change that. Once the applause died down, Fang Yuan racked his brain, but the imagined scene of him taking the stage, eloquently quoting classics and delivering a grand speech, vanished instantly. Yet dozens of employees were waiting for him to speak. Damn it, just like when teachers told you to study hard in school and you insisted herding cattle was better, now I'm making a fool of myself. Fang Yuan silently berated himself before steeled his resolve. Well, first off, thank you all for your warmth. Truth be told, I'm not much of a speaker. But since you've asked me to say a few words, I'll say a few. Just so you know, I'm not a fan of complicated formalities. Since I said I'd say a few words, I'll keep it simple. But what exactly should I say? I think you all know exactly what I mean. Those are the very words I want to share with you. Since I promised to keep it brief, I'll stick to just these few points. Thank you. How the hell did he say so much yet seem to say nothing at all? As the restaurant's second in command, the manager was the first to react. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. General Manager Fang's words are profoundly thought-provoking. Their depth truly embodies the saying, hearing one speech from you is better than reading 10 years of books. They instantly ignited my passion and motivation. All staff at Drunken Immortal Restaurant will live up to your high expectations, deeply and earnestly implementing every word you shared into every aspect of our work. Come, everyone, let's applaud General Manager Fang's brilliant speech. Watching the restaurant manager brimming with genuine excitement, he seemed utterly sincere, not a trace of pretense. Whoa! Fang Yuan was secretly stunned. Could it be he truly possessed some unique, undiscovered charisma? What are you all standing there for? Clap. Seeing the others staring blankly, the manager's eyes nearly shot sparks. Excellent. Mr. Fang, your words are truly moving. The deputy manager slapped his forehead and echoed loudly. Seeing both managers deeply grasp Mr. Fang's meaning, the heads of each department chimed in immediately. As expected of Mr. Fang. Your words are so profound. They stir my soul, you're my idol. Exactly. Mr. Fang's words are spot on. Applause, everyone applause. Fang Yuan smiled and nodded, clearly pleased with his impromptu performance. Ha, you flatter me. That's all I have to say. Now, everyone, dig in. Tonight, the wine flows freely, and the dishes are plentiful. The employees, who had been utterly confused moments before, instantly erupted into cheers. The applause that followed was infinitely more enthusiastic than before. After sharing a few drinks with some of the restaurant's senior management, Fang Yuan rose to leave. He still needed to pack up some things from Zhongyunshu's side for use tomorrow. But just as he stepped out the door, he accidentally collided head-on with a restaurant employee, causing the person's phone to fall to the ground. Oh my, Mr. Fang, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you okay? It's fine, it's fine. The phone landed screen up, and Fang Yuan caught a glimpse. It was a WeChat Moments post, featuring a photo of him speaking on stage earlier. But the real focus was the caption. Holy crap, our restaurant boss is so wise he might as well have only graduated elementary school. He stood up there spouting nonsense for ages, nearly cracking me up. Just say a few words? Yeah, right, just say them already. The moment the employee noticed Fang Yuan's gaze, his face turned pale. Mr. Fang, please don't misunderstand. I was just trying to make the caption funnier. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, patting his shoulder as he spoke. Ha, it's no big deal. After all, work and life are separate. As long as you handle your core responsibilities well, I won't hold it against you. We're all young, it's normal to have a lively personality. No need to worry. Truthfully, I used to joke about my superiors behind their backs too. I most admire employees like you who speak their minds. Besides, life is unpredictable. Today I'm your boss, but who knows, maybe one day I'll go bankrupt and end up homeless. If that happens and you've made it big, I'll need your help. Honesty is what counts in this world. Mr. Fang. Hearing such a high-ranking executive speak so warmly to a lowly employee and without any trace of resentment over his social media rant, the employee was instantly overcome with gratitude and deep remorse. By the way, your name is Wang Taizhu, right? Yes, Mr. Fang. No worries. Keep up the good work, Taizhu. I have high hopes for you. After glancing at the name tag on the employee's chest, Fang Yuan smiled encouragingly. Thank you, Mr. Fang. I'll work my hardest. Even after Fang Yuan's figure disappeared, Wang Taizhu stood rooted to the spot, marveling at the young boss's magnanimity. He glanced at the draft post already prepared on his phone. Suddenly, Wang Taizhu felt an inexplicable pang of conscience. Mr. Fang has been so kind to me, how could I slander him like that? I deserve to be damned. After changing elementary school to middle school, he nodded with satisfaction and hit publish. However, when the dinner ended and Wang Taizhu returned home, ready to share with friends how amazing the banquet at the restaurant had been and how his bonus would double by month's end, a notification from the restaurant's HR department suddenly popped up in the workgroup chat. HR department, due to employee Wang Taizhu being observed with leak residue between his teeth this morning, severely damaging our restaurant's image, Wang Taizhu is hereby dismissed. The employee is requested to report to the finance department tomorrow for final salary and compensation settlement. All other staff are advised to take this as a warning. After receiving the report on Wang Taizhu's dismissal, Fang Yuan lay on the sofa, slowly exhaling smoke from his mouth. With a look of melancholy on his face, he sighed. Ah! Who knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first? It's done now. Well, so be it. Chapter 111, The Engagement Ceremony. The engagement ceremony began the next day. First, Zhang Yunshua's parents, holding her hands. They walked her from the red carpet at the restaurant entrance all the way to the stage. Today, Zhang Yunshua wore a pure white lace gown, her face adorned with subtle makeup. Her phoenix eyes curved like half-hidden amber, her vermilion lips a single cherry red dot. Her beauty was utterly captivating, even adorned with gold and jewels. She never appeared vulgar. Instead, it added an air of regal elegance, instantly capturing everyone's attention as she entered. Damn, my sister looks stunning today. Zhang He, seated at the same table as his father, couldn't help but exclaim. Women are all fleeting to me. I think Mr. Fang clearly has a much better aura. Lin Gaojia had been busy painting murals for Fang Yuan's villa lately, receiving some advance payments that cleared off a lot of his debts. Now, in his eyes, the big spender looked utterly pleasing from every angle. Good taste. The chubby guy nodded while munching on desserts, muttering his agreement with Lin Gaojia's words. Zhang He, ha! Soothing music began to play. The MC announced the engagement ceremony proceedings. First, the parents of both families would take the stage to shake hands and share words about their children. However, since Fang Yuan had swept away his entire family, this segment was skipped. Only Zhang's father and mother spoke as representatives. Perhaps speaking in such a setting for the first time, Zhang's father's legs trembled slightly. Stop trembling, it's embarrassing. Zhang's mother whispered beside him. He gave an awkward smile. He was just too nervous, after all. Ahem. When I walked my daughter down the aisle just now, it reminded me of the day she first came into this world. The first time I held her hand. I never imagined time would pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's time to let her go. As he spoke, Mr. Zhang's eyes began to redden slightly. Many guests in the audience who had also seen their daughters marry felt a deep resonance, their eyes reflecting both smiles and nostalgia. Zhang Yunshua, who had been standing hand in hand with Fang Yuan the entire time, now had tears streaming down her face. Don't worry, Fang Yuan said softly, gently wiping the tears from her eyes. I'll make sure you're a happy woman. Zhang Yunshua nodded. MHM. Soon, the Zhang parents concluded their brief speech, and it was time for the exchange of betrothal gifts. Fang Yuan's bodyguards carried 5 large red boxes with gold trim onto the stage. The first box opened to reveal a collection of photographs documenting Fang Yuan and Zhang Yunshua's journey together since their first meeting, each meticulously framed. These are the beautiful moments belonging only to us two. I've preserved them forever in these frames. Rarely seeing such thoughtful consideration from Fang Yuan, Zhang Yunshua was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. The second, largest box was like the main course opening. It revealed stacks of bright red banknotes. A dowry of 5.2 million. Fang Yuan scratched his nose. He originally planned to arrange 9.99 million, since that amount wasn't too difficult for him. But considering it was an engagement and he didn't want to be too ostentatious, he settled on a more moderate figure. Little did he know that this 5.2 million alone was enough to make many of the arriving guests' eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. Damn, the rich get to marry, while the poor just get to watch. Zhang Yi couldn't help but lament, banging his chest in frustration. Meanwhile, Lin Gaojie and Fatty could only think of one word: impressive. Xiao Shui is so blessed to find such an outstanding husband. A 5.2 million yuan dowry? That's top tier even in all of Linsuan. The Zhang family has really hit the jackpot this time. No wonder she's my niece, she's got great taste. The relatives' whispered murmurs didn't escape the ears of the Zhang family elders. Some even deliberately raised their voices to impress Zhang's parents, their praise flowing in waves. Old woman, I've lived decades and never felt so proud as today. Zhang's father chuckled softly. That money belongs to Xiao Feng. What are you so happy about? Let me tell you, every single penny of that dowry must go to Xiao Shui, understand? Zhang's mother shot her husband a disapproving look inside. The gap between our two families is already huge. Xiao Shui is really climbing the social ladder here. If we pocket the dowry money, people will gossip about our daughter after she marries into that family. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Father Jiang nodded. The elderly couple were the type who found contentment easily, placing little value on material possessions. As long as their daughter found happiness, that was all that mattered. Meanwhile, everyone's anticipation for the remaining 3 boxes grew ever higher. They had thought the 5.2 million yuan was the peak. Little did they know the third box would completely shatter their understanding of wealth. The third box wasn't as large as the first 2, but it stretched nearly 1.7 meters in length. Upon opening it, they discovered a life-sized 1:1 golden statue. It depicted Jiang Yunxue standing, gently caressing her hair. A flicker of envy crossed the MC's eyes on stage. Truly, the world of the wealthy was incomprehensible. Gold is precious indeed, but compared to the breathtaking Ms. Jiang, it pales into mere decoration. As the MC's words fell, the audience erupted in a roar of astonishment. Money was abundant, but it was ultimately just the dozens of bills visible on the box's surface. This life-sized golden statue, however, assaulted everyone's eyes with its sheer opulence. Solid gold. Holy, boss, did you have to go this far? Slurp. This big spender is terrifying. How are us beggars supposed to host engagement parties now? All that gold, couldn't it fetch tens of thousands? But those 2 bodyguards didn't seem to be carrying much weight earlier. Could it be fake? Just then, someone muttered under their breath. Many eyes shifted uneasily. After all, everyone knew gold was heavy. A life-size statue cast in pure gold would weigh at least 800 to 900 pounds. Could 2 seemingly average-built bodyguards really lift it so effortlessly? Some even began questioning the authenticity of the 520-gram gold dowry. Ha, a bunch of greenhorns. Mr. Fang Yuan from Villa 11 spends millions on a mural, what a joke. Lin Gajia sneered disdainfully. Ever since Fang Yuan agreed to let him participate in the villa's mural decoration, he'd adopted the demeanor of a sycophant. The fat man chimed in with agreement. Gazing at the sky from the well, 10 miles of blue clouds reveal only humble stature. But when the eagle spreads its wings, soaring to the heavens to survey the mountains and rivers, different levels bring different perspectives. Ren Shanxian casually dropped a rather poetic line. Shanxian, never knew you had a bit of culture in you. Jiang Yi leaned in, thinking his compliment would be well received, only to get a sharp smack on the head from Ren Shanxian. If you're so good with words, say something nice. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from the entrance. Ha ha. Brother Fang, how come you didn't give your old buddy a call on your big engagement day? Chapter 112, a mission where 9 die and 1 survives. Fang Yuan followed the sound. An unexpected figure suddenly appeared at the engagement ceremony. It was none other than Director Liu from the Capital Research Institute. Director Liu, why did you come personally? As the head of the Capital Research Institute, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had a million things on his plate. That he would suddenly appear in Linchuan City took Fang Yuan completely by surprise. Director Liu waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry about me disrupting things. Just finish the ceremony first. Fang Yuan nodded, then motioned for the fat man to escort Director Liu to a seat. Many eyes followed suit, fixating on Director Liu. Suddenly, the grandson of Jiang Yunshua's grandfather's younger brother gaped, "No way! That guy looks just like that big shot who's always on TV and in the papers." What big shot? The remark instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. Lu Gue, director of the Kyoto Research Institute. Big deal. Just a director. We've seen plenty of those. How could he be more important than our village police station chief? Village chief? If that real deal showed up, even our city's top leader would bow and call him Old Lu. You don't know what you're talking about. Someone pulled out their phone to search for the Beijing Research Institute. What they found left them stunned. Holy crap, he really does look like him. Amidst the buzzing chatter, the engagement ceremony pressed on. Though less dazzling than the first 2, the next 2 boxes were still brimming with extravagant jewelry. The final box, crafted with utmost sincerity, featured jade carvings depicting various poses and expressions of Jiang Yunxue. After exchanging golden rings, diamonds aren't a sound investment, the entire gathering raised their glasses to celebrate the successful conclusion of the engagement ceremony. Let's talk outside. Spotting Fang Yuan approaching, Director Liu smiled faintly and rose to his feet. Fang Yuan accepted without hesitation. For this influential figure to personally fly in from Kyoto, there must be important matters to discuss. He just hadn't figured out what exactly had happened yet. Outside Drunken Immortal Pavilion. A dozen or so men dressed in plainclothes, radiating a menacing aura, stood vigilant around the perimeter, their eyes darting warily in all directions. They were likely the security detail accompanying Director Liu. After all, he was a national treasure-level figure. Any incident involving him would send shockwaves through the entire Nanyun province. Stepping out of the boisterous engagement venue, Director Liu smiled and said, "My primary reason for coming is to formally present you with a reward from higher-ups for your contribution of those 10 lithography machines last time." But haven't they already promoted me to Major General? Why another reward? Fang Yuan was momentarily bewildered. However, Director Lu quickly wore an expression that said, "Don't play dumb with me." "What? You don't want that billion yuan? If you don't want it, I'll just report back empty-handed." 10 billion? Fang Yuan froze for a moment before recalling the urgent call he'd received from the capital that night. They had indeed mentioned that due to his contribution of the lithography machines, the higher-ups had decided to award him a cash bonus of 10 billion yuan. They also asked if he had any other requests. In a moment of impulse, Fang Yuan had blurted out a request for the rank of Major General. To his surprise, it had actually been granted. "Heh, Director Lu, I couldn't possibly accept such generosity. But since it represents the organization's goodwill, I'll humbly accept your offer." 10 billion yuan. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much junk he'd have to collect to reach that figure. Besides, given the value of those 10 lithography machines, even selling them for 50 billion yuan would have people fighting over them. He certainly wasn't exploiting the state for personal gain. "You little rascal." Director Lu handed over a pale gold bank card bearing the national emblem of Xia. The initial password is printed on the back. You can change it yourself at the bank. If you don't trust it, this old man can verify the balance right here. Otherwise, no guarantees once you leave. Just as Fang Yuan was about to say something, the ground suddenly shook beneath his feet. With lightning reflexes, he steadied Director Lu, who had nearly toppled over. Earthquake. Fang Yuan's first thought was of Jiang Yunxue, still inside the banquet hall. Fortunately, the tremor lasted only a second or two before everything around them settled back into calm. Before he could rush inside, the doors of Drunken Immortal Pavilion burst open. Guests who had been attending the engagement banquet poured out, shouting about the earthquake. Seeing Jiang Yunxue emerge behind her parents, Fang Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Everyone felt it had been a false alarm. Only Chief Lu, who always approached matters with meticulous rigor, grew solemn. After relaying the situation to his superiors, he hurriedly departed with his plainclothes security detail. "Phew! That was my first earthquake ever. So terrifying. Thank goodness we're okay." Jiang Yunxue patted her heaving chest, still shaken, as she clutched Fang Yuan's hand. "It's fine. Since the engagement ceremony's over, let's head back. I can't shake this feeling that it's not entirely safe out there." Fang Yuan, possessing the steel wings and the legacy of a martial arts grandmaster, could handle an actual earthquake with composure. But Jiang Yunxue and the others couldn't. On the way back, he began pondering whether they should build some kind of safe room or similar structure. But shortly after arriving at the villa, Fang Yuan received an internal call from the Nanyun Provincial Military District. "Commander, this is the Nanyun Provincial Military District Staff Headquarters. We are calling to notify you that the military district is preparing to convene a meeting for all personnel at the regiment level and above." What kind of meeting? Fang Yuan was momentarily bewildered. As a major general already designated for a largely ceremonial role by higher-ups, he hadn't anticipated receiving a meeting notice so suddenly. May I confirm you are Major General Fang?" "Yes." The staff officer responsible for meeting notifications carefully cross-checked the roster. After verifying his identity, he repeated the message. "All right, I understand." Fang Yuan scratched his head. Still, he figured that as a major general, he might as well attend the meeting to make an appearance and kill some time. Little did he know that the staff officer had just hung up the phone. A colonel with 2 bars and 3 stars entered the liaison room responsible for contacting all attendees. "How's it going? Have all notifications been completed?" "Reporting to the minister, all notifications have been finalized." "Oh, right. The commander mentioned earlier that there's no need to notify Major General Fang Yuan." "Huh?" Inside the office, staring at the official document just received from above, the commander of Nanyun Province Military Region No. 1 couldn't help but frown. After reading through the entire document, he couldn't help but gasp. No real-time ground guidance, no paper data, facing harsh weather and poor landing conditions, a 5,000-meter blind jump? 9 deaths for every life. Chapter 113, I'm going to Qingchuan. Upon learning his staff had notified Fang Yuan, the commander of the Nanyun Provincial Military Region merely nodded without comment. Outside of the capital, he and the provincial and ministerial leaders were the ones most familiar with Fang Yuan's formidable battle record. Today's meeting concerned earthquake relief and troop command. He saw no role for Fang Yuan to contribute. Time is tight, the mission is heavy. Let's go to the conference room. Judging the timing right, the commander of the Nanyun Provincial Military Region rose first and walked out of the office. Several colonel-level officers followed closely behind him. By the time he arrived at the venue, the vast conference room was already filled with officers at the regiment level and above from all military units across Nanyun Province. After taking his seat, the military district commander spoke in a deep voice. "Units, report personnel status. Nanyun Province 3rd Communications Regiment Detachment, 7 officers at regiment level and above expected, 7 present. Nanyun Province Mobile Emergency Force, 6 officers at regiment level and above expected, 6 present. Nanyun Province. The major standing beside the military district commander verified each unit's report before murmuring, "All personnel are present except for Major General Fang." The commander nodded slightly. "Good. Time is tight and the mission is critical. I won't waste words. First, I'll briefly outline the directives from the capital." "Hold on, I'm not late, am I?" Just then, Fang Yuan arrived, having rushed to make it on time. His olive drab uniform and the gleaming gold insignia of a major general on his shoulders were highly conspicuous. "Ahem. Young Fang, come sit down. The meeting is about to begin." The military district commander spoke, gesturing for him to take the empty seat beside him. Several senior officers eyed Fang Yuan appraisingly. The previous promotion ceremony had been semi-public, so many units in Nanyun province hadn't seen him before. Seeing such a young major general was genuinely surprising and shocking. Sitting right next to the boss like that, was that appropriate? Appropriate? It couldn't be more appropriate. Fang Yuan strode briskly onto the podium and plopped down beside the military district commander. Surveying the entire room, aside from the 2 stars representing the lieutenant general rank worn by the military district commander, his own rank was the highest present. Once everyone was seated, the military district commander cleared his throat. At 14:28 this afternoon, a magnitude 8.0 earthquake suddenly struck Xinghai province. The city of Nianwen suffered the most severe impact, with virtually all communication facilities within the city rendered completely inoperable. Disaster is in order. Time is of the essence. I hereby declare this location the temporary command center for the entire Nanyun Military District's rescue forces. Fang Yuan, seated nearby, heard every word clearly. So that tremor he felt this afternoon actually came from neighboring Xinghai province, an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. No wonder. But the military district commander hadn't finished speaking. Due to severe road damage in the earthquake zone, ground forces cannot reach the site quickly. Additionally, the weather conditions were extremely harsh at the time. Air routes were also affected by heavy rain and cloud cover. 6 attempts by helicopters dispatched from nearby garrison units to land were unsuccessful. Now, rescue personnel are being deployed via parachute drops. This is the only way to enter the disaster area. After comprehensive consideration, higher command has entrusted this arduous mission to our Nanyun provincial military region. This represents both the nation's and the people's trust in us, as well as our unshirkable duty as soldiers. The parachute rescue team's mission is to assist headquarters in assessing the earthquake zone's conditions, providing scientific intelligence for subsequent rescue operations. As the words fell, all eyes in the room turned to a middle-aged officer with 2 bars and 4 stars on his epaulets. The reason was simple: Li Jinbo's unit was the sole air combat force in the entire Nanyun province, and in terms of parachuting, they were the most professional. "Rest assured, Commander, we will accomplish this mission." Under the gaze of the assembly, Li Jinbo snapped to attention, saluted, and declared loudly, "Let me be clear, this parachute mission is akin to walking a tightrope over a cliff, a life or death situation. No one can guarantee where you'll land after jumping, what dangers you'll face, or the impact of the harsh environment." Upon receiving the documents from the capital, the military district commander had meticulously studied the topography of Nianwen City in Xinghai province. The people mattered, but he valued his soldiers no less. Yet Li Jinbo answered with unwavering resolve, "Death may be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. When the people need us most, how can soldiers retreat? I volunteer to lead this rescue mission." At that moment, an indescribable solemnity filled the conference room. The military district commander hesitated several times, then silently nodded. Disaster relief demanded immediate action. Time was life itself. This was no moment for dithering. Remember, this operation must remain strictly confidential. Absolutely no leaks to the outside. Xinghai province housed critical national strategic facilities. Under international standards, foreign rescue teams could enter disaster zones unconditionally for earthquakes rated magnitude 8 or higher. Releasing the magnitude to allow foreign rescue teams into Xia Nation's territory carried uncalculated risks. This was precisely why he had gone to such lengths to convene all mid to senior military officers for this provincial military district meeting. The meeting was brief but decisive. While the military district commander and Li Jinbo departed to select the advance team, the remaining officers stayed behind to deliberate on each unit's rescue plans for Xinghai province. Back at the Yunhai villa, Fang Yuan reclined on the sofa, sipping from a freshly poured glass of baijiu. His mind, however, kept returning to the meeting's content and the image of Li Jinbo stepping forward without hesitation, fully aware of the life-threatening risks. Aren't people supposed to fear death? As he murmured to himself, Jiang Yunxue had quietly approached and placed a peeled apple in his hand. "What's wrong? You look troubled after just one trip out." Since their engagement, she had gradually begun to slip into the role of the devoted wife and mother. "Nothing. Just feeling a bit melancholy all of a sudden." Fang Yuan shook his head. Though he was a self-made major general, he understood the gravity of maintaining secrecy. Plus, the earthquake itself wasn't good news, so he didn't plan to tell Jiang Yunxue outright. Because telling her would only add to her worries. Perhaps sensing something, Zhang Yunxue chose not to press further. Instead, she sat down silently beside Fang Yuan. Suddenly, Fang Yuan stood up abruptly and downed the drink in his hand in one gulp. His expression hardened, as if he made a momentous decision. He spoke slowly. I'm going to Qingchuan. Chapter 114, Accompanying the Mission. At an Air Force base in Nanyun Province. After rigorously analyzing Nianwen City's terrain and real-time weather conditions, Li Zhenbo submitted a request to the military district commander to execute the parachute mission in stages. This meant he would lead a small team to jump first, conduct disaster reconnaissance, and assess the ground situation before the main airborne force followed closely behind. Simultaneously, they would abandon the standard round parachutes in favor of wing suits. Though round parachutes offered greater safety, their slower descent and limited maneuverability made precise landing site control impossible. In such complex conditions, wing parachutes provided superior flexibility and wind resistance, but demanded far greater skill from the parachutists. But the moment he finished speaking, the military district commander rejected the proposal outright. You're too old. Li Zhenbo was approaching 50. With age, his physical condition couldn't match that of younger soldiers. The danger of participating in the jump was obvious. Any misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. Yet, facing the commander's worried gaze, he insisted on jumping. I possess the most extensive parachuting experience. Only with me leading the team can we increase the success rate of the airborne operation. This mission is critical. Time is life itself. Not a moment can be wasted. But, seeing Li Zhenbo's unwavering resolve, the military commander fell silent. The final roster was determined. The first rescue vanguard team heading to the disaster zone would consist of 15 members, including Li Zhenbo. Armed with paper and pen, they wrote their last wills on the spot, leaving behind final messages. The 15 warriors tucked their letters closest to their hearts and boarded the transport plane one after another. The military commander shouted, "Attention!" The remaining 300+ officers and soldiers present raised their right arms in salute. Li Zhenbo and the others returned the salute. Just as the cabin door was about to close, a voice rang out from the distance. Damn it, count me in too. I'm going. The mission headcount was set based on operational needs. Who was this reckless fool suddenly barging in? The highest-ranking officer left behind turned to glare, about to bark an order, but his mouth snapped shut the instant he recognized the rank on the newcomer's uniform. Fang Yuan? The military commander never expected the youngest major general in Xia Nation, personally commissioned by the capital's top brass, to show up at this critical moment. And to demand he join the advance team heading into the disaster zone? If higher-ups found out, he'd be in serious trouble. Frowning, the commander declared, "Disaster relief isn't child's play. This mission is a life-or-death gamble, no guarantees of returning. I won't approve it." But Fang Yuan merely chuckled. On his way here, he'd anticipated the military commander's refusal, so he'd already called Director Lu to inform the higher-ups. Unsurprisingly, the request was immediately rejected by the capital's bigwigs. Are you going to let me go with the troops, or should I sneak over myself? This single sentence instantly left the bigwigs at a loss. Ultimately, after learning Fang Yuan possessed the steel wings, Director Lu vouched for him, forcing the higher-ups to grant permission. Boss, take this call. Fang Yuan handed the phone to the military commander. You're pulling strings to pressure me? The commander glared at him. What call? Let me tell you, even if it were the commander-in-chief himself, I wouldn't. Before he could finish, a familiar voice came through the receiver. Lu Renming, this is number 1. The military commander fell silent instantly, his posture snapping straight. Commander, good day. Let him go. That's my order. Yes, sir. When Fang Yuan grinned and took the phone back, the commander's face turned green. That brat knew it was number 1 calling and didn't tell him he nearly got him into trouble. Unable to stop Fang Yuan, the military commander could only step aside from the boarding gate with a dark expression. Commander! Commander! As soon as Fang Yuan slipped into the rear cabin, Li Zhenbo and the others quickly stood up and saluted him. Knowing this mission is fraught with danger, yet you still charge ahead without hesitation. Honestly, I should be saluting you. Taking the parachute handed to him by Li Zhenbo, Fang Yuan said with a smile. Serving the people. The 15 men replied in unison. It gave Fang Yuan goosebumps. Enough small talk. Under the watchful gaze of the military district commander, the cabin door slowly closed. As the engines roared louder, hope was on its way to the disaster zone. Commander, do you know how to use a parachute? Li Zhenbo asked inside the cabin. No problem. Actually, I have another identity. I'm the chief paratrooper of Xia Nation. Fang Yuan bluffed casually. He had no intention of using the parachute anyway. Once the iron wings opened over the disaster zone, he'd be back home in an instant. But Li Zhenbo and the others didn't know this. Instead, they took Fang Yuan's words as gospel. Though the title chief paratrooper seemed unheard of, such a young major general was unprecedented. Combined with the star on Fang Yuan's shoulder, his words carried absolute authority. After an unknown amount of time chatting, the pilot ahead signaled they were approaching the drop zone. Phew! Comrades, give your personal gear one last check. Commander, how about a few words of encouragement? Li Shinbo reminded the others to inspect their equipment while fixing his gaze on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan paused slightly, looking at the 15 soldiers before him, varying in age yet uniformly clad in green camouflage. Suddenly, he realized something. No one in this world is truly fearless of death. But when duty and mission outweigh life itself, they can willingly sacrifice their lives to honor the uniform they wear. As the weight of the stars on his shoulders grew heavier, Fang Yuan's initial carefree mood vanished. He possessed the steel wings, shielding him from the perils of the sky. But what of these dear, brave soldiers? They could only rely on their flesh and blood, and their fiery hearts, to leap without hesitation from 5,000 meters above. For a moment, Fang Yuan felt a lump in his throat. He shouted, "Comrades! The nation and the people call upon us. This battle we will win. Victory! Victory! Victory!" The hatch slowly opened. Li Shinbo was the first to leap without hesitation into the gray, hazy sky. The second. The third. Only after the last soldier had jumped did Fang Yuan take a deep breath and leap from the rear compartment, following closely behind. Feeling the razor-sharp wind and bone-chilling cold, he suddenly remembered he'd been too busy showing off to even put on a coat. Cold, cold, cold. Shivering, Fang Yuan mentally activated the steel wings. The watch on his left wrist vanished instantly, transforming into streaks of light that shot toward his back, forming a pair of dark brown wings. His primary mission this time was to ensure the safe landing of Li Shinbo and his 14 companions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with those complicated devices and instruments. High above, Fang Yuan scanned the parachutes below with piercing focus. After counting 3 times to confirm all 15 parachutes had deployed, Fang Yuan flapped his wings slightly, plunging rapidly toward the ground beneath the clouds. For in his ears, the faint echoes of countless cries and wails seemed to linger. "Hang on, I'm coming." Chapter 115, Cell. After confirming Li Shinbo and the others had all landed safely, Fang Yuan spread his wings and soared through the air at breakneck speed. The scene that met his eyes. The earth appeared as if torn apart by some immense force. Ruins of houses and collapsed landscapes were everywhere. Heart-wrenching cries carried on the wind toward the distance, striking Fang Yuan's heart like a sudden hammer blow. He no longer bothered to conceal the steel wings behind him. Fang Yuan charged toward a collapsed school. The playground was now packed with hundreds of teachers and students, all plunged into panic and tears. What is that thing? Despite the overwhelming grief, some students immediately spotted Fang Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Yuan activated his steel wings, carefully slicing through the collapsed concrete slabs one by one. Yet within mere minutes, all 5 students he pulled from the rubble were lifeless. Blood mixed with dust congealed into clumps, falling from his arms. Staring at the motionless bodies laid out on the ground, Fang Yuan's eyes burned red. He wanted to scream in rage. "Calm down. I must stay calm." Fang Yuan murmured, his lips trembling. He wasn't Superman. His only resource was the steel wings. One man's strength was limited. Though his heart ached, compared to moving bodies, his priority now was rescuing those still alive. Fang Yuan focused his mind, his gaze settling on a triangular section of collapsed debris. Faint cries for help still echoed faintly from within. No rushing. Fang Yuan concentrated intensely, using his steel wings to slice through the stone slabs, chipping them away bit by bit. No one knew the state of the structure beneath. One wrong move could trigger a chain reaction. If he accidentally severed the support points holding the collapsed slabs, his good intentions could easily backfire. Meanwhile, after finally calming the surviving students, over a dozen teachers from the school gathered around. Seeing Fang Yuan's military green uniform, their initial confusion and shock gave way to excitement. However, when their eyes fell upon the bodies of several students, the teachers fell silent. Holding back tears, they began silently helping Fang Yuan move the cut stone slabs. No one asked where he came from, for his military uniform spoke volumes. Nor did anyone question the alien-like steel wings behind him. Everyone was utterly absorbed in the rescue effort. Fang Yuan searched the ruins for survivors with a frenzied intensity, as if possessed. From night into day, time seemed to stand still. The teachers who had initially followed him were now replaced by students with youthful faces. Yet fewer than 20 survivors had been rescued. The nearby clearing was already filled with nearly 70 bodies. Almost every one of the deceased was mangled beyond recognition, some requiring pieces to be pieced together just to identify them. Huff, puff. Feeling his strength nearly depleted, unable even to remain standing, Fang Yuan finally collapsed onto the ground, pale-faced, gasping for breath. "Big brother, have some water." A girl who looked like she was still in 7th grade timidly held out an unopened bottle of mineral water toward Fang Yuan. "Thanks." Fang Yuan paused, then reached out to take the water. After spending so long rescuing survivors in a state of grief, suddenly stopping left him not only physically exhausted but feeling like his throat was on fire. But just as he unscrewed the cap, he caught the girl who offered him the water, swallowing hard. Her pale lips were cracked from dehydration, her eyes brimming with thirst. Yet she forced her gaze away, refusing to look at the bottle in Fang Yuan's hand. "Do you have any water to drink?" Fang Yuan asked. The little girl quickly turned her head, moistening her cracked lips with her parched tongue. Satisfied she hadn't given herself away, she turned back and said, "Yes, we've all had our fill." "You drink it, big brother." Staring into those clear, transparent eyes, Fang Yuan said nothing. Instead, he screwed the cap back on the bottle and handed it back to the girl. "You drink it. I'm not thirsty." Before the girl could respond, Fang Yuan forced himself to stand and surveyed the now silent ruins before him. In that moment, he suddenly grasped his own insignificance. Though the steel wings were formidable, his strength alone could never turn the tide. Thoughts raced through Fang Yuan's mind. The task of gathering earthquake data was now in the hands of Li Zhenbo and his team. Relying solely on the iron wings for rescue efforts across Xinghai province where most regions had been devastated was like trying to put out a raging fire with a cup of water. That bottle of mineral water had given him a wake-up call. Post-earthquake, the challenge wasn't just rescuing trapped victims. More crucially, how would they properly handle the survivors afterward? And to achieve that, money and supplies were undoubtedly the most vital resources. Fang Yuan pulled out his phone, only to find the screen devoid of even a sliver of signal. But that made sense, considering his current location, Nianwen City, the epicenter of Xinghai province's devastation. The moment Fang Yuan stood up, every survivor in the school fixed their gaze upon him. It wasn't just because of the mysterious power he displayed, but also the trust they placed in his military uniform. He declared, "The military and citizens of Xia Nation are deeply concerned for you, our fellow countrymen in the disaster zone. Rescue is on its way. You must hold on." Hundreds of teachers and students stared at Fang Yuan with tear-filled eyes. For a moment, the monstrous ruins that had collapsed seemed to lose their terror under the resonance of his resolute voice. "Salute!" Fang Yuan raised his sore, swollen right hand and executed a military salute with perfect precision before unfurling his steel wings and soaring skyward. As he pierced the heavens, the morning sun tore through thick clouds, bathing the battered earth in its light. No one knew of Fang Yuan's return to Linchuan. Back at the Cloud Sea Villa, he had no time to explain his disheveled state to Jiang Yunxue. Fang Yuan silently inquired, "System, what penalty would I face if I sold off all my assets?" No response came the first time. Fang Yuan pressed again, and this time, the system finally stirred. Ding! For disregarding system rules by selling assets, the host will be penalized with a one-day suspension of recovery privileges. That's it? Fang Yuan scratched his ear, nearly failing to process the response. He'd braced for permanent account suspension if he forcibly liquidated his assets. A mere one-day suspension? What kind of punishment was that? A good night's sleep would see it over. Sell. Without a shred of hesitation, Fang Yuan resolved to liquidate all his fixed assets for cash, then procure supplies to aid Xinchuan. But first, he intended to summon the others to the villa to explain everything in person. Chapter 116, If Heaven Has Mercy. Not long after, when Kair, the fat guy, and Lin Gaojie hurriedly arrived at the villa. After the Ma family father and son were dealt with, when Kair had already returned to the entertainment industry. Moreover, during the handling of the Ma family incident, Fang Yuan's involvement had been noticed by some observant individuals. Many assumed the glamorous female superstar must share some ambiguous connection with Xia Nation's youngest major general. Consequently, when Kair's popularity hadn't waned at all upon her return to showbiz. On the contrary, numerous renowned directors were lining up to extend invitations for her to star in various big-budget films. Acting had always been her most cherished passion. Even without Fang Yuan's prompting, when Kair likely wouldn't have stayed in Linchuan much longer. So when she learned Fang Yuan planned to sell his villa to procure relief supplies for Xinchuan province, when Kair not only agreed immediately but also volunteered to donate 5 million yuan to the disaster-stricken region. Fang Yuan nodded. He hadn't misjudged her after all. The lingering resentment he'd felt toward her for using him dissolved within him. Old Fang, when the nation is in peril, every citizen has a duty. Losing a job isn't the end of the world. I have no objections. I'll forego this month's salary and donate it all. Plus, I have a few extra tens of thousands here. Please donate that to the disaster area for me too. The fat man spoke while transferring the funds to Fang Yuan's phone. Alright, thank you all very much. Fang Yuan didn't want to waste time on unnecessary words. Time was of the essence. After also securing Jiang Yunshua's consent, he immediately contacted a dedicated real estate agent. The sale of the 11 villas in Star Sea Tower. Fang Yuan had only one requirement, maximize the price, but efficiency was paramount. Star Sea villas symbolized status and prestige. Combined with Fang Yuan's slightly lower asking price due to funding needs, all units sold within a single day of listing. As for Star Sea Tower, its immense commercial value meant it was snapped up almost immediately. After tallying the figures, Fang Yuan confirmed the sale of the 11 Yunhai villas brought in 600 million yuan, while Star Sea Tower fetched 1.2 billion yuan, totaling 1.8 billion yuan. Combined with the 1 billion yuan previously provided by the state, Fang Yuan's net worth skyrocketed to 2.8 billion yuan. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, the provincial leader of Nanyun province was initially surprised at how quickly the young man had returned. It had been less than a day since he'd arrived in the disaster zone. But when he accepted the bank card holding 2.8 billion yuan, all doubts seemed to melt away in the face of Fang Yuan's pure-hearted dedication. Governor, I know you must be deeply moved right now, but please don't rush to be moved. This money belongs to the state. You must ensure our fellow citizens in the disaster area receive relief supplies as quickly as possible. With that, Fang Yuan turned and walked away, his expression resolute. Watching that dashing, carefree figure retreat, the governor couldn't bring himself to curse the young punk, even though the words were on the tip of his tongue. Only when he reached a deserted corner did Fang Yuan crouch down, overcome with helpless sorrow. Why? I'm back to square one. Regret? Not really. He simply felt his heart bleeding. But soon, his thoughts returned to his fellow disaster victims. It was the day after the quake. News outlets were flooded with reports of the 7.6 magnitude super-strong earthquake that had struck Xinghai province. Government agencies, state-owned enterprises, public institutions, schools, hospitals, countless private organizations, and individuals from all walks of life were launching relief appeals. Xiaoming, a third grader at Linchuan City Elementary School, clutched the pocket money he'd painstakingly saved over the summer. He'd planned to buy his favorite toy with it, but upon learning that many children in the disaster zone were starving and freezing just like him, he didn't hesitate to drop every last coin into the school's charity donation box. Damn it, I've been poor my whole life, and now I can't even keep this little bit of money. Old Lin was a hard-working laborer. Because his family couldn't afford the traditional dowry, he had been forced to break off his relationship with his beloved girlfriend when he was young. After years of diligent work, he had finally saved enough for a marriage fund. The very next day, he saw the news about the earthquake that had struck Xinghai province. Grumbling under his breath, he made his way to an emergency relief center set up by the government in Linchuan City. Reluctantly, he handed over the bulging envelope stuffed into his hand to the staff member. Thank you. I thank you on behalf of my hometown's people for your help. The young woman in charge of collecting and tallying donations, tears welling in her eyes, bowed deeply to Old Lin. It's nothing. I don't need this money. Old Lin waved his hand casually and walked away. In that moment, all the injustices and grievances he'd endured in his life seemed to vanish into thin air. Damn it, compared to money, staying alive is what matters most. Scenes like this were commonplace throughout the entire nation of Xia. From large corporations to ordinary citizens and children, everyone's hearts were united, hoping their fellow countrymen in the disaster zone could endure and overcome the crisis. Meanwhile, the military district commander steadily received various updates from Li Jinbu's vanguard team. At a single command, tens of thousands of People's Liberation Army soldiers, unwaveringly waving red flags, rushed toward the disaster area from all directions. Fang Yuan wasn't idle either, frantically collecting junk. He donated cash as soon as he got it and handed over any useful items. In a short time, he surpassed the 1,000 junk threshold, successfully unlocking 5 hidden mission rewards from the system. Among these were several special gains. However, most were property and corporate asset rewards. Fang Yuan sold them all without keeping any, using the proceeds to purchase supplies. In the realm of personal donations, he now topped the national charitable giving list with a staggering 4.1 billion yuan. Yet due to protection at the national level, all information about Fang Yuan was concealed, sparking a nationwide online craze to find him. During this period, he tirelessly traveled east and west, appearing in every major disaster zone. He witnessed rows of brightly colored backpacks displayed before classrooms where children once sat. Parents who lost their children wept uncontrollably outside school buildings. He saw a father, exhausted and haggard, carrying his son's body over 20 kilometers on foot, just to bring him home for one last look. In the rubble, a man clung to his daughter's hand buried beneath steel and concrete, silent for days, never loosening his grip for 3 long days and nights. A mother, using her last ounce of strength to shield her 3-month-old daughter from death, left a final text message expressing her profound love for her child. Educators who shielded students with love and duty, Tan Xianxiu whose body protected 4 students, his skull crushed by a brick, Yuan Wenting the goddess of the onward charge, Xiang Qian whose abdomen was pierced and shattered into 3 pieces, yet she shielded 3 students beneath her until her final breath, and countless other heroes whose deeds moved the nation. When these heart-wrenching videos circulated online, every citizen of Xia Nation was profoundly shaken to their core. Chapter 117, Rage. Thanks for your generosity, Mr. Fang. Pleased to do business with you. Pleased to do business. Transfer the funds. Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered to waste words on this blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner named Justin, supposedly from the United States. After the funds cleared, he tossed the Aston Martin keys into the other man's hand without a second glance. Hey, Mr. Fang, if you don't mind, how about we sit down for a cup of coffee? After the transaction, Justin suddenly called out to Fang Yuan. I hear there was a massive earthquake in Xinghai province in your country. I'm a man who enjoys doing good deeds. If there's anything I can help with, let's talk. It was baffling how this foreigner could speak Xia Chinese so fluently. But Fang Yuan had no time to ponder that. Those who aren't of our kind have different hearts. Over the years, the US had repeatedly joined forces with other nations to boycott and suppress Xia, fearing the Eastern Lion might rise again. Whether Justin spoke truth or lies mattered little. What mattered was that Fang Yuan didn't want to hear it. Had he not offered the highest bid, Fang Yuan wouldn't have even met this foreigner? Not a single one of these people was trustworthy. After Fang Yuan left the private room, Justin took out his phone and dialed an unknown number. At dusk, Fang Yuan returned to Qingchuan province. Due to his military rank, Fang Yuan was nominally appointed deputy commander of the relief forces by higher-ups. But the actual decision-maker was another veteran officer of the same rank, a major general. Fang Yuan only occasionally handled public appearances, devoting the rest of his time to rushing to disaster sites and scavenging for scraps to raise funds for supplies. Excuse me, but why haven't the supplies for the survivor gathering point in Tanmen village arrived yet? Approaching a supply warehouse, Fang Yuan spotted a slightly balding middle-aged man reclining on a bench inside. Judging by his demeanor, this man was likely the warehouse supervisor. Jin Weibo, hearing his name called, assumed a superior had arrived and quickly sat up. But upon seeing the inquirer, a young man in his early 20s, his clothes caked in dust, he flopped back down and closed his eyes again, showing no intention of answering. Hello, how long will it take for the relief supplies to reach Tanmen village? They've just been evacuated from the ruins, and there are many elderly and children in the group. Could you please hurry? Fang Yuan repeated his question without taking offense. This time, Jin Weibo finally reacted. He first eyed Fang Yuan up and down, then demanded, "Who are you? This is the supply warehouse. Who gave you permission to enter without authorization?" Hearing this, Fang Yuan nearly laughed in exasperation. "I came to ask why the supplies haven't been distributed yet. Why are you so impatient?" Jin Weibo retorted, "If you want relief supplies, go back and wait patiently. Can't you see I'm busy right now? We'll see about the timing once I finish this plan. Our fellow citizens in the disaster zone are sleeping outdoors, starving and freezing, and you're lying here snoring away telling me you're busy." A surge of unnamed rage welled up inside Fang Yuan. He strode forward, glaring at Jin Weibo with piercing eyes and shouted, "Damn it, can't you see our people are suffering? I'm asking when the supplies will arrive. You dare insult me? Do you know who I am?" Jin Weibo abruptly stood up, his towering 6-foot frame looming over Fang Yuan. He had been dispatched from a nearby city and currently held a minor leadership position in a grassroots government agency. He'd reluctantly agreed to accompany his wife and children on a vacation, only to be recalled by an urgent order the moment they arrived. He was seething with pent-up frustration. Since arriving in this disaster zone with no cell service, his days were consumed by logistics and endless trivial tasks. He didn't even have a place to shower or sleep, which only deepened the irritation and gloom of Jin Weibo, accustomed to a life of comfort and privilege back at the office. If it weren't for the promise from higher-ups that his disaster relief efforts would be rewarded with a promotion upon his return, he'd never have agreed to endure this hardship. Jin Weibo pointed an accusing finger at Fang Yuan. "Get the hell out of here now. Keep talking back, and I swear I'll make Tanmen village the last to receive supplies." Fang Yuan smiled. At a time when the entire nation was united in helping earthquake victims weather the crisis, who would have thought such a rotten apple would be mixed in? Since ancient times, expecting every official to be completely incorruptible has been an impossible dream. Wherever people gather, there will be intrigue, personal agendas, and conflicts of interest. But this was an earthquake zone, a critical race against death. Smack! Fang Yuan swung his arm wide, delivering a vicious slap across Jin Weibo's face. The blow sent Jin Weibo staggering backward, crashing to the ground. 3 pearly white teeth flew from his mouth, spattered with blood. Ah! Assault! Someone deliberately obstructing disaster relief distribution. Assessing the force of Fang Yuan's strike, Jin Weibo wasted no time summoning reinforcements. Several Nanwan city officials outside the warehouse heard the commotion and rushed inside. This was a critical moment for disaster relief. Who would dare cause trouble now? Seeing Jin Weibo sitting on the ground, clutching his mouth and covered in blood, the 4 local officials froze in shock. What are you doing? This man came to help our disaster-stricken people. How dare you attack him, you fool? Clearly, they had mistaken Fang Yuan for a nearby survivor. This was trouble. Without a proper solution, the fallout could be devastating. I traveled all the way to your Nianwen city to aid disaster relief, and this is how you repay me? Blocking aid distribution is bad enough, but now you resort to violence? Unacceptable. I must report this directly to higher authorities. Hearing this, the Nianwen city officials flushed with shame. But just then, Fang Yuan coldly produced an ID card and flung it at Jin Weibo's face. "Beating you is too lenient. You bastard, you look honest on the surface, but behind the scenes you dare to neglect your duties? Disaster relief is a war zone, do you understand? Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that you came to help with the relief effort, I'd shoot you right now. Don't mistake a tiger that doesn't roar for a sick cat." After all, he was a major general, currently serving as deputy commander of the relief forces. His emergency authority even surpassed that of Nianwen City's top official. Upon recognizing Fang Yuan's military credentials, Jin Weibo's face instantly drained of color. Over the past few days, the relief forces had worked overtime to repair communication equipment, restoring connections to many areas. Everyone knew that in this earthquake relief effort, there was a figure named Fang Yuan, the youngest major general in Xia Nation. With steel wings on his back, he raced day and night across the disaster zone, coordinating rescue operations everywhere. Jin Weibo never dreamed he'd encounter this legendary figure in Tanmen Village, a remote, sparsely affected area. After Fang Yuan assigned another official from Nianwen City to oversee the distribution of relief supplies, then gave him a cold glance before turning away. Only 2 words echoed in Jin Weibo's mind. It's over. Forget about claiming credit this time. Even keeping his original position was now uncertain. Chapter 118, I have a fighter jet. Rescue operations in Qingchuan province proceeded with intense yet orderly efficiency. Yet at this moment, the surrounding nations began stirring with discontent. After Xia Nation publicly declared the earthquake magnitude at merely 7.6, denying other countries legitimate grounds for entering its territory to aid in relief efforts, the United States, stung by humiliation and anger, directly dispatched 2 advanced transport aircraft to the Xia Nation border, declaring they stood ready to offer friendly assistance at any moment if needed. As is widely known, among the 300-plus nations on Blue Star, the alliance is primarily governed by 3 major powers: the Red Nation, Xia Nation, and finally the United States, whose military technology and economy far surpass the other 2. Though the United States has existed for less than 2 centuries, its development pace has been nothing short of astonishing. In this brief span, leveraging various unique advantages, it has risen to become Blue Star's foremost superpower. To maintain its dominance, it has consistently suppressed any nation showing signs of rising power. In recent years, aside from the Red Nation, the rapidly rising Xia Nation has naturally become its thorn in the side. Upon the arrival of 2 advanced transport aircraft, the Moldy Nation's government promptly issued a statement declaring that the botched air rescue operation exposed severe deficiencies in the Xia Air Force's ability to handle major challenges. This was undoubtedly a blatant provocation and embarrassment for Xia. This spectacle was widely reported by nations hostile to Xia, drowning the country in a deluge of mockery and ridicule. Damn it! Those bastards have gone too far. Upon hearing the news, the top leader in the capital slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with anger and helplessness. Domestically, they were already overwhelmed handling the Qingchuan earthquake disaster, yet externally, they now faced provocation from hostile nations. The leaders frowned deeply, though everyone knew anger was futile. To make those arrogant foreigners submit, might was the only way. After settling back into his seat, Kyoto One suddenly asked, "What's that kid Fang Yuan been up to lately? Seems he's been stationed in Qingchuan province for disaster relief. Right after the quake hit, he personally donated over 4 billion yuan. Rumor has it he practically sold off every asset under his name. Even the 1 billion yuan reward we gave him last time, he donated that too. I deeply admire that spirit. It justified our decision to override objections and promote him directly to Brigadier General, a 24-year-old Brigadier General. How many like him exist worldwide? It's just a pity that drive hasn't been fully channeled in the right direction." Kyoto One pondered this. He understood these words weren't meant to dismiss Fang Yuan's contributions to the disaster zone, but rather to urge him to focus on technological development. Only with a strong military could they silence outsiders' criticism. Simultaneously, the more advanced the technology, the better the nation could swiftly and effectively minimize the harm disasters inflicted on its people in future similar crises. For instance, had they possessed technology as advanced as that of the United States during this crisis, aircraft could have entirely spared Li Jinbo and his team from risking their lives in blind jumps from 5,000 meters. Consider the emergency disaster relief drones currently deployed by the U.S. large-scale civilian emergency response vehicles engineered specifically for disaster reconnaissance, emergency communication support, and rapid supply delivery. These drones boast long range, extended endurance, substantial payload capacity, and robust environmental adaptability. They can conduct multispectral disaster site reconnaissance even under extreme conditions like road blockages, power outages, and network failures. Equipped with onboard systems, they facilitate public-private network emergency communications and deliver critical supplies. In certain respects, it achieves missions faster and with greater precision than the 15 brave soldiers who trekked on foot through the disaster zone. This thought brought a pang of sorrow to the leaders. There was no alternative. Throughout its historical journey, Xia Nation had been desperately striving to catch up with developed nations like the United States, yet a certain gap still persisted. Growing through adversity, breaking through blockades to revive the nation, this remains the ultimate goal for generations of Xia people. Old Lu, you know that kid best. After the meeting, give him a call and do some ideological work. As for the nature of that ideological work, there was no doubt about it. Understood. Director Lu nodded. He rarely had time for such meetings, but ever since Fang Yuan began delivering major surprises at regular intervals, just researching those ultra-futuristic technologies nearly drained him dry, keeping him up all night. Once, after pushing himself too hard, he collapsed in the lab from exhaustion, startling everyone. Headquarters had ordered him to take a proper rest. With nothing else to occupy him, and being the sole point of contact with Fang Yuan, he was now summoned by the big boss at Capital One for every minor matter. After the meeting concluded and he enjoyed a complimentary state banquet, Director Liu called Fang Yuan. He also subtly mentioned the US flexing its military might at the border. Director, I understand the higher-ups' concerns. Tell them not to worry, those bastards won't be able to keep up their arrogance for long. It had been about 10 days since the earthquake struck and disaster relief efforts were largely out of his hands now. This freed up time to gradually put the ideas brewing in his mind into action. After hanging up, Fang Yuan activated steel wings and raced back to Nanyun province without delay. It was worth noting that, over the past few days, he'd received numerous calls from unknown numbers across the country. Each caller promised him various benefits in exchange for research opportunities with steel wings. The highest offer approached a staggering 30 billion yuan, but he rejected them all without hesitation. Fed up with the constant harassment, Fang Yuan decisively activated his phone's anti-spam mode. Salute! As he approached the gates of the Nanyun Provincial Military District, the sentries flanking the entrance immediately recognized the renowned Major General Fang, famous for his disaster relief efforts. Fang Yuan chuckled and waved his hand. You're doing a great job. He then walked over to the duty room beside the guard post, where an experienced soldier was stationed. Good morning, Commander. Right. Call the military district commander and tell him I have important matters to report. The process was a bit cumbersome, as the commander was perpetually busy and didn't take just anyone's calls. Fang Yuan had left in such a hurry last time that he'd forgotten to get the commander's number, which was why he now had to make this trip to the provincial military district. Soon after learning that Major General Fang wished to speak with the commander, the call was promptly transferred. After about a minute, the commander's voice came through the receiver. Aren't you supposed to be handling disaster relief in Nianwen City? Why do you suddenly find time to call me? Fang Yuan took the phone from the veteran and said, Commander, I've got a shipment in Linchuan that needs moving. The risk is high, but the pay will definitely satisfy you. The veteran standing beside him couldn't help but twitch his lips, nearly bursting into laughter. Only someone like Major General Fang would dare speak to the military district commander in such a tone. Get serious. Spit it out. Ahem. Seeing the commander about to lose his temper, Fang Yuan quickly explained, Well, I've got this aircraft here. Could you help transport it to the capital for research on mass production? Its performance is absolutely top-notch, at least 3 times more advanced than that F-22 of the old bastard. The next second, the military district commander's voice grew excited. You're not pulling my leg, are you? This isn't something to joke about. Chapter 119, The Rising Tide Becomes a Tsunami. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. After breaking through 1,000 crappy levels with his system, the reward was a fighter jet only 3 times more advanced than the old junk. It felt a bit embarrassing. Look at the lithography machine and wind-powered tractor he'd gotten before, both were seriously impressive. But the fighter jet felt a bit underwhelming. That just didn't add up. But then he remembered others were already firing at point-blank range. If he didn't act now, it would be disastrous. Alright, keep that treasure safe for me. I'll be right there. After receiving Fang Yuan's definitive confirmation, the military district commander, who was in the middle of chairing a crucial video conference, immediately abandoned the others and rushed back in a panic. Sir, you mentioned we have fighters 3 times more advanced than the Americans. You're not serious, are you? The veteran standing nearby, who'd heard everything clearly, couldn't help but ask. Glancing at the 3 thick stripes and 2 guns on the other's epaulets, Fang Yuan inwardly whistled. The rank of Master Sergeant wasn't something just anyone could wear casually. This was definitely one of their own. Rest assured, even more advanced ones are coming. When the time comes, even Old Mold will have to call us Dad when he sees them. Commander, I believe you. Fang Yuan's display of the steel wings during the Qingchuan province disaster relief effort, along with such ultra-futuristic sci-fi equipment, had already signaled something to others on a certain level. Xia Nation's technological prowess in certain fields had surpassed the entire world. If they could build gear like this, how far off could spaceships and AI soldier robots be? So when Fang Yuan claimed to possess fighter jets more advanced than America's, the veteran didn't doubt him for a second. The journey took about half an hour. The military district commander rushed back from another unit in under 10 minutes. The moment he spotted Fang Yuan, he grabbed his arm and demanded, Where is it? I know you're excited, boss, but hold your horses. Seeing the commander's eagerness, Fang Yuan couldn't resist teasing him again with that old joke. Though the commander desperately wanted to knock some sense into Fang Yuan, the fighter jet remained unseen. If he really knocked something loose in this guy, it would be bad enough if he went dumb, but forgetting the fighter jet's location would be a total disaster. Don't mess with me, kid. This isn't a joke. Relax. You know what kind of person I am. Fang Yuan chuckled. He really wasn't lying. The previous disaster relief missions had offered nothing worthwhile, just assets and companies, so he'd sold them all to fund relief efforts. Only when he reached the final 1,000 junk items did the system unexpectedly grant him a fighter jet called the Forward. The info stated it was a decommissioned military aircraft from Xia Nation, 50 years in the future. At first, he'd been a bit down. After all, a decommissioned fighter basically meant second-hand junk. But when he compared its specs to modern fighters, he discovered the forward was over 3 times more advanced than the world's most cutting-edge models. At first, he was a bit disappointed. A decommissioned fighter? That meant it was basically second-hand junk. But when he compared its specs to modern fighters, he discovered the forward was over 3 times more advanced than even the world's most cutting-edge aircraft. That's when he decided to hand it over to the state. Otherwise, he'd have kept it as a collector's item. However, the forward was simply too massive. Plus, Fang Yuan didn't even have a place to live. Let alone a helipad or similar facility. The system unilaterally arranged a massive cave near the frontline peak and stashed the forward there. Stashed might be an overstatement. It only materialized when Fang Yuan, its designated host, went to retrieve it. Otherwise, the system maintained its camouflage to prevent exposure. You're telling me a fighter 3 times more advanced than the American F-22 is just stored here? Surrounded by ancient trees in a remote mountain ravine, the military district commander, covered in grime after half a day of scrambling through dead branches and rotten leaves, couldn't believe a word of it. The dozens of guards accompanying them quietly unlocked the safeties on their rifles, wary of any unexpected developments. Ahem. Don't say you don't believe it. Even I almost didn't dare to believe it. The system really screwed us over. Panting from exhaustion, Fang Yuan pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to the military commander, lit it, and took a deep drag. As the smoke curled upward, the weariness in his body seemed to slowly dissipate. We're almost there. It's just beyond this hillside. After verifying the system's coordinates, Fang Yuan pointed ahead. Ding! Host approaching. Hidden mission reward. Camouflage deactivated. A notification tone, audible only to Fang Yuan, sounded. A massive cavern suddenly appeared in the sheer cliff face ahead. Visually estimated at about 8 meters high and 30 meters wide. Reflecting sunlight, a colossal creature could be faintly seen coiled silently within the cavern. Its design resembled the Flying Eagle fighter jet once developed by Xia Nation. Blade-like fuselage, downward curving nose, and a slightly arched spine radiated a menacing aura. Featuring dual side intakes, high wing configuration, and trapezoidal swept wings, its striking exterior concealed terrifying combat prowess. Whoa! Standing beneath this aerial colossus, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. The shock within their hearts was beyond measure. What material is this made of? It's utterly unprecedented. A fighter aircraft expert specially brought by the military district commander examined the Tianjin's exterior closely. As he ran his fingers over the surface with obvious fascination, his face contorted into an expression of utter disbelief. Catching the commander's gaze, Fang Yuan offered an awkward smile. Well, classified. For now, it's classified. Knowing Fang Yuan had previously unveiled numerous products representing super advanced technology, and that he received special attention from the capital, the military commander refrained from pressing further. The most urgent task now was to verify whether this fighter jet's combat performance parameters truly exceeded global standards by more than 3 times, as Fang Yuan claimed. But looking at the dense forest outside and the rugged terrain, he could only choose to report to higher-ups first. After all, extracting this colossal machine was no simple task. The runway alone presented an immediate challenge. What? 3 times more advanced than the US's most cutting-edge fighter? Lu Renming, have you lost your mind? Oh, it's from Fang Yuan? Then it's fine. After hanging up, the military commander's face darkened. After all, the man on the other end had once been his own superior. Why did no one believe him? Yet when Fang Yuan spoke, everything was settled. Notify logistics to immediately mobilize heavy machinery. Cut through the mountains. Build a runway. Only when his gaze shifted from Fang Yuan's sheepish grin to the fighter jet poised to dominate the skies did a genuine smile finally appear on his face. Boss, I just pulled off something huge. Asking for a lieutenant general this time shouldn't be too much, right? What the hell? You've only been a major general for a few days and already think you're my equal. Hearing this, the military region commander flared up at first. But then he recalled what this kid had accomplished. It seemed like even a lieutenant general might not satisfy him much longer. Maybe it was time for someone else to take his spot as commander. Get lost. Headquarters will decide the arrangements. After tossing out that line, the military district commander silently walked to the side, beginning to brood in private. They say the waves of the Yangtze push forward, but who can tell me? What if that wave becomes a tsunami? Chapter 120, A Promising Start. Since the forward was now fully under the military district commander's authority, Fang Yuan, having completed his minor task, could return early. With disaster relief stabilized and the forward handed over, it's time for me to make my mark. After changing back into the work uniform system Daddy first issued him, Fang Yuan stood on the street carrying a woven bag, his spirit soaring. When poor, cultivate oneself. When rich, benefit the world. Starting today, I, Fang Yuan, vow to become the world's richest man. Indeed, after much contemplation during this period, He had finally resolved to abandon his previous slacker ways and become a dedicated, sharp-looking junk collector. He would use the assets gained from recycling scrap to build and strengthen his own enterprises, helping Xia Nation withstand economic sanctions from neighboring hostile countries. Simultaneously, by occasionally acquiring various ultra-futuristic tech products, he would also catch up in hardware capabilities. With this two-pronged approach, he'd soon be able to strut his stuff anywhere. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one old phone. Earned plus 5,000 cash. Not bad, not bad. A great start to the day. Fang Yuan chuckled to himself, calculating with his fingers that today was indeed a lucky day. As he walked along, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner suddenly appeared across the street. Hey, Mr. Fang. What a coincidence we meet again. Fang Yuan looked up to recognize Justin, the man who'd bought his Aston Martin last time. Beside him stood a tall, fashionably dressed woman who now eyed Fang Yuan with disgust, clearly baffled why her big-spending client would greet a junk collector. Damn, why isn't this foreigner leaving? Needs something? Fang Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow. Justin didn't seem annoyed. Instead, he kept smiling and said, there's an ancient Chinese saying, a friend from afar comes. Mr. Fang and I hit it off right away. If you don't mind. Mind? I mind very much. Get lost and stop blocking the way. Before Justin could finish, Fang Yuan cut him off. This was purely a business transaction between them, yet now this foreigner seemed to be deliberately trying to get close. Combined with the constant stream of strange calls he'd been receiving lately, who knew what ulterior motives these people harbored? To ensure the safety of those around him, Fang Yuan had even specially reassigned Long Yi and the others to Jiang Yinshu's side. With his martial arts master cultivation and the protection of the Iron Wings, he himself had little to worry about. Hey, how do you talk to people? Can't you tell he's a foreign guest? Justin remained silent, but the woman beside him lost her temper, immediately scolding Fang Yuan. Whether he's a foreign guest or a Doberman, my mouth is my own business, what the hell do you care? Fang Yuan shot the woman a withering glance. He despised people who fawned over foreigners more than anything. To everyone's surprise, Justin suddenly cursed, pointing at her. Mr. Fang and I are friends. Friends' business isn't your concern. Now get the hell out of here. He pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and flung it at her face. Green bills scattered in the wind. Honey, listen to me. I won't say it again. Realizing she'd botched things, the woman glared at Fang Yuan in frustration. Ignoring her short skirt, she crouched down and frantically gathered every bill from the ground before storming off. Heh, Mr. Fang. Get lost. Fang Yuan didn't even glance at Justin, hoisting the woven bag and walking away. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, what a cheesy attempt to get close. That's so cliché, even online novels have done it to death. Does she really think I'm an idiot? No, Mr. Fang, you've misunderstood. Only after Fang Yuan's figure disappeared. Justin's smile froze instantly, his eyes flashing with venom and fury. Walking along, Fang Yuan suddenly found himself back at the gates of Xinghai Villa. Only this time, he was no longer a resident but a passerby. The security guard on duty was the first to spot him. Not only did he raise his baton. 2 guards rushed over, saluting loudly, welcome home, Mr. Fang. Haha, I don't live here anymore. No need to be so formal. Seeing the former guards still remembered him, Fang Yuan felt genuinely touched. Manager Tiao, who had been goofing off in the security booth, heard the commotion and scurried out. Seeing Fang Yuan, he practically acted like he'd found a long-lost relative. Oh my, Mr. Fang. You finally came back to see us. Oh, Manager Tiao's here too. Quick, open the gate. Don't you have any sense? Even though Mr. Fang doesn't live here anymore, he'll always live in our hearts. Fang Yuan chuckled. I see you've turned into a dimwit since we last met, Xiaoxi's brother. If you can talk less. Mr. Fang, we've all heard you sold those 11 villas to donate to our fellow citizens in the disaster zone. Such noble character leaves us utterly in awe. Ahem. Modesty. Seeing our fellow countrymen suffer leaves us helpless. I even donated 1,000 yuan myself, but it pales in comparison to yours. In our eyes, you've always been a towering figure revered by all, unmatched in grace, elegant as a jade tree, humble inside and out, and brimming with talent. Forgive my limited vocabulary, these words can't even scratch the surface of your greatness. Stop. The flattery was so sickening he could barely listen. Is there any junk left in there? Fang Yuan hadn't forgotten his mission, to pull himself together and earnestly collect scrap. Manager Tiao chuckled, you'll be satisfied. When they reached a large warehouse and Fang Yuan saw the floor littered with junk, his eyes lit up. Heh, these past few days I've had the boys keep picking out junk and stashing it here just for you. Last time that little bastard Ma tried to steal some to sell, I made him scrub the toilets every day. Not bad. You're the one who gets it. Fang Yuan patted Manager Tiao on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Well then, take your time? Fang Yuan waved him off. You go ahead and get back to work. I'll call a truck later to haul it all away myself. Oh, and tonight, gather any available brothers for a few drinks at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. I've reserved a private room, just mention my name when you arrive. Thank you so much, Mr. Fang. Manager Tiao's heart leapt with joy. This junk wouldn't even add up to a few hundred yuan. Not only could he earn some goodwill with Fang Yuan right now, but he'd also score a free feast. Worth it. After instructing manager Lu to close the door, Fang Yuan rubbed his hands together, letting out a chuckle. With all this junk, completing 2 or 3 hidden quests today wouldn't be a problem. Babies, I'm here. Chapter 121, The Legendary Merchant Lu Buwei. As it turned out, quantity didn't always make up for quality. The room was filled with junk, yet Fang Yuan's total haul barely reached 300,000 yuan. If not for the 3 hidden quest rewards to fall back on, he probably wouldn't have been happy at all. Sigh. Getting money too easily isn't necessarily a bad thing, but suddenly 300,000 yuan feels no different than 3 yuan in my eyes. Stay humble and keep pushing forward. After thoroughly criticizing his current indifference to money, Fang Yuan checked the 3 hidden rewards he'd earned after breaking through 1,300 quests. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully recycling 1,100 pieces of junk. This triggers a hidden system quest, granting you 51% shares in Xinghai Building Group. Slurp. Damn, System Daddy is being way too generous today. Fang Yuan wiped the drool that nearly spilled from his mouth. Xinghai Building Group was a company specializing in high-tech electronic product R&D. In terms of strength, it wasn't even weaker than the Ma family group before its downfall. Most crucially, Xinghai Building Group was a state-backed enterprise. It wasn't merely a commercial entity, it bore the responsibility of developing high-tech product chips and leading Xia Nation toward a technological society. To many ordinary citizens, Xinghua Group, as it was commonly known, was a company specifically established by Xia Nation to advance social technological living standards and counter foreign technological blockades. Calling it a state-owned enterprise wouldn't surprise anyone. Xinghua Group is not merely a corporation, it is a banner. It is Xia Nation's iron fist, determined to catch up with and even surpass the world's technological standards. Had Fang Yuan obtained decisive equity in Xinghua Group back when he first acquired the system, he would never have kept it. Securing decision-making authority in this enterprise was no easy feat and would inevitably draw intense official scrutiny. But now, things were different. With his current status and standing, even if the bigwigs in the capital learned he controlled Xinghua Group, they likely wouldn't react strongly. Awesome. Let's see what the next reward is. The reward for the first hidden quest delivered a major surprise to Fang Yuan, heightening his anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully recycling 1,200 pieces of junk. This triggers a hidden system quest, granting you the life-saving scarecrow reward. When the host suffers fatal damage, this scarecrow automatically activates. After 24 hours, the host may select any location to reincarnate once. Damn! This time, Fang Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. This is the real deal. The richer you are, the more you fear death, of course. Especially after the Qingchuan province earthquake, Fang Yuan had already begun drawing the attention of other nations. The life-saving scarecrow arrived just in time. With this golden ticket to immunity from death, Fang Yuan felt he could keep pushing his luck. After securing 2 super rewards, he was already quite satisfied. Even if the final hidden reward turned out to be trash, he could barely tolerate it. But when his gaze fell upon the 3rd mission reward, his pupils dilated in shock once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recycling 1,300 pieces of junk. Triggered a hidden system quest. Reward, Legendary Warring States Merchant Lu Buwei. This reward character has fully assimilated the host's contemporary knowledge and requires no retraining. Even ancient figures could be reprocessed and reused. What kind of system was this, really? Shock aside, this reward was more precious to Fang Yuan than the previous 2. Lu Buwei, a renowned merchant, statesman, and thinker from the late Warring States period. Famed for his strategy of hoarding rare goods, he assisted King Zhuangxiang of Qin in ascending the throne and organized his retainers to compile the celebrated Lushi Chuanxiu, boasting a retinue of 3,000 scholars. Iran, a neglected and unloved young nobleman from a fallen family, possessed no advantages whatsoever among the numerous royal princes. Yet Lu Buwei took an immediate interest in him. Through a series of strategic maneuvers, Lu ultimately propelled Iran onto the throne of Qin, the very ruler who would later become the most renowned figure in Xia's history. He was the father of Qin Shi Huang, who swept across the 6 states with the might of a single kingdom, unified the nation, and crowned himself emperor. To sum up Lu Buwei, he was a ruthless tycoon driven by ambition and vision, willing to use any means to achieve his ends, possessing extraordinary political and commercial acumen. Now, as Fang Yuan prepared to chart the course for his own commercial empire, Lu Buwei's arrival felt like a godsend. Lost in triumphant thoughts, Fang Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The loyalty of the tools provided by System Daddy is absolutely unquestionable. Come that time, I'll just sit back and run things hands off. Then another thought struck him. Earlier, to fund earthquake relief efforts, he had sold off his Yunhai Villa assets. The butler he'd hired, Xiefeng, had been temporarily stationed at the drunken immortal pavilion. Perhaps it was time to recall him and have him learn business operations alongside Lu Buwei. With the system at his disposal, his commercial empire was bound to grow ever stronger. Cultivating a reliable core team was imperative. It's just a shame those dozens of bodyguards can't join the training. Otherwise, this wouldn't be such a hassle. Led by Long Yi, the 50 elite bodyguards were fearless in a fistfight, but business? Without innate talent, it was simply beyond them. At least Fang Yuan knew his own limitations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so excited by Lu Buwei's arrival. After clearing out all the junk from the warehouse, Fang Yuan contacted Long Yi and had 2 bodyguards drive a truck loaded with phone boxes to the warehouse entrance. They staged the illusion of collecting all the junk back here before finally leaving Xinghai Villa under the respectful escort of manager Tiao and others. Not long after returning to drunken immortal pavilion, the restaurant manager hurried over and knocked on the door. "Mr. Fang, a man named Lu Buwei is here to see you. Show him in, quickly." Fang Yuan hadn't expected the system daddy to be so efficient. Less than an hour had passed since his departure. The thought of meeting this legendary historical figure soon filled him with a touch of excitement. As the door opened, a young man about 1.8 meters tall appeared before him, clad in a slightly form-fitting black outfit. Fang Yuan gave Lu Buwei a brief once-over. Honestly, he looked quite different from the image he had in his mind, a merchant with a handlebar mustache and a sly expression. What surprised him most was that this man, so thoroughly vilified in ancient history as a treacherous merchant, had a pair of clear, bright eyes that held a hint of childlike innocence. With his refined features and healthy, sun-kissed complexion, Fang Yuan had to admit this man was nearly as handsome as himself. At the same time, Lu Buwei was also scrutinizing the lord who had fished him out of the river of time. Chapter 122, Why Must Both You and Liang Be Born? One who acts with benevolence and righteousness, yet finds himself at odds with his own heart. This was Sima Qian's assessment of him. Lu Buwei, who had already absorbed vast amounts of modern knowledge through the system, could only offer a bitter smile upon learning the impression he would leave on the world centuries later. Yet, living in the Warring States period, what hope did he ever have of being understood? To the common folk, merchants were bloodsuckers, freeloaders, a lazy and cunning lot. Compounded by political suppression, the early Lu Buwei felt deeply disheartened, as if he were born to be disliked by the world. Thus, he vowed to change his social standing, eventually achieving his goal and even becoming the Prime Minister of Qin. Yet in the end, everything crumbled due to his own sentimental weakness and a cup of poisoned wine. "My lord, do you have any thoughts on your subordinate?" Seeing Fang Yuan lost in thought and silent, Lu Buwei had to take the initiative to break the ice. "No, no. Good. Very good." Fang Yuan's response carried a hint of contradiction, not from nervousness. Rather, the more he looked at this towering figure before him, the more his inner conviction that he was the most handsome man alive seemed to crumble. "Ahem, well, you must be hungry. Shall we eat something first? I am merely a tool. I am not hungry." Surprisingly, Lu Buwei seemed quite clear about his own role. This statement instantly bridged the generational gap between them. No need for such formalities in the future. Just call me Mr. Fang, like the others do. He wasn't fond of ancient style titles. They made him sound like some heartless, greedy landlord. Mr. Fang was much more comfortable. During their casual chat, Fang Yuan asked Lu Buwei about events from Qin's past with genuine curiosity. It satisfied his many questions about the history recorded in books. Getting to gossip about ancient figures across a millennium made Fang Yuan rather smug. As dusk fell, Fang Yuan summoned Jiang Yunxue, the fat guy, and the others for dinner, intending to introduce Lu Buwei to the group. After all, he was his chief steward. Getting acquainted would be beneficial. Tomorrow, they planned to set off for the headquarters of the Zhanghua group, providing security for Lu Buwei's official entry. During the meal, the 2 girls' eyes kept drifting toward the dashing Lu Buwei. Especially since he naturally exuded both the charm of a scholarly gentleman and the aura of a successful man, a combination that proved irresistible to young women and married ladies alike. "Ahem. Eat your food, eat your food." Sensing trouble brewing, Fang Yuan quickly shoved a large chicken drumstick into Jiang Yunxue's bowl. If this kept up, he might have to consider sending his tool-like younger brother off to a mojo to mine ore. He. Perhaps sensing Fang Yuan's jealousy, Jiang Yunxue couldn't help but giggle. She was fine, but Ren Xianxian practically had her eyes glued to him. "Hey, handsome, how old are you? Got a girlfriend yet?" True to her reputation as a thick-skinned tomboy, Ren Xianxian blurted it out after staring for a while. Lu Buwei didn't speak, but shot Fang Yuan a look. Truth be told, after what happened all those years ago, he avoided matters of love like the plague. But seeing that Ren Xianxian was Fang Yuan's friend, he didn't know how to politely decline. "Hurry up and eat. I don't like women." Fang Yuan chuckled and said to Ren Xianxian, "No problem, I like him just fine. It's been years since I met a man who could make this old lady's heart flutter." Ren Xianxian showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, her gaze grew even more intense. "A fellow enthusiast, huh? That way, once I get him, I won't have to worry about him coming out after marriage." This bizarre train of thought left even Fang Yuan speechless. After the meal, under Ring Qianxian's relentless pestering, Fang Yuan could only reluctantly let Lu Buwei give her his contact number. Qianxian's been single her whole life. I was actually a bit worried about her preferences. But now it's fine. That Lu Buwei guy seems decent too. If he's reliable, maybe we should try to set them up? Inside the room, Zhang Yunxue, fresh from her shower, radiant like a lotus blossom emerging from water, addressed Fang Yuan. As Rin Qianxian was in her 20s and had never even had a boyfriend, it would be untrue to say her close friend Zhang Yunxue wasn't concerned. Now that she'd finally met someone she liked, she naturally wanted to give things a push. Besides, if Fang Yuan brought him to the table to introduce him to everyone, his character should be at least somewhat trustworthy. Hearing Zhang Yunxue's words, Fang Yuan instantly felt a headache coming on. If Lu Buwei were a normal modern person, he'd definitely clap his hands in agreement. But the problem was, this guy was a tool character given by the system daddy. Who knew if a normal human and a system-rewarded tool character could actually make it work? If any trouble arose later, he'd be the one left holding the bag. Ahem. Let us talk about it later. My friend isn't ready for this romantic entanglement right now. You should advise her not to take it too seriously. There are plenty of good men out there, like your cousin, for instance. That Jiang Yi guy has always had a crush on Ren Qianxian, hasn't he? Sigh. The mention of Jiang He instantly silenced Zhang Yunxue. Why let the opportunity slip away? Ren Qianxian was her best friend. If she and Jiang He could tie the knot, it would be a perfect match, strengthening their bond. But alas, after all this time, there was still no spark between them, leaving her with little confidence. As she furrowed her delicate brows in thought, a pair of strong hands suddenly wrapped around her slender, supple waist. The uniquely masculine warmth of his breath tickled her pink earlobe. Honey, let's put those trivial matters aside for now. It's time to focus on something more important. Zhang Yunxue's face flushed crimson, and just as she was about to protest, her lips were silenced by something unexpected. What followed? 100,000 words omitted. The next morning, Fang Yuan rose refreshed and brushed his teeth. Zhang Yunxue, however, remained sprawled on the bed like a pile of mud. It's so early. Why don't we sleep a little longer? Fang Yuan dressed while replying, I need to inspect the new company. I'll spend quality time with you when I return. Zhang Yunxue murmured coyly. Meanwhile, Lu Buwei, waiting before the restaurant entrance, had become the de facto golden signboard of Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Many women passing by couldn't resist veering toward him the moment they spotted him. Now, the hall was almost entirely filled with women, their gazes fixed on him without wavering. Several bold, fashionably dressed, and extravagantly dressed wealthy women surrounded him. Occasionally, one could overhear them mentioning things like my little darling or how much per month. Oh, just follow me, sweetie. No need for details, I'll give you 10 grand a month for pocket money. Buying a house or a car? Just say the word. Hey. I spotted him first, okay? Handsome, don't listen to her. Come with me, I'm the real deal. One of the wealthy women deliberately bent over slightly, revealing a startlingly ample cleavage. Not far away, the waitresses watching this scene all wore looks of resentment. Seeing such a super stylish hottie standing outside the restaurant first thing in the morning had even made their work feel extra energizing. But as more and more women poured in, they were completely pushed aside. Whoa, things are already this lively this early? Seeing the restaurant's booming business, Fang Yuan initially smiled happily. Yet when his gaze fell upon Lu Buwei, surrounded by a crowd of wealthy women, his smile instantly froze. You beast. Chapter 123, China Group. Driving toward the airport. Lu Buwei had been observing the surrounding cityscape with curious eyes. After a long while, he sighed softly. Fang Yuan assumed he was marveling at the grandeur of the modern city. But Lu Buwei suddenly remarked, who would have thought Lu Chuanqiu would be so highly regarded in later generations? Truly humbling. Lu Chuanqiu? Fang Yuan nearly forgot this detail. Back in the day, Lu Buwei had led 3,000 scholars to compile a historical treatise. The Lu Chuanqiu centered on Confucian doctrine, grounded in Taoist theory, and drew from the ideas of the school of names, legalism, Moism, agrarianism, military strategy, and yin-yang philosophy. It forged the teachings of the 100 schools of thought into a single crucible, radiating profound wisdom. Not only was this guy a sharp businessman, but his cultural knowledge also surpassed the ordinary. Throwing him into a university as a history professor now would probably be more than sufficient. Old Lu, you're a cultured man. Fang Yuan muttered under his breath, then stomped hard on the gas pedal. Talking to a cultured person was exhausting, especially one as cunning and deeply cultured as this guy. Fang Yuan feared that saying too much might backfire on him. So he decided to hurry to the airport. He thought long and hard yesterday and finally decided to use China Group as a stepping stone to build his own unique business and technology empire. With the ultra-futuristic tech rewards from his system father as a foundation, failure was impossible. He only needed to secure Xinghai Group's public endorsement before pursuing independent development. Not only would this spare him the time-consuming effort of accumulating market resources, but it would also allow him to establish his own brand banner faster, killing two birds with one stone. Xinghai Group headquarters. Chairman Ren Fei was presiding over a meeting of all senior executives. Approaching 60, he had occupied the chairman's position for nearly a decade. From the group's humble beginnings to its soaring success, every storm and triumph remained vivid in his memory. He had assumed smooth sailing ahead, but yesterday, a mysterious major shareholder had suddenly emerged, acquiring 51% of the group's shares, instantly casting an eerie shadow over everything. Ren Fei gathered his thoughts and stated, "I trust you've all received the news. Yesterday, 51% of our group's shares were consolidated under the name of a Mr. Fang Yuan. I was informed last night that Mr. Fang intends to visit the group today for an inspection and to discuss important matters. What are your thoughts on this?" The other senior executives at the meeting table wore expressions of complex emotion. Xinghai Group was a privately owned enterprise under the special patronage of the Xia state government, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. That Fang Yuan could now quietly seize absolute controlling stake in the entire group, without any official notification. Suggested this was tacitly approved from above. Yet Xinghai Group was currently thriving smoothly, requiring no external intervention whatsoever. Suddenly handing the group's decision-making power to a stranger would make anyone feel uneasy. "Mr. Ren, why don't we bring this up with the higher-ups? This is just nonsense." Someone couldn't help but voice their complaint. "Yeah, the group started under such difficult conditions. Now that it's finally thriving, we're supposed to just hand it over? Even if you're cutting the bridge after crossing it, you should at least give a heads up." Sigh. "No way. I absolutely refuse to agree to this. If need be, we'll buy back the shares ourselves. We can't let an outsider come in and turn the whole group into a mess." "Right. I support that." "Me too." Seeing the heated reactions, Ren Fei merely shook his head slightly. For an ordinary company, money could indeed solve this. But he understood the nature of Xinghai Group better than anyone. Opposition was impossible. Trying to pull something behind the scenes would likely backfire. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have called this meeting. Buying back the shares is absolutely not an option. Then what do we do? Forget it. Let's wait until that Mr. Fang arrives. Have someone from each department clean up the area in front of the building. We can't afford to give him any ammunition right off the bat. Regardless of the other party's true intentions. Xinghai Group embodied the tireless dedication of tens of thousands of employees. If they dared to act recklessly, he would risk everything to purge them from the corporation. This is Xinghai Group's headquarters? Truly magnificent. Standing before the vast industrial complex and gazing up at the towering 55-story super office building, Fang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Such architecture in the Warring States period would have been nothing short of a miracle. Despite having absorbed vast amounts of modern knowledge from the system, Lu Buwei still felt a constant sense of novelty throughout the journey. Just like certain scenic photos he'd seen online, there was always a gap between pictures and reality. Soon, hundreds of corporate executives in sharp suits emerged from the tower. They formed two lines at the entrance, with Ren Fei positioned at the very front. "HM?" The mysterious major shareholder had messaged that he'd arrived at the headquarters building, yet Ren Fei scanned the area and saw no sign of him. Then, two young men standing not far away began walking slowly toward the group. One wore casual, versatile clothing and flip-flops on his feet. His appearance wasn't much different from the street hustlers often seen roaming the alleys. The other was dressed somewhat more appropriately and had a more striking appearance. But both were in their early 20s. Even Ren Fei didn't believe these youngsters could be connected to that mysterious major shareholder. After all, as the old saying goes, those without a full beard can't be trusted to handle affairs reliably. No matter how capable these two young men might be, they couldn't possibly manage the operations of a large conglomerate. It wasn't until Fang Yuan walked up with Lu Buwei and extended his hand that Ren Fei suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "Mr. Ren, hello. You. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Fang Yuan, holding a 51% stake in Xinghai Group. This is my assistant." In an instant, Ren Fei's mind raced. He even wondered if the authorities had been collectively invaded by aliens. Would they truly entrust absolute control of the entire Xinghai Group to a greenhorn in his 20s? At this thought, a flash of anger flickered in his eyes. If it had been some renowned business figure or government heavyweight, he could have grudgingly accepted it. But this youngster before him? He probably didn't even grasp basic business logic. "Pleased to meet you. Mr. Fang is the group's major shareholder. If you don't mind, just call me Old Run." Despite his inner displeasure, the seasoned Ren Fei didn't show it. He maintained a warm smile, at least until he could gauge the other's intentions. Soon, Fang Yuan followed Ren Fei into the prepared conference room. Chapter 124, The Drinking Gathering. Seeing Fang Yuan head toward the back, Ren Fei hurried forward. "Mr. Fang, please sit there." No, Mr. Ren. I'm new here myself." That wouldn't be appropriate. Fang Yuan wasn't foolish enough to usurp the host's seat on his first visit. Besides, his purpose here wasn't to seize power. Rather, it was to establish his own exclusive enterprise. For now, the China Group served merely as a protective shelter and a source of nourishment. If he took the main seat, others might not voice their displeasure. But they would certainly feel uncomfortable inside. After Fang Yuan declined several times, Ren Fei could only seat him beside himself. Several senior executives, impressed by Fang Yuan's discretion, exchanged subtle, knowing smiles. After Ren Fei delivered a brief welcome speech, a young man around 25 approached the conference screen and began outlining China Group's current industrial landscape. The presentation dragged on for nearly an hour, its jumble of technical jargon lulling Fang Yuan into drowsiness. Had he not feared making an unreliable impression on his first meeting, he would have been tempted to find a pillow to rest his head on. This stuff is seriously hypnotic, right up there with my old math teacher back in school. If I ever have trouble sleeping, I might consider hiring a professional like this for a session. Catching the major shareholder's appreciative glance, the young presenter, overcome with excitement, immediately bowed deeply to him. This is the current overview of our China Group. I'd appreciate your thoughts, Mr. Fang. Ren Fei's words were polite, but his eyes were fixed intently on every move Fang Yuan made. The content of that presentation, to some extent, constituted confidential corporate information. Anyone with ambition wouldn't overlook such details. Mr. Fang's performance fell short even of his own assistant. From start to finish, Lu Buwei remained fully engrossed in the report. Occasionally, he would thoughtfully jot notes in his notebook, his elegant and refined large seal script flowing across the pages. This drew admiring glances from a female executive in her 30s seated beside him. Though I can't decipher his writing, a man deep in thought is truly captivating. I think you're just lusting after her body. Lu Buwei remained unmoved, feigning deafness to the senior executive's whispered banter. Hearing Ren Fei address him, Fang Yuan froze. What possible opinion could he have? This, that, it's good. Very good. That's it? Feeling all eyes on him, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a bit numb. By the way, is there anywhere nearby to grab a bite? I haven't had breakfast yet, and flying all this way has made me hungry. Useless. Ren Fei silently gave Fang Yuan his assessment in his mind, deciding to report back to the higher-ups immediately upon returning. Such a scatterbrained fool, how could he possibly shoulder the weight of the group's development? My oversight. There's actually a decent place to eat nearby. I'll have someone arrange it right away. Perfect. Let's leave it at that for now. After the meeting, Lu Buwei's pocket grew heavier with several more slips of paper bearing strings of numbers. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan toured the group headquarters accompanied by Ren Fei and several senior executives. When he caught the surprised or shocked glances from young women around his age, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Who hadn't fantasized about becoming a domineering CEO back in their youth? After thoroughly enjoying the pleasure of low-key swagger, dinner arrangements were already finalized. The group arrived at a restaurant called Spring Breeze Pavilion. The proprietor frequently handled receptions for the Xinghai Group and was thus familiar with Ren Fei. Spotting Ren Fei approach, he hurried over to greet him. Welcome, President Ren. Your reserved private room is ready, and we can serve dinner anytime. Oldly, today's not really my show. I'm mainly here to accompany President Fang. Hearing this, Oldly quickly sized up the unassuming Fang Yuan. At first glance, he looked like some small-time hustler not entirely sure. But upon another look, he did manage to discern a hint of refinement. Still, speaking appropriately to different people had long been second nature to Oldly. So it's Mr. Fang. Long admired your reputation. To welcome you, I'll host this gathering. Ren Fei smiled faintly. Enough. We've known each other for years. Mr. Fang is my honored guest. I won't let you take credit for this favor. No problem at all. Come on, Mr. Fang, this way please. Oldly wasn't a pushover. Since Ren Fei had spoken, he certainly wouldn't argue. But he also clearly sensed this young man's background and connections were likely far greater than he'd imagined otherwise. Ren Fei wouldn't have personally insisted on hosting. Building relationships with capable, well-connected individuals was Oldly's way of making money. With that thought, the warmth in his smile deepened. No need for such formalities. Since you two are doing me this favor today, I'll cover the bill. Fang Yuan chuckled as he shook hands with Oldly. Come on. We'll settle the bill later. Let's head to the private room first. After hearing Fang Yuan's words, Ren Fei's impression of him improved slightly. This young man might not be the sharpest in business, but he certainly had a way with words. Once everyone was seated, exquisite dishes, appealing in color, aroma, and taste, began arriving. Oldly thoughtfully presented a case of Dao Yutai State Guest Wine. Known as the national wine, it was often used by the Xia government to entertain distinguished foreign guests. This custom-made case of state guest wine was worth at least 100,000 yuan. Containing 2 bottles, each bottle equated to roughly 50,000 yuan. A single sip could wipe out half a month's salary for the average person. Here, Mr. Fang, let me toast you first. You've traveled a long way, you must be exhausted. Ren Fei raised his glass first. The others, knowing better, sat quietly without touching their chopsticks. Ahem. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Ren. Fang Yuan also lifted his glass. The two clinked, then drained their glasses in one go. Smooth on the palate, fiery down the throat. As the liquor washed down, its velvety warmth carrying a searing heat instantly reminded Fang Yuan of a TV commercial from years past. Everyone, don't be shy, dig in. After finishing his glass, Fang Yuan, his appetite already whetted by the aromas, hurriedly urged the others to start eating. Aren't leaders supposed to say a few words first at these gatherings? Lu Bue wasted no time. The moment Fang Yuan finished speaking, he was the first to pick up his chopsticks and respond to the call. The other executives from China Group exchanged glances. It seemed like the first time in their working lives they'd encountered a leader who dived into the meal so enthusiastically. Ren Fei chuckled heartily. Having come from a military background, he didn't place much stock in formalities. Seeing Fang Yuan skip the usual leadership speech, he couldn't help but feel a bit more favorably disposed toward him. Come on, everyone, dig in. We'll need to toast President Fang a few extra times later. Seeing the two bigwigs being so relaxed, the others finally started eating. With one or two quick-witted executives steering the conversation, the private room soon filled with waves of laughter and cheer. Chapter 125, Frankness. After 3 rounds of drinks, Fang Yuan was invited by Ren Fei to a special tea drinking suite at Spring Breeze Pavilion reserved for distinguished guests. Accompanying them, besides Lu Bue, was Ren Fei's most trusted confidant. Mr. Fang, try this tea. I brought it back specially from my last meeting in the capital. It's an exclusive imperial supply. I went to great lengths to secure some from a certain influential figure. Ren Fei presented a cup carved from some kind of jade to Fang Yuan. The tea within glowed with a faint golden hue, its aroma filling the air. Upon tasting, it revealed a distinctive lingering sweetness. Even someone like Fang Yuan, who knew little about tea, could recognize its rarity and value. Haha, what a coincidence. I happen to know quite a few people in the capital. I might even be acquainted with the influential figure you mentioned, Fang Yuan remarked casually. As the chairman of Xinghai Group, Ren Fei bore immense responsibility. Back in the day, he single-handedly propelled the entire technological industry of Xia Nation forward by several strides. It was perfectly natural for him to know the bigwigs in the capital. After all, these were individuals who had earned their standing through genuine merit builders who had contributed their youth and passion to the cause of Xia Nation. Unlike himself, who had merely scavenged scraps to snag a few science awards. Then, by some fluke, he'd become a major general, a position he felt deeply unworthy of. Ren Fei didn't doubt a word of what Fang Yuan said. Ordinary people, even typical second-generation officials, lack the clout to secure shares in the Xinghai Group. Much less did Fang Yuan make his grand entrance wielding a commanding 51% controlling stake. Were it not for his connections to numerous heavyweights in the capital, one might genuinely mistake Fang Yuan for some long-lost illegitimate son of a powerful figure. I wonder if Director Lu from the Research Institute knows Mr. Fang? At the mention of old Lu, admiration flashed in Ren Fei's eyes. Director Lu is the backbone of our nation's scientific research. He's made countless outstanding contributions to the country throughout his life. Rumor has it he previously developed a wind-powered engine and a clue tracking device for criminal investigations. But the most astonishing achievement? That would have to be the lithography machine. After saying this, Ren Fei adopted an enigmatic expression. This all sounded increasingly familiar. Fang Yuan asked, could it be he developed a 2 nanometers lithography machine? The words barely left his mouth before Ren Fei paled visibly. Those 2 nanometers lithography machines were, to this day, classified as top-secret state secrets in Xia Nation. If he weren't the chairman of Xinghai Group, and hadn't consistently acted in the nation's and people's interests coupled with his research needs, he wouldn't have access to this information. Yet Fang Yuan had guessed it right. But was it really just a guess? Ren Fei pondered for a moment before quickly dismissing that possibility. Had never expected Chairman Fang's connections to be so extensive that he'd even know about this kind of information. Seems like a coincidence. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. He couldn't very well tell them that all that information came from his own submissions to the state that would make him look way too full of himself. Our group also submitted a chip manufacturing application earlier. But with limited 2 nanometers lithography machines, national needs must be prioritized before companies like ours get a turn. The upcoming Xinghai Yuwei 2000 phone lacks high-end chips. Solving this would give me confidence to drive Apple's iPhone series out of Xia Nation. Currently, domestically produced smartphones in Xia are decent, but they still can't surpass certain aspects. Especially the internationally renowned Apple phones, which nearly monopolize 40% of Xia's entire market share. Fang Yuan nodded. This seemed like a decent opportunity. Mr. Ren, regarding the issues you raised, perhaps we could explore a collaboration. How exactly would this collaboration work? Could it be? Precisely. I have the means to petition higher authorities for expedited chip production approval for your company. Fang Yuan didn't hold back, laying his cards on the table. Additionally, I serve as deputy director of the Beijing Research Institute. You can verify this by contacting Director Liu directly. That Fang Yuan could help them secure priority chip production rights didn't surprise Ren Fei. But serving as deputy director of the Kyoto Research Institute? That wasn't something attainable merely through connections or money. It required having made outstanding contributions to Xia Nation. From the perspective of a nation's overall interests, what truly qualified as an outstanding contribution? It wasn't something achieved by a minor invention or innovation. It must be something that propels the entire Xia Nation's socio-economic development forward, or even carries significant influence for all of humanity. Mr. Fang, you're not joking, right? Ren Fei was so excited his voice trembled slightly. Had he known earlier that Fang Yuan was the deputy director of the Research Institute, those earlier feelings of contempt would never have surfaced. Not to mention, beyond this dazzling position, Fang Yuan also possessed the authority to secure priority chip procurement rights for China Group. Once those chips arrived, everything from Apple and Samsung to other internationally renowned smartphones, tablets, and smart devices would be crushed. Additionally, a whole range of cutting-edge equipment, any product requiring chips, would allow them to dominate the market. Counting money until your hands cramp wouldn't even begin to describe the group's staggering profits then. But I have one request. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, fully aware Ren Fei wouldn't refuse such a win-win situation. Ren Fei replied, Mr. Fang, just say what you need. If it means dealing a crushing blow to those foreign devils, I'd gladly step down from my position right now. Having witnessed domestic products endure relentless suppression, Ren Fei valued the rise of Chinese brands far more than mere profits. Of course, true ascendancy would inevitably bring substantial wealth. My request is simple: establish a new company under my personal name. China Group will publicly declare both entities as strategic partners, with the China UA 2000 serving as the new company's debut product. Ren Fei, who had been brimming with excitement moments ago, instantly grew solemn upon hearing Fang Yuan's demand. This proposal amounted to blatantly standing on Xinghai Group's shoulders to harvest the fruits of victory. While the chip itself was crucial, the group's brand influence and cutting-edge technological capabilities were undeniably formidable. It could be said that even without the chip, they would still stand among the pinnacles of the tech product world. But without the name Xinghai Group, everything would be significantly diminished. This was precisely why Fang Yuan had chosen to come personally to discuss matters with Ren Fei. Rest assured, all profits from Xinghai UA 2000 sales after deducting essential personnel compensation for the new company will be returned in full to the group. I won't take a single penny. Perhaps fearing his sincerity might not be enough, Fang Yuan added another sentence. May I ask, Mr. Fang, what is the reason behind this approach? Ren Fei hesitated before asking. Currently holding 51% of Xinghai Group's shares, Fang Yuan essentially controlled the group's decision-making power. If he truly set his mind to something, no one could stop him. Why go out of his way to reveal his plans? If Ren Fei disagreed or reported it higher up, might it complicate matters? Fang Yuan laughed heartily and voiced his truest thoughts directly. Because Xinghai Group is merely my starting point. Chapter 126, Takeoff. After returning. That very evening, Ren Fei convened a shareholders' meeting. After hearing Fang Yuan's proposed terms, some agreed while others opposed. The final vote passed with 31 in favor and 15 abstentions. Seated in the conference room, Fang Yuan silently marveled at the peculiar dynamics of Xia Nation's corporate culture. Once the majority raised their hands in approval, the remaining members all chose to abstain. How many genuinely wished to stay out of it? How many opposed but reluctantly followed the tide? None of that mattered. Thank you, President Ren. Fang Yuan shook hands with Ren Fei. He had seen through the situation clearly. Ren Fei's early show of support had been pivotal. Without it, the resolution likely wouldn't have passed so smoothly. As the helmsman of Xinghai Group, Ren Fei's stance influenced the majority. Mr. Fang, you flatter me. In that case, I'll leave the chip matter in your capable hands. Ren Fei offered a faint smile. Had Fang Yuan chosen to exercise his shareholder rights, this meeting would have been pointless. Whether it was meant to be a formality or a superficial gesture to save everyone's face. This move undoubtedly made the others feel considerably more at ease. With his own assist, everything unfolded as naturally as could be. Rest assured, you'll have results by tomorrow. After returning to the temporary accommodations arranged by the group, Fang Yuan sent Lu Buwei out to handle company registration matters. He then took the opportunity to call Director Liu. Director, given the circumstances, could you arrange for Xinghai Group's application to be prioritized? He cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush. If someone called to pull strings, Director Liu would surely curse them out. Those 10 lithography machines were practically sacred treasures to the bigwigs in the capital, especially to the experts tasked with analyzing and researching them. Every single entry and exit, including specific research procedures, had to be reported constantly. Using the equipment for chip production was an even bigger deal. Right now, one machine is dedicated to research. The other 9 are all producing chips for defense equipment. I can't speak for others, but your request should be fine. Setting aside the fact that all 10 lithography machines were contributed by Fang Yuan himself, the sheer value of the project alone guarantees its approval. By the way, I heard you recently submitted another fighter jet, one whose performance parameters far surpass any currently on the market. Is that true? Fang Yuan scratched the back of his head. If Director Liu hadn't brought it up, he'd almost forgotten about it himself. It's decent. Should be fine. Fang Yuan replied. As a high-ranking military official, he wondered if he should attend the launch ceremony or something. Ah, truly, the new generation surpasses the old. The blue surpasses the indigo. Director Liu sighed with emotion, his heart swelling with pride. If he hadn't recognized talent back then finding Fang Yuan through that tractor video. Who knows? All these great things might have gone to someone else. Alright, I'll swing by the capital to see you when I have time. We'll have a few drinks then. After confirming everything was set, Fang Yuan chatted with Director Liu for a bit before hanging up. The next morning, Zhenghua Group's chip production application was approved. With Fang Yuan's promise about to take effect, Ran Fei was preparing to discuss the new company with him. But upon arriving, he learned Fang Yuan had rushed back to Nanyun province early that morning, leaving all remaining matters to Lu Buwei. Mr. Fang, truly a man of decisive action. Ran Fei chuckled bitterly, unsure what to say. Entrusting such critical matters to an assistant, didn't he fear something might go wrong? That same day, Origin Technology Company, Limited was formally established. The prison representative bore Lu Buwei's name, while Fang Yuan remained hidden behind the scenes. No one knew that in time, this obscure new company would become a household name internationally. After half a month of grueling preparations, a nearly 3-kilometer-long fighter jet runway was constructed in front of the forward cave. The military district commander personally oversaw operations on site. A strict no-access warning zone was established within a 20-kilometer radius, patrolled around the clock by fully armed soldiers. Runway load-bearing capacity meets standards. Command personnel in position, commencing pre-takeoff checks. Fuel levels normal. Weapons systems integrated, electronic equipment inspected, no anomalies. As the crew conducted final pre-takeoff checks on the forward, Fang Yuan finally arrived, looking rather late. Commander! Commander! Upon his entrance, numerous officers and soldiers who recognized Fang Yuan snapped to attention and saluted. Ha, comrades, you've worked hard. Chest puffed out, back straight as an arrow, Fang Yuan waved at the crowd with an air of self-importance. He couldn't quite explain it. Lately, he'd discovered he seemed to enjoy the feeling of showing off. The moment he was praised, respected, even fawned over, an incredibly pleasurable thrill shot straight to the top of his head. That feeling was simply too damn satisfying. Stop showing off and hurry over here. The military district commander shot Fang Yuan a look that was both exasperated and amused. He thought to himself, youngsters just love to show off just like he used to. Only now, he'd reached a level where his natural presence overshadowed any need for affectation. His truly awe-inspiring manner were often the most unassuming. Like how a single call from him now meant Fang Yuan had to come over obediently. Head, boss. Hearing Fang Yuan's address, the military zone commander's face darkened instantly as he scolded, "You're a major general, a high-ranking officer in the military, not some bandit or gangster. Watch your language from now on. Boss, I get it. Understand? You understand, Jack." Seeing he couldn't correct him, the military zone boss gave up scolding him. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the forward-class battleship being slowly towed out by a massive tugboat. As he watched, he muttered excitedly to himself. Impressive. Absolutely impressive. If we could mass-produce this thing, we'd wipe the floor with those damn Indians. Fang Yuan was inwardly speechless. Just moments ago, the man had lectured him on civilized language. Now he'd let impressive slip out in his excitement. Talk about double standards. Officials can set fires while commoners aren't allowed to light lamps. But rank trumps all. He knew if he dared call out the military commander's slip-up, he'd likely get a scolding followed by a 5-kilometer forced march. All systems ready. Awaiting your command, sir. The request echoed through the walkie-talkie clutched in the military district commander's hand. The moment of truth had arrived. The commander cleared his throat with effort, then declared in a solemn, booming voice. Approved for takeoff. Immediately, the roar of fighter jet engines filled the air. The sound was deafening, like thunder from the heavens. Its reach was vast, enough to strike fear into the hearts of any power. Chapter 127, Proactive Strike. After takeoff, the forward returned to a military base in the capital, escorted by several fighter jets. Upon learning this exceptionally powerful fighter was yet another contribution from Fang Yuan, the Kyoto brass had grown accustomed to such surprises. There's no reward left to give. What do you all think? What should we award him this time? Money's out of the question. Donating billions during the earthquake shows he's not short on cash. But beyond money, the group of high-ranking officials seemed stumped. How about promoting him to lieutenant general? A military leader suddenly suggested. When Fang Yuan had previously handed over the lithography machine, he declared he'd forego the official 1 billion yuan reward if it meant becoming a major general. This hinted at his desire for official status. Moreover, after being promoted to major general, Fang Yuan had willingly taken on a low-key assignment. He never abused his position in military affairs, a commendable trait. Yet this proposal quickly faced opposition. Impossible. Lieutenant general ranks among our nation's core leadership. He recently requested a major general promotion, now another exceptional advancement so soon? What would others think? If someone has the capability, we should treat them specially. If others want to prove themselves, let them donate a fighter jet and see how they fare. Unacceptable. I think we should deliberate further. This won't do, that won't do. What do you suggest we do? The senior officials voiced their opinions, yet no decision was reached. After a moment's thought, Capital One stated, we needn't rush a decision on Fang Yuan. There's another pressing matter at hand. The technological equipment Fang Yuan carried during the Qinchuan province earthquake, the Steel Wings, has already drawn considerable attention. News of his previous donations, the wind-powered engine and lithography machine, has already leaked. Our first priority must be ensuring his personal safety. Additionally, Kyoto One's expression turned grave as he continued. Immediately establish an inspection team to conduct thorough investigations into everyone involved in this matter. This includes myself. I must undergo routine questioning by the inspection team. We must root out the mole lurking within our ranks. His words sent shockwaves through the assembled Xiaoxiao leaders. Since submitting the wind energy engine, Fang Yuan's personal information had been classified as top secret. After the previous disaster relief operation concluded, authorities had immediately ordered the erasure of all traces related to Fang Yuan. Yet, unexpectedly, a breach had still occurred. As the meeting concluded, Director Liu specifically called Fang Yuan, briefly summarizing the meeting's contents and reminding him to be vigilant about his own safety. Understood, Director. Rest assured, I'm aware. Fang Yuan, carrying a woven bag, rummaged through a trash bin searching for scraps, completely unconcerned about the matter. With the substitute straw man in place, killing him would be no easy feat for the enemy. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one bathhouse VIP card. Reward, chameleon mask. When worn, the user can freely alter their appearance. Whoa, another sweet item. Fang Yuan grinned, holding a pale, translucent leather mask up to examine it from all angles. With this thing, he could turn into Takeshi Kaneshiro whenever he wanted, or become David Say himself. Wait, what if Xiao Shui could use this? He wiped the tears from his mouth, his mind already spinning with possibilities. But the system quickly crushed his fantasies. Ding! This system item can only be used by its bound owner. Keeping it for myself isn't bad either. At least it's pretty useful for dealing with the current situation. Fang Yuan pulled the mask over his face. True to the system's reputation for excellence, the thin mask felt weightless on his face. It was as if nothing was there, yet with a single thought, he could change his appearance, simple and convenient. Suddenly, a prickling sensation ran down his spine. Fang Yuan shifted slightly, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Several men in black trench coats and baseball caps had materialized behind him. What the hell era is this? Still pulling that military intelligence service spy routine? How did he know? Because today happened to be blazing hot, the sun beating down relentlessly. Everyone on the streets wore shorts and t-shirts, yet these four idiots were trying to look cool in trench coats. Their eyes kept darting toward him. It was like they were rubbing his intelligence in the dirt. Want to mess with me? We'll see if you've got the guts. Fang Yuan chuckled, hoisting his woven bag as he turned into a narrow alley. The four trench-coated men exchanged glances before following him in. Moments later, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man emerged first, leaving the four trench-coated men staring blankly at a seemingly solid wall. What the hell? Where's he gone? We clearly saw him go in. How did he vanish? A man just walked out, but it wasn't him. This is freaking crazy. After cursing a few more times, the four reluctantly turned around and searched the area again. But by then, Fang Yuan had already packed up the woven bag and left. After searching fruitlessly, the four had no choice but to give up. Back inside the drunken immortal pavilion, Fang Yuan recounted the incident he'd just encountered to Jiang Yunshui. She was immediately shaken to the core. Are you okay? What should we do now? Jiang Yunshui felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. There was unease and also worry about their future life. Fang Yuan also frowned. If he reached out to higher-ups for help, the bigwigs in the capital wouldn't stand idly by. But that would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Pack your things. I'll take you to the provincial military district headquarters first. The military is stationed there, they won't dare approach. I'll have the police station a 24-hour watch at your parents' place too. Leave the rest to me. Okay. Just stay safe. If things get too bad, we can leave Linchuan. They can't follow us forever. Jiang Yunshui nodded, then added one more worried reminder. Leaving Linchuan was no problem for her. But could her parents, Fatso, and the others hide with her forever? After delivering Jiang Yunxue to the detached family residence assigned to him by the provincial military district and leaving 10 bodyguards split into 2 teams to protect her and her parents respectively, Fang Yuan rushed to the ammunition depot with the rest of his security detail. Earlier, the military district commander had specifically called him about this matter, offering to assign additional guards. Fang Yuan had flatly refused. Military guards were formidable, but Long Yi and his team were even stronger. The officer in charge of the ammunition depot spotted Fang Yuan and immediately jogged over to salute. Go. Take them to select the best special operations gear. The military district has classified missions to execute. As the saying goes, even the most skilled fighter fears a kitchen knife. Without a gun in his hands, he simply couldn't feel confident. The officer in charge of the depot showed no doubt upon hearing Fang Yuan's direct order. He handed over the forms for Fang Yuan to sign, then promptly led the group to select their gear. A few minutes later, watching Long Yi and the others decked out in full special forces gear, a surge of pride welled up in Fang Yuan's heart. Sitting around waiting for disaster was absolutely not his style. The best way to handle a crisis was to strike proactively, using an unstoppable force to crush all unscrupulous schemes. Chapter 128, Sweeping Them All Away. After Fang Yuan and his men departed, the armory supervisor mulled over and ultimately decided to report the incident to the military district for record. Xia Nation enforced strict regulations on weaponry and equipment management. Unauthorized access was strictly prohibited except under exceptional circumstances. Even someone of Fang Yuan's standing required signed documentation for any withdrawal. Upon learning of this, the military district commander erupted in fury. Absurd! Major General Fang is young and hot-headed, but you? A veteran of decades. How could you be so foolish? Over the phone, the ammunition depot chief was berated into silence. He hadn't meant to be foolish, but he truly felt wronged. Major General Fang had personally come to oversee the operation, declaring it a classified mission. As a mere major a rank worlds apart, he dared not refuse. Dispatch personnel immediately. Retrieve him without fail. The equipment recovery must be meticulous and thorough. No oversights are permitted. Nearly 2 to 3 hours had passed since Fang Yuan's departure. If he had any real plans, he'd likely have already carried them out. The military district commander could only hope this search might still prevent Fang Yuan from doing something foolish. While the military and police were combing the area for traces of Fang Yuan and his group, he had already arrived at a desolate mountain outside Lincheng City with dozens of bodyguards. Confirmed this location? Fang Yuan contacted the keyboard warrior team directly through his system. Reporting, boss. The incriminating communication data originated from this location. Specific coordinates: east longitude XXXXX, XX north latitude XXXXX. Copy that. He hadn't expected the keyboard warrior team, long relegated to the background, to prove so useful. After being followed this afternoon, the keyboard warriors had sent him a mobile recording. The sender had used encrypted communication methods. But such a minor translation task was no challenge for these elite keyboard warriors, accustomed to operating across the globe. After decrypting and translating the recording, its content revealed a foreign faction plotting a covert operation to forcibly subdue Fang Yuan. Moreover, he recognized a familiar name in the recording. Justin, the buyer who purchased that Aston Martin 177 sports car from him last time. Afterward, he tried twice to get close to Fang Yuan, but both attempts ended in failure. Damn it, I knew these foreigners weren't up to good. According to the recording, Justin and his crew had already secretly transported a batch of weapons into Linchuan City. They were waiting to figure out Fang Yuan's background before making their move. Every single one of these foreign operatives had blood on their hands. This time, Fang Yuan intended to wipe them all out. Move out. Anyone who resists will be shot on sight. Upon receiving the order, Long Yi led his bodyguards under the cover of night, slowly advancing toward the coordinates provided. Inside an inconspicuous cave, several blue-eyed foreigners huddled together, muttering into a radio-like device. Justin, seated nearby, occasionally chimed in with a few grunts. The memory of being once ignored by Fang Yuan made his words tinged with even more venom. But soon, that damned Chinese bastard wouldn't be laughing anymore. Just as he puffed on his cigar, fantasizing about crushing Fang Yuan beneath his heel, a sudden noise nearby snatched his attention. We're exposed. As a professional intelligence operative, Justin reacted with lightning speed. Inside the cave, the men extinguished all lights and grabbed their weapons. Destroy the encryption files. Prepare to retreat. Retreat? Where the hell do you think you're running, you bastards? The moment Fang Yuan realized their position was compromised through his heightened hearing, he roared in fury. Immediately, Long Yi and the others opened fire with their rifles, unleashing a barrage into the cave. Bang bang bang. Precise, overwhelming fire instantly sealed off the cave entrance. Two unlucky bastards were riddled with bullets before they could react. Justin roared as he fired his sidearm while scrambling toward the cave's rear exit. Seal off all exits. Not a single one escapes. Fang Yuan charged ahead, using his iron wings to shield his body as he plunged into the cave. Seeing escape was hopeless, one of the foreigners defiantly pulled out a grenade, intending to take Fang Yuan down with him. But before he could pull the pin, excruciating pain shot through his shoulder. Looking down, his hands had been severed by two dark brown, cold glinting blades. Get lost. Confirming no further threat, Fang Yuan kicked aside the fallen enemy and continued chasing Justin. Despite their professional training, no one stood a chance against Fang Yuan's almost unfair black tech methods. Before he could run more than a few hundred meters, a flash of cold steel streaked past. Justin's body lurched sideways, crashing hard onto moss-covered boulders. Blood gushed instantly from his forehead, making him look hideously grotesque. Ah, my leg. Ignoring his forehead wound, Justin clutched his severed thigh and wailed in agony. Seeing Fang Yuan hovering in midair with his steel wings extended, terror and regret washed over him. If God gave him another chance, he would never choose to come to Xia Nation for this mission. No, no, no. You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Hammond family. Killing me will bring down huge trouble. If you just agree to let me go, I swear I'll never bother you again. I can give you a huge sum of money, power, beautiful women, I can give you anything. Oh? How much can you give me? Fang Yuan tilted his head, looking genuinely interested. Perhaps seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, Justin immediately shouted, 100 million. No, 500 million. Just let me go, and I'll give you 500 million. Alright, deal. Transfer the money now. Fang Yuan retracted his steel wings and made a motion to pull out his phone. Little did he know that the next second, Justin, who had been sobbing and begging for mercy just moments ago, suddenly, nothing followed. His gun-wielding hand had fallen to the ground unnoticed. Trying to lull me into a false sense of security before striking back? Little buddy, haven't you seen how these clichés have been done to death in our domestic soap operas? Fang Yuan sneered dismissively, dragging the frantically cursing Justin back into the cave. Of the 5 foreigners, 3 had been sent to meet their maker. The remaining 2 were the foreigner whose hands Fang Yuan had disarmed, and Justin, who had lost a leg and an arm. Capturing 2 survivors meant the operation had gone relatively smoothly. Just then, a dense cluster of lights flared up in the distance. Damn! I'm definitely going to get chewed out this time. Fang Yuan knew without a doubt that his unauthorized retrieval of equipment had been exposed. This must be the military zone commander sending men to arrest him. Boss, we found this decryption key on their gear. It should hold a lot of data. Long handed over a small square black box. Not bad. This might just redeem us. Fang Yuan chuckled. Even as the crucial key was seized, Justin remained silent, seemingly resigned to his fate. Yet beneath his bowed head, a smirk of triumph flickered. Chapter 129, Safe and Sound. You think you've won? Just as Fang Yuan curiously accepted the key, Justin suddenly let out a sinister laugh, his face twisted with madness. What did that mean? Fang Yuan froze. This bastard was still so arrogant even with his limbs severed. Did he have some last resort? You wouldn't seriously think we'd have no preparations against a high-ranking military officer of Xia Nation, a rising star who's won all 3 of Xia Nation's highest scientific and technological awards, would you? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan, if eliminating you means it, all our sacrifices were worth it. Let's go to hell together. Holy, this key can't be a timed bomb, can it? Fang Yuan's hand trembled, and the key instantly fell to the ground. Then came a thunderous boom, and dazzling flames erupted across the mountain forest. Such terrifying force instantly killed the 3 closest bodyguards, their blood spurting from 7 orifices. After the intense shockwave passed, Long Yi approached expressionlessly, picked up Fang Yuan's severed arm, grabbed the steel wings watch, and vanished deep into the forest with the others. Only a field of debris remained where he had stood. Commander, that's the situation. When we rushed to the direction Major General Fawn left, the scene was littered with fragments from the explosion. We also found an encrypted radio station for long-range communication in a nearby cave. The blood and flesh evidence has been sent to the police department for DNA analysis. Results should be available tomorrow. After hearing the subordinate's report, the military district commander's expression shifted between anger and worry. Fang Yuan's unauthorized use of equipment could be a minor or major issue, but the paramount concern was ensuring his personal safety. Who didn't know this kid was the darling of the bigwigs in the capital? Yet, judging from the analysis of the scene, the situation didn't look promising. Sir, should we report this to the capital first? Even if Fang Yuan wasn't a key protection target in the capital, a homicide had clearly occurred. Moreover, it likely involved foreign nationals. Improper handling could spark diplomatic tensions between nations. Hold off for now. Wait for the test results. The military commander paused before speaking. If something truly happens to this kid, it won't just be a simple dispute. You don't know the full picture here. Follow my instructions for now. Yes, sir. When Fang Yuan regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was a dim, murky sky. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were nothing but ruins left by collapsed buildings. The parched earth was crisscrossed with spiderweb-like cracks, devoid of any life. Gusts of wind swept up sand and gravel, relentlessly eroding this desolate landscape. Ding, life-saving scarecrow active. Host returning to original world countdown, followed by a time display precise to the millisecond. Seeing the system-awarded item take effect, Fang Yuan finally exhaled in relief. Seems I can't underestimate the enemy after all. Without the life-saving scarecrow, I probably would have been done for this time. Learning from his mistake, this unexpected incident served as a wake-up call. But what exactly is this place? It looks like the apocalypse. Fang Yuan curiously surveyed his surroundings. The desolate, decaying scene weighed heavily on his spirit. Unfortunately, even as the countdown concluded, the system father remained silent, offering no answers to his questions. Ding! Host's body reconstruction complete. Please select resurrection location. No need to debate, the safest place was undoubtedly within the military compound. Resurrection location, Nanyun Province Military District Family Housing. Confirm? Confirm. The next second, Fang Yuan's vision blurred, and he materialized inside the family housing where Zhang Yunxue was staying. It was already nighttime. After moving around to ensure everything felt normal, Fang Yuan walked into the living room and saw Zhang Yunxue sound asleep on the sofa, wrapped in a small blanket. This girl, why won't she sleep in a bed? He shook his head helplessly, then walked over and gently picked Zhang Yunxue up, cradling her horizontally. Zhang Yunxue, still half asleep, felt her body grow light. Her eyes flew open in a start. Recognizing the familiar face, she exhaled in relief. Then she wrapped her arms tightly around Fang Yuan's neck, burying her face against his chest. I was so worried you wouldn't come back. Sweetheart, it's just a trip. What could possibly happen? Fang Yuan smiled, kissing her pure white forehead before heading into the room. After experiencing the strange sensation of death and resurrection, his perspective had shifted considerably. One must learn to cherish the present moment, especially those who love you and those you love. That night, the sound of rain drumming on banana leaves echoed until dawn. The next morning, after massaging his aching waist, Fang Yuan finally remembered to pick up his phone and reply to the military district commander. The screen showed nearly 100 missed calls from the commander, sending a chill down his spine. Ugh. This time I'm really done for. Meanwhile, the military district commander, who had been waiting for the test results, had bloodshot eyes. He hadn't slept a wink since yesterday. Several more strands of white hair had sprouted on his head. Every 2 or 3 hours, he'd send someone to urge the appraisal department, spending the entire night in anxious anticipation. Suddenly, the phone on his desk vibrated. At first, he thought the appraisal results had arrived, but when he answered, a familiar voice greeted him. He. Hey, boss, what do you need? Where the hell have you been? He practically roared the question, startling the 2 guards standing outside the door so much they nearly burst in. Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up immediately. Cough, I'm at the family quarters building here at the military headquarters. Hearing this, the military district commander frowned in confusion. When the incident happened yesterday, he'd already sent people to check the family quarters. Fang Yuan hadn't been there at all. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. As long as he was safe, that was all that mattered. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan met the grim-faced military district commander in the government building. Seeing the young man's carefree grin, the commander's temper flared. He hadn't slept a wink all night, fearing the kid might get himself killed out there. Spill it. Is that suburban bombing incident connected to you? What bombing? Confess honestly, and I won't pursue the unauthorized use of weapons and equipment. Knowing this slippery youth wouldn't admit it so easily, the commander cut him off immediately. Realizing concealment was unlikely, Fang Yuan could only confess honestly. Essentially, he'd stumbled upon a group of foreign intelligence operatives. The situation was urgent, leaving no time for reports, so he'd directly deployed equipment to surround and eliminate them. He'd handled the entire operation via remote command. Too bad we didn't capture any survivors. Those bastards were stubborn, knowing they couldn't escape punishment, they chose to blow themselves up instead. Cost me 3 bodyguards in the process. Fang Yuan sighed. These bodyguards were all super elite units rewarded by the system father. Losing even one would gnaw at him for days. He never expected such a sure thing to go wrong. If he could do it again, Justin and his crew wouldn't even get a chance to speak. I'll personally investigate the details later. Your job now is to recover all equipment, hand it over, and await the outcome. You've got some nerve, kid. If the higher-ups find out, they might just strip you of your position. Think about that. After confirming Fang Yuan was unharmed, the military district commander gave him a stern lecture before ordering him to get lost. Having pulled an all-nighter, his young body was struggling to keep up. Yes, sir. Fang Yuan snapped to attention, saluted sharply, and hurried away. He was terrified of getting another scolding. Chapter 130, Strike First. After Fang Yuan departed, The DNA report from the police department finally arrived, long overdue. Strangely, however, the report indicated only 5 individuals had been identified. Beyond that, there was no trace whatsoever of the 3 deceased bodyguards Fang Yuan had mentioned. At an explosion site of such immense power, the traces left by those 3 dead bodyguards couldn't have vanished into thin air. Could they have been overlooked? The military district commander frowned, pondering for a moment before ultimately abandoning further investigation. Just then, the ammunition depot officer responsible for equipment recovery and inspection knocked and entered. Reporting, Commander. All 47 guards under Major General Fang have returned to the military district. Should we retrieve their specialized equipment for storage? Up until now, he had assumed those bodyguards were personnel specifically assigned to Fang Yuan by the military district. Forget it. Let them keep it for now. The situation is critical. Major General Fang's security must be prioritized above all else. The military district commander made the decision without hesitation. Though Fang Yuan hadn't personally participated in the recent operation against foreign intelligence operatives, he could easily have been targeted. Add to that the fact that the young man preferred to wander outside the military district, lugging a burlap sack around collecting junk. Equipping his bodyguards with weapons and gear was therefore quite necessary. He sighed. Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? If this kid is so important, why do they keep letting him wander around like this? It wouldn't matter if it were anywhere else, but he was a major general from his own Nanyun province. Still, the urgent priority was to report this matter immediately. Foreign scum dare act so brazenly, infiltrating Nanyun province unnoticed. It seems the time has come to show them the edge of our blade. At this point, the military district commander revealed a rare, grim aura. Upon learning the military zone had merely recovered some conspicuous special operations gear, Fang Yuan chuckled after leaving his bodyguards with compact firearms for self-defense. The military zone commander clearly favored him, having weapons significantly boosted their security. Yet he hadn't overlooked what Justin mentioned before dying about the Harmon family. After leaving the commander's office, he slipped over to the intelligence division. Commander! Commander! Spotting Fang Yuan, the head of the intelligence division hurried out of his office to greet him. No need for formalities. Everyone's been working hard. After several high-stakes situations, Fang Yuan was gradually getting the hang of his new status as a big shot. Though outwardly composed, he couldn't help but feel a quiet satisfaction inside. Run a check on the Harmon family. If my guess is right, they're tied to an organization from the States. Yes, sir. As the second highest-ranking officer in Nanyun province, Fang Yuan wielded considerable authority. He rarely interfered in military affairs, though. First, he found it troublesome. Second, he found it troublesome. Still, no one dared to underestimate his authority. Soon, a stack of documents was delivered to him. Commander, this is all the information on the Harmon family. After setting down a cup of hot tea, the head of intelligence promptly closed the door behind him. Fang Yuan flicked a cigarette into his mouth and began flipping through the pages. What he discovered was astonishing. The so-called Harmon family was far more formidable than he imagined. Calling them an organized crime syndicate didn't quite capture it. Arms dealers was a more fitting description. Decades ago, the Harmon family had been a minor, obscure operation. But when the U.S. launched its aggressive pursuit of oil resources, the Harmon family, operating on the principle of money over lives, began frantically liquidating their family assets to enter the arms trafficking business. Eventually, they carved out a formidable reputation. With wealth came the critical need for sufficient capability to protect their assets. Thus, the Harmons specialized in spying for the U.S., gathering intelligence on other nations, earning support from influential figures within the American government. As their operations expanded, bolstered by official backing, the Harmons rose unstoppably, becoming one of the world's premier underground powers. This operation targeting Fang Yuan was likewise initiated at the behest of the U.S. government. Damn it, I never realized that bastard Justin had such deep connections. Fang Yuan cursed under his breath, his brow furrowed. But now that the men were blown to bits, it was too late for regrets. And even if he could start over, Fang Yuan would eliminate these scheming foreigners without hesitation. Not to mention, the mere thought of Jiang Yunshui and his friends constantly facing danger made him utterly intolerant of Justin and his kind. After thoroughly reviewing all the documents, Fang Yuan had a clear grasp of the situation. But relying on official channels to deal with the Harmon family was clearly futile. They were a family-run powerhouse. Even if you had the moral high ground and demanded answers, they could simply claim it was the personal actions of the Harmon family and wash their hands of all responsibility. This matter needs resolving quickly, Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Otherwise, I truly won't be able to focus on growing and strengthening my business. Yuan technology, now under Lu Bui's management, was steadily improving, with high-end chips already in production. Once the timing was right, Origin would make its name known. Meanwhile, the companies Fang Yuan had acquired through his scavenging ventures were all transferred to Lu Bui's name for consolidated management. With business matters out of his hands, he could focus solely on scavenging and building his reserves. After dinner with Zhang Yunxue that evening, Fang Yuan instructed her to stay temporarily in the family quarters while he went out to handle some matters. Is it safe? Zhang Yunxue grabbed Fang Yuan's sleeve anxiously. Don't worry. I'm the one with the system. How could the chosen one lose? He kept that boast tucked away in his heart, replying aloud, it's fine. Don't forget your man is a major general in the Nanyun military district. He goes out with truckloads of guards. Who'd be so blind as to mess with him? Perhaps trusting the Xia nation's military, Zhang Yunxue hesitated briefly before simply urging him to return soon. After ruffling the beauty's hair, Fang Yuan stepped out of the room and found a deserted corner. The next instant, the steel wings he'd retrieved from Long Yi abruptly unfolded. Better safe than sorry. Prevention is key. Fang Yuan leapt upward, soaring above the clouds, and sped toward the capital city. Chapter 131, Back to the Research Institute. The Capital Research Institute. Fang Yuan, wearing his deputy director's badge, passed through unimpeded. He finally reached the innermost laboratory, where Director Liu was still burning the midnight oil, muttering to himself as he worked on the wind-powered engine. Beside him stood Zhao Jun and 3 younger-looking researchers. The director immersed in his research bore no resemblance to his usual self. His expression was solemn and intense. Zhao Jun and the others standing nearby held their breath, not daring to make a sound. After all, the entire research institute knew that Director Liu absolutely forbade any interruptions during his research. Sometimes, even high-ranking officials from the capital had to wait patiently unless it was an absolute emergency. Otherwise, who would dare disrupt Director Liu's train of thought? Even if it were the top brass in person, he wouldn't hesitate to give them a cold shoulder. For Director Liu, science alone commanded the deepest reverence. Just then, a carefree voice suddenly cut through the solemn lab. Old Liu, I've come to see you. Zhao Jun and the others jumped in fright, fearing the director might erupt at any moment. Ha! Deputy Director Fang is here. Zhao Jun was the first to speak in surprise. He'd been worried the director might explode if interrupted, but since it was Deputy Director Fang, all was well. Deputy Director? The other 3 instantly turned their gaze to Fang Yuan. There were only 2 deputy directors in the research institute, and they often saw one of them. But this particular deputy director Fang, whom even the director held in the highest regard, was as elusive as a dragon seen only by its head. They never expected to run into him today. Director Liu, who had just scowled, instantly broke into a warm smile upon seeing Fang Yuan. Ha ha! Why didn't you give us a heads up before showing up, you rascal? Got something good again? Seeing the covetous gleam in Director Liu's eyes, Fang Yuan felt utterly speechless. He didn't have Doraemon's magic pocket. Where was he supposed to conjure up all that high-tech stuff? Not right now. Director Liu's smile faded, ready to give him the boot. But it won't be long. Ah, I knew you had real talent, kid. Come on, I've got some special supply tea at my place. Want to come taste it? Watching old Liu's masterful face-changing act, Fang Yuan inwardly exclaimed, damn, that's impressive. But he wasn't in the mood for tea right now. No rush, no rush. Just pack it up for me when you get back. I came here today because I have something urgent to discuss. Seeing Fang Yuan hesitating, Director Liu immediately understood and motioned for Zhao Jun and the others to leave first. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan finally emerged from the research institute. Director Liu remained seated, his brow furrowed, clearly still processing the recent events. Not long after, the lights flickered on in the Central South Conference Room of the Capitol. This time, however, Capital One was absent. The meeting was chaired by the 3rd leader. After briefly processing the report from the Research Institute, Number 3 tapped the table and began, you should all be aware of the matter at hand. Just yesterday, Fang Yuan was followed. Simultaneously, that young man led his team to wipe out an enemy reconnaissance base near Linqing City. Fang Yuan's importance to our entire Xia nation is self-evident. Now that the enemy has set their sights on our military's major general, this constitutes a provocation against our nation. This is intolerable. What are the findings from the previous investigation? As soon as he finished speaking, a senior official responsible for intelligence security immediately produced a fresh document. Our bureau's investigation confirms the leak of Fang Yuan's submitted materials is linked to a security personnel at the Research Institute. I've dispatched personnel there and expect swift results. Learning the breach originated from the Institute's security, Number 3's expression darkened. The Research Institute was a top-secret facility of Xia Nation, its security personnel rigorously vetted through meticulous selection. Unexpectedly, the adversaries' methods proved so formidable they could infiltrate to this extent. While the bigwigs were meeting to discuss the research, Fang Yuan, with nothing pressing to attend to, decided not to return immediately to Linchuan City. Instead, he chose to find a place to rest temporarily, planning to explore the ancient capital of Kyoto properly the next day. He might as well soak up some of the ancient city's fortune and see if he could stumble upon anything worthwhile. Around 6 in the morning, the streets of the capital were already teeming with people. Commuters rushing to work mingled with elderly folks carrying their high-value retirement swords and fans. After taking it all in, Fang Yuan grabbed his woven bag and headed out, settling into a bustling breakfast shop. He devoured fried dough sticks and steamed buns, then sampled a bowl of authentic soybean juice. The next second, Fang Yuan's face turned ashen, nearly passing out on the spot. Yuck! He promptly set down the bowl, still half full, vowing never again to trust the so-called food connoisseurs' taste theories online. Gulp gulp. He chugged down a bottle of green tea, finally feeling the foul taste of swill recede somewhat. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one cigarette pack. Earned plus 200 coins. Work hard after eating, only diligence leads to wealth. If you haven't struck it rich yet, it means you haven't suffered enough. Muttering this life motto he picked up from fantasy novels, Fang Yuan began swinging his trash picker. Fortunately, this was the capital. People from all corners of the country, north, south, east, west, were here, doing all sorts of things. So it wasn't unusual to see a young guy like him lugging a woven bag around, rummaging through trash bins for scraps. At least no one gave him any grief. Passing a street, he spotted two people pointing at an advertisement in front of a supermarket, chatting about something. Fang Yuan craned his neck curiously and saw the billboard featured a host named Lu Yu. She was somewhat famous, though her interview style had always sparked controversy. Sigh, Lu Yu is such a great host. How come so many people bash her online? It's just ridiculous. You're absolutely right. Those keyboard warriors only see her success, but they have no idea how much heartache lies behind it. In 18 years, she's interviewed nearly 10,000 people. Think about it, without sheer determination and passion, she never would have made it this far. Watching the pair sigh and lament, Fang Yuan suddenly blurted out, "What about the people she interviewed? Didn't they have their own hardships?" The words barely left his mouth. The young man who'd been chattering non-stop about Lu Yu's merits froze in shock. Then they shot him a fierce glare. Keeping his head down to avoid trouble, Fang Yuan sensed the tension and quickly made his escape. TSK. The world's gone to the dogs. These days, you can't even speak the truth without getting into trouble. Walking and stopping intermittently, he soon arrived at his first destination for the day. The world-renowned historical architectural marvel of the capital, the Celestial Palace. Chapter 132, Buying a Villa. The Heavenly Palace complex stands as the largest and most intact ancient architectural ensemble still preserved in Xia Nation. Its structures shimmered with gold and splendor, radiating solemn magnificence and awe-inspiring grandeur. Hailed as the foremost of Blue Star's 5 great miracle palaces, it commanded utter respect. Impressive. Gazing upon the seemingly endless sea of palaces, Fang Yuan couldn't help but offer what he considered his highest praise. The ancient Xia rulers' grand construction of palaces was truly a labor-intensive and costly endeavor. Yet, preserves to this day. It has become a source of pride for the Xia people. The merits and demerits of this legacy are indeed difficult to judge. Just as they stepped through the gates of the Celestial Palace, a little girl of about 7 or 8 beside Fang Yuan suddenly went black in the eyes and collapsed straight to the ground. Fortunately, he reached out in time to catch her, preventing a hard fall. Perhaps because he'd experienced being favored by the system father, Fang Yuan had become somewhat sensitive to the fantastical elements described in novels. Combined with the fact that this place was the dragon's fortune land, where the dragon energy of Xia's 24 successive emperors had been condensed, a mysterious and terrifying conjecture instantly flashed through his mind. Is she about to travel through time? Before he could finish, his aunt, anxiously checking on her daughter, abruptly withdrew her words of gratitude. Instead, she glared at him with fury. What the hell are you playing at? My daughter is perfectly fine. What time travel? What nonsense? Of course, this was merely a minor interlude. After a full day of sightseeing and devouring a bucket of 28.8 yuan Master Kong instant noodles at the scenic area, Fang Yuan finally departed, thoroughly satisfied. By the time dusk fell, Fang Yuan had just landed at Linchuan City Airport. Last night, under cover of darkness, he'd chosen to travel directly via Iron Wings. Now, in broad daylight, there was no need to draw attention. Since the response plan still required time to deploy and adjust, Fang Yuan decided to keep Jiang Yunxue at the military base. Better safe than sorry. Just as he was idling, considering heading out to scavenge for scraps to supplement his household income, Lu Buwei happened to call. Boss, the first batch of China UA 2000 phones equipped with the most powerful chips is ready. If you have time, it'd be best if you came by in person. So soon? He thought it would take a while longer, but this was fine too. All the money he had left was barely a few 100,000 yuan, the rest having been donated to Qingchuan province for post-disaster reconstruction. If the plan progressed smoothly, he could establish his brand quickly. Then, he would have a steady stream of income. Alright, I'll come by tomorrow. After hanging up, Fang Yuan continued wandering around with his woven bag. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a shop by the roadside. Intrigued, he drew closer. After listening for a while, he finally grasped the situation. A young couple was arguing over who was being petty. Ask him to settle this, who's the real petty one. Just as he was about to eavesdrop, the enraged woman yanked him inside and shouted. Staring at the bewildered Fang Yuan, the woman declared with righteous indignation, 10 years ago, I went to see an old Chinese doctor. He took my pulse and said I was petty. Now, because of that, he actually claims that old doctor was spot on. It's outrageous. 10 years ago. Perhaps sensing that airing their family business publicly would be detrimental, the man quickly softened his tone and coaxed his wife back to calm. After another glance at Fang Yuan, he pulled several empty drink bottles from behind the cabinet and said, my deepest apologies, brother. Please accept these as compensation. Getting free junk while watching the drama? He wasn't about to refuse. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one empty iced red tea bottle. Reward, 50 million yuan. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8 digits. Fang Yuan rubbed his eyes hard, afraid he'd counted wrong. After counting back and forth 3 times, he finally confirmed it that iced black tea bottle had just netted him a whopping 50 million. His luck was absolutely off the charts. Holy crap, the system daddy is awesome. Fang Yuan quickly recycled the next few bottles, but the rewards he got were all mediocre. After rummaging through a few more trash bins and only getting the base 100 rewards, he lit a cigarette and decided to call it a day. Making 50 million for free in less than an hour earning money sure is tough. Just as he calmed his excitement, Fang Yuan suddenly remembered he still had nowhere to stay. He could stay at the military district's family housing or the drunken immortal pavilion anytime. But the military district's strict management didn't suit his personality. If he walked around all day looking scruffy with a woven bag, the military district boss would definitely nag him. As for the drunken immortal pavilion, he could be the master there, but living in a restaurant felt odd. Only a villa befits my stature. After relocating, he realized he still harbored some nostalgia. Unfortunately, the original Villa 010 had already been sold. Still, acquiring another villa was a mere trifle for the current Fang Yuan. If 50 million wasn't enough, he could simply make an advance down payment. He hailed a taxi and headed to Xinghai Villa. Good day, Mr. Fang. The moment he approached the gate, the 2 security guards on duty recognized him. Good. It's been a while. I'll have Manager Tiao arrange something for you later, Fang Yuan said with a smile, waving his hand. Just as he finished speaking, Manager Tiao suddenly appeared. The moment he saw Fang Yuan, his eyes lit up as if he'd spotted a long-lost lover. Mr. Fang, I've missed you so much. Whoa, hold on. I'm here to buy a property today. Are there any available villas right now? Buy a property? Manager Tiao froze, then exclaimed, no problem. I'll take you to the sales office right away. Following Fang Yuan into the sales office, Manager Tiao excused himself to use the restroom. In the blink of an eye, he had relayed the matter to the group headquarters. Ever since the previous incident, the head of Xinghai Group had discreetly gathered information about Fang Yuan through his connections. Learning that a major figure resided in this Linchuan Villa district, he'd been scheming to establish a connection. Unfortunately, after the Qingchuan province earthquake struck, Fang Yuan sold all 11 villas under his name to procure relief supplies for the disaster zone. The Xinghai CEO dared not make a direct visit, fearing it might backfire. Instead, he played it safe, specifically instructing Manager Tiao. If Fang Yuan ever came to the Xinghai villas, he was to contact him immediately. If luck brought them together with Fang having some need, their relationship could gradually develop. Chapter 133, Origin Technology. I'm sorry, sir, but all our villas are currently sold out with no vacancies available. Xinghai Villas is preparing to develop another site in Linchuan City. If it's convenient, you could leave your contact information, and I'll notify you when pre-sales begin. Responding to Fang Yuan's inquiry, the sales representative flashed a sweet smile. Regardless of whether properties were available, anyone coming here to buy a villa was undoubtedly a wealthy individual. A friendly attitude might leave a good impression, potentially opening doors for future business. Pre-sale. How many years would that take? Fang Yuan frowned, though inwardly he didn't care much. If no villas were available here, buying elsewhere was just as good. Worst case, he'd buy land and build his own. Yeah, building your own villa would be awesome. Fang Yuan suddenly had an epiphany. It seemed he was gradually embracing his new identity as a wealthy tycoon. Why obsess over buying everything when he could just build his own? That way, he wouldn't be bound by any so-called 70-year property rights restrictions. Besides, he already had bodyguards, a butler, and a chef on standby. He could simply rehire the previous maids and cleaning staff. Just then, Manager Tiao hurried back from the restroom. After the call, the group's top executive had given a clear response. Regardless of whether it existed or not, the answer was no. They would arrange a villa for Fang Yuan on the spot, even if they had to start construction immediately. After all, everyone still vividly remembered the collapse of the Ma Group. Everything was inextricably linked to this powerful figure with connections reaching to the heavens. Xinghai Group was more than eager to curry favor with Fang Yuan and certainly wasn't foolish enough to refuse this request. If not for concerns about their own corporate reputation, they might have even considered evicting their own staff to hand over the villa to Fang Yuan. But unexpectedly, the moment he returned, he saw Fang Yuan waving his hand, preparing to leave. "Hey, Mr. Fang, what's this about? If there's no room, why stay? What's the point?" "But, to thank you for your disaster relief efforts, our CEO specifically instructed us to rebuild your villa free of charge." A standard Xinghai villa was worth at least 40 to 50 million yuan, a massive favor indeed. Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. "Please convey my thanks to your CEO, but no, thank you. I plan to build my own." Declining a free villa? What kind of move was this? The saleswoman beside him gaped, wishing she could swap places with Fang Yuan on the spot. Her inner voice screamed, "Bro, if you don't want it, give it to me. Just say the word, and I'll do anything." Manager Tiao froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Not long after leaving Xinghai Villa, Fang Yuan received a call from Manager Tiao. Since Fang Yuan intended to build his own villa, Xinghai Group could provide designers and construction crews. With such an offer practically handed to him, Fang Yuan didn't refuse. When it came to building villas, Xinghai Group was undoubtedly professional. They were far more reliable than hiring outsiders. All right. Once you've picked a location, give me a call, Mr. Fang." "All right. I've reserved a private room at Drunken Immortal Pavilion tonight. Remember to bring the guys over." "Got it. Thanks for the arrangement, Mr. Fang." After hanging up, Fang Yuan instructed Long Yi to find a suitable location. Security and privacy were non-negotiable priorities. With nothing pressing on his mind, Fang Yuan casually booked a flight to Shenzhen. Soaring through the skies on iron wings was exhilarating. Yet during rare moments of leisure, he preferred a more low-key approach. For instance, strolling through the VIP lounge to the first-class cabin, watching the curvaceous flight attendants move about was its own kind of pleasure. Naturally, nothing arose during this journey that demanded his full attention. Domestic security was notoriously tight. Anyone daring to hijack a plane these days would face certain death upon landing. The era of rampant banditry was long gone. Soon, the plane touched down. Lu Buwei was already waiting at the airport. Perhaps due to recent business demands, the once vibrant comrade Lu now bore deeper dark circles under his eyes. Partnering with a giant like Xinghai Group right at the start couldn't possibly be effortless. "You've worked hard." Fang Yuan patted Lu Buwei's shoulder with a smile. Outwardly cheerful, inwardly he was grinning even wider. Because seeing comrade little Lu looking so disheveled made him feel slightly better. At least he looked only a tiny bit worse than himself. Before he could finish smiling, two flashily dressed young women suddenly approached. "Oh my god, you're so handsome. This brooding style is exactly my type. Can I get your number, handsome? If you're free tonight, my place is empty." "What the hell?" Fang Yuan was dumbfounded, desperately wanting to say, "Are you too blind? You call scruffiness brooding style?" Moments later, he finally snapped out of it. Indeed, in this day and age, good looks equaled truth. "Boss, you okay?" Sitting in the car, seeing Fang Yuan's gloomy expression, Lu Buwei couldn't help but speak up. "Alright, it wasn't Comrade Lu's fault that all this happened. If anyone was to blame, it was the system daddy's excessive obsession with perfection." But before he could choose to magnanimously forgive Lu Buwei's handsome transgression, the guy actually added, "Sigh, boss, maybe our company shouldn't hire female employees. I feel like their work efficiency isn't great. They can't even handle routine tasks, constantly coming to ask me for help. One even invited me over at night to unclog her drain." "Shut up. I need some quiet." Seeing Lu Buwei's slightly depressed gaze, Fang Yuan immediately retreated into himself. Fortunately, this melancholy mood dissipated completely upon arriving at Origin Tech, the company he'd built from scratch. To make a name for himself right from the start, relying solely on China Group wouldn't suffice. He needed a respectable front of his own. Relying solely on the Xinghai Group wouldn't suffice. He needed a respectable front of his own. Due to initial funding constraints, Lu Buwei strategically placed the company headquarters in the suburbs of Shenzhen, where rental costs were significantly lower than downtown. They occupied an entire 5-story office building. While not tall, it offered ample floor space. The current staff count was approaching 30. Although Origin's compensation packages lagged behind other major corporations, the prestige of being a strategic partner of Sinochem Group proved compelling. Most hires were graduates from top-tier universities, with a significant number holding master's degrees. Learning that the big boss would inspect operations today, banners were hung and a red carpet laid out early at Origin Technology's entrance. "Welcome, President Fang. Welcome, President Fang." All Origin employees lined up at the entrance, applauding enthusiastically for Fang Yuan. "Good work, everyone." Fang Yuan waved with his customary smile, but when he didn't hear the familiar "serving the people" chant, he realized this wasn't a military compound. Surveying the energetic faces, the wealthy Mr. Fang immediately brought out the big promises. "Alright, everyone's worked hard. No need for long speeches, dinner tonight and red envelopes." Chapter 134, Recruiting. The evening gathering turned out quite lively. Mainly because Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered with formal dinner etiquette. He cut straight to the chase, diving into the food as soon as it arrived. This relaxed atmosphere felt refreshing to many young professionals just starting their careers. After arranging a meeting with Renfei the next day via phone to discuss the launch of Xinghai 2000, Fang Yuan and the Origin employees finished their drinks and prepared to retire. Boss, the rooms are all set. Though Lu Buwei was plucked from ancient times, he quickly grasped the essentials of dining with superiors after absorbing the system's knowledge. After 3 rounds of drinks, the next stop was either a KTV or a bar. Having a room ready was naturally a must. Fang Yuan stumbled into the hotel Lu Buwei had booked for him, feeling lightheaded. Unexpectedly, the moment he entered, a sudden shout rang out. Damn it! Do you have any idea how much this glass costs? Where the hell were your eyes? If it weren't for your father begging me pitifully, you wouldn't even have a chance to work here. Not far from the front desk, a middle-aged balding man was loudly berating a girl dressed in hotel staff uniform. The scolded girl dared not breathe loudly, only silently shedding tears of grievance. I'm sorry, Uncle Gung. I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to? Gung Li sneered coldly. Hotel policy is clear, damage something, pay for it. Even though I have connections with your old man, rules are rules. This glass is worth 100 yuan. You figure it out. And your perfect attendance bonus for this month is gone. The scolded girl dared not argue back, only nodding in humiliated submission. However, Fang Yuan, drunk and emboldened, couldn't hold back. He shouted, it's just a damn glass. 100 yuan? You're ripping people off. Who the hell are you? This is our hotel's policy. What business is it of yours? Seeing a stranger suddenly intervene, Gung Li froze for a moment before demanding coldly. Sir, thank you for your concern, but I should cover this. The girl hurriedly spoke up after Fang Yuan stepped in for her. Having worked at the hotel for years, she knew the owner's background well. This young man sticking up for her would surely bring trouble, and she might even risk getting fired. Oh? Fang Yuan chuckled coldly, snatched the glass cup from the front desk, and smashed it onto the floor. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The glass cup instantly shattered into a pile of shards. So tell me, how much should I pay for this broken glass? Fang Yuan sneered. He hadn't intervened because the girl was pretty, he simply despised this kind of exploitative, heartless hotel. Gung Li's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Kid, you've got some nerve picking a fight here. You know this is the Golden Pearl Hotel, right? So what? You're asking for trouble. These glasses cost $100 each. You're paying up today, whether you like it or not. Gung Li bellowed, and a dozen burly men with menacing expressions emerged from the hotel's shadows. You call this a ripoff? You're right it is. Fang Yuan showed no trace of fear. Who the hell do you think you are? Get your hotel manager out here to see me. Alright, kid, you've got guts. Seeing Fang Yuan show none of the fear typical of ordinary people, Gung Li suspected he might have some connections. For a moment, he dared not act rashly. Instead, he pulled out his phone and called his superior, the hotel manager. Soon, a tall, thin man arrived at the scene. After clarifying the situation, he first eyed Fang Yuan up and down. Finding no match for any figures in his mental database, his initially hesitant expression instantly turned haughty. Kid, you're not from Shenzhen, are you? You know the Jinbalai Hotel is owned by our fifth brother? Go ask around who in Shenzhen dares not give our fifth brother face? Alright then. Each glass costs 1,000 yuan. Since you're an outsider, just pay up quietly and we'll call it even. 1,000 yuan? Fang Yuan nearly laughed. Just moments ago, they'd quoted 100 yuan per glass, now they jacked it up tenfold. This wasn't just seeing him as an outsider, they saw him as a sitting duck. What if I refuse to pay? You won't. Hearing Fang Yuan's response, the hotel manager burst into laughter. Young man, boldness isn't a bad thing, but you should know your place. Fine, I'll waive the 1,000 yuan charge. Make it 2,000. In the blink of an eye, the manager doubled the price again. If you can't come up with the money today, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here for a while. At this point, his words bordered on outright threat. No, manager, this is all my fault. If you need to deduct money, take it from my account. The girl who had stood silently by couldn't hold back any longer. As she spoke, she kept signaling Fang Yuan with her eyes not to make a big deal out of this. Having worked in the hotel for years, no one knew better than her the immense power and connections behind the Golden Pearl Hotel. This kind-hearted young man before her seemed fresh out of school, likely untouched by such realities. Light existed in this world, yet darkness still lingered in its shadows. She didn't want her actions to drag down this youth who still held a shred of goodwill toward the world. But the next second, Gung Li, who had just claimed some connection to the girl's father, swung his arm and delivered a hard slap. Smack! The girl clutched her stinging cheek, tears welling in her eyes. Damn it, who the hell do you think you are? Gung Li cursed angrily, then turned to the hotel manager with a fawning smile. Manager, this girl doesn't know any better. Please don't hold it against her. I'll have her packed up and out of here in no time. He then glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. Kid, she broke one, you broke one. That's 2,000 yuan for 2 glasses. If you can't pay up, you're not leaving tonight. The hotel manager sneered coldly, seemingly condoning Geng Li's actions. This wasn't just pure greed, it bordered on extortion. Fang Yuan was ready to teach them a lesson with his fists. But suddenly, inspiration struck. Origin Tech was still in its infancy, lacking precisely the fame and recognition it needed. This incident could be leveraged to make a name for themselves. He never hesitated to borrow official authority to bolster his own standing. At the very least, the bigwigs in the capital won't blame him. Fine, 2,000, right? Before the growing crowd of burly men, Fang Yuan suddenly seemed to back down. He pulled 2,000 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the front desk. Heh, if you'd been this reasonable earlier, it would have been great. You arrogant little punk just won't learn until you see the coffin. You never cry until you see the coffin. Right, I'll definitely be more careful in the future. The beaten girl watched with a heartbreaking expression. She thought she found someone who'd stand up for her, only to discover he was a coward after all. Fang Yuan gave an awkward smile, paid the fine, and was let go. Stepping outside the hotel, he immediately dialed the provincial military district. Chapter 135, Smash it for me. Hello, this is Fang Yuan. Right. Contact the troops near Shenzhen's Jinbalai Hotel immediately. Have them send a company over. Remember, make sure they bring their weapons. Upon receiving the call from Major General Fang, who had recently gained notoriety within the military district, the operator at the Nanyun Provincial Military District took no chances. They promptly routed the call through internal military lines to the units near Shenzhen. That morning, soldiers from a certain army brigade were training on the drill field. The brigade commander suddenly hurried over to Company 1. Commander! Spotting the commander, Company 1's captain rushed forward to salute and greet him. Machem, notify everyone in Company 1 to assemble immediately. Proceed to the ammunition depot to collect equipment. There's an urgent combat mission. Yes, sir. Within less than 2 minutes, over 100 soldiers began organizing their departure in an orderly fashion. Bayonets were fixed onto the gleaming rifles as they were distributed to the soldiers. Roar, roar, roar. The rumble of truck engines echoed through the camp. Hurry up, get on the vehicles. First platoon, board first. All personnel, check your equipment. After inspecting his own pistol and ammunition, the brigade commander was the first to take his seat in the lead command jeep. Confirming everything was ready, he bellowed through the vehicle's intercom, move out. Destination, Jinbalai Hotel. Zhenghua Group. In Rin Fei's office, a man in his early 50s stood before him. His face wore a look of deference and flattery as he spoke. That's the situation, Chairman Rin. Considering your group's hosting duties, the Spring Breeze restaurant alone can't manage it all. Might you consider our Golden Pearl? Ren Fei sat in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk. He seemed to be weighing whether partnering with Golden Pearl was truly necessary. Judging by its facilities, Golden Pearl was actually a decent hotel. Before him stood Ma Wu, nicknamed Brother Wu. His connections and influence in Shenzhen were considerable, though they paled in comparison to the tech behemoth that was Zhenghua Group. Ma Wu was ambitious, and Ren Fei understood his motives well. Essentially, he wanted to leverage hotel hospitality to establish connections with Zhenghua Group while expanding his own network. Frankly, the expenses involved in hospitality meant little to a financially robust conglomerate. But since Ma Wu had been introduced by a Shenzhen official, Ren Fei couldn't outright refuse. As he weighed the pros and cons, Ma Wu's phone suddenly rang. Damn it, who's calling me at a time like this? Ma Wu offered Ren Fei an apologetic smile, his tone submissive, anxious not to offend him. He pulled out his phone and hit the end call button. He'd paid a hefty price to secure this face-to-face meeting with Ren Fei. But if he could land the special hospitality contract with Zhenghua Group, all that would be worth it. Mr. Ren, you. Just as Ma Wu was about to speak, the phone rang again. His expression instantly darkened. Glancing at the caller ID, his hotel manager Ma Wu didn't hesitate to hang up. Damn it, calling me all day about trivial nonsense. I'll fire you the moment I get back. Ma Wu cursed inwardly before switching his phone to airplane mode. My apologies, Mr. Ren. My staff lacks discretion. Let's continue our discussion. Ren Fei chuckled. Truthfully, he felt slightly displeased. Judging by Ma Wu's earlier conduct, his approach seemed far from what Ren considered an ideal candidate. In that case, why not take a tour? The reception arrangements involve extensive logistics. I need to personally assess your hotel's facilities. Though he already mentally dismissed Ma Wu, he felt obliged to save face for the person behind him. To demonstrate his respect for that person and simultaneously shut Ma Wu up, Ren Fei deliberately suggested visiting the Jinbalai Hotel in person. Certainly. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Ren. I'll have it arranged immediately. No need. Advance notice would only obscure the truth. Seeing Ren Fei's insistence, Ma Wu could only nod respectfully with a polite smile. After leaving Zhenghua Group, Ma Wu finally suppressed his smile and switched his phone back to normal mode. Within seconds, there were over a dozen missed calls and dozens of text messages. Summarized in one sentence, the hotel was in major trouble. Ma Wu snapped, "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Outside the Xinghai Hotel, a dense crowd of onlookers strained their necks over the long police tape trying to peer inside. 5 large trucks with red license plates were parked in front of the hotel entrance. A dozen armed soldiers maintained order. A colonel with 2 bars and 3 stars stepped out of a vehicle, scanning the area. He quickly spotted Fang Yuan. Had the Nanyun Provincial Military Command not sent him a photo of Fang Yuan to confirm his identity, he wouldn't have believed Xia Nation could produce such a young major general. Reporting, Commander. Zhang Debao, commander of the Red Wolf Special Warfare Brigade, Garrison Forces of Shenzhen City, reporting for duty. Your orders, sir. Fang Yuan nodded, pointing at the Golden Pearl Hotel before him. Smash this damn place to pieces. Commander, what exactly do you mean? Dispatching troops to demolish a hotel? What kind of operation was this? But a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Zhang Debao hesitated only briefly before bellowing, "Yes, sir." He had heard rumors about this Golden Pearl Hotel. It was said to be run by a man named Ma Wu, who wielded some influence within Shenzhen. From the gossip he'd picked up, though, this guy was definitely no good. With a major general backing him, Zhang Debao wasn't worried about any trouble arising later. Zhang Manhwa. Present. Go. Have your men smash this shady establishment. Yes, sir. At the command, over 100 soldiers, rifles raised, marched toward the hotel. Whatever they encountered along the way got smashed with rifle butts. The hotel's luxurious glass doors were the first to fall. Crash. The sharp shatter of glass sounded like a charge horn. Next came the interior decorations. Fang Yuan stood with hands behind his back, calmly observing the cowering staff of the Xinghai Hotel. Gung Li and the hotel manager, once so arrogant, now cowered like turtles hiding their heads. They never imagined that simply fleecing a young out-of-towner would bring such catastrophic trouble upon the hotel. It's over. When the boss returns, he'll skin me alive. The hotel manager's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. His face was etched with terror as he stared at the phone that still wouldn't connect. Chapter 136, Big Trouble. When Ma Wu returned to the Xinghai Hotel, he saw a large crowd gathered in front of the entrance. Without pausing to speak to Renfei behind him, he pushed open the car door and pushed his way through the crowd. "Get out of the way!" Ma Wu roared, his face twisted in fury. The onlookers pushed aside were about to retort, but upon recognizing the figure, they swallowed their words. "What's going on?" Ma Wu's face was icy as he turned to the cowering hotel manager. Seeing his boss appear, the manager looked like he'd found a lifeline. "Boss." He stumbled over, his face a mask of despair. "I don't know. That kid just showed up with these people and started smashing our hotel without a word." His expression darkened instantly when he spotted the brigade commander standing nearby. 2 bars and 3 stars a colonel. Having built his empire from scratch, Ma Wu remained cautious in his dealings to this day. Even with considerable backing behind him, he avoided antagonizing sensitive groups whenever possible. Let alone getting entangled with the military. What the hell happened? Ma Wu knew his underlings' temperaments well. He pressed again, "Spill the truth now, or don't blame Brother Wu for being ruthless later." Under Ma Wu's eagle-like glare, the hotel manager swallowed hard. He then turned to Gung Li, who stood frozen nearby, and barked, "You bastard. This is all your ing fault. Get over here and explain yourself to Brother Wu." "Be boss." Faced with Ma Wu's murderous expression, Gung Li dropped to his knees with a thud. He then recounted the moment when Fang Yuan checked into the hotel. "I swear I had no idea this kid had army connections. Boss, please spare me." "Spare? Spare my ass." Ma Wu delivered a vicious slap across Gung Li's face. The blow sent stars dancing before his eyes and knocked out several teeth. The blow sent stars dancing before his eyes and knocked several teeth loose. "I'll deal with you later." After glaring furiously at the trembling Gung Li, Ma Wu strode straight toward the brigade commander. Clearly, he had misinterpreted the hotel manager's words, mistakenly believing the issue involved the highest-ranking officer present. "Halt!" Before he could get close, 2 soldiers blocked his path. Ma Wu smiled faintly. "Commander, I'm Ma Wu. If I've done anything wrong earlier, please forgive me. This hotel isn't worth much. If you still need to vent, feel free to burn it down." The brigade commander glanced at him, then silently turned back to survey the hotel, now smashed to pieces. A flash of hatred crossed Ma Wu's face. He was, after all, a prominent figure in Shenzhen. How dare a mere colonel show him no respect whatsoever? He took a deep breath, turned away, and walked to the side. He pulled out his phone and called a powerful figure he knew. Half an hour later, 10 police cars, sirens blaring, screeched to a halt outside the Xinghai Hotel. Leading the force was Lu Wei, deputy director of Shenzhen's Public Security Bureau, 2 ranks higher than the brigade commander on average. "What the hell is going on here? Who gave you the authority to do this?" Lu Wei bellowed sternly the moment he arrived on the scene. But the next second, a bright red ID card was thrust right in his face. Fang Yuan said coldly, "Stand over there." Major. Major General? Lu Wei shuddered and immediately saluted Fang Yuan with military precision. "Good day, Commander. Didn't you hear me? Stand over there and watch." "Yes, sir." Ma Wu was stunned to see his own reinforcements instantly kowtow. He desperately tried to signal Lu Wei with his eyes, but was completely ignored. Little did he know Lu Wei was already cursing him under his breath. Had he known such a big shot was here, he wouldn't have dared to wade into this mess even if he were a fool. Damn you. I'm barely keeping my own head above water. Fortunately, he had the sense to act. He jotted down Fang Yuan's name and immediately contacted his superiors. What's this? A major general named Fang Yuan? In his 20s? Are you blind? Upon receiving Lu Wei's message, the top brass at Shenzhen Police Headquarters reacted with shock and confusion before urgently calling their contacts at the local military district. As one of Xi'an Nation's 5 major metropolises, the military district under Shenzhen's jurisdiction naturally held significantly higher status. The moment the Dong Province military district leaders heard Fang Yuan's name, memories of 2 emergency meetings in the capital flashed through their minds. This Major General Fang was personally named by the top brass in the capital. He's untouchable. That single sentence instantly silenced the inquirer. As the unanswered call tones rang out one after another, cold sweat beaded on Ma Wu's forehead. Even he knew he'd definitely crossed some heavyweight this time. Damn it, how could it be just a colonel? But the incident wasn't over yet. As the soldiers smashed their way up to the 3rd floor and beyond, the hotel room doors they forced open revealed scenes of utter debauchery. Simultaneously, on the hotel's top floor, a lavishly appointed mega casino operated, with chips piled on the tables nearing 100 million yuan. Dozens of hotel security guards stared at the soldiers' gleaming black weapons, frozen in silence. They could only watch helplessly as the company commander kicked open the main door. Interesting. After hearing the report, Fang Yuan chuckled. Who would have thought this botched raid would accidentally uncover such a big fish in illegal activities? What are you standing around for? Get in there and arrest them. He barked at the flustered Lu Wei. Arrest them? Arrest who? I'd like to see who dares. A white-haired elder, leaning on a cane, slowly made his entrance. Supported by 2 black-clad bodyguards, he stepped forward. Uncle Li, you're finally here. Ma Wu rushed over excitedly upon seeing the arrival. You're good for nothing but causing trouble. The old man pointed an accusing finger at Ma Wu's face, hurling insults. Yet this usually imposing 5th brother lacked even the courage to retort. For the man before them was none other than Li Guobin, the head of Tiantai Real Estate Group. Tiantai Real Estate Group held a near monopoly over nearly 1/3 of the mid to low-end real estate market in Dong Province. To put it bluntly, he could make the entire province tremble with a single stomp of his foot. Even the provincial government officials routinely gave him considerable deference. Young man, Ma Wu is the son of an old friend of mine. You've already wrecked the hotel. Why not both back down a bit and save me some face? Let's just call it even. What do you say? Despite his advanced age, Li Guobin's long tenure in high positions still commanded respect. He stared intently at Fang Yuan, speaking slowly and deliberately, attempting to intimidate the young man before him. But Fang Yuan wasn't about to fall for that. He snatched Lu Wei's pistol, flicked the safety off, and pointed it squarely at Li Guobin. Ma Wu was involved in illegal activities. There's solid evidence he runs a gambling den. And you old fox, think you can get him off the hook? You might even be implicated. Everyone's under arrest. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Before Li Guobin could finish, a soldier rushed forward and pressed a gun against his chest. 1 hour later, over 500 additional soldiers arrived at the scene, escorting Li Guobin, Ma Wu, and the group arrested at the hotel back to the military camp. Lu Wei could only raise his hand in a bitter salute, watching Fang Yuan drive away. It's over. This time, it's really bad. Chapter 137, Investigation. This is absurd. Utterly absurd. Tiantai Real Estate Group is the economic pillar of our Dong province. What authority does a mere major general have to do this? Upon learning that even the head of Tiantai Real Estate had been swept up in Fang Yuan's sweeping operation, the previously silent provincial officials could no longer remain silent. That old fool Li Guobin is truly foolish. No matter how deep the friendship, it wasn't worth him jumping into the fire with him. The provincial leader frowned and said, Ma Wu has actually been on our Eastern Province Police Department's radar for years. We just hadn't closed the net yet because we wanted to follow the trail and find the corrupt officials collaborating with him. Now, Fang Yuan's actions have completely disrupted our plans. Getting revenge like this is simply not worth the cost. But now that things have happened, if our Eastern Province officials don't make a move, rumors might spread and cause a lot of malicious public opinion. Listening to the others voice their opinions, the provincial chief finally made a decision. Regardless, we must first secure Li Guobin's release. Additionally, report this incident to the capital immediately. Fang Yuan's brazen actions, fueled by his privileged status, would inevitably draw punishment from higher-ups. Once the disciplinary outcome was finalized, they could then inform the Li family, providing some closure. Within the Shenzhen garrison compound. After instructing his men to secure Li Guobin and the others they'd brought back, Fang Yuan declined the brigade commander's offer to accompany him. Carrying a woven bag, he began wandering the compound alone. He was now just a dozen or so pieces of junk short of completing the hidden quest for 1,400 points. No matter when. Scavenging junk to bolster his reserves was the ultimate strategy. As for the China group matter, after this incident, Fang Yuan had already entrusted Lu Buwei to handle the cooperation negotiations. He'd simply step out to make an appearance at the press conference, landing a big fish right after arriving in Shenzhen and arresting the head of Tiantai Real Estate Group at that. These two events alone were enough to make his name known far and wide. After wandering around for a while, he found that the military camp area was practically devoid of junk. With no other options, Fang Yuan decided to explore the surrounding areas. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one wine bottle. Earned plus 300 gold. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one filthy comb. Earned plus 100 gold. Money really is easier to earn outside. Getting results right after stepping out made him mutter in relief. He kept scavenging along the way. Soon, the system's junk count hit 1399 items. One last piece, Buddha bless me, please. Fang Yuan tossed a rusty key into his woven bag and a delightful sound instantly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recycling 1,400 pieces of junk. Triggered a hidden system quest. Reward, super futuristic tech, venomous wasp. This product was developed by Origin Technology Company, limited in 3303 and is a military-grade special-purpose transformable robot. Holy crap! Fang Yuan froze, stunned to have actually obtained a product from Origin Technology Company, Limited. Though he wasn't certain if the Origin Tech referenced in the system reward was the same company he just founded, it was highly probable. If this is real, doesn't that mean this company I casually established will last at least 1,000 years? Such an immense time span was beyond the reach of any ordinary enterprise. To survive over a millennium? Even a pig could become a spirit by then. Let alone a corporate entity. Fang Yuan eagerly examined the Venom Bee specs. What he discovered stunned even him. This 1,000-year-old transformable robot wasn't just equipped with a superchip called the Spark to control its morphing capabilities. Its intelligence far surpassed ordinary humans, and it carried a suite of high-tech offensive gear. Most astonishingly, the drone form of the Venom Bee far surpassed the Progress fighter he'd previously acquired. This tiny thing can fly faster than a fighter jet? Fang Yuan couldn't help but doubt it. Yet, he dared not speculate how much human technology might have advanced over 1,000 years. Should he hand this over to the state, or keep it for research back at Origin? But then he remembered Origin was just a newly established company with a hodgepodge of equipment that hadn't been fully optimized yet. Sigh. My resolve has been slipping badly lately. Isn't strengthening the nation just about strengthening myself? Before he could even pull out his phone, a call came in from the commander of the Nanyun Provincial Military District. My dear Major General Fang, what exactly are you up to? Just during this morning's meeting alone, I got over a dozen calls from the Eastern Military District. Fang Yuan chuckled. He knew it was definitely because of the Li Guobin incident the other side was starting to exert pressure now. Don't worry, Commander. I've got this under control. Alright, I've got things to attend to here. I'll bring you some local specialties when I get back. Seeing the military district chief on the other end about to explode, Fang Yuan quickly hung up. Who knew these guys could stir up such a fuss? They've even gone to the boss. But clearly, the other side had misjudged this self-made major general. They thought leveraging military district connections would make him hesitate. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, Fang Yuan received countless visitation requests. Almost all were from prominent figures in East Province. Unfortunately, every single one was turned away at his door. Because Fang Yuan refused to play by the usual rules. Instead, while Li Guobin was detained, he had someone bring a tape recorder into Li's cell. They captured every word of Li's irrational curses and threats against him. Finally, state security personally intervened and arrested Li. This deterred the police from attempting a rescue, and most official figures in Dongsheng province shied away from the hot potato, refusing to intervene. Ultimately, it took a major general from the Dongsheng military region personally stepping in, offering every conceivable concession to secure his release. Many expected Li Guobin to make a grand move upon his return, at the very least venting the grievances he had endured. But Tiantai Real Estate Group remained rock solid, not uttering a single word throughout the entire ordeal. Because on the very second day of his detention, Fang Yuan proactively surrendered the poisonous bee. Meanwhile, the third-ranked big shot from the capital personally arrived in Shenzhen. First, to resolve the demands Fang Yuan had previously raised on his behalf. Second, to subtly signal the silent backing of the big shots behind him. As the leading figure in a province's real estate sector, Li Guobin was no pushover. It was obvious that numerous bigwigs in the capital stood behind Fang Yuan. If he kept charging headlong into danger, he might as well give up on life. After news came from Lu Buwei that the cooperation agreement with Xinghai Group had been confirmed, Fang Yuan finally set off to return to Linchuan City. The very next day, the Linchuan City Security Bureau launched a massive investigation operation. The focus was on compiling and reviewing personnel information from foreign enterprises, individuals with frequent international travel, and key government units. Particular attention was given to all interpersonal connections radiating out from Fang Yuan as the central figure, placing them under intensive surveillance. The sheer scale of the security crackdown initiated solely to protect one individual left many informed observers genuinely stunned. Chapter 138, Old Su's Concerns. With this warning shot fired by the capital, coupled with the earlier mysterious disappearances of Justin and others, many organizations and individuals harboring suspicions about Fang Yuan began to hesitate. At the very least, they dared not take any further action in the short term. Taking advantage of this lull, Long Yi also found a suitable location for building the house. Following Fang Yuan's specifications, the final choice fell on a village on the outskirts of Linchuan City, not far from the urban center. Upon learning that a major investor intended to build here, and that the required land area was substantial, Su Zhuanghua, the village party secretary, immediately grew excited. Having served as the village party secretary his entire life, he watched as others left for work elsewhere and built brick and concrete houses. Only his own home remained a thatched cottage. To say he harbored no envy would be untrue. Alas, his two sons proved disappointing. The eldest, Su Bin, idled away his days either carousing with his rowdy friends or en route to their next revelry. The younger son had suffered brain damage from a high fever in childhood, leaving his mental capacity stuck at a 7-year-old's level over a decade later. Just caring for these two sons drained him completely, let alone going out to earn money for building a grand house. Coincidentally, the land the big boss needed to requisition this time belonged to the village's communal land. If he could secure it early, the compensation would easily exceed 7 figures. But what mattered most to old Su in life was reputation, a value deeply ingrained in the Su family tradition. Over 20 years ago, on his deathbed, his father had urged him to do tangible good for the villagers, stressing above all not to seek personal gain but to prioritize the collective welfare. Yet when this astronomical sum was placed before him, the mere thought of it made him pace restlessly in the courtyard. On one side were his late father's teachings, on the other, tangible profit. When these two principles clashed, old Su's moral ground began to crumble. "Dad, could we really get that much money?" Su Bin couldn't help but swallow hard as he asked. "Damn, if our family had that much money, we could eat meat and drink every day. Drink, drink, drink. All you ever think about is booze. When will you ever grow some backbone?" Old Su glared at his son, frustrated beyond words. But the thought of having money. Not only could he find himself a young, pretty wife, but he could also take care of his two sons' marriages at the same time. He could provide financial security for his dim-witted younger son in his old age. The thought stirred a restless desire within him. Damn it all to hell. People die for wealth, birds die for food. What good is being honest all your life? In the end, you just watch others get more comfortable while you're left behind. Lighting a cigarette and taking a few deep puffs, old Su finally made up his mind. He grabbed the family savings book and strode out the door without looking back. "Dad, you better not screw this up," his eldest son, Su Bin, yelled as he was leaving. The remark nearly made old Su spit blood in his rage. "Shut your damn mouth. If you make this known to the whole village, I'll skin you alive." "Fine, I won't say a word." "Why the hell are you yelling at me?" Embarrassed, the eldest son muttered back under his breath. Just then, a man with a silly grin on his face emerged from the house, holding a bowl of boiled pork. "Hee, big brother, eat some meat." Su Bin, still in a foul mood from his father's scolding, rolled his eyes. "Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating, you pig." Su Erlang, the second son, didn't seem bothered by the rebuke. He kept grinning as he grabbed chunks of pork from the bowl and stuffed them into his mouth. While eating, he asked, "Big brother, Dad said we can't finish all the pork from the slaughtered pig. Why didn't he just slaughter half the pig, or kill only as much as we need?" Listen to this question. Su Bin slapped his younger brother hard on the back of the head, then wrapped an arm around his shoulders and grinned. "It's just pork. Once Dad gets things sorted, I'll treat you to it every day. But deal, if you want meat after Dad's gone, you hand your money over to Big Brother for safekeeping. Got it?" Give the money to Big Brother and I'll get meat." "Ah, that's the spirit." Meanwhile, after distributing the cigarettes, liquor, and empty tea boxes he'd brought, old Su finally rushed back from town. Along the way, he'd bought several delicacies he'd usually never splurge on. In his hand, he carried a bottle of Maopu Baijiu worth over 100 yuan. "Holy crap, Dad, did it work out?" Though old Su's face showed no sign of joy, the scene made it clear the matter was settled. He shot his eldest son a stern look. Placing the dishes on the table and pouring himself a glass of baijiu, old Su spoke slowly. Starting tomorrow, you and your brother will take your host to that plotted dawn. Turn over every inch of soil. If anyone asks, say we're preparing to plant fruit trees there. Got it? Sure thing, Dad. You can count on me to keep this under wraps. Watching his grinning eldest son, old Su sighed silently. After spending several days in Linchuan City accompanying Jian Yunshui, Fang Yuan finally called Long Yi, intending to visit the site chosen for their custom-built villa. The selected location wasn't far from the city center. By car, it took only about half an hour. Thanks to Xia Nation's well-developed infrastructure, the journey was smooth. Soon, the two pulled up near a village called Xinghai. Standing on the flat, elevated ground, they gazed out at the distant landscape, a sea of lush greenery stretching as far as the eye could see. At dusk, one could watch the sun sink behind the mountains and forests. The scenery itself was undeniably beautiful. Boss, this location meets most of your requirements. The total area is around 3,000 square meters, and the terrain here is the highest in the vicinity, making it ideal for surveying the surroundings. That big? Fang Yuan was taken aback. He'd only instructed Long Yi to find a larger site with open views. He hadn't expected his bodyguard captain to be so thorough. But securing such a large plot would likely exceed his 50 million yuan budget. And with Origin Tech needing further funding for development, things suddenly looked complicated. Perhaps sensing Fang Yuan's inner thoughts, Long Yi quickly added, I've already discussed it with the local manager. Acquiring the land rights will only cost 13 million. That cheap? Fang Yuan hadn't anticipated such a low price. If this were in the city center, it likely wouldn't even cover half the cost. But as long as the matter could be settled, he didn't care about the specifics. The thought of soon establishing his own new home stirred a flicker of excitement within Fang Yuan. After all, the Xinghai villa he'd previously occupied was essentially a reward from the system father. The land rights weren't in his possession either. He'd have to pack up and leave after 70 years. This place was different. No matter how long it stood, no one could take it away without his consent. Besides, witnessing his house rise from the ground to completion would bring a unique sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, when old Su received the call, learning the big boss had personally come to inspect the land and was ready to sign the contract, he hurriedly had his eldest son, Su Bin, scrub the entire house inside and out. He specially caught a free-range chicken they'd raised for years and went to town to buy a large haul of seafood. After preparing a bottle of Mao Tai he'd set aside long ago, father and son stood respectfully outside, anxious not to miss the moment the big boss arrived so they could greet him immediately. Chapter 139, Ridiculous. Before long, the villagers of Xinghua village noticed the peculiar behavior of old Su and his son. Hey, old Su, what's this all about with you and your son? Why are you dressed so smartly? Put on your New Year clothes early? A fashionably dressed young man with car keys dangling from his waist laughed heartily. Su Hong, what the hell are you talking about? By seniority and age, my dad is your uncle. Who the hell are you calling old Su? Seeing his father mocked, Su Bin immediately bristled with anger, ready to roll up his sleeves and fight. But old Su quickly stopped him. Oomph, no big deal. It's just a name, call him whatever you like. Su Hong snorted coldly. Who'd have thought the village chief's son would be so hot-headed, always ready to throw punches? But do you really think we're still living in the days of communal meals? Try touching me, and I'll bleed you dry. Won't you even have pants to wear? Put. You're just a broke bully. You talk about lifting the village out of poverty, but you're as poor as a church mouse. My advice? Step down now and hand over that village chief position to me. Damn it! Su Bin cursed, only to be slapped across the face by old Su the very next second. Clutching his stinging cheek, he stared in disbelief. Dad, why'd you hit me? That little punk's got the nerve to ride rushot over you. To his shock, old Su glared back. What's all this yelling? Think it's not embarrassing enough? Get back inside. Frustrated at failing to stand up for himself and getting scolded by his own father, Su Bin turned and stormed back into the house. Hee, Uncle Su, I was just messing with you earlier. Don't take it to heart. Honestly, the village secretary position needs someone with a magnanimous heart like yours to fill it. I'm not that magnanimous. I'm only fit to earn 10 or 20,000 a month to get by. I can't compare to your grand vision. Su Hong said with a smile, though inside he was overjoyed. Years ago, their two families had clashed over various matters. Since old Su was the village party secretary, the villagers often took sides. Now that the Su family had fallen on hard times, he couldn't wait to come over and kick them while they were down every single day. Man, living without money is worse than death. After Su Hong casually tossed out that line and turned away, feeling triumphant, old Su stood alone outside his door, looking rather forlorn. Many villagers who had gathered to watch the commotion earlier now whispered and pointed from a distance. Words like step aside and useless could be faintly heard. It was true that during his years as village chief, he had done quite a few things for the village. But those were all trivial matters. Outside, cities were booming, even the neighboring village was developing tourism, yet Xinghua village remained stagnant. Most people blamed old Su, the village chief, for his lack of capability. Over time, the goodwill he'd built up had been completely eroded. Old Su silently lit a cigarette, his expression shifting. It seemed as if he were reflecting on his decades of life, yet there was also a hint of resignation. After a long while, he sighed deeply and said, "Yeah, living without money or ability, isn't that worse than death?" As dusk fell and villagers returned home, two blinding white lights suddenly illuminated the concrete path in front of old Su's house. Though the glare made tears well in his eyes, he forced himself to keep them open. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. After flicking his cigarette butt to the ground and stomping it out, old Su murmured with a chuckle, "Starting today, I'm no longer old Su, I'm Mr. Su." For Fang Yuan, whether it was old Su or Mr. Su, as long as the land was secured, everything else could be worked out. After contacting manager Tiao, the designers from Xinghai Villa arrived the very next day. After visually assessing the size of the villa Fang Yuan intended to build, the designers couldn't help but express their admiration. But considering how young he was, and that the CEO of the prestigious Xinghai Group had personally rushed over to offer favors, it didn't seem so surprising that he possessed such capability. Sigh. Looks like I need to step up my game. The road to financial freedom is still long. Gazing at the vast expanse of land, Fang Yuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Had it not been for the Qingchuan province earthquake disaster, he'd likely still be lounging in Xinghai Villa, enjoying the good life. After wrapping up matters in Xinghua village, before he could catch his breath and plan for a relaxing massage from the lovely Jiang that evening, he received a call from Linsuan City Prison, informing him of the visiting hours and location during the Spring Festival. Prison visits. Had it not been for this reminder, he'd nearly forgotten that Fang Weigua, Su Linghua, and the others were still inside, eating state-provided meals and stomping on sewing machines. As a relative, he did indeed have the right to visit. As for whether he would go, Fang Yuan currently had no such plans. After all, what had happened back then was utterly absurd. It was practically fodder for a melodramatic family soap opera. Well, what's done is done. Let's just eat first. Back in the city center, Fang Yuan contacted Fatty and invited Rin Shanshan, Zhang He, and others to join them for a gathering. Interestingly, even Lin Gaojie, that big shot painter, tagged along. At the table, Lin Gaojie kept thanking Fang Yuan profusely. "Mr. Fang, I'm a simple man who doesn't know much about etiquette. Here, I'll down this glass, you take your time." With that, he downed a full glass of liquor in one gulp. The entire table watched in stunned silence. Especially Jiang he never would have imagined his friend could transform so completely. "Ahem, brother Lin, you're joking. You're the most artistically gifted among us here. If we're talking about being rough, I'd say Fatso and I are the most down-to-earth." Fang Yuan chuckled and offered a refill, inwardly puzzled by the painter's sudden change. Had something triggered him? He recalled their first meeting. Lin Gaojie had been the epitome of a refined intellectual. Yet now, after such a short time, he seemed like a different person entirely. Even his speech had grown considerably smoother. "Oh, no need for formalities. If Mr. Fang doesn't mind, just call me Little Lin." Fang Yuan smiled faintly. He was quite satisfied with the mural Lin Gaojie had painted for him at the Xinghai Villa. Too bad it sold so quickly he never got to properly appreciate it. Brother Lin, you're too polite. Actually, I just built a villa out in the suburbs. I might need your help with something soon. Price-wise, we're friends, I won't shortchange you." Hearing this, Lin Gaojie hurriedly refilled his glass. He downed 3 shots in a row before finally stopping. After the dinner gathering ended, when Jiang He helped the already dizzy Lin Gaojie outside to the trash bin to unload, he finally couldn't help but ask why he had to drink so much. Lin Gaojie, clutching the trash bin and gagging, laughed loudly and said, "Jiang He, you know what? I always thought that as long as I stuck to my beliefs, I could become the person I aspired to be. But after running in that election last time, I suddenly realized. Turns out art can be bought too. 1 million. Someone just spent $1 million and bought everything I've ever stood for. Isn't that ridiculous?" All the philosophical thoughts Jiang he had prepared vanished instantly. "But I don't give a damn about that bull art. All I want to do right now is make money." Lin Gaojie roared to the heavens, as if venting all his bitterness and resentment. Standing outside the private room balcony, watching the scene below unfold, Fang Yuan suddenly sighed, murmuring to himself, "Thank God I have the system." Chapter 140, Shattered Eggs. After eating and drinking their fill, Zhang Yunxue dragged Ren Shanshan off to go shopping. Fatso was also dead drunk. After instructing the manager to find a place for him to crash, Fang Yuan headed out alone, carrying a woven bag. With the lingering buzz of alcohol, he watched the streetlights gradually twinkle to life. A strange feeling rippled through his heart. Suddenly, a vibration in his pocket interrupted his thoughts. He pulled out his phone to find a call from Wen Kai, someone he hadn't spoken to in quite some time. The moment he answered, he could clearly hear the rather forceful knocking on the door from the other end. "Have one more drink. Just one more." "Exactly, Kaier. The chance to drink with young Master Wang is something others would beg for. You absolutely mustn't refuse." Sorry, I really had too much tonight. Inside a spacious, luxurious private room. Wearing a black evening gown that revealed her smooth, fragrant shoulders, when Kyer waved her hands repeatedly. But the people beside her kept pushing wine glasses toward her. At the head of the table, a young man with slightly curly hair and an imposing presence raised his glass, his expression playful as he said, "Miss One, I've long admired you. Surely you wouldn't refuse such a small request as sharing a drink?" Wang Tsong licked his lips imperceptibly. He'd seen many women, but never one with such an alluring aura. His interest was particularly piqued upon hearing that even the Ma family father and son had fallen at Wen Kyer's hands. While most in the entertainment industry kept their distance from Wen Kyer, Wang Tsong dared to be so assertive because he had his own confidence. Others might fear Fang Yuan's rank as a major general, but Wang Tsong merely held some caution. After all, the Wang family was also a renowned powerhouse within Xia Nation's entertainment circles. "I'm sorry, young Master Wang, I truly can't drink anymore." Faced with Wen Kyer's repeated refusals, Wang Tsong's expression darkened rapidly. His voice turned icy. "What's this supposed to mean? Could it be that Miss Kyer doesn't wish to grant me this favor?" Under Wang Tsong's piercing, menacing gaze, Wen Kyer couldn't help but shiver. Glancing at the surrounding faces, each wearing a false smile, she suddenly felt an icy chill run through her body. "Then I must thank you for your kindness, young Master Wang." Suppressing the humiliation welling up inside, Wen Kyer raised her glass and downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquor burned her throat, causing her to cough violently several times. "Ha! That's more like it. When you're out having fun, you shouldn't hold back." Seeing the woman choose submission, the ruthless expression on Wang Tsong's face instantly softened. He smiled as he poured another glass for Wen Kyer. "That last glass was my way of wanting to be friends with Miss Kyer. This one depends on whether you're willing to be friends with me." Greed and a desire for conquest flashed in Wang Tsong's eyes. He smirked inwardly. "Just some third-rate actor daring to put on airs in front of me? Just you wait, I'll make sure you regret this." As Wang Tsong offered her another cup, Wen Kyer suddenly stumbled, accidentally knocking the glass to the floor. The moment the glass shattered, Wang Tsong, humiliated and enraged, raised his arm to slap this ungrateful woman hard across the face. But in the next instant, Wen Kyer vomited violently. Staggering toward the restroom while vomiting, Wang Tsong recoiled in disgust the moment he saw the filth, stumbling backward several steps and forgetting all about stopping Wen Kyer. The others rushed forward in a flurry of concern, fearing the mess might touch Wang Tsong. Chaos erupted throughout the private room. After locking the bathroom door from the inside, Wen Kyer could no longer contain the terror on her face. She turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on her face repeatedly to steady herself. Once calmer, she began strategizing how to extricate herself from this predicament. Her mind raced through options. Ultimately, her only hope lay with Fang Yuan. But she was in the capital now. Even if Fang Yuan knew, how could he possibly come to her rescue? Not to mention Wang Tsong's background and influence were staggering. The thought of Fang Yuan getting dragged into this situation was something she dared not contemplate. Before Wen Kyer could dwell on it further, the noise outside the private room suddenly fell silent. A figure approached the bathroom door and knocked softly. "Ha. Miss Kyer, are you ready yet?" Almost. Hearing Wang Tsong's voice, which sounded like that of a demon, Wen Kyer was so nervous she nearly dropped her phone. Without time to think, fear drove her to instinctively dial Fang Yuan's number. "Hello? Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang, please save me." The call ended. After seeing the location and private room number Wen Kyer sent via her phone, Fang Yuan instantly furrowed his brow. He detected unease and fear in her tone. But what could possibly go wrong out of the blue? No time for further thought. Fang Yuan slipped into an unoccupied corner, instantly unfurling his steel wings. He shot through the air toward the coordinates provided by the navigation. Though they hadn't known each other long, they were still friends. During the last earthquake disaster, Wen Kyer had even donated 5 million yuan directly. For that gesture alone, he had to go. Flying at full throttle the entire way. The nearly 5,000-kilometer distance from Linchuan City to the capital took him less than half an hour. Arriving before a nightclub named Red Romance, he confirmed his location was correct. Fang Yuan strode swiftly inside. Upon reaching the private room door Wen Kyer had sent him, he found 4 bodyguards stationed outside. The faint sound of a woman's sobs drifted from within. With his heightened hearing, he instantly recognized it as Wen Kyer's voice. "Sorry, no disturbances inside." The moment Fang Yuan approached the door, 2 piercing gazes locked onto him. "Get lost." An inexplicable surge of rage welled up within him. Before the 4 bodyguards could react, Fang Yuan's fist slammed into the face of the one blocking the doorway. In less than a few breaths, all 4 bodyguards lay knocked unconscious on the floor. Though enraged, Fang Yuan retained enough composure to ensure the force of his blows would keep them incapacitated for weeks. After dealing with the guards blocking the door, he kicked open the heavy, dozens of pounds heavy private room door with a single kick. Bang! The thunderous sound reverberated down the entire corridor. The occupants inside froze instantly. Fang Yuan scanned the room with a cold gaze. There stood Wang Song, shirtless, his hands gripping the frail Wen Kaier tightly against the wall. Her evening gown was now torn to shreds, revealing glimpses of 2 white protective garments beneath. Her once delicate, lovely face bore 2 bright red handprints, one on each cheek. No one needed to guess who had left them. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, Wen Kaier could no longer contain her grief and fear. Tears streamed down her face. ING bastard. Witnessing this scene, rage surged violently within Fang Yuan. He lunged forward, seizing Wang Song's hair with lightning speed and yanking him away. Then, raising his right foot, he unleashed a devastating kick. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room, shattering the last remnants of Xia Nation's eunuch legend. Chapter 141, The Wang Family. Capital City First People's Hospital. Inside a hospital room, a woman wept bitterly, her face pressed against Wang Song's bed. Wah? My son. He was my only son. Wang Tang's expression shifted between anger and despair. He never imagined that in a place like the capital city, someone would dare lay a hand on his son. Cry, cry, cry. If you hadn't spoiled this ungrateful brat so much, how could things have escalated to this point? You heartless woman. Our son is injured like this, and you still have the nerve to blame me? He's my son. If I don't cherish him, who else would? Mark my words, if my son suffers even the slightest harm, this matter will never end. Amidst their heated argument, Wang Song finally opened his eyes slowly from the hospital bed. His first instinct was to look toward his brother. Nothing. He reached down to feel inside, his face instantly turning deathly pale. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Mine, where are my balls?" Seeing the heartbroken woman and the silent old father, he seemed to understand something. Wang Song's face contorted in rage, tears of humiliation streaming from the corners of his eyes. He never could have imagined. He had merely wanted to taste Wen Kaier's charms, yet in doing so, he had lost the joys of manhood. Dad! Wang Tang stared at his son's vacant eyes, his inner rage boiling over. But years of high office had trained him to hide his emotions. Who injured you? Fang Yuan. That Fang Yuan from Linchuan City, Wang Song gritted out. The thought of never touching a woman again filled him with a desire to tear Fang Yuan limb from limb. Him? Wang Tang gave a slight nod. He'd heard of this man. Rumor had it the man possessed remarkable talent in scientific research, having once submitted several extraordinary inventions that earned him favor among influential figures in the capital. Not only had he been promoted to the rank of Major General, but he also held the position of Deputy Director at the Research Institute. Yet neither the rank of Major General nor the title of Deputy Director would save him now. Wang Tang stepped forward and spoke softly, offering comfort. Focus on healing your injuries. Leave this matter to me. MHM. Though his father had been strict with him since childhood, he never broke a promise once made. Fang Yuan, you ruined my manhood. Now I'll make you pay with your life. After his father left the ward with a grim expression, a sinister smile spread across Wang Song's face. South District Airport, Capital City. After crippling Wang Song with a single kick, Fang Yuan escorted Wen Kaier back to her hotel to pack her belongings. Mr. Fang. I'm sorry. If only she hadn't trusted others' words tonight in her eagerness to expand her connections, leading her straight into the lion's den. She wouldn't have dragged Fang Yuan into this conflict with the Wang family. No need for formalities. We're friends, right? And as friends, I couldn't just stand by and watch you get killed. Fang Yuan felt no psychological burden. Even after Wen Kaier had truthfully explained the Wang family's background and influence following the incident. A man who came equipped with a system, a man who was essentially a bug, meant that if the Wang family tried to deal with him, they'd have to be prepared for the backlash at any moment. Besides, he wasn't some pushover to be pushed around. You should lie low for a while. The Wang family can't touch me, but they might get you. Stay safe and call me anytime if you need anything. Okay. Wen Kaier gave Fang Yuan a long, lingering look before sighing inwardly. So, between us, it really was just friendship. Watching the plane slowly climb and vanish into the night sky, Fang Yuan turned and immediately pulled out a woven bag, beginning to scavenge through the airport trash bins. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Ever since I got this system, it's like I've become a walking disaster magnet. Nothing but trouble keeps happening around me. After racking his brain for an answer and finding none, he can only conclude it must be due to his own protagonist aura. After all, a man as charismatic as him was destined to stand out wherever he went. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recycling 1,500 pieces of junk. Triggered a hidden system quest. Reward, first tier mind's eye. This reward originates from the technology of the G17 planetary species, a colony ruled by Origin Tech Corporation. Mind's eye, upon equipping, the host gains extraordinary psychic power. This allows manipulation of objects through sheer will, as this is a tier 1 mind's eye, total manipulable mass cannot exceed 10 tons. When Fang Yuan saw the hidden reward triggered by recycling 1,500 pieces of junk, Fang Yuan was stunned. His own Origin Tech Corporation was so powerful it even had connections to alien colonies? And this so-called mind's eye looked like something straight out of a fantasy world. Holy crap, I've really hit the jackpot this time. Regardless of where this thing came from, since it was a reward from the system father, it was definitely worth it. With this mind's eye, which felt like a cheat code, who needed martial arts masters? Next time someone challenged him, he'd just mentally hurl a 10-ton object at them. Even the Hulk from Marvel would get slapped. Confirm equipment. As Fang Yuan spoke, his normally brown eyes suddenly flashed with strange symbols. It took several seconds for them to return to normal. Huh? Nothing happened? If not for the system's reputation, he'd suspect he'd hallucinated. Let's test it. Fang Yuan's gaze settled on a young woman nearby, swaying as she walked in a short skirt and black stockings. Telekinetic power, activate. The next second, the woman, who'd been blissfully enjoying the breeze, let out a piercing scream. Fang Yuan scanned her quickly several times. He muttered under his breath, "Oh Buddha, what a sin, what a sin." Only after the young lady, exerting too much force, ripped open the zipper she'd just managed to pull up, clutched her skirt, and fled in panic. Did he silently turn and walk away? Now, not only did he possess steel wings and the shape-shifting mask, but he also gained the mind's eye. Unless he was insane enough to go nibbling on a nuclear bomb himself, or unless the state intervened. Otherwise, even if the Wang family dug up his entire lineage of ancestors and threw them at him, it would be nothing more than a mere glance from Fang Yuan. After leaving the hospital, Wang Teng first rushed back to the scene where his son had been involved in the incident to inquire about the situation from the officers handling the case. Upon learning that there were no cameras inside the private room and that the entire case relied solely on witness testimony, a hint of amusement touched Wang Teng's lips. 10 minutes later, every person who had entered the private room that night arrived at the imposing Wang family estate, their expressions laced with reverence. Seated in the main hall's position of authority, Wang Teng fixed his piercing gaze upon the assembled crowd below. Have you all remembered what I said earlier? The 7 or 8 men and women below him immediately nodded vigorously. Last night, young Master Wang invited us friends to sing and chat in the private room. Unexpectedly, that when Kyer tried to curry favor by deliberately approaching young Master Wang. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan burst in and witnessed this, leading to a misunderstanding. We were about to explain for young Master Wang, but Fang Yuan, relying on his status as a major general, not only verbally abused young Master Wang but even resorted to physical violence. That's right. We can all testify to this. Seeing them unanimously reenact the scene, Wang Teng nodded with satisfaction. Of course, this was merely the beginning. The next crucial step would require the old man himself to make a trip to Central South. Fang Yuan, I'll make you wish you were dead. Chapter 142, Journey to Central South. Why can't you just live peacefully? What's the point of always shouting about fighting and killing? Having just hung up the call from Chief Lu, learning that the Wang family had already gone to Central South to lodge a complaint, Fang Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. The Wang family can't take a loss. They actually tried a sneak attack from behind. However, he seemed unaware that in his anger, combined with the force of a martial arts grandmaster, that single kick could easily have shattered a chicken's eggs. But recalling he'd eliminated a public menace, Fang Yuan's fleeting pang of guilt vanished without a trace. Trouble, however, arrived swiftly. The secretary of the top-tier figure in the capital called, stating the Wang family patriarch wished to meet him. Fang Yuan didn't refuse. He hailed a cab and headed straight for the Zhongnan conference room. When the driver heard this ordinary-looking young man say he was going to Zhongnan, he nearly jolted the car into a roadside utility pole. Hey, kid, you kidding me? How do you even get to that place? By car, obviously. Can't walk there. No, I mean this car can't get in there. The driver frowned, convinced he'd picked up a lunatic. This gets us in. Fang Yuan rummaged through the woven bag for a moment before flashing his Major General ID. Major? Major General? The driver rubbed his eyes in disbelief as the situation spiraled into absurdity. He pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "You're ing crazy." A minute later, the taxi sped off. Fang Yuan was left standing alone in the biting wind, utterly flustered. After considerable effort, he finally arrived at the gates of Zhongnan as he'd hoped. A squad of fully armed guards patrolled the entrance. Those selected for this post were all elite soldiers and the cream of the crop within the military. After being stopped by the guards, Fang Yuan produced his credentials. "Good day, Commander." Thanks to the advance notice from the secretary of the capital leader, the journey had proceeded without incident. Soon, within the elegant and antique Zhongnan conference room, Fang Yuan met the capital leader and the venerable Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, though in his 80s, still appeared remarkably vigorous. His piercing tiger-like eyes shone with vitality, and even seated, he commanded an imposing presence. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, the Kyoto boss spoke first. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Wang, a founding hero of Xia Nation and former head of national defense. You should be aware of the general reason for your summons. Since the matter has already occurred, dwelling on it further serves little purpose. Today, I hope you can sit down and negotiate properly, arriving at a solution acceptable to both sides." Old Master Wang scrutinized Fang Yuan from head to toe, his face betraying not a hint of displeasure. I've long heard of Major General Fang's remarkable achievements at such a young age. Seeing you in person today, I must say your presence is truly extraordinary. You flatter me, old Wang. Unable to fathom what this old fox was up to, Fang Yuan decided to play it by ear. After taking a light sip of tea, old Wang sighed. I only learned today about my grandson Wang Tsung's injury. I never imagined this matter would involve Major General Fang as well. Major General Fang is a pillar of our Xia nation, having made immense contributions to the country. Not to mention during the Qingchuan province earthquake disaster, when you tirelessly worked day and night in the affected areas. You personally donated billions just to help the disaster victims overcome their hardships. For this, I, an old man, hold you in the deepest admiration. As he spoke, Old Master Wang suddenly stood up and bowed deeply toward Fang Yuan. Startled, Fang Yuan quickly jumped back. Are you kidding me? This is a founding hero of Xia Nation, the former head of national defense. Even though Old Master Wang is retired now, his network and connections remain vast. If I dared accept this vow, I might face public condemnation the very next day. Not at all, not at all. Please remain seated, Elder Wang. Observing Fang Yuan's reaction, the capital's leader silently nodded in approval. This matter was inherently delicate. On one side stood the grandson of a founding hero, on the other, a rising star of tomorrow. By all logic, he shouldn't show favoritism toward either. Yet the current reality was this. Mr. Wang was growing increasingly elderly, while Fang Yuan was still young. Emotions aside, from his position, the younger party undoubtedly held greater investment value. He might not match the seniority of these Xia Nation elders, but his contributions were tangible and undeniable. Calling him a vital asset to Xia Nation would not be an exaggeration. Seeing Fang Yuan sidestep the confrontation, Old Master Wang did not press further. Instead, he cut straight to the point. Wang Tsung is my grandson. I know his character well. This matter certainly cannot be blamed on Major General Fang. But I, Wang Xianfeng, have devoted my entire youth to this nation. Now, with half my body already buried in the earth, I must still face such things. It is truly. Old Master Wang's expression darkened. When he first arrived, he had been filled with anger. But after the capital chief laid out all the files concerning Fang Yuan on the table for him to review, Old Master Wang instantly realized this trip to Central South was destined to be futile. Forget everything else, the contribution of a single 2 nanometers lithography machine alone was enough to strip the Wang family of any chance of victory. Very well. Today's visit will serve as my apology to Major General Fang. I shall take my leave now. And did already? Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He'd expected Old Master Wang to come demanding accountability, only to find the opposite was true. From start to finish, it seemed he'd been judging a gentleman by his own petty standards. This realization struck Fang Yuan with sudden remorse. Mr. Wang. No need for further discussion, Major General Fang. I'll handle matters upon my return. It's time to shake up the Wang family's traditions. After Old Master Wang departed, the leader of the capital sighed as well. Old Master Wang's character is truly admirable. But since this matter involves his own grandson, it's only natural he might harbor some lingering resentment. Fang Yuan nodded in understanding. No matter how despicable Wang Tsung was, he remained the old man's flesh and blood. If Old Master Wang showed absolutely no reaction, that would be the real oddity. Upon your return, I will order the temporary revocation of your Major General rank and your position at the Research Institute. No way. Fang Yuan's jaw dropped instantly. Losing his deputy director position at the institute was one thing, but his Major General rank was something he'd earned through his own hard work. The thought of no longer being able to maintain his low-key, cool persona when going out made him feel miserable. The Kyoto boss instantly read his thoughts from his expression. Old man Wang may not say it outright, but he'll have to give the Wang family some sort of explanation. Boss, everything else is fine, but can we talk about this Major General status? The Kyoto boss couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Who knew you were such a power-hungry bastard? Don't worry, the Major General title is definitely gone. But I've decided to assign you a new position. A new position? What is it? Seeing Fang Yuan's expectant gaze, the Kyoto boss smiled faintly. You'll find out in due time. Chapter 143, the text message. Upon learning the old man had gone to Central South, not only had he failed to act according to his wishes, but had instead proactively apologized to Fang Yuan. Wang Tang was momentarily stunned. To avenge his son, he had prepared everything meticulously. Now, the old master had suddenly dropped the ball. To say he wasn't furious would be a lie. Dad, what are you doing? Don't forget that Brad is the one who caused our Wang family to lose its heir. But before he could finish, the old master's piercing glare silenced him. You little brat, are you telling me how to do my job? Dad, I didn't mean it like that, but... Shut up. The moment old Master Wang erupted, a fierce aura radiated from him. Wang Teng shuddered, feeling transported back to his childhood when the old man would scold him. I fought alongside the Xia dynasty's founding ancestor across the land, all to secure peaceful lives for our people. The Wang family's prosperity today is owed to the higher powers remembering my service. Don't think I'm unaware of what you've been up to these past years. Father, let me explain. Explain what? Your excuses only prove your guilt. Stunned by the elder's rebuke, Wang Teng fell silent. You're only in your 50s. If you have the ability, have another child. If you don't, then that's the fate of our Wang family. This matter with Songer ends here. That Fang Major General is not someone our Wang family can afford to offend. If you insist on this course, you'll only drag the entire Wang family into the abyss. After saying this, Old Master Wang sighed deeply and rose to return to his room. Wang Teng stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Who else could render even the old patriarch powerless? I refuse to accept this. Wang Teng muttered to himself, yet he could never have imagined. Even the old patriarch, a founding hero of the nation, had personally intervened and still found himself helpless against Fang Yuan. After a long while, his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. Not long after, a confidential document arrived from Central South. It stated that Fang Yuan, for leading the violent destruction of the Jinbalai Hotel, had caused severe negative impacts on society and the military. Consequently, his rank of Major General was revoked and his position as Deputy Director of the Research Institute was stripped. Many who received the document quickly understood. The higher-ups were doing this. Nothing more than appeasing the Wang family. Otherwise, punishment for the hotel incident would have been meted out long ago. Would Wen Ti have taken this long for the announcement to come? When Wang Song, lying in his hospital bed, heard the news from his father, a frenzied, furious roar instantly echoed throughout the ward. Why? Why? For drips and items piled beside the bed were all knocked to the floor. The mere revocation of his military rank and position meant nothing compared to the agony he endured. Such a light punishment from the higher-ups would surely lead to Fang Yuan's reinstatement later. This was merely window dressing, done solely to appease Old Master Wang. Wang Teng stood silently by. He understood the implications perfectly well, but this was the absolute limit of what the old man could achieve. His wife, meanwhile, tried to calm their enraged son while cursing Fang Yuan to hell in a frenzy. That bastard Fang Yuan ruined me so badly, and now the higher-ups treat our Wang family like this? What the hell is this? Wang Song's face twisted in rage. He gasped for breath, ignoring the pain of his stitches tearing open from his violent movements. His eyes locked onto his father. Dad, I don't care. I'll make him pay. If you won't help me, I'll kill myself. Seeing the hesitation on his father's face, Wang Song snarled. Wang Teng's wife rushed over, yanked her husband's collar, and screamed hysterically, "Speak up. Say something. You have all those powerful friends, right? Your father was a founding hero. Why can't you even avenge my son? If anything happens to Tsonger, I'll kill myself too." At that moment, Wang Teng could only muster a bitter smile. Was it that he didn't want to avenge his son? It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he simply couldn't. Even the old man couldn't do anything. What could he possibly use to fight Fang Yuan? The intentions from above were now crystal clear. Even if the old man had pressed on that day, the only one left humiliated would have been himself. Just then, a text message from an overseas number suddenly appeared on his phone. XX, Mr. Wang, interested in a private chat about that Fang Major General? Reading the message, Wang Teng's expression shifted like a stormy sky. Having lived within the red circle since childhood, he knew exactly what this number signified. If this matter were exposed, forget the old man. Even if the top brass in the capital personally intervened, no one could save him. But seeing his son lying in the hospital bed, suffering worse than death, Wang Teng felt as if his heart were being roasted over a fire. After what seemed like an eternity of internal struggle, a ruthless glint flashed across his face. He had only this one son. Not only had he been crippled, but the perpetrator was still walking free. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? Fang Yuan, you forced my hand. Hammond Family Estate, United States. Jack, the family patriarch, wore a grim expression. Just days ago, Justin and others dispatched on a mission to Xia had suddenly gone missing. For personnel on an external assignment, this was clearly not a good sign. Fang Yuan. After slamming the documents onto the table with a sharp thud, a flicker of hesitation crossed Jack's eyes. He knew full well that Xia was no pushover, yet this operation targeting Fang Yuan had been personally ordered by a powerful figure. The Hammond family's steady rise over the years owed much to the backing of such influential figures. Thus, he had no room to refuse. Despite the Hammond family's imposing public image, everyone knew they were essentially a lapdog for the US government. Jack cursed, venting his pent-up rage. A moment later, a knock sounded at his door. A Hammond family member entered, holding a document. "Chief, take a look at this." Chief Jack took the document. After reading its contents, a smile spread across his face. "Ha! Who would have thought Fang Yuan would be so brazen, daring to target the grandson of one of Xia Nation's founding heroes? This is excellent news. Send someone to make contact with them first. If we can forge a partnership, this might just be our chance. Security in Linchuan was now ironclad, and the large-scale investigation was still ongoing. Continuing the infiltration was nearly impossible. Besides, he hadn't planned to openly confront the Xia government so soon. One misstep, and the Hammond family might become sacrificial pawns. A moment later, when a text message signed the Royal House of Kyoto appeared on his phone, Chief Jack's lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 144, The Joker turns out to be myself. My dream of becoming a general. Watching his military ID get confiscated and destroyed, Fang Yuan felt a sharp pang of frustration. But this was a decision made by the Kyoto boss himself. There was nothing he could do. He could only hope that his new position would prove worthwhile. Otherwise, showing off in public would soon be limited to spending money, no other fun left. No wonder people crave power once they get rich. Being an official really is addictive. After muttering a few complaints, Fang Yuan didn't return to Linchuan immediately. Instead, he headed straight for Shenzhen. The first batch of China Group's new phones had arrived in full. Next came preparations for the launch event. He would need to take the stage as Origin Tech's representative. Have you heard? China Group just announced a new phone. New phone? Can it even compare to my iPhone? Domestic phones have a reputation that's already rotten to the core. They're not even in the same league as iPhones. Plus, Zhenghua Group's chips are no good either. Don't tell me they're just buying a flashy shell. Dude, you're out of your mind. Haven't you heard? This time, Zhenghua Group's flagship model is equipped with a super chip manufactured using 2 nanometers lithography. It'll blow your crappy dad's phone out of the water, you know? 2 nanometers? You're dreaming. I dream about your dad. I'll be damned. Amidst Zhenghua Group's high-profile announcement of an upcoming new model, the internet was flooded with heated discussions and debates. Lu Buwei didn't miss this opportunity to amplify the buzz. Through major online media platforms, he released various test videos showcasing the new device. Many wondered, how did this obscure startup secure testing privileges before anyone knew anything about the device? Digging deeper revealed a startling truth. Origin Tech, founded less than 6 months prior, was officially certified as Zhenghua Group's strategic partner. Moreover, the Zhenghua Yue 2000 smartphone was exclusively pre-sold through Origin Tech. In an instant, Origin Technology's official website was flooded with traffic. Mr. Lu, here's today's summary of the company's trending data. Xia Feng respectfully handed the document to Lu Buwei, seated in his office. Some time ago, Fang Yuan had transferred him to Origin Technology to serve as Lu Buwei's assistant. Though his academic credentials were less impressive than many colleagues, Xia Feng's adeptness in social etiquette and workplace dynamics did not disappoint Fang Yuan. At the very least, he handled interpersonal matters and tasks with methodical efficiency, saving Lu Buwei considerable effort. Continue ramping up online promotion. Spend more if needed. Seizing this opportunity will propel Origin to new heights. Setting down the documents, Lu Buwei nodded in approval of Xia Feng's work. Next, I'll consider establishing a comprehensive department within the company. When the time comes, you'll transfer there for experience. Work diligently and live up to the boss's expectations. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I'll work hard. Xia Feng didn't let Lu Buwei's words show in his expression, maintaining his humble demeanor. Additionally, go book a banquet hall at a hotel shortly. The boss will be joining us for tomorrow's product launch. Understood. After wrapping up his tasks, Lu Buwei stretched lazily and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the distant scenery. Nearly 2 months had passed since his arrival on Blue Star. He had largely adapted to the modern pace of life, though one persistent source of frustration remained. Was his overwhelming romantic opportunities. The next moment, his phone rang abruptly. Seeing the caller ID, Lu Buwei couldn't help but let out a wry smile. That girl again. Ever since their last meeting at Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Ren Shanshan had taken to pestering him daily. Come morning, noon, and night, without fail, she'd send him various greeting messages. Given that she was Jiang Yunshue's close friend, he made time to reply to Ren Shanshan's messages no matter how busy he was. His intention was to show respect to his future boss's wife, but this behavior inadvertently gave Ren Shanshan the wrong idea. Hey, Boss Lu, done with work yet? Hee, I've got a surprise for you today. Guess where I am? Shen City. Lu Buwei replied indifferently. Wow, no wonder I picked you. Your IQ is off the charts. Sorry, I might not be available today. The boss will be here shortly. Fang Yuan? Yes. I'll have to step away now to prepare materials for the upcoming work report. Before Rin Shanshan could say more, Lu Buwei hung up. Sigh. If this keeps up, trouble is bound to come sooner or later. Shenzhen Airport. Staring at the disconnected call on her screen, Ren Shanshan felt a pang of disappointment. She swore she'd never been this seriously into someone before, yet he always seemed distant. Could it be he thinks I'm ugly? She opened her phone as selfie camera and flashed a peace sign. The screen reflected a playful yet adorable face. Whatever. When I set my sights on a guy, I'm going to get him. Go for it. Charge toward love. Before she could finish speaking, a questioning voice came from behind her. Ren Xianxian, what the hell are you doing? Fresh off the plane, Fang Yuan hadn't spotted Xie Feng, who was supposed to pick him up. Then, at the airport exit, he saw a familiar figure. He walked closer and was surprised to recognize the person. Fang Yuan, what a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence. But what brings you to Shenzhen? Fang Yuan scratched his nose, puzzled as to why Ren Xianxian had suddenly come to Shenzhen. Should she tell him? Ren Xianxian hesitated, but then remembered her best friend standing behind her, supporting her. There was no reason her man wouldn't help if he knew about this. Actually, I'm here looking for someone. Fang Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. In this vast sea of people, he'd just stepped off the plane and bumped into Ren Xianxian, who happened to be waiting for someone. And Zhang Yunxue wasn't even with her right now. The whole situation felt increasingly off. Especially as Ren Xianxian's expression shifted between coyness and bashfulness. He quickly suppressed the thoughts bubbling up inside. Then, adopting a serious tone, he addressed Ren Xianxian, while you do possess a certain charm, I'm afraid I'm not the kind of person you imagine me to be. What does that mean? Ren Xianxian was instantly baffled. What on earth was he talking about? Enough, no need to explain. I know my charm has already captivated you beyond control. But this is destined to be a wrong start. We need to face reality. You should go now. Hearing this, Ren Xianxian finally understood. She rolled her eyes. Get lost. I'm here to see Lu Buwei. Fed up with Fang Yuan's insinuations, Ren Xianxian blurted out. Ah, well. So the clown is actually me? Chapter 145, The Press Conference. Fang Yuan idly picked at his shoe sole with his toe as he said casually. Actually, that's exactly what I meant. Just messing with you. Before they could exchange many more words, Xie Feng's car arrived. Having worked as a butler at Xinghai Villa for a time, he recognized Ren Xianxian. Though he had no idea why the boss's wife's best friend had suddenly appeared in Shenzhen with her employer. Xie Feng remained focused on his mission, picking up Fang Yuan. He simply pretended to be deaf, blind, and mute. A competent subordinate maintains consistent performance and awareness at all times. Not long after, the car pulled up in front of a 5-star hotel named Golden Jade. Lu Buwei had been waiting on the steps for quite some time. Boss. You've been working hard. If you're tired, I'll arrange a proper vacation for you once this busy period is over, Fang Yuan said with a smile, patting Lu Buwei's shoulder. What is fatigue? As a tool crafted by the system, Lu Buwei, like Long Yi and the others, scarcely experienced weariness. Noticing Lu Buwei's puzzled gaze, Fang Yuan instantly realized this handsome young man was no ordinary human. He was a legendary merchant who had traversed thousands of years to return to this world. If anyone was to blame, it was Brother Lu for acting indistinguishable from ordinary people. Unlike his bodyguards and kitchen staff, even those unaware of their true nature. Prolonged interaction with them inevitably revealed their robotic nature. Their stiff, robotic mannerisms and expressions resembling zombie faces were bad enough. My apologies, my fault. Keep up the good work. Overtime, overtime. Let's aim to break 007's record. Yes, boss. The words had barely left his mouth. Ren Xianxian couldn't help but leap out of the car, hands on her hips, glaring at Fang Yuan, this heartless boss. She looked exactly like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Why are you here? Lu Buwei's brows suddenly furrowed. His entire purpose in this world was to work for Fang Yuan and earn money. Emotions were nothing but a burden to him. Fang Yuan froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. No wonder this girl had come all the way to Shenzhen alone, turns out it was love at first sight. But considering Lu Buwei's situation, his expression immediately turned peculiar. What should I do when my wife's best friend is madly infatuated with me? Online help needed. I came because I missed you. Ren Xianxian gazed at Lu Buwei's sharply defined profile with eyes brimming with desire, her heartbeat suddenly quickening. Fang Yuan beside them was struck dumb. You aren't fake, are you? Ren Xianxian, who'd always been a tomboyish tomboy, suddenly transforming into a prim lady? It was utterly mind-blowing. Let's eat first. I'm starving. Unable to bear this overly sentimental scene, Fang Yuan quickly interjected. As they sat down at the table. Watching Ren Xianxian stare at Lu Buwei like a lovesick fool. Fang Yuan nearly couldn't hold back the laughter bubbling up inside him. Suddenly, a thought struck him: if a system tool and a real human were to combine, could they actually produce offspring? Solving problems on the spot was Fang Yuan's greatest strength. Ding! System reward: the entity is indistinguishable from real humans. The answer from System Daddy truly caught Fang Yuan off guard. Holy crap, it's actually possible? After mulling it over, Fang Yuan decided it was best to stay out of it. Otherwise, if things went wrong, he'd have a hard time explaining it to Zhang Yunxue. After the feast, Fang Yuan thoughtfully asked Lu Buwei to look after Ring Qianqian. After all, she traveled all the way from Linchuan City alone. Leaving her unattended wasn't safe. Faced with Fang Yuan's request, Lu Buwei reluctantly nodded in agreement. After settling into the prepared room, taking a relaxing bath, and lying down on the bed, Fang Yuan chuckled softly. Sis Qianqian, this is all I can do for you. If you can't handle it, don't blame me. He video chatted with Zhang Yunxue for a while, bragging a bit, then remembered he had to attend the press conference tomorrow. He tossed his phone aside and soon drifted off to dreamland, playing mahjong with the various aunts and uncles of the Lord of Dreams. The next morning, when he woke up, Xia Feng delivered the prepared suit to him. Gazing at the dashing, elegant young man reflected in the mirror, Fang Yuan's lips curved into a smirk, radiating an aura of a domineering tycoon. Clothes really do make the man. In this suit, I feel like I could take on 10 Daniel Wus. Recalling that payday was still 2 weeks away, Xia Feng beside him immediately bowed his head in humility. Upon arriving at the press conference venue, it was already packed to the rafters. Everywhere, journalists with cameras strapped to their shoulders scrambled to capture the latest developments firsthand. Numerous heavyweights from the mobile phone industry had also arrived. After all, this marked the first time Xinghai Group had publicly declared surpassing the world in chip-core technology. Such explosive news was bound to draw attention. Observant individuals quickly noticed that Ren Fei, who had always occupied the central seat on the podium in previous years, had suddenly moved to the side seat for deputies, leaving the main position vacant. No way, could a high-ranking official be attending today? Someone couldn't help but speculate. Currently, within the entire Xia nation, Xinghai Group was undeniably the undisputed leader in the technology and communications industry. As the group's CEO, Ren Fei should naturally occupy the main seat. Given this situation, the only plausible explanation was the personal attendance of a high-ranking official from the government. Didn't some Origin tech company pop up online recently? Rumor has it they're Xinghai Group's strategic partner. Maybe this seat is reserved for Origin's CEO. This remark instantly drew roaring laughter from the crowd. When news broke that the first batch of pre-sales for the Xinghai Yuwei 2000 would be handled by Origin Tech, many had indeed found it surprising. But speculation suggested this so-called partner was likely just a subsidiary set up by Xinghai Group for some strategic maneuver. As for collaboration? A small company with registered capital not even reaching 10 million, what could it possibly offer to partner with Xinghai Group? The savvy guys naturally brushed off such rumors with a laugh. If Origin's boss ends up sitting in that main seat, I'd call him Dad without hesitation. Amidst the general merriment, several employees wearing Origin badges glared angrily at the speaker. Yet despite the harsh words, the situation seemed undeniably accurate. The thought of their CEO groveling before Xinghai Group as chairman soon filled these Origin employees with bitter resentment. Once everyone had taken their seats, Fang Yuan, accompanied by Lu Buwei, began his slow entrance. Holy, that kid! Seeing the young man wearing the Origin Tech chairman's badge stride directly toward the main seat on stage, the crowd below erupted. Chapter 146, Scavenging is the way to go. The moment Fang Yuan plopped down into the main seat, the entire room seemed to hit pause, falling into complete silence. Let's begin. Fang Yuan spoke casually into the microphone. His voice, rich with masculine magnetism and confidence, echoed through the hall via the speakers, caused every woman present to involuntarily shift their gaze toward Lu Buwei beside him. Are you kidding me? I'm the star here. Watching his younger colleague steal the spotlight yet again, Fang Yuan began secretly contemplating whether to send him to Mojo to mine for a few years first. Ren Fei nodded. Distinguished colleagues, media friends, good morning. First, on behalf of Origin Technology and China Group, I welcome you all. As he finished, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Yet most attendees remained puzzled, unable to fathom why he voluntarily ceded the most prominent position to a young man. Just then, a low gasp broke the silence. Wait, doesn't he look familiar? The speaker was a middle-aged man with some standing in Shenzhen's business circles, currently running a chain of hotels. Having recently discussed the mobile phone industry's skyrocketing profits with friends, he'd come specifically to observe Xinghai Group's launch event. Not long ago, news had spread among industry peers about Ma Wu, the behind-the-scenes owner of Shenzhen's Jinbalai Hotel, being sent away. Rumor had it that one of Ma Wu's underlings had the misfortune of offending a major general with connections reaching to the highest levels, leading to his downfall. Fang Yuan had been present at the scene back then. Although authorities later intervened to delete most of the content uploaded to platforms, many still had saved his photos, circulating them privately. The fear was that one day they might cross this powerful figure, and a single misstep could lead them down Ma Wu's path. After all, in this day and age, among the billionaire CEOs who built massive empires, who could honestly claim to be without some skeletons in their closet? When that hotel owner pulled out the photo of the big shot he'd saved and compared it to Fang Yuan on stage, he was instantly startled. Whoa, it really is him. No wonder even President Lian treats him with such deference. Thank God I kept my mouth shut earlier. If anyone had heard me badmouthing this guy, I might have been packing my bags to go farm the next day. Someone remarked, still visibly shaken. Meanwhile, the young man who had just boasted he'd call Fang Yuan dad if he sat in the main seat. Now his face had gone pale with fright, and he was agonizing over whether to make a decision that would betray his ancestors. Gradually, as Fang Yuan's identity became known, a look of awe began to appear in many eyes. Even some Origin Technology employees started receiving respect from those around them. On stage, Rin Fei paused briefly before continuing. Before we begin our product evaluation session, allow me to formally introduce someone. The gentleman seated beside me, Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang is not only the chairman of Origin Technology, but also the chairman of the shareholders committee for our Zhonghua group, holding an absolute controlling stake of 51%. This bombshell instantly electrified the entire venue. Some gasped in realization, others stared in stunned silence. He's also the youngest major general in our nation. Of course, no one was foolish enough to voice that thought aloud. Camera flashes erupted in a relentless barrage, stinging Fang Yuan's eyes. Surrounded by journalists whose predatory stares seemed poised to strip him bare, he couldn't help but shiver. Holy crap! Being a public figure doesn't seem like such a great thing after all. Fortunately, this moment didn't last long. With the unveiling of the Xinghai Building 2000, all eyes turned to this phone hailed as the world's most powerful in terms of chip core technology. As we all know, our nation's chip research has long lagged behind international standards. But today I can declare, from this moment onward, we will truly lead the world in chip technology and become the undisputed global leader. Ren Fei had waited far too long for this day. When the Xinghai Building 2000 officially entered the testing phase, his body trembled slightly. Even during the official launch and mass production phases, Ren Fei had witnessed countless miracles unfold before his eyes. Yet at this moment, he still couldn't contain his excitement. The three major testing phases, functional testing, performance testing, and reliability testing, were all successfully completed. Finally came the physical data tests on the Xinghai Building 2000 prototype. Without a doubt, this smartphone, powered by a 2nm lithography chip core, could easily outperform any other brand's so-called most advanced models on the market. When the testing concluded, the audience remained silent for a long time. Some foreign journalists paled visibly, as if they had already foreseen the rise of Xia Nation's cutting-edge chip industry. No one could have imagined. Not long ago, Xia Nation had been forced to accept all sorts of unequal terms just to secure orders for 7nm lithography machines. And even groveling to others, had suddenly gained the power to surpass the entire world. In less than a day, the soon-to-be-released Xinghai Building 2000 surged to the top of all online trending charts with unstoppable momentum. The show-off didn't work out, and it wasn't me stealing the spotlight. Quit it! After the press conference concluded, Fang Yuan, who had served as nothing more than a mascot throughout, quietly booked a flight back to Linchuan. Mr. Fang, why not stay tonight and have a drink with us? Seeing Fang Yuan prepare to leave, Ren Fei in high spirits was baffled. Why was he suddenly leaving? The event had been a resounding success, and he'd been planning to celebrate with everyone afterward. But Fang Yuan merely chuckled lightly, can't be helped. Construction on that 3,000 square meter villa back home is about to start. I need to head back and check on things. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Then we wish Mr. Fang a safe journey. Once your grand villa is finished, you must invite me over for a visit. No problem at all. Noticing the stunned expressions on some reporters still clicking away with their cameras nearby, Fang Yuan maintained a calm exterior while inwardly basking in the satisfaction. With Lu Buwei on board, he didn't need to worry too much about Origin Tech. The most pressing task at hand was to accelerate the pace of scavenging. Once Origin Technology made its name with the Xinghai 2000, the real test would begin. If only I could get my hands on an energy matter converter like the one in AI Girl, that would be perfect. With an energy matter converter, we could develop batteries, create flowers and gifts to speed things up. No, it's about transforming various cutting-edge tech items. That way, we wouldn't have to agonize over new product development. Although Origin Tech had his backing, scientific research and invention required more than just passion and money. Fang Yuan shook his head. He had to stay grounded in the present. He had to earnestly scavenge for scraps. Otherwise, everything would remain empty talk. Exactly. Scavenging is the path to wealth. Realizing his first step toward becoming the richest man had been taken, the frustration of his failed attempt to show off finally eased. Bidding farewell to Ren Fei and the others, Fang Yuan walked through the VIP and boarded the plane. Little did he know, however, that this journey home would prove far less tranquil than it appeared on the surface. Chapter 147, The Devil. Since he'd purchased a first-class ticket, there was no need to wait. After completing check-in, he proceeded directly through the VIP to his assigned seat. The seat was significantly wider than the standard economy class chairs, wide enough to lie down and rest comfortably. He had assumed he would be the first to board. But upon entering, he found several people already seated inside. Four muscular men and a woman dressed fashionably, wearing a mask and large sunglasses, positioned in a relatively safe spot. Her face was completely concealed, as if she were hiding something. Fang Yuan made his way to his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, with all passengers settled, the plane began its ascent into the sky with a sudden, violent jolt. Having dozed off briefly mid-flight, he suddenly felt an urgent need to use the restroom. Just as he stood up to leave his seat, he accidentally bumped into a soft body. Whoa! He looked up to find he had bumped into none other than the woman in sunglasses from earlier. Despite the dark lenses, Fang Yuan could clearly see she was visibly furious. Just look at those towering peaks and rolling waves. Damn, she's got to rival my little Xue in temper. Recalling that he was now at least a semi-public figure, Fang Yuan quickly averted his gaze and said, "Sorry, are you okay?" At that moment, the four burly men seated behind him instantly fixed their gaze on Fang Yuan. The woman in sunglasses gave a dismissive wave, snorted coldly, and continued toward the restroom. Since he knew he was in the wrong, Fang Yuan didn't dwell on the incident, assuming it had simply blown over. Little did he know the aftermath wouldn't be so straightforward. After watching Fang Yuan depart in a Wuling Mini, the two burly men accompanying the woman in sunglasses somehow procured a vehicle of their own and began tailing him. In the basement of a suburban estate in Linchuan City, shrill, heart-wrenching screams echoed intermittently from within. "Are you doing it or not? I'm asking you, are you doing it? I'll do it. I'll do it. Boss, I'm sorry. Please let me go. I have a newborn baby at home." "Let you go? You had your fun with my sister back then, and now you expect us to let you go?" A man in his 30s was seen, his limbs tightly bound with chains and suspended in the air. His entire body was covered in blood from the lashes of the whip. The sunglasses-wearing woman who had briefly crossed paths with Fang Yuan on the plane descended the steps. The scent of blood in the air made her frown involuntarily. "Bai Tai, you're still as disgusting and twisted as ever." The bald-headed man, shirtless and panting, grinned as he swung his whip, landing a crack on the face of the man begging for mercy. "Oh, second sister, what a rare visit. Why did you come personally?" Bai Tai tossed aside his whip, stretching lazily to reveal his well-defined muscles and the nine-headed serpent tattoo across his chest. "Oomph, you've got some nerve saying that. Last time, father clearly instructed you that the piglets sent back to Mianbei must be kept healthy. Yet 7 out of 10 had their limbs broken by you. They'll need time to recover now. Do you realize how much this delays things? If the old man hadn't been breathing down my neck, I wouldn't have bothered coming here to nag you." Bai Tai didn't get angry at the scolding. Instead, he said casually, "What's there to fear? Anyway, as long as I sweet-talk them with some high salary and company-sponsored overseas trips, those fools will keep coming one after another. Fine. First, take me to see what this batch of goods is like." Soon, the two arrived at another part of the estate. Inside a large iron cage formed by steel bars, 12 men and women of varying genders and ages were confined. The only similarity among them was their ragged clothing and the pain and despair evident in their eyes. Beside the large cage sat a smaller, solitary one. Inside, a young girl curled up, her appearance strikingly beautiful. Her youthful appearance combined with her terrified expression instantly ignited a wicked desire within Bai Tai. Unfortunately, this girl was intended as a gift for someone else by his father, and she must remain untouched. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have likely already ravaged her beyond recognition. Bai Yulan removed her sunglasses and examined her closely, finding her satisfactory. "Everything checked out fine, right?" Bai Tai chuckled with a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Trust me, nothing will go wrong." "That's good. After this job, we should head back. The crackdown in Xia Nation is getting stricter. Staying longer is too risky. This batch should be enough for now." After giving her brother a final reminder, Bai Yulan turned and walked away. The stench from the people confined in this massive iron cage eating, drinking, relieving themselves altogether was truly unbearable to her. "Remember, all of you better behave yourselves. Once we get to Mianbei, just follow orders and you'll be fine. Anyone who dares to get any funny ideas now, I'll skin them alive." After sweeping a glance around the group of frightened men, each wearing expressions of utter terror, Bai Tai finally strode away with an air of superiority. Leaving behind a group of wretched souls plunged into despair. Meanwhile, Long Yi, who was driving to pick them up from the airport, turned a corner. Suddenly spoke up, "Boss, there's a car tailing us." Fang Yuan glanced briefly at the rearview mirror but saw nothing unusual. After all, he wasn't a professional at this sort of thing at best, he could be considered an ordinary person with extraordinary abilities. But since Long Yi had pointed it out, it must be true. "Find a quiet spot. I'll take a look and see what's going on." "All right." The Wuling Mini ahead suddenly accelerated, heading out of the city. The two burly men in the car behind immediately stepped on the gas to keep up. The driver cursed under his breath while pressing the accelerator. "Damn it, is this kid trying to get away?" About 10 minutes later, the Wuling Mini pulled into a small grove on the outskirts. Fang Yuan leaned against the hood, puffing on a cigarette with interest, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on the two burly men who had parked and were now walking toward him in long E. Pretty bold of you to actually stop. Upon reaching Fang Yuan, one of the men sneered coldly. It must be said, this burly giant looked thoroughly intimidating. Most ordinary people would have their legs turned to jelly under such intimidation. Look, it was just an accidental bump with that woman on the plane. Is this really worth all this hassle? Fang Yuan was genuinely puzzled. Xia Nation was considered one of the safest countries in the world. When ordinary people had conflicts, they either called the police to resolve it, or they'd settle things privately with a few words. For the other party to drive nearly 100 kilometers chasing him over such a minor incident felt downright bizarre. Hey, why waste words with him? Just get it over with. Once we're back in Mianbei, even if their police track us down, what can they do? The other burly man walking up behind them spoke in a garbled slur that Fang Yuan couldn't make out at all. Long Yi promptly explained, "Boss, they're from Mianbei. They even said they'd take care of you." Take me out? To utter such threats in front of a superpowered individual wielding futuristic tech, a mind's eye, and martial arts mastery, did you guys get your head stuck in a door? 1 minute later. Both burly men were embedded into the ground, only their heads visible above the surface. Fang Yuan, using his mind's eye for the first time, was thoroughly satisfied with the power of his mental abilities. Spill it. Where is that? Chapter 148, Escape. Having witnessed Fang Yuan's godlike, mysterious power, the two burly men were already scared out of their wits. Any trace of their earlier arrogance vanished instantly. They spilled everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Mianbei, the Bai family. That name sounds familiar somehow. Fang Yuan frowned and thought for a moment before pulling out his phone to search. Soon, he found information about the Mianbei Bai family online. Surprisingly, the online reviews of the Bai family were quite favorable, especially regarding the second young Miss, Bai Yulan. With her striking beauty and consistent participation in various prestigious charity events, she had won the admiration of many fans. However, what Fang Yuan learned from the two burly men painted a different picture of family using charity and beauty as cover for. She was a female demon who used the Bai family's identity and influence to secretly engage in all sorts of illegal activities in Mianbei. She exploited the Bai family's status and influence to secretly engage in all sorts of illegal activities in Mianbei. Countless citizens of Xia Nation had also fallen victim to her schemes. Damn it, she looks like a decent human being on the outside, but inside she's nothing but. Fang Yuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. But then again, only such a ruthless vixen could order her men to kill over a petty dispute just to vent her anger. If it hadn't been him who stumbled upon her today, a bloody tragedy might well have unfolded tonight. After piecing together the Bai family's true nature, Fang Yuan's mind raced. He could easily take down the Bai family's Linchuan stronghold single-handedly now. But the Bai family's hypocritical facade hadn't been exposed yet. Acting rashly could easily spark international conflict. He had to secure the evidence first. According to the two young men's statements, Bai Yulan had come to Xia Nation this time intending to personally transport a batch of piglets back. At first, when he heard the term piglets, he wondered what business the Bai family had coming to Xia to buy pigs. But when he learned that the piglets these two referred to were actually living, breathing citizens of Xia Kingdom, Fang Yuan's inner rage ignited instantly. To kidnap my compatriots in my own country and expect to walk away unscathed? I won't stand for it. He didn't call the police instead, he contacted the military district commander directly. Police departments were riddled with complex relationships, far less straightforward than the military. Better safe than sorry. He intended to catch both Bai Tai and Bai Yulan. Neither of these big fish would be let off the hook. 10 minutes later, 5 military vehicles with green curtains drawn over their cargo compartments rolled out of the garrison gates near Linchuan City. Their destination was the suburban estate where Bai Tai and his associates were located. Meanwhile, Bai Yulan, who had been waiting for a long time, still hadn't seen her two subordinates return. Suddenly sensing something was wrong, she addressed Bai Tai, who was leisurely sipping wine in the courtyard. Tilted head and grin have been gone so long without returning. I fear something might have gone wrong. We can't stay here any longer. Have them gather the piglets and evacuate immediately. But Bai Tai merely scoffed dismissively. We've been using this place for ages. If something was going to happen, it would have happened already. You're just nervous because it's your first time here. Relax. Those two probably just found Xia Kingdom interesting and decided to explore a bit longer. But enough. There seems to be one among those piglets who's in pretty good shape, tall and thick. You're into that sort of thing, aren't you? I'll have someone bring him over for you to play with. That should do, right? Seeing Bai Yulan about to speak again, Bai Tai cut her off with a sly grin. Outsiders didn't know, but as her younger brother, he understood perfectly. His second sister, cloaked in charity, was actually quite promiscuous. The Bai household kept a large harem of male favorites, sometimes even staging 5-on-1 group encounters. To him, Bai Yulan was just bored out of her mind, which was why she was so paranoid. Teased by Bai Tai like this, Bai Yulan's face flashed a hint of coquettishness. Shut up, you're the one who talks the most nonsense. Just then, the 2 sentries stationed outside suddenly burst in, panting frantically. Damn it, no manners, huh? I'm not. Bad news, Brother Tai. There are tons of soldiers with guns outside. Hearing this, Bai Tai didn't bother with further words. He didn't even bother to put on his jacket, instead drawing the pistol holstered at his waist and dashing toward the back door. He didn't even bother to acknowledge Bai Yulan, who stumbled clumsily behind him after kicking off her high heels. Wait for me, you bastard, Bai Tai. Bai Yulan cursed in shame and anger. Hearing this, Bai Tai didn't slow down, he only ran faster. Still, he had enough conscience to remember Bai Yulan was his own second sister. Without turning back, he shouted, hurry to the pig farm and find some hostages to stall them. I'll call for help to rescue you later. Why don't you just go die? Biting back her rage, Bai Yulan watched Bai Tai run farther and farther away, instantly realizing he had no intention of taking her with him. Turning toward the iron cage, she threatened, if you dare lie to me, don't blame me for forgetting our sibling bond. I know every escape route out of Nanyun province. If no one comes to rescue me within an hour, you won't make it back to Mianbei alive either. Damn it, you! Bai Tai muttered under his breath, a cold smile curling his lips. Does she really think I'm some kind of pushover? After staying in Xia for so long, do you think I wouldn't have prepared my own escape route? He already made up his mind. Once he escaped, he'd sneak back across the border to Mianbei. In this situation, forget about his second sister. Even if his own parents were captured, he wouldn't give a damn. Meanwhile, the military assault squad, realizing their cover was blown, launched a direct frontal assault. Bai Tai had brought only a dozen or so desperate men with him. How could they possibly stand a chance against well-trained soldiers? Within minutes, except for a few stubborn thugs who were shot dead on the spot, the rest tossed their guns aside and knelt to surrender one by one. After an urgent interrogation revealed the presence of Bai Tai and Bai Yulan, the commanding officer immediately ordered his men to maintain constant vigilance over the estate's perimeter defenses, preventing Bai Tai from escaping. Near the large iron cage, Fang Yuan saw Bai Yulan again. But now, this woman had fully revealed her true nature. The sight of the pitiful figure inside the cage ignited a raging fury in the eyes of everyone present. Who could have imagined the Bai family would be so audacious as to dare to reach into Xia territory and commit such a heinous act? It's you! Bai Yulan recognized Fang Yuan at a glance. She gritted her teeth and spat, you bastard. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have ended up like this. Fang Yuan chuckled. This woman sure knew how to turn the tables. Yeah, you're biting me? My Bai family won't let you off the hook. He'd heard similar threats before when he took down Jestin. Anyway, he had the state backing him and was essentially cheating with a cheat code. When the time came, every single one of these fools would get their asses kicked. I advise you to release the hostage now and seek leniency. Too lazy for small talk, Fang Yuan addressed Bai Yulan directly. The girl she held hostage was already sobbing uncontrollably, too terrified to imagine what fate awaited her. Chapter 149, The Ship is Damaged. To his surprise, Bai Yulan merely tightened her grip on the trigger and sneered coldly. Surrender? Do you take me, Bai Yulan, for some little darling? The fact that these Xia soldiers had appeared here so decisively, it proved they must hold substantial evidence of the crimes the Bai family committed in Linchuan. Given the crimes she'd committed, the lightest punishment would be being torn apart by 5 horses. Just then, officers from the Lichuan City Police Department arrived at the scene, accompanied by several negotiation experts. The police chief harbored a slight grudge that Fang Yuan hadn't immediately shared the intelligence on the Bai family with the department. Though the chief harbored a slight grudge, he could do nothing about this man. Reporting to the commander, 3rd Squad has spotted a vehicle attempting to flee southwest. As the standoff dragged on, the soldier responsible for the outer perimeter relayed the intelligence. Fang Yuan nodded. Based on the confession from the prisoner captured earlier, the fugitive should be Bai Tai, the second son of the Bai family. He had mobilized such a large force today, letting him escape now would be nothing short of a joke. His face hardened as he said, Bai Yulan, I'm giving you one last chance. Bring whatever you've got. But rest assured, she won't live to see my death. Bai Yulan tightened her grip around the girl's neck, keeping her own form hidden behind her as much as possible to avoid military snipers. Seeing this woman unyielding to both threats and persuasion, everyone present felt helpless. Fang Yuan nearly sneered coldly. She won't see reason until she's forced to. He hadn't intervened earlier for fear of attracting unwanted attention from certain parties. After all, his rank of Major General had been stripped, and meddling without any official position was already borderline unreasonable. You can't please everyone, especially after he'd recently antagonized the influential Wang family. If those with ulterior motives found out, it would surely stir up more trouble. But since when did my actions suddenly become so cowardly? Fang Yuan paused in surprise. Right, he was a man with a system. If he still let himself be bound by these mundane rules and regulations, he might as well just become a genuine rag and bone man. When heaven bestows a great mission upon a man, he must punch the South Mountain nursing home and kick the North Sea kindergarten. Whoever dares to confront me, I confront them. Prosper with me, perish against me, only then does the heroic spirit of our generation shine. A few insignificant nobodies? They're nothing. As his resolve crystallized, an indescribable aura seemed to emanate from Fang Yuan. The next instant, a flash of cold light, invisible to the naked eye, streaked through the air. Bai Yulan froze for a moment before letting out a piercing scream. Before anyone could react, Fang Yuan charged forward in an instant. By the time they looked again, Bai Yulan's right hand, which had been gripping the gun, had already fallen to the ground. Damn you! He kicked Bai Yulan squarely in the chest. The force of her massive breast sent the vicious woman flying backward, slamming violently into the wall. Her eyes rolled back as she hit the floor, unconscious. In the blink of an eye, the situation was resolved, leaving everyone stunned. After Fang Yuan moved the hostage girl to safety, 2 soldiers rushed forward and kicked Bai Yulan's severed arm aside. You 2 stay here and search the place thoroughly. I'm stepping out for a moment. After dealing with Bai Yulan, he tossed out a single sentence before striding out. There was still a big fish to deal with. Watching Fang Yuan depart with such nonchalance, the commander of the Linchuan Police Department wiped his eyes and asked, "Did you all see what just happened? I used to think Major General Fang only got his rank because of his connections. Seeing him today, I realize how utterly wrong I was," the military district commander remarked with deep emotion. Suddenly, his expression turned grim. "Did you hear what I just said?" Reporting, "No. Me neither." The soldiers following him either stared at the sky or watched ants on the ground, adamantly insisting they hadn't heard their superior's earlier disparaging remark about Major General Fang's connections. Heh, don't worry, brother. We guys from the police department didn't hear it either. The military district personnel had completed their mission and withdrew with their commanding officer to assist in capturing the escaped Bai Tai. The estate scene was left for the police department to handle. "Boss, should we take her to the hospital to get her hand reattached?" an officer asked, gesturing toward Bai Yulan, who was being held aside. The Linchuan Police Department chief glared at him. "Which is more important, our comrades or this woman?" "Of course our comrades are more important." "Alright, take them to the hospital for thorough checkups first. Who knows what health issues might arise from being locked up in this hellhole. As for Bai Yulan, as a key suspect, she has an obligation to remain here for scene identification." "Yes, sir." After an officer hastily applied emergency medical bandages to stop the bleeding on Bai Yulan's hand, the matter was temporarily resolved. After driving into a densely forested area, Bai Tai abandoned the vehicle and fled without hesitation. For someone who had lived his entire life in that godforsaken place called Mianbei, returning to the mountains felt like coming home. Leveraging his agility and intimate knowledge of the terrain, Bai Tai quickly left the pursuing soldiers far behind. Just as he breathed a silent sigh of relief, convinced his escape was assured. Unaware that high above, amidst the swirling mists, a piercing gaze was tracking his every move. He held back from striking immediately, as Fang Yuan intended to follow the trail and wipe out every hidden Bai family hideout within the borders. As for the Bai family's main headquarters far beyond Mianbei, perhaps one day he would pay them a personal visit. He hoped the Bai family would be prepared to endure that surprise. By the time the bright moon hung low in the night sky, Bai Tai finally emerged from the endless mountain ranges. His current state was pitiful. His clothes were torn to shreds by thorns, and his body bore numerous fresh bloodstains. His shoes were soaked through with blood. "Damn it, I'll get my revenge," he snarled, glaring toward the direction of Linchuan. Once he returned to Mianbei, he vowed to capture several Xia nationals and subject them to brutal torture to vent the rage boiling within him. "Bai Ubu." Bai Tai puckered his lips, mimicking the call of a certain bird. After 9 short and 1 long chirps, an identical echo soon echoed from nearby. Over 20 burly men, AK-47s in hand and turbans wrapped around their heads, slowly emerged from a mountain path. They were startled to see Bai Tai in such a disheveled state. "Brother Tai, what happened?" Seeing the men he had left behind to provide backup, Bai Tai finally let out a sigh of relief. "Cut the chatter. We're moving out. Xia's troops are closing in." Their current location lay precisely at the border between Nanyun Province and Mianbei. Crossing the Sangong River would take them over 3 major mountains. After scaling 3 major mountains, they would enter Mianbei territory, where Xia's forces could do nothing to them. Just as they arrived at the makeshift river crossing site and started the 3 small boats to prepare for evacuation, suddenly, those aboard one of the boats noticed a hole had mysteriously appeared in the hull. Murky yellow water gurgled and bubbled out through the hole. "Damn it, the boat's ruined." Chapter 150, Sacrificing for Science. "Useless. How did you maintain these boats?" Bai Tai roared angrily, then ordered another boat to pull alongside and rescue the stranded crew. But just as it drew near, a hole suddenly appeared in the bottom of the rescue boat too. The people on both boats turned pale at this bizarre sight. Someone began frantically firing underwater, seemingly trying to drive away whatever monster lurked beneath the waves. "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat! Get out of here now!" Cold sweat poured from Bai Tai's temples. He urgently ordered his crew to turn the boat around and flee. Seeing this, those on the two boats gradually being swallowed by the river water urgently shouted for Bai Tai's help. The shore isn't far. Swim back first. I'll send a boat to pick you up later. Bai Tai quickly spoke up to calm the others. As the boat threatened to sink into the river, someone gritted their teeth and leaped into the water, determined to swim ashore. But barely had he entered the water before he could take a few strokes. Blood spurted out accompanied by agonized screams. With nighttime visibility severely limited, no one could tell what had happened to him underwater. Only Fang Yuan, standing high above, coldly watched the thug, his hands severed, struggling futilely gradually sink to the riverbed. After witnessing the horrific abuse of his compatriots within the estate, he had never intended to let Bai Tai and the others return alive. The three public rivers would be the grave where these demons were buried. The screams brought terror to the faces of the others, but as the river water flooded the small boat, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and leap into the water. Soon, waves of agonized screams echoed in succession. Bai Tai, unable to spare a thought for what was happening behind him, urged his men to row faster. Bad news, Tai. The boat's leaking from the bottom. Damn it, plug it up now. Bai Tai's face turned pale as he ordered one of his men to throw himself against the hull, trying to block the surging river water. It won't hold. The hole's too big. Damn it. He pointed at one of his men. You. Jump in and swim to the other side. The man, named, though terrified, was too intimidated by Bai Tai's authority to refuse. Gritting his teeth, he plunged into the water. Standing on the boat, Bai Tai stared intently at his subordinate paddling frantically through the water, trying to discern what kind of monster lurked beneath the surface. But a minute passed and nothing happened. Soon, the subordinate swam to a spot not far from the shore. Just as Bai Tai prepared to jump in with relief, the subordinate suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, vanishing beneath the surface amid a spray of water. Damn it! Hope shattered completely, plunging everyone into deep despair and madness. Only when Bai Tai stood alone on the sinking bow did Fang Yuan flap his wings and swoop down. Hovering just a meter above the water's surface, he coldly surveyed the second young master of the Bai family. It's you! Seeing the mysterious figure with steel wings suddenly appear before him, Bai Tai instantly realized this was the one behind the sabotage. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A fiery tongue erupted from the barrel. But every bullet was deflected by the feathers separating from the steel wings. Plop, 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 they fell into the water. Dying like this is far too easy for you. Let me give you one last entertaining game. Fang Yuan closed the distance to Bai Tai with blinding speed, then grabbed him by the collar and dragged him skyward. Ah! Let go of me. Please don't kill me. I have money. My father is the warlord of Mianbei. I can give you anything you want. As the distance from the river grew ever greater, the sheer terror of the height and impending death made Bai Tai scream in agony. Fang Yuan sneered coldly, only halting when they reached an altitude of over 5,000 meters. By then, Bai Tai was trembling uncontrollably, his pants soaked through without him even noticing. Even his head began to spin. Fear of death is more terrifying than death itself. Today I'm taking you on a real-life experiment to debunk a myth. They say if you drop a stone into water from a height to break the surface tension before jumping in, you won't die no matter how high you fall. You believe that? Like hell I believe you. Even if it's true, we're 10,000 meters up here. And what's with that tiny rock in your hand, smaller than a grape? Big bro, don't kill me. We can talk this out. Bai Tai's lips trembled as he pleaded. But Fang Yuan just glared at him. It's your honor to sacrifice yourself for science. No discussion. With that, he flung the stone downward. Go forth and shatter the fog of ignorance for all mankind, letting truth shine brightly. Damn it! But before the curse could escape his lips, a sudden sensation of weightlessness washed over him. The biting cold wind instantly silenced him. A dozen seconds later, a massive splash erupted on the surface of the Sangong River. Gazing at Bai Tai, whose head had exploded and body torn to shreds beyond recognition, even his own parents wouldn't know him. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. Rumors online really can kill people. The experiment proves that throwing stones is completely useless. When the officer leading the search team received orders to return, he curiously inquired about Bai Tai's whereabouts. Fang Yuan only replied in a heavy tone, he sacrificed himself for science. What the hell was that supposed to mean? The officer was utterly baffled, but one thing was certain, Bai Tai was most likely dead. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the Xia state government issued an urgent statement. It not only exposed the Bai family's scheme of luring innocent people to Mianbei with high salaries and various traps, but also publicly revealed Bai Yulan's private manufacturing and smuggling of drugs into Xia state, tearing off the mask she had always worn. Gazing at the newspaper image of his second daughter, her arms severed, her expression utterly defeated. Bai Yentian, the patriarch of the Bai family, heaved violently, clearly enraged. The other Bai family members around him kept their heads bowed, fearful of inadvertently drawing trouble upon themselves. Where is Bai Tai? Bai Yanhu forced back his rage and turned to his eldest son, Bai Qi. Father, we've been unable to contact Bai Tai. I'm afraid. Damn it. This is outrageous. Bai Yanhu grabbed the teacup on the table and smashed it violently onto the floor. It took him a long while to finally calm down. Now his second daughter had been captured, his second son Bai Tai was missing, and he faced pressure from the Xia Kingdom's authorities. For a moment, the patriarch of the Bai clan known as the uncrowned king of Mianbei and nicknamed the White Tiger felt a complex mix of emotions. But even if he had 100 times the courage, he dared not confront Xia Kingdom head-on. Investigate. Find out exactly who arrested Yulan. Once you find them, I want their entire family's heads on a platter. Revenge was his creed, especially since his second daughter had always been his right-hand woman. Her capture by Xia Kingdom had dealt a heavy blow to the Bai clan. He was determined to vent this bitter anger. Little did he know this decision would become the fuse that ignited the downfall of the entire Bai family. Chapter 151, Stirring Trouble. Meanwhile, with the villa blueprints finalized, Xinghai Group assigned a specialist to select an auspicious date for Fang Yuan. Next came the groundbreaking ceremony. Nearly a dozen banners hung at the entrance. The surrounding area was packed with curious villagers from Xinghai Village. Upon learning that a wealthy businessman surnamed Fang had purchased the land to build villas, rumors quickly spread about the exact amount Fang Yuan had paid for the land. What? 13 million? Wasn't this land just bought by the Su Zhuangwa family not long ago, supposedly for farming? Why the sudden change? At this point, many villagers suddenly realized. Su Zhuangwa must have gotten wind that a big shot was coming to buy the land, so he just bought the public land under his own name. This round of buying and selling netted him over 10 million yuan. Damn it, no wonder that scoundrel Su Bin has been walking around looking down his nose at everyone these past few days, always with a pack of cigarettes in his pocket. Turns out he struck it rich. One villager's face darkened with anger. This land has always been our village's communal property. If it was going to make money, it should have been shared among us all. That old bastard Su Zhuangwa swallowed it all himself? No way. We can't let him get away with this. Damn it, that Su Zhuangwa used his position as party branch secretary to line his own pockets. This isn't over. Right. Stop their construction. Let's confront Su Zhuangwa and demand answers. The villagers of Xinghai Village then split into two groups. One group blocked the construction crew from holding their groundbreaking ceremony, while the other charged straight toward the Su household. Just as Fang Yuan finished planting the incense sticks in the ground, the commotion erupted. What are you doing? This land was purchased by Mr. Fang. Dozens of Xinghai villagers forced their way forward, intending to toss all the ceremonial items aside, but were blocked by the construction workers. No way. This is our village's communal land. No one has the right to sell it. Get all that stuff out of here now. Exactly. If you don't move it now, don't blame us for getting rough. Fang Yuan frowned and stepped forward. What's going on? Seeing the owner arrive, an elderly villager stepped forward from the crowd. Hat, are you Mr. Fang, the one who bought this land? Yes. To be perfectly honest, this land actually belongs to our Xinghai village as communal property. Now, Su Zhuangwa has secretly sold it to you behind everyone's back and pocketed all the money himself. Do you think that's acceptable? In any case, unless he gives all of us Xinghai village villagers a satisfactory explanation, this project won't be able to proceed. The old man spoke politely enough, but his words carried an underlying threat. I paid for this land, and the title is in my name. If you have any disputes, take it up with him. But anyone who obstructs the construction crew from starting work is infringing on my legal rights. Fang Yuan frowned as he spoke. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a young man from Xinghai village shouted angrily, "Damn it! You think you can bully us honest folks who don't know the law? This land has always been communal property of our village. Try touching it without our consent." Exactly. Think you're hot stuff just cause you've got money? No sense of honor, no regard for reason, huh? Fine. Fang Yuan gave a cold laugh and pulled out his phone to call Long Yi. Half an hour later, the villagers who had been shouting defiance were forced back from the construction site by the fierce aura emanating from the bodyguards. Gangsters! Call the police! Call the police! Tell them the gangsters are beating people. Quick, turn on your phone cameras. A few old women even flopped onto the ground, clearly planning to extort money today. Fang Yuan was utterly speechless. If he'd known acquiring this plot would stir up so much trouble, he wouldn't have bothered buying it in the first place. But now that the money was spent, he couldn't just let it go. Without further arguing with these villagers, Fang Yuan decisively pulled out his phone to call the police. These days, the government didn't restrict village collective land from being sold privately. Even if they took it to the higher-ups, he was in the right. Su Zhuangwa, however, wasn't so fortunate. When a group of angry villagers stormed into the Su household and saw Su Bin grinning like an idiot while circling a brand new Audi A6L in the courtyard, the villagers' eyes turned red with rage. You damn scoundrel, Su Laolu! You sold off the village land behind our backs. Hand over the money now. Over 10 million yuan. Did you grow a pair of balls to keep it all for yourself? Share the money. Share the money. If you don't hand it over today, not a single member of the Su family will escape. Blocked at his doorstep by the angry mob, Su Bin froze for a moment. Then he shouted back, "What's all the commotion about? That land was bought with our family's money. Now that a businessman wants to buy it, it's my Su family's business. What does it have to do with you?" But immediately, an angry villager retorted, "You must have known about this deal beforehand to buy it. Don't treat us like fools." Surprisingly, Su Bin, standing nearby with a cigarette in his mouth, didn't back down. He retorted, "So what if I knew? My dad has his connections. If you're so smart, why didn't you get the tip off? Besides, who knows if Mr. Fang will actually buy it? Our family sold everything we own to take this gamble. That's called venture capital, got it?" They hadn't expected the news to leak so quickly. But now that the money was in their pockets, no one was getting it back. "Where's Su Zhuanghua? Get him out here. We elected him village party secretary because he seemed honest and upright. Now this old dog's learned to embezzle? Tell him to come out and explain himself. Yeah, tell Su Zhuanghua to get his ass out here." Ignoring the shouts and curses outside, old Su, now consumed by darkness, sat inside oblivious. He smiled as he checked the balance on his phone. "Go ahead and curse. Keep cursing. I've been a coward my whole life, this moment won't change that. After all your cursing, the money is still mine." Ever since the 10+ million had landed in his account, he no longer cared what others said. The louder the insults grew outside, the more he felt a vindictive sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the simple-minded second son of the Su family sat at the table, devouring the roast chicken his older brother had brought back after picking up his new car. The events unfolding outside held less appeal to him than the roasted chicken. "Dad, this chicken is so delicious. Can I share some with you?" Su'er held out the half-eaten drumstick to old Su. "Good boy, eat it yourself. From now on, whenever you want some, father will buy it for you every day." Old Su reached out and ruffled his foolish son's hair. The commotion outside wouldn't last long. Once that Mr. Fang blew his top, the momentum would be crushed. As for the fact that he'd bought that plot of land at a low price by giving bribes, who cares? After all, he'd only pocketed half of that 13 million plus. Old Su looked up at the termite-eaten beams on the ceiling and muttered to himself, "This house won't do. I should move into a villa tomorrow." Chapter 152, Energy Matter Converter. Before long, the police cars finally arrived at the scene. After learning the cause and details of the incident, the lead officer quickly dispersed the crowd. Construction on the villa resumed as normal. However, the matter was far from resolved. Over the next few days, neighboring villagers would frequently pass by, either splashing water onto the construction site or throwing sand. The most outrageous act was someone throwing away the secret recipe mini burgers that Lao Ba loved most. Such bizarre incidents severely disrupted the villa's construction progress. While scavenging on the streets, Fang Yuan received a frustrated call from the construction supervisor. "Damn it, soft approaches don't work, tough tactics don't work, what the hell am I supposed to do?" They were just ordinary folks, you couldn't exactly beat them up. Besides, Fang Yuan wasn't quite that deranged. But if he left it unattended, who knew what trouble might erupt later? "Forget it. I'll figure out a solution when I get back." Fang Yuan muttered under his breath, his gaze drifting back to the trash bin. He was only about 20 items short of the 1,600 junk pieces required. If he pushed hard today, he could smoothly claim the system's hidden quest reward. Compared to the hidden quest, the villa situation could wait. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one broken kettle. Reward, Energy Matter Converter. Due to terrain restrictions, the system will temporarily store this reward. Please prepare sufficient space before deploying it. Note, this converter cannot specify conversion targets and can only synthesize random items. The moment Fang Yuan tossed the broken kettle into the woven bag, the system notification sounded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The sudden surprise completely stunned him. He'd fantasized about owning a material converter identical to the one in the game, but it had always been just a pipe dream. After all, such a device was utterly game-breaking. If the system reward actually dropped, it would be the kind of luck that would make your ancestors' graves explode. Yet here it was, his wildest dream realized in an instant. With this thing, who needs to scavenge junk anymore? Fang Yuan danced excitedly, though he admitted scavenging for junk did offer a certain quiet thrill. But over time, it inevitably grew tiresome. After all, what wealthy person would willingly spend all day outside, exposed to the elements? But considering the system's usual behavior, it wouldn't just hand over all kinds of futuristic tech so easily. Fang Yuan's excitement instantly cooled like a bucket of cold water. Still, having it is better than nothing. Even if I only get one item after 100 conversions, it's far more reliable than scavenging. Besides, all those bodyguards and chefs have nothing better to do, just rotate them through the task. But where should we store this thing? The villa wasn't finished yet, so he was temporarily staying at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Keeping the converter in the restaurant felt odd. As for Origin Tech, they were just renting space. Something this crucial had to stay close at hand for peace of mind. For the moment, no suitable location came to mind. Never mind. The villa shouldn't take too long to finish anyway. I'll just wait a bit longer. The system's reward isn't going anywhere. For now, I'll just focus on completing the hidden quest. Just as Fang Yuan was about to search for the next trash bin, Xia Feng suddenly called. He said something had come up at home and he needed to take leave to return. Fang Yuan held a fairly positive impression of this diligent and intelligent young man. Alright, come back after you've taken care of things. If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Feng. After hanging up, Fang Yuan continued wandering the streets with his woven bag in hand. Soon, the notification sound for completing the hidden task rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recycling 1,600 pieces of junk. Triggered hidden system quest. Reward obtained, super construction crew experience card upon use, summons a fully equipped construction crew to complete a building project specified by the host, with the project value not exceeding 1 billion. Awesome. Talk about getting what you need when you need it. Just moments ago, he'd been wondering when the villa would finally be completed, and now the system had delivered a surprise in the blink of an eye. But now that this had happened, resolving the Xinghai village matter became urgent. But what approach should I take? Perhaps sensing the limitations of acting alone, that evening Fang Yuan gathered the fat man and the others together. With everyone pooling their wisdom, they might just come up with a good plan. Inside the Wealth and Honor private room at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. With the exception of Rin Shanshan, who was still lingering in Shenzhen and hadn't returned yet, Zhang Yunxue, the fat guy, Zhang He, and Lin Gajie were all present. That's the situation. See if you can think of a good way to resolve this. After all, if we're going to settle there permanently, it's best not to fall out with the villagers. Fang Yuan outlined the situation before turning to the group. Who knew Su Zhuangguo would be such a jerk? He left you with a huge mess, Zhang Yunxue remarked with obvious displeasure. This place was meant to be her and Fang Yuan's little home, yet they'd already alienated all their neighbors before even moving in. That wasn't good news. My take is, just ignore them altogether. If there's a grievance, it's with the right person. If they want to settle this, they should go after that Su fellow. The fat man was clearly indignant on Fang Yuan's behalf, but the problem remained and needed to be resolved. As for Lin Gaojie, he was an artist at heart. What did he know about the complexities of human relationships? But with this rare chance to prove himself, he tentatively suggested, Mr. Fang, why not try resolving this through official channels? With your standing, a word from you would surely silence them. They were unaware that Fang Yuan had already been stripped of his military rank and position. Even without those credentials. If Fang Yuan truly spoke up, the Linchuan city authorities would certainly not refuse his request. However, doing so would inevitably cause some repercussions for the authorities if word got out. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to take that step. Finally, only Jiang He remained silent. Actually, I think we shouldn't keep our focus solely on those villagers. The best approach is to divert their attention. What do you mean? Jiang He paused before turning to ask Fang Yuan. It's similar to how many media outlets operate today. To cover up one thing, you just need to hype up another unrelated story to draw people's attention elsewhere. We could do the same. Specifically, we just need to. When Jiang He finished explaining his idea, Fang Yuan and the others suddenly understood. Impressive. It really is true that the more books you read, the more resourceful you become. The fat guy gave him a thumbs up, completely oblivious to Jiang He's darkening expression. Whoa. That's a pretty dirty trick, but it should work. Let's go with it. Fang Yuan made the decision on the spot, resolving to try Jiang He's proposed approach. Chapter 153, The Way of Being Human. 2 days later. Fang Yuan rarely took out his own transformation vehicle. After switching to its off-road form, it headed back to Xinghai Village. When he sold off his assets earlier, he had kept only the commemorative military-style L5 and this transformable vehicle. In today's world, a vehicle capable of transforming like those in movies was simply too advanced. For reasons of his own, Fang Yuan had chosen not to surrender the vehicle. Instead, he entrusted its safekeeping to Long Yi. Now it seemed it could still prove useful. Otherwise, he'd have to go to his fourth son's shop to buy another off-road vehicle, which would be a hassle. When he saw Fang Yuan arrive at his doorstep early in the morning, old Su was startled, fearing he'd come to confront him. But he quickly relaxed. You're in charge of informing the villagers of Xinghai Village that my villa construction site needs to hire 20 security guards. Both men and women are welcome. Starting monthly salary is 10,000 yuan, with 8 days off per month. You'll handle the final selection. Fang Yuan didn't beat around the bush, laying out his requirements immediately upon meeting. Mr. Fang, what's this about? This sudden turn of events left old Su thoroughly bewildered. Logically speaking, the villagers had disrupted the groundbreaking ceremony and were still obstructing the project's progress. Yet as the boss, Fang Yuan wasn't angry. Instead, he wanted to hire people from Xinghai Village and offer such high wages. Who would believe that? But seeing that the other party didn't seem to be joking, old Su, who was already somewhat in the wrong, immediately nodded repeatedly in agreement. After Fang Yuan departed, old Su called his eldest son over for a long discussion. They concluded that Mr. Fang must be trying to win over the villagers. After all, the villagers' constant disruption made construction incredibly troublesome. Dad, isn't it a huge opportunity for us that Mr. Fang entrusted such a great job to our family? Su Bin, being younger, was quicker on his feet. If word gets out, those who cursed our family the most will surely come begging us. Then let's see who dares to gossip about the land sale anymore. After hearing his son's words, old Su couldn't help but agree. Several days had passed since the incident, and the villagers blocking the gate to curse had dwindled considerably. Everyone knew the land had already been sold. Continuing the commotion wouldn't benefit them in the long run. It was just a momentary outburst of anger. They'd be better off working harder to avoid adding to their own troubles. Before long, the village loudspeaker suddenly broadcast old Su's voice. He was announcing that Fang Yuan was hiring security guards. When the villagers of Xinghai Village learned that Mr. Fang was hiring and offering what could be called sky-high wages, a crowd of idle folks immediately rushed to the bulletin board to read the freshly posted red notice. Holy crap, they're paying 10 grand just to stand guard and patrol every day? It's right here in black and white, with old Su's signature and the village seal stamped on it. It can't be fake. No way. Old Su wouldn't be that generous. Don't forget, he just screwed us over. Believe it if you want, but I don't buy it. Once someone spoke up, it instantly sparked a chorus of complaints about the Su family. Meanwhile, old Su sat leisurely in his chair sipping tea. Several village committee members surrounded him. Some poured tea and fetched water, others offered cigarettes and whispered flattery. Old Su let out a sigh of relief. After all these years, this was the first time he'd been treated with such deference at the village committee. Despite once holding the title of party secretary, he had been treated as invisible wherever he went, or at best, a mere tool. This change in fortune was all thanks to meeting Fang Yuan. In life, old Su murmured without lifting his eyelids, the most important thing is to learn gratitude. The others quickly chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. Secretary Su, you're absolutely right. Absolutely. All these years, it's been thanks to you being in charge. Otherwise, our Xinghai village would have descended into chaos. You could do without anyone else in this village, but you alone are irreplaceable. Listening to the steady stream of praise, old Su felt a warm glow of satisfaction. He casually pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes and placed it on the table, inviting everyone to try one. Hey, old he. I'm right here. Old Su looked at one of the village committee members and said calmly, it seems like you were the one who led the group to block our door that day. To be honest, I never treated you badly back then. I even recommended you to the higher-ups to get you into the village committee. And this is how you repay me? The man's face paled at being called out, then he scrambled to explain, oh, Secretary Su. That day, I was just blinded by greed and did something foolish. I swear I've learned my lesson now. If you're still angry, you can slap me twice right now. Seeing old Su still smiling at him, the man gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and delivered 2 resounding slaps to his own face. Heh, alright. I'm not the petty type, but from now on, I'd appreciate it if the land sale never comes up in your conversations again. Knowing when to stop, old Su smiled faintly, giving the man a way out. Yes, Secretary, rest assured. If anyone dares mention it, I'll be the first to tear their mouths apart. Rest assured, we'll strictly enforce the rules. Now, about this security guard position? 10,000 a month? And just for being a security guard? Anyone would be envious. Old Su picked up a cigarette and brought it to his lips. Instantly, someone flicked a lighter to light it for him. We're all in this together. You may be heartless, but I, old Su, won't be ungrateful. Since that's the case, go back and talk it over with your families. If any of your kids are sitting idle at home or currently working elsewhere but want to return to the village for development, submit their names to me. I'll consider it based on the circumstances. After all, I'm handling matters for that Mr. Fang. Ultimately, it depends on his decision. Old Su didn't spell it out completely, wary of loose lips spreading the news. But the implication was clear enough. Understood, understood. Thank you for giving us this chance. The group was so moved they practically bowed down to old Su in gratitude. With 20 spots available, 15 remained. Old Su silently weighed his options, selecting 10 individuals who had maintained decent relations with the Su family. He couldn't possibly take all the remaining spots himself. Setting aside a few for the village troublemakers would help the Su family win over hearts and minds in the future. In life and business, one shouldn't relentlessly make enemies everywhere. Sometimes repaying hatred with kindness was a sound approach. Using the benefits others offer as bargaining chips in your own hands, turning enemies into friends. That was the most astute way to navigate the world. Chapter 154, Xia Feng's Call. By afternoon, the security personnel for Xinghai Village were all finalized. Besides the candidates old Su endorsed, several others were influential figures within the village. Either the individuals themselves or their relatives and children. Along with a few troublemakers who loved stirring up trouble, the villa construction security team was officially formed. Once these security personnel began their patrols and shifts, the villagers who had frequently disrupted the construction site vanished without a trace. As for the construction crew dispatched by Xinghai Group, Fang Yuan found a reason to dismiss them as well. Before they left, however, he slipped each of them a red envelope. Though it was a pity they didn't secure the contract to continue construction, they were the group's exclusive construction crew anyway. They could work anywhere. On the contrary, now they could collect money without having to work, so everyone left in fairly good spirits. It's settled, you're the ones. The super construction crew takes the stage. Fang Yuan held a pale silver card in his hand and waved it dramatically. Ding! The super construction team is en route to the destination. Based on the design blueprints and requirements provided by the host, the estimated completion time is 15 days. Finishing a 3,000 square meter mansion in just half a month? Truly worthy of being System Daddy's creation. Hearing the notification, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. A villa worth a billion yuan, just imagining it was enough to fill him with anticipation. Jiang He's suggestion had been instrumental in smoothly resolving the Qinghua village matter, though it did mean shelling out 200,000 yuan monthly for the security team's fees. But that was just a minor inconvenience for him, hardly worth mentioning. When Jiang He received the 100,000 yuan Fang Yuan had specially transferred as a token of gratitude, he felt half numb. It wasn't that he'd never seen that much money before, it was that the sheer extravagance of the wealthy had surpassed his wildest imagination. Thanks, big shot. In that moment, he suddenly understood what Lin Gaojie had once said. Jiang He silently resolved to cling tightly to the tycoon's coattails from now on, lick like crazy. When it came to making money, he wouldn't be picky. But good fortune didn't stop there. Shortly after the first batch of Zhonghua Yue 2000 units sold out, Origin Technology's official website was flooded with glowing reviews. Everywhere you looked, the phrase "far ahead of the competition" dominated. The few trolls who tried to bash it for the sake of bashing were thoroughly shut down. Powered by a chip manufactured using 2 nanometers lithography technology, this phone has, in a sense, become a futuristic technological marvel. Its processing speed alone could outclass the much-hyped iPhone 100 times over. As the Zhonghua 2000 rolled off production lines and hit the market, Origin Technology's name began spreading like wildfire across society. Boss, the timing is nearly perfect. If we can launch a new product now, this is the best opportunity. Lu Buwei called to outline the situation. Then he offered his suggestion. This soon? Fang Yuan felt somewhat caught off guard. After all, the company had been established less than 2 months ago. The timing for product launch was right, theoretically a good thing. The problem was that he currently had nothing substantial to offer. As the trump card that would enable him to rapidly accumulate substantial wealth in the future, Origin Company's debut offering had to possess sufficiently groundbreaking features in every aspect. For a moment, he had no idea where to even begin looking. Hold on a bit longer. We also need to adjust the company's sales model. Mass production was out of the question since he only had one system. As for the converter, it was unclear what could be produced with it, so preparations had to be made in advance. Auction model. Exactly. Fang Yuan had already considered this privately. Researching new inventions couldn't be rushed. What he needed now was to swiftly establish Origin Corporation's global reputation through high-quality technological products, while simultaneously developing his own research team. He also planned to pool all the assets gathered from daily scavenging and entrust them to Lu Buwei for management, aiming to establish the rudiments of a commercial empire at the fastest possible pace. This was the plan forming in his mind. After a moment of consideration on the other end of the line, Lu Buwei quickly agreed with Fang Yuan's proposal. That evening, when he returned to the drunken immortal pavilion, Zhang Yunxue had already taken advantage of the restaurant's kitchen to personally cook him a delicious meal. But we have chefs here. Why did you bother cooking yourself? It had only been a short while since Zhang Yunxue had moved out of the military compound apartments after finally feeling the danger had passed. Thus, it was a rare moment for the two of them to sit down together for such a peaceful and warm meal. Gazing at the table laden with dishes, Fang Yuan's eyes brimmed with tenderness. Oh, you work so hard earning money out there all by yourself. Since I can't help much, cooking is the least I can do. Zhang Yunxue said as she casually picked up a piece of meat for Fang Yuan. Even now, she still couldn't believe she had actually ended up with Fang Yuan. The gap in their social standing was simply too vast, so immense that even soap operas wouldn't dare portray such a difference. Sometimes I wonder if I hadn't met you, I'd probably still be just an ordinary girl working away from home. Forget enjoying this comfortable life now, I might never have had the chance to be called boss's wife in my whole life. Fang Yuan smiled gently in response. He seemed to recall their first meeting, back when he was just a penniless kid who recently acquired the system. Thanks to the newbie bonus, he snatched up Starsea Tower in an instant, and before he knew it, he was living the life of collecting rent by day and resting his head on a beauteous lap by night. Looking back now, he realized he had gradually become what ordinary people would call a winner in life. Well then, the boss lady'd better put on a good show later. Fang Yuan gazed at the beauty beneath the lights, her cheeks flushed rosy from a few drinks, and felt a surge of desire stirring within him. Enough eating, time for business. Action speaks louder than words. He tossed aside his chopsticks, stretched lazily, and swept the still-dazed Zhang Yunxue into his arms. They say youth is for romance, and the silk curtain night of passion knows no end. 30,000 words omitted. Until noon the next day. The two, exhausted from their wild night, finally stirred. Fang Yuan reached out to grab a handful of the soft flesh beside him, then grinned mischievously. You did pretty well last night. Later, hubby will transfer you 200,000 yuan for pocket money to buy a handbag. Zhang Yunxue shot him a sultry glance, her lazy, seductive aura. It nearly sent Fang Yuan into another frenzy. Sensing movement from her partner beside her, Zhang Yunxue quickly wrapped herself up like a caterpillar in the quilt. Clutching the quilt, she pouted, no more. It still hurts a little. Just as he was about to tease her further, the phone beside the bed rang at the worst possible moment. Who's calling me at a time like this? Fang Yuan picked up the phone with a sigh. The caller ID showed it was Xie Feng, the same guy who'd asked for time off that day. After listening to Xie Feng's hesitant explanation, his expression turned peculiar. Chapter 155, Xie's father. What's wrong? Noticing something off about Fang Yuan's expression, Zhang Yunxue couldn't help but ask. You should know Xie Feng, right? Yeah, wasn't he your butler back in Yunhai? After selling the villa in Yunhai, I set up a new company in Shenzhen. Now he works under Lu Buwei. He just called to invite me over for dinner at his place. Recalling Lu Buwei's cautious tone earlier, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. When had he become such an important figure that others felt compelled to treat him with deference? Actually, the reason Xie Feng called was quite simple. After leaving the Yunhai villa, Fang Yuan hadn't reduced Xie Feng's salary or benefits. He continued to pay him according to the butler standard they had previously agreed upon. After all, this amount of money was mere pocket change to him. But when Xie Feng's parents learned their son was working for a big boss and receiving a monthly salary so generous it was beyond anything they'd ever seen in their entire lives, they were overcome with excitement. The elders' way of expressing gratitude was straightforward. They wanted to speak highly of their boss and prepare a delicious meal for him. After much deliberation, Xie Feng couldn't bring himself to refuse his parents' earnest wishes. He tentatively dialed Fang Yuan's number. But he had no idea whether such a big shot would actually have time to come to a lowly subordinate's home for a meal. I checked the location. Your city isn't too far from our Linchuan, and I hear the scenery there is quite nice. If I have time, I wouldn't mind stopping by for a visit. Having been cooped up at the military base for so long, Zhang Yunxue had been itching to get out and explore for quite some time. Alright, let's go for a walk then. Maybe changing locations for jungling might yield some good results. Gaming? Ahem. Literally. Fang Yuan chuckled. Of course, he couldn't very well admit he'd accidentally let the cat out of the bag. But Zhang Yunxue immediately jumped to the wrong conclusion, her cheeks flushing crimson. You big pervert. Vanilla Town, your city. So, son, did your boss say he'd come over? Sitting on a field ridge, puffing away on a water pipe, the middle-aged man spoke with a look of unease. Xie Feng bore no resemblance to the refined gentleman he was back in Shenzhen. Instead, he wore a worn camouflage outfit, drenched in sweat as he swung his hoe to dig up sweet potatoes buried deep in the earth. Judging by the dozen or so large sacks tied shut on the ground, the two must have been working for quite some time. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he sighed helplessly. Dad, Mr. Fang is a big boss with a packed schedule. Why would he travel all this way just for a meal with you? Honestly, Dad, I think you shouldn't get your hopes up too high. If Mr. Fang is too busy, I'll just bring him some local specialties from our city when I go back and tell him it's a token of your appreciation. Well, that makes sense, but I'm worried the boss might think we lack sincerity. It could hurt your career prospects down the line. Dad, relax. I'm not a child anymore. I can handle my own affairs. There was nothing to be done. Even though he was the first person from their village to get into a top-tier university, and had been working outside for nearly half a year, in his parents' eyes he was still just a child. Ding dong. Hearing the notification sound from his phone, Xie Feng quickly set down the hoe in his hand. Though he didn't hold much hope that the other party would actually come in person, he still harbored a glimmer of expectation deep down. Well, is it your boss replying? His father, standing nearby, seemed even more anxious than he was. Hearing the sound, he hurried over to ask. After reading Fang Yuan's reply, Xie Feng's face lit up with delight. Dad, the boss agreed to come. Alright. Drop what you're doing and hurry back to prepare properly. Learning that his son's boss was coming over, Father Xia was so excited he couldn't even focus on the farm work anymore. But we're just a few more hours away from finishing. Xie Feng glanced at the remaining patch of sweet potato field, feeling a bit conflicted. But he was quickly reprimanded by his father. Those sweet potatoes aren't going anywhere. If you let this delay welcoming your boss, that's like throwing away the watermelon for the sesame seeds. You're a grown man, how can you still not grasp what's important? Heh, you're absolutely right. With that, Xia Feng promptly admitted his mistake. He even took the opportunity to compliment his old man. For a moment, Xia Feng's father couldn't tell if his son genuinely didn't understand or was deliberately giving him a chance to show off. "You kid." Regardless, the cheerful atmosphere instantly took hold. To properly welcome the important figure known as Mr. Feng, Father Xia spared no expense today. Seafood rarely seen on their dinner table was purchased by the dozen pounds. "Dad, Mr. Feng probably eats this stuff all the time. You don't need to prepare so much. Why not find something unique to our region? That might pique his interest." Mr. Xia paused, realizing there might be a grain of truth in that. But as the patriarch, he had to maintain his authority. "Your dad's no little kid. Of course I know Mr. Feng eats this stuff daily. But we must have what's expected, it's a matter of attitude." After finishing the shopping, no sooner had they returned home and asked his wife to wash the groceries than Xia's father grabbed his fishing net and bucket and headed out the door without looking back. "Dad, where are you going?" Xia Feng called out loudly while helping his mother prepare the ingredients. "Didn't you say you wanted to try something different? The rice field fish in our patties are getting pretty big now. I'll grab some. Once fried, they'll make perfect fish stew to go with drinks." Father Xia waved dismissively without turning back. "After you finish washing the vegetables for your mom, don't forget to notify the uncles in our village. Also, call the village chief, he's seen the world. That way, we rough and tumble folks won't offend our honored guests with our clumsy words." "Got it." Watching his father's figure grow smaller in the distance, Xia Feng could only nod helplessly in agreement. After bustling about for a while, he felt the timing was right. Xia Feng began following his father's instructions and invited several elders from the village. When he arrived at village chief Xianan's house, he saw a group of people standing there as soon as he entered the door. Among them stood a young man dressed in a suit and leather shoes, exuding an imposing presence. Xianan, the village chief, stood stiffly beside the young man, not daring to breathe a word. For the man before him was none other than a high-ranking official from the Development Management Department of the city of Gue. Despite his youthful appearance, his authority was undeniable. Even some veteran officials wouldn't dare act superior in his presence, let alone Xianan, who was merely a small-town village chief. "Sir, this is a rough overview of the situation around our village. What do you think?" Su Wei fell into deep thought. With the diversification of China's socio-economic development today, many old development approaches have become far outdated. As one of the key figures overseeing Guiqing's development and management, he naturally needed to explore new avenues. After considering Guiqing's environmental and economic conditions, Su Wei focused his attention on tourism development. Xiafeng's village and its surrounding areas became his first key experimental subjects. Your village does meet all the expected criteria, but attracting investment might prove challenging for now." Hearing the first part, village chief Xia was thrilled, but the latter statement felt like a bucket of cold water dumped on him. Indeed, the city's economy itself was not particularly developed. Currently, most funds were being channeled into basic livelihood infrastructure projects. As for developing tourism, the city government was eager but constrained, hoping to first identify suitable locations. Then, through official investment promotion, they could proceed with development. However, based on the feedback from previously released data, the investments attracted have been from small businesses and entrepreneurs, falling far short of the city government's expectations. Thus, the matter has temporarily reached an impasse. Chapter 156, This is what you call a casual meal? Xia Feng hesitated at the doorway for a moment, considering whether to return later. When village chief Xia spotted him immediately. "Xia Feng, what brings you here? Quickly greet the leaders." Hearing the village chief's words, Su Wei and the accompanying officials turned their attention toward the doorway. "Good evening, leaders." Xia Feng wasn't particularly nervous. Instead, he spoke with confidence. In the past, he would have felt somewhat stiff. But during his time in Shenzhen, constantly shadowing Lu Buwei, he'd been meeting CEOs of major corporations and top officials from government departments left and right. His nerve had long been tempered to an extraordinary degree. Not to mention his frequent interactions with Fang Yuan. Compared to his own super-powerful boss, Su Wei's rank clearly fell short. And who might this gentleman be? Seeing Xiafeng's composed and confident demeanor, Su Wei couldn't help but feel curious. This was the first time in all his visits to the grassroots level that he had encountered a young man who showed not a hint of nervousness upon meeting him. "Leader Su, you may not know this, but I've always held this lad in high regard. Not only was he the first from our village to attend a top-tier university, but he possesses both a steady temperament and sharp intellect. I had originally planned to groom him as the next village chief. However, it seems our village pond is now too small for him. It might actually hinder his growth." When speaking of Xia Feng, village chief Xia's face beamed with pride. A student from a top national university? There were only one or two such individuals in the entire region. That their village produced one was something they could boast about far and wide. Su Wei nodded slightly, though inwardly he remained unconvinced. After all, he himself had graduated from a top university in Xiagua, holding a doctoral degree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to a senior position in the development department at just 31 years old. Perhaps out of habit, Sue couldn't help but speak up. It's commendable for young people to be capable, but you mustn't get ahead of yourselves. You should know that the country is now vigorously reforming the village official system precisely to encourage talented individuals like you to take root at the grassroots level after graduating from university, to work diligently, and to use your abilities to transform your hometown. Since you're a college graduate, have you considered staying to contribute to the village? If you're willing, you could discuss it with Village Chief Xia. Start by gaining experience in the city to build your foundation. Opportunities like this are rare, you must seize them. Xia Feng smiled and thanked him, though his expression betrayed little interest. Seeing the young man seemingly miss the hint of mentorship in Su Wei's words, those nearby exchanged knowing smiles. Xia Feng, the leader is trying to mentor you here. Show some appreciation. Others remained calm, but Village Chief Xia, who had watched Xia Feng grow up, was genuinely anxious. Fearing the recent graduate might be too proud to recognize this rare chance, he cut straight to the point. Village Chief, I understand the leader's intentions perfectly well. But my current work holds greater personal significance to me. So I'm afraid I must disappoint the leader's kindness. Ah, such a great opportunity, you stubborn kid. Village Chief Xia sighed and didn't press the matter further. Young people fresh out of school always feel invincible, as if luck is on their side. But how many only realize the value of a stable job after getting knocked around by society? Not to mention having a heavyweight like Su Wei as a patron, his future prospects were undoubtedly bright. Seeing that Xia Feng had no intention of changing his mind, Su Wei shook his head silently, thinking to himself, young people just don't know their place. At that moment, Xia Feng stated his purpose. Village Chief, our company president will be visiting my home shortly. My father asked me to invite you. If you're free, please join us for a visit. Having said that, Xia Feng didn't dwell on it further. With Su Wei present, the village chief was likely tied up. Still, the invitation needed to be properly conveyed, otherwise, he'd have a hard time explaining himself to his father upon returning. Village Chief Xia was about to politely decline the invitation from Xia Feng's family. Su Wei, however, suddenly found herself intrigued by this arrogant young man and wondered whose crew he was with. But constrained by his leadership demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to ask directly. Xia Feng, however, showed some insight. Although he now worked outside the village, he still cared deeply about it. When a leader came to inspect the village as a member of the community, it wouldn't be appropriate to simply call him village chief. He turned to Su Wei and said, if the leaders don't mind, why not come over for a visit? It's just the right time to harvest the rice flower fish in the village. Please try our local specialty. Indeed, Director Su rarely visits us. Besides, this is one of the city's key inspection sites. Trying our rice flower fish could provide valuable feedback for future development plans. Village Chief Xia chimed in at just the right moment. Regardless of other considerations, sharing this meal would at least foster goodwill. Thus, he earnestly urged them to join. Su Wei smiled faintly. He understood the implications perfectly well, but the village itself was one of the city's flagship tourist attractions. Paying a visit wouldn't hurt, especially since it aligned with what Village Chief Xia had mentioned. Gaining further insight into the village's specialties would add another highlight. In that case, why don't we stop by? As an official leader, it's essential to immerse oneself in the lives of the people. Only then can we base our next steps on the most authentic realities and plan and deploy our work correctly. Exactly. Leader Su was so thoughtful. Village Chief Xia immediately chimed in, then let's arrange it that way. This little village doesn't have much to offer, but please join us for a simple meal. Seeing that the leading figure, Su Wei, had no objections, the others naturally followed suit. But upon arriving at Xia Feng's home, the group froze in surprise. One of the accompanying town officials pointed at the mountain of crabs piled on the table and exclaimed, Brother Xia, this is what you call a simple meal? Whoa! And these lobsters? At least 3 or 5 pounds worth. That's no small expense, easily 700 or 800 yuan minimum. To welcome the CEO who had personally come to visit his son, Xia's father had spared no expense. He'd even purchased nearly 2,300 yuan bottles of manhwa liquor from the liquor store, fearing Fang Yuan might not enjoy local flavors. But to Su Wei and the others, it seemed as though Xia Feng had arranged everything specifically to welcome them. Seeing this, Su Wei's brow furrowed slightly. Village Chief Xia, standing nearby, broke out in a cold sweat and was about to explain. Just then, Xia's father returned, having just caught a large bucket of rice flower fish from the fields. Spotting Su Wei and the others dressed in suits, he mistook them for his son's boss. He hurried over, bucket of fish in hand, to greet them. Xia urged, what's going on here? Before he could speak, Village Chief Xia, adhering to seniority, cut him off with a retort. Chapter 157, Disregarding Leadership. Village Chief Xia said with a stern expression, the leaders came to our village to investigate how to improve our people's lives. They certainly aren't here for your delicacies. Get them taken down immediately. Xia's father glanced at his son, as if asking what on earth was going on. Chief, you forgot I mentioned earlier that my boss would be coming personally. These offerings are my father's sincere gesture. They weren't prepared specifically to curry favor with the leaders. Seeing the disbelief on village chief Xia's face, Xia Feng offered no further explanation. Su Wei, however, wore a slightly pensive expression. If this young man could so calmly decline his invitation, there was likely no need to go out of his way to buy such expensive dishes to curry favor with him and his group. After learning of Su Wei's identity, Xia's father merely greeted the officials with a few polite words. He then hurriedly pulled Xia Feng into the kitchen to prepare the freshly caught rice flour fish, lest Fang Yuan arrive before the dish was ready. As Xia's father put it, this Su leader's position meant nothing to his family. Mr. Feng, on the other hand, was his son's direct superior, the very man who paid his son's salary and provided his benefits every month. He knew exactly who deserved special attention. Seeing Xia Feng and his father leave the officials in the courtyard and rush off to prepare the meal, the scene instantly made village chief Xia's face fall. He was both furious and anxious. How inconsiderate! How dare they keep the leaders waiting? Su Wei, however, waved it off, finding a chair for himself and settling down. Don't forget we're guests here. As guests, we should follow the host's lead. We've traveled all day and are tired. Everyone should sit down and rest. Ah! Leader! Seeing this, village chief Xia could only swallow his words. He then quickly and deftly went to brew and pour tea for everyone. Little did they know they'd be waiting nearly half an hour. Su Wei, who had been smiling moments ago, now wore a stern expression, lost in thought. His personal assistant beside him couldn't help but give village chief Xia a meaningful glance. Already fidgeting with impatience, village chief Xia seized the chance to excuse himself for the restroom, scurrying off to the kitchen with a clatter. When you take the rice flour fish stew off the stove, sprinkle some chopped green onions or cilantro on top, it'll be absolutely delicious. Xia's father, holding a large pot of rice flour fish stew, smiled as he shared his cooking wisdom with his son. But before he could finish, he turned to see the grim-faced village chief. Hey, second brother, if you have any issues with me, we can discuss them privately. What's the meaning of this? Leaving such a high-ranking official waiting outside like that? You! Village chief, you've misunderstood. We truly didn't mean to, Xia Feng replied with a wry smile. If he'd known Su Wei and the others were coming for an inspection today, he'd never have gotten himself into this mess. Intentional or not, let me make this clear, Director Su is specifically in charge of our Gaisai development. He's currently surveying the area around our village. If this passes, it'll be a huge boon for the whole village. If something goes wrong because of this meal, you two will be the villains we all blame. Hold on, Xianan, what do you mean by that? This meal wasn't even prepared for you guys in the first place. You want to pin this on us? I'm telling you, no way. Xia's father was getting worked up now. They'd simply cooked this meal to welcome their son's boss as a guest, yet now they were inexplicably being made into the village's scapegoats? That was ridiculous. Xia Feng stood nearby, torn between laughter and tears. Just then, the faint roar of a car engine drifted in from outside the house. Is that it? Father Xia paused his verbal sparring with village chief Xia and turned to his son. We don't get many cars around here normally. It's almost certainly General Manager Fang arriving. Xia Feng nodded, then hurried outside. My son's boss is here. Watch your mouth later, or else I'll have words with you. Xia's father snapped back before hurrying after him. Hey, you little bastard, Xia. Village chief Xia felt a sharp pang of anger in his liver before chasing after them. He was determined to see what kind of big shot dared to make the Xia family keep leader Su waiting outside for half a day. Seeing the Xia father and son walk out without so much as a word of farewell, even Su Wei, with his usual temperament, felt a surge of anger at that moment. What kind of people are these? They have no manners whatsoever. I think Tianlan village needs to seriously reconsider this tourism development project. Otherwise, when tourists arrive and encounter such uncivilized villagers, we'll be overwhelmed just handling the flood of complaints. An official from your company couldn't contain his frustration and whispered this to Su Wei. Let's see how things develop. Su Wei didn't outright reject the idea, but responded with a calm reply. Village chief Xia, who happened to be passing by, heard the remark and inwardly cursed Xia Feng and his son to the heavens. He silently resolved that if this incident derailed the village's reform efforts, he would hold a village-wide public criticism session to expose their crimes no matter what. Meanwhile, after driving for over 2 hours, Fang Yuan and Jiang Yunxue finally arrived at their destination. They had wasted considerable time along the way purchasing gifts. After all, this was his first visit to their home, even though Xia Feng was his subordinate. Fang Yuan had no intention of arriving empty-handed, preferring to embody the leadership style of returning laden with gifts. Considering the long drive, he had specifically driven his military-grade L5 this time. Following behind were Lan Yi, who had transformed his vehicle into a Wuling SUV, and 3 black-clad bodyguards. The bulges in the front pockets of their suits were unmistakable, hinting at certain items. Although Fang Yuan's military rank had been revoked, the military district showed no intention of retrieving the weapons and equipment issued to his bodyguards. It seemed likely that higher-ups had tacitly approved this arrangement. Gazing at the picturesque scenery outside the window, Zhang Yunxue couldn't help but remark, the views here are truly beautiful. Everything is so green, and even the air seems sweeter. It's so much more comfortable than being in the city. If you like it, I'll have some natural scenery added to the villa later. Then you can enjoy it every day. Fang Yuan said with a faint smile. Truthfully, he himself cherished such natural scenery, just gazing at it brought him inner peace. Otherwise, when selecting the villa's construction site, he wouldn't have specifically requested it be far from the city. Today marks the third day. In just over a week, we'll be able to move into the big villa. Fang Yuan silently counted down the days until his villa's completion, feeling a surge of anticipation. After rounding a bend, Xia Feng and his son, along with the figure of village chief Xia, came into view. Having worked on the villa before, Xia Feng was no stranger to Fang Yuan's military-style L5 sedan. But when Xia's father and the village chief saw this military-style vehicle, a blend of elegant nobility tinged with official authority, their pupils dilated with sheer astonishment. Holy cow, this car is gorgeous. It must cost hundreds of thousands. Despite the village chief straining his imagination, the price he blurted out fell far short. Mr. Feng is a big shot. This car must be worth at least $1 million or $2 million, right, son? Xia's father shot the village chief a disdainful glance. Xia Feng shook his head slightly and jogged forward to greet them. Chapter 158. Your subjects were prepared to fight to the death, Your Majesty. Why did you surrender first? Mr. Feng, Mrs. Feng. The window rolled down, revealing Fang Yuan and Zhang Yunxue. Xia Feng hurriedly greeted them one by one. Long time no see, Zhang Yunxue replied with a smile. Back at the villa, she often saw Xia Feng handling matters there. He was a capable and perceptive individual. Just then, Xia's father arrived. Xia Feng promptly introduced, Mr. Feng, this is my father. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and stepped out of the car alongside Zhang Yunxue. You must be Mr. Feng. I'm Xia Feng's father. If you don't mind, you can just call me Xiao Xia, Xia's father said quickly, his visible nervousness palpable. He had intended to extend his hand for a handshake, but upon noticing the mud still clinging to his fingernails from fishing earlier that day, he quickly withdrew his hand with an awkward, sheepish smile. Fang Yuan, however, didn't seem to mind at all. He grabbed Xia's father's hand and laughed. Uncle Xia, I'm terribly sorry to have to trouble you both to come all this way. Oh, Mr. Feng, what are you saying? We're grateful you came all this way. He hadn't expected the super boss his son had spoken of to be so down to earth, which eased his father's initial nervousness considerably. Dad, this is Mr. Feng's wife. Hello, Uncle Xia. My name is Zhang Yunxue. You can just call me Xiao Xue. Zhang Yunxue was not only beautiful but also radiated an air of elegance in her attire. Mr. Xia quickly greeted her as well. He felt deeply moved inside. One was young and accomplished, tall and graceful, handsome and dashing, with an extraordinary aura. A beauty so captivating she could make fish sink and birds fall from the sky. Standing together, they resembled the golden boy and jade girl before the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Seeing his father about to launch into an endless stream of enthusiasm, Xia Feng quickly interjected. Dad, Mr. Feng and the others must be hungry after traveling so far. Let's go inside first, sit down, and chat over a meal. Right, let's go inside first. Feeling the genuine warmth in Xia's father's words, Fang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. The group, led by Fang Yuan, made their way into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Long Yi, guided by Xia Feng, took charge of parking the car first. As the black sedan began slowly backing into the driveway, the official personnel seated in the courtyard of Gue City couldn't help but fix their curious gazes on the vehicle. Xia Feng and his son clearly knew they were waiting inside, yet still had the car backed in a clear sign of disrespect toward their superiors. As winter approached, the winds grew stronger. When the car moved, dust from the ground would swirl up, even if it wasn't much. But from the courtyard, it felt as though dust was settling on their faces, leaving an unpleasant sensation. Even Su Wei couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Junkie, it's a domestically produced vehicle from our country. I suppose this Mr. Feng has shown some thoughtfulness. Upon noticing the military flag emblem on the vehicle's tires, the hostility in everyone's eyes finally began to dissipate a little. This car is quite long, someone remarked in surprise. Judging by its appearance, the vehicle was well over 5 meters long, a length most sedans couldn't match. If he's a big shot, he must have some capital. Buying a nice car isn't a big deal. But as the front of the car came into view, Su Wei, who had been seated the entire time, suddenly sprang to his feet. His expression was a mix of shock and reverence. Sir, what's going on? Seeing Su Wei's tense reaction, the others were momentarily unsure what had happened. This vehicle, it's the Junkie L5. What does that mean? His subordinates were all baffled. It sounded like a sedan model from Junkie, but what was so special about that? Seeing no one grasp the implication, Su Wei sighed and offered a hint, the celebration. Junkie, celebration. Holy crap, it can't be. A younger official quickly covered his mouth. He feared his earlier slip of the tongue might have angered the leader. But seeing Su Wei's gaze fixed on that junky L5 without a hint of reproach, he finally relaxed. Hey, what's going on? A colleague beside him whispered urgently. The junky L5. You know, the one the bigwigs in the capital rode in during the ceremony. They say you can't buy it even if you have the money. Whoa. Yeah, anyone who gets to drive this car needs more than just money. They need high social standing and significant contributions to society. At the very least, they have to have an outstanding, positive image to even be considered for ownership of a junky L5. We made the right choice coming here today. Su Wei nodded in explanation before striding purposefully toward the vehicle. Regardless of whether the other party came from government, business, or other fields, their status was absolutely beyond comparison to someone like him, a high-ranking executive in the development department of a prestigious company. When he saw Long Yi stepping out of the driver's seat, Su Wei dismissed the possibility immediately and shifted his gaze to the back seat. Though this man carried an imposing presence, Su Wei instantly recognized him as likely a bodyguard. Noticing an unfamiliar presence approaching Fang Yuan's private vehicle, Long Yi shot Su Wei a piercing glance. The terrifying aura emanating from him made Su Wei instinctively halt in his tracks. Sir! One of Su Wei's security guards immediately used his body to block Long Yi's gaze. Yet, this elite guard, specially selected from the Special Forces unit. Under Long Yi's gaze, it felt as though his heart skipped several beats, like facing a primordial beast ready to devour him whole at any moment. He's armed. Not just anyone. Years of training allowed him to quickly spot the anomaly beneath Long Yi's suit jacket. Driving a military-grade L5 was one thing, but for the bodyguard to be carrying a firearm? What kind of high-ranking official was this? Su Wei's mind raced, yet his face already wore a respectful smile as he said, "Excuse me, I'm Su Wei from your city's development department. May I ask who the distinguished leader in the car is?" Long Yi scrutinized Su Wei and his bodyguard, dismissing them as mere amateurs and losing interest instantly. Faced with the bodyguard's aloofness, Su Wei showed no sign of embarrassment or anger. Instead, the cold sweat on his temples grew thicker. He never imagined that such an ordinary mountain village household would have such an incredibly powerful figure personally visiting as a guest. Could it be that his earlier behavior at the Xia residence had displeased the other party? Just as Su Wei nervously retraced his steps from entering the Xia residence, trying to pinpoint where he might have gone wrong, Fang Yuan and his entourage stepped through the gate. Seeing this, Su Wei instantly realized. The main guest hadn't even arrived yet. His earlier anxiety had been entirely for naught. Village Chief Xia hurried over, his expression filled with concern as he asked Su Wei, whose face was still pale, "Leader Su, are you alright? The big shot is right there. What on earth do you mean by calling me director?" Su Wei gave a perfunctory smile to signal he was fine, then turned his gaze to Fang Yuan, who stood at the center of the group. "Who are they? I almost forgot. Mr. Fang, these are all officials from your city. They're here to inspect our village's surroundings and plan for development," Xia's father hurriedly explained. Most of these officials were heads of municipal departments, so Fang Yuan didn't give it much thought, merely nodding lightly. Su Wei hadn't said anything yet, but Village Chief Xia was clearly displeased. "Sure, you're a young CEO driving a fancy car. But these are city leaders standing before us. How can you even compare the two?" He opened his big mouth and said, "Xia Feng, hurry up and introduce our city leader to your boss." But before he could finish, Su Wei felt his heart sink. He desperately wanted to cover the village chief's mouth. Instead, he quickly spoke up. "Hello, I'm Su Wei from your city's development department. I apologize for the abrupt intrusion, Mr. Feng. Please forgive my intrusion." Xia's eyes widened like saucers. If he dared speak now, he might have blurted out that classic Three Kingdoms line. "We were ready to fight to the death, Your Majesty. Why did you surrender first?" Chapter 159, Toast First. Though he didn't know exactly what was going on. But since it was the city government acting in the people's best interests and doing something practical, Fang Yuan actually felt quite favorable toward it. "Director Su, you're too kind. I'm truly sorry to have kept you waiting so long. Let's sit down and have a meal first, then discuss matters." "Exactly. I was worried my lack of education might make me seem out of place talking with Mr. Feng. But now that Director Su is here, we can all join in." Father Xia seemed quite pleased. Having both a city leader and a big boss like Fang Yuan as guests in his home. If word got out, everyone in the village would look at him with newfound respect. If anyone felt like crying among the group, it was undoubtedly Village Chief Xia. He thought he was standing up for Leader Su, but not only did it fail to work out. Earlier, the look Su Wei shot him was like he wanted to eat him alive. He couldn't for the life of him figure out where he'd gone wrong. Don't be fooled by the seemingly simple visit to Xia Feng's home. But seating arrangements held significant meaning. First off, the main seat always faced away from the front door. Logically, this seat should have been reserved for Xia's father, but he was still in his 60s. He understood the most basic etiquette of deferring to others. The top priority naturally went to his son's immediate superior, General Manager Feng. Perhaps seeking to make amends for his earlier mistake, Village Chief Xia saw his chance to redeem himself. He hurried over to the main seat, pulled out the chair slightly, wiped it with his sleeve, and said to Su Wei, "Leader, thank you for coming to our village for the inspection today. You must come sit here." Fang Yuan chuckled without comment. He didn't place much importance on such matters. After all, the dishes were on the table as long as his arm was long enough, he could reach them from anywhere. Why bother with these so-called rules? But Su Wei's face darkened at the suggestion. When he first arrived, he had thought village chief Xia was a sensible man. How could he act so foolish at a critical moment? It's fine. Village chief Xia has been with us all day and must be tired. Please sit down first. No need to be so formal. He believed this statement conveyed his meaning with sufficient tact. But Xia Anan hadn't had much schooling. How could he possibly grasp the subtle nuances? Hearing this, he assumed the leader was still holding a grudge over the earlier incident. But Su Wei's assistant stepped over, half pushing, half pulling him toward another seat. Patting his shoulder with a smile, he said, "Village chief Xia, we're guests here. We mustn't upstage our hosts. Just sit tight and wait for instructions." Right. Look at me, I almost forgot about that. After finally silencing village chief Xia, no one paid attention to his subsequent rambling. "Mr. Fang, please take a seat. You've traveled a long way, thank you for coming. We don't have much to offer, but here's some rice flour fish my father caught for you in the fields. Please try some later." Xia Feng smoothly pulled out the chair for Fang Yuan at the head of the table with a smile. "Come, sister-in-law, please sit. Don't be shy." The two adjacent seats were thus designated. Fang Yuan didn't hesitate, gesturing for Zhang Yunxue to sit down as well. Watching this, village chief Xia felt a twitch in his eye corner, convinced that the village development project was now more than half doomed. Surprisingly, however, Su Wei, who hadn't been seated at the head, flashed a smile. She even cast an appreciative glance at Xia Feng. "Quite a promising young man. If he could work under me, I might be able to cultivate him into something special." But the moment he considered Fang Yuan's presence, any desire to recruit Xia Feng vanished completely. Following him would at best allow him to climb a few rungs within the official system. But given his academic background and family connections, even after decades of service, he'd likely retire from a position of neither great influence nor insignificance. But tagging along with a big shot who drove a military-grade L5 at such a young age? That was beyond just promising prospects. Once Su Wei's assistant had thoughtfully refilled everyone's glasses, Su Wei was the first to raise his glass toward Fang Yuan. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Feng. Welcome to our city. Thank you for nurturing such a promising young talent as Xia Feng. I raise this glass to express my sincere gratitude." These words genuinely stunned Fang Yuan. Ever since hiring Xia Feng as his butler, then establishing Origin Company and sending him over to work under Lu Buwei, he hadn't uttered a single word throughout the entire process. But since they greeted him with smiles, he couldn't very well say something to dampen the mood. After all, they were official representatives from the city. As the saying goes, more friends mean more opportunities. "Leader Su, you're too kind. I'll raise this glass to all of you as well. Doing real work for the people isn't easy, you've all worked hard. Mr. Feng, you're too kind. Please don't call me director, just call me Xiao Su." Su Wei dared not accept such praise. He smiled and said, Come, everyone, raise your glasses to Mr. Feng. Thank you for taking the time to visit our city." At his words, everyone rose and raised their glasses. Fang Yuan couldn't keep up the pretense either. He stood and downed his glass in one gulp, with Su Wei leading the way. Many of the accompanying officials from the city eagerly competed to toast Mr. Feng, hoping to make a favorable impression. After all, this was a big shot whom even Comrade Su treated with utmost respect. Yet after several rounds, Fang Yuan's cup had barely emptied 3 times. The reason was that whenever others offered toasts, they would add, "Drink at your leisure, I'll finish mine." Faced with such enthusiasm, the former Major General accepted it all with ease, free of any psychological burden. After 3 rounds of toasts, Su Wei hesitated before cautiously asking, "Mr. Feng, might I inquire about your company's name? Should opportunities for collaboration arise in the future, it would be helpful to have a point of contact." From the moment they met, Su Wei had been searching his mind for information about this young man before him. After much deliberation, he couldn't identify anyone matching the profile, leaving him no choice but to ask directly. At this, Fang Yuan's expression turned slightly awkward. "I only mentioned it casually. If it's inconvenient." Seeing his reaction, Su Wei assumed it might be a confidential enterprise and quickly added. To his surprise, Fang Yuan waved it off. "It's nothing I can't discuss. It's just that our company is still in its early stages. I'm afraid you might laugh at us if I told you. You've heard of China Group, right? Zhonghua Group." Su Wei's heart raced with excitement. But before he could speak, Fang Yuan continued, "Our Origin Technology Company, Limited is a strategic partner of Zhonghua Group." Strategic partners. As the head of the city's development department for years, Su Wei was certainly no stranger to such terms. Though the term strategic partnership sounded rather grand, Xinghai Group, as one of Xia Nation's top conglomerates, likely had hundreds, if not thousands, of such partnerships spanning all scales. Hearing this, he felt a slight pang of disappointment. He even began to wonder if that junky L5 had been borrowed from somewhere. A CEO from a company he'd never even heard of. No wonder he had no recollection of this person. Heh, Origin Technology is a decent name. For a young man like Mr. Fang to already have his own company, that's quite an achievement for someone so young. Though the man wasn't the big shot he'd imagined, Su Wei didn't let his disappointment show. But the fervor in his heart faded a little. At that moment, an intriguing thought suddenly popped into Fang Yuan's mind. Speaking of which, if China Group were to participate in your city's tourism development plan, what qualifications would be required? Xinghai Group? Su Wei suddenly felt like laughing. If such a top-tier conglomerate were genuinely interested in joining, the higher-ups would likely hand over the contract without even opening their mouths. Yet this was bound to be an unrealistic fantasy. Regarding that question, actually, I still hold some shares in Xinghai Group. If it's possible, we could discuss the specifics later. Su Wei had just raised his wine glass to take a sip when he abruptly made a 90-degree turn and offered it to Fang Yuan. Mr. Fang, I'll drink this one first to honor you. Chapter 160, Blind Date. At that moment, someone suddenly gasped softly. Origin Tech. Origin Tech. Could it be that Origin company that released the Xinghai Building 2000 not long ago? Xinghai Building 2000? Yeah, didn't the first batch just go on sale on their official website? I recall it was a joint launch by Origin and Xinghai Group. Whoa. So that's it. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when Mr. Fang mentioned it earlier. Su Wei suddenly recalled that while browsing online news earlier, he recalled seeing an Origin technology review of the Xinghai Building 2000 on some platform. Back then, Origin hadn't even reached the stage of holding launch events yet. So he'd dismissed it as some small company trying to ride on others' coattails for traffic. Realizing this, Su Wei suddenly understood. Why hadn't Xinghai Group promoted the phone they developed on their own official website? Instead, they entrusted such a groundbreaking technological product to an obscure little company. It seemed everything was the work of this Mr. Fang. If that was indeed the case, Fang Yuan's stake in Xinghai Group must be substantial. While business people must prioritize profit, it's only right that we contribute to our nation and people within our means. Mr. Fang, your noble spirit deserves another toast from me. Su Wei drained his glass in one gulp before refilling it. His words struck a deep chord. Enough about business for now. I'll have someone contact you later. If you have any questions, you can discuss them directly with him. He'd finally managed to get out for some relaxation and didn't want to waste his time on such matters. Understood, understood. Come, let's raise another toast to Mr. Fang. After 3 rounds of drinks. Knowing Fang Yuan disliked interruptions, Su Wei politely exchanged a few more words, left his business card, and then departed with his entourage. Village Chief Xia hurriedly rose to see them out. That's enough, Village Chief. You can stay here for now. There shouldn't be any issues with your village's affairs. If suitable investors come along later, I'll consider you first. Knowing what Village Chief Xia wanted to say, Su Wei preemptively stated his position. Even if a partnership with Xinghai Group didn't materialize later, simply establishing this connection with Fang Yuan wouldn't be a loss. Not to mention, the environment of this small mountain village was inherently well suited for tourism development, so it wouldn't be considered improper conduct on his part. Hearing this, Village Chief Xia was overjoyed. Oh my, thank you so much, Leader Su. On behalf of every villager, I express our deepest gratitude for your trust and consideration. The gratitude shouldn't be directed at me. It's because your village has produced such an outstanding talent. Su Wei's gaze lingered meaningfully on Xiefeng's front gate. After the official delegation from Guay City departed, Village Chief Xia returned to the Xie family courtyard with mixed feelings. No sooner had he sat down at the table than he picked up his wine glass and addressed Xiefeng and his father, second brother. Xiefeng, everything just now was my fault. I failed to recognize a mountain when I saw it. This village matter succeeded largely thanks to Mr. Fang's presence. I'll drink this glass as self-punishment and as an apology to you both. Hey! What are you doing, Village Chief? Xiefeng tried to stop him, but the Village Chief had already downed the entire cup in one swift motion. Second brother, you've raised a fine son. After all, they were all brothers of the Xie clan. Seeing the Village Chief admit his mistake, the knot in Xie father's heart dissolved completely. No need for formalities among family. I admit I was also at fault earlier. Here, let me drink with you. With that, Xie's father downed his cup in one gulp. After finishing, the two shared a smile, and the courtyard instantly filled with cheer once more. Seeing the two drinking with such enthusiasm, Fang Yuan couldn't resist joining in. By the end, he was completely dizzy, unaware of what transpired afterward. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Fang Yuan finally came to his senses. You should have stopped when you were satisfied. You just had to show off. Jiang Yunxue, who had been keeping vigil beside his bed, scolded him as she brought over a bowl of freshly warmed hangover soup. Ahem. I won't do it again, Fang Yuan said upon seeing her. By the way, are Xiefeng's father and that village chief Xie alright? Both men were quite elderly. If they suffered any health issues from drinking, it would be his fault. Jiang Yunxue chuckled. What else could happen? Later on, you insisted on taking them both on, knocking them both flat under the table. Heh, not bad. Looks like my drinking skills are still pretty impressive. Upon hearing his own feat, Fang Yuan immediately started bragging. Though he was far from being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But backed by his martial arts master cultivation, ordinary people might not be able to outdrink him. Jiang Yunxue shot him an exasperated yet amused glance before saying, by the way, since it's so late and you're drunk, we'll stay at Xiefeng's place for now. We can only head back tomorrow. Fine by me. After drinking the hangover soup, Fang Yuan finally felt his stomach ease considerably. Warm and cozy, he lay in bed, too lazy to even move. The night passed without incident. When he woke up the next morning, he saw Xie's father bustling about in the kitchen preparing breakfast. The spread wasn't elaborate, but the handmade noodles paired with homegrown tomatoes tasted quite good. A little while later, Xiefeng emerged from his room dressed in a full suit. Xiefeng was naturally handsome, standing about 5 feet 10 inches tall. With his chest puffed out, he looked particularly spirited. Good morning, Mr. Fang, Mrs. Xie. Morning. What brings you here so early? Fang Yuan asked curiously while slurping his noodles. Well. When asked, Xiefeng's face flushed slightly, a rare occurrence. Xie's father, standing nearby, chuckled and explained, Mr. Fang, you see, Xiefeng's mother passed away many years ago. I raised him all by myself. Now that he finally has a stable job, I thought it'd be best to find him a match and get him settled down. While I'm still in decent health, I can help look after grandchildren and lighten his load a bit. Ha, that's wonderful news. What's there to be shy about? Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. They say people in our country love to join in the fun, and he was no exception. He hadn't expected that coming over as a guest would also give him a chance to enjoy some gossip. Jiang Yunxue beside him was equally curious. What exactly happens when a man and woman who don't know each other sit down to discuss marriage? How about this? Today, my wife and I will temporarily act as Xiefeng's older brother and sister-in-law. Having more people in the family gives us some backing. Is that okay with Uncle Xie? Ha, that's absolutely wonderful. To have a big brother like Mr. Fang is a blessing my son could never have hoped for in a lifetime. Father Xie beamed with delight at the suggestion. After all, the matchmaker had mentioned that the girl's family was reasonably well off. Had she not heard that Xiefeng had a decent salary working outside, was a graduate of a prestigious university, and was quite handsome, she might not have even considered this match. However, the meeting was scheduled for noon. With some time to spare, Fang Yuan retrieved a woven bag from the trunk and planned to take Jiang Yunxue out for a stroll. Mr. Fang, what's this about? Well, our boss is actually quite passionate about the environment and has always been committed to contributing to environmental causes within his means. Not knowing how to explain his boss's peculiar hobby to his father, Xiefeng could only make up an excuse. It's getting late, Dad. We should start preparing what we need. After all, we can't show up empty-handed when we go to the girl's family for the matchmaking meeting. A proper gift was essential, both a matter of etiquette and a token of the groom's sincerity. Chapter 161, the 30 billion yuan special fund. The village wasn't large. All told, there were only 40 or 50 households. However, due to the lack of oversight from relevant sanitation departments, the village roads were littered with quite a bit of trash. Before long, Fang Yuan had already picked up over a dozen pieces of trash. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one Ba1C packaging bag. You have earned plus 200,000 in cash. Not bad luck, a great start to the day. Fang Yuan lit a cigarette with a satisfied smile, savoring this unexpected windfall. What are you laughing at? Jiang Yunxue, who had been busy snapping photos all around, looked over and asked curiously. Hee, I just remembered something fun. You're such a goof. Knowing Fang Yuan was about to start spouting nonsense again, Jiang Yunxue decisively cut him off. She held out the photos she'd just taken and held them up to him, asking if she looked good in them. They're great. Fang Yuan said as he picked up the trash from the ground with the tongs. How can you say they're good when you haven't even looked at them? I did. I give your selfies full marks. Selfie? Staring at the trumpet flower on her phone screen, Jiang Yunxue snorted coldly and turned to walk away. Hey, what's the deal? It really is pretty. Seeing she had no intention of acknowledging him, Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. Humph, women. Knowing Jiang Yunxue wouldn't stay mad, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he diligently continued sorting through the junk on the ground, carefully placing each piece into the woven bag. Before he knew it, his pure monetary income alone had reached nearly 1 million yuan. Adding the remaining balance of over 30 million yuan in his account after purchasing the land. It had gradually climbed back to around 45 million. But considering the villa still needed renovation and other follow-up work, this amount still seemed insufficient. Thank goodness the system daddy rewarded me with a super construction crew when I completed that hidden quest. Otherwise, I'd be in real trouble. After deducting the construction team's fees, Fang Yuan only needed to cover the villa's interior decoration. It had saved him a huge chunk of expenses. Stay calm. Once the villa is built, just plug in the converter, then it'll be time for the money tree of origin to branch out and flourish. Poverty is only temporary. Once the converter was operational, he could collaborate with Origin to expand his money-making ventures through scavenging. His wealth accumulation would inevitably experience a quantum leap. This thought filled Fang Yuan with renewed vigor. Before heading out for the blind date, he finally completed the hidden quest to recycle 1,700 pieces of junk. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recycling 1,700 pieces of junk. Triggered a hidden system quest. Reward 30 billion yuan in tourism development special funds. These funds have been deposited into your newly opened bank account. Note, special funds must be used exclusively for tourism project development and cannot be diverted for other purposes. Zhang Yunxue, who had been stomping ahead in a huff, waiting for Fang Yuan to come coax her back. After waiting for ages with no response from behind, she turned to find Fang Yuan standing motionless in the distance. Her anger flared instantly. He can't make it up to me this time. Absolutely not. Just as she was about to vow she'd never forgive this pig-footed jerk today, she suddenly heard Fang Yuan yell. Holy crap! 300 billion! It had literally reset his net worth. Though the funds were restricted to tourism development, it didn't matter. Investments always yield returns, let alone when it's a free ticket, a perk from System Daddy. He had originally planned to discuss with Ren Fei about participating in your city's tourism development under the Origin banner. Later, he intended to allocate some technological products from the system's rewards to compensate Zhonghua Group for their financial investment. But now, with the system's 30 billion reward, the initial cooperation was absolutely guaranteed. Sure enough, Su Wei, who had been waiting for news on the other end. Upon receiving Lu Bui's call announcing Origin Technology's participation in the tourism project with 30 billion yuan in initial investment, Su Wei, who was conducting research elsewhere, immediately shouted with excitement. Amidst the stunned expressions of his entourage, he rushed back to the city without delay and sent over the planning and development proposal. But Fang Yuan didn't have to worry about any of this. With the legendary businessman Lu Bui on board, he could simply sit back and let things run themselves. Haha, once the business is on track, just flip the switch and the wealth will start rolling in. Fang Yuan mused contentedly, completely oblivious to Zhang Yunxue's icy expression. On the way back, he exerted tremendous effort, promising 3 hot dinners, 2 movie dates, and a bouquet of flowers before finally coaxing his wife back to good humor. When they arrived at the Xie family compound, Xie Feng and his son had everything ready, waiting for their return. Seeing the fruit and drinks Xie Feng held in his hands, Fang Yuan slapped his forehead. He'd nearly forgotten yesterday when he arrived he still hadn't presented the gift he'd specifically brought for this visit. He immediately instructed Long Yi and the 3 bodyguards to unload the items purchased along the way. Mr. Feng, what's this about? These are all things I specially brought for you, Uncle Xie. I had a bit too much to drink yesterday and only remembered now. Your visit means more than gifts. We appreciate the thought, but please take them back, Xie's father politely declined. He had glanced at the 2 cases of liquor unloaded from Fang Yuan's car earlier. Both seemed to bear the characters for Mao Tai. There was also a box of exquisitely packaged tea and 2 cartons of He Tianxia cigarettes. Just these items alone made Xie's father's heart tremble slightly. He'd never smoked He Tianxia himself, but he'd heard a pack cost at least over 100 yuan, meaning these 2 packs alone were worth over 2,000 yuan. That won't do. Once something is given, it can't be taken back. It's settled. Besides, I don't need these things anyway. Fang Yuan didn't mind at all. He was indifferent to tobacco and alcohol anyway. He only occasionally sipped a little or lit up a cigarette when he had nothing else to do. Dad, since it's Mr. Feng's thoughtful gesture, please accept it. Xie Feng, who knew Mr. Feng was always generous with his subordinates, said with a smile. Well then, thank you, Mr. Feng. I'll make sure to bring you more local specialties when I return. Fang Yuan had intended to refuse, but he knew that if he didn't accept it. Xie Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. Oh, and this liquor is decent, bring 2 bottles. As for cigarettes, get a whole carton. It's your first matchmaking meeting, don't let them look down on you. Besides, he was here to support Xie Feng's face, and showing up with just fruit and drinks felt a bit inadequate. Alright, we'll take your advice, Mr. Feng. Mr. Xie wasn't stingy either. He promptly unwrapped the packaging, picked up 2 bottles of Mao Tai, and placed them in the car. But when he saw these 2 bottles were identical to the Feitian Mao Tai his son had specially bought for over 3,000 yuan yesterday, he almost turned around to put them back. Seeing his father's pained expression, Xie Feng felt helpless. He thought to himself, thank goodness Dad doesn't recognize that Zuanshang 5,000 from Feng's gift. A single bottle of that He Tianxia costs over 10,000 yuan. Otherwise, today's gift might never have been given. Chapter 162, 3,000 yuan for a pack of cigarettes. In another small town not far from Vanilla Town, old Li's house was packed with relatives who'd come to join the festivities. Today was the day his daughter, Li Xuanyi, was going on a blind date and everyone wanted to come and see. Besides, everyone knew this was the man's first visit for the matchmaking. He'd surely bring gifts, and if they could get a little something extra out of it, all the better. Hey, old Li, Uncle Li asked, puffing on his cigarette. Xuanyi's not just pretty, she graduated from a top university. Are you sure you'll be okay letting her go? Asked Li Xuanyi's uncle, puffing on his cigarette. Ah, boys grow up to marry, girls grow up to be married. We parents respect our children's decisions. If she's willing, I won't stand in her way. But I heard that Xiafeng's family only has his father left, and they live in a pretty remote area. I'm afraid it might not be suitable, right? Hearing this, old Li's brow furrowed slightly. When the matchmaker had come to introduce Xiafeng's background, she hadn't mentioned any of this. Inside the boudoir, the slender Li Xuanyi stood before the mirror, carefully applying her makeup and dressing, determined to present her best self to everyone. Looking at her daughter, her eyes crinkling with a gentle smile and a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Her mother, however, felt the opposite, her heart heavy with worry. Your feelings for Xiafeng are genuine, but love alone won't put food on the table. These days, every bride gets a house and a car when she marries. You're my only daughter. How could I not worry about you ending up in some remote backwater? Oh, Mom, Li Xuanyi replied, even though Xiafeng doesn't have much now, I believe he'll make something of himself someday. Li Xuanyi declared with unwavering conviction. They had known each other since high school, and their bond had weathered the trials of time and distance. Now, at last, they were reaping the rewards. She trusted Xiafeng as she trusted herself. Yet to parents, nothing seemed more important than securing a stable future for their daughter. Well, I don't have any issues with it, but your father. Back then, Li Xuanyi had secretly slipped a red envelope to the matchmaker to lavish praise on Xiafeng, barely getting her father's approval. But today was the official matchmaking day, and Xiafeng and his father would definitely be present. If the truth came out then, her relationship with Xiafeng would likely face a series of twists and turns. Half an hour later, guided by Xiafeng, the car pulled up in front of a 3-story detached villa. Though the location couldn't compare to downtown, building such a sizable villa would easily cost over 1 million yuan. And that was assuming the interior decoration wasn't anything special. Seeing the villa, Xia's father felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Before arriving, he had only heard from the matchmaker that the girl's family was reasonably well off, but he hadn't anticipated such a stark difference. Xiafeng, though fairly familiar with his girlfriend, was visiting her family home for the very first time. Gazing at the luxurious, modern mansion, his eyes couldn't help but dim. His initial anticipation began to turn into a dull heaviness. Fang Yuan, however, didn't dwell on such thoughts. Upon arriving, he pulled open the car door and stepped out, then signaled to several bodyguards to start unloading the luggage. Before they even entered the gate, Li's father and his relatives emerged. His expression eased slightly when he saw the 3 cars parked in front of the villa. At least they hadn't taken taxis, that was somewhat acceptable. Junkie, a Land Cruiser? You didn't borrow it, did you? Li Xuanyi's uncle expressed initial surprise before quickly whispering. Ahem. Brother, let's discuss this inside. Even if he was dissatisfied, that was a matter for later. Bringing it up in front of others now would be downright rude. I'm only thinking of Xuanyi's best interests. If we weren't family, no one would bat an eye at how much you spend outside. Enough. We're family here. Don't make outsiders laugh at us. Watching Mr. Li go out to greet the Xia family, the eldest uncle stood put and snorted coldly. Ha! They've come and brought so many gifts. Truly too kind. Noticing the several black-clad bodyguards standing nearby, Mr. Li felt puzzled but didn't dare ask. They were just ordinary families, why go through the charade of hiring bodyguards? Was this some deliberate attempt to elevate the Xia family's status? But the 2 towns weren't even that far apart. A quick inquiry would reveal the truth about both families' circumstances. Wasn't this just unnecessary? This thought made Mr. Li's impression of the Xia family sour a bit more. Still, he put on a smile and invited everyone inside for tea. In Gue City, there was a custom for matchmaking. When the man's family visits, they must first sit down with the woman's family for tea. Once the couple met and both felt satisfied, the 2 families would discuss the dowry and other matters. Once agreed upon, they would share a meal together. If the woman's family didn't proactively invite them to stay for a meal by the appointed time, it meant they weren't interested, and the match naturally fell through. Father Xia pulled out a pack of Hetian Xia cigarettes that Fang Yuan had specially packed for him, and with a face full of flattery, distributed them to the Li family members. When it came to his son's lifelong commitment, he had to appear slightly more humble than the Li family. Many of the Li relatives accepted the cigarettes with smiles, paying little attention to the brand when they saw it was Hetian Xia. On the first visit, the groom's family usually bought expensive cigarettes to save face. His family can't afford it, yet he still likes to show off and pretend to be rich by buying Mao Tai and smoking Hitianxia. How will he ever manage a household? Mr. Li accepted the cigarettes, his mind already made up. After tea, he planned to send them on their way. With the Xia family's manner, he would never allow his daughter to marry into such a household. But when he lit the cigarette offered by Xia's father, he immediately noticed something different from the Hitianxia he was accustomed to. The smoke was full-bodied and smooth, with a gentle, mellow strength that left no harsh, burning sensation when exhaled. As a smoker of decades, Mr. Li could naturally discern the quality of tobacco. He discreetly examined it twice but failed to recognize the brand. After sitting down in the living room, taking advantage of fetching tea leaves, Father Li slipped into the room, snapped a photo of the carton of cigarettes the Xia family had sent, and sent it to a friend who worked in the tobacco industry. First, it was out of curiosity. Second, it was to gauge the value of the gifts sent by the Xia family. If things worked out, they'd have a better idea of what to give in return later. Even though he had long decided against marrying his daughter to Xia Feng, Mr. Li, who always approached matters with meticulous care, still chose to investigate first. Just as he returned to the living room and exchanged a few words with Xia's father, a friend from the tobacco company sent him a message. The tone sounded urgent. "Hey, old Li, where did you get these special supply cigarettes? I'm having dinner with a big shot from your city tonight. For the sake of our long friendship, I'll pay 2,000 yuan per pack. You've got to find me 2 packs. 2,000 yuan per pack, and he's begging me to make some available? He can't be serious, right?" Li's father slowly typed out a question mark. After a pause, the other side messaged back, "True, I guess I did underprice them. After all, the Zuanshan brand is an internal supply for China Tobacco Group. It's practically unavailable on the open market. 3,000 yuan per pack. I'll make it 3,000 for you. Any more than that just wouldn't be worth it." After replying to his friend's message and agreeing to set aside 2 packs of cigarettes, Mr. Li was still a bit stunned. If he added up the cigarettes and alcohol, the gifts alone had cost nearly 30,000 yuan. For a moment, he wasn't sure if the Xia family had come for a matchmaking meeting or to present a dowry. Chapter 163, The Town's Arena. Perhaps it was because these gifts were so valuable. Or perhaps sensing the Xia family's sincerity, Mr. Li specially selected a decent tea blend and wore a warm smile as he chatted with the Xia family. Then the matchmaker began introducing the young man and woman to each other. Xia Feng gazed at Li Xuanyi, resplendent in her finery today, his eyes brimming with delight. As their eyes met, 1,000 words seemed to well up, but with so many people present, they could only exchange a fleeting glance. Something feels off. Are they really meeting for the first time? Li's father watched his daughter's bashful expression, his doubts deepening as his face suddenly fell. He had already heard about Xia Feng's family situation from his older brother earlier. Not only did they live in a dilapidated flat-roofed house, but Xia Feng's mother had passed away early, leaving no one to support the family. Even Xia Feng was just a recent college graduate. Society today doesn't treat college graduates like treasures anymore. The saying graduation equals unemployment wasn't just empty talk. At least during his time at the company, he had witnessed numerous college graduates being turned away at the door during job interviews. Pondering this, he grew increasingly pessimistic about this arranged meeting with the Xia family. Once both young people had met each other, and seeing that neither side seemed particularly interested, the crucial part began. Father Xia and Father Li sat on opposite sides. Across from them sat the Li family relatives. As the good older brother, Fang Yuan naturally stood by Xia Feng's side. The children have met and seemed quite taken with each other. Mr. Li cut straight to the point. "I wonder if you could share some basic information about your family." The matchmaker didn't go into much detail the other day. Normally, these details should have been gathered before the formal matchmaking meeting. But the matchmaker had been secretly bribed by Li Xuanyi long ago, so she had been rather vague last time. She had only emphasized that Xia Feng was doing quite well in Shenzhen. But after Uncle Li revealed the truth, the situation took a sudden turn. The moment of facing reality had finally arrived. Thinking of his own old, dilapidated flat-roofed house, Xia's father felt a lump in his throat. He had just met the Li family's daughter. Not only was she fair-skinned and beautiful, but her education was every bit as impressive as his son's. He'd heard she'd even secured a position as a trainee civil servant in Shenzhen. She had both looks and capability. Not to mention that Mr. Li held a mid-level management position at a company, meaning their family background completely outclassed the Xia family. After Xia's father steeled himself to explain their current situation, before Mr. Li could respond, the eldest uncle of the Li family suddenly turned his anger toward the matchmaker. "What's this supposed to mean? Do you look down on our Li family's daughter? Or what? Can we even discuss this under these conditions? With my niece's talents and looks, she could find an outstanding match anywhere. This mismatch shows no sincerity whatsoever. Let's just call it off." "Brother!" Hearing his elder brother speak so bluntly, Mr. Li felt a pang of embarrassment. "What? Am I not right? Xuanyi is such a fine girl. Marrying into the Xia family would be nothing but suffering. That's not entirely fair." While Xia Feng's family is indeed struggling now, it's only temporary. With his abilities, he'll surely achieve success in the future. Seeing Xia's father's lips tremble without words, Fang Yuan stepped forward without hesitation. Perhaps noticing Fang Yuan's youth, Uncle Li's eyes betrayed undisguised contempt. You youngsters are always dreaming about ideals. But how long is later? Not long, maybe 2 or 3 years at most. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the eldest uncle of the Li family nearly burst out laughing. Youngsters always dream up such fanciful notions. In this day and age, without connections or background, what can you possibly achieve? Landing a stable job that feeds you for life is already better than most. Life depends on material foundations, on family. A recent college graduate, can he even earn 10,000 a month? 10,000. Fang Yuan suddenly faltered. He recalled the salary he'd offered Xiafeng back then. It had been around 50,000 yuan monthly, hadn't it? Seeing Fang Yuan's expression, Uncle Li chuckled. If he can't even earn 10,000, how will he provide for my grandniece's future? Li Xuanyi, who had been eavesdropping from inside the room, nearly burst out the door several times when she heard her uncle pressuring her beloved so relentlessly. She nearly burst into the room several times to declare her stance. But she knew her father was a man who valued face above all else. If she did that, it might backfire. Plus, on the way over, Xiafeng had messaged her, saying a powerful older brother of his would also be coming to help keep things under control, urging her not to act impulsively. That's why Li Xuanyi managed to stay composed. But now that her uncle had gone this far, and Xiafeng's supposed powerful ally hadn't made a move yet, had something unexpected happened? Just as her anxiety was reaching a fever pitch, Fang Yuan finally understood. Posting pay stubs to humiliate someone was the most melodramatic tactic imaginable. But if he didn't bring out some real substance today, Xiafeng's plan might just fall apart. If he couldn't even handle this minor issue personally, how could he maintain his reputation in the scrap business if word got out? Spit it out. What are the Li family's demands? Fang Yuan addressed Li's father, who sat frowning in silence, and Li's uncle, who sat on the sofa smirking coldly. Before the father could speak, the eldest uncle cut in. Marry my niece. The dowry is 380,000 yuan, not a penny less. You must own at least one apartment in this city. As for your job, it certainly can't be too shabby. While our Li family isn't exactly wealthy beyond measure, we're still well respected around here. If our future son-in-law isn't presentable, it'll reflect poorly on us. For most lower-class families, even emptying their life savings wouldn't meet these demands. Let alone the Xie family. 380,000 yuan? That's rather narrow-minded. What do you mean by that? I'd expected the Xie family to back down after hearing my demands. But this young man who introduced himself as Xie Feng's older brother suddenly burst out laughing as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke. A dowry of 880,000 yuan? As for that apartment in your city, why not upgrade it to a villa? And the job offer? Simple enough. My company currently has a 30 billion yuan investment project with your city's development department. I decided to appoint Xiafeng as the lead manager. Is that sufficient? This collaboration with Gue City required someone from Origin Company to be present, and Xiafeng happened to be a local. Moreover, he had always intended to cultivate Xiafeng properly, so assigning him to oversee the development project in your city wasn't out of place. As for the 880,000 yuan dowry and a villa worth several million, exchanging these for a loyal ally who would fight for him in the future seemed like a bargain, at least in Fang Yuan's eyes. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire room was stunned. Chapter 164, Problem Solved. Setting aside other matters, appointing Xiafeng as the head of a 30 billion yuan development project. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire room. Even Xiafeng himself hadn't anticipated Fang Yuan making such a bold statement. Even Li Xuanyi, hiding in her room, was stunned by her big brother's boldness. Xiafeng harbored not a shred of doubt about the sincerity of those words. He had been working under Fang Yuan for some time, yet he had never truly grasped the full extent of his boss's capabilities. His influence seemed to extend everywhere from the capital and provincial ministries to military districts and even Linqing City. When the brother-in-law of Linqing City's top official got into trouble last time, a single phone call from their boss had the city's leader dragged in to make a righteous sacrifice of his own kin. Each incident underscored Fang Yuan's unfathomable depth. It was fortunate that Lin Gaojie and the fat man weren't present. Otherwise, they might have immediately thrown themselves at Fang Yuan's feet, declaring their lifelong allegiance to their new master. Young man, are you joking? 300 billion yuan just like that? Even Xiafeng's father, who had always believed his son was a major player, was stunned by this astronomical figure. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, he simply couldn't fathom that a young man barely in his 20s could produce such a sum. Mr. Li's face shifted from shock to disgust. The young man's words made it seem as if he regarded them all as mere children. If Xiafeng truly had a big brother who could casually pull out 30 billion yuan, would the Xie family have remained stuck in that remote, impoverished mountain area for so many years? It sounded like pure nonsense, made up on the spot just to give Xiafeng leverage. Mr. Feng, this is far too generous. Before Xiafeng could finish, Fang Yuan patted his shoulder and laughed. I know you're not worth that much right now, kid. But I believe in you. Work hard to ensure the development project in your city lands safely and successfully. Consider this money an advance bonus from me. He knew perfectly well that Fang Yuan was simply trying to help him. Forget 30 billion. Xiafeng wouldn't dare claim he was worth even a single billion. I know you all have questions. Let's take it step by step. Fang Yuan pulled a pale gold bank card from his pocket and handed it to Long Yi, instructing him to withdraw 880,000 yuan in cash from the bank. What about the villa? Does anyone here know a real estate agent in Shenzhen? He asked the group as he looked around. Truthfully, approaching Su Wei directly would have secured the best deal, but for matters money could handle, Fang Yuan preferred not to owe this man a favor. Seeing that Xiafeng's big brother didn't seem like a fake. Soon, a relative of the Li family who worked in real estate spoke up. Well, sir, I happen to be in charge of villa sales in your city. The development is located on the outskirts of the city center, and the overall conditions are quite good. I just don't know what kind of villa layout you're looking for. Though well over 30, the man still respectfully addressed Fang Yuan as big brother. This was quite common in real estate and certain service industries. A few flattering words were nothing compared to the money involved. Fang Yuan chuckled softly. If he was going to do something, he might as well do it right. Simple. I have 2 requirements, the largest and the best. Got it. I'll make the call right away. Such a classic, domineering statement from a wealthy individual instantly left this relative of the Li family bowing in awe. He scurried off to make calls to the sales department. After all, every villa in their development started at over 2 million yuan, though they couldn't compare to the high-end offerings of a group like Xinghai. Still, they weren't within reach for the average person. If this deal went through, he'd pocket a commission of nearly 100,000 yuan. I've only scratched the surface, yet I'm already at the pinnacle of this tier. Seeing everyone captivated by his charm, falling into silence, Fang Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. But he knew this was only natural. Back in Linchuan and the capital, the people he mingled with were invariably CEOs of listed corporations or provincial municipal level bigwigs. Suddenly returning to an environment of ordinary people, it was only natural that his mind couldn't quite wrap around it. With the first 2 conditions secured, the final one was the main event. Fang Yuan knew the Li family would inevitably harbor doubts. To bolster Xiafeng's bargaining power with Li's father and the others, he pulled out his phone and called Su Wei directly. Upon hearing it concerned the 30 billion yuan special fund, Su Wei wasted no time. She immediately instructed the driver, who had been en route to an important meeting downtown, to turn around. After all, this meeting had been specifically arranged for Origin Company's investment participation. Now the principal himself was requesting her presence. The higher-ups were eager for him to attend immediately. How could they possibly blame him? About 20 minutes later, Su Wei arrived at the Li residence accompanied by an assistant. The moment he saw Fang Yuan at the door, he flashed a warm smile and hurried forward to greet him. Mr. Fang, what a surprise to find you here. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have made proper arrangements for you. That warm yet slightly ingratiating attitude was a complete 180-degree reversal from his usual stern demeanor. The driver assistant accompanying him had met Fang Yuan yesterday, so this scene held no surprise for him. But Li's father and the others looked at Su Wei with disbelief written all over their faces. The city had been vigorously implementing new economic reform measures recently. As one of the key senior officials in the development department, Su Wei was undoubtedly a frequent presence on television news and media outlets. The CEO of Mr. Li's company had once bluntly stated that this young leader, Su Wei, could even determine the fate of certain enterprises to a certain extent. Amidst his admiration, he now felt an added sense of awe toward Su Wei. Who could have imagined that this leader Su would actually appear at the Li family's home today? And to treat his future son-in-law with such respectful courtesy. Fang Yuan nodded and pointed to Xiafeng. Meet Xiafeng, the overall project manager for Origin Company's tourism development initiative. You two can stay in touch for any future matters. So Mr. Fang means our collaboration can begin immediately? Hearing this, Su Wei suddenly grew excited. Yes, everything is ready, right? Yes. I've already had the contract drafted. We're just waiting for your company's representatives to come for the site inspection. Alright, Xiafeng will head over shortly to discuss details with you. If everything checks out, we'll proceed with the formal contract signing. However, we need to add one crucial clause. Should any irregularities arise from your city's official side, Origin Group will not only hold the responsible parties accountable but also withdraw all funds. After all, with 30 billion yuan on the line, it was impossible to rule out the possibility of someone harboring ulterior motives. Su Wei was no fool. If Fang Yuan dared state this openly, he must be confident in his ability to follow through. As for leveraging official influence to coerce Origin into submission, he dared not even entertain such thoughts. Certainly. Thank you, President Fang, for your trust in our city's government. Rest assured, I will personally oversee this project from start to finish. There will be absolutely no misconduct whatsoever. The expressions and shifts in Li's father and the others were all caught in Fang Yuan's gaze. After Su Wei departed, his heart still racing with excitement. All the problems and difficulties seemed to dissolve effortlessly with a single phone call from Fang Yuan. Chapter 165, The Converter makes its debut. Just then, Long Yi, who had gone to the bank to withdraw money, also rushed back. A hefty briefcase bulged with 880,000 yuan in bright red cash. Fang Yuan placed the briefcase on the living room coffee table and smiled at Mr. Li. Would you like me to count it for you? No, that won't be necessary. What was there to say at this point? Mr. Li wasn't a child. The moment Su Wei came to meet Fang Yuan, his inner resolve had already begun to crumble. Xia Feng had been appointed head of a 30 billion yuan special project. That single position alone overshadowed all the achievements old Li had accumulated over decades. And with a powerhouse like Fang Yuan in the picture, his future son-in-law's prospects were bound to keep expanding. If his own company learned that his future son-in-law was overseeing such a massive project with close ties to the city government, he might even stand to benefit from it. Now, Uncle Li didn't even have the courage to meet Fang Yuan's gaze. The words that had once rolled off his tongue now felt like a series of slaps across his own face. No connections? Now he's even currying favor with the city's leaders. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan was laughable. Just the title of development lead alone likely commanded several times that amount. Looking at it now, it seemed like the Li family was the one reaching too high for Xia Feng. Boss, I've found the villa. The original price was 5.3 million, but I've knocked off a zero. You can take it outright for just 5 million. A relative from the Li family, who had been on the phone securing the property, chimed in. Alright, Xia Feng, swing by later if you have time. If it suits you, just sign the contract. I'll transfer the funds to you then. Mr. Feng. Haha, what's the big deal about pushing it back and forth? I'm counting on you to work your ass off for me in the future, Fang Yuan said with a laugh. Still, Xia Feng was deeply touched. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late. Fang Yuan asked Xia Feng to stay and chat with his future-in-laws while he prepared to head back to Linchuan. His large villa was nearing completion, and it was time to check on the progress. With the groundwork laid earlier, even if he left now, the Li family wouldn't dare neglect them. After seeing Fang Yuan off at the door, the group turned back inside. The living room had been transformed into a banquet hall, a clear gesture of hospitality for the future son-in-law. Though the long-awaited engagement had finally been secured, Xia Feng's face showed little joy. Instead, he silently vowed to himself to repay Fang Yuan's kindness by ensuring this project succeeded. He would not let Mr. Fang down. Hey! Pee somewhere else, you little brat. You think I won't beat you up? Near the villa construction site in Xinghai Village, a security guard, cigarette dangling from his mouth, pointed at a group of young kids nearby and barked. The scolded kids let out a startled cry before scattering like a flock of birds. A moment later, a figure approached along the village road. The security guard, who had been slouching earlier, snapped to attention upon recognizing the figure and shouted, "Good morning, Secretary Su." No incidents today? Old Su nodded as he inquired about the construction site. Heh, you can rest easy. Boss Fang pays our wages. Anyone who messes with Boss Fang is messing with us. We're all from the same village. Who's afraid of who? The security guard chuckled as he lit a cigarette for old Su. That's good. Mr. Fang is a benefactor to our village. Even if he's just staying here to make the place look nicer for himself, sooner or later he'll help develop the surrounding area. When that happens, it'll benefit all of us locals. We need to think long term. Yes, you're absolutely right. After giving the security guard a few more instructions, old Su continued his daily rounds to the other checkpoints. He did this not because he was paid by Fang Yuan, but entirely of his own accord. Ever since Fang Yuan had followed Jiang He's advice last time hiring the village security guards and offering them generous salaries. Not only had it resolved the disruption to villa construction, but it had also indirectly solved a major headache for old Su. Now he could spend the money from the land sale without worry, and occasionally villagers would bring gifts and express their gratitude. These were invariably the very people who had benefited from his generosity. After much deliberation, old Su concluded it was essential to cling tightly to Fang Yuan's coattails. This move served not only to secure himself a powerful patron but also to address the issue of his two good-for-nothing sons. The younger son was beyond help anyway. He'd be mentally impaired for life. His greatest fear was that after he passed away, his eldest son would squander every last penny, plunging the Su family back into poverty. But if he could establish some connection with this Mr. Fang, perhaps he could lend a hand to the Su family when needed. The outcome might just be entirely different. Gazing at the sprawling mansion before him, its rough form now largely complete, radiating an imposing grandeur, old Su's eyes brimmed with inexpressible envy and longing. But this villa was built a bit too quickly. It's been less than half a month. From the very first day of construction, he had witnessed the entire building process. It must be said that the construction crew hired by Mr. Fang was not only highly skilled but also incredibly efficient. They worked around the clock, practically non-stop. The strangest part was that there was hardly any communication among the workers on the site. Not a single supervisor or manager was visible, just construction crews everywhere. This would have been chaotic anywhere else, but not here. Old Su pondered this for a long time, ultimately attributing it to his own lack of experience. Just then, Fang Yuan arrived at the villa construction site with Zhang Yunxue. Old Su, still dazed, spotted the main figures arriving. He quickly scurried over and greeted him. "Mr. Fang, what brings you here?" "Just came to take a look." After getting out of the car, Fang Yuan had little interest in engaging in small talk with Old Su. Although he had later resolved the villagers' disturbance through Old Su, the incident had ultimately been caused by Old Su in the first place. Therefore, Fang Yuan didn't hold much affection for the man. Old Su didn't seem to mind the coolness in his tone. Instead, he kept smiling and eagerly updated him on recent developments at the construction site. That air of flattery and obsequiousness was genuinely unsettling. "Alright, if you've got nothing else, go back to work. I'll head inside to check on the construction progress." After exchanging a few more casual words to send Old Su on his way, Fang Yuan pulled Zhang Yunxue toward the interior. The moment they stepped inside the villa, both were struck by the grandeur of the architecture. Perhaps calling it a villa was no longer adequate, the term estate seemed far more fitting. Spanning 3,000 square meters, the grounds featured every conceivable amenity: ponds, rockeries, gardens exuding an air of dignified elegance. The main villa building, serving as the central structure, was lavishly decorated and furnished to the extreme. The main building alone was nearly as large as the two Xinghai villas he had previously lived in combined, giving visitors a sense of immense spaciousness. Most intriguingly, it is equipped with the most advanced smart home technologies. This technology was exclusive to the System Daddy construction team, far surpassing other products currently available on the market. But all this was merely an appetizer. After letting Zhang Yunxue explore their future home, Fang Yuan then made his way alone to a warehouse at the very back of the estate. He first used iris recognition to gain entry. The entire interior was constructed from a new composite steel plate, far more robust than a bank vault. This space was specifically constructed to house the energy substance converter. He rubbed his hands together excitedly before summoning the system. Ding! This space meets the placement requirements for the converter. Confirm? Confirm. Chapter 166, The Impulse to Destroy the World. Ding! Energy matter converter is generating. Note, once this system structure is generated, it cannot be moved or altered. Whoa! Seeing the system prompt that popped up after his confirmation, Fang Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. Thankfully, he hadn't impulsively placed the converter at the drunken immortal pavilion back then. Otherwise, he'd be kicking himself in regret right now. The only thing that left him feeling uneasy now was what exactly the energy substance required by the converter might be. But judging by the system's nature, it was most likely tied to environmental protection. 10 minutes later, a cylindrical device, roughly 5 meters in diameter and height, materialized within the warehouse. The converter was a pale silver throughout, with no visible openings for inserting materials, just a solitary piece of equipment. What's going on? Did I get something wrong? Fang Yuan scratched the back of his head. Just then, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! This converter is an independently developed product of the system. Currently, the only energy convertible is scrap value. Each 100 points of scrap value allows one conversion. Ding! Statistics show the host currently possesses 1720 points of junk value. Holy crap! No wonder the system was so generous, tossing out this god-tier item as a quest reward. Turns out it was waiting for him here. With this, his dream of abandoning the noble cause of scavenging junk and going solo with the converter was utterly shattered. Essentially, the converter was just the system giving him a cheat code for a second reward opportunity. But to reap the benefits, he'd have to work overtime scavenging junk. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm working overtime for some exploitative boss during the holidays? Ding! If the host objects, this reward can be revoked immediately. No, just kidding. I'm just messing with you. Fang Yuan hurriedly cut in. Joking aside, this was a double reward side quest. If it got revoked, he'd probably burst into a heartbreak ballad on the spot. Let's see what good stuff comes out of this. Following the system prompt, Fang Yuan selected to deduct 100 junk points for conversion. Immediately, the converter began to glow with a rainbow of colors. A second later, a mysterious gift box materialized out of thin air on the ground. Impressive! Seeing the converter's sophisticated and high-end transformation, Fang Yuan nearly jumped for joy. This thing looked anything but ordinary. After eagerly tearing open the packaging, what lay inside left him utterly speechless. System, I need an explanation. Ding! This bra is a cutting-edge product developed by Amber Corporation in the year 3000 specifically for women. Once worn, it automatically adjusts to the wearer's measurements. The entire fabric is composed of ultra-soft microfiber material and features built-in cleansing and massage functions, providing the wearer with the utmost comfort at all times. Impressive? Absolutely. This thing is probably one of a kind across the entire Blue Star. Not only is it highly functional, but its design also exudes a unique aesthetic appeal. But it's nothing like the high-tech gadgets he imagined. Take a deep breath, relax. Not getting good stuff on the first try is perfectly normal after all. This is essentially a free second chance. If you could instantly pull all sorts of mind-blowing high-tech items, that would be the real problem. Keep going. Fang Yuan regained his confidence and decisively initiated the second conversion. Ding! This pair of underwear is a cutting-edge product developed by Amer Corporation in the year 3000 specifically for women. Once worn, it automatically adjusts to the wearer's size. The entire fabric is composed of ultra-soft microfiber material and features built-in cleaning and sterilization functions, providing the wearer with the utmost comfort at all times. Fang Yuan? A flawless transformation, it even matched the top and bottom perfectly. System, is this converter legit? Ding! All items obtained after conversion are random. Host, please do not question the system's impartiality. Alright, continue. Another burst of multicolored light flashed, lasting several seconds longer than the previous 2 times. Fang Yuan felt he was beginning to grasp the converter's pattern. The longer the rainbow glow lasted, the better the reward would be. This time, he held his breath, eyes fixed intently on the converter. Sure enough, the packaging of the dropped crate was significantly more exquisite than the previous 2. Ding! This bra is an enhanced version specially developed by Amer Corporation in 3010 for women. After the 15th conversion, Fang Yuan was completely numb. Sitting amidst a pile of colorful bras and panties, he began to question the meaning of life. 16th conversion. His voice was weak and feeble. After a burst of multicolored light, Fang Yuan found himself holding a pair of enhanced, tear-resistant, temperature-regulating stockings. This time, the transformed item was finally a different variety, yet its essence remained unchanged. But suddenly, Fang Yuan let out a nervous, cold laugh, as if he'd come to some realization. In novels, the male protagonist usually defies fate at the last moment through a lucky draw. Otherwise, where would the plot twists and satisfying climaxes come from? If I'm not mistaken, system, for the 17th transformation, you've probably prepared something truly legendary for me, something that'll make my blood boil, right? As the words fell, the system fell completely silent, as if its thoughts had been read. Aha, I guessed right. The final conversion. This time, the multicolored light flashed with extraordinary brilliance, as if truly brewing some incredible reward, just as Fang Yuan had said. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan emerged from the warehouse carrying a bulging black bag. Ding! This bag is a technological product developed by Origin Technology Company, Limited in 2089. It can freely alter its shape and size while offering enhanced durability, making it the perfect choice for carrying groceries and other items. Recalling his shameful outburst in the warehouse, Fang Yuan suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to destroy the world. On the way back, Zhang Yunxue fiddled with the contents of the bag, her face lighting up with delighted surprise. Though she had no idea when Fang Yuan had secretly bought it for her. Such a thoughtful gift deeply moved her. Especially upon learning these intimate garments were equipped with all sorts of cutting-edge tech features, Zhang Yunxue excitedly gave Fang Yuan a big hug. Even though I didn't get the powerful tech I imagined, as long as the people around me are happy, nothing else seems so important. In that moment, Fang Yuan let go of his inner conflict. Adhering to his principle that any technology from the future must be utilized to its fullest potential, he still kept one set of conversion items and mailed it to Lu Buwei. He instructed Lu Buwei to organize the company's research team to conduct experimental studies. Little did Fang Yuan realize that this seemingly casual gesture would sound the trumpet for Origin Tech's official march into the international marketplace. Chapter 167, A Major Harvest. When Lu Buwei received the items Fang Yuan had sent, Lu Buwei was stunned. But soon, he keenly sensed the business opportunity outlined in the accompanying instructions. After all, Fang Yuan wasn't a professional businessman, and his laid-back nature didn't encourage deep strategic thinking. He couldn't be bothered to think too deeply about it. But Lu Buwei was different. As a legendary merchant of the Warring States period, and having absorbed vast amounts of modern information, his vision was now even sharper than before. These 2 items have a high probability of monopolizing the entire global market within the next 3 to 5 years. He delivered his assessment with pinpoint accuracy. Across the entire Blue Star, the male-to-female population ratio stands at 1.01 to 1, nearly equal. The consumer market for women's products has always been a key battleground fiercely contested by major retailers. Within this sector, intimate apparel represents an especially substantial and unignorable market opportunity. This product from Future Tech not only solves the awkwardness of women having to measure their size before selecting undergarments. Its automatic adjustment feature is incredibly practical, eliminating the common problem of clothes being too big or too small after purchase. The built-in cleaning and sterilization function is nothing short of a game-changer. Without question, upon receiving the shipment, Lu Buwei personally oversaw the process, immediately mobilizing all company researchers to dedicate themselves to the experiment. Naturally, this process also required Fang Yuan to contact the Kyoto Research Institute to send personnel for assistance. After all, this was a technological product from the future. Though simple in appearance, the scientific complexity within was immense. For a newly established small company to dare to divert elite scientists from Xia Nation for private projects, many expressed reservations about this move. Yet the Kyoto boss overruled the objections and approved Fang Yuan's request outright. If you've got the guts, go ahead and hand over your lithography machine like that kid did. Even if you make the entire research institute staff scrub toilets, I'll still back you. Not to mention that just recently, Fang Yuan had tinkered out a forward fighter jet. Test results showed the forward's performance metrics completely outclassed the world's most advanced fighters, establishing it as an unrivaled aerial powerhouse. Though classified and not publicly disclosed, Kyoto's top decision-makers were well aware. Since recruiting Fang Yuan to join Xia Nation's research institute was impossible, they might as well proactively seek out learning and exchange opportunities. This presented a golden opportunity, so any dissenters were promptly and thoroughly reprimanded. They were even branded as obstacles to national scientific progress. Heaven knows how aggrieved they felt inside. Director Liu, summoned to assist, experienced a bittersweet mix of pain and pleasure. The joy came from witnessing the birth of a new technological marvel, while the pain stemmed from the regret that Fang Yuan couldn't channel this research effort toward areas where Xia Nation needed it most urgently. Little did they know this was entirely beyond Fang Yuan's control. With the support of the Kyoto Research Institute, the development of the protective suit and pants progressed at an astonishing pace. Of course, Fang Yuan knew none of this. For the past few days, he'd been locked in a fierce battle with the scraps. After suffering the humiliation of 17 consecutive losses, he was determined to prove himself at all costs. During this period, he rose earlier than roosters and slept later than dogs. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, Fang Yuan finally broke through the 2,100 junk item barrier, earning 4 hidden rewards. Both were from a well-known enterprise in Xia Nation, and he handed them all over to Lu Buwei in one go. Their research funding was severely depleted, and acquiring these two companies would perfectly meet their current needs. The remaining 2 hidden task rewards delivered a major surprise. Enhancement Scroll. This reward is exclusively produced by the system. Upon use, it can enhance the level of any item or skill currently possessed by the host. This item dropped upon completing the 2000 junk picking quest. He silently reviewed the items he carried. The only usable ones were the steel wings, the chameleon mask, and finally, the mind's eye he had obtained earlier. The steel wings were a product of technological equipment. Even in their current form, they were sufficient. As for the chameleon mask, to be honest, Fang Yuan had no immediate use for it. After all, his situation back home was quite secure. With his martial arts grandmaster cultivation and super bodyguards like Long Yi protecting him closely, his security level was effectively maxed out. That left the mind's eye. When he last obtained this reward, he had only reached the first tier, capable of manipulating 10 tons of weight. To some extent, this skill had already surpassed the boundaries of real-world science. Even Fang Yuan couldn't fathom why the system father would offer this as a reward. If he continued to upgrade it, he might unlock even more terrifying capabilities. Whatever. At least the benefits are all mine. After much deliberation, Fang Yuan finally decided to use the scroll to enhance the mind's eye. A flash of white light marked the completion of the upgrade. Nothing particularly noticeable. Fang Yuan summoned the system to check the current status of his mind's eye. Mind's Eye, Tier 2. Upon equipping, the host gains extraordinary mental power. Using this power allows the manipulation of objects from thin air. Total manipulation capacity capped at 100 tons. Additionally, resistance to hallucinogenic substances is enhanced. Not only did the manipulable weight surge from 10 tons to 100 tons, but it also gained something akin to resistance. Whoa! This is seriously awesome. Meru elephants are massive creatures, typically weighing over 7 tons when fully grown. 100 tons equates to the combined weight of 14 Meru elephants. To put it bluntly, if you dropped him into a wilderness teeming with beasts right now, he'd basically slaughter everything in sight. At this rate, Fang Yuan might just become the second living, breathing real-life Superman. However, in everyday life, the mental eye proved far less useful than imagined. But for Fang Yuan, who aspired to become the world's richest man, the stronger his trump cards, the better. The reward for the second hidden quest was a bit different. Desert Terminator. Upon use, grants 1 modifier. The modifier can continuously develop plant varieties capable of surviving in the desert, making it your premier choice for building wealth amidst the sands. Upon receiving this hidden reward, Fang Yuan's heart trembled with excitement. After all, the entire territory of Xia Nation currently contained approximately 700,000 square kilometers of desert. If such a vast expanse could truly be put to use, even if annual harvests fell short of expectations, it would still yield immense wealth. The key point was that this improved technology came completely free of charge. It bypassed a series of troublesome and costly processes, allowing him to jump straight into the harvesting phase. The thought overwhelmed Fang Yuan. He immediately called Fatty and the others, urging them to come over quickly. He had to juggle the important task of scavenging for scrap, so he couldn't stay in places like deserts and wastelands all the time. But such a secretive endeavor could only be entrusted to his own people for peace of mind. Upon hearing Fang Yuan planned to develop agriculture in the desert, Fatso, Zhang He, and the others exchanged bewildered glances, as if doubting their own ears. Chapter 168, Director Fang. Old Fang, we get that you've got money, but if you're looking for places to spend it, why not consider us brothers? Why suddenly decide to throw your cash into the water? Growing cacti and poplars in the desert might be feasible. But Fang Yuan wanted to grow fruit trees? That was nothing short of a pipe dream. Ahem, yes, Director Fang. That desert cultivation experiment, how many times has it been reported domestically? Yet there's hardly a single successful case. Remember last year's news claiming successful rice cultivation in the desert? That was essentially just a water-based hydroponic setup disguised as something else, a complete sham. Don't fall for that nonsense. Lin Gaojie hesitated before chiming in with his own caution. Zhang He sat silently beside them, but the expression on his face seemed to echo the sentiment that this idea was unreliable. I'm well aware of what you're saying. Understanding their concern stemmed from genuine care for him, Fang Yuan didn't rush to refute them. Instead, he smiled and said, but since I dare to speak up, I'm absolutely certain of it. You can proceed with confidence. Seeing Fang Yuan speak thus, the others said no more. Ever since they'd known Fang Yuan, an air of mystery had shrouded him, making him impossible to fully understand. Just because others couldn't accomplish something didn't mean he couldn't. The desert reclamation project is still in its infancy. I need to conduct a thorough on-site assessment before finalizing details. A contract of this magnitude is no trivial matter. I called you all here today just to give you advance notice. If anyone isn't comfortable with this, you can withdraw at any time. I can't guarantee this will succeed either. Fang Yuan spoke to the three men, enunciating each word carefully. His relationship with the fat man needed no elaboration. Besides, people needed trials to grow. If he kept the fat man idling away his days at the drunken immortal pavilion, another 3 or 5 years might see his mind deteriorate. Having kept him around all this time, Fang Yuan clearly intended for the fat man to continue advancing alongside him. Zhang He was a smart man who had always proven reliable. Plus, there was the connection to Zhang Yunxue. As the old saying goes, keep the benefits within the family. So when considering who to bring along, Fang Yuan included him too. Lin Gaojie, however, was a complete accident. But the guy had an uncanny knack for reading the situation and refused to settle for the status quo. With no suitable candidates available at the moment, Fang Yuan saw no harm in giving him a chance to prove himself. I'm in. It would be my honor to serve you, Mr. Fang. Lin Gaojie was the first to speak up. Ever since he ditched that ridiculous artistic dream of maintaining some high and mighty integrity, he felt like he'd finally seen the light. His sole focus now was to latch onto Fang Yuan's coattails. With opportunity now within reach, he wouldn't let it slip away. I'm fine with it too. I'm just a brick right now as long as you need me, old Fang. I'll go wherever you throw me. The fat man spoke up. Zhang He pondered for a moment before agreeing. Although he'd found a decent job in Linchuan, the 9-to-5 routine suddenly felt monotonous and uninspiring. Even though the current job offered decent pay and the coveted 2-day weekend. But how could a man not have his own dreams of wealth? Alright, then. You two go back and prepare. Tomorrow we'll set off for the far northwest of Xia to meet with local officials and discuss the contracting arrangements. With the decision made, the three men raised no objections. Instead, a surge of inexplicable excitement and anticipation welled up within them. For this was a grand undertaking no one had ever accomplished before establishing roots and developing in the desert. The very thought of it felt thrilling. After returning, Zhang Yunxue, who had sat silently throughout the journey, suddenly embraced Fang Yuan tightly. In a soft voice, she whispered in his ear. Husband, you're truly amazing. Fang Yuan? You always said collecting scrap was for the greater good, and I thought you were joking. But now I realize there's always been a kind and passionate heart deep within you. You don't have to hide it from me anymore. No matter what, I'll always support your decisions. I never thought I hid it so well, yet you still saw through me. Fang Yuan looked deeply moved as he gently pulled his beloved closer, though inside he was beaming with joy. Could this be considered a beautiful misunderstanding? To show her unwavering support for Fang Yuan, Zhang Yunxue personally cooked him a heartfelt late-night meal. The next day, the four gathered at the airport. Except for Fang Yuan, the others like the fat guy were each carrying large and small bags. Their faces were etched with both trepidation and anticipation. They looked just like young men packing their bags for the first time to head to Dong province for factory work. Hey, old Fang, you didn't bring anything. What are we gonna do when we get there? Seeing Fang Yuan empty-handed, the fat guy couldn't help but ask. Ahem. Every group needs a core figure. My role is to stay behind the scenes, commanding troops and serving as your strong support. Heh, Mr. Fang, that's brilliant. Makes perfect sense. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Lin Gaojie was the first to jump in and agree. The fat guy and Zhang He exchanged speechless glances. With a rebel in their ranks, this fight was going to be impossible. 5 hours later, the four finally reached their destination, Xinghai province. Located in the northwestern frontier of Xia Nation, Xinghai province was also its largest land province, spanning 1.66 million square kilometers, 1/6 of the nation's total territory. Yet it was also the province most severely affected by desertification. Of its 85 counties and cities, 53 were threatened by desertification. Without wasting any time, after disembarking the plane, Fang Yuan led the three others straight to the official government building in Xinghai province. Due to the vast expanse of the region, even by car, it took nearly 4 to 5 hours to reach Wusher City. It was past 8 in the evening. By all accounts, government officials should have already clocked out for the day. Yet the entire government building remained brightly lit. The leader of New Province and a group of provincial and municipal officials stood silently in the open space in front of the building, as if waiting for someone. When headlights appeared in the distance, everyone quickly straightened their attire. The driver, recognizing the group of New Province bigwigs he often saw on TV and in the news standing before the building, slammed on the brakes at 60 miles per hour. Holy crap, what's going on here? The powerful jolt instantly jolted the three drowsy passengers awake. Only Fang Yuan remained unmoved in his seat. After paying and getting out, the four watched the taxi speed away as if fleeing for its life, their faces blank with confusion. But when he saw the crowd gathered in front of the building, Fang Yuan seemed to understand. Before arriving, he had deliberately called Kyoto to smooth things over. He had also reported his desire to contract the desert for transformation. Upon hearing this, the bigwigs in the capital were both delighted and surprised. Desertification in the new province had long been a persistent headache for them. Despite significant financial and human resources invested in official desert management efforts, results had remained minimal. But Fang Yuan was different. The fact that this young man dared to propose such a seemingly fantastical idea, contracting the desert to grow fruit, proved he must possess a viable solution. After an all-night deliberation, the capital unanimously approved Fang Yuan's contracting proposal. They immediately contacted the new province authorities, instructing them to fully cooperate with all actions taken by Director Fang of the Second Research Institute in the capital. Chapter 169, Storm Clouds Gathering. When the provincial leader of Xinghai province approached with an enthusiastic expression, grasping his hand while repeatedly welcoming Director Fang to Xinghai province to assist with desert reclamation, Fang Yuan was still a bit dazed. Repeatedly welcoming Director Fang to assist with desert reclamation in New Province, Fang Yuan was still a bit dazed. Just as he was about to mention that his deputy director position had long been revoked, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed, Kyoto number 1 boss. Ahem, Director Fang, please take the call first. We can discuss matters later. The new province leader's sharp gaze instantly recognized the caller's identity, prompting him to speak up. At the same time, he grew even more curious about Director Fang, who had risen to lead the Second Research Institute at such a young age. After learning that Fang Yuan had come to tackle desertification, the new province boss had reached out to several old acquaintances to probe for information. However, since the information was under strict confidentiality, the intelligence he obtained was limited. He only knew that Fang Yuan had once received 3 of Xia Nation's highest scientific and technological awards, and had previously served as a major general in the Nanyun Provincial Military District and deputy director of the capital's first research institute. To have reached such unparalleled heights in his 20s spoke volumes about Fang Yuan's extraordinary capabilities. That was why the scene unfolded tonight, the new province boss personally leading his core team to await Fang Yuan's arrival outside the building. Ha ha ha, well, Director Fang, how about it? Are you satisfied with my arrangements? The moment the call connected, Xiaoguo's hearty laughter filled the line. Satisfied? Absolutely satisfied. Fang Yuan knew that old Lu, as the director of the Capital Research Institute, was firmly at the vice-ministerial level. Now that he'd been promoted to director of the Second Research Institute, even if he couldn't match old Lu, he was at least ministerial level or higher. Otherwise, how could he live up to the title of director? Though it might not carry the same gravitas as a general's rank, the leap in power and status was undeniable. Boss, if I may ask, where exactly is the Second Research Institute in the capital located? He had finally made it big. Fang Yuan decided he absolutely had to pay a visit to the institute before heading back. If not to make a grand public appearance, then at least to show his face and let the Research Institute staff recognize the face of their new director. Oh, and he'd have to catch up with old Lu over tea. Might as well discuss the origins of that saying about the new generation surpassing the old. The thought made his lips stretch into a wide grin. Heh, it hasn't been built yet. Not built? Well, this sort of thing can't be rushed. For now, we've only decided to grant you this position and status. But rest assured, this is only temporary. It will definitely be built later. Later. So after all that talk, he was still just a commander without troops. Fang Yuan felt like he'd been doused with a bucket of cold water. Thank goodness he hadn't gone running to old Lu to brag yet. Just imagining that scene made him cringe so hard he could practically dig his toes into the ground. As if reading his mind, the head of Xia Nation chuckled. You're still young. There's plenty of time. I can promise you this, if this desert cultivation project succeeds, you can choose any location you want. The second research institute will be established immediately. Is that acceptable? Are you serious? At that moment, Fang Yuan's low spirits instantly bounced back. On the other end of the line, the leader of Xia Nation smiled faintly. As the esteemed leader of Xia Nation, his word was his bond. With the leader's assurance secured, Fang Yuan began to rub his hands together eagerly, determined to accelerate the pace. After all, holding the title of director without even a proper office would be laughable if word got out. Though, realistically, few would dare laugh at him anyway. After hanging up, guided by the new province leader, the group entered a meeting room that had been prepared by the authorities long ago. Many new province officials gazed at Fang Yuan seated at the head of the table, their expressions a mix of awe and skepticism. He had no time to pay them any mind. As the director, he had to project the composure and poise befitting a leader. After taking a sip of tea upon sitting down, Fang Yuan signaled Jiang He to present the plan for his trip. But barely a few sentences into the introduction, a murmur rippled through the room. Whoa! Are you serious? Planting fruit trees in the desert? And they want to lease the entire desert of Xin province? It sounded like an Arabian Nights fairy tale. Impossible. Is this PowerPoint presentation miswritten? You gotta remember, our entire Xin province has nearly hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of desert. How could anyone possibly take it all? Exactly. Setting aside whether desert cultivation is even feasible, where would the money come from? New province may be vast, but its population is sparse. Moreover, lacking an advanced industrial base, the province's annual tax revenue and economic situation are dire. Such a colossal undertaking was far beyond their means. Hearing the murmurs below, the new province leader furrowed his brow slightly. These issues hadn't escaped his notice. But if the capital dared to propose this, it meant Director Fang must have already devised a solution. It was only natural to express some reservations, but to presume to second-guess the intentions of the bigwigs in the capital with your own intellect was nothing short of showing off in front of the master. However, if the new province leader knew that the Kyoto bigwigs hadn't given it much thought at all, merely delegating authority based on trust in the other party's source, he would be the first to jump up and shout, "I refuse." Sure enough, after signaling for quiet, Fang Yuan spoke. The desert cultivation project is imperative, and I'm confident in its success. As for the funding concerns raised, rest assured. For the initial planting trials and rollout, I've secured over 100 billion yuan in seed funding. Subsequent investments will flow steadily. After all, the desert represents such a vast opportunity. If we deliver tangible results, domestic businesses won't remain indifferent. Moreover, I don't intend to limit our efforts to Xia Nation's deserts alone. Other nations worldwide also grapple with desertification, and these will become future targets for our investment and development. Beyond that, I prepared an additional plan. Through official channels at all levels of the new province, we will gather ordinary citizens and companies willing to participate in this investment. Management will be handled later through a profit-sharing model. Fang Yuan wasn't foolish enough to hoard such a massive project entirely for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't just face opposition from others, he wouldn't even get past the Xia government's scrutiny. Spreading the benefits thinly while pocketing the lion's share himself, that was the plan. As for whether anyone would actually participate, that was not his concern. If no one did, he'd have a ready excuse to take it all himself. Yet such a fantastical plan still sparked widespread discussion among the crowd. The biggest shock came when they heard Fang Yuan had specifically prepared over 100 billion yuan in startup capital for this project. Everyone realized Director Fang might genuinely be determined to make a major impact, not just putting up a facade like some companies had done before. With the Xia Kingdom government backing the desert reclamation project, participation was mandatory regardless of willingness. As the group gradually finalized the plan's details, the meeting stretched on until 9 a.m. the following morning before it was finally concluded. Several hours later, news of the new province's sweeping desert reclamation initiative flooded online platforms. The news dominated the trending charts across all online platforms. Achieving such reach without any traffic boost suggested deliberate manipulation by someone behind the scenes. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with the ominous promise of impending storm clouds. Chapter 170, Origin Funding. What the hell? Investing in desert farming? Are they kidding? Yeah, desert reclamation is the government's job. This flashy scheme is probably just trying to scam us ordinary folks out of our money. Anyone who invests is a sucker. Some nobody we've never even heard of, and he's got the nerve to brag about farming in the desert? What a joke. My guess is it's just some rich kid wasting his inheritance, using the new province government as a front to scam us. We absolutely shouldn't invest a penny. When Fang Yuan unveiled his plan for public investment, it was met with an immediate wave of criticism. Most new province residents saw it as a complete scam. If desertification could be solved, it would have been solved long ago. Why wait until now? And to have a private company take it on? Even with the new province government backing it, the credibility was severely lacking. On the investment platform, a full day passed, yet only a few hundred people had tentatively invested a few thousand yuan each. When Fang Yuan woke up, his phone displayed dozens of missed calls. Most were from official contacts in new province. Today was the scheduled date for signing the contract. The trio of heavies, who had been waiting outside for ages, couldn't help but marvel at the sight of Fang Yuan, still bleary-eyed from sleep. A boss is a boss. Even a multi-billion-dollar deal like this seemed to roll off his back with such nonchalance. Old Fang, is this plan really going to work? It's been a whole day and still nothing's happening. Relax, I've got it under control. Fatso, stop fretting. Even if no one else joins the funding round, we still have that guaranteed 100 billion sitting there. Worst case, we'll just take our time and do it ourselves. He remained remarkably unfazed. If the desert reclamation project succeeded, investors would inevitably come knocking with money sooner or later. Fang Yuan had stated yesterday that the minimum investment would start at 100 billion yuan, proving that Origin Group could easily handle the initial phase. Hearing this, the fat man's heart finally settled. Yeah, we've got 100 billion to fall back on. What's there to fear? Speaking of which, old Fang, when did you quietly rake in 100 billion behind our backs? A billionaire in his 20s, nobody would believe it if you told them. You're right, I can hardly believe I have 100 billion myself, Fang Yuan nodded approvingly. Ah, the big boss loves to joke. See, you're being mischievous again, aren't you? I get it, stay low-key. Fatso paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. No, after renovating the villa, I only have about 30 million left. That 100 billion was just me exaggerating to make the whole project sound more high-end. After saying this, fearing they wouldn't believe him, Fang Yuan deliberately showed them his account balance. The trio went from stunned to bewildered to utterly disheartened. In the span of 10 seconds, they performed a dramatic shift in expressions that would leave even an Oscar-winning actor in awe. Mr. Fang, you really don't have any money? Lin Gajie stammered. Not right now, but I should have it soon. We're signing a contract, so let's hurry and not keep them waiting. As the engine roared to life, Fang Yuan chuckled and urged the trio to climb in, showing not a shred of guilt for leaving his teammates in the lurch. What, my legs are shaking. Help me up. Zhang Yi's hand gripping the car door trembled uncontrollably. It took the fat guy shoving him from behind to finally get him into the vehicle. The three sat in the car in silence, their faces bearing the solemn resolve of warriors facing their final battle. They'd swindled a provincial governor into leasing hundreds of thousands of kilometers of land, yet lacked the funds to operate it. And now they'd even launched a social investment scheme. The more they thought about it, the more it felt like a textbook scam. If not for Fang Yuan's unwavering confidence, all three would suspect he planned to pocket the money and flee. The contract terms had been largely finalized the previous night. Thus, the process didn't waste much time. Given Fang Yuan's unique status and the backing of influential figures in the capital, to demonstrate the province's utmost sincerity, the provincial leader decisively waived even the capital verification step. After all, with a project of this magnitude, who would dare to cut corners? The desert reclamation project, the future well-being of millions in new province, rests entirely on Director Fang's shoulders. After the contract signing, the new province leader grasped Fang Yuan's hand gratefully. Rest assured. Serving the nation and its people is simply my duty. Fatso and the others stood trembling behind Fang Yuan, terrified anyone might notice something amiss. Seeing him converse with the provincial leader with such calm composure, the trio couldn't help but silently admire his skill. On the way back, Fang Yuan flipped through the brand new contract, his face beaming with satisfaction. Landing a project this massive? Getting rich is practically guaranteed. Especially those greenhorns from Korea. Once we start growing stuff, we can export it over there. When it comes to making money, nothing beats raking it in from those guys. Noticing the uneasy expressions on the faces of the fat man and Zhang Yi, Fang Yuan laughed heartily. With stakes this high, he wouldn't enter battle unprepared. Just yesterday after returning, the top-tier official in charge of Xia's national finances had already called him in advance. That was precisely why Fang Yuan could sit so calmly. It was worth noting that when Origin Corporation's fundraising website had just launched and was deserted, Renfei, the CEO of Xinghai Group, learned of this somehow and specifically called Fang Yuan for detailed consultation. Following a high-level group meeting to deliberate, Xinghai Group ultimately invested 10 billion yuan in Origin Company's desert reclamation project under its name. Although he hadn't personally witnessed Fang Yuan's desert reclamation experiments or other related achievements. But this was a decision born of a top-tier businessman's intuition. Renfei had also specifically inquired about the matter with his superiors. Upon learning that influential figures from the capital were backing the desert reclamation effort, he resolved to convene the full executive meeting. As soon as the news of Xinghai Group's 10 billion yuan investment was announced on Origin's official website, it suddenly stirred up a hornet's nest. Dozens of state-owned enterprises promptly announced their participation in the desert reclamation initiative. The largest commitments reached tens of billions, while even the smallest investments started in the billions. Meanwhile, the four major economic pillar groups of Xia Nation also made their moves. The tobacco group raised 20 billion yuan, while Sinochem and CNPC each injected 20 billion yuan. Bank of China also announced a 20 billion yuan investment to join the initiative. One stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves. Seeing even these heavyweights personally stepping in, they too began pouring in funds in a wave of follow the leader enthusiasm. From the moment China National Tobacco announced its participation, within less than 5 hours, the funding target on the Origin Desert Restoration Project's official website skyrocketed to 132.5 billion yuan and continued to climb relentlessly. This spectacle truly dazzled everyone. Even those who had been secretly fanning the flames, hoping to push Fang Yuan to his limits, were stunned. Chapter 171, Ling Yi's promotion. Talk is cheap, and drama is drama. Yet, with so many industry giants successively joining this seemingly far-fetched desert reclamation project, it also sparked a wave of imitation among ordinary people. When Origin Company's fundraising reached 150 billion yuan, Wang Song, sitting before his computer, rose with a grimace. He kicked the computer on the desk violently, sending it crashing to the floor. He let out a series of sharp, furious roars. Ever since Fang Yuan had dealt him a fatal blow last time, Wang Song's temperament had become erratic and unpredictable. Even his once close cronies, fearing they might provoke him, gradually distanced themselves. Seeing his son's increasingly gaunt appearance, Wang Tong, as a father, felt the pain deep in his heart. Yet Fang Yuan, the very culprit responsible for all this, remained free and unpunished. How could he possibly swallow his anger? Moreover, the smooth progress of Fang Yuan's desert reclamation project was largely due to the Wang family's contributions. With current technology, the desert was an insurmountable challenge. Upon learning of Fang Yuan's audacious plan to contract desert cultivation, Wang Tong immediately sought out his father. The old master Wang had chosen to bow his head during the incident in Central South. But the one who suffered was his own grandson. Seeing a once vibrant family now shrouded in gloom, it was impossible for him to harbor no resentment. Combined with his son's tearful pleas, his heart softened. He reached out to several of his influential disciples. Together, they orchestrated this scheme. Flattery kills. Exactly. The higher they elevate Fang Yuan now, the harder he'll fall later. Once the higher-ups lost faith and attention in him, they could manipulate him however they pleased. But as he watched more and more people invest in the new province, Wang Tang began to feel uneasy. This won't do. We must send someone to investigate the situation over there. Better safe than sorry. Though he firmly believed Fang Yuan couldn't possibly create miracles in the desert, the fact that this man in his 20s had already become one of Xia Nation's core figures. Now, having secured hundreds of billions in funding, he had already shattered conventional expectations. Wang Tang silently picked up the computer his son had kicked to the floor, then turned and walked outside to make a call. Ever since the last incident, he had never ceased his investigation into Fang Yuan. Leveraging the Wang family's extensive connections and influence, he quickly uncovered numerous hidden secrets. Among them, Jiang Yunshua's situation demanded extreme caution. Everyone knew this woman was Fang Yuan's Achilles heel. If anything happened to her, it would undoubtedly provoke the other party's frenzied retaliation. Judging by the capital's stance, if that kid truly threw caution to the wind and caused trouble, the Wang family could easily find themselves in dire straits. The best approach remained targeting the desert reclamation project. Simply preventing Fang Yuan from achieving his goals would suffice. After carefully reviewing the mobile files listing individuals who had previously interacted with Fang Yuan or maintained close ties with him, Wang Tang's gaze suddenly fixed on one name. Inside a hotel private room, a table of sharply dressed individuals, seemingly elite members of society, raised their glasses in celebration. Haha, today's smooth negotiations owe much to young Master Su's connections. This toast is for you. Mr. Wang, you flatter me. Your affairs are my affairs. But please do keep a close eye on the project for that piece of land belonging to our Su family going forward. No problem at all. After the drinks were nearly finished and the crowd dispersed, only two people remained in the private room. Su Lianyun pulled a bank card from his pocket and slipped it into Ling Yi's hand. The man was clearly feeling a bit tipsy. I told you before, stick with me and you'll sail through. Money and power won't be problems. Go back and build connections with your higher-ups. There's $500,000 in there. Use it for now. If you need more, just give me a shout. You know, getting ahead in this world isn't just about hard work. Young Master Su, I can't accept this card. Lin Yi pushed it away, suppressing his inner desire. But Su Lianyun merely chuckled. It's just the two of us in this private room, no outsiders. Heaven knows, earth knows, I know. Besides, what was the point of all those years of hard work to get this job? If you don't take it, how can we repay the one who helped us out big time this time? If we don't, how can we maintain this relationship going forward? It's great that you want to advance, but you can't just climb the ladder alone and leave everyone else behind. But Relax, once you take this card, we're in this together. Why would I ever betray you? Seeing Lin Yi's inner conflict, Su Lianyun simply placed the card on the table and rose to leave the private room. After staring at it for a long while, Lin Yi took a deep breath and reached his trembling hand toward the bank card. 500,000. He'd never seen so much money in his life. With this sum, he could finally pay off his family's debts. He could also demonstrate his manly prowess in front of his girlfriend. As the benefits of wealth flashed through his mind one by one, Lin Yi finally abandoned his inner resolve and slipped the bank card from the table into his pocket. The next morning, he went to the bank to open a new account and transferred 200,000 yuan into it. Then he returned to work, knocked on his superior's office door, and handed the bank card inside an open cigarette pack to his direct supervisor. His boss looked puzzled at first, but when he glimpsed the bank card through the cigarette box's crack, a smile instantly spread across his face. It was commendable for a young person to strive for advancement, especially since Lin Yi was actually a quite capable subordinate. As he left the office under his superior's appreciative gaze, Lin Yi felt as if he had suddenly grasped something profound, an immense sense of relief washing over him. Not long after delivering the card, he suddenly received a call from his boss, asking him to come to the office for a chat. Lin Yi assumed his boss was rewarding him for the card, planning to give him some motivational pep talk to encourage his hard work. But no sooner had he stepped inside than the cigarette box containing the bank card was handed back to him, untouched. Haha, you've got some nerve hiding something like that. That's not very nice of you. His boss smiled warmly, even pouring him a cup of tea. Sir, what is this? Lin Yi thought he must have messed something up and felt a sudden wave of panic. He couldn't help but regret listening to Su Lianyun's advice to break the law. But everything turned out completely different from what he'd imagined. Not only did his boss show no sign of blame, but he praised Lin Yi for his diligent work since joining the unit and his thorough approach to tasks and interactions with others. Finally, he smiled as he placed a freshly issued transfer order on the desk before him and extended an invitation. Haha, Section Chief Lin, now we're on equal footing. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? I got promoted? Lin Yi was utterly bewildered, yet the joy bubbling inside him was impossible to contain. Thank you, sir. Absolutely, I'll definitely be there. Though he had no idea what was going on, this was clearly good news he had no reason to refuse. But why would fortune just fall from the sky like that? Chapter 172, dominating the entire scene. But that wasn't the end of it. In the less than a month that followed, Lin Yi began to be frequently transferred to various departments holding real power. Under the guise of needing more experience, these moves were actually laying the groundwork for his somewhat sparse resume and network. Sure enough, not long after his first promotion, following a unanimous decision from higher-ups, Lin Yi was reassigned to lead a department within a state-owned enterprise in the city. On the surface, this seemed like a move away from the city's power center. Not only did he now wield greater influence, but his administrative rank was elevated to deputy division chief level, a position commensurate with his new duties. Moreover, this position could serve as a springboard for the future. When he eventually returned to the city, he could directly assume a position of equivalent rank. Feeling the almost dreamlike pace of his promotion, Lin Yi felt both elated and uneasy. For even now, the person orchestrating all this behind the scenes had never once appeared before him. Sometimes he lay awake at night, pondering this very question. He even feared some unexpected turn of events, once contemplating withdrawal from this quagmire. Yet as his position grew ever higher, he witnessed Su Lianyun, once arrogant and condescending in his presence, now treating him with utmost courtesy. And daily reveling in the flattery of his subordinates, this intoxicating sensation brought by power made it difficult for him to make a decision. That day, just as he finished his tasks and prepared to leave work, the company president walked into his department's office. Ah, Director Lin, still hard at work? Seeing the CEO enter, Lin Yi immediately stood up and greeted him. The CEO waved him back down and smiled. Well, if you're free after work, would you mind joining me for dinner? Lin Yi, who had already promised to celebrate his girlfriend's birthday with her, instantly looked troubled. Just as he was about to explain, the CEO continued, remember when you first joined, you were just a junior clerk, right? According to our internal rules, promotion requires both seniority and proven results. But you seem to have broken that rule. Heh, aren't you curious who could wield such influence to propel you to this position in just a month or two? At these words, Lin Yi's expression changed. Minister Lin, you must seize this opportunity. That influential figure came all the way from the capital just for this. Ordinary people would struggle to get even a single meeting. With their backing, reaching my position or even climbing higher will be a breeze for you in the future. The boss patted Lin Yi's shoulder with an envious tone. Alright, I'll go get the car ready and wait for you downstairs. Good. Keep up the good work. After the boss left, Lin Yi's expression grew slightly uneasy. It seemed like a question, but in reality, there was no choice at all. From the moment he took the bank card from Su Lianyun's hand, he could only climb step by step up the ladder others had built for him, even if the path led straight to a sheer cliff. The desert reclamation project was a massive and long-term endeavor. To better control the overall situation, Fang Yuan not only entrusted Lu Buwei to assist in remotely commanding operations from Shenzhen, he also dispatched a construction team to establish a command center at the edge of Dun City closest to the desert. Utilizing the latest rapid construction materials, the facility was completed in just a few days from groundbreaking to completion. While unsuitable for long-term habitation, it served perfectly well as a temporary emergency base. The primary objective was to extract the desert transformation specialist awarded by the system. The desert remodeler was merely an alias for a piece of equipment, not a living person like Lu Buwei. The device was large, resembling an oval-shaped cement mixer truck. It featured two openings. The top was for seed input, while the bottom discharged the modified seeds. The quantity of seeds processed per cycle is limited only by the device's capacity index. Seeing Fang Yuan quietly assemble such a massive contraption in the temporary command center's warehouse left everyone else utterly stunned. When Fatso and the others questioned him, he merely smiled without a word. "Whoa! Old Fang, is this the super device you mentioned that can modify seeds?" Fatso circled the modification technician curiously several times, but couldn't make head nor tail of it. "High tech. The design sure looks innovative. Wonder how effective it is." Zheng he still harbored reservations. The main issue was that they'd bitten off more than they could chew. The three of them were only mid-level talents in society, yet the project they'd taken on was worth hundreds of billions. Anyone else would be shaking in their boots. Only Fang Yuan, that thick-skinned guy, hadn't given a second thought to the consequences of failure. Just then, the official in charge from the new province government called, claiming the foundational preparations were essentially complete. The pilot project could now commence. Contrary to expectations of a comprehensive takeover, Fang Yuan had brought Fatso and the others primarily to oversee management and regulate funding. Facility setup, personnel recruitment, and other miscellaneous tasks were entirely delegated to the new province authorities. Additionally, Lu Buwei would periodically fly in to provide guidance and oversight for the entire project. With such capable hands at the helm, Fang Yuan could comfortably step back as a hands-off manager without a shred of pressure. As for the pilot mission mentioned earlier by the new province, it was primarily for show to reassure outsiders and investors. After all, real money was being invested, and empty promises alone wouldn't suffice to reassure everyone. Another reason for proceeding with the pilot project. This also served as a protective measure for Fang Yuan. Pilot projects typically cover limited areas, allowing for adjustments and refinements as challenges arise during implementation. Even if unsuccessful, the losses would remain manageable. If the project were launched on a large scale all at once, pouring out funds in a torrent, that would truly be a case of no turning back once the arrow is released. Should it fail, the Xia government would face immense pressure. Reciprocate kindness with kindness. Since the bigwigs were fully backing him, Fang Yuan wouldn't stubbornly refuse to proceed with the pilot project. He would treat it as a reassurance for them. The next day, as journalists from across the nation gathered, the new province leader and Fang Yuan jointly cut the ribbon, officially launching the Desert Reclamation Pilot Project. The first pilot project covered 1,000 acres of desert wasteland. As firecrackers crackled, over 1,000 hired workers began carrying shovels and improved seeds. Starting from the area in front of the command center, they spread seeds across the endless expanse of yellow sand. The whole scene looked downright farcical. Not only are there no cultivation measures for the seeds, but even the steps for watering and fertilizing have been omitted. Is this some kind of joke? Upon witnessing the so-called Desert Reclamation Project firsthand, even the new provincial leader broke out in a cold sweat at Fang Yuan's actions. Even someone with little farming experience knew that after sowing seeds, some watering was necessary. And this was a desert, for crying out loud. But the way Fang Yuan instructed the workers to sow the seeds was pure and simple, leaving it entirely up to the seeds to prove their own resilience. Everyone believed this desert reclamation project had been sentenced to death. After footage of the pilot project surfaced online, countless investors furrowed their brows, utterly baffled by just how brain-dead officials must be to let some greenhorn pull off such an absurd stunt. Worse still, some had already begun negotiations with Origin Company to withdraw their investment funds. Fang Yuan approved every single withdrawal request and announced on the company's official website at midnight the day that they would cease accepting further investments. To date, Origin's total funding has plummeted to 110 billion. Of this sum, the remaining investments were largely state-owned assets. It wasn't that they didn't want to withdraw, it was that while Origin's official website announced the halt on new investments, it deliberately posted a list of investors. Kyoto number 1 leader 100,000. Kyoto number 2 boss 100,000. Kyoto number 3 boss 100,000. Kyoto number 100. This list alone carried a perfect deterrent effect. Any state-owned asset manager with half a brain wouldn't dare pull out their investment at this critical juncture. Chapter 173, Old Su's painstaking efforts. No time to check online comments about himself. As nightfall descended that evening, he had already found a secluded corner to deploy his iron wings and return to Linchuan. Jiang Yunxue had returned to her hometown for temporary residence, guarded by security personnel dispatched from above and nearly 20 system bodyguards. Most likely, there wouldn't be any issues. So Fang Yuan headed straight for the nearly completed villa estate. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing this grand villa, he still examined his future home with great excitement. Moments later, the captain of the super construction team approached him and announced, "The project has passed all inspections. We're now conducting final cleanup and decommissioning." "Ah, excellent work. You've done well." Fang Yuan reached out, intending to give the man a customary pat on the shoulder as encouragement. But unexpectedly, his hand met only empty air. After delivering his routine report, the foreman didn't even glance at him before turning and walking away. Watching the receding figure, Fang Yuan gave an awkward chuckle, trying to hide his embarrassment. Just then, old Su's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Hey there, isn't this Boss Fang? I've been looking everywhere for you." "Me?" Fang Yuan, who had been ignored by the tool guy, was feeling a bit down. But running into old Su finally restored his confidence. Ahem, after all, that was the construction crew dispatched by System Daddy. It was only natural they wouldn't pay him any mind. "Ah, it's a long story," old Su sighed, about to play the victim. But then he saw Fang Yuan turn and walk away. "If that's the case, then forget it. I'm in a hurry." Su could have slapped himself. Playing coy in front of the big boss? That was just asking for trouble. "It won't take long, Mr. Fang. Just hear me out for a moment, just a moment." Perhaps curious to see what mischief old Su would get up to next, Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks and turned back, watching him with interest. "To be perfectly honest, Mr. Fang, most of the money you gave me actually went to..." Old Su gestured upward. "You didn't come here to ask me for compensation, did you?" Fang Yuan chuckled. Last time during construction, a land dispute had caused villagers to come and cause trouble, delaying his project significantly. The villagers had come to cause trouble, delaying his project significantly. He hadn't settled the score for that yet. Although he later leveraged old Su's connections to smooth things over, the bottom line was that he suffered unnecessary losses. If old Su dared to make such a demand, then he'd be sorry. But things clearly unfolded differently than Fang Yuan had imagined. Old Su said with a wry smile, "How could I dare? I haven't even apologized to you for what happened last time. To be honest, I never expected it to turn out this way. Just get to the point." It wasn't that Fang Yuan was unreasonable, but he genuinely disliked this kind of communication where people beat around the bush without getting to the point. After inspecting the villa, he planned to rush over and meet up with Jiang Yunxue. The desert reclamation project had just begun. Unless something urgent came up, he planned to stay in the new province for the foreseeable future. Just in case any unexpected situations arose. "Alright, Mr. Fang speaks plainly, so this old man will be straightforward too." Old Su offered Fang Yuan a cigarette, which he declined, so the old man lit it himself. "I'd like to ask you to help my son find a stable job. The pay doesn't need to be great, just enough for him to have a reliable future. This card holds 1 million yuan money I'd intended to save for my son's retirement. I beg you to help." With unwavering resolve, old Su extended the bank card he'd been clutching to Fang Yuan. This sudden bribe left Fang Yuan somewhat taken aback. "You must know the market out there. Even with a decent job, it'd take your son until he's 70 to earn 1 million. "Are you sure?" "Yes, how many ordinary people could possibly save 1 million over a lifetime?" Old Su sighed. "I know my sons well. The third one isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, no hope for him in this lifetime. My only worry is that after I'm gone, the second one will squander everything without restraint. How will those two manage afterward? 1 million yuan is nothing to a big boss like you. I'm not trying to buy a job with money. I'm begging you, as a father, to look after my 2 sons. I know this request is inappropriate, but I truly have no other way." As he spoke, old Su suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. "What are you doing?" Fang Yuan quickly reached out to help him up. Looking at old Su, his temples graying, his face etched with wrinkles. He felt a sudden pang of emotion welling up inside him. Both were fathers, yet one was so consumed by his son's future that he couldn't even rest in peace, while his own father only thought about what kind of life he himself would live after his death. Truly, in a big forest, you find all kinds of birds. "Alright, I'll agree to this matter. But take your money back." After witnessing what had just transpired, Fang Yuan's impression of old Su had changed dramatically. He simply didn't want to accept the money, lest it add another debt of gratitude to his already heavy burden. Seeing Fang Yuan agree, old Su's face lit up with surprise and delight. Truth be told, he'd braced himself for rejection before coming. "That won't do. If you don't take this money, I'll feel uneasy." Understanding old Su's hesitation, Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "On my way here, I noticed quite a few households in the nearby villages, yet there isn't even a primary school. How about this, you use this money to build a school for the village. I'll handle all the qualifications and paperwork. If the funds fall short, I can cover the difference. What do you think?" After all, this place would become his base of operations. The better it was developed, the more satisfying it would be. Moreover, establishing a primary school was a project that would benefit generations to come. In the days to come, the villagers of Xinghai Village would remember the favor they owed him, and it would also address Old Su's concerns, truly killing two birds with one stone. Alright, I'll follow Mr. Fang's lead. All Old Su wanted was Fang Yuan's commitment. He didn't care what the money was used for. Especially since Fang Yuan had asked him to establish the school in his own name, this was nothing short of a blessing. He could spend the money to accomplish something meaningful while earning a good reputation. After Old Su departed, expressing his deepest gratitude, Fang Yuan shook his head and walked around the villa, inspecting every corner meticulously. The quality of the system's super construction team is undeniable, but could all this really be worth 1 billion? After pondering for a while, he arrived at a startling conclusion. Could it be that the construction crew pocketed kickbacks? When in doubt, consult the system. This had become a habit Fang Yuan had recently cultivated. Ding! The construction team is system produced and incapable of corrupt practices. This villa estate utilizes entirely ultra-futuristic synthetic materials. Since the cost must be converted to current world market prices, a high expense is entirely justified. Host, please sharpen your 24K titanium alloy dog eyes and observe carefully. Despite the system's sharp retort, upon learning the villa's materials were of exceptionally high caliber, Fang Yuan not only didn't get angry, but secretly rejoiced. You get what you pay for a villa built with a 10 billion yuan budget was certainly worth every penny. As for when to move, in no rush. After weighing his options, Fang Yuan decided to prioritize completing the desert pilot project in the new province first. He hurried over to the Jiang residence and had a brief private conversation with Jiang Yunxue before rushing back to the desert command center that very night. To his surprise, the next morning he awoke to find the place swarming with people. Chapter 174, The Cherry Tree. Old Fang, we've struck gold. We've struck gold. The fat man burst into Fang Yuan's room, panting heavily after sprinting all the way. What's so big? Did we strike it rich? Fang Yuan was utterly baffled by the sight of the fat man, his face flushed with excitement. Getting rich early in the morning? That's not exactly the best timing. But the fat man waved his hands. No. You gotta see this, all the seeds we planted yesterday have sprouted today. Hearing this, Fang Yuan froze. He wasn't worried about the seeds surviving after all, they were created by A. But he never imagined that the so-called dramatically accelerated growth rate would be this fast. After getting dressed, Fang Yuan followed him outside the command center. By then, countless reporters were already snapping photos frantically with cameras in hand, their expressions filled with awe. Some spotted Fang Yuan and swarmed toward him. Mr. Fang, could you explain what exactly is going on here? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Such primitive, unscientific cultivation methods actually succeeded. Could it be that we've been oversimplifying desert reclamation all along? Hold on, everyone, please wait a moment. Surrounded by the journalists, Fang Yuan could only hear a cacophony of voices. He quickly shouted to get their attention. Soon, the security detail dispatched from New Province specifically to protect Fang Yuan stepped in and blocked all the reporters. Fang Yuan looked up and gazed into the distance. Amidst the endless expanse of yellow sand, dense clusters of green dots dotted the barren landscape. It was impossible not to feel a surge of joy. Upon closer inspection, these seedling sprouts had grown to about half a finger's length overnight. This was what had truly shocked the journalists. It wasn't surprising that seeds could sprout in the desert, as some had been pre-cultivated. They contained ample moisture and nutrients, ensuring successful germination unless conditions were exceptionally harsh. But these seeds not only sprouted, they grew at such an astonishing rate that no one had anticipated it. This is truly spectacular. Fatso couldn't help but exclaim beside Fang Yuan. Haha, once these cherry trees bear fruit, I'm going to drive down the market price for cherries. That's right, according to Fang Yuan's thinking. If he was going to plant them, he might as well plant the most expensive variety. Cherries currently selling for over 100 yuan per pound were his top choice. He also happened to be quite fond of eating them himself. But the fat man was dumbfounded. Pointing at the sprouting saplings, he stammered, brother, don't tell me these are all cherry trees?" Though he hadn't much experience with agriculture, he knew that cherries were typically propagated through cuttings or grafting. Seeds sprout slowly, have low survival rates, and yield inconsistent quality. It was like the difference between cloning and natural birth. Grafting preserves the original tree's essence by transplanting it from the parent stock. But even dragons' offspring vary wildly, let alone seeds. You can never predict their quality. Plus, the environment here is completely unsuitable for cherry trees. Even if they somehow survive, the quality will inevitably be compromised. It's over. Fatso slapped his forehead, his eyes filled with frustration and reluctance. He had finally calmed his anxious heart after eagerly awaiting the seeds to sprout. Only to be dealt a crushing blow by Fang Yuan's trump card. The journalists around him, who had been pricking up their ears. All the flattering words they'd prepared vanished in an instant. Instead, they promptly labeled him a madman. "Mr. Fang, you must be joking. That's hilarious." Planting cherry trees in the desert? That's just... Is there a problem? Before the reporter could finish, Fang Yuan fixed him with a stare. If bamboo can sprout from rock crevices, then growing cherries in the desert should be perfectly reasonable too. Some skeptics stepped forward to inspect the sprouting seedlings. After analysis by Baidu and other online experts, they unanimously confirmed these were indeed cherry trees. This is insane. Growing cherries in the desert? Unheard of. When Mr. Fang served as editor-in-chief of Approaching Science, I was a strong supporter. This is just plain crazy, wasting national and public funds on such nonsense. In the live streams of certain hosts who deliberately came over to ride the hype, fans kept bombarding the chat with furious comments. Fang Yuan, the target of the criticism, showed no intention of refuting it. Instead, he loaded up the trio into a desert-ready off-road vehicle, revved the engine, and roared away from headquarters. His plan was to inspect every pilot planting site established the previous day. The winter was gradually setting in, the desert remained scorching hot. Seeing the three drenched in sweat, Fang Yuan hesitated before deciding to call in the transformable vehicle. While using his steel wings was certainly convenient, he preferred to avoid deploying that contraption whenever possible. The transformable vehicle, however, had no such reservations. It only needed to transform into helicopter mode and remain that way. As the director of the Second Research Institute and the big boss overseeing the entire desert cultivation project in Xinghai province, owning a helicopter wasn't unreasonable, was it? After circling the area and confirming all the seeds had begun sprouting, Fang Yuan cheerfully returned to headquarters, instructing the three top-tier system chefs specially brought from Linchuan yesterday to prepare a feast to celebrate. The culinary skills of the system chefs were absolutely beyond reproach. The four of them, plus an official sent by the new province specifically to assist Fang Yuan with the desert reclamation project, sat together in a private room at the command center, raising their glasses. After eating and drinking their fill, both the fat man and his companions, as well as the official representative, simultaneously inquired about the cherry trees. Mr. Fang, getting cherry trees to take root in the desert is a miracle in itself. But can they truly grow, blossom, and bear fruit here? Exactly. And blooming alone isn't enough. This is a desert, there are no bees or other pollinators here. We'd have to rely entirely on manual pollination. For such a vast desert area, the funding alone would be a huge burden, not to mention the costs of scaling up across the entire Xinghai province desert if the pilot project succeeds. It's unfeasible. Labor costs alone for such a vast area would severely exceed the budget. The group exchanged opinions, laying out all the pros and cons. Put your minds at ease, Fang Yuan said cheerfully, holding his wine glass. Just complete the tasks I assigned earlier. If I can make saplings grow in the desert, I'll find a way to solve this problem. The system's creations defied explanation by so-called modern science. Had he not confirmed these matters beforehand, how could he have dared to undertake such a grand scheme, covering the entire desert of Xinghai province in one fell swoop? The thought that soon, deserts worldwide would become his wealth source. Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. World's richest man, seems like it's all that. Chapter 175, 500,000. Kyoto, Central South. The bigwigs were seated around a table. The Secretary General held documents transmitted that morning from New Province, projecting them for interpretation. Ha ha. Excellent. 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 Planting cherry trees in the desert, that kid actually thought of that? He's got something special. Gazing at the screen dotted with specks of green symbolizing hope, the leader of Xia Nation couldn't help but exclaim good 3 times in excitement. Heh, don't mention them, even we were startled by what we just saw. Who knows how he pulled it off? But this means that in just over a decade, our Xia Nation will gain hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of new arable land. This is a monumental achievement for the ages. The leaders burst into hearty laughter, their admiration for Fang Yuan growing by the moment. Especially the 6th-ranked leader in charge of agriculture and public welfare. His laughter was so hearty that the wrinkles on his face seemed to vanish. Compared to the nation's century-long, millennium-long, and even 10,000-year-long plans, even the profits gained from cultivating an entire desert would be considered a minor gain for Fang Yuan. As everyone knows, Xia is a nation with a large agricultural population. Recently, to maintain its rapid development momentum, it has sacrificed considerable arable land, causing severe environmental damage. To borrow the words of Xia's leader, lush mountains and clear waters are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver. Fang Yuan's initiative could create vast new lands for Xia's development out of thin air. The magnitude of this achievement is beyond monetary valuation. Not only does it prevent the spread of desertification, but it also stabilizes soil erosion. If this truly develops in the future and the desert transforms into an oasis, our nation might gain several new provinces. At that point, national defense in the northwest would also become more secure. As the nation's 3rd highest official overseeing military affairs, his immediate concern centered on building population bases and military defenses. Truth be told, the benefits were truly endless. But with this move, Fang has stolen far too much of the spotlight. We must prepare countermeasures in advance. The leader of Xia Nation said with a stern expression. If Fang Yuan had previously been considered merely one of Xia Kingdom's core forces, from this moment onward, he was undeniably the nation's most vital asset. Not long after, the new province military district joined forces with the neighboring Dragon Province military district, mobilizing nearly an entire army division to the new province border. They announced the commencement of emergency joint military exercises. Aircraft, tanks, artillery, even some of their most formidable firepower reserves were deployed. This sent several neighboring small nations into a panic, trembling in fear that Xia might accidentally wipe out their very foundations. Near Fang Yuan's command post, military units starting at the battalion level began conducting frequent, comprehensive patrols. They strictly prohibited civilians from entering the exercise area. Yet most understood that Xia Nation was determined to ensure the desert reclamation project proceeded safely and smoothly. Anyone daring to interfere would have to consider whether they could withstand the wrath of the Xia military. When news broke that Fang Yuan had planted cherries in the desert and witnessed sprouts emerge overnight, the entire Xia Nation's online community erupted once more. Some claimed it was deliberate hype, while others accused unscrupulous media outlets of spreading nonsense. In short, no one believed this could be real. A group of elderly botanists, in particular, took up their pens to lambaste Fang Yuan's deceptive actions. Damn it! How could such an absurd story be broadcast by official news outlets? It makes our country look like a laughingstock to the world. We strongly protest this deception of the public. If Fang Yuan is so skilled at growing cherries in the desert, why doesn't he try planting them in the Gobi Desert? In this day and age, even videos and photos can be faked, let alone something completely impossible like this. Exactly. This is a face-saving project deliberately designed to deceive ordinary citizens. Not only does the government fail to act, but it actively aids and abets such fraud. I strongly urge everyone to join a protest march. Supporting the above. We must seek the truth and expose the ugly face of the authorities. As chaos erupted online, 500,000 began stirring up trouble. After all, Xia Nation's development pace in recent years has been astonishingly rapid, posing a serious threat to certain organizations' interests. Consequently, they constantly stirred up trouble, seizing any opportunity to create complications for Xia Nation. But unexpectedly, after several 500,000-strong groups emerged, the once fiercely contested comment section suddenly fell silent. After a while, someone quietly dialed the cyber police hotline. Meanwhile, prominent Xia Nation red hackers personally intervened, exposing the IP addresses and user identities of accounts spreading subversive content before forwarding the evidence to official channels. Speak up. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you all willing to tolerate this deception? Inside a rented room, two scruffy young men simultaneously opened multiple platforms, posting comments attempting to smear the Xia Nation's government. When the comments section suddenly fell silent, they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what had happened. But the quiet didn't last long. Soon, someone left a comment under their posts. Whoa, guys, 500,000 yuan. Whoever posted that is an idiot. Whether desert reclamation is real or fake, it's our country's internal affair. Either way, it's all funded by state-owned enterprises. Why are you so worked up? Exactly. Planting cherry trees in the desert might be a bit out there, but it shows the government genuinely cares about desert reclamation in our new province. What are you even ranting about? Solid proof, definitely 500,000. Let's report this. Wait. I was just speaking up for everyone's interests. How dare you slander me? Seeing the overwhelmingly negative comments online, the two panicked. Just then, a prominent hacker quickly doxed their information, including their current rental address. Timing-wise, the cops should be here any minute. Save your stories for when you're sipping tea inside. Damn it! Seeing the hackers' comment, their faces turned pale. Without even shutting down their computer, they grabbed their phones and wallets and bolted out the door. But the moment they opened the door, they saw a police car already parked outside. Incidents like this were happening all over the country. Apart from a few antisocial scumbags, all the traitors who took bribes to deliberately smear the Xia Nation government were caught red-handed. When the truth came to light, netizens collectively felt a surge of pride welling up inside them. The focus of discussion quickly shifted from the desert reclamation project in Fang Yuan to the despicable deeds committed by certain traitors in recent years. Fang Yuan lit a cigarette, scrolling through netizens' comments condemning the traitors. Occasional bursts of laughter escaped his lips. Thankfully, the command center was empty, otherwise, they'd surely think he'd lost his mind. Heh, well said. Those traitorous bastards deserve every bit of this. Meanwhile, the new province received notice that a special commissioner was on his way. The purpose was to oversee the desert reclamation project, and the order had come directly from the capital. Director Mingfang already represented the capital. Why send another person? The new province leader shook his head in utter confusion, deciding not to get involved in these matters. After a moment's consideration, however, he sent Fang Yuan the commissioner's credentials. Chapter 176, The Brainless One. Holy, no way. It's been less than half a year, and that kid Linny has already taken off. Indeed, the commissioner dispatched from above was none other than Linny. And according to the document's details, Linny was now a full-fledged deputy director-level official, and this assignment was likely just a formality to polish his credentials. Level 6, huh? Guess he was born for this line of work, Fang Yuan chuckled. He was genuinely thrilled to see his good buddy achieve success. Though the speed of his promotion was indeed astonishing, it was most likely because Linny had found a powerful patron. The Desert Transformation Project has been designated a key conservation initiative by Xia Nation. For Linny to step in as a special envoy suggests his backer wields considerable influence. Fang Yuan quickly pieced together the key information. His mind began spinning scenarios of Linny being the long-lost illegitimate son of some powerful figure. Now that his true lineage had been uncovered, a low-key reunion was being orchestrated. The melodramatic plot unfolded, using unconventional means to propel his illegitimate son's meteoric rise. Old Fang, I suspect he's adopted a godmother. The fat guy rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Think about it, Linny's got that ruggedly masculine look, and he's always been into sports. His muscles are rock solid. Getting a godmother shouldn't be too hard, right? What utter nonsense. Fang Yuan shot the fat guy a disdainful look, but then paused to consider. Actually, that makes sense. Enough. We'll find out when he shows up later. That kid wouldn't do something that ridiculous. After finishing breakfast, the two began their routine patrol. As for Jiang He and Lin Gaojie, he had already dispatched them to negotiate with new province personnel regarding the procurement of essential equipment. The seeds modified by the were simply too extraordinary. To maintain a low profile, Fang Yuan decided to employ some external measures as cover. For instance, installing irrigation systems was essential. After all, this was the desert. No matter how drought-resistant the seeds he cultivated were, they couldn't possibly grow without a single drop of water. Arousing external suspicion would only invite trouble. At worst, he could just use a little water, treating it as a formality. When he stepped outside today, these cherry trees delivered another delightful surprise to Fang Yuan. Many workers gathered around the saplings, barely knee-high, murmuring among themselves. They were utterly stunned by these miraculous saplings. Fatso's jaw dropped wide open. Holy crap, even forcing growth wouldn't be this extreme. Seeing saplings that had grown dozens of centimeters overnight, Fang Yuan could only suppress his complex emotions and mutter, "Technology, the power of technology." The sheer rate of growth had genuinely startled him. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the saplings became full-grown trees. He drove around for a patrol. Seeing that all the planted saplings were growing at exactly the same rate, he couldn't tell whether to feel joy or sorrow. After pondering it over and over, he realized he couldn't find a single reasonable explanation. He steeled himself and attributed this miraculous scene entirely to high-tech methods. Fortunately, once the military exercises commenced, all external media reporters had been barred from the area by military personnel. Otherwise, word of such an eerie occurrence would have spread. Would undoubtedly have caused another uproar. But the truth couldn't be hidden forever. Before long, workers recorded videos on their phones, exposing what was happening in the desert. At first, netizens reacted with skepticism and mockery. But as more and more workers came forward with videos and photos as evidence, the massive backlash Fang Yuan had anticipated finally erupted. Seeing the internet flooded with news about desert cherry trees, Fang Yuan couldn't help but cover his forehead. He hadn't anticipated a leak from within. Old Fang, what are we going to do? If it were just a flood of positive reviews online, that would be one thing. But now, rumor mongers were claiming these cherry trees grew so rapidly. Purely because they'd been genetically modified to rapidly develop powerful root systems, these saplings were constantly drawing water resources from hundreds or even thousands of meters beneath the desert. As more trees were planted, far from helping to combat desertification. Instead, they'll severely deplete the entire Xinjiang region's groundwater resources, causing irreversible consequences. Such bizarre claims actually garnered thousands of likes from netizens. Uncanny. It really is true, the less one reads, the more bizarre things they believe. Fang Yuan frowned. Reasonable netizens stepped forward to debunk the myth, but it was utterly useless. Public opinion had already tilted overwhelmingly in one direction, fueled by those with ulterior motives. Absurd incidents began to emerge, with citizens of Xinjiang province organizing trips to government buildings to demand an immediate halt to the desert reclamation project. He, however, remained largely unconcerned. Professional matters should be left to professionals. After instructing several workers to film footage of tree excavation to debunk the rumors, he sent the video files to the keyboard warrior team that had been lying low. After several online incidents, Fang Yuan finally fully grasped the benevolent intentions of his system father. Though the keyboard warriors seemed insignificant most of the time, they always emerged at critical moments to deliver a resounding slap to those online adversaries. Shortly after the files were sent, a wave of support for Fang Yuan suddenly surged online. They released hundreds of videos debunking rumors that Cherry Tree was depleting groundwater resources in New Province. Simultaneously, they delivered polite yet scathing family-oriented greetings to the trolls, while also digging up hundreds of pieces of dirt on the most vocal reactionary figures. As time passed, one by one, these online pests either got summoned for illegal activities in real life or became the subject of wild gossip after their bizarre scandals were exposed. For instance, a pro-foreign university professor initially jumped on the bandwagon to criticize the desert reclamation project. He even leveraged his connections to fiercely condemn Fang Yuan's actions as harboring sinister motives, attempting to destroy Xi'an Nation's ecological environment. With such a heavy accusation levied against him, coupled with his university professor's prestige, instantly garnered support from countless uninformed citizens. But when the keyboard warrior team exposed his abuse of professorial authority, exploiting his students as cheap labor, and resorting to personal insults and graduation threats at the slightest disagreement, and his private profiteering schemes were exposed, the troll army led by this unscrupulous professor was swiftly dismantled. The professor himself faced investigation by relevant authorities, with severe punishment awaiting him. Such incidents are countless. As the keyboard warrior team posted one damage control post after another to cover their tracks. When the tables turned, netizens redirected their anger toward those who had deliberately stirred trouble from the start. Fang Yuan was left speechless. Why does everyone act like mindless drones, attacking wherever they're told? No sooner had he spoken than Fatso's excited voice rang out from outside. Holy crap, old Fang, come out quick. Guess who's here? Chapter 177, The Shock. The only thing that could get the fat man this excited. Fang Yuan knew without a doubt that it must be Lin Yi. Sure enough, as he approached the door, the long-awaited face of his good buddy came into view. Ah, we're drinking till we drop tonight. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he rushed forward and embraced Lin Yi. To say he wasn't thrilled to see his old friend again would be a lie. While instructing the chef to prepare dinner, Fang Yuan pulled Lin Yi down to sit. Like the fat man, he was deeply curious about what his good brother had been through to achieve such rapid advancement in just half a year. No need for formalities. We're friends. Just a simple drink will do. Seeing Fang Yuan about to call for seafood to be airlifted in, Lin Yi quickly stopped him. No way. We finally got together. Besides, the fat guy's been running around nonstop lately. Consider this a little treat for him. Fang Yuan decisively made the call. He then called the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in Linchuan, instructing the hotel manager to pack the finest seafood available and deliver it to the airport immediately. Faced with the two enthusiastic men, a hint of awkwardness flashed across Lin Yi's face. But he quickly masked that unusual expression. Oh, don't worry about it. Old Fang is a billionaire tycoon now, this little bit won't break the bank. The fat guy made a slurping sound, wiped his lips of non-existent drool, and chuckled. 100 billion yuan. Hearing the fat man's words, Lin Yi was utterly shocked. This desert reclamation project, it can't be? Ahem, just a small-scale endeavor. Fang Yuan smiled modestly, unwilling to boast about such things in front of his brother. Lin Yi froze for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Who would have thought? It really is a small world. When he received the appointment, he only knew he was being transferred to a major corporation collaborating with the new province government to serve as an official inspector. The appointment had come too swiftly, and Fang Yuan's background was classified as top secret. He hadn't realized until now that the owner of the renowned Origin Technology Company, Limited, was actually his own good friend. Impressive. Lin Yi grinned and gave a thumbs up. Fatso, sticking around to work with Fang Yuan back then was one smart move. Let me tell you, back when I stayed, old Fang wasn't nearly as powerful as he is now. He actually asked me to run a scrap recycling business, which ended up declaring bankruptcy. Fatso burst into laughter. Running a business isn't that easy. But now, the hard times are over, and the good times have finally arrived. Lost in his own words, Fatso failed to notice Lin Yi's slightly uneasy expression. Things are looking up now. Once things slow down in a few days, I'll treat you to a big feast. You probably avoid this sort of thing while working for the government, but we're brothers. No one'll dare say a word if I treat you to a feast. Worst case, I'll drag old Fang along too. You might not know this, but even the boss of New Province has to give old Fang face. Our desert domination this time? That was all thanks to the boss of New Province pulling strings for us. Since they were all good brothers, the fat guy didn't think twice about spilling all of Fang Yuan's secrets in a flash. Of the three of us brothers, old Fang's the one who's really made it big. Fang Yuan chuckled at the remark. You're not doing too shabby yourself. You got promoted to county level in just half a year. Your future's limitless. Who knows, Fatso and I might end up sucking up to you someday. You two shouldn't tease me like that. After some idle chatter, Lin Yi said he was tired from the journey and went to his room to rest. Fang Yuan didn't think much of it. Alright then. Once dinner's ready, I'll have Fatty call you. Alright. Back in his room, Lin Yi sat at his desk, his expression dark. Before coming here, he had felt a certain brotherly bond toward Fang Yuan and the fat guy. But now, learning about the events of recent times, he felt a deep, seething anger at being betrayed. They talk about brotherhood, but why were I and Fatty treated so differently? Lin Yi's face twisted into a grimace as he muttered to himself, if you'd just told me the truth back then, how could I have refused to stay? Now I have to go back and suck up to that bastard Su Lianyun, throwing what little dignity I have left onto the ground for everyone to trample on. What a load of bull about brothers. It's all ing lies. After venting his fury, Lin Yi pulled out the laptop he carried with him. He opened it and logged into an overseas website. After a long silence, he finally lit a cigarette, the first in years. Amidst coughs and smoke, he tapped at the keyboard intermittently. Fang Yuan remained completely unaware of all this. He only sensed instinctively that Lin Yi seemed emotionally off this time. But he didn't dwell on it. Back in the hotel suite, he had already tried to persuade Lin Yi to stay, offering hints more than once. But Lin Yi had chosen not to stay. At least he had no regrets. At dusk, once all the seafood airlifted in by Fang Yuan had arrived, the makeshift kitchen began filling with waves of enticing aromas. Dinner's ready. Fang Yuan bellowed, then sent the fat guy to fetch Lin Yi. As he approached Lin Yi's door, Fatso suddenly recalled how timid he had been back in college. So Fang Yuan and Lin Yi, those two jerks, often enjoyed sneaking back to the dorm and then suddenly teleporting in. They'd often end up scaring themselves silly. Hey, you guys always scared me before, but today it's my turn. The fat guy grinned mischievously as he silently turned the doorknob. Whether it was the materials or the craftsman's meticulous workmanship, not a single sound escaped as he turned the knob. Through the crack, they could see Lin Yi sitting at his computer, frowning as he typed away at something. He yanked the door open, burst inside, and bellowed, "Hey, let's drink." Damn it. Startled by the sudden commotion, Lin Yi's first instinct was to slam his laptop shut before cursing angrily. Recognizing the bulky figure, he forced a strained smile. You scared the hell out of me. What are you doing, Fatso? Of course I'm here to drag you out for drinks. And what's with all the secrecy? Let me take a look. The fat guy tried to lean in, but Lin Yi, feeling guilty, pushed him away. What else could it be? Work stuff, of course. There's confidentiality rules up there. You can't mess around with this stuff. So stingy. Fine, I won't look. Come on, let's go drink. Fine, you go ahead. I'll finish up here first. Once the fat guy was out of sight, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly shut down his computer and followed suit. Little did he know, the more the fat guy pondered it, the more uneasy he felt. Despite Lin Yi's best efforts to hide his inner unease, he'd been running around with Fang Yuan-song constantly lately. He'd encountered countless people and situations, so how could he fail to notice the panic and unease on his best friend's face? Something's off. There's definitely something wrong. The fat man muttered under his breath, though he didn't dwell on the negative. At dinner that evening, seeing the table laden with all manner of delicacies from land and sea, he quickly pushed the earlier incident to the back of his mind. Chapter 178, Lin Yi's Request. The three raised their cups in toast at the table. They chatted freely about their experiences over the past period. After eating and drinking their fill, Fang Yuan was feeling a bit dazed. As for the heaviest drinker, the fat guy, he'd already passed out. Lin Yi, however, had been frequently accompanying his superiors to social engagements since his promotion. Had significantly improved his tolerance. Impressive. I never expected that not only did you climb the ranks, but your drinking tolerance grew too. After downing a glass of liquor, Fang Yuan quickly grabbed a few bites of food to suppress the bitter taste rising in his mouth. How much you can drink determines how high you can climb. An old superior taught me that lesson. Lin Yi smiled faintly. After a moment, he fixed his gaze on Fang Yuan. Old Fang, to be honest, back in Linchuan, if you just laid it all out for me, I might have stayed and joined your team long ago. I'm not happy at all in this system. Fang Yuan thought Lin Yi was merely expressing regret. He replied, back then, our venture was just starting out. I wasn't sure if it would succeed. Who knew we'd end up where we are now? If you're willing to join us now, it's not too late. We're actually short-staffed. If you come on board, I'd at least give you a manager position. Haha, you're something else. Lin Yi laughed heartily. But inwardly, he scoffed at Fang Yuan's earlier words. He dismissed it entirely as mere lip service. To go from an ordinary person with no background to a business tycoon handling hundreds of billions in investments in just half a year? Who in their right mind would believe that if it got out? Forget it. Anyway, I'm used to the system now. It wasn't easy getting to where I am, and honestly, it'd be tough to give it all up. All I can do is wish you and Fatso keep growing bigger and bigger. That way, when you run out of money, you'll still have a big leg to cling to. Rest assured, as long as you ask, I can handle the money, I promise. Thanks in advance, Mr. Fang. The two chatted a while longer. Seeing it was getting late, Fang Yuan finally dragged the drunken Fatso back to rest. He reminded Lin Yi that if he had no immediate commitments, he was welcome to stay at headquarters for a few more days. After agreeing with a laugh, Lin Yi, reeking of alcohol, wandered around the command center. Since everyone knew he was a friend of Fang Yuan, the security guards on patrol didn't stop him. Currently, besides Fang Yuan, the Fat Man, and others stationed permanently at the command center, there were also 15 system bodyguards specially transferred from Linchuan, with military district guards outside and system bodyguards on duty inside. Security was completely beyond concern. As for the hired workers, the New Life Authority had arranged for them to be housed in a nearby centralized residential area. Constructed with modular building materials, erecting a residential area for several thousand people posed no significant challenge. Lin Yi wandered around, essentially covering the entire compact command center. He soon located the equipment warehouse, guarded by 4 dedicated security personnel. Inside, of course, were the desert modifiers. Seeds were first delivered here for modification before being transported to another warehouse for storage. The seed storage warehouse was also guarded by 2 dedicated bodyguards. Both warehouses were the lifeblood of the entire desert modification project, so Fang Yuan naturally wouldn't entrust their security to outsiders. Only system bodyguards who were 100% absolutely loyal to him could handle the task. The warehouse housing the desert reclamation engineers was under extremely tight security, with only Fang Yuan himself permitted access. Fatso and the others had only gotten a glimpse on the very first day. Sorry, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. I'm a friend of your boss, Mr. Fang. The 4 guards stationed at the equipment warehouse said nothing further, merely blocking the entrance and staring at him. The implication was clear. Without Fang Yuan's orders, even Jiang Yunxue wouldn't be able to get through. Alright then. Lin Yi didn't dwell on it. After a brief glance at the 4 bodyguards, he turned and walked away decisively. Dawn was breaking. Fang Yuan rose with renewed vigor, freshened up, then stepped outside to inspect the sapling's growth. After the previous 2 incidents, seeing the cherry tree now nearly a meter tall, he could take it in stride. At that moment, Lin Yi also got up and stepped outside. Seeing the lush saplings, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. Old Fang, am I seeing things? When he arrived yesterday, these saplings hadn't even reached his knees. Yet after just one night, they had grown so much taller. For the first time, he witnessed the marvel of the improved saplings with his own eyes. Lin Yi was utterly stunned. Chill out. It's the power of technology. Not knowing how to explain it, Fang Yuan decisively blamed it on high tech. After all, as long as you mention the word technology, even the most absurd things could be justified. What kind of technology could create such a miracle? It's too broad and complex for me to grasp. As long as it works, that's all that matters. It's more than just effective. Once the entire desert project is fully implemented, it won't be long before this place becomes a brand new residential area. Seeing the solidified patches of soil forming beneath the saplings, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. The ever-growing roots of the saplings firmly anchored the sand, shielding it from the onslaught of fierce winds. They also prevent the soil from reverting to loose particles during heavy rains, protecting the cohesion between soil particles beneath. Over time, with fallen leaves and artificial fertilization, the sand would gradually transform, eventually forming stable sandy loam soil. This was an unprecedented, groundbreaking endeavor. If successful, it will bless generations to come for centuries. Old Fang, I truly admire you, Lin Yi said insincerely. Keep it low-key. Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, though the pride on his face was impossible to hide. Without the desert transformation specialist granted by the system, even 10 trillion credits wouldn't have been enough to create such a miracle. Perhaps sensing Lin Yi's boredom, Fang Yuan said, I'll be heading out with the fat guy shortly for our routine check on the sapling's growth. If you've got nothing else to do, feel free to wander around. Take a look at the workers' accommodations and such. You're here representing the authorities now, so you'll definitely need to write up some kind of report. Think of it as gathering material. Alright, but Old Fang. Lin Yi paused before adding, could I take a look inside the warehouse here at headquarters? The reason I was sent here is to see for myself what kind of technology produced these miraculous seeds that can thrive in the desert despite the harsh environment. That. If it's too much trouble, forget it. I'm just a bit curious myself. The seeds themselves weren't a big deal after all, the workers saw them every day. But the warehouse storing the desert modifiers was the project's core asset. Any mishap there would spell trouble. Seeing Lin Yi so understandingly steer clear of the topic, Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. With the bodyguards watching nearby, it should be fine. Alright then. I'll brief the security guard in charge of the warehouse shortly. Lin Yi smiled faintly. I was just wondering if you were treating me like an outsider, keeping even this from me. Of course not. Our relationship doesn't need such formalities. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, slapping Lin Yi on the shoulder before going to inform the 4 bodyguards guarding the desert reformer. After handling these matters, he pulled the fat man up and prepared to take him for a drive. Drive safely. Waving goodbye to the departing SUV, Lin Yi smiled as he returned to his room to grab his camera and other belongings. He retraced his steps to the warehouse where the desert modifier was stored. With Fang Yuan's orders, this time he wasn't stopped by the bodyguards. So, this is the secret behind your confidence in transforming the entire desert? Linny pushed open the warehouse doors and stepped inside. Chapter 179, Perks. After Fang Yuan followed the fat man on his rounds and returned, he found Linny waiting at the entrance. How was it? No issues? Fang Yuan jumped off the vehicle and addressed Linny. No problem at all. Thanks a lot, you really pulled through for me. We're buddies, no need for formalities. Tonight, you're buying me a few extra drinks. I've got some business to handle at the Xinghai provincial government tonight. I'm afraid I won't be able to join you guys for a while. But it should be quick, I'll rush back as soon as I'm done. Linny said with a smile. Fang Yuan didn't mind. After all, bureaucratic matters were numerous, especially since Linny was now representing the government. He certainly couldn't just run wild like he and Fatty did. Alright then, go handle your business. Do you need someone to drive you? No need, no need. A driver is coming to pick me up over there. After exchanging a few more words, they waited for the vehicle from the new province to arrive. Linny waved goodbye to the two men and left the command center in the vehicle. He instructed the fat man to return to his room to rest. Fang Yuan then dashed over to inspect the two warehouses. After checking with the on-site bodyguards and confirming nothing unusual had occurred, he finally felt at ease and prepared to discuss with the leader of Xinghai province. He needed to determine when the pilot project would conclude. Winter was fast approaching. He wanted to plant all the seeds stored in the warehouse before the new year, using the current growth rate of the cherry trees as a reference. In no time, he could expect a bountiful harvest. Not only would this achieve desert reclamation goals, but it would also capitalize on off-season fruit to make a substantial profit, boosting Origin Tech's reputation. Of course, his primary motivation was simply to return home for the new year. Having been apart from Zhang Yunxue for only a few days, Fang Yuan was already finding it hard to contain his longing. If it weren't for the hassle of flying back and forth every day, and the desert reclamation project was still in its early stages, requiring someone to oversee operations on site. I'm afraid he's already handed over the entire operation here to the three of them to manage, packed up his things, and headed back to Linchuan. Upon receiving Fang Yuan's message, the new province boss wasted no time. He immediately rushed to the scene with his men. After staring blankly at the saplings that had already grown over a meter tall, he immediately ordered provincial experts to conduct tests on the sapling and its soil environment. The results were unsurprising. These saplings are in excellent condition, far exceeding our expectations. Moreover, the surrounding soil has begun to show signs of consolidation. This is nothing like the online rumors suggesting they're draining the desert's vitality. I'm genuinely curious what methods were used to cultivate these saplings. They've completely defied the boundaries of science. An elderly expert brought over by the new provincial leader remarked with deep emotion, his eyes fixed intently on Fang Yuan. Not just the experts. Even the seasoned new province leader, who had seen it all, found his curiosity piqued. Ahem, these are actually the result of technological advancements. The specifics, however, are not something I can disclose. Fang Yuan shrugged it all off with a straight face, deflecting the credit entirely to technological prowess. After all, as long as he refused to budge, no one could hold it against him. Sure enough, upon hearing it was an undisclosable secret, the new province boss abandoned his curiosity. After on-site discussions and reporting the matter specifically to the capital, the directive received was to adjust based on actual circumstances. This statement clearly signaled approval for the request to terminate the pilot project early. Director Fang, the desert reclamation of our new province rests in your capable hands. The provincial leader gazed at the scattered green lights amidst the vast expanse of yellow sand and couldn't help but clasp Fang Yuan's hand tightly. Rest assured. Decades from now, this place will no longer be a barren desert wasteland, but a whole new world. As he spoke these words, his heart stirred once more, and memories of those days and nights spent in Xinchuan province during the earthquake relief efforts flooded his mind. And those unforgettable faces. Now, the entire new province was suffering the ravages of desert encroachment. If no solution to combat the desertification is found soon, they may soon face a catastrophe too vast to be stopped by human effort alone. The emergence of the transformation project was the only ray of hope the people of the new province could grasp in the darkness. The pilot mission concluded ahead of schedule. But the real test had only just begun. Zhang He and Lin Gaojie, who had stepped out to handle other matters, had barely returned to headquarters and taken a sip of water before Fang Yuan assigned them new tasks. Ugh. For the first time, money doesn't seem so appealing. Zhang He slumped in his chair, massaging his sore, swollen thighs from all the walking, unable to suppress the complaint. Lin Gaojie didn't join in the complaint, but the deep dark circles under his eyes spoke volumes about his exhaustion. Ever since the pilot mission began, they'd been running back and forth non-stop. They feared any potential issues arising during the process. Not only did they have to coordinate workers' lodging and meals, but they also oversaw equipment procurement, installation supervision, and more. The pile of tedious tasks was as tall as a mountain. Often, before one task was finished, another would immediately arise. Fang Yuan knew they were exhausted. After offering some words of comfort, he quickly added, "I won't sugarcoat things for you. Let's get down to business." Hearing this, all three perked up. "Starting today, the three of you are the newly appointed department managers at Origin Company, specifically responsible for the desert reclamation project in New Province. We'll discuss the specific work arrangements in detail later. Additionally, each of your monthly salaries will be adjusted to 500,000 yuan initially, with further increases contingent on project profitability." "Wait, old Fang, did you just say 500,000 a month?" Fatso trembled with excitement, unable to resist double-checking. "Yes, 500,000 yuan monthly. While this salary level is a bit low, we're still in the early stages. It will be hard work now, but things will get much easier once the project matures." "Holy crap! Whoa! No hardship. Serving the people." I don't know why, but after hearing Mr. Fang's speech, suddenly every ache in my body vanished. Give me a hoe right now and I could plow 10 acres straight through. Regardless of anything else, the mere prospect of a 500,000 yuan monthly salary was enough to ignite the enthusiasm of all three. The motivational speech Fang Yuan had prepared suddenly lost its purpose. He cleared his throat twice. "Calm down, this is just the first part. There's more." "What else? Hurry up and tell us. I can barely contain my urge to get to work." Fang Yuan smiled. "Beyond the monthly salary, once the project's foundational construction is complete, each of you will receive a villa valued at up to 10 million yuan as a bonus. Additionally, you'll each be provided with a dedicated vehicle." The three had left their homes to follow him to the new province out of trust in him. Fang Yuan, naturally, wasn't stingy with such material perks. Impressive. With that, the trio erupted into loud cheers. Chapter 180, Causing Trouble. Of course, the surprises didn't end there. Considering the territory they would soon manage was expanding. To save time and make transportation more convenient, Fang Yuan also announced that each of them would be assigned their own helicopter. Mainly because when he came, it would spare him the hassle of riding in a car and eating sand all over the desert. Besides, driving in the desert offers a truly poor experience. There's also the constant worry about vehicle breakdowns. With helicopters, the Transformers could save one slot. For the other two helicopters, Fang Yuan planned to reach out to the New Province Military District to see if they could arrange for two more. While bringing this matter to the attention of the New Province's leader would likely yield provincial resources. But as always, bureaucratic procedures are too cumbersome. It's far more convenient to communicate directly with the military district. He had expected some degree of hassle. But who would have guessed that the commander of the New Province Military District, upon answering the call, agreed immediately without waiting for him to finish speaking. He promised the helicopter would be ready within 3 days. They even assigned a dedicated helicopter pilot, saving Fang Yuan the trouble of posting a job ad. Not long after, the commander of the Nanyun Provincial Military Region suddenly called. The moment the call connected, he berated Fang Yuan. "You brat! Just because they stripped you of your major general rank, you think you're no longer part of the Nanyun Provincial Military Command? It's just 2 helicopters, why bother asking outsiders? Wait, I'll have someone deliver them to you immediately." "Hold on, Commander, let me explain." "Explain what?" "I don't care. Just wait patiently. I'll call that old guy in the new province right now and give him a piece of my mind. The helicopters will be delivered tonight. Remember, from now on, always ask your own people first, got it? That's all." Hanging up. Listening to the dial tone as the call disconnected, Fang Yuan remained utterly bewildered. Was there something wrong with his understanding? A helicopter? A military helicopter, no less. How could the military commander treat it like a toy, offering it up so readily, even competing to provide it? But with Nanyun Province stepping in, it saved him a lot of trouble. After all, he was from the Nanyun Province Military District. Owning a favor to his own military district felt far more comfortable than owing one to another. By evening, the helicopters had already been transported to the vicinity of Dun City. It would be ready for use once the command center's helipad was completed. Additionally, various specially customized irrigation equipment and materials, intended for superficial display, had been gathered almost entirely. The total workforce had swelled to nearly 3,000 personnel. Watching the improved seeds continuously arriving at the warehouse, Fang Yuan rubbed his hands together excitedly. Had time to show what we're made of. But just then, Jiang He, who had been heading to the workers' quarters to continue inspecting the day's progress, suddenly called. "Bad news, Mr. Fang. Something terrible has happened." "What happened?" Several workers at the settlement started a riot, beating one of the administrators so badly he's critically injured. "We're waiting for the ambulance to take him to the hospital." "Damn it!" Fang Yuan cursed under his breath, worried the situation would escalate. He immediately drove toward the gathering site. At that moment, in front of the dormitory open space at the gathering site, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered, surrounding the area. At the center of the crowd, Jiang He was frantically using a cloth strip to cover the wound on the injured administrator's head. Blood had already soaked through the front of his shirt. Seeing the injured man's consciousness begin to fade, Jiang He panicked. Meanwhile, 3 drunken, red-faced, neck-veined burly men stood nearby, brandishing steel pipes and cursing loudly. Damn it, you think you can boss us around just because you make a few bucks a month? Try standing up and whining again if you've got the balls. Exactly. What kind of bull company is this? They build these massive projects but can't even provide a water heater in our living quarters? Forcing us to bathe in freezing cold water is bad enough, but then they impose some stupid rule about only letting us shower every other day? That. Listen up, everyone. They've got water to water their trees but none for us to bathe? What kind of nonsense is that? Are we, living human beings, worth less than a tree? Screw this heartless company. We're done here. Right. Either quit or get a raise. We won't let them push us around like this. Capitalists are a pack of heartless bastards. If we stick together, they won't be able to keep exploiting us. The 3 shouted these seemingly righteous words. Instantly, they resonated with many workers. The situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. At that moment, Fang Yuan finally arrived at the scene with a grim expression. Upon hearing the words of the 3 troublemakers, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The company had explicitly informed these workers of the aforementioned terms during recruitment, especially regarding the scarcity of water resources at the desert's edge. The daily basic water supply for so many people, including the perk of bathing every other day. These were all measures Fang Yuan had implemented out of concern for the workers' well-being. He had spent a fortune negotiating with neighboring cities and counties to lay pipelines hundreds of kilometers long just to make this possible. Moreover, the minimum monthly salary per worker reached 15,000 yuan, inclusive of various miscellaneous subsidies. Fang Yuan ensures timely contributions to the mandatory 6 insurances and 1 housing fund for every employee, while strictly adhering to Xia Nation's statutory holiday provisions. Travel expenses for returning from vacations were fully reimbursed. Few companies could match Origin's level of care for their ordinary workers. The thought that his good intentions had been treated like trash, trampled underfoot, was infuriating enough. But worse still, the other party was now inciting trouble, attempting to extort further benefits through coercion. His rage boiled over. Just then, someone finally spotted Fang Yuan entering with a grim expression. Mr. Fang is here. Good to see you, Mr. Fang. Hello, Mr. Fang. The other workers gathered around quickly chimed in with greetings. Don't mistake their boldness toward Jiang He for arrogance. That was only because Jiang He had previously appeared merely as an assistant. However, in the presence of Fang Yuan, this big boss who controlled billions in funds and could chat and laugh with provincial-level leaders, they didn't have the guts to keep causing trouble. Why the disturbance? He asked coldly. Despite the 3 men across from him, wielding steel pipes, having been jumping around wildly moments ago, the sight of Fang Yuan caused half their courage to drain away unnoticed. I'll ask again. Why are you causing trouble here? His voice wasn't loud, but the authority it carried sent a chill down everyone's spine. Mr. Fang, we... The man who had led the disturbance trembled from head to toe, his voice shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 181, Strike. Fang Yuan had no intention of listening to their explanations. He walked over to the injured supervisor. Mr. Fang. Seeing Fang Yuan, Jiang He's frantic heart finally settled. It was as if he'd found his comrades after a grueling 25,000-mile trek. The administrator, who had been on the verge of losing consciousness, struggled to sit up and greet Fang Yuan. He kept repeating, Mr. Fang, I've brought shame upon Origin Company. It's okay. Fang Yuan offered a reassuring word. Then he learned the entire story from Jiang He. It turned out that after getting drunk and causing trouble, the 3 men had actually tried to smash the various water pipes they had worked so hard to connect. Fortunately, the supervisor had spotted them in time and stopped them. But as the conflict escalated, the 3 men recklessly tried to push him aside to smash the pipes. At the critical moment, he stepped forward to shield the pipes. Even when the steel pipe shattered his skull, he refused to retreat. Had Jiang He not intervened promptly to restrain the trio, the consequences could have been far worse. You've worked hard. Go get a thorough checkup at the hospital first. Don't worry about the costs, the company will cover everything. Qin Yuan felt deeply guilty, knowing that his failure to properly supervise the workers had led to this situation. Yet instead of reprimanding him, General Manager Fang reassured him not to worry. This momentarily moved Qin Yuan to tears. He was among the first employees to join Origin Company after graduation. Upon learning the company had secured the entire desert reclamation project for new province and announced personnel would be transferred there. When he learned that the salary increase for the new province assignment was less than 1,000 yuan, and that the work environment would involve dealing with a bunch of rough and tumble workers and endless stretches of yellow sand, hardly anyone in the company was willing to go. But Qin Yuan stepped forward voluntarily, not to curry favor with his superiors. On the contrary, everyone believed this was merely a face-saving project the company had launched to boost its reputation. Rather than enduring the scorching sun and sandstorms in the Gobi Desert thousands of miles away, most preferred staying in the clean, comfortable office where they could stay closer to President Liu. Fang Yuan, who volunteered for the transfer to the new province, became the darling of many colleagues. But he paid no mind to such perceptions, for no one knew the truth. In truth, Fang Yuan's hometown originated from an obscure county in the new province. Yet the place where his family had lived for generations was one day eroded by wind and sand, becoming a silent land like the ancient city of Lulan. Later, to make ends meet, the family had no choice but to leave the new province. He always remembered his grandfather's final wish before passing away, to return to their hometown one last time. Yet that small county town, long swallowed by the yellow sands, had been forgotten in the annals of history. This pain lingered in his heart. So when he learned Origin Corporation was launching a desert reclamation project, Fang Yuan was the first to volunteer for the mission to Xin province. Seeing the barren desert finally begin to glow green filled him with immense joy. Who could have imagined tonight's events? Mr. Fang, I'm sorry. No need to apologize. Get some rest. The ambulance will be here soon. Fang Yuan patted Fang Yuan on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration for the young man standing before him, someone a year or two his junior. Meanwhile, at the police headquarters in Dun City. Upon receiving the report of an incident at Origin Corporation, the chief of the Dun City Police Department immediately rallied his team, racing to the scene in over a dozen vehicles. What should have been a half-hour drive took them less than 10 minutes to reach the scene. Seeing the police chief's team arrive, the crowd quickly parted to make way. The chief of the Dun City Police Department hurried forward and immediately spotted Fang Yuan, his expression grim. He saluted and said, "Good morning, sir." Fang Yuan nodded, then turned his gaze to the three workers slumped on the ground. "All right, proceed with the standard protocol. My requirements are straightforward. Given the particularly damaging impact this incident has had internally, it must be handled strictly, thoroughly, and severely. If you have any questions, call me directly." The desert reclamation project had just begun scaling up when this incident erupted at a critical juncture. If this didn't serve as a warning to others, future incidents would inevitably drain everyone's energy. Understood, the head of the Dun City Police Department bellowed. He then directed the ambulance that had followed to transport Fang Yuan to the hospital and dispatched personnel to gather evidence at the scene. Thanks to surveillance cameras in the dormitory area and numerous worker eyewitnesses, gathering evidence proved straightforward. Fang Yuan surveyed the assembled workers but said little. But the disappointment in his eyes was impossible to hide. What chilled him most was that despite so many people being present when it happened, they were all just gawking at the spectacle, not a single one willing to step forward to stop it. Though he understood that indifference to others' misfortunes had become a societal malady, Fang Yuan still felt a deep sense of injustice. On the way to the hospital with Zhang He to visit Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan called Lu Buwei and instructed him to implement a series of formal and rigorous management regulations. Workers' benefits and wages remained unchanged, but requirements would become stricter. Without rules, there can be no order. Those who found this unacceptable were free to leave. A simple report would see them off, with all due wages paid in full. When the news spread, all the workers who had joined the commotion were stunned. They hadn't expected that the actions of a few individuals would lead to such hardship for everyone now. Some, unwilling to accept this, immediately called Origin Company to protest. But Lu Buwei silenced them with a single retort. "Work or get out." Upon hearing Origin Company's response, the workers erupted in fury. "Damn it! If all of us workers go on strike together, let's see what Origin Company can do about it." A hot-tempered worker shouted angrily. "Right. Didn't he say everyone has to show up tomorrow? We're not going. If we compromise once, it'll lead to endless concessions. If we stick together, I don't believe he'd dare fire us all. But, with tonight's incident, how can we explain this to Mr. Fang if we cause more trouble?" A timid voice couldn't help but speak up. "What the hell are we afraid of? He's only Mr. Fang because we work for him. Without us, he's just a commander with no troops." "I agree. We're here to work, not be treated like cattle. Let's strike." After a few eloquent voices stirred things up further, a so-called righteous strike erupted with thunderous momentum. After temporarily handling Fang Yuan's affairs that evening, Fang Yuan asked Zhang He to stay behind. Tomorrow marked Origin's full-scale advance into the newborn desert. He had to return to oversee operations. But when 7 o'clock rolled around the next morning, of the 3,000 workers, only 1,200 arrived punctually at the designated assembly point. Where are the others? The recruitment staff dispatched by the new province authorities hesitated for a moment before finally plucking up the courage to speak up. "Mr. Fang, the rest of the workers say they cannot accept the management regulations your Origin Company just issued. They've gone on strike and are demanding an explanation from you." Hearing this, Fang Yuan nearly laughed in anger. He had hired so many workers purely to expedite the desert reclamation project. Did they really think he couldn't achieve his goals without them? Fine. They want an explanation, huh? Fatso, compile a list of those on strike and have the new province office retrieve their original contracts. Old Fang, you wouldn't be thinking of Fatso stared at Fang Yuan in shock, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Chapter 182, Call my uncle. Forget it. Just send another notice in the group chat. Give them all 10 minutes to report to the assembly point. Otherwise, they can pack their own things. After a moment's thought, Fang Yuan decided to give the striking workers one last chance. After all, many of them had traveled long distances from other places just to earn this hard-earned money. He considered that some might have been swayed by others' persuasion, simply going along with the crowd. Fang Yuan didn't want to be completely ruthless. The fat man nodded and edited a message according to Fang Yuan's instructions, sending it to the group chat. Upon seeing the notice, among the remaining 1,000+ strikers, aside from the confident leaders who were waiting for the company to compromise first, many workers began to look uneasy, hesitating whether to join the gathering. This job was hard one. A 15,000 yuan a month job was incredibly precious to most of the workers here, who were mostly older and had little education. Low, contrary to what they claimed, a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan. Among the entire migrant worker community in Xia Nation, it ranked near the top, excluding only the high-level executives and white-collar professionals at major conglomerates. Do you really think reality matches online comments, where everyone earns millions annually and comes from wealthy families? Sigh, actually, for a desert region in Xian province, these conditions aren't bad at all. I'm heading to the assembly point. As the clock ticked down, the deadline loomed closer. Finally, someone couldn't bear the pressure anymore and headed toward the assembly point. I've got 2 kids heading to college. I can't afford this. Besides, Mr. Fang's been fair enough to us. I'm out. 15,000 a month? A little hardship seems fair. After all, we're here to work, not to enjoy ourselves. Some came to terms with it and followed suit. Within minutes, nearly half of the 1,000+ workers had left. Pfft, cowards. Serves you right for never amounting to anything. The young man leading the group sneered. Tang Hong, a genuine native of Dun City. He had once been a street kid himself. Later, when Fang Yuan's desert reclamation project launched, it just so happened that one of his uncles worked for the Dun City government. And his position wasn't too low either. Seeing the promising future of Origin, he leveraged this connection to secure a spot for Tang Hong on the team. He figured that since his uncle was, after all, an official in Dun City, Mr. Fang would surely give him some face and secure him a management position. But after arriving, not only did no one pay him any attention, but his food, lodging, and work duties were exactly the same as the other laborers. This left Tang Hong feeling profoundly resentful. I got in through connections, so why am I getting the same treatment as these illiterate, rough and tumble workers? This is ridiculous. So a couple days ago, Tang Hong sought out Zhang He, who was in charge of assisting with worker management, and subtly voiced his demands. He even dropped his uncle's name. To his surprise, Zhang He rejected him outright. The workforce was large and management positions would certainly be created, but those hadn't been decided yet. According to Fang Yuan's plan, everyone would work for a period first, and then select those with suitable temperaments to fill management roles. After being rejected, Tang Hong grew increasingly furious upon returning. He resolved to stir things up and show Origin Company what he was capable of. At worst, he'd face a reprimand. As for whether he'd get fired, he doubted that some boss from afar would dare to do that. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon cannot overpower a local snake. His uncle was, after all, a high-ranking official in Dun City. Without showing some face, how could he continue working here peacefully? These were lessons he'd learned long ago. So without consulting his uncle, he used his silver tongue to successfully rally a significant number of workers to strike. Seeing that there were still nearly 600 people left, Tang Hong sat arrogantly in his chair, cigarette dangling from his lips, waiting for Fang Yuan to come and compromise with them. Time's up. Fang Yuan glanced at the steel watch on his wrist. According to the headcount, at least 600 workers were still absent. Alright, anyone missing today will have their contracts terminated immediately. Pay what's owed. Origin isn't short on funds. Old Fang, are you really going through with this? Fatso, experiencing such a large-scale layoff for the first time, felt a bit uneasy. Heh, what's there to fear? 15 grand a month for just scattering seeds? You think no one'll take it? Fang Yuan smiled as he continued, tell the recruitment team in Xinghai province to start hiring only college graduates from now on, preferably those who graduated in previous years. College graduates? Fatso froze in surprise. They couldn't even manage ordinary workers, how could they handle a bunch of college graduates? Don't worry. Today's college grads aren't like us back in the day. They're staunch realists. As long as the pay is right, they'd plant trees in the desert or dig wells on Mars without hesitation. Plus, those who graduated years ago have already been beaten up by society. They'll cherish a hard-earned high-paying job even more, which will make management easier for us later on. Alright. That actually made a certain amount of sense. Meanwhile, Tang Hang and the others waited for hours without seeing anyone from Origin Company arrive for negotiations. Some anxious workers, unable to sit still any longer, headed straight to the assembly point to investigate. But when they arrived, there wasn't a soul in sight. Fang Yuan had no time to deal with their commotion. He instructed the fat man to take Xinghai with him, assigning the two to handle the layoffs, before receiving a call from Lu Buwei and rushing off to Shenzhen. That evening, Fatty and Xinghai, along with 4 bodyguards specially assigned by Fang Yuan, they arrived at the workers' dormitory alongside several official personnel from the new province responsible for human resources. They began going through the list, locating each worker who had participated in the strike that day to sign the labor contract termination agreements. Upon learning they were about to be fired, the strikers' faces flashed with regret. Some even knelt on the spot, claiming they had acted in a moment of foolishness and begging the company not to fire them. Despite some putting on pitiful displays of tears and sobs, the fat man kept Fang Yuan's parting words firmly in mind. If you have the courage to strike, you must bear the consequences of your mistakes. No one can intercede, not even if the boss of Xinghai province himself speaks up. We won't give them that favor. Dismiss them all, not a single one spared. With Fang Yuan backing them up, the fat man and Xinghai moved with ruthless efficiency. Firing me? You guys at Origin want to go out of business? When the termination agreement landed on Tang Heng's desk, he froze in shock. Anger and resentment surged through him. Just you wait. I'm calling my uncle right now. Chapter 183, Opening the Factory. But he never could have imagined. After the call connected, before he could even begin to recount Origin Company's tyrannical ways and the abuse they subjected their employees to, upon learning it was his own nephew leading the workers in a strike, the person on the other end broke out in a cold sweat. How the hell did I end up with such an idiotic nephew? Get your ass back here immediately. The CEO of Origin Company treats me with respect. Even the provincial bigwigs have to be polite when they meet me. And you dare cause trouble using my name? Well, thank you very much. After a torrent of angry curses, Tang Heng's uncle slammed the phone down. Uncle. What? Still got the nerve to keep talking? The fat man stared at Tang Heng, who was already trembling on his legs, with a smirk that wasn't quite a smile. With the biggest troublemaker neutralized and seeing no hope for mercy, the remaining workers could only sign the agreement with deep regret and begin packing their belongings. But Fang Yuan showed some kindness. He specially arranged for over a dozen buses to take those who needed it to the airport or train station to go home. But word spread that when Tang Heng's bus arrived in Dun City and he was about to board to go home, dozens of dismissed workers suddenly stormed the vehicle and beat him senseless. He was rushed to the hospital that very night. But let's set that aside for now. Because Fang Yuan had already rushed to Shenzhen City. Lu Buwei's tone over the phone sounded slightly urgent, though it was unclear what had happened. By the time he arrived at the Origin Company headquarters, I unexpectedly ran into Director Lu and several staff members from the First Research Institute of Kyoto. Well, Director Fang of the Second Research Institute has arrived. Director Lu couldn't resist teasing him as soon as they met. Hello, Director Fang. Hello, Director Fang. Zhao Jun and the others, however, didn't dare to be so casual. Instead, they respectfully greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He didn't mind Director Lu teasing him right off the bat. The two exchanged a few light-hearted remarks. Then Lu Buwei appeared with a stack of documents, explaining to Fang Yuan why his presence was absolutely essential this time. Inside the conference room, after listening to Lu Buwei's report and ideas, Fang Yuan was utterly stunned. Are you saying our company is switching to selling undergarments? Not a shift, but a side venture. Lu Buwei replied with a straight face. Ever since receiving that set of undergarments Fang Yuan had shipped him last time, he had sensed a huge business opportunity in it. With the assistance of professionals like Director Lu and his team. So they quickly replicated a product similar to Amher's ultra-futuristic technology. Though certain constraints prevented it from matching the original's full capabilities, it functioned perfectly well for basic use. Director Lu nodded. Though I've never run a business myself, this product with its powerful bionic technology is bound to make waves in the market. But tell me, kid, where did you even get these things? Ahem, sacred. Fang Yuan had no idea how to explain the system. Seeing his reluctance, Director Lu didn't press further. Although their team had contributed the most effort this time, they had also gained valuable technological insights and inspiration. This held significant importance for the entire research institute. As research deepened in the future, applying the integrated technological methods to other fields would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. Fang Yuan casually flipped through the project proposal in his hands, recognizing every character on the page. But when trying to connect the dots left him feeling a bit confused, he decisively placed the plan face down on the table. Alright, good. Since it's feasible, you handle it yourself. You didn't even glance at it before giving your approval. Where on earth did you pick up this knack for spouting nonsense with such deadpan seriousness? Director Lu, sitting beside him, nearly rolled her eyes at him. In all his years, this was the first time he'd seen Fang Yuan act like a boss. As for Lu Buwei, his expression remained unchanged, as if this was perfectly normal behavior for Fang Yuan. Alright, name your price. Fang Yuan wasn't a pushover. He knew the replicas produced in the current lab were only in small quantities. To successfully break into the market, building a factory was essential. Based on current calculations, the initial funding is tentatively set at 2.8 billion yuan. Additional investments may be required later if needed, Lu Buwei stated the figure without batting an eye. The figure stunned director Lu Zhaojun and the others on the spot. Alright, but I don't have that much in my account right now. We'll deduct this sum from the Desert Reclamation Project's account. I'll call the Xia Kingdom's finance department later to inform them. Hearing this, Director Lu completely lost his composure. The Desert Reclamation funds were earmarked special allocations raised through major state-owned enterprises. You have the audacity to embezzle public funds just because your own factory is short on cash? And you're stating this so openly right in front of us? Is that really appropriate? Fang Yuan, that money was raised through financing. You're still young, don't make a foolish mistake. Director Lu couldn't help but interject. If the research institute needed such a large sum for development, even someone of his standing would have to go through layers of approval. Besides, the Xia State Finance Department was a national institution, it wasn't something you could just decide to use at will. After all this time working together, he now felt nothing but admiration and affection for Fang Yuan. He couldn't bear to see him go down the wrong path. That's Director Fang for you, takes charge like a boss. Just snaps his fingers and 2.8 billion in public funds are his. Damn impressive. Zhao Jun and the others dared not speak aloud, only silently marveling in their hearts. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Don't worry. I've got it under control. But seeing Director Lu still preparing to lecture him earnestly about reforming his ways, he could only sigh and pull out his phone to call the finance overseeing Big Shot number 5 of Xiagua. Once connected, Fang Yuan cut straight to the chase. What? Are you out of your mind? 2.8 billion? And it's public funds? No way. This is too big. Don't even think about it. Hearing the Big Shot number 5 reject his request without a second thought, Director Lu nodded slightly. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, Xiagua's financial management was extremely strict. It wasn't that easy. Even if you, Fang Yuan, had made tremendous contributions, rules were rules. If everyone could ignore regulations based on their merits, wouldn't society descend into chaos? But Fang Yuan spoke calmly, don't worry just yet. The factory I invest in will be split 50-50, half mine, half going to the state. Director Lu slapped his forehead, wondering if Fang Yuan had lost his mind. Was this even the time to haggle? 50-50 is out of the question. At least a 60-40 split. 60-40 it is. Fang Yuan agreed decisively. After all, he wasn't planning to build his fortune solely on a factory selling undergarments. Giving the state a little extra to build missiles wouldn't hurt. Alright, I'll consider your request approved. Someone will send you the specific documents shortly. After the call ended, Fang Yuan noticed Director Lu and Zhao Jun and the others looked as if struck by lightning, their expressions frozen in shock. Chapter 184, Money Talks. When did number 5 become so easy to deal with? Maybe I just hadn't been approaching him the right way before. But regardless, the matter was finally resolved. Alright, if you've got no further business, boss, please leave. I've got work to attend to shortly. After the funding was settled, Lu Buwei casually tossed out a remark. Fang Yuan was speechless. So this guy had called him back just to use him as a tool. But the thought that comrade Little Lu was now working for him instantly lifted his spirits. Before leaving, Fang Yuan had planned to treat Director Lu and the others to a meal, but as expected, they declined. For this group of research fanatics, meals could be skipped, but research must go on. Since there was nothing else to offer, Fang Yuan could only prepare a red envelope for each of them. Inside each envelope was a bank card loaded with 100,000 yuan, a personal gesture of gratitude, not a bribe. Old Lu was fine with it, he'd seen the world and, being in a high position, wasn't interested in money. But Zhao Jun and several young researchers were so moved they kept thanking him repeatedly. Though working at the Kyoto Research Institute was prestigious, salaries were paid according to national standards and weren't considered high. Unexpectedly, a side gig earned them 100,000 yuan for free. It would be a lie to say they weren't thrilled. Alright, we'll discuss it later. I need to head back to Linchuan myself. The large villa at home was now complete, with the major renovation work handled entirely by the construction crew. However, per Fang Yuan's request, he wanted to personally design some of the interior accents. After returning with everyone to the Kyoto First Research Institute, Director Lu, sitting in his office reviewing various funding applications, suddenly had an idea. There was no reason why Fang Yuan could directly request funding from Big Shot number 5 while he couldn't. In terms of status, seniority, and connections with the bigwigs of Xia Nation, he was leagues ahead of Fang Yuan. Big Shot number 5 must prefer this direct approach. What if I tried it? The audacious thought had barely surfaced before he couldn't contain it any longer. A few minutes later, Director Lu hung up the phone with a grim expression. Not only had he failed to secure research funding by mimicking Fang Yuan's tone with his superiors, but he'd also earned himself a scolding. Beijing, Ministry of Finance. After hanging up on Director Liu with equal parts exasperation and amusement, he couldn't help but vent, "What's gotten into old Liu lately? His thinking has deteriorated so badly. National fiscal funds aren't something you can just use at will. It's utterly." At that moment, he suddenly recalled Fang Yuan's call not long ago. Combining that with the treasonous remarks Director Liu had suddenly made in his call, Big Shot number 5 instantly understood. It had to be that kid, Fang Yuan, who'd leaked the information. Wait a minute. That kid never makes a losing deal. Following him guarantees profits. Approving it for Fang means it's state investment. Big Shot number 5 nodded, feeling not the slightest bit guilty about his double standards. Around 3 p.m. After arriving in Linchuan, Fang Yuan immediately picked up Zhang Yunxue and drove her to the villa estate. Gazing at the grand yet opulent mansion, he grew increasingly delighted. This place must have cost a fortune, right? Not much, just a mere billion or so. Fang Yuan answered Zhang Yunshue's question honestly. He didn't dwell on what exactly that just a little over a billion meant. Surveying the estate dozens of times more luxurious than their former residence at Xinghai Village, Zhang Yunshue's face beamed with delight. We could plant some roses here. We could plant a cherry tree here, set up a grape arbor over there, and place a table and chairs. Then we could sit there in the afternoons, sipping tea and enjoying pastries. And, watching Zhang Yunxue skip about, endlessly describing her vision for the estate's layout, Fang Yuan suddenly realized that scavenging for scrap might be hard work. But being able to spend days with the one he loved, free from the grind of daily necessities, felt truly delightful. Think about any other requests yourself. I'll have Manager Tiao come over shortly to help arrange things. Since this wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two, Fang Yuan decided to call Manager Tiao and have him come over to handle the follow-up work for the villa's renovation design. Manager Tiao was quick-witted and meticulous, plus they were old acquaintances perfect for the job. Sure enough, upon learning it involved finalizing arrangements for Fang Yuan's south newly built villa estate, Yunhai Group gave strong backing and instructed Manager Tiao. If any assistance from the group was needed, he should feel free to request it. They even provided him with a $1 million class vehicle specifically for this assignment, ensuring he could move swiftly while handling matters for Fang Yuan. Moreover, Yunhai Group's CEO explicitly stated that upon completing this assignment for Fang Yuan, Manager Tiao would receive an immediate promotion upon his return. Mr. Fang is truly my lucky star. Manager Tiao burst into laughter upon receiving the news. If it weren't for his ancestors' blessings bringing him together with Fang Yuan, he'd likely remain a lowly property manager until retirement. Lately, it felt like the only thing demanding his attention was the new province, otherwise, life was pretty uneventful. After dinner at Drunken Immortal Pavilion with Zhang Yunxue, Fang Yuan began wandering the streets carrying a woven bag. Zhang Yunxue naturally took on the task of holding the bag open. Though they were still scavenging for scraps, Fang Yuan felt his mindset now was completely different from when he first obtained the system. He couldn't help but sigh. Money really is a man's backbone. Back when I was penniless, seeing others' disdainful and mocking glances while scavenging made me feel a bit inferior. But now? Suddenly, it just seems kind of funny. This quiet joy of feigning weakness to catch the strong was a pleasure the rich kids would never know. No wonder so many novels have their male leads endure dramatic ups and downs before suddenly unleashing their true power at the critical moment, crushing all opponents. That feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Hey, here's a bottle for you. A passerby spotted Fang Yuan rummaging through a trash bin and kindly tossed him a bottle. Thanks a bunch. Fang Yuan swung his tongs and tossed it into the woven bag. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one red tea bottle. Earned plus 200,000 coins. In the past, he would have felt at least a little excited. But now, 200,000 yuan felt no different to him than 20 yuan. Damn it! I'm getting cocky again. Fang Yuan quickly pulled himself together. He was still light years away from being the world's richest man. How could he let this get to his head? Given this lucky omen right after stepping out, he grabbed a bundle of cash from his woven bag and tossed it to the passerby who'd given him the bottle. Holy! Seeing the thick stack of bills flung right at him, the passerby's jaw dropped. Take it. Good deeds deserve good rewards. Fang Yuan chuckled, enjoying the passerby's expression. Zhang Yunxue, standing nearby, opened her mouth but said nothing. Money talks. Chapter 185, Sudden Attack. It had been nothing more than an offhand gesture from Fang Yuan. Yet unexpectedly, it instantly drew the attention of others. Hey, handsome, this bottle's for you. A girl who happened to be standing nearby and witnessed the entire scene placed her half-empty bottle in front of Fang Yuan, testing the waters. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recycling one green tea bottle. Earned plus 200 coins. Fang Yuan? He assumed such an obvious loophole would trigger the system to flag him for cheating. But to his surprise, it actually worked. After handing over the bottle, the girl stood there watching Fang Yuan. You really are a green tea drinker. Fang Yuan muttered to himself before pulling a crumpled red 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handing it over. Why so little? You just gave that guy 100,000. If she'd only offered 100 from the start, that would have been one thing. But why should that guy get 100,000 while he only gets 100? Don't want it? Fang Yuan chuckled and handed the money to another onlooker nearby. You. What's with you? Hey, you over there, go buy her another bottle of green tea. The onlooker who received the money nodded like a bobblehead and dashed toward the convenience store by the roadside. Feeling humiliated, the green tea girl snorted coldly, about to say something more. But many onlookers watching the commotion were suddenly displeased. Young lady, don't be too greedy. You gave him a bottle, and now he's giving you $100 back. That's already pretty generous. Exactly. Nothing good ever comes for free. If I were that handsome guy, I wouldn't give you a single penny. As the crowd's murmurs grew louder, the green tea girl instantly felt ashamed. She shot the man a fierce glare before turning and pushing through the crowd to leave. Honestly, people's manners are so terrible these days. I was right, wasn't I, young man? Here, take this bottle. I'm not like her. Even if you gave me 10 or 80 bucks, I wouldn't look down on it. The most important thing in life is learning to be grateful. An older man called out in the direction the green tea girl had left, then placed a bottle in front of Fang Yuan. Bottles were useful. But Fang Yuan soon realized his cash was gone. That 100,000 yuan had been his emergency stash, kept in a separate bag. Earlier, in a fit of good luck and excitement, he'd given it all away. Just as he pondered scanning a QR code to pay and expand his scrap recycling business. As the bottle slipped into his pocket, the system's warning arrived belatedly. Ding! Host's current recycling mode detected as non-compliant. Cease immediately. Game over. He emptied his pockets and finally found a crumpled 10 yuan note. The uncle who had just been smiling broadly, boasting about his generosity. When he saw Fang Yuan, who had just been acting so generous, actually hand over only 10 yuan, the smile vanished from his face in an instant. Hey, buddy, I know I'm being honest here, but with all these people watching, you can't seriously give me just this much, right? His eyes darted over to Fang Yuan's pockets as if checking for hidden stash. I really don't have any more. That's all I've got. Hey, what kind of person are you? Watching the uncle's expression change faster than flipping a page, Fang Yuan decisively tossed the money down and pulled Jiang Yunshuo away. If they stayed any longer, he'd probably get his face slapped again. Though it felt pretty satisfying to show off in public. Later, he'd have to accompany Jiang Yunshuo back to her place and share a few drinks with his future father-in-law. Then they'd have to rush back to Xinghai that evening. Wasting time haggling with these people didn't seem worth it. Sigh, how come people suddenly feel busier once they have money? Fang Yuan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. At first, he'd only intended to use the junk-picking system to live the life of a leisurely rich man. But as time and circumstances kept shifting, he seemed to have unknowingly embarked on a different path. He developed a new ambition, to benefit all under heaven once he achieved greatness. He wanted to strengthen the nation through technology. He wanted to strengthen the nation with wealth. He wanted to change the world with his own hands. These were the reasons that kept him moving forward. Not long after Fang Yuan left New Province, Linny returned to the Desert Transformation Command Center. At that moment, the command center was empty except for the bodyguards Fang Yuan had left behind. Fatso and Zhang He were still out on their respective assignments. Having previously obtained Fang Yuan's permission, Linny encountered no resistance when he opened the warehouse storing the Desert Transformation equipment this time. 2 bodyguards stood nearby, monitoring his every move. Just then, a group of masked men in black burst in from outside. Freeze! The system's security guards on duty shouted the warning. But the masked intruders showed no interest in talking. They drew submachine guns from their waists and began firing wildly at everyone. The system security guards reacted decisively, diving behind nearby cover with lightning speed. They drew the pistols issued by the Nanyun Province Military District and returned fire. But these black-clad figures weren't targeting them at all. Instead, they relentlessly fired in the direction of the desert engineer. The sound of bullets striking hard surfaces echoed relentlessly. Ah! As an ordinary person, Lin Yi's reaction was significantly slower. He was quickly struck in the thigh by a bullet, blood gushing out. Gritting his teeth to endure the relentless pain radiating from the wound, he crawled toward the S position. Amidst the intense firefight, a massive grenade explosion suddenly erupted from the S position. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the cybernetic engineer's outer armor layer shattered. Complex mechanical components were exposed, billowing plumes of black smoke rising from within. Objective achieved. The black-clad figure suppressed the counterattack from the system's bodyguards while dragging the bodies of 3 comrades, beginning their retreat. Once the gunfire ceased, the system bodyguards swiftly assessed the situation. Of the 6 system guards, 1 had been tragically lost. Linny, shot in the leg and shoulder, lay in a corner gasping for breath. But most crucially, the augmenter who had been Fang Yuan's greatest confidence in undertaking the entire desert now lay shattered beyond repair. If things went as expected, he should be completely incapacitated. Fang Yuan, still drinking at his father-in-law's place, suddenly received a system notification. Warning! 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 The host's private property, the desert remodeler, is under attack. Proceed immediately to handle the situation. Just as he raised his glass to toast Zhang's father, Fang Yuan's expression abruptly darkened. Uncle Jiang, Xiao Shui, please stay seated. I have an urgent matter to attend to back home. With that, he sprang to his feet, dashed outside, unfolded his steel wings, and soared skyward. By the time Zhang Yunxue stepped outside, Fang Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 186, The Bet. Fang Yuan was consumed by anxiety throughout the journey. His steel wings roared at full throttle, trailing a cloud of sonic booms behind him. Along the way, he encountered a passenger jet. When the passengers on the plane saw a humanoid figure streaking through the sky at incredible speed, they were all stunned. Some hurriedly pulled out their phones to capture this extraordinary sight. Yet Fang Yuan had no time to conceal his form. He continued charging toward the newborn desert at full speed. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan landed directly near the command center and sprinted toward his target. When he entered the warehouse under everyone's gaze and saw the completely wrecked desert modifier, the rage boiling within him threatened to erupt like a volcano brimming with infinite terror. Fatso, Zhang He, and the others had never seen such a dark expression on his face before. They were all too frightened to breathe, heads bowed in silence. The fact that someone could enter a military zone protected by the military district with a gun was abnormal in itself. Although the military zone later dispatched personnel to conduct a search, they had never anticipated the enemy emerging from within, leaving them utterly unprepared. By the time the military district mobilized troops to seal off the perimeter around the command center, the group of black-clad figures had already vanished into the vast Gobi Desert in their vehicles. To risk so much just to destroy the desert remodeler, it must be either targeting Xia's interests or coming for me personally. Fang Yuan remained composed, methodically analyzing the situation without a trace of anger or frustration. Without the desert remodeler, the trillion-dollar investment would vanish into thin air. All dreams of desert reclamation and future oases would shatter. Fang Yuan would inevitably be thrust into the eye of the storm. Even with the protection of Xia Nation's high-ranking officials, he couldn't escape the condemnation of the entire nation's populace. This would lead to his complete disgrace and ruin. While he cared little for empty fame, this humiliation was simply unbearable. Recount every detail of what happened back then. Fang Yuan summoned a system bodyguard and listened intently to the report on the events. When he heard that Lin Yi had also been present, he paused in surprise. Where is he now? The fat man replied, Lin Yi was shot in the leg and shoulder. He's currently at Dun City People's Hospital. Is he out of danger? Hearing his close friend was injured, Fang Yuan pressed immediately. The bullets missed vital organs. His condition is stable for now, but he'll likely need some time to recover. Fang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The strangest part, however, was that the moment Lin Yi opened the warehouse door, the group of men in black rushed in immediately. The combination of these events felt decidedly off. The warehouse housing the was constructed entirely from ultra-strong alloy materials. Not only would ordinary bullets be ineffective, but even smaller missiles fired directly at it might struggle to breach the defenses. With military zones deployed around the perimeter and system guards providing round-the-clock protection inside. This was precisely why he felt confident returning to Linchuan. But who could have imagined trouble would strike so soon after he left? You all go back and rest. I'll handle this matter. Also, keep the damage to the modification equipment under wraps for now. There are still seeds stored in the warehouse from previous batches. Fatso, have the workers proceed with planting as usual tomorrow. Understood. Though they didn't know how Fang Yuan would handle things next. But seeing his composed expression, the others couldn't help but feel profoundly reassured. Once the area was clear of onlookers, Fang Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze sharp enough to cut through stone, utterly unguarded. What should we do now? After making a call to inform the boss of the new province to dispatch more personnel to continue tracking the group's movements over the next few days, Fang Yuan contacted the military district's responsible officer, instructing them to send vehicles to transport the injured modifiers to the military base. Then, using transport aircraft, they rushed the equipment to the capital overnight. He knew that with current technology, repairing a cybernetic soldier from future supertac was practically impossible. Fang Yuan had no other options at this moment and could only hope for a miracle. First Research Institute, Capital City. Director Liu stared at the heavily damaged cyborg inside, his frown so deep it could almost trap a mosquito. After a long pause, he shook his head. Difficult, extremely difficult. The technological sophistication of this device borders on fantasy level. Even I can't decipher it, there's simply no place to begin. Hearing Director Liu's words, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Is there truly no solution? Sigh. Given the current situation, even if you gathered all the world's top researchers together, they still wouldn't be able to repair this device. This isn't something that can be solved by human effort alone. Even if you knew how to fix it, we simply don't have access to the specialized materials required inside. Since this thing was invented by your mysterious team, why not have them rebuild another one or send it to them for repairs? Fang Yuan let out a bitter laugh. If he truly had such a formidable team, he wouldn't be out scavenging junk and milking the system every day. Wait a minute. He froze for a moment. Right. This thing was given by the system daddy, and it was explicitly stated as an exclusive system product. Why not ask the system how to repair it? He knew the chances of system daddy providing an answer were slim. But at this point, he had nothing to lose. After leaving the desert transformer with Director Liu for initial research, Fang Yuan found a secluded spot and voiced his inner question to the system. Ding. System rewards are non-returnable and non-refundable. No after-sales service provided. System Dad, how can you be so heartless? I've picked up so much junk for you, after all. Ding. Apologies, but this system is merely an application tool. It possesses no emotions. Without the desert remodeler, everything's over. Visualizing the scene of himself being publicly shamed, Fang Yuan instantly gave up. Forget it. If fate decrees that I, Fang Yuan, can't contribute to the nation and its people, I might as well just be a lazy slacker. I'm not short on money anyway, why bother trying anymore? Even counting the factory construction funds from Origin Tech, he'd only spent less than 10 billion of the trillion-dollar investment. All he needed to do later was plug the funding gap. At worst, he'd endure a scolding. The higher-ups in Xia Nation certainly wouldn't abandon him. Fine. No more scavenging for scraps. I'll just coast through life like this. Fang Yuan tossed his trusty system tote bag into the trash bin and walked away with a carefree swagger. Warning! This woven bag is a crucial tool for system recycling. Once discarded by the host, scrap recycling rewards will be permanently lost. So be it. I'm worth over 100 million now, enough to live comfortably for the rest of my life. Ding. Host, please adjust your mindset and stop slacking off. No way. Fang Yuan walked away with a cigarette dangling from his lips, appearing carefree on the surface but inwardly filled with anxiety. From his earlier illegal asset liquidation in Xinghai province, the system had only issued a mild punishment a week without rewards. And judging by the various technological items for strengthening the nation he'd obtained after completing hidden missions, the system might very well be using him as a tool to bolster Xia Nation's strength across the board. So he was gambling. Betting that the system absolutely would not stand idly by. Chapter 187, Rallying Forces. Sure enough, Fang Yuan hadn't gone far before. The system's notification arrived. Ding. The item has been distributed and cannot be repaired further. However, the host may use 5 hidden mission rewards to exchange for 1 desert remodeler opportunity. 5 hidden mission rewards? After pondering for a moment, Fang Yuan felt a pang of frustration. Each hidden reward held the potential to grant him unprecedented, ultra-futuristic technological items. Exchanging 5 rewards for a single desert modifier felt like a pretty lousy deal. Why overthink it? Better to resolve the immediate predicament first. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Yuan agreed immediately. But it wasn't over yet. Perhaps dissatisfied with being coerced by Fang Yuan, the system popped up another message. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the limited time exchange mission. Collect 500 pieces of junk within 48 hours. No item or monetary rewards will be given during the recycling process. Failure to complete within the time limit will result in mission failure. Mission reward, 1 desert remodeler. Ding. Mission countdown, 47 hours 59 minutes 49 seconds. Damn it. Fang Yuan hadn't expected the system to pull this stunt. No time for complaints, he sprinted back to the trash bin, grabbed the woven bag, and frantically rummaged through the garbage. Next one. After emptying the trash bin there, Fang Yuan dashed to the street and began scavenging for scraps, racing against the clock. 500 pieces of junk might not seem like much. But this was the capital city, where regulations were exceptionally strict in every aspect. Not to mention, at the foot of the imperial city, the face of Xia Nation, virtually every trash bin had dedicated personnel assigned to it. Even if he searched trash cans non-stop, completing the task of collecting 500 pieces of junk within 48 hours was absolutely impossible. 2 hours later, having gathered less than 20 pieces of junk, Fang Yuan immediately decided to shift his focus. Where would he find the most junk? The answer was simple: crowded places would inevitably have plenty of junk. And the most economically developed region, Dong Province, dubbed the second home for migrant workers, was the ideal destination. Fang Yuan chose Dongguan City, not far from Shenzhen. Countless factories of every kind were clustered here, making it the most densely populated area. After finding an unoccupied corner, Fang Yuan decisively used his steel wings to cover the distance. Taking a plane would have wasted too much time. Spotting trash bins scattered throughout Dongguan City's streets, Fang Yuan knew instantly he'd made the right choice. All right, he shouted, then used his shape-shifting mask to transform into the appearance of a middle-aged man. He dashed to a trash can and began frantically rummaging through it with his hands. His reckless disregard for his own safety, scavenging like a madman, left the auntie nearby, who'd been carrying a woven bag to get her share, utterly dumbfounded. It's just a few scraps of junk. Does this kid really have to go that hard? Fang Yuan had no time to argue with her. 1, 2, 3. After 6 hours of relentless effort, he'd swept through a third of Dongguan City's trash bins at breakneck speed. His arms ached too much to continue. I've collected 310 pieces of junk so far. With nearly 39 hours left until the mission ends, that's more than enough. Seeing the task completion count displayed by the system, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Dongguan City still has so much junk. Otherwise, completing the system's assigned task would have been impossible. One should never forget the source of one's blessings. With a quiet sigh of satisfaction, Fang Yuan slipped into a public restroom. It must be said that while Dongguan City's economy didn't rank among the top 3 in Dong Province, its public facilities were quite well developed. The public restrooms even included shower stalls for those unable to stay in hotels or inns for various reasons. Sure, it was only cold water, but at least it provided a place to clean oneself. Fang Yuan wasn't too particular about it anyway. He'd inevitably have to get back to work soon. Only by securing the reward in advance could he find peace of mind. He stripped off his clothes, choosing to be completely honest with the air. He turned on the shower and began washing away the grime. The moment the water cascaded down from his head, it nearly turned black. It was clear just how hard he'd been working. But just as Fang Yuan hummed a tune while vigorously scrubbing himself with a 2-yuan towel bought from the convenience store, a disheveled vagrant burst in, snatched the woven bag beside him, and bolted. Holy! The sudden turn of events startled Fang Yuan, and in the next instant, he was furious. In broad daylight, UING. Just as he was about to chase after him, a wave of coolness beneath him instantly sobered Fang Yuan. By the time he had his clothes on and rushed outside, the bastard who'd snatched the woven bag had vanished without a trace. Impressive. Stealing right under my nose. This was a matter of utmost importance involving hundreds of thousands of square kilometers and billions in investment. Without a moment's delay, Fang Yuan dialed the Dongguan City Police emergency number. Otherwise, in this unfamiliar place filled with towering buildings, by the time he tracked down the thief, it might as well be the year of the monkey. The moment the call connected, Fang Yuan immediately identified himself without further ado. This wasn't the time to show off. The urgent priority was recovering the woven bag. Sir, you claim to be the director of the Second Research Institute in Beijing, and now that your woven bag has been stolen, you want the entire Dongguan City Police Department mobilized to assist in its recovery. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Also, please contact the military units stationed in Dongguan City and have them send personnel to assist in the search. It would be best to involve state security as well. They're quite skilled at tracking people down. My current location is on North 3rd Street, Hangbin Road. Send a vehicle immediately. Beep beep beep. Staring at the disconnected call, Fang Yuan was so furious he couldn't speak. Given the urgency of the situation, he couldn't afford to dwell on it. He hailed a cab and sped straight to the Dongguan City Police Headquarters. Upon arriving at the police headquarters building, before he could even enter, he was stopped by a trainee officer on duty. Excuse me, what brings you here? I'm here to see someone, the top brass at your police headquarters. Seeing Fang Yuan covered in grime, dressed like a vagrant, the trainee's face betrayed utter disbelief. Forget it. Knowing further argument was futile, Fang Yuan didn't waste words this time. Since he wasn't particularly close with the top brass in Dong Province, he directly called the capital instead. However, he didn't bother the head of Xiaogui or any of the other bigwigs directly. Instead, he reached out to Secretary General Zhang, whom he'd met a few times before. He explained that crucial documents concerning desert reclamation had been stolen. Secretary General Zhang quickly acknowledged the urgency, advising him to stay calm while he began making calls to mobilize resources. Chapter 188, Joint Operation. Within 5 minutes of Fang Yuan hanging up, all personnel at the section chief level and above in the Dongguan City Police Department assembled. Led by the head of the Dongguan Police Department. They jogged all the way to the office building's entrance. You must be Chief Fang? Yes. Secretary Zhang should have already briefed you on the situation. I won't keep you in the dark. Get moving immediately. No one knew what the homeless man would do with the woven bag he'd snatched. If he discovered it was empty and flew into a rage, he might grab a pair of scissors and slash it to pieces. That would be a real mess. Yes, sir. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Dongguan Police Department sprang into swift action. Simultaneously, following Fang Yuan's instructions, they contacted nearby military units to deploy defenses. Better safe than sorry. If the perpetrators weren't mere vagrants motivated by greed, it meant they were likely sent by some ill-intentioned organization. With military forces present, Fang Yuan felt more confident should a confrontation occur. Seeing how the chief of his own police station treated this young man with utmost respect, the trainee officer on gate duty broke out in a cold sweat. He had just turned the man away at the gate. If this big shot decided to hold a grudge against him, a single word from him could easily ruin Fang Yuan's chances of even completing his probationary period. But clearly, Fang Yuan wasn't the petty type. The trainee officer had stopped him out of duty and safety concerns. What was there to blame him for? On the contrary, as Fang Yuan followed the others away, he turned back and said, "You're diligent on duty and have a good attitude toward people. Keep up the good work." "Yes, thank you, sir." The trainee snapped to attention, standing ramrod straight as he saluted Fang Yuan. Being praised by the big boss was something he never could have imagined. What thrilled him most was that when his police chief heard the praise, he turned back to take a look at him too, then flashed a smile of approval. Once the group had disappeared from sight, his immediate superior walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You're something else, kid. Getting praise from such a big shot? Looks like you're a shoo-in for permanent status after this internship." Hearing his superior's words, the trainee officer felt even more delighted, but curiosity still got the better of him. That guy looked pretty young, and his attire was a bit, ahem. I mean, if even our chief followed him, what kind of high-ranking official could he be? Shoo! His supervisor immediately silenced him with a finger to his lips. Then he leaned close and whispered, "When we gathered to greet him earlier, I think I heard the director of the political affairs office mention something. Apparently, when this guy called the police before, the dispatcher thought he was a prank caller and hung up on him. Guess what happened? Then? Heh, turns out the big shot made a call straight to Secretary Zhang at the Central South office. Otherwise, how do you think our chief would have rushed us all down here in such a hurry? He was afraid this guy might have some urgent business to handle." Whoa, that's insane. The trainee officer sucked in a sharp breath after hearing the news from his immediate superior. No wonder he'd mentioned earlier that after being praised by that big shot, his permanent appointment was practically a done deal. So that was the crux of the matter. While the Dongguan City Police Department was frantically mobilizing personnel, reviewing surveillance footage from the incident site, and initiating emergency protocols according to departmental procedures. Inside a hotel room, the homeless man who had snatched Fang Yuan's woven bag had already shed his disguise. He was now a young man in his 20s. He held the bag, turning it over and over in his hands. Occasionally, he tossed nearby objects into the bag only to dump them back out again. After repeating this several times and finding nothing unusual, he couldn't help but mutter a few curses under his breath. Damn it, this can't be happening. I clearly saw that guy stuffing things into this woven sack, but no matter how much he put in, it never filled up. There's definitely something fishy about this bag. Could be one of those legendary Shriman bags. If it really is that kind of treasure, selling it would set me up for life. Realizing he couldn't figure it out alone, Zhao Youguang called his best friend, who was also his regular partner in crime. "Yeah, when the hell have I ever lied to you? It really is a treasure." "What? You mean that time I took you to that hotel for dinner and vanished after going to the bathroom? That was an accident. Trust me, this time it's the real deal. Get over here fast. I'm in room 306 at the XX Hotel." After giving the exact location and room number, Zhao Youguang tossed the bag onto the bed, intending to lie down and rest for a bit. He never expected Fang Yuan to get dressed so quickly. He'd nearly been caught. If not for his familiarity with the neighborhood and quick feet, he might not have made it back. But before his body touched the bed, a series of loud sirens blared outside the window. Holy! Zhao Youguang, who had just been about to lie down, sprang off the bed and rushed to the window. Crouching low, he peered out cautiously. Seeing a large contingent of police officers on the nearby street, questioning and searching surrounding shops and pedestrians, he patted his chest in relief. Damn it, that scared the hell out of me. Thought they were coming for me. Having frequently engaged in petty theft, Zhao Youguang instinctively felt uneasy at the sound of police sirens. But a scene this big? It definitely had nothing to do with him. Surely they wouldn't mobilize every cop in Dongguan City just because he'd snatched a worthless woven bag. But it didn't end there. After the police department mobilized, soon, military vehicles began pulling up at the perimeter. Nearly 100 fully armed soldiers disembarked and began setting up checkpoints at every street intersection, meticulously identifying and inspecting every passing vehicle and pedestrian. Such a massive scene. Many people have probably only seen this in movies. Outside, troops maintained a perimeter. Inside, police conducted a thorough search. Unless the suspect had wings, there was no way they could have escaped in such a short time. Fang Yuan sat in a police command vehicle, frowning as he waited for updates. Outside, Dongguan Police Department's top commander oversaw personnel deployment while also learning of Fang Yuan's identity through his channels. Fang Yuan, former deputy director of the Capital Research Institute, ex-major general of Nanyun Province, current director of the capital's second research institute, a full minister-level official in Xia Nation, major shareholder of Zhonghua Group, and the mastermind behind Origin Corporation. The company contracted for the entire new province desert reclamation project, with financing reaching hundreds of billions. Whoa! Director Fang may be young, but each of those titles alone is enough to make anyone's jaw drop, the Dongguan Police Department chief remarked with awe. The colonel standing nearby wore an expression of excitement. I was there during the disaster relief efforts in Nianwen City, Xinghai Province. Not only did Major General Fang personally oversee operations on the front lines, but he also worked tirelessly day and night for the disaster victims, donating billions. It said he raised those funds by liquidating his own assets. Such virtue is truly admirable. As they chatted, a young man at a nearby hotel suddenly caught everyone's attention. Chapter 189, Capture. Zhao Yuguan, staying at the hotel, grew increasingly anxious the more he thought about it. He believed he had merely stolen a woven bag and shouldn't be connected to the current situation. But his guilty conscience wouldn't let him rest. Like someone afraid of the light, watching helplessly as sunlight flooded every space except the one he occupied. His nerves and fear made him want to flee desperately. After confirming the hallway outside his room and the hotel interior were normal, Zhao Yuguang found something to pack the woven bag into, then forced himself to walk out calmly. Little did he know that after reviewing surveillance footage, they quickly narrowed down his location through clues. All exits near the hotel had been blocked off with checkpoints. Moreover, the police department had already used facial recognition technology at maximum speed. Using facial recognition technology to identify his true appearance and distribute his photo to all officers on the scene. Zhao Yuguang clutched the black plastic bag in his hand, wishing he could sink into the ground. As the target appeared, the surrounding officers silently converged on Zhao Yuguang. The intense pressure made Zhao Yuguang, who was trying desperately to stay calm, start trembling uncontrollably. Holy, this can't be happening. My past issues have already been dealt with. This time I only stole a woven bag. No way, they can't be after me. Oh, what the hell do all these eyes on me mean? When he saw dozens of officers' gazes fixated on him, Zhao Yuguang's composure shattered. Just then, his partner rushed over. Seeing all the officers around him made him a bit nervous too, but since he hadn't done anything illegal lately, he felt no guilt. He just wondered if something major had happened nearby to warrant so many officers swarming the area. His partner's eyes lit up with excitement as he pushed through the crowd to reach Zhao Yuguang, urgently asking, "Where's the stuff?" On the phone, Zhao Yuguang had repeatedly assured him that the treasure would set them both up for life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over in a taxi, spending $10 on the fare. Relax, if you're thinking of your brother in a deal like this, you're my big brother from now on. Seeing Zhao Yuguang stammering, his partner thought he was backing out at the last minute and quickly pledged his loyalty. No, Liuzi, listen to me. Brother Guang, no need to say more. I know your heart. From now on, I, Liuzi, am your closest, dearest little brother. Just give the word, and I'll walk through fire and water without a peep. Damn it. By then, surrounding officers had already surrounded the two men. Are you Zhao Yuguang? One officer asked. What the hell is going on, Brother Guang? What's happening? His partner was still completely bewildered, but Zhao Yuguang had already placed whatever he was holding on the ground. He obediently crouched down, hands clasped over his head, the movement so practiced it was almost heartbreaking. If I may ask, what exactly did I do wrong? Zhao Yuguang racked his brain, but couldn't fathom why he was being detained. The surrounding officers chuckled without comment. Aside from Liuzi, who was equally bewildered and now handcuffed, the scene was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Upon learning the target had been apprehended, Fang Yuan, accompanied by others, arrived at the scene. He picked up the burlap sack and discovered it was indeed the one he'd lost. After the system confirmed it was intact, his heart finally settled. His gaze then fell upon the shifty-eyed Zhao Yuguang. This seemingly insignificant fellow had nearly caused him to miss his important mission. It was you. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, he finally realized. Turns out this whole commotion was all because of that woven bag. Yet even after being handed a pair of silver handcuffs, Zhao Yuguang stubbornly protested, "Officer, I saw a bag by the roadside and picked it up." Is that a crime? Picking up a bag isn't illegal, but why did you run? Is running illegal? Running isn't illegal either. Then why are you arresting me? Fang Yuan glared at him. Trying to be clever with me, huh? Fine. Has the State Security Bureau arrived yet? Damn it. State Security. Zhao Yuguang might be a hustler, but he wasn't stupid. If they'd called in reinforcements over a single woven bag and put on such a show of force, mentioning state security wasn't a joke. He'd never been inside their headquarters himself. But from all the movies and novels, he knew how terrifying state security was. If he really ended up inside, he might be set for life. No. Big brother, I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I stole your stuff. Holy, Zhao Yuguang, you've broken the law. Only then did his partner, who'd been crouching nearby with a mournful expression, grasp the gravity of the situation. His so-called big brother wasn't sharing the fortune he was dragging him down with him. You believe me when I say I didn't mean to, right? Bull, get lost. The partner cursed angrily, then shouted in protest, "Hey, you guys, I really don't know him. This has nothing to do with me. Poof. We'll sort out whether you're involved or not at the station." Fang Yuan retrieved the woven bag and made a call to Secretary Zhang. Only then did he prepare to resume completing the system's timed mission. After this incident, he learned a valuable lesson. It tempered his somewhat inflated sense of self-importance. Though he now possessed strength beyond ordinary men, he remained, after all, merely mortal flesh. The world was full of unexpected twists and turns, and no one could guarantee what might happen in the next moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing this timed mission. You have recycled 500 pieces of junk and obtained 1 desert modifier. By noon the following day, a melodious system notification chimed. Fang Yuan sat panting on a set of steps, too exhausted to even think about moving. Over the past 2 days, he'd practically circled the entire city of Dongguan. It turned out that wherever there was money to be made, competitors were never far behind. Most trash bins were already cleaned out by the aunties and uncles before he even reached the scene. Various delays had cost him precious time. If it weren't for the system accepting any junk without discrimination, he'd likely have to keep scrambling for hours. Phew! At least I finally got the job done. Fang Yuan was relieved to have a chance to make amends for his mistake, but the issue of the damage had to be resolved quickly. This time, he resolved not to rely solely on himself. Human strength had its limits, and the best course was to seek official assistance. But now wasn't the time to speak up. Fang Yuan wanted to wait for the situation to unfold and see who would step forward. The next day, an unexpected incident occurred at Origin Corporation's command center. Equipment used for seed modification was severely damaged. The bombshell news that the project might face imminent termination was leaked online. Chapter 190: The entire nation rallies. Netizens were mostly indifferent, treating it as mere gossip. Most lived far from the actual desert. Only the people of New Province could not sit idly by. Since the desert reclamation project began, they had glimpsed renewed hope of reclaiming their lost homeland. When news of this project broke, the most concerned about the specifics were undoubtedly the bigwigs of Xia Nation, followed by the entire populace of Xin Province. How could this happen? Who could be so despicable? Reforming the desert is what we New Province people have strived for generation after generation. Now that Origin Tech has finally arrived, our hopes are dashed just as they were kindled. If Origin really withdraws, what will become of New Province? No, we must unite. If Origin can build the first seed modification facility, they can build a second. Those with money contribute funds, those with labor contribute effort. We can't just stand by and watch Origin leave. Right on. I'll lead the way donating 100,000 yuan first. Bro, you're the man. I don't have much, but my monthly pay is 3,000. I'll donate 2,500. Soon, Origin's account began receiving a steady stream of deposits, large and small. The largest contribution exceeded 10 million. Smaller amounts ranged from a few yuan to several dozen. Though the individual amounts seemed small, the sheer volume of donors made a massive difference. In just half a day, Origin Corporation's account saw an influx of nearly 8 billion yuan. Faced with this unprecedented situation, the bank was the first to be alarmed. After all, over 8 billion yuan was no small sum, especially when deposited intermittently by thousands of people into a single account. The bank manager was puzzled, wondering which big shot was pulling this stunt. Did illegal fundraising no longer require secrecy these days? But when he opened the bank's computer system and saw Origin Company's account name highlighted in pure gold font, his finger froze over the emergency call button he'd been poised to press. Recently, Origin Company had been making waves across major online media platforms. Virtually anyone who spent time online had come across videos or news reports about Origin. Most importantly, his own bank was participating in the desert reclamation project Origin had initiated. When Fang Yuan received the call from Origin's account holding state-owned bank, he was utterly baffled. Could it be that after sabotaging the equipment, they still aren't done? Are they trying to get the bank and authorities involved by making large transfers from unknown sources, hoping to get Origin's account frozen for investigation? They do have some tricks up their sleeve, Fang Yuan mused, slightly puzzled. But knowing full well that the Xia state authorities were undoubtedly backing him, why would they still do this? It was like throwing meat buns at a dog. Something's off. After pondering it and finding no logical explanation from any angle, just as he was about to call Lu Buwei for clarification, the fat man suddenly burst in from outside, his face flushed with excitement. Old Fang, something big's happened. Hearing this, Fang Yuan's heart sank instantly. The matter with the had just been resolved, and now an unexplained large sum transfer had already given him a headache. What was happening now? Didn't you tell me yesterday to spread the news about the equipment being sabotaged? Well, people from the New Province have spontaneously organized themselves to donate to Origin Company. They hope we can rebuild another seed modification device to continue desert reclamation. I'm telling you, this topic is trending online right now. Donations are pouring in from all over the country. I bet funds are already starting to hit the company account. The fat man finished excitedly, but saw no trace of surprise on Fang Yuan's face. The mystery was solved. He had thought it was some hidden enemy trying to sabotage him again. Turns out it was all a misunderstanding. I'm aware of this matter. The bank just called me about it. Fang Yuan nodded, surprised by the turn of events. He opened the linked corporate bank account on his phone to check. The incoming funds had already surpassed 10 billion and were still growing at an astonishing rate. Here, take a look yourself. Fang Yuan handed his phone to the fat man. 10, 100, 1,000, 10 billion, 100 billion. Holy crap! The fat guy was stunned by the staggering sum. The previous financing round had been larger than this. But that had been investment capital money that had to be repaid. This massive sum, however, was a pure gift. Simply put, even if Fang Yuan spent every last penny on eating, drinking, and partying, he wouldn't face any legal consequences. Sigh. I never anticipated this aspect. Truthfully, most of his actions had always stemmed from self-interest. Yet now, Fang Yuan suddenly felt an invisible, intangible yet mountain-heavy sense of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. His original plan to wait until the situation became clearer before acting gradually faded away. Enemies lurking in the shadows are certainly formidable, but behind me, Fang Yuan, stand millions upon millions of Xia Nation citizens. No matter how cunning the rats in the sewers may be, they can never walk in the sunlight and will ultimately be condemned for all eternity. Fatso, send out an announcement. Tell them the equipment is fixed and to stop sending more money. Then contact the bank and have all these funds returned. After a moment's deliberation, Fang Yuan decided to abandon his long-term bait and switch strategy. So many people were counting on Origin to restart the desert reclamation project. He couldn't let those who believed in him down. But isn't that device completely destroyed? Fatso was a bit confused, having witnessed the equipment's dire state firsthand. It was utterly impossible for such high-tech equipment to be repaired in just 3 days. Let me ask you this, where did the device come from? Fang Yuan chuckled before speaking. Well, obviously it was man-made. Then that settles it. If I could build the first one, I can certainly build a second. But you said it was the only one in the world. Damn you, old Fang, keeping this from me too? The fat man suddenly understood, and the gloom that had been weighing on his heart vanished instantly. Over these past 3 days, the pressure they'd endured internally was no less than what Fang Yuan had faced. Because everyone understood. The termination of the desert reclamation project signified something profound. Military personnel will arrive later. Cooperate with them when they come. The military? Yes. I hadn't considered this thoroughly enough before. I never imagined that such a project benefiting the nation and its people, a monumental achievement for posterity, would provoke someone daring to defy the entire world and sabotage it. At this point, a cold smile touched Fang Yuan's lips. Chapter 191, The Truth Comes to Light. It must be built and constructed to the highest defensive standards. The elder statesman of Xia Nation declared solemnly. When he learned that the equipment Fang Yuan used to transform the desert had been destroyed by a group of unknown black-clad intruders who stormed the command center, a torrent of rage surged within him. Since ancient times, everyone understood the principle that clear waters breed no fish. Even rulers of ancient dynasties consciously cultivated diverse factions and factional forces. The purpose was to stabilize the court's political landscape. Yet all this was predicated on not undermining the nation's fundamental interests. This time, the faction that sabotaged the desert reclamation project had clearly crossed Xia Nation's red line. Fortunately, Fang Yuan did not disappoint him, unexpectedly presenting a brand new modification device. But soon after, the young man called. He declared that this device represented their final opportunity to transform the desert. Should it be sabotaged again, the project would be suspended indefinitely. From Fang Yuan's solemn tone, it was not difficult for the leader of Xia Nation to discern his meaning. After ordering the new province military district to fully assist Fang Yuan in constructing a base to protect the modification equipment, he sat in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the tabletop, his eyes deep as the sea. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Enter. Secretary Zhang entered with a grim expression, then produced an investigation report. The situation has been clarified. The mastermind behind the incident in the desert of Xinghai province is the royal family of the capital. The Wang family, murmured the leader of Xia Nation. Yes, but it has nothing to do with the elder Wang. Everything was orchestrated by Wang Tong and his son, Wang Kong. Using the Wang family's connections, they promoted a young man named Lin Yi through several ranks in just 1 month, appointing him as a key figure in a state-owned enterprise. Then, under the guise of official investment oversight, they dispatched him to Xinghai province. Investigations reveal this Lin Yi previously had a close relationship with Fang Yuan, which granted him access to probe the transformation project. Additionally, on the day of the incident, we discovered the royal family had connections abroad. Therefore, I suspect those black-clad figures were not from our Xia Nation. After hearing Secretary Zhang's report, a flicker of sorrow crossed the leader of Xia Nation's eyes. He had believed that after the previous incident, the Wang family would have learned to reflect on themselves and change. But unexpectedly, this father-son duo of the Wang family would resort to colluding with other forces to exact revenge on Fang Yuan. They dared to interfere with matters touching upon Xia Nation's fundamental interests. Heaven-sent calamities may be forgiven, but self-inflicted ones deserve no mercy. Inform Old Master Wang of this matter. You will handle the subsequent proceedings according to the law. Notifying the patriarch was the last shred of dignity the leader of Xia had granted Old Master Wang. Having committed such heinous acts that provoked the wrath of heaven and humanity, Wang Tong and his son now faced only one path: death. The Wang family estate in the capital. Upon seeing online reports of the unexpected destruction of the desert reclamation equipment, Wang Tong felt elated. He hadn't expected the opposing faction to act so swiftly and with such precision, striking a fatal blow to Fang Yuan's desert reclamation project. Ha! Without that high-tech modification equipment, what other means do you have to continue this project? That grand gesture of securing 100 billion in funding certainly made you the center of attention. But soon enough, you'll face the backlash. Wang Tang sipped his tea, a smug smile of triumph curling his lips. Lin Yi was someone he had deliberately arranged to be promoted. This included leveraging the Wang family's influence to secure Lin Yi's extraordinary advancement from a low-level clerk in a remarkably short time. Then he was transferred to a state-owned enterprise, before being sent to the new province to serve as a supervisor. All orchestrated by him. When Wang Tang relayed this good news to Wang Song's ears, Wang Song, who had been in a deep slump for a long time and hadn't even stepped outside his door, suddenly broke into a maniacal grin. Ahaha, Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. You finally met your match. Now I'll see how you die. Dad, how did you pull this off? Wang Song wasn't stupid. He knew Fang Yuan was the darling of Xia Nation's top brass. Otherwise, the head of Xia Nation wouldn't have mobilized forces from 2 major military districts to deploy defenses around New Province, safeguarding Fang Yuan's desert reclamation project. That his old man could destroy the core desert reclamation equipment through other means, the process couldn't have been as simple as it seemed. Seeing his son smile for the first time in so long, Wang Tang was overcome with emotion, his conviction that his decision had been the right one growing ever stronger. But he understood clearly. Targeting Fang Yuan meant undermining Xia Nation's fundamental interests. Therefore, he must now prepare to confront any crisis that might arise. Having grown up in the capital, within the innermost circles of power, no one understood better than him the terrifying power unleashed when the Xia Nation's machinery was fully mobilized. We'll discuss this later. Pack your things first. I'll have someone escort you abroad to stay temporarily. Dad, I won't leave. I want to see Fang Yuan ruined and disgraced with my own eyes, spat upon by the world like a dog. Having finally seized this opportunity, Wang Song's inner rage hadn't yet been fully unleashed. How could he possibly let this spectacle slip away? But Wang Tong, who had always doted on his son, refused without hesitation. No. You must leave immediately. There's no delay. I've already booked your flight. I'll notify you the moment anything happens over there. But there's no time. Leave first, then we'll talk. Wang Tong shook his head, about to say more. Suddenly, his phone received an overseas text message. XXXX, you've been exposed. Leave immediately. Upon reading this, Wang Tang's expression turned grave. He knew that once he did this, Xia Nation's resources would inevitably trace it back to him. It was only a matter of time. But he hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Leave immediately. Flying is out of the question. I'll have someone escort you out through other channels. Seeing his father's stern expression, Wang Song knew something serious had happened. Take these 2 cards. The money inside will ensure you never want for anything for the rest of your life. If I get the chance, I'll find you again. Wang Tang pulled out 2 bank cards and pressed them into Wang Song's hands. Dad, come with me. In that moment, Wang Song felt an unexpected pang of regret. He regretted why he had been so foolish back then, why he had provoked that demon, Fang Yuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. It was bad enough that he could never be a real man again. Now he was dragging his family into this mess, forcing them to risk everything to avenge him. Yes. He didn't regret why he'd done it, but how he'd carelessly offended someone he shouldn't have. Even now, Wang Song felt not a shred of remorse. No, I can't leave. Someone has to stay behind and give the higher-ups an explanation. Don't worry, at least your grandfather is still here. If it comes to it, I'll just spend the next life inside. With the old man's connections looking out for me, I'll be fine. The stakes were too high. Wang Tong knew that to protect his son, he had to stay. Realizing further argument was futile, Wang Song could only nod in resignation, his resentment toward Fang Yuan deepening. But just then, old Master Wang's figure suddenly appeared outside the door. Gazing at his only son and grandson, his face contorted with anguish and fury. Chapter 192, Lin Yi. You ungrateful son. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Old Master Wang suddenly roared in fury. He never imagined that after dedicating his entire life to the cause of Xia Nation, only to face betrayal from his own son in his twilight years. When Secretary General Zhang's call came through, old Master Wang sat in silence for a long while. He could never have imagined that his own son would commit such an outrageous act. Colluding with foreign forces, he had shattered the hopes of millions of citizens in Xin province, undermining the very foundations of Xia nation. Any one of these revelations, if leaked, would instantly brand the Wang family as traitors, the target of universal condemnation and public scorn. How did I raise you all these years, you? Overcome with grief and fury, old Master Wang nearly choked on his own breath, staggering back several steps. Wang Tang rushed forward to steady him. Get out of my sight. I disown you. You've brought shame upon us, utter shame. Furious, old Master Wang swung his cane, striking Wang Tung hard. Dad! Don't call me father, you good for nothing. The old man raged, yet his eyes were filled with sorrow. A bitter smile tugged at Wang Tang's lips, but now was no time for regret. The deed was done, and no amount of regret could change it now. He turned to Wang Song, who stood silently nearby, and said, Songer, you go first. You fool! Where do you think you can go? Old Master Wang's tiger-like eyes blazed at his own grandson. Though advanced in years, he was a man who had once emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The murderous intent radiating from him made Wang Song's legs tremble. He had never seen the grandfather who cherished him most look at him with such eyes. You good for nothing. I told you to discipline your son properly, yet you indulged him in every way. Now, for this whore, you've gone and done this. We Wang family men take responsibility for our actions. If you've made a mistake, own up to it. Even if it means death, you'll stand tall on the execution ground. If need be, I'll bury your ashes in the earth with my own hands. Old Master Wang's hair stood on end with fury, refusing to let Wang Song leave. Such a grave offense left no room for mercy. Yet now that the two had committed such a grave error, even as his heart bled, he must uphold righteousness above kinship. Grandfather, please let me go. I'm still young, I don't want to die. The thought of being captured and dragged before Xia Nation's court for trial. Terrified beyond measure, Wang Song's mental defenses finally collapsed. Father, he is my own son, your own grandson. Wang Tang couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. I did everything alone. Song has nothing to do with it. Old Master Wang fixed his piercing gaze on his son, speaking slowly and deliberately. Do you really think he could walk away? The word struck him like a thunderbolt, jolting Wang Tang back to reality. He suddenly realized that everything he had been done behind the old man's back. But how did the old man find out now? Come with me to Zhongnan to confess your crimes. As the words left his lips, old Master Wang seemed drained of all strength, his voice utterly weary. Wang Tang's fleeting hope shattered instantly. When Fang Yuan received the feedback from the capital, his first thought was that there must be some mistake. Impossible. Lin Yi. After regaining his composure, Fang Yuan carefully retraced Lin Yi's extraordinary path to promotion. Then, after arriving at the new province command headquarters, and his repeated visits to the warehouse under the pretext of gathering report materials, and on the day of the incident, the moment he entered the warehouse, that group of men in black followed right behind him. According to the feedback from the system bodyguard, the point where the equipment outer defenses were breached was from the rear, while the black-clad group attacked from the front. However, he was inherently reluctant to suspect his own good brother, which is why he selectively overlooked Lin Yi. Now, when all these suspicious details were connected, everything seemed to fall into place. Lin Yi was the Wang family's mole, part of their scheme to sabotage his desert terraforming project. They exploited my trust in Lin Yi to infiltrate from within, then sabotage the equipment? Since the Xia state authorities could provide him with this information, it meant Wang Tang and his son had undoubtedly fallen from grace. The next step was to thoroughly investigate all other personnel implicated in this affair. As a pawn in the Wang family's hands, colluding with foreign forces to coordinate an invasion of the command center and launch an attack on the equipment, his culpability was undeniable. Even if he wanted to forgive Lin Yi, the authorities would never consent. But why did you do this? With this question weighing on his mind, Fang Yuan drove alone to Dun City People's Hospital, where Lin Yi was being treated. As he approached the ward entrance, he encountered agents from the new Province State Security Bureau, followed by over a dozen plainclothes police officers. They were clearly here for Lin Yi. Director Fang. The leader saluted Fang Yuan. Hold on a moment. I'll go in and speak with him first. This. The man hesitated, perhaps considering Fang Yuan's special status and their personal relationship. He could only nod in agreement. He then ordered his men to maintain perimeter security to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Inside the hospital room, Lin Yi, now out of immediate danger after emergency treatment, remained unaware of the commotion outside. He was chatting and laughing with the chubby guy sitting by his bedside, reminiscing about their college days. Hey, old Fang's here. Seeing Fang Yuan, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Lin Yi's face. But he quickly hid it. The chubby guy held a peeled apple and grinned foolishly. You wouldn't believe it, we were just talking about Su Lianyun. Word is the authorities uncovered tax evasion and bribery by the Su family's company. They're under investigation now. I reckon the Su family is finished. Why ruin a perfectly good business by dabbling in shady dealings? He hadn't forgotten how Su Lianyun had constantly belittled him and Fang Yuan during their first meeting in that private room. The fat man chattered on, completely oblivious to the unease creeping across Fang Yuan's face. Old Fang, I just made plans with Lin Yi. Once he recovers from his injury, the three of us should find a chance to visit the school together. Heh, sounds good. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, then turned to Lin Yi. How are you feeling? Nothing too serious, right? I'm fine. The doctor said it was fortunate it was an assault rifle, the bullet wasn't too powerful. I just lost a lot of blood and feel a bit weak. As long as I rest properly for a month or two, I'll be fine. Facing Fang Yuan's concern, Lin Yi replied with an unnatural expression. He then forced a smile onto his face. To Fang Yuan, who knew the truth, it felt more like a perfunctory response. Oh, right. The military district folks said there's still some business needing our people to go over for negotiations. You go back first, Fatso. I'll handle things here. Given the brutal nature of what was about to unfold, Fang Yuan hesitated. He decided to keep it from Fatso for now. Alright then, I'll head back first and come back later to brag to you guys. As he stepped out of the ward, the state security agents were all in disguise. Fatso didn't notice anything unusual, just muttering about how crowded the hospital was. Once only Fang Yuan and Lin Yi remained in the room. He walked over to the bedside and sat down, looking at Lin Yi thoughtfully. Spill it. Why? Chapter 193, Heartfelt Intentions. Lin Yi's heart couldn't help but flutter. He forced a smile. What do you mean, why? What are you talking about, old Fang? Seeing that Lin Yi showed no intention of confessing, Fang Yuan took a deep breath and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. The Wang family father and son have already been escorted to Central South. New province state security agents are stationed outside the hospital room. Are you still going to keep this from me? The words fell. The smile froze on Lin Yi's face. His face drained of color and the apple in his hand fell onto the bed. I once said that in my eyes, you and Fatty have always been my brothers. I never imagined you would turn out like this. Tell me, why did you do this? Don't you understand the immense significance behind this desert reclamation project? It could permanently free millions of citizens in New Province from the threat of desert encroachment, granting Xia Nation an additional region brimming with limitless developmental potential. What you've done is tantamount to betraying the people, betraying the homeland that gave you life and nurtured you. Do you understand? His voice grew louder and louder, eventually erupting into a furious roar as his expression twisted into a savage grimace. The grief and fury within him overwhelmed his control. Lin Yi's eyes lost their focus, becoming vacant and dazed. For from this moment onward, his ideals and ambitions had vanished into the wind along with the downfall of the Wang family. What awaited him now was the full force of the law. Destroying the desert reformers was tantamount to pushing millions of people in New Province into the abyss. Such a crime could never be atoned for, even if he died 100 times over. Old Fang, save me. I know you have the power to save me. Lin Yi suddenly clutched Fang Yuan's arm desperately, pleading, I didn't know, I never imagined things would get this bad. Truthfully, I was forced into this. Wang Tang has been pulling the strings behind the scenes all along. I had no choice. If I refused, they'd expose my bribery from the Su family. Then I wouldn't just lose my reputation, I'd lose the career I fought so hard to build. I was threatened. His body trembled like a drowning man clutching at a lifeline in his final moments. Fang Yuan lit a cigarette, deep in thought. Could he be saved? Of course, provided he stood firm. Even if the bigwigs of Xia Kingdom were reluctant, they'd likely grant him this favor. But being able to save him and choosing to save him were two entirely different matters. When Lin Yi undertook this mission, how could he not have considered the catastrophic consequences for Fang Yuan if the modification equipment were destroyed? Yet he proceeded anyway. Even if things unfolded exactly as Lin Yi claimed that he didn't want to lose everything he had now. But all of that hinged on the destruction of Fang Yuan. Rest assured, I'll take care of matters back home for you. Fang Yuan didn't agree to Lin Yi's request, but replied indifferently. This was the last thing he could do for him. I told you, I was forced into this. Why won't you help me? Lin Yi suddenly roared. Fang Yuan shook his head. If you'd been honest with me from the start, we could have worked things out. But what you've done now goes beyond whether I alone can choose to forgive you. Ha! You're a liar. You liar. Seeing all hope vanish completely, Lin Yi slumped against the headboard, his body drained of all strength, muttering to himself. It's all your fault. If not for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. You, Fang Yuan, are so great, rich and powerful. But me? I'm just a pathetic loser who has to grovel to others just to scrape by. If only you'd been honest with me back in Linchuan, I never would have followed Su Lianyun away. I never would have ended up like this. Lin Yi lifted his head, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Fang Yuan. But in the blink of an eye, his tone shifted to pleading, Old Fang, I truly regret it. Please, you must help me. My parents are old and frail, with no money and no jobs. My sister is still in high school. If I go to jail, who will take care of them? All these years, I've only ever asked you for this one thing. Can you really stand by and watch me get arrested? Hearing this, Fang Yuan felt a complex mix of emotions. Lin Yi's words amounted to nothing less than moral blackmail, yet Fang Yuan found himself at a loss for how to counter them. Pointing fingers or berating himself for lacking principles or boundaries felt pointless now. Fine then. Having failed to get the answer he wanted, Fang Yuan seemed to let go of his inner turmoil. He turned and walked toward the hospital room exit. Fang Yuan! Lin Yi roared in fury, but it was too late. State security agents flooded into the room. As for their next meeting, it would be in a courtroom. The next day, after finishing his tasks, and intended to return to the hospital to visit Lin Yi again. He received news from the hospital that Lin Yi had been transferred back to his original facility due to arrangements made by his former employer. Glancing at the dozen or so missed calls on his phone, Fatso fell deep in thought. Upon returning to headquarters, he found Fang Yuan sitting alone, smoking in silence with a despondent look on his face. Instead of asking about Lin Yi's whereabouts, he silently sat beside Fang Yuan and lit up a cigarette of his own. After a long while, Fang Yuan suddenly flicked his cigarette butt away and said, "Fatso, I need to leave New Province for a few days." The rewards for the equipment were still stored in the system, so there was no need to worry about that. Now, all they had to do was wait for the new storage facility base to be completed. Then the desert terraforming project could resume. The immediate task was to plant all the remaining seeds. Fatso and Jiang He could oversee that. "You're the boss. Do I need to approve your leave?" Fatso took a deep drag on his cigarette and chuckled. Fang Yuan returned the smile. "True. I'll be off then." As he arrived at the airport by car, his phone suddenly received a transfer notification initiated by Fatty. "Fatso, hand this 200,000 over to Lin Yi's family. Consider it a gesture of brotherhood." Fang Yuan froze. He hadn't mentioned anything about Lin Yi from start to finish. How did the fat man know? But Fang Yuan didn't ask. He simply replied with a single word, "Got it." Haiyuan City. After stepping off the plane, Fang Yuan gazed at the unfamiliar yet strangely familiar surroundings and felt a sudden wave of emotion wash over him. It was the end of his sophomore year. Fatso used the excuse of finding a girlfriend to sweet-talk his old man into giving him 10,000 yuan. Then he brought Fang Yuan along to visit Lin Yi's home, where the three of them partied nonstop for 3 days and nights. They didn't head home until they'd polished off most of the free-range chickens Lin Yi raised. Looking back, that was the only time during his school years he'd ever been so happy eating meat he actually threw up. But alas, things had changed. Not only was he alone this time, his inner thoughts were vastly different now. Just the thought of how to broach the subject with Lin Yi's parents gave him a headache. Well. I'll just play it by ear when the time comes. Because Lin Yi's village was so remote from the city, the taxi fare alone cost nearly 200 yuan. 2 hours later, as the village gradually came into view, Fang Yuan slowly reeled in his wandering thoughts. Chapter 194, Lin Mengyao's Request. Life far from the city was tranquil yet monotonous. This had its pros and cons. But for Lin Mengyao, no matter how dazzling the outside world might be, it could never compare to the warmth of her own little home. Especially now that her brother had passed the civil service exam and entered the system, his salary steadily increased. The more her parents' faces lit up with smiles, the greater her own joy became. Even her movements while sorting vegetables seemed quicker. Meanwhile, Lin Yaodong and his wife were busy making dumplings in the kitchen. Not long ago, when their son came home, he even sought out Lin Yaodong to discuss plans for building a new house. This made Lin Yaodong feel both gratified and ashamed. While other parents had everything ready for their children, his situation was reversed. Xiaoyi loves the dumplings we make best. Next time he comes back, we have to make extra. Thinking of his son, Lin Yaodong's face lit up with a smile. His mother shot him a disapproving look. I know. All you ever talk about is how wonderful your son is. What will your daughter think if she hears you? I'm just happy. They're siblings, why would I keep score? Lin Yaodong scratched the back of his head awkwardly, though the smile in his eyes remained unstoppable. Just then, Lin Mengyao's surprised voice came from outside the door. Hey, you, aren't you brother Fang Yuan? It's been years, but little Mengyao still remembers me. Seeing the young woman who had blossomed into a graceful beauty, Fang Yuan's lips curved into a smile. He recalled the first time he and Fatty had visited Lin Yi's home. Lin Mengyao was just a young, inexperienced girl starting her first year of middle school. She used to follow Fang Yuan around constantly, declaring she wanted to be his girlfriend. Thinking back now, it was truly amusing. Of course I remember. Perhaps recalling her own embarrassing moments like Fang Yuan, Lin Mengyao flushed slightly before darting inside to fetch a small stool for him to sit on. At that moment, Lin Yaodong and his wife, drawn by the commotion, also came out. Uncle Dong, Auntie, it's been ages. Fang Yuan stood up as soon as he saw the elderly couple. Oh my, Fang Yuan. Though Lin Yaodong was getting on in years, his memory was still sharp, and he recognized Fang Yuan immediately. But it wasn't surprising. This seemingly frail young man had once devoured 2 whole roasted chickens in one sitting, a feat that had genuinely shocked him. Later, he learned from his son that Fang Yuan's parents had divorced and that he was mistreated by his stepmother. When he learned that Fang Yuan often went hungry at school, Lin Yaodong felt a pang of sympathy. He made a point of looking out for Fang Yuan, always serving him a heaping bowl of food at every meal. Mrs. Lin also made a point of serving him extra portions. Fang Yuan always kept the kindness of the elderly Lin couple close to his heart. Even now, having achieved great success in his career and become a billionaire tycoon, he still voluntarily addressed them as elders whenever he was in their presence. Of course, for Mr. and Mrs. Lin Yaodong, who had barely even seen a smartphone, it was highly unlikely they knew they were the famous CEO of Origin Company. Haha, it's been ages. Why did you suddenly drop by without a word? By the way, did Lin Yi know you were coming today? Yeah, I had dinner with him yesterday. I just thought it had been ages since I last saw you too, so I decided to drop by. He's still busy with work over there, so he didn't come back with me. Before arriving, Fang Yuan had rehearsed countless ways to break the news about Lin Yi being taken away by state security. Yet when he actually saw the Lin couple, the words he prepared suddenly stuck in his throat. Instead, he quietly told them a white lie. Oh my, that Lin Yi is such a thoughtless kid. Having a good friend come over for a visit and still thinking about work. Really, I'll have a word with him later. Lin Yaodong laughed heartily. It's fine, it's fine. After all, he's a leader now. You can't compare him to when he was in school. You're the reasonable one. By the way, that chubby kid who was with you before, why didn't he come along? Fang Yuan was memorable for his eating habits, while the chubby one relied on his curvaceous figure. Each had their own unique charm. Fatso's been swamped with work lately. He specifically asked me to come and pass along his regards to you and Uncle Dong. Alright, sit down first. The dumplings will be ready soon. Thanks for coming all this way. Seeing Lin Yaodong's warm hospitality, Fang Yuan couldn't bring himself to refuse. During the meal, Lin Yaodong frequently expressed his satisfaction with his son's current achievements. Fang Yuan nodded and chuckled in agreement as he ate. The elderly couple didn't notice anything amiss, but Lin Mengyao, who had been exceptionally perceptive since childhood, felt something was slightly off. After the meal, seeing that everything seemed fine at the Lin household, Fang Yuan intended to present the gift he had prepared and then take his leave. But Lin Mengyao suddenly spoke up. Brother Fang Yuan, since you've come all this way and my brother isn't home, why don't I take you out for a walk? We're planning a gathering with some close friends after the college entrance exams. This road is too remote, I wouldn't dare come back alone at night. As she spoke, Lin Mengyao watched Fang Yuan cautiously, fearing he might refuse. Considering that things were temporarily calm in New Province and there was no rush to return to Linchuan, Fang Yuan considered it for a moment before nodding in agreement. Great. I'll ask them where we're meeting up and we'll head over. Lin Mengyao beamed with delight, pulling out her phone to contact the classmates attending the gathering. Lin Yaodong and his wife felt quite at ease about their son's close friend. Besides, the reality matched what Lin Mengyao had said. Their home was too remote, and his parents, they wouldn't feel at ease letting their daughter come back alone at night. Haha, you silly girl. Your brother Fang Yuan rarely comes over, and you're making such a fuss over him. Really? Uncle Dong, you're too polite. Lin Yi and I are brothers, his sister is like my own sister. This is nothing. Alright then, but be careful on your way. When it was time to leave, Lin Mengyao rolled a bicycle out from the house. There's nowhere to hail a cab around here. We have to bike to town first to catch the bus into the city, Lin Mengyao explained with a smile, perhaps fearing Fang Yuan wouldn't understand. Heh, no problem. Come on, hop on the back. I'll take you. Fang Yuan took the bike from Lin Mengyao and executed a smooth right foot over mount onto the saddle. Back when he first got his hands on that golden 28-inch bike, he'd practiced his mounting technique endlessly just to look cool. Too bad he melted it down for over 10 million yuan before reaching 2.5 years of mastery, tears streaming down his face. Alright. Lin Mengyao didn't fuss about it. After all, the mountain roads were naturally a bit rugged. Even though the roads were now paved with cement, a girl's stamina was limited. Carrying a big guy like Fang Yuan, she probably wouldn't get far before she was wiped out. Ding-a-ling. Chapter 195, Buying a Car. Carrying Lin Mengyao along the mountain road. The gentle breeze caressing their faces felt incredibly pleasant. After about 10 minutes, the two finally arrived in town. After stepping out of the back seat, Lin Mengyao looked at Fang Yuan with admiration. Brother Fang Yuan, you're so amazing. You drove for so long without even catching your breath. Hee, maybe it's because I exercise regularly. Fang Yuan gave a slight smile, swallowing the gasp that had risen to his lips. After all, he couldn't lose face in front of a little girl. By the way, can you drive? If he remembered correctly, Lin Mengyao should be 18 now. Yeah, my brother paid for my driving lessons earlier. I passed every single test on the first try. At this, Lin Mengyao immediately flashed an expression that practically begged for praise. Impressive. By the way, your place is a bit out of the way. It's really inconvenient commuting back and forth. Have you thought about buying a car? Buying a car, it's too expensive. From being dirt poor, or even the siblings' school fees had to be scraped together by their parents. To her brother returning home recently to discuss building a house, such a huge change already felt like more than she deserved. For non-essential items like a car, Lin Mengyao hadn't even considered it. Once I graduate and start working, my brother should have saved up quite a bit by then. We can think about it later. Her words sounded rational. But every time she walked 7 or 8 kilometers from school to the bus station and saw classmates waving at her from inside their cars, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. A little girl's thoughts were practically written all over her face. Fang Yuan smiled and didn't pursue the topic further. After another hour and a half on the bus, the two finally arrived in Huiyuan City. Are you tired? Seeing Lin Mengyao, who had been sitting on the bus all day yet still looked wide awake, Fang Yuan asked with concern. I'm fine, brother Fang Yuan. I'm not tired at all. Just thinking about meeting my friends soon makes me so happy. Lin Mengyao bounced along, laughing as she spoke. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons, large and bright, and when she smiled, 2 dimples appeared. She was practically guaranteed to be crowned the department's most beautiful girl once school started. But thinking about Lin Yi's current situation, Fang Yuan didn't know how to broach the subject with her when they left. The gathering spot was still quite a distance from the station. Whether to take a taxi or the bus, this question suddenly gave Lin Mengyao a slight dilemma. If she were alone, she would definitely choose the cheapest bus. But Fang Yuan was visiting. He'd ridden his bike all the way from home carrying her, then spent the entire day on buses. He must be exhausted now. How about splurging just this once? Before she could decide, Fang Yuan called out, let's go. The gathering probably isn't urgent. We should stop somewhere first. Oh, no rush, no rush. Where are we going? Lin Mengyao asked. Just follow me. When the taxi pulled up outside Huiyuan City's largest junkie 4S dealership, she was still a bit dazed. Fang Yuan, you're not planning to buy a car, are you? Lin Mengyao suddenly asked doubtfully. Well, traveling without a car really is inconvenient. Fang Yuan didn't hide it from her. As they stepped inside the showroom, a sweet-looking saleswoman quickly approached to greet them. Hello, gentlemen. May I ask if you're here to look at cars? The saleswoman said with a smile, her professional instincts prompting her to take a quick look at the two. The younger-looking girl appeared to still be in school. Aside from her innocent and pretty looks, she didn't seem particularly remarkable. Judging by her fidgety hands and slightly nervous demeanor, her family background probably wasn't very affluent. But the other young man, dressed plainly, inexplicably made her feel a bit uneasy. Though Fang Yuan's attire was unremarkable. Even when silent, he naturally exuded an aura unique to those in positions of authority. The saleswoman's demeanor instantly shifted to one of respect. Help me pick a car that's more suitable for a girl to drive, Fang Yuan said indifferently. Lin Mengyao, standing nearby, suddenly felt she might have guessed something, but couldn't quite be sure. The saleswoman led them to a mini pink sedan and began her pitch. Certainly, sir. This is our latest junkie model. Not this one. The saleswoman was cut off before she could finish. Are you dissatisfied with the price, or? Because she had sensed an air of distinction about Fang Yuan earlier, the saleswoman hadn't taken them to the lower price section. Instead, she led them to the section featuring vehicles priced between 200,000 and 300,000 yuan. But her introduction was cut short by rejection. Had she misjudged him? Fang Yuan looked at the saleswoman and stated, my requirements are simple, safety, safety, and safety. Nearby, several customers shopping for cars overheard Fang Yuan's pretentious-sounding remarks. A wealthy woman in her early 50s, adorned in gold and silver, couldn't help but snort with laughter. The young man holding her arm tightened his grip and remarked, seemingly offhandedly, you really see all kinds these days. They're selling cars, not running a charity. Not much money, yet they pick and choose. If they want safety, why not just buy a luxury car? Chin's sister's right. Some folks just can't see reality. They think having 100,000 or so in their pockets makes them better than everyone else. It was obvious who this was aimed at, but the rich lady didn't seem to be very articulate. Telling customers in her own shop to buy luxury cars? That basically meant junkie didn't have the clout to compete. Some junkie salespeople didn't argue back, but their eyes flashed with displeasure. If this were a novel, the protagonist Fang Yuan would have to give her a piece of his mind. Who do you think you are? Then he'd splash out billions to buy the entire dealership outright, humiliating her completely. In the end, the old lady would leave in shame, muttering something like impressive, before slinking away. Unfortunately, he wasn't the type to pull off such an over-the-top, ridiculous stunt. Instead, he silently led Lin Mengyao to a junky spring orchid priced at 1.5 million. Its sleek, fastback sports car silhouette, pale pink paint job, and elongated body easily outclassed most vehicles on the market. The saleswoman's eyes lit up with delight. Forgetting the rich woman's earlier nonsense, she approached Fang Yuan and said, Sir, our Junkie Blossom series features 4 models, Spring Orchid, Summer Bamboo, Autumn Chrysanthemum, and Winter Plum. The one before you is the Spring Orchid. Though it carries the highest price tag among the four, its safety performance is absolutely top-notch, But once again, she was cut off before finishing her sentence. No need. Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. This one it is. Get all the paperwork done within half an hour. I'm driving it out shortly. Ah. The saleswoman froze for a moment before quickly nodding and trotting off to gather the paperwork. Half an hour wasn't much time, but since the dealership had an established partnership with the DMV, the paperwork was processed swiftly. Watching Fang Yuan swipe his card with effortless ease, several people turned to stare, their expressions filled with surprise. Over $1,000,000 wasn't an astronomical sum for the wealthy, but it certainly wasn't pocket change either. Yet this young man paid without so much as a flicker of an eyelid, as if he'd just spent $15 instead of 15 million. As for Lin Mangyao beside him, she was utterly dumbfounded. This was the first time in her life she'd witnessed such extravagant spending, straight out of a movie or novel. Brother Fang Yuan, you're so rich. Chapter 196, Gift Giving. It's just a car worth over $1 million. You make it sound like anyone could afford it. The wealthy woman, stung by the remark, muttered awkwardly before turning to leave. But the pretty boy clutching her arm wasn't having it. Xinghai, didn't you say you'd buy me a car today? After catering to this ravenous old woman for days, he was finally about to cash in. Now she was backing out? That was pure bull. Damn it, grow some backbone. Do you think I can't afford a crappy car for you? I don't care. I want it now. We've already picked out the car, all that's left is to pay. You can't go back on your word. Buy you a damn horse? Get lost. Get the hell out of here right now, you useless piece of trash. I still need it. Perhaps noticing the mocking stares from those around her, the rich woman suddenly felt unbearably agitated, desperate to escape this place immediately. But Xiaobai clung to her like glue. Not only had he worked for free for days, but now she wasn't even buying him the promised car and wanted to kick him out? How could he tolerate that? You promised to buy me a car, that's why I followed you. I even ruined several pieces of pork trying to please you. If you don't buy it, I'll immediately post our whole affair in your husband's company group chat. Hearing Xiaobai's words, the surrounding crowd sucked in a collective gasp. This young man was ruthless. To think her kept toy boy not only dared to defy her, but threatened to expose everything publicly. The wealthy woman was overcome with shame and fury. You're asking for it. The wealthy woman, who already resembled a tank in stature, suddenly lunged forward and yanked violently at Xiaobai's newly styled scum man foil perm from yesterday. You dare talk nonsense? I'll smash your mouth shut. After being slapped repeatedly by the burly rich woman, Little Bai was finally pushed over the edge. After all, he was a man. Though his appearance was a bit effeminate, he still possessed considerable strength. Gritting his teeth against the pain of his hair being yanked, he swung back and slapped the rich woman across the face. Instantly, the two of them were wrestling on the floor of the Junkie 4S store. But whether it was because he'd been drained dry these past few days or not, Xiaobai had barely stood up for 2 minutes when the wealthy woman pinned him to the floor and sat squarely on top of him. Ah! In that instant, a piercing scream echoed throughout the entire auto show hall. Lin Mangyao covered her mouth in shock, utterly unprepared for how complicated the adult world could be. Alright, let's wait in the lounge. After the dealership staff intervened and called the police, Fang Yuan sent the PK video he just recorded to Zhang Yunxue before turning to Lin Mangyao. Okay. Upon reaching the lounge, Lin Mangyao suddenly grew quiet, a stark contrast to her earlier self. Even when speaking to him, she carried an air of cautiousness. How to describe it? It was like hanging out with a friend you didn't know very well. You'd assumed everyone came from similar backgrounds, but then he suddenly pulled out his phone and showed you the hundreds of millions in his bank account. That immense sense of disparity and status difference surfaced instantly. Fang Yuan understood exactly what Lin Mangyao was thinking. He couldn't help but chuckle. What's up? Does brother Fang Yuan suddenly feel a bit unfamiliar to you? I didn't. Lin Mangyao lowered her head slightly, a gesture that seemed like shyness, yet also like she couldn't meet Fang Yuan's gaze due to inferiority. Don't overthink it. In my eyes, you've always been like my own sister. Besides, your brother's already in the system, he might even become a big shot someday. When that happens, I'll need his help to climb the ladder. The best way to break the awkwardness now was to change the subject and divert Lin Mengyao's attention. Sure enough, when her brother was mentioned, her eyes seemed to sparkle. She quickly returned to her previous lively and cheerful self, sharing numerous embarrassing stories from their childhood with Fang Yuan. Not long after, the saleswoman rushed into the lounge, panting, carrying the temporary license plate and vehicle documents. She handed over the keys with both hands. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Mr. Fang. All the paperwork is done. You can take the car now. MHM. Fang Yuan led Lin Mangyao to the Junkie Chunlan, which had already been fitted with window tinting and essential accessories, following the saleswoman's guidance. After getting inside, the interior felt quite nice. Compared to the grand and prestigious Junkie L5, however, this spring orchid model, targeted at younger buyers, clearly appeared more luxurious in both appearance and trim. Lin Mengyao curiously examined the various interior decorations and surroundings, her eyes brimming with admiration and desire. She wasn't a materialistic girl, but that didn't stop her from appreciating beauty. Thank you. You're welcome. It's my pleasure to serve you, the saleswoman replied with a smile, bowing slightly. But just as Fang Yuan finished speaking and prepared to start the car and leave, a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly rushed out of the store. Mr. Fang, please wait. Mr. Chiu? The saleswoman looked utterly astonished upon seeing the middle-aged man. Their dealership's CEO was notoriously elusive, rumored to have extensive connections and influence. Even this largest military flag 4S dealership in Yuan City was merely one of the outlets he had invested in, with a net worth estimated at over several billion yuan. Such a prominent figure was now running over without regard for his image. Needs something? Fang Yuan glanced at the man curiously, realizing he had no recollection of this person. Mr. Chiu wiped the sweat from his forehead, earned from running too fast, and flashed an eager smile. My apologies, my apologies. I'm terribly sorry to trouble you for a few minutes. Hearing this, the saleswoman instantly erupted. Though she sensed Fang Yuan's extraordinary presence upon their first meeting, she never imagined that even the CEO of her own store. After all, someone like Mr. Chiu, a super-rich tycoon worth billions with deep connections, was already seen as a top-tier figure in society by ordinary people. If even he behaved this way, what kind of background could this young man possibly have? Mr. Fang, I only learned of your visit upon returning to the store. I understand you purchased a new vehicle from us. MHM. Fang Yuan knew without needing to think that this man calling himself Mr. Chiu must have some knowledge of him. But he was simply here as an ordinary consumer buying a car. There was no need to hide anything. Hearing this, Mr. Chiu quickly interjected, "Oh, you're choosing to buy from my dealership is a great honor. I absolutely cannot accept payment. I'll have my staff process a full refund immediately." What's the point of this? Fang Yuan's expression darkened slightly. He disliked owing favors to others, especially someone like this Mr. Chiu whom he'd never met before. The amount of money involved wasn't significant to him, so why create unnecessary complications? Seeing this, Mr. Chiu instantly realized Fang Yuan had misunderstood his intentions. He gave a wry smile and waved his hand. Mr. Fang, please don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. Actually, I'm not from around here. I'm from Shuimu County in Xian Province. You might not know this, but Shuimu County was swallowed by the desert decades ago. What you're doing in New Province now holds extraordinary significance for us. I'm just a businessman, Mr. Chiu, lacking the ability to tackle desertification like you. Consider this car my way of expressing gratitude on behalf of all my fellow villagers in Shuimu County for your kindness. At this point, Fang Yuan finally understood. But now, he felt even more compelled to refuse the money. Having witnessed the people of New Province crowdfunding donations to rebuild equipment for Origin Company, his mindset had shifted. Where profit had once been his primary focus with governance as a secondary concern, the priorities had now completely reversed. After much refusal, General Manager Chiu saw that Fang Yuan remained adamant and could only give up. But in the end, he still presented him with several boxes of cigarettes, liquor, tea, and other gifts. He then personally escorted him out the front gate, accompanied by dozens of staff members from the entire Junkie 4S dealership. Chapter 197, Good Uncle. On the drive to the gathering, Lin Mengyao was clearly bursting with curiosity, yet stubbornly suppressing her questions and keeping silent. Fang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. But the girl was still young, and he didn't know how to explain many things to her yet. By the time they reached the gathering spot, Lin Mengyao suddenly grew a bit coy. Fang Yuan, could you drive a little further up? I feel a bit awkward getting out here. Fang Yuan glanced out the window. 7 or 8 young men and women, roughly Lin Mengyao's age, stood in front of a hotel called the Prosperous Flowers. They were looking this way with envious glances, murmuring something among themselves. Was she shy? Young girls really are simple-minded, afraid her classmates might see her riding in a luxury car. If it were someone like Su Mimi back then, she'd probably have already stepped out in her sky-high heels, swaying as she opened the door, reveling in the admiration of passers-by. Fang Yuan smiled and followed her lead, driving into the hotel's underground parking garage. Only after confirming no one else was around did Lin Mengyao breathe a sigh of relief and step out of the car. She closed the door with extreme caution, as if afraid of denting it. Her touch was probably gentler than swatting a mosquito. If not for Chunlan's magnetic door closing feature, he'd have had to get out and close it himself. The moment they stepped out of the garage, they were spotted by classmates waiting at the hotel entrance. Lin Mengyao's here. Oh my, she doesn't seem to be alone. Who's that handsome guy beside her? Oh my gosh, could Mengyao be dating someone? 2 female classmates gasped, covering their mouths. The remaining boys exchanged glances, each looking distinctly displeased. Lin Mengyao was naturally beautiful and excelled academically. She'd always been popular at school, and they were no exception. Seeing their goddess laughing and chatting with another guy, it would be a lie to say they weren't jealous. Meow meow, how come you guys got here so early? Spotting her familiar classmates, Lin Mengyao's mood instantly brightened as she waved greetings to the group. Early? Looks like you've almost forgotten about us while hanging out with your handsome guy. The girl named Miao Miao couldn't resist teasing her. No way. Lin Mengyao was still a bit shy at heart and quickly replied bashfully, "This is my brother's good friend." "Oh. Your brother's friend isn't with your brother, but he's here hanging out with us instead. You're such a little troublemaker, aren't you?" Seeing the conversation getting messy, Fang Yuan could only step in with a smile to save Lin Mengyao. "Don't misunderstand. I've always treated Mengyao like my own sister. Since she was traveling alone and I worried it might be unsafe for her to return late, I just happened to moonlight as her bodyguard." Once the nature of their relationship was clear, the faces of the male classmates, who had been looking a bit downcast moments ago, instantly lit up again. After exchanging introductions, Fang Yuan followed the group of young men and women into the hotel. The hotel's decor was quite nice, though it couldn't compare to some larger star-rated hotels. It was still considered luxurious. Students from ordinary families wouldn't typically have the means to gather at a place like this for a simple get-together. Though he felt a bit puzzled, Fang Yuan didn't ask any further questions. Miao Miao's here. I've already arranged a private room. I'm covering the entire bill today, so you and your classmates just enjoy yourselves." As soon as they entered, a portly middle-aged man with a slick-back hairstyle approached them. He first greeted the girl in the miniskirt walking at the front with a teasing smile, then casually scanned Lin Mengyao and the other girl with his eyes, a hint of greed flashing in his gaze. The girl who had just teased Lin Mengyao at the door with a smile. Then, without a trace of hesitation, his gaze swept over Lin Mengyao and another girl, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Lin Mengyao felt slightly uncomfortable under the man's gaze and instinctively shifted closer to Fang Yuan. The other classmates, however, were completely oblivious to this, instead feeling flattered and overwhelmed. After all, it was their first time dining in such a luxurious hotel. If not for Miao Miao mentioning her uncle owned the place. After learning they'd finished their college entrance exams, he'd specially reserved a private room for a free gathering with his close friends. The group had almost hesitated to come. "Hello, uncle. Hello, uncle." The man laughed heartily. "No need for formalities. I have some business to attend to, so please go ahead and take a seat in the private room." "Oh, Miao Miao, could you come with me to my office? I need to discuss something with you." "Sure thing. Mengyao, you guys go ahead and take a seat. I'll be back soon." "Okay." Led by hotel staff, the rest of the group entered a private room. Once seated, they all gasped in astonishment. This hotel must be expensive. Back in school, Miao Miao always dressed so plainly. Who knew she was hiding her true colors? Turns out she has such a wealthy uncle in the family. Yeah, who would have guessed? If not for this reunion, who knows how long Miao Miao would have kept this from us. Hey, you guys, if you're looking to ride someone's coattails, better hurry up. If you snag Miao Miao as your girlfriend, you could skip decades of hard work. Seeing the group of young men and women chatting happily, Fang Yuan didn't want to spoil their mood. Based on what he'd observed earlier, that girl Miao Miao seemed to have a special connection with the hotel owner. That uncle was most likely just a cover story. It could very well be a godfather-goddaughter arrangement. But what others did was none of his business. Everyone had their own choices to make. All he needed to do was take care of Lin Mengyao. About 10 minutes later, Miao Miao finally entered the private room. It was clear she'd made a point of freshening her makeup in the restroom. Her lips were slightly swollen. The others didn't seem to notice much. After the dishes arrived, several male students started urging everyone to drink. "If you guys want to drink, go ahead. We'll stick to soft drinks." "Oh, and Brother Fang, would you like a drink too?" A rather sharp-witted male student asked Fang Yuan ingratiatingly. After all, everyone knew Fang Yuan was Lin Mengyao's older brother's close friend. To win the beauty's favor, it was definitely wise to build rapport with Fang Yuan beforehand. "Heh, sure. Today's a day worth celebrating, so I'll have a few drinks." After drinking, they could just find a designated driver to take them back to town. But when it came time to choose the liquor, they were suddenly at a loss. The baijiu on the restaurant menu started at several hundred yuan per bottle. Since Miao Miao's kind uncle was covering today's meal, ordering such expensive liquor now might seem a bit inappropriate. "Why don't you guys stay here? I'll go buy some beer. It's not too warm out, so beer should be fine," one male student suggested. Little did they know, Fang Yuan glanced at the menu, set it aside, and stood up. "No need. I happen to have some liquor in my car. Just send someone with me to get it." Two male students volunteered to accompany Fang Yuan, while Lin Mengyao and the others waited in the private room. Chapter 198, Are you Mr. Fang? When Fang Yuan arrived at Chunlan's table with the two young men, they froze in their tracks. Even if they weren't particularly knowledgeable about cars, just looking at Chunlan's exterior design made it clear this vehicle was absolutely worth a fortune. One of the boys asked in astonishment, "We saw this car outside the hotel earlier and even discussed how much it might cost. It looks so gorgeous, at least 500,000 yuan, right? Not even sure about 500,000. I'd say it's at least 700,000. Watching the two male students whispering about Chunlan's price, Fang Yuan smiled faintly. It's decent. Around 1.5 million yuan. You could probably get it for just over 1.4 million with a discount on the base price. Hearing Fang Yuan's reply, the two looked stunned. They'd already been stunned to learn Miao Miao's uncle was a hotel CEO, but now they couldn't believe Lin Mengyao's big brother drove a million yuan luxury car too. But, Brother Fang, you're joking. How many people can actually afford a car like this? Did you buy it yourself? No. Fang Yuan replied bluntly. The two male students suddenly understood. It seemed likely that he knew he was bringing his good friend's younger sister to the gathering. They probably went out of their way to borrow a luxury car to impress Lin Mengyao. But the next sentence plunged them back into despair. You guys just finished the college entrance exams, right? Mengyao did exceptionally well. So this car is my graduation gift to her. To outsiders, Fang Yuan's words might have seemed like pure showboating. But that was precisely the case. He really was doing it on purpose. Because when he came to Huiyuan City, he had already secretly decided to properly nurture Lin Mengyao in the future. The prerequisite was that this girl didn't go astray. Lin Mengyao herself was exceptionally beautiful, bound to attract the attention of many men. Among them would inevitably be those with ulterior motives. The best solution to this problem was to continuously elevate Lin Mengyao's standard of living, even to a certain height. This would effectively deter most ordinary suitors. At the very least, she mustn't lose herself over the petty favors offered by some men, like that girl in the miniskirt earlier. Alright, 2 bottles each should be fine, right? After opening the trunk, Fang Yuan glanced at the wine specially delivered by Mr. Chiu. They were all decent. The cheapest was at least Feitian Maotai, with some premium labels like Dao Yutai and Jiunanshan mixed in. Fang Yuan hadn't bothered to check the exact series or their exact value. Any liquor a billionaire CEO would present as a gift couldn't be anything but top tier. Behind them lay nearly 20 cartons of various premium cigarettes. Even Huazi didn't deserve a spot in there. The two male students, already reeling from the shock of the Chunlan price, couldn't hide the envy and astonishment in their eyes when they saw the trunk filled with luxury cigarettes and liquor. Big shot, you need a half-brother? By the time they returned to the private room, the looks they shot at Lin Mengyao were tinged with a hint of distance. If everyone came from ordinary families, it wouldn't matter. Even if Lin Mengyao was stunningly beautiful, they'd still have the confidence to say, what goes around comes around. But now, their beloved big brother had been taken to new heights, reaching Rome at such a young age, leaving them only to look up in awe. Lin Mengyao, however, remained unaware of the events in the garage. Once all the dishes were served, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the joy of high school graduation. Big brother Fang, we raise our glasses to you. While the others were eating, the two male students who had followed him to the garage approached Fang Yuan with their drinks, bowing respectfully as they offered a toast. This surprised him a bit. Young people these days might be young in age, but they sure were emotionally mature early on. Ha, today is your celebration. No need to be so formal. Fang Yuan picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. The others assumed the two were merely trying to curry favor with Lin Mengyao and didn't read into it further. Just then, the private room door suddenly swung open. The hotel manager who had introduced himself as Miao Miao earlier walked in, accompanied by 2 men. He scanned the room and chuckled, ha. Hope I'm not interrupting. Since you all made the effort to come with Miao Miao, us uncles thought we'd join you for a toast to show our appreciation. Let me introduce you to these 2 gentlemen beside me. They're both prominent tycoons in Huiyuan City, each worth over 100 million. If you find yourselves without jobs after graduating from university, feel free to ask them for help. Miao Miao stood up, shot the hotel manager a flirtatious glance, and teased, oh, uncle, what are you saying? We should be thanking you for taking time out of your busy schedule to host us today. It's just a little money. As long as you're happy, uncle will arrange for you to come every day from now on. Billionaire business tycoons, these were truly formidable figures. His words instantly sparked admiration among the young men present. That's right. We owe it all to you that we could gather here today. Exactly. Please make room for the 3 uncles to sit down. These young people had never witnessed such a scene before, each speaking nervously and humbly. As they spoke, Miao Miao rose to pull out the empty chairs beside Lin Mengyao and another girl, then gestured for the 2 men to sit down. The seemingly casual gesture carried the weight of assigning drinking companions. The group of young men seemed to catch on to something, but none dared to speak up. Fang Yuan frowned slightly in motion for Lin Mengyao to move closer to him. Seeing the most beautiful Lin Mengyao deliberately distancing herself from his friend, a flicker of irritation crossed the CEO's eyes, though he refrained from voicing his displeasure. Come, fill everyone's glasses. Let me toast you all first. He smiled as he picked up the bottle on the table, but the next moment, he suddenly asked in surprise, hey, this wine is pretty good. Did you order it from the hotel? The 4 bottles of Dao Yutai on the table were all brought by Fang Yuan. Additionally, a pack of Likun Fuchin Mountain Residence cigarettes lay on a chair, a brand the young men, lacking sophistication, wouldn't recognize. But he and the other two had been navigating the business world for years. They knew full well that Fuchin Mountain Retreat, priced at 2,000 yuan per pack, was absolutely beyond the means of these youngsters. After scanning the entire room, Manhwa's gaze quickly settled on Fang Yuan across from him. They had exchanged glances earlier at the hotel entrance, but since the group consisted of youngsters, he hadn't paid it much mind. Now, sitting face to face, the CEO of Prosperity found the young man's appearance increasingly familiar. Suddenly, one of his companions glanced at Fang Yuan and exclaimed in surprise. You're Mr. Fang from Origin Corporation? Chapter 199, Farewell. The mention of Origin Company's name. Except for Lin Mengyao and a few students, all three men wore expressions of shock. The composed expression of the CEO, who called himself Uncle Miao, suddenly shifted. No wonder you looked familiar downstairs at the hotel earlier. You really are Mr. Fang? Fang Yuan smiled helplessly. So, it was because of his vast wealth that his damnable charm couldn't be hidden after all. Calling me Mr. Fang is too formal. Today, I'm just here as an older brother attending my little sister's graduation party. The three exchanged glances, then approached Fang Yuan one by one, raising their glasses. They bowed slightly with fawning smiles. Forgive our earlier failure to recognize a mountain when we saw one. We never imagined you would come to Huiyuan City. This must be my sister. Truly, she possesses a beauty that could topple a kingdom. Her aura is beyond ordinary. Mr. Fang, this toast is for you. Welcome to the splendid Flower Hotel. Watching the three bigwigs who had entered with such pomp and circumstance transform into fawning underlings in the blink of an eye, Lin Mengyao was merely a bit surprised. After all, back at the Junkie 4S store earlier, through Mr. Chiu's words, she had already sensed that her brother Fang Yuan seemed to be no ordinary man. Now it appeared he was even more formidable than she had imagined. As for Miao Miao, watching her usually aloof uncle suddenly display such fawning deference toward Lin Mengyao brother, her expression nearly cracked. The rest of the gathering seemed to completely bypass Lin Mengyao and her group. Three billionaire CEOs were practically fawning over Fang Yuan. But from their conversation, they finally pieced together the identity of Lin Mengyao's big brother. Origin Technology Corporation, the mega-rich tycoon who secured a 100 billion yuan financing deal to undertake desert reclamation projects across hundreds of thousands of acres in New Province. Hundreds of billions. No wonder brother Fang Yuan treated buying $1 million luxury car at the dealership like picking up a toy car. Stunned, Lin Mengyao suddenly realized she'd been riding bicycles and taking buses into town with a 100 billion yuan tycoon in tow. If word got out, it would probably make countless netizens' eyes pop out of their heads. As for the two male students who had earlier questioned Fang Yuan's ability to gift his sister $1 million luxury car as a graduation present, they now dared not entertain a single doubt. Instead, they felt a quiet sense of pride. Mom, I've made it big. I actually got to dine at the same table as a billionaire CEO. When the time was right, considering the long journey home and not wanting to worry Lin Yaodong and his wife, Fang Yuan took the initiative to suggest leaving. Mr. Fang, you've come all this way, why don't we arrange some entertainment for you? The CEO of Manhwa couldn't help but suggest. This was a golden opportunity to curry favor with Fang Yuan, so he quickly offered his assistance. No need. Next time. Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, well aware that such entertainment was likely nothing but tacky nonsense. While he didn't mind them himself, bringing Lin Mengyao along wouldn't be appropriate. Seeing Fang Yuan decline, the three dared not press further. They could only escort him all the way to the garage. After Fang Yuan drove away with Lin Mengyao, Manhwa's CEO felt the muscles in his face grow stiff. He'd simply smiled too many times just now. Simultaneously, a lingering sense of unease crept into his heart. After all, he had arranged for Miao Miao to invite her classmates to the hotel suite for a gathering today, deliberately bringing along Lin Mengyao and another attractive girl, all with some ulterior motive in mind. Had he not recognized Fang Yuan's identity, the gathering in the private room might have taken a more complicated turn. As for the nature of the relationship between that flower blossom CEO and Lin Mengyao's classmate, Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered to care. On the way back, he simply offered Lin Mengyao a piece of advice: stay as far away from that girl named Miao Miao as possible. Okay, brother Fang Yuan, I got it. Lin Mengyao stole a glance at Fang Yuan's profile and nodded obediently. By the time they reached the Lin residence, it was already around 9 p.m. Seeing their daughter return safely and showing no signs of trouble, the couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, they spotted Fang Yuan's luxury car parked in the courtyard. Whose car is this? Lin Yaodong asked in confusion. Dad, this is the car brother Fang Yuan just bought today, it cost 1.5 million yuan. Lin Mengyao was the first to jump in with the explanation. Hearing the price, both Lin Yaodong and his wife were so shocked they couldn't speak. Who could have imagined that the young man who once came to their home, stuffing himself so full of meat he could barely walk, now he casually splurged on $1 million luxury car. After this stark contrast, The couple's attitude toward Fang Yuan had shifted from casual to formal. They knew it was time to leave. The next day, Fang Yuan bid farewell to the elderly couple. Fang Yuan, why don't you stay a few more days? Lin Mengyao said reluctantly. No, thank you. There's a lot of work waiting for me at the company. I need to get back and handle things. Mengyao, stop being silly. Your brother Fang Yuan is a big boss now. He can't just wander around all day. Lin Yaodong interjected. In his view, it was already incredibly generous of such an important figure as Fang Yuan to make time to visit the Lin family and see the elderly couple. Ha ha, no worries. I'll come back when your college entrance exam results are out and we have your celebration banquet. Fang Yuan patted Lin Mengyao's head reassuringly. Okay, pinky swear. Alright, deal. Watching Lin Mengyao's childish gesture, Fang Yuan helplessly made a promise with her. Despite Lin Yaodong's repeated refusals, Fang Yuan insisted on leaving everything in the trunk for Lin's father. He then asked Lin Mengyao to drive him part of the way, intending to surprise her along the way. Once they reached the bus stop in town, Fang Yuan placed the car keys in Lin Mengyao's palm and smiled. Drive carefully on the way back, you're still getting used to it. Fang Yuan, what's this? Lin Mengyao stared at the spring orchid car keys in her hand, her heart pounding wildly. I've already made arrangements with the dealership. Just find time to see Manager Chiu when you can. They'll handle the transfer paperwork for you. No, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Even though she adored it, Lin Mengyao knew full well the value of a chunlan. She couldn't accept such an expensive gift. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Take it. The commute home is long and the area's remote. You can't keep riding that bike. Your parents and brother worry about you, and so do I. Besides, a mere million or so is nothing to me. Yesterday on his way back, he'd tested Lin Mengyao's driving skills. After confirming she was capable, he decided to leave the chunlan with her. If her driving skills weren't up to par, he'd arrange for professional training. Driving was no trivial matter, safety had to be assured. Alright, stop refusing. Consider it a little token of goodwill from your big brother. Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, then boarded the bus without hesitation, smiling as he waved goodbye to Lin Mengyao. Be careful on your way back. If you run into any trouble or problems, remember to call me. Okay. Lin Mengyao stood there watching until the bus started moving and vanished at the edge of town. Driving home slowly, filled with excitement and anticipation, she happened to see Lin Yaodong, who had just finished cleaning Fang Yuan's room, standing blankly at the courtyard gate holding a bank card and a note. Chapter 200, The Moment of Harvest. After returning to Linchuan and spending nearly a month in intimacy with Jiang Yunxue, news arrived from the new province. The base had taken its initial shape. Unlike the previous makeshift command center, following the previous incident, the leaders of Xia Nation placed high importance on protecting the modified equipment. From construction materials to all equipment and facilities, the highest standards were adopted. Even the workers' dormitories were relocated elsewhere. This ensured a complete vacuum zone within a 10-mile radius of the base. The security forces stationed inside consist entirely of active duty soldiers from Xia Nation's special warfare units. The innermost core of the guards were, of course, Fang Yuan's system bodyguards, each equipped with the most advanced combat gear. It could be said that unless invaded by large-scale military hardware, the base's security was absolutely impenetrable. However, should anyone attempt to deploy such heavy weaponry, it would inevitably draw the attention of the Xia military. Watching the patrol squads meticulously maintaining vigilance around the perimeter, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. If such a level of security could still be breached by enemies, then he would have no reason to continue with his desert transformation project. Starting today, no one except me is to approach the warehouse without authorization. Should any irregularities be detected, you are authorized to take defensive action. Fang Yuan instructed the 10 system-assigned guards responsible for the warehouse. Not even the fat man and the others were exempt. It wasn't a matter of distrust, but rather that all humans had weaknesses. This measure was also meant to protect his friends. As for the seeds produced after each modification, they would naturally be transported by the system bodyguards to the external seed warehouse, thus eliminating much hassle. To implement the desert transformation plan more swiftly and effectively, Fang Yuan stationed the fat man here while sending Jiang He and Ling Gaojie to other cities and counties respectively. Desert cultivation commenced simultaneously in all 3 locations. All daily seeds were transported via helicopter. Preliminary estimates indicated that the combined workforce across the 3 command centers had already approached 10,000. Before long, the second month arrived. The first batch of cherry trees planted in Dun City had already blossomed in borne fruit. On trees standing over 4 meters tall, clusters of ripe fruit began to appear alongside late-blooming white blossoms. The fruits displayed a vivid red color, not only larger in size but also more abundant than those from conventional plantings, with each berry exceptionally plump. This miraculous sight left everyone in awe. After over a month of hard work, the moment of harvest had finally arrived. Fatso and several caretakers picked a large basketful from the tree, each trembling with excitement. Everyone knew it was the onset of winter. Cherries had long become an off-season fruit, commanding high prices not only domestically but also abroad. If all these cherries could be sold, the profits would be substantial. When the fat man and his crew presented the cherries before Fang Yuan couldn't help but break into a delighted smile. Old Fang, you try some first. After all, this was the first tasting of cherries grown from desert-adapted seeds. Such an important moment naturally belonged to Fang Yuan, the pioneer. Seeing the expectant gazes of the others, Fang Yuan smiled as he plucked a cherry and popped it into his mouth. He had specifically chosen this cherry variety, one of the most popular on the market. Not only did it boast excellent flavor, but its sweet-tart balance was also perfectly calibrated. After chewing carefully for a moment, Fang Yuan suddenly froze. Watching this unfold, the chubby guy standing beside him grew impatient. Hey, what's going on? Old Fang, say something already. Try one yourself. Is it that mysterious? The chubby guy picked up a cherry, popped it into his mouth, and chewed. Suddenly, he too froze in place, mirroring Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing both executives wearing such expressions, the other administrators felt as if something was clawing at their hearts. Yet they dared not take any action, only staring at the two men with eager eyes. Alright. Moments later, Fang Yuan suddenly exclaimed loudly. The startled group shuddered. The flesh is crisp and plump, the juice sweet without cloying, and it carries a hint of coolness as if the fruit had been dipped in well water before being picked. It's better than any cherries I've ever tasted. Fang Yuan burst into laughter. Though he knew the presence of modifiers meant these cherry trees could certainly survive in the desert, the taste of their fruit remained a mystery. Only now did his heart finally settle. No way. I didn't taste anything. I'll have another one, the fat man muttered, grabbing a cherry. I think I'm starting to get it. One more. Holy crap. Watching the fatso gobble down most of the cherries in just a few bites, Fang Yuan couldn't help but shoot him a look of contempt. The remaining cherries were naturally shared among those present. Everyone who ate the modified cherries had disbelief in their eyes. Mr. Fang, if our cherries hit the market, they'd cause an earthquake. These are the best cherries I've ever tasted in my life. Every administrator who sampled them was generous with praise. First, the cherries were truly delicious. Second, these were fruits grown in the desert, truly one of a kind in every sense. Begin establishing a sales department. Our first objective is to shatter the myths surrounding cherry prices. In recent years, fueled by relentless marketing campaigns, what were once reasonably priced cherries have become increasingly exorbitant. They've even reached over 100 yuan per pound, even without business experience. Fang Yuan understood that if the taste was excellent and the price lower than competitors, it would be more than enough to dominate the market. The next day, while some continued planting other fruit trees and seeds, under Fang Yuan's direction, another group was assigned exclusively to harvest the cherries from the trees. He had initially planned to plant nearly 50,000 square kilometers of cherry trees. Harvesting all of them would take more than a day or two. Fortunately, Lu Buwei had visited the base during its construction. After weighing all factors, he invested heavily in constructing a large-scale cold storage facility. Storing the harvested fruit in the cold storage would perfectly preserve its freshness. At the same time, Origin Company's sales department was formally established. They also launched an external bidding process to find distributors willing to take on the fruit sales. Given that it was a joint investment by major state-owned enterprises across Xia Kingdom, coupled with Fang Yuan's background and connections, numerous fruit distributors were drawn to the opportunity. Among them, the most formidable was a female entrepreneur named Mo Yanling, who owned 5 publicly listed fruit wholesale companies and possessed substantial financial resources. However, negotiations over pricing took an unpleasant turn. Chapter 201, The Allure of Profit. Inside the office, Zheng He lowered his head and took a small sip of tea. He looked across the table at the woman sitting opposite him, a woman in her 30s with an exceptionally refined appearance and demeanor. He stated firmly, Miss Mo, if you insist, then I'm afraid I must decline. Our Origin Company's desert reclamation project isn't solely about profit. I hope you understand that. Mr. Zheng, I'm a businesswoman. Profitability is the reason I'm willing to partner with Origin. If we proceed with the plan you're proposing now, I doubt we'll find anyone willing to cooperate. She had entered the workforce at 16 and endured countless hardships along the way. Yet, armed with a keen business sense and an indomitable work ethic, she achieved remarkable success in just over a decade. She achieved her current success when Origin Corporation announced it would soon open bidding for sales partners. Mo Yanling, sensing an opportunity, immediately joined the competition. Her portfolio of 5 publicly listed fruit companies gave her a significant edge in this competition. She was quickly identified as one of Origin Company's pre-selected partner candidates. However, after the initial round of discussions, Mo Yenling felt somewhat dissatisfied. The reason was that while Origin Company agreed to sell desert-grown fruits through partners, they insisted on extremely low prices for cherries, which were now almost impossible to find on the market. Origin Company's maximum selling price could not exceed 50 yuan. According to her calculations, off-season cherries could easily command 150 yuan per gene. What was she in business for? Money, of course, but Origin Company's stipulation fundamentally capped the price, restricting the reseller's ability to raise it. This was an unacceptable reality for her. Yet after visiting the desert for an inspection, Mo Yenling couldn't bear to abandon such a vast market. She continued, Mr. Jiang, pricing power is what every distributor cares about most. If we follow your requirements, I doubt any distributor would agree. Besides, isn't Origin Company's ultimate goal to combat desertification? Shouldn't the commercial benefits derived from this be maximized? Cooperation creates a win-win situation for all parties. Why insist on this point? Jiang Yi smiled faintly. This isn't something I can decide. It was personally approved by Mr. Fang, the owner of Origin. Everything I just mentioned to you are his non-negotiable conditions. If Miss Mo can't meet them, then I'm afraid it's unfortunate. When it came to matters like finding partners, Fang Yuan had no time to spare. He simply handed down his non-negotiable standards to the fat man in Jianghe, then washed his hands of the matter. However, when making this decision, he had specifically emphasized one crucial requirement. The most crucial stipulation was that no distributor within Xia Nation's borders could exceed the minimum price threshold. This was precisely why many fruit wholesalers arriving in Xinghai province would leave negotiations with Origin staff in a sour mood. Mr. Jiang, everyone in this world is driven by profit. I'm sure you wouldn't approve of such a thankless task either. Mo Yenling placed a bank card on the table. Let's be straightforward. There's 10 million in this card. If you can resolve this matter for me, I won't forget your kindness in our future collaborations. 10 million. You're quite generous. Mo. Jiang He appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he began to waver. Truth be told, when Fang Yuan had called them to that meeting, mentioning the need to drive down cherry prices had felt like nothing more than a passing joke. No one knew whether he was serious or just teasing. Later, the fat man had discussed it roughly with the two of them and set a price ceiling they couldn't exceed. Though the fat man and Fang Yuan were close, strictly speaking, he was still Fang Yuan's brother-in-law, which made their bond even closer. Moreover, the three now managed different desert regions, and Fang Yuan didn't frequently intervene in these matters. If he truly intended to act insincerely, it would be all too easy. Judging by the growth of the modified seeds, in 2 months' time, the desert reclaimed trees in his sector would blossom and bear fruit, yielding substantial profits as well. It wasn't just Jiang He who encountered Mo Yenling offering money and gifts. Some merchants who had been publicly rejected also approached Lin Gaojie through connections, offering exorbitant prices. They sought to secure the sales rights for the territory under his jurisdiction. Mr. Lin, have you made a decision yet? A man with a slightly sleazy appearance smiled obsequiously at Lin Gaojie. Rest assured, as long as you hand over the entire sales rights for this area to me, I'll keep this matter completely confidential. As the saying goes, man for himself, heaven and earth destroy him. Money is a good thing. With it, you can do whatever you want, even if you leave Origin Company someday, at least you'll have some capital set aside for yourself, and from the subsequent sales, I'll set aside 1% of the net profit each month as your dividend. What do you think? The man was indeed a seasoned business veteran. When dealing with Lin Gaojie, he didn't hide anything. Instead, he laid out his objectives and the benefits he could offer Lin Gaojie clearly. He even produced a contract he'd prepared in advance. If Lin Gaojie agreed, the partnership could be sealed immediately. Ha, Mr. Sun, your terms are indeed very generous. It's hard not to be tempted. Lin Gaojie chuckled after hearing the man's proposal. Mr. Lin, you're too kind. If we can work together, there will be endless profits in the future. Indeed, money is never ending. Lin Gaojie tapped his forehead lightly, then picked up the bank card the man had handed him, examining it from all angles. 8 million yuan was indeed a substantial sum for him, not to mention the subsequent pure profit dividends from the cooperative distributors. Anyone else in his position might have already grinned, accepted the offer, and raised a glass to a successful partnership. Too bad. While I do like money, I know full well who brought me everything I have now. Following President Fang holds limitless potential. Sacrificing the forest for the trees over this petty sum? That would be the height of foolishness. Lin Gajia muttered to himself before silently pushing the cart back. His expression remained calm as he stated, I appreciate your offer, but Origin has its own principles and regulations. If we can't meet the company's requirements, I'm afraid I can't agree to this partnership. Mr. Lin, my apologies, but it's time to see our guest out. Lin Gaojie waved his hand dismissively. A system bodyguard with an imposing presence entered from outside. They escorted the still-dazed man out. That afternoon, Fang Yuan was lazily lying in bed reading a novel when he received feedback from the system bodyguards. A smile couldn't help but spread across his lips. Zhang He and Lin Gaojie hadn't disappointed him. It seemed he hadn't chosen the wrong people back then. But his joy was short-lived as a thorny issue immediately arose. The reason was that within the area under the fat man's jurisdiction, another desert contractor had suddenly appeared. The newcomer threatened to halt the desert reclamation project unless compensation was paid. Chapter 202, Hishirgue. Amidst the yellow sands, amidst a patch of long withered and decayed saplings stood a wooden hut. A dozen or so dark-skinned burly men stood in front of the cabin, gazing at the fat man and his group with mocking eyes. At the head of the group stood a middle-aged man in his 30s, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Beyond him, dozens of workers stood flustered, clutching seeds and shovels, anxiously awaiting a resolution between the two sides. Sorry, but we already contracted this plot earlier. You can plant here if you want, but compensation is definitely non-negotiable. Hishirgue chuckled. Over a decade ago, upon hearing that the government offered subsidies for planting trees in the desert, he rushed to Xinghai province and contracted several thousand acres of desert. He even transported saplings from other regions, eventually securing the subsidy and earning roughly several 100,000 yuan in state funding. But once the subsidies were in hand, Hishirgue hired a few workers to oversee the project and then packed up and returned to his hometown. He even delayed paying the workers' wages for several years. Consequently, the workers assigned to tend the trees became disengaged and negligent, barely watering the saplings. Before long, the seedlings withered and died. Yet to fraudulently claim subsidies, Hishirgue continued submitting annual reports as required. It wasn't until later, when national policies tightened and officials were dispatched for inspections, that his name was finally struck from the subsidy list. It was assumed that this utterly useless place would remain neglected until the contract expired. But who could have imagined? Origin Company suddenly emerged, intending to reclaim and develop the desert. Upon hearing the news, Hishirgue immediately thought of his abandoned desert concession. Since the government had only conducted a pilot program back then, many requirements weren't strictly enforced. Even if Hishirgue did nothing, this vast stretch of desert remained his territory. To be the first to connect with Origin Corporation's representatives, he specifically hired several people to wait here, aiming to leverage his land for some benefit. Today, when Origin's workers came out as usual to scatter seeds, they encountered Hishirgue, who had been waiting in preparation. Seeing the contract in the other man's hands, the fat man's face fell. There were certainly issues on the new province side too, but so far, Origin Company maintained relatively good relations with the new province authorities, unless absolutely necessary. He didn't want to escalate this matter. But now, this contractor named Xinghai kept bringing up compensation. Clearly, he had no intention of negotiating. So, he could only call Fang Yuan and ask him for advice. Sorry, but any issues will have to wait until our boss arrives. I know Origin is a big company, but there's no need to waste time. Anyway, I hold the contract, so I'm in the right. Even if your boss, Mr. Feng, shows up, he'll still have to follow the law, right? Hishirgue had long figured it out. He suspected Origin had struck some kind of deal with the Xia state government, which was why they were so eager to start desert reclamation. With such a vast stretch of desert land now under his control, Origin would surely face pressure from higher-ups if they ignored it. To meet their objectives, Origin would have to swallow this bitter pill. Though Hishirgue lacked the acumen for major business ventures, he was quite adept at profiteering. After analyzing the situation, he had deliberately chosen to confront Origin, a company of such scale. Moreover, his demands weren't excessive. Back when he contracted these thousands of acres of desert, he'd spent nearly tens of thousands of yuan. Times had changed now, so raising the price was only reasonable. I won't ask for more, just give me $1 million. That's peanuts to you guys. Hishirgue took a deep drag on his cigarette, his mind already fantasizing about how he'd spend the money once it landed in his pocket. As for whether they'd agree, come on, a company raising billions in funding? He couldn't believe Origin Corporation would delay their project progress over such a small sum. Moreover, the desert plot Hishirgue had contracted was flanked by gobi terrain on both sides. Taking a detour would force the workers to trek nearly 10 extra kilometers. In this scorching desert sun, forget 10 kilometers, even 3 or 5 kilometers could bake an adult into a state of exhaustion. That was precisely why he felt confident demanding the money. But the fat man wasn't buying it at all. He just chuckled. "But, ungrateful bastard." He snorted coldly before leading his men into the wooden hut to continue sipping tea with his feet propped up. A while later, Fang Yuan finally arrived, driving slowly. "Mr. Fang! Mr. Fang!" The workers resting in the shade of some dead trees quickly rose to greet him upon seeing Fang Yuan, to say nothing of the recent mass layoffs that alone had instilled a deep sense of awe and fear in many of them. "Well, it's getting late. You can head back and rest now. Call it a day early today." Seeing the workers' sunburned faces and hands, Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. He wasn't an unreasonable man. The reason he had insisted on letting those people go back then was purely to prevent it from undermining the entire Origin Desert project's ethos. In the early stages of managing the company, only decisive measures could instill discipline and respect. The prerequisite was that all due benefits remained intact, ensuring the workers respected the rules without harboring resentment. Sure enough, upon hearing they could head home early, the workers, who had been waiting listlessly, suddenly erupted into cheers. One by one, they shouted their thanks to Fang Yuan before streaming back in groups. Old Fang. Spotting Fang Yuan's figure, the fat man finally felt reassured. He hurried forward and recounted the entire situation. After listening to the fat man's words, Fang Yuan gave a cold laugh. "$1 million isn't much for us, but this money didn't just blow in on the wind. We can't just hand it over. Let's see first." With that, he strode toward the wooden hut. Inside the cabin, had also received word from his men. Learning that the renowned Mr. Fang had arrived, he dropped his usual airs and stepped outside with an eager, ingratiating smile. "Oh my. Hello there. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am honored to meet you, Mr. Fang." Smiled broadly, bowing deeply as he extended both hands toward Fang Yuan, his attitude a stark contrast to how he'd treated the fat man earlier. Damn it, what a snob. The fat man beside him was so furious his nose practically twisted. Just moments ago, this old fool had barely acknowledged him, but the moment Fang Yuan arrived, he turned into a completely different person. As the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Fang Yuan shook hands with him, but only briefly. "Speak up, what do you want?" He cut straight to the chase, with no intention of beating around the bush with Based on the intel Fatso had fed him earlier, there was little point in deepening ties with someone who valued profit above all else. Since it was business, they might as well discuss it openly. After all, even if you exchanged 100 polite words with him, the moment interests clashed, he'd turn on you in an instant. Hearing this, didn't get angry. "Mr. Fang, you're truly a man of action. Your words are refreshingly straightforward. Since that's the case, I'll be direct too. My lease on this land runs for 70 years, with over 50 years remaining. I'll take it for a flat $1 million. If you agree, I'll sign the contract and be on my way." Held up one finger with a sly grin. Chapter 203, Tonight Must Be Explosive. Seeing casually mention $1 million yuan, Fang Yuan nearly couldn't resist smacking him in the face with his size 42 shoe. How the hell could leasing a piece of desert land be worth $1 million? Last time he went to have tea with the boss of Xinghai province, he'd curiously asked about this very thing. The reply he got was that, based on Xia Nation's current policies, the price for leasing 1 mu of desert land was around 50 yuan, 10 mu would be 500 yuan, and 100 mu only 5,000 yuan. Currently leased a total of just over 300 acres of desert land, which came to less than 200,000 yuan. Yet this guy had the nerve to demand 5 or 6 times that amount. Fang Yuan shot him a cold stare. "I contracted this desert to reclaim and transform the land. Isn't this price gouging a bit excessive?" To everyone's surprise, suddenly burst into loud laughter, shedding his earlier feigned deference. Instead, he retorted, "Mr. Fang, I doubt even you believe what you're saying. I've read all Origin Company's previous reports. Just the other day, I visited your pilot planting area, rows upon rows of cherry trees. If you actually sell all that fruit, you'll be rolling in profits. We're all business people at heart. Who would do something without profit? Keeping these thousands of acres of desert land in my hands is useless, but in Origin Company's hands, it becomes a hen that lays golden eggs. 1 million yuan really isn't much. Think it over carefully." Showed no sign of backing down. What bull desert reclamation. Pure nonsense and lies. Businessmen chasing profits is their nature. They sugarcoat it as desert reclamation for the nation and the people of New Province. But who would bother with something that brings no profit? Even if Fang Yuan's claims were true, he had zero interest in playing the saint. In his eyes, money was the only thing that mattered. Fang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. People like Hishirgue were the easiest to deal with, yet also the most difficult, because he only recognizes money. With it, anything is possible; without it, absolutely nothing. $1 million wasn't beyond his means, but being blackmailed like this left a bitter taste in his mouth. Since gaining the system, he'd weathered every storm imaginable. The Ma family, the wealthiest in Xia Nation, the royal family of the capital, and various threats from abroad, none had ever made him yield. Hishirgue was merely a small-time speculator, a mere pawn in the grand scheme. Fine. Since that's how it is, you can just keep guarding your measly few thousand acres of land. Fang Yuan finished with a cold laugh, then called out to the fat man and the others to turn and leave. Hishirgue watched Fang Yuan's retreating figure with a satisfied smile, showing no intention of trying to keep him. Only when the group got into their car and drove straight out of who did he finally sneer. He finally sneered with disdain. Trying to play hard to get with me? You're still too green, you bastard. If you've got the guts, try crossing my territory and climbing the Gobi Desert. That very night, he made a phone call and gathered dozens of men. They immediately cordoned off his contracted land with warning tape. He deliberately hung signs declaring private crossing strictly forbidden and warning of severe penalties for violators. Such measures might not work on ordinary people, but they were a tool he could wield against Origin Company. Hishirgue had calculated it perfectly. If any Origin Company workers dared set foot on his land, forget everything else, I'll file a complaint against you first. It's like having too many fleas and still feeling itchy. And don't even get me started on a company as big as Origin, especially one with state-owned assets involved. Compared to a lowlife like me, they care far more about their reputation. If enough incidents pile up, even if Hishirgue doesn't lift a finger, the invested enterprises and the state level won't let Origin run wild like this. Back at headquarters, Fang Yuan seemed to have completely forgotten about Hishirgue. He instructed the fat man and the others to ignore that area and focus all their efforts on picking cherries. Old Fang, you really won't do anything? Fatso hesitated before finally asking. He wanted to make a fortune off those few thousand acres, didn't he? Let him have them. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, clearly unconcerned. Seeing Fang Yuan's nonchalant attitude, the fat man muttered under his breath but didn't press further. After all, whenever trouble arose, anyone who crossed Old Fang never ended up well. He just needed to keep his own people in line. Any problems that arose would naturally be handled by Fang Yuan. After devouring several skewers of cherries, Fang Yuan packed up a few more before driving to a deserted corner of Dun City. He unfolded his iron wings and flew straight back to Linchuan. Good things should be shared with his wife. After all, by the time he arrived at Zhang Yunshua's residence, it was nearly dinner time. Perhaps accustomed to Fang Yuan's unpredictable comings and goings, Zhang Yunshua didn't seem particularly shocked. She merely asked curiously why he had left so abruptly last time. Fang Yuan brushed it off with a few vague words. You never tell me anything when something's up. Well, I won't tell you anything either from now on. Zhang Yunshua pouted, clearly displeased with Fang Yuan's behavior. Ahem. What are you thinking? It's just company business. Nothing major. Why bother you with it? Don't you know women who fret over everything age faster? Fang Yuan chuckled, planting a peck on Zhang Yunshua's fair, delicate cheek. Instantly, the Ice Queen beauty Zhang Yunshua melted completely. After washing the cherries brought back from Xinghai province and offering them to everyone, he received unanimous praise. When they learned these were cherries grown from trees Fang Yuan had cultivated in the desert, Zhang Yunshua instantly brightened up and asked him to bring more next time he returned. This is the first time I've tasted cherries this delicious. If you ever sell them in the market, they'll definitely fly off the shelves. Not just this variety, there are many other types of fruit too. When they ripen, I'll bring them back for you to try. Fang Yuan said with a smile. Girls naturally love eating fruit. The thought of becoming the wife of a major fruit grower filled Zhang Yunshua's face with a blissful smile. After finishing their meal and sharing a few more drinks with her father-in-law, Fang Yuan then brought Zhang Yunshua back to the villa estate in Xinghai Village. Long Yi was stationed here as the caretaker, supported by 10 system-assigned bodyguards conducting internal patrols and shifts. Combined with the perimeter security of Xinghai Village, security was quite tight at the very least. It was difficult for unauthorized individuals to slip in. Noticing fallen leaves scattered about that hadn't been cleared, Fang Yuan decided to have manager Tiao bring back the cleaning staff and maids he'd previously hired at Yunhai Villa tomorrow to handle the estate's upkeep. He instructed Zhang Yunshua to take a shower first. Fang Yuan went alone to the storage warehouse at the back where the converters were kept. He hadn't scavenged much lately, but during the last timed quest assigned by the system, although collecting 500 pieces of junk yielded no rewards, he still earned the full junk value. Combined with his previous accumulation, he could now perform 7 consecutive draws. Phew. Tonight, I absolutely have to get a big win. Chapter 204, Reuniting with an Old Classmate. After washing his hands 10 times and silently paying respects to the cosmic powers that be, Fang Yuan stepped before the converter and selected his first draw. In an instant, the familiar rainbow light once again blinded his 24K titanium alloy eyes. After about 10 seconds, the light faded. A small gift box appeared on the ground. The packaging looked downright tacky, lacking any sense of sophistication whatsoever. Damn it, Fang Yuan muttered under his breath. As long as it's not the underwear series, anything is better than that. He'd been genuinely scared off last time. Upon opening the box, it contained something different from the small trinkets he'd imagined. Inside lay a tiny capsule. Ding! Super Engineer Experience Card. This item is exclusively manufactured by the system. Upon use, you will gain 1 Super Engineer. The simple line of information left Fang Yuan feeling a bit dazed. Anything labeled Super and system exclusive was undoubtedly top tier. Ha! Pretty lucky. He couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed his 10 hand washes hadn't been in vain. His luck was finally turning. Second draw. When the glow faded and he saw the familiar packaging on the ground, Fang Yuan was suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, upon opening it, he found 2 snow-capped mountains and a mountain range inside. Ding! This bra is a cutting-edge product specially developed by Amer Corporation over 3,000 years ago for women. Once worn, it automatically adjusts to the wearer's size. The entire fabric is made of ultra-soft microfiber material, featuring built-in cleansing and massage functions to provide the wearer with the most comfortable experience at all times. Same old formula, same old taste, that damn sense of familiarity. He deftly draped the bra over his shoulders, muttering under his breath, please, please. Third extraction. Maybe it was because he'd washed his hands today. The third transformed item was yet another card. Ding! Plant Doctor Card X1. Upon use, summons a professional doctor from Forest Star who can provide optimal treatment plans for all plant ailments and essential super helper for cultivating flowers, plants, and trees. Awesome! Fang Yuan grinned so widely his eyes nearly closed. Over in the desert, after the system's modifications, nearly all seeds could now sprout and grow successfully. However, many saplings had suffered insect infestations. The low incidence had previously gone unnoticed, but as the desert transformation expanded, as the transformed desert gradually became a suitable habitat for common tree pests, the issue of pest control became unavoidable. Now, with the forest doctor, everything seemed to become simpler. But after drawing the forest doctor, Fang Yuan's luck finally ran out. The remaining 4 draws only yielded 2 more pairs of black stockings and 2 pairs of panties for Zhang Yunxue. When Fang Yuan returned to the villa room after completing the draws, Zhang Yunxue had just stepped out of the shower. Her already charming features now glowed like a lotus blossom emerging from water, making her even more alluring. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for a while, Zhang Yunxue was unusually cooperative tonight. One of the 2 pairs of black stockings Fang Yuan had just drawn was honorably sacrificed that very night. By the following noon, the 2 shared another tender moment before getting up to wash and dress. It's been ages since we've been to Drunken Immortal Pavilion to savor the chef's seafood. Let's head over for lunch today. After calling the fat man to confirm everything was normal, Fang Yuan ran his fingers through Zhang Yunxue's soft, dark hair as he made the suggestion. The already tamed beauty Zhang Yunxue naturally had no objections. After last night's wild passion, her legs still felt a bit weak, but more than that, she felt a deep dependence on the man before her. As they stepped out, Fang Yuan also ran into Old Su, who was strolling nearby. Upon seeing him, Old Su was filled with gratitude, showering him with thanks. The reason was that after agreeing to help arrange a job for Su Bin, Lao Su's second son, he had carefully considered his options and ultimately arranged for Su Bin to apprentice at Drunken Immortal Pavilion to learn culinary skills. Old Su wholeheartedly approved of this arrangement. After all, Su Bin had dropped out of school long ago and lacked formal education. If he had been placed in the company, he would likely only have been able to work as a security guard. But learning culinary skills was different. As the saying goes, a person with a skill in their pocket will never go hungry. Even if Su Bin couldn't stay at the restaurant forever, he'd easily make a living back home as the village's go-to banquet chef. At first, Su Bin was naturally reluctant, but Old Su was determined to get his son back on the right track early. So he not only took back the car keys from his son's hands, he also took all the remaining money in the household and deposited it into a fixed-term savings account. Having just enjoyed a few days of good living, Su Bin couldn't stomach this humiliation. In a fit of rage, he grabbed his bag and headed straight to the factory to work. He swore he'd never return. Yet after enduring the grueling 996 work schedule at the factory for 2 months, only to be swindled out of his wages by a shady agency that vanished without a trace, Su Bin, now stranded on the streets, broke down in tears. Returning home proved futile. The family savings had been locked away in a fixed-term deposit. Inaccessible. and the car didn't even have enough money for gas. Left with no choice, he bowed his head and followed Fang Yuan's original plan to learn culinary skills at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Whether it was the harsh lessons of life or simply the influence of the kitchen, Subin seemed like a different person. Not only did he behave himself, but he even quit his beloved gambling. Every time he returned home, he would cook delicious meals for his father and older brother, moving old Su so deeply that he'd get up in the middle of the night to burn incense for their ancestors. Can factory work really change a person? Hearing old Su's words, Fang Yuan felt both relieved and curious. He knew what Su Bin had been like back then, and such a dramatic transformation now seemed nothing short of a miracle. Upon learning the boss was paying a visit, the restaurant manager had already arranged a private room, the ever-popular Flowering Prosperity. Surveying the familiar decor, Fang Yuan felt a pang of nostalgia. He recalled bringing Jiang Yunshui to Drunken Immortal Pavilion before, where he'd flaunted his wealth with a 1,000,000 yuan bottle of Lai Mao liquor. He'd thoroughly humiliated his old classmates back then. So much time had passed since then. Wondered how those two idiots, Zhao Jijie and Lu Xiaojie, were faring now. After ordering the dishes, Fang Yuan asked Jiang Yunshui to stay seated while he slipped out of the private room alone, intending to peek into the kitchen and see how Su Bin had changed. But as he stepped out, he bumped right into a waiter, one who looked vaguely familiar. Hey, you're Lu Xiaojie? Speak of the devil, he'd just been wondering how his old classmate was doing. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to run into him here and to discover that Lu Xiaojie had become a waiter at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, Lu Xiaojie's composure shattered completely. Being seen in such a miserable state by his former rival felt like a knife twisting in his gut. But the thought of the manager yelling at him for not serving the food on time and possibly docking his pay was even worse. He steeled himself to pretend he hadn't seen him and walked straight toward the private room next to the one occupied by the wealthy and powerful. Seeing that Lu Xiaojie had no intention of acknowledging him, Fang Yuan suppressed his inner confusion and resolved to confront him later. Chapter 205, Taking You to a Good Place. As one of Linchuan's renowned restaurants, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the chefs hired here all possessed unique skills and were quite competent. As soon as they entered the kitchen, a continuous wave of enticing aromas wafted out. Mr. Fang, the kitchen is quite smoky. If you need anything, just let me know. Spotting Fang Yuan approach, the restaurant manager, who was reviewing today's procurement list in the back kitchen, quickly said, "No need. I'm just here to take a look." Perhaps because the kitchen was so noisy, the chefs and apprentices inside had no idea their boss had personally come to inspect. Among the dozen or so chefs and apprentices, Fang Yuan immediately spotted Su Bin crouched in a corner playing with his phone. His expression instantly turned utterly peculiar. Hadn't old Su said this kid had turned over a new leaf and been performing well lately? But no matter how he looked at it, Su Bin's current behavior was completely at odds with what old Su had described. Old Su certainly wouldn't dare deceive him. Fang Yuan was certain of that. The problem, most likely, lay with Su Bin himself. When he approached Su Bin, the kid was still glued to his phone playing games. Only when his view was blocked did he lift his head, his face clouded with displeasure. Upon recognizing Fang Yuan, Su Bin jumped in surprise and quickly stashed his phone away. "Come with me," Fang Yuan said grimly, then turned and walked away. He left behind the bewildered staff and the restaurant manager, whose face was covered in blackheads. Since most of the kitchen staff were longtime employees of Drunken Immortal Restaurant and had never caused any issues at work, he rarely interfered with kitchen affairs, leaving them to the head chef. Who would have thought that the first time the boss entered the kitchen today, such an incident would occur? He felt like he couldn't even voice his frustration. He could only glare fiercely at the head chef, who was still frozen in place, before hurrying to catch up with Fang Yuan. Inside the restaurant manager's office, Fang Yuan looked at Su Bin, who kept his head bowed and remained silent, feeling both annoyed and amused. Truth be told, if it weren't for old Su's well-intentioned efforts as a father, he wouldn't have given Su Bin, a good-for-nothing like him, the time of day. Not for $1 million, not even for $5 million. He had thought this guy might change after joining Drunken Immortal Pavilion, but now it seemed something was seriously off. As the saying goes, old habits die hard. How could someone possibly fix all their flaws in just a month or two? Spill it. What's really going on? Fang Yuan took a sip of tea before speaking in a low voice. Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. I'm not your dad, I'm not that easy to fool. If you don't come clean today, don't blame me for not giving him any leeway. To prevent Su Bin from harboring any other thoughts, he added another sentence. Though Fang Yuan's tone wasn't as harsh as one might expect, the aura of authority radiating from him was undeniable. Su Bin's legs trembled slightly. He never imagined that a big shot like Fang Yuan would personally come to Drunken Immortal Pavilion to check on him because of his father's words. Now that he'd been caught red-handed, it was too late for excuses. "Mr. Fang, I'll tell you everything. Please don't get angry. Even though there wasn't much of a business relationship between them, Su Bin's preconceived notions had already placed Fang Yuan in a position to control his future prospects. This unconsciously weakened his resolve. He looked at Fang Yuan with a pleading expression. Seeing no flicker of emotion on the other man's face, he had no choice but to lay everything out honestly. After hearing Su Bin's explanation, Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He silently marveled at how this kid was hopeless at serious matters, yet had no shortage of flashy schemes. It turned out that after old Su had sent him to Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Su Bin had initially followed the kitchen masters diligently to learn the craft, but as time dragged on, his laziness kicked in. He reasoned that with his family still holding so much money in the bank, why should he lower himself to be an apprentice in a restaurant? But this was his father's command, and there was also the matter of Fang Yuan, so the thought of defying him to his face never even crossed his mind. After pondering for a long time, Su Bin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Although Fang Yuan had sent him here because of his father, but couldn't this also be a huge advantage for himself? One day, when a chef ordered him to wash vegetables as usual, Su Bin casually made up an excuse and refused to budge. The two immediately clashed. The matter quickly escalated to the restaurant manager, yet this presented Su Bin with an opportunity to make his move. After all, Fang Yuan's arrangement to bring someone in must have gone through the restaurant manager. The manager wasn't familiar with the relationship between the two. Su Bin, however, was the very first person the boss had placed in the restaurant after taking it over. After much discussion, considering the minor nature of the incident, he chose not to report it to Fang Yuan. Instead, after calming the chef down, he resolved the conflict. Seeing his test succeed, Su Bin grew increasingly bold, soon acting like a little tyrant in the kitchen. Over time, others came to recognize him as the boss's man and adopted a better safe than sorry approach. When the kitchen staff realized they couldn't control Su Bin, they simply ignored him. After all, he collected his paycheck without lifting a finger. If even the manager didn't object, no one else would either. Moreover, Su Bin wasn't solely reliant on connections to exert his influence. After payday, he'd treat the kitchen crew to a few meals, gradually solidifying his connections among the staff. His earlier attempts to behave himself at home were just for his father's benefit. He feared his father would go and complain to Fang Yuan again. He thought he could coast along in the kitchen for a while longer. Who could have guessed Fang Yuan would personally come to the kitchen to check things out today? He caught him red-handed. Ha, you're quite the talent, kid, Fang Yuan chuckled, lighting a cigarette as he eyed Su Bin. Mr. Fang, I'll take whatever punishment you dish out, be it a beating or a scolding, but please don't mention this to him. I'm afraid his heart couldn't handle it at his age. Su Bin eyed Fang Yuan cautiously, his face etched with shame. Whether the kid genuinely feared old Su's anger or worried that once the truth came out, old Su might donate all the money he'd left behind in a fit of rage, that was none of Fang Yuan's concern. But given the current situation, it was clear this kid couldn't stay at Drunken Immortal Pavilion any longer. Alright, go pack your things and head home first. Hearing this, Su Bin thought Fang Yuan was about to fire him. He immediately became flustered and said, Mr. Fang, please give me another chance. I'll definitely change. Ha, what are you thinking? Since I promised your father I'd find you a job, I won't go back on my word. Going home is just so you can say goodbye to your dad and the others. Tomorrow, I'll take you to a good place. Fang Yuan chuckled, realizing he wasn't being fired but merely reassigned. Su Bin finally breathed a sigh of relief. After sending the young man home, Fang Yuan turned to the anxious restaurant manager standing nearby. Mr. Fang, what happened in the kitchen is entirely my responsibility. Whatever punishment you decide, I'll accept it. You certainly bear responsibility for inadequate management, but this matter can wait. Fang Yuan had intended to inquire about Lu Xiaojie, but upon reflection, it seemed pointless. After all, the two were now on entirely different levels. Chapter 206, Calling for Help. Upon returning to the private room, the dishes they'd ordered were just being served. The two ate and chatted, finally leaving satisfied as the clock neared 3 in the afternoon. Stepping out of Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Fang Yuan encountered Lu Xiaojie again, who had just finished delivering dishes to another table. He merely offered a brief smile in return before walking away. This finally allowed Lu Xiaojie, who had been feeling uneasy inside, to breathe a sigh of relief. Once someone who could barely maintain his dignity in front of Fang Yuan, he had now lost his former aura. He was genuinely afraid Fang Yuan might suddenly mock him or something. Watching Fang Yuan's carefree figure walk away, Lu Xiaojie hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue, when the Lu family's business suffered a major setback, transforming him overnight from a wealthy heir to a bankrupt one. With no marketable skills, he was rejected everywhere he applied for work. In desperation, he took a shot at applying for a waiter position at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Part of him had hoped that if he ever encountered Fang Yuan, he could leverage their old school ties to gain the other's protection. But now it seemed that having no connection between them might actually be for the best. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Just as he was lost in thought, a playful voice rang out beside him. A fresh-faced receptionist who had just finished her shift tapped Lu Xiaojie on the shoulder. "Ha? What you off work now? Got time? I'll treat you to a late-night snack." In the past, a lowly receptionist would never have dared speak to him like this, but for some reason, even though this girl wasn't as stunningly beautiful or seductively alluring as the women he encountered in high-end establishments, she somehow gave him a peculiar feeling. "Waitress and front desk clerk, guess you could call us a perfect match," Lu Xiaojie silently teased himself. Then he smiled cheerfully. "All right, if you treat me to dinner, I'll treat you to a movie. Oh, and how about breakfast together tomorrow?" After saying that, Lu Xiaojie suddenly wanted to slap himself. He'd grown accustomed to blurting out nonsense when going out before. Just as he worried she might misunderstand him, the girl froze for a moment before two blushes spread across her cheeks. Clearly, she understood the implication. I think I'd like some ice-cold Coke tonight." They shared a knowing smile, as if everything had been said without words. The next day, after bidding farewell to Zhang Yunxue, who was still lingering in bed, Fang Yuan instructed Long Yi to activate the Junkie L5 and head to the airport. Passing through Xinghai Village, he deliberately detoured to the half-finished 2.5-story villa belonging to old Su. That's right, he'd promised yesterday to find a new position for that kid Su Bin. Since it was on the way, he decided to take him along. Old Su, who had just gotten up to prepare breakfast for his two sons, saw the military vehicle parked at his gate and hurried out to greet Fang Yuan. Seeing the warmth on old Su's face, Fang Yuan suddenly felt somewhat undeserving of such kindness. After politely declining Su's invitation for breakfast, he got straight to the point and explained that he wanted to arrange a new job for Su Bin. "Oh my, Mr. Feng, you've really gone out of your way." Hearing how deeply concerned Fang Yuan was about his son, old Su's face lit up with a broad smile. "Please come inside for a moment. I'll go wake that little rascal right away." "No rush. Soon." Su Bin is still half asleep and groggy, was dragged out of bed by his father. Upon learning that Fang Yuan had already arrived, Su Bin, who had been about to grumble at his dad for waking him up so early, immediately perked up. He dashed to the living room to greet Fang Yuan, then rushed through his morning routine. He didn't even bother with breakfast, grabbing his suitcase and heading out. To be honest, he was genuinely excited about the new position Fang Yuan had mentioned. Su Bin, who had always kept a close eye on the big shots, had long been aware of Origin Company's recent desert project and its billion-dollar financing. The thought that he might actually be personally selected by such a powerful figure left Su Bin undeniably thrilled. "Well then, let's get going." After seeing Su Bin pack everything, Fang Yuan smiled at old Su. "Ah, Mr. Feng, I'll leave it to you then. If this kid misbehaves or slacks off, feel free to scold or even spank him. I won't have a single complaint. It won't come to that. How things turn out will depend on him." Fang Yuan replied with a smile. After all, this was merely a favor granted in passing. If Su Bin could change on his own, that would be ideal. If not, he'd have done his part. Fang Yuan had already booked the flight tickets yesterday. When it came time to board the plane, he saw the destination listed as Xin province on the ticket. Su Bin froze for a moment before quickly recalling Fang Yuan's desert reclamation project. He hesitated, but couldn't resist asking, "Mr. Feng, you're not planning to send me to plant trees in the desert, are you?" Fang Yuan smiled faintly but offered no explanation. He simply remarked, "If you're unwilling, you can refuse, but the promise I made to your father will no longer stand. The choice is yours." A look of deep conflict flashed across Su Bin's face. Yet, the thought of daring to return home, what awaited him would likely be his father's broom and bamboo cane. He ultimately resigned himself to his fate. Upon arriving in the new province, Fang Yuan didn't keep Su Bin by his side but sent him straight to Lin Gaojie. This kid might have a few shady ideas, but there was no denying that with proper shaping, he could be a promising prospect, provided he could stick with it. Let him work alongside the other laborers for a month or two. If he proves himself, promote him to supervisor. Later, depending on his performance, consider bringing him into Origin Company if feasible. Sigh, we still have too few usable talents at our disposal. No wonder the old saying goes, 1,000 gold pieces are easy to come by, but a single general is hard to find. After seeing Su Bin off, Fang Yuan returned to the desert reclamation base and couldn't help but shake his head. By evening, the fat man finally returned, drenched in sweat and dragging his weary body. Following the recent selection process, the three command divisions had each chosen several wholesalers willing to adopt Origin's sales philosophy. Although only Fatso's team had entered the formal harvesting phase, The accelerated growth rate of the system-enhanced seeds meant they'd soon be swamped with work. Most crucially, as Origin Company's desert reclamation efforts began to show initial results, the miraculous modified seeds had already sparked intense global reactions. After all, truth cannot be concealed forever. The fact that Xia Nation had developed modified fruit tree seeds capable of dramatically accelerating growth in deserts was bound to be exposed sooner or later. Most nations could handle it, but nations like Rabo and Australia, where deserts cover the vast majority of their landmass, are growing restless. They had been closely monitoring developments since Origin Corporation's pilot phase. Now that the seeds had grown at astonishing speeds and begun yielding initial profits and environmental benefits, official requests for assistance poured into Xia's government like snowflakes. Chapter 207, Trouble with the Saplings. Setting aside how the Xia government negotiated with the countries seeking aid, after spending nearly half a month in the desert without seeing anyone from Origin Corporation come to negotiate with him, He finally lost his patience. When he spotted the portly man supervising workers as they harvested ripe fruit and packed it into crates, his previous arrogance vanished. Instead, he grinned and approached the man, eager to inquire about the contract. "Well, didn't you yourself insist you wouldn't part with that desert for less than $1 million? The fat man asked in surprise. Last time he went to negotiate with the boss, he'd been treated rather poorly, but he knew that if he couldn't secure the desert contracted by He, the seed sowing project would inevitably suffer. That's why he'd had to grit his teeth and endure being ignored for so long. Who knew that after Fang Yuan arrived, he chose an uncompromising stance, which genuinely baffled the fat man. Fortunately, with the fruit trees ripening and domestic distributors already secured, he'd been preoccupied with harvesting the crops and hadn't given He much thought. But the harvest would eventually come to an end. When the time came to continue transforming the desert, He land would once again become an unavoidable problem to resolve. He didn't take offense at the fat man's sharp remark. Instead, he grinned and said, "Ha ha, as the saying goes, no fight, no friendship. We're both working for the benefit of the people of New Province, right? Making things difficult for each other over such a major issue would just be ridiculous. How about this? Let's each give a little ground. Forget the $1 million, I'll settle for 800,000. Consider the remaining 200,000 my personal contribution to desert reclamation. What do you say?" After being ignored for so long, He clearly realized that Origin Company might have deep pockets, but they weren't pushovers. "Ha, I can't make that call. You'll have to wait until Boss Fang returns." With Fang Yuan backing him up, the fat man wasn't worried about any complications, so he flatly rejected He proposal. "I came here with sincere intentions to negotiate. Even if Origin is a major corporation, surely you wouldn't turn down such a lucrative opportunity?" A flash of anger flickered in He eyes. In his view, trading a few 100,000 yuan for over 2,000 mu of land was an incredibly lucrative deal. While ordinary people might find desert land useless, Origin Corporation was different. At first, he hadn't believed anyone could grow trees in the desert, let alone fruit trees. Yet Origin Corporation had emerged and achieved miracles beyond imagination. Since there was profit to be made, surely he could get a piece of the pie without issue? Who could have predicted that Mr. Fang, a billionaire investor, would refuse to budge on such a minor point, leaving him caught in a dilemma? Most of the mature fruit has been harvested, and the expanded desert cultivation area nearby is nearly complete. "Old Fang, it's time to push deeper." Fatso handed the latest cultivation report to Fang Yuan as he spoke. The problem now was that the desert land contracted by He blocked the workers' path. To continue planting further in, they would inevitably have to bypass his contracted land. Despite appearing unconcerned during his afternoon discussion with He, this thorny issue demanded immediate resolution. Otherwise, it would lead to even greater complications down the line. "All right, I understand." Fang Yuan nodded, showing no intention of negotiating with He. As the fat man departed with a worried look on his face, night fell. As the bright moonlight bathed the entire desert, Fang Yuan emerged from the base, still under continuous improvement, then unfolded his steel wings to ascend into the sky. He meticulously surveyed the area contracted by He and the route the workers would advance along next. He had already formed a clear plan in his mind. As for backing down, that was absolutely out of the question. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the $1 million, it was a matter of principle. When you're penniless, principles are the last thing on your mind. Even dignity becomes hard to hold on to. But as the host of the system, he now possessed considerable resources. To compromise for some small fry? Forget how outsiders would perceive it, he simply couldn't swallow his pride. "Oof, trying to coerce me with a mere 2,000 acres of desert land? That's nothing short of delusional." Fang Yuan sneered coldly. To date, Origin Corporation still needed to cultivate and reclaim at least hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of desert. Compared to such a vast scale, Xingui's measly 2,000 acres were insignificant. Even if he slowed progress on the Fat Man's plot, Zhang He and Lin Gaojia's projects were steadily advancing. It was like playing chess. As long as they could consolidate their rear while steadily advancing, they would ultimately achieve their objectives. But the situation wasn't quite as bleak as all that. After careful observation, Fang Yuan slowly descended at the junction between the cultivation zone and Xingui's territory. Gazing at the gobi barriers on both sides, a light brown card suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the super engineer card he had obtained from the converter earlier. Since it was an engineer card, it might just come in handy. Fang Yuan pulled it out, determined to give it a shot. Confirm use. Ding. Super engineer is generating. Countdown 23:59. It actually takes time? Fang Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. He'd assumed it would work like in novels, where the character appears instantly after activation. But recalling how the super bodyguard in Top Chef team had materialized earlier, it seemed this method was standard. Gradually, he calmed down. After using the super engineer card, Fang Yuan didn't hold onto the forest doctor card either, choosing to activate it immediately as well. Sure enough, the system promptly displayed the exact same prompt as before. All characters were currently generating. Realizing tonight wouldn't offer much excitement, Fang Yuan drifted around the desert skies for a few laps. After fully savoring the desert moonlight, he returned to base to rest. However, before he could fully wake up the next morning, he was jolted awake by the Fat Man's frantic shouts and pounding on the door. Bad news, old Fang. All the saplings we just planted are dead. Half an hour later, when Fang Yuan saw the nearly 1,000 saplings before him, their leaves completely withered, their trunks swaying precariously, an inexplicable rage surged from his heart. Experts from New Province had already arrived at the scene. After inspection and testing, they concluded that someone had sprayed a potent pesticide called tree killer directly onto the trunks. These saplings, barely knee-high, were utterly incapable of withstanding such potent chemicals. Thus, in just one night, they had been pushed to the brink of death. Investigate, Fang Yuan ordered coldly. After all, this matter concerned desert reclamation and involved Origin Corporation. Thus, the New Province authorities dared not take the slightest risk. Yet by nightfall, they still found nothing. The other side had come thoroughly prepared. They even employed some covert method when spraying pesticides, leaving not a single trace at the scene. Watching thousands of saplings slowly wither to death filled not only Fang Yuan but also the workers present with fury. Back at the base, Fatty looked at Fang Yuan's gloomy expression and felt deeply distressed. After all, Fang Yuan had entrusted him with the entire desert reclamation project near Dun City based on trust. He never imagined such a disaster would occur. Chapter 208, Director Lu's Call. No one felt good about what had happened. After offering a few words of comfort to the Fat Man, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Super Engineer and Forest Doctor had arrived to report for duty. Before stepping out of the base gate, sure enough, he saw the two men being stopped by the guards. Though he had never met them before, Fang Yuan instantly recognized their identities. Both appeared utterly unremarkable in appearance. Yet one wore black metal gloves and carried a pale silver engineer's shovel. The other carried a medical kit and wore a pair of glasses. Boss, they both called out simultaneously upon meeting him. Fang Yuan didn't waste words. After bringing them past the guards, he laid out everything he'd gathered that day about the Gobi crossing route and the saplings poisoned by the potent pesticide. Super Engineer briefly reviewed the high-definition photos Fang Yuan had taken and the reconnaissance diagrams he'd drawn afterward, then immediately gave his approval. Given their position between the two sides, I plan to excavate an underground tunnel accessible from the adjacent area, Super Engineer declared with conviction. It was important to remember that this was desert terrain. Even the world's most advanced engineering teams wouldn't dare guarantee a 100% success rate for tunneling here. But this was the Super Engineer produced by the system father. Fang Yuan didn't even hesitate before handing the entire matter over to the engineer. As for how to construct a tunnel capable of crossing the desert land contracted by Xinghai with only one person, that was not his concern. Boss, I've analyzed the properties of the 100 trees wilting potion. While the sapling's condition isn't optimistic right now, there's still a chance to save them. Meanwhile, after meticulously analyzing the data, the forest doctor delivered his own assessment. Alright, I'll leave these two matters in your hands. Tomorrow, I'll arrange suitable cover identities for you both. Fang Yuan nodded lightly, though his thoughts were far beyond the immediate tasks at hand. Ever since the desert reclamation project began, problems had followed one after another. This was largely due to certain individuals or organizations coveting the immense profits the desert reclamation promised. Yet, his consistently overly conciliatory approach had also been a key factor. Fang Yuan carefully recalled the various incidents he had encountered since gaining the system. He had essentially been in a state of passive defense throughout, compounded by the protection afforded by Xia Nation's high-ranking officials. Most people dismissed his achievements as mere luck and petty cleverness. Previously, he had mostly stayed within the confines of Linchuan City, dealing with minor skirmishes. Thus, he had never experienced such intense pressure before. Even when he dealt with the Ma and Wang families, the authorities largely suppressed the incidents. Ironically, it was precisely this excessive protection from Xia's elite that left Fang Yuan with little presence. That's why troublemakers kept popping up one after another. I won't confine myself to just Nanyuan Province, Xin Province, or even Xia Nation in the future. Continuing like this will only leave me in an increasingly passive position, Fang Yuan pondered in his mind. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed Chief Lu. Pressing the answer button, a familiar voice came through. Hello, Chief. Heard you've been raking it in big time in New Province lately. Must be swamped. Ha, not bad. Making a fortune? Not really. It's more about serving the people. Ha ha, you're always cracking jokes with me. I'm calling to share some good news. The bigwigs in the capital just wrapped up a meeting and decided to give you another official position. A new position? Fang Yuan paused, caught off guard. He was currently swamped with the desert reclamation project. The top brass in Xia Nation knew about this project, so it didn't make sense for them to assign him new tasks at this moment. Could it be related to desert reclamation? Sure enough, Director Lu's next words confirmed Fang Yuan's suspicion. It was about the desert. Ever since that video of your origin company's desert reclamation pilot project went viral, wow, countless desert nations like Rabo have been flooding our government with calls. They've even sent numerous envoys to visit, all hoping you'll help tackle desertification in their territories too. My call today is mainly to seek your opinion on behalf of higher-ups. If you think it's feasible, proceed. If not, we'll decline. Hearing this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile. His mood, previously dampened by the poisoned saplings, lifted considerably. Of course we'll take it. Why turn down benefits that come knocking? Fang Yuan had already envisioned using the desert reclamation project in New Province to attract foreign investment. This approach would not only bring in revenue but also expand his network. It would also greatly benefit Xia Nation. At the very least, it would secure a favor. He had assumed he'd have to wait until the desert reclamation in Xin Province reached a certain stage before gaining the leverage to negotiate with other countries. Little did he expect they'd come knocking on their own. Ha ha, since you're okay with it, everything's settled. If this project succeeds, not only will you regain your former position, but you'll likely get promoted even higher. Director Lu burst into laughter, surprising even Fang Yuan. He understood clearly that when Director Lu spoke of restoring his position, he wasn't referring to Fang Yuan's current role as director of the Second Research Institute in the capital, but rather the rank of Major General that had been revoked from him. When his rank was revoked, Fang Yuan had sought out Director Lu to vent his frustration. He had expressed that, of all the honors bestowed upon him by the Xia Nation thus far, the military district's rank of Major General held the deepest significance to him. He was certain that when the higher-ups made this decision, they had fully considered Fang Yuan's preferences. The thought that Fang Yuan, barely in his 20s, had already reached a position where even the top brass of Xia Nation felt compelled to accommodate his preferences. Director Lu couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. This kid was nothing short of a prodigy. No, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After being informed that the documents from Xia's negotiations would reach him in a few days, Director Lu hung up the phone, feeling utterly depressed. Listening to the dial tone, Fang Yuan was utterly baffled. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Ah, whatever. The boss in the capital won't shortchange me. Another promotion? That'd put me straight into Lieutenant General. A Lieutenant General in his 20s. Thinking about how he'd not only rake in a hefty side income but also climb the ranks, Fang Yuan couldn't help but let out a silly chuckle. His earlier gloom swept away. Chapter 209, The End. Just as Fang Yuan was basking in his joy, a mysterious call suddenly rang in. The caller identified himself as the patriarch of the Harmon family, demanding Fang Yuan rush to the United States immediately and surrender all his secrets. Through the line, the faint sound of Zhang Yunshua's sobs could be heard. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed under his breath, hung up the call, and opened the location sent by the caller. Ever since dealing with Justin last time, this so-called Harmon family had remained completely dormant. He never expected them to be waiting for him here. 2 hours later, a thunderous crash echoed outside the Harmon family estate. Holy, what kind of monster is that? Fang Yuan coldly surveyed the dozens of heavily armed guards before him. The steel wings behind him flapped slowly, resembling an emissary from a sci-fi dimension. Without warning, Fang Yuan struck. Shards of steel scales transformed into bloodthirsty blades, streaking out at lightning speed. the guards across from him paled, scrambling to fire back with their rifles. Yet, technology far surpassing Blue Star's could hardly be stopped by a few rifles. Bang bang bang. The incoming bullets were all deflected by the steel feathers forming a shield, producing a series of clanging sounds. The remaining steel feathers pressed forward relentlessly, breaking through defenses like a knife through butter. Within less than a minute, dozens of guards lay motionless on the ground. "It's you!" Hearing the commotion, several men rushed out wielding weapons. Jack glared at Fang Yuan, his expression dark and his eyes filled with disbelief. The intelligence provided by that influential figure had only stated that Fang Yuan was a researcher who had contributed numerous cutting-edge technological innovations to Xia Nation. But now it was clear that the dossier contained flaws. Or perhaps, Fang Yuan had never revealed his true capabilities from the very beginning. "You know me?" Fang Yuan studied the patriarch of the Harmon family with his eyes. Judging by everyone's positioning, this unassuming-looking middle-aged foreigner must be a core figure within the Harmon family. Well, that's all the better. It saves me the trouble of explaining further. If a single hair on her head is harmed, I'll make every last one of you pay with your lives. Fang Yuan's face grew icy cold, a murderous aura swirling around him. "Mr. Fang Yuan, I apologize, but perhaps there's been some misunderstanding. As your Xia Kingdom saying goes, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Let's discuss this calmly. Looks like you won't see reason until you're facing the grave." Fang Yuan sneered coldly. He'd chased them all the way to the United States, and this old fool still tried to play dumb? A misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding would make someone go to the trouble of kidnapping Jiang Yunxue all the way to the United States just to blackmail him? If you don't want to talk, then don't. A flash of cold steel streaked past Jack at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The next second, excruciating pain shot through his arm. His right hand, still twitching, fell limp to the ground, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" Jack let out a wail, his face turning deathly pale. Several members of the Harmon family roared in fury as they pulled the triggers, but the bullets couldn't pierce the protection of the steel wings. "You mad dogs, looks like you really don't want to live." Fang Yuan remained calm as he propelled several steel feathers forward. The arms of the firing Harmon family members were instantly severed, their screams piercing the air once more. Even Jack momentarily forgot the agony of his severed arms at this bizarre spectacle. He shouted, "Mr. Fang Yuan, it's all the fault of our Harmon family. Please spare us, we were merely acting on someone else's orders. Whatever you demand, as long as the Harmon family can fulfill it, we will spare no effort." "Ha, if you just said that earlier, this wouldn't have happened. You had to go and make things hard for yourselves." Facing the overwhelming presence of Fang Yuan, the members of the Harmon family wore expressions of grief and resentment. Even as a dog bred by the American government, they were still vicious beasts capable of devouring others. When had they ever been humiliated to such an extent? After stemming the blood on his arm, Jack let out a bitter laugh, knowing he'd landed himself in serious trouble this time. But making excuses now was useless. Only appeasing Fang Yuan could save the Harmon family's fate. He understood clearly that such ultra-modern technological power was absolutely beyond the grasp of ordinary people. If Fang Yuan possessed it, then the organization behind him likely did too. The notion that Fang Yuan alone could create such terrifying individual combat gear was pure fantasy. The Harmon family had risen to its current position not only because of powerful backers. Their greatest strength lay in knowing when to bow their heads without hesitation and when to kneel with decisive efficiency. Soon, Jiang Yunxue was led out by two Harmon family guards. Though she had always been remarkably strong, the moment she saw Fang Yuan, tears streamed down her face. "It's okay now, I'm here." Fang Yuan held Jiang Yunxue close, his voice soft and reassuring, though his gaze grew sharper. However, the mysterious figure who had commissioned the Harmon family to cause trouble for him was the key issue that needed resolving on this journey. When asked about the client, Jack suddenly hesitated. "Forget it. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Dealing with you lot will still send a clear message." Fang Yuan didn't beat around the bush. The steel feathers on his back suddenly dispersed midair, and a fierce killing intent spread relentlessly throughout the estate. "Wait, I'll talk." Under the shadow of impending death, Jack unquestionably chose to yield. It was Governor Simmons of New York State. He ordered us to do it. After speaking, Jack felt drained of all strength. Leaking that Big Shot's information today would soon bring devastating official repercussions upon the Harmon family. But the family had grown strong enough now. Even if they couldn't stay in the US, they could always find refuge elsewhere. At worst, they'd just have to be more discreet in the future, far better than being wiped out entirely today. After asking more detailed questions about the commission and confirming Jack wasn't lying, Fang Yuan pulled out a sheet of paper covered in densely packed numbers. "Given the immense psychological damage and impact your Harmon family's past actions have caused me, wouldn't 5 billion be a fair compensation?" 50 billion? Jack nearly fainted on the spot. Though the Harmon family had prospered in recent years, but their expenses were endless. Moreover, their business involved cutting-edge ventures, and with money came the urge to indulge extravagantly. It wasn't that they couldn't come up with 50 billion, it was that paying that sum would leave the entire family severely weakened. Watching the old man's eyes dart around nervously, Fang Yuan sighed. Fine. If that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. Jack's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat at the words. Compared to his own life, money was nothing. 1 hour later, amidst Jack and the others' expressions of utter despair, he strode out of the estate, casually clutching an anonymous black card loaded with 5 billion. Chieftain, this insult cannot be tolerated. A senior member of the Harmon family snarled, his face twisted with fury. 50 billion is the entire foundation of our Harmon family. What will become of us if that damned Xia nation takes it all? No matter what, we can't let him walk away with that money alive. If guns won't do it, we'll use bombs. I refuse to believe he can withstand explosives. The others were equally unwilling to accept this. That was 50 billion. Gather all family members immediately. We're leaving this rotten country now. Jack ignored the elder who had spoken and addressed his trusted confidant instead. Seeing his words ignored, the elder erupted in fury. Damn it! The family didn't get to where it is today through your efforts alone. Jack, you just hand over 50 billion like it's nothing. Have you considered how the family will survive afterward? But before he could finish speaking, Jack's confidant suddenly drew a pistol and fired a shot straight into the elder's head. Bang! A spray of blood erupted instantly. Put my handcuffs on, then contact a doctor. We're leaving now. This matter is beyond the family's control. If you don't want to die, get moving. Following a moment of silence, everyone rushed back to their quarters to pack their belongings. As for the dead elder and the dozens of guards lying on the ground moaning in agony, they were left behind like discarded trash. As the governor of New York and a front-runner for the next presidency, Simmons convened a rally early in the morning, using the art of rhetoric to rally support for his campaign. In the spacious conference hall, he relentlessly touted the various populist policies he would enact upon taking office. After all, making grand promises only required smooth talk. The actual implementation afterward? It was merely a formality, a performance for show. Simmons painted a grand vision with fiery passion on stage, while the voters below graciously responded with waves of enthusiastic applause and cheers. At that moment, a figure entered the hall. Oh, Deputy Governor Martin, weren't you supposed to be out of town on business? Several security guards responsible for maintaining order and safety quickly approached and asked respectfully. HM? Deputy Governor Martin shot a stern glance at the questioning bodyguard before striding straight inside. The bodyguards exchanged glances, but none dared to step forward to stop him. Still, knowing Deputy Governor Martin was on their boss's side, they weren't overly concerned. Damn it! I was hoping to scavenge for some language mastery ability or something. Almost blew my cover there. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. As for the identity of this Deputy Governor Martin, it was merely a temporary role he assumed using his shapeshifting mask. Upon spotting Fang Yuan, Simmons on stage immediately broke into a warm smile. Martin had been a significant force behind the scenes in this gubernatorial campaign. As for why he chose to support him, it was nothing more than a straightforward matter of mutual benefit. Fang Yuan chuckled softly and casually found a seat. Just as Simmons' next wave of persuasive rhetoric was about to ignite another roar of cheers from the crowd, a dark brown light shot across the stage faster than the eye could follow. Simmons' body froze momentarily before he suddenly collapsed face-first onto the podium. After completing his actions, Fang Yuan rose slowly and slipped away unnoticed. As he reached the door, several bodyguards still looked utterly bewildered. Why did Deputy Governor Martin leave so soon after arriving? Was he dissatisfied with the boss's speech? No way. Isn't this just a standard script? It's just going through the motions. Did you notice the Deputy Governor seems to have lost quite a bit of weight lately? One sharp-eyed bodyguard murmured in confusion, but their attention was quickly drawn by a sudden commotion. Congressman Simmons has been assassinated. Quick, quick, notify the hospital and police immediately, this is serious. After noticing Simmons hadn't moved for nearly a minute, the alarmed bodyguards rushed over. Only then did they see that something sharp had pierced him from chin to the back of his head, killing him instantly. Fang Yuan, who had already exited the conference hall, heard the commotion from inside and a faint smile touched his lips. Those who do evil will meet their own demise. Next time you're reborn, remember to keep a low profile. Reaching a deserted corner, Fang Yuan unfolded his iron wings and soared through the clouds towards Xia Nation. Many who happened to witness his departure through the sky, some devout believers immediately knelt, hands pressed together in prayer, murmuring words like Lord under their breath. Upon his return to Xia Kingdom, Fang Yuan knew this incident wouldn't end well. After explaining the entire situation to Xia Kingdom's high command, and obtained the approval of the Xia Kingdom's leader. He then entrusted all business affairs to Lu Buwei and led Jian Yunchua's family into seclusion in Central South. Years later, when Origin Corporation overcame formidable rivals and ascended to the pinnacle of global wealth with assets totaling 188.8 trillion, Fang Yuan's legendary story finally began to circulate widely. End of story.